The BloodQueen Queen traverses the beast world, biting down on the orc's neck. System prompt. Contract with beast husband successful. Gained 10,000 points. This opening is too wild. Under the red moon, Yun Yang is shot and falls off a cliff. A mechanical voice echoes in her mind. Time-space conversion initiated. Location, beast world continent. She crashes heavily to the ground, blood gushing from her heart. Gold nails unhesitatingly digging out a silver bullet. The pain disappears, and she catches a whiff of enticing blood, lunging at the dying orc, exposing her sharp fangs to bite down on his neck. Ding! Contract with beast husband successful. Gained 10,000 points. Yin Yang looks up, her blood-red pupils turning golden and then returning to their original state, the wound surprisingly healing. She licks her lips. This blood is something else. That a wolf howl echoes in the distance, and Yun Yang instantly unfurls her black feathered wings to escape. Werewolves are the natural enemies of the Blood Clan. This vigilance is ingrained in her bones. Flying in the air, she suddenly realizes there are 3 suns hanging in the sky. Yin Yang's face darkens. One is annoying enough, 3? A little Blood Clan like her is in for a rough time here. She lands on a tree branch, and the system pops up. Welcome to the beast world. I'm Amal System 001. Everything can be exchanged. Can I go back? The system opens a panel. Time-space stone points. 100. Yin Yang's mouth twitches. Is this going to take forever to accumulate? Check in at the misty forest. Gain 100 points. Interact with the ancient birch tree. Gain 10 points. The system's prompt keeps coming, and Yin Yang smirks. Long life, not afraid of waiting. But what about that orc she bit? Will there be a mark left on his chest? Baiju is brought back to the tribe, and the wolf beastmen point at his chest. Look, a black feathered beast mark. Baiju has a partner? Baina is out of luck. No one knows that the owner of this mark is sitting on a tree branch, contemplating what to exchange with her points. Let's exchange for a weapon first. Just in case she encounters a werewolf again, she must be able to fight back. Yin Yang touches her sharp teeth, her gaze cold. The traders and werewolves are waiting once she accumulates enough points to go back. They will have to pay the price. But this beast world point 3 sons, a contract with a beast husband, and those damn werewolves. Life is probably not going to be peaceful. She looks deep into the forest, her black feathered wings glinting coldly in the sunlight. The survival battle of the Blood Clan Queen in the beast world is just beginning. What should she exchange for with those 10,000 points? The Blood Clan Queen being chased and attacked by a pig, shooting an arrow to instantly kill a fallen beast. The artifact from the system is just too awesome. Yin Yang had just changed into a fish scale skirt when the tree trunk was violently shaken. A reedy black pig beast floats in the air with wind abilities, its tusks gleaming coldly. The pig beast can fly. Yin Yang spreads her wings to dodge, but her calf still gets scratched. System. It has wind elemental abilities. It's not really flying. Yin Yang feels sour. I, a dignified Blood Clan Queen, am actually outdone by a pig. She swipes at it with a claw, but the pig beast's skin is as hard as iron, leaving only shallow scratches. System. Exchange for a bomb. Too advanced, cannot be used. Yin Yang rolls her eyes. This broken system claims to be able to exchange for everything. In the next second, a white light longbow appears in her hand. The system says, free artifact, draw the bow, and condense the arrow. Yin Yang draws the bow. The white light arrow pierces through the pig beast's abdomen, smashing it to the ground with a bang. Hunted a yellow tier fallen beast, gained 400 points. Yin Yang is astonished. I cursed too early. This bow is really powerful. The system calls out again. Collect beast crystals. Eating them can level up. Yin Yang finds it dirty, exchanges for beast skin gloves, pulls out the bloody yellow tier beast crystal, wipes it with a cleaning talisman, and crunches it down. Her whole body feels warm. All fatigue vanishes. She spreads her wings and flies deeper into the forest, touching every plant she sees. Points must not be wasted. The system's map lights flicker, and Yin Yang's eyes brighten. Can she kill anything below green tier? Will she has figured out how to level up by fighting monsters. Just after flying a short distance, she discovers several fallen beasts. Yin Yang draws her bow and shoots. The white light flashes, and several more fall to the ground. Points 600, points 800. She licks her lips, her golden pupils sparkling with excitement. This beast world doesn't seem that difficult. Just don't know when she'll obtain abilities. She can't keep being bullied by pigs. The mist grows thicker, but Yin Yang flies more boldly. With the artifact in hand, points are pouring in, and revenge is just around the corner. But this bout tires her out after a few shots. She feels exhausted. System. Eating beast crystals can make you stronger. Yin Yang nods, aiming for the next light point. Then she'll kill a few more. The survival rule of the beast world is, isn't it, that whoever has the strongest fist gets to decide. She instantly kills a green tier wolf beast, but is chased by a blue-tier giant snake that breathes fire. Even more incredible, the orc who saves her actually pins her down in a cave. This development is too thrilling. Yunyang shoots an arrow through the wolf beast's neck and is just about to collect the beast crystal when a giant snake tail swings from the lake, sending her flying. The blue-tier nightmare beast swallows the wolf beast in one bite, its toxic blood dripping onto the grass, causing the plants to wither instantly. Is it poisonous? Yunyang draws her bow and shoots to blind one of its eyes. The giant snake goes berserk, its tail thrashing and spewing fire, hitting her and smashing her into the ground, causing her to spit blood. With her wings burned, Yunyang is furious, shooting an arrow into the giant snake's mouth. The giant snake collapses and rolls. She follows up with another arrow, blinding its other eye, her heart pierced. Boom! It's going to self-destruct the beast crystal. The system screams. Yunyang has no strength to escape. In desperation, a giant black boa rushes in, biting her and fleeing at high speed. The loud crash behind her is deafening. The giant boa is severely injured. In the cave, the giant boa transforms into a human shape with a bloodied and mangled back, snake scales emerging from his forehead. Stay away from me. His voice is hoarse, reason gradually slipping away. Yunyang approaches. He tears her fish scale skirt and pins her to the ground. What are you doing? System. He is experiencing a mental breakdown. Needs to be calmed. Yunyang is stunned. Is this calming the way I think it is? The orc's eyes are blood red, his actions frantic. Yunyang wants to resist, but touches his bloodied and mangled back, unable to bring herself to do it. After all, he did this to save her. In the end, she shouts herself hoarse and faints. When she wakes up, Yunyang is wearing a black beast skin dress, lying on a stone bed. System. Where did you go? Privacy protection automatically blocked for minors. Yunyang is furious. You block it when being bullied. She touches her waist, recalling the madness of the previous night, feeling both shy and angry. What about that orc? Stepping out of the cave, in the morning light, a muscular figure is making a fire. The wound on his back has scabbed over. Hearing the noise, he turns back, his brown eyes deep. You're awake. Yunyang's face flushes, cursing. Bastard. But in her heart, she mutters. This beast husband isn't bad looking. The system suddenly pops up. Detected second beast husband. Points 20,000. Yunyang is shocked. There's a second one. Is this beast world forcing the distribution of beast husbands? She looks at the orc in front of her, then recalls Bai Zhu with the feathered mark on his chest. 2 beast husbands now, and she hasn't even accumulated enough points to go back now. She has 2 burdens. Yunyang pressed her forehead. I can't live like this anymore. She took a sip of wolf blood and unexpectedly gained a wolf tribe beast husband. Now she's being told by a serpent tribe beast man. You have a beast mark on your lower back. This contract is too casual. Mo Hen dragged the little deer into the cave and suddenly asked, Where's your other beast husband? How could you be alone in the misty forest? Yunyang was confused. You're the only one. When I was giving you a bath, I saw the wolf head beast mark on your lower back. Yunyang turned her head sharply, and indeed there it was. Heart racing. She is an enemy of werewolves. How is she supposed to handle this? System. Explain clearly. Host. When you crossed over and consumed beastman blood, you form a contract. Yunyang was furious. Just from drinking blood, he becomes a beast husband? So finding food in the future means having beast husbands everywhere. And Mo Hen, peeling the deer hide, said sourly, That wolf beast man definitely won't take responsibility. Yunyang retorted, The blood tribe's contract method is special, just drinking blood counts. There's such a method? And Mo Hen was shocked and quickly pledged loyalty. Wherever Yang is, that's where I will be. Yunyang revealed her sharp teeth. I'm of the blood tribe. Don't confuse me with the bat tribe. That's a demigod bloodline. How could it be compared to a little flying squirrel? Mo Hen repeatedly apologized and asked, What about your kin? Yunyang's gaze dimmed. They're far away. She missed that group of lively little blood tribe members she would return one day. Looking at the wolf mark on her lower back, Yunyang felt a headache. She hadn't even dealt with one serpent tribe beast husband, and now there's a wolf tribe one? Is this beast world forcibly assigning husbands? If the 2 beast husbands meet, will they fight? As a blood tribe queen, is she supposed to become a beast husband mediator? Mo Hen was roasting deer meat, the aroma wafting, and Yunyang suddenly felt hungry. The permanent taste sensation from the system had finally kicked in. She took a bite of the roasted meat, actually tasted quite good. But thinking of that wolf tribe beast husband, she frowned again. What would the second beast husband be like? Would he also be like Mo Hen, getting handsy at the slightest disagreement? Outside the cave, the mist began to dissipate, and sunlight filtered through the leaves. Yunyang touched the wolf mark on her lower back and thought, First, find that wolf beast man. She couldn't just accidentally end up with another husband, right? She just didn't know if he would react like Mo Han when he saw her. Life in this beast world was getting more and more complicated. She drank some of her beast husband's blood and surprisingly downgraded a purple tire beast man to blue tier. Her beast husband insisted, keep drinking, it'll replenish with beast crystals. This is too doting. Mo Han, bitten a few times, suddenly withdrew his hand, shocked. I've downgraded from purple tire to blue tier. Yin Yang licked her lips, feeling shy. No wonder I feel so energetic. In a way, how can I let you settle for this? Mo Han reached out again. I can recover by eating beast crystals. Yin Yang said. I can also recover with beast crystals. Mo Han was confused. Females can't directly absorb beast crystals. They can only obtain them indirectly by mating with their beast husbands. Yin Yang raised an eyebrow. So that incident had this effect too? Mo Han brought firewood, but found there were no flint stones. Yin Yang took out a fire talisman, snapped it, and lit a fire. Done. What is this? Mo Han's eyes widened. Yin Yang explained the system to him, and Mo Han patted his chest. I will definitely keep it a secret. But inside, he was overjoyed. Yang Yang is indeed a female favored by the beast god. The roasted deer meat sizzled and oozed oil. Yin Yang took a bite. The taste was exquisite. Mo Han looked at her and suddenly said, from now on, I'll roast meat for you every day and find you the best beast crystals. Yin Yang raised an eyebrow. This beast husband, aside from downgrading quickly, seems quite reliable. She touched the wolf mark on her waist and then looked at the serpent tribe beast husband in front of her, suddenly feeling. Downgrade is downgrade as long as he's willing. She just didn't know what expression that wolf tribe beast husband would have if he found out he was downgraded. Mo Han suddenly transformed into a giant python, his head coming close to Yin Yang. Yang Yang, should I carry you to find beast crystals? Yin Yang looked at the giant python, thicker than a tree trunk. Her eyes lit up, and she climbed on. This mount is quite imposing. She just didn't know if riding a snake would scare the other beastmen. As she rode the giant python through the night in the forest, she shot an ice arrow that froze a hyena. This combination of mobile air conditioning and an imposing mount is too enjoyable. Mo Han was roasting deer meat when he suddenly asked, do you have salt? Yin Yang exchanged a large bag from the system. He then asked for seasonings, honey, and a table. The cave instantly became cozy, and the system's inner thoughts. Am I now a living supplies exchange point? It was getting dark. Yin Yang said, the blood tribe likes the night. Let's go out and hunt fallen beasts. Mo Han transformed into a black giant python, speaking human language. Get on. Yin Yang sat down. Feeling cold, the heat of the summer season instantly dissipated. He has ice elemental powers. He's practically a mobile air conditioner. The system map lit up, and Yin Yang commanded, go left. There's a fallen beast. Mo Han didn't hesitate at all, his serpentine body twisting and moving swiftly, hitting wherever she pointed. Yin Yang smiled. Having a obedient beast husband is great. Under the moonlight, she stood on a branch, her blood-red eyes shining as she drew her bow and condensed an ice arrow. Aimed at a lone hyena, she shot an arrow that pierced its neck, freezing its fur instantly. Adding elemental powers doubles the effect. The hyena howled before dying, attracting a pack of its kind. Yin Yang was not flustered, but rather delighted. Free points coming right at her. Mo Han transformed into human form, his fist enveloped in ice energy, smashing forward, instantly freezing the hyena into an ice block. One person and one beast coordinated perfectly, killing the hyenas with ease. The system notification sound kept ringing. Hunted green tier hyena, points 300, points 500. Yin Yang watched her points increase, unable to contain her joy. This night hunt is simply picking up points. Mo Han returned with a pile of beast crystals, handing them to Yin Yang. Enough to trade for things at the market. Yin Yang raised an eyebrow. Going to market tomorrow? Yeah, to trade for a pretty beast-skin skirt. The eye in the distance. A black snake flicked its tongue, staring in their direction. And Yin Yang was contemplating. Will she meet that wolf tribe beast husband at the market tomorrow? If the two beast husbands meet, will they fight? No matter first, she should hunt enough fallen beasts to gather points. Sitting on the giant python's back on the way back, with the evening breeze blowing, Yin Yang suddenly felt. Life in this beast world, with air conditioning, mounts, and points, seems quite comfortable. She touched the nightlight grass, and the system suddenly prompted. Gained 1,000 points. Previously, touching plants only gave 10 points. This grass is too precious. Yin Yang drew her bow and shot a blue tier hyena, causing the other hyenas to scatter. She condensed an ice arrow, achieving a of her own, while Mo Han transformed into a giant python, sweeping his tail to heavily injure but not kill. Leave it for you to finish off more points that I in the first half of the night. They killed over 100 fallen beasts, piling up beast skins and crystals into mountains. System, can you store things? 10,000 point for growth type space. Deal. Yin Yang stuffed everything inside, and Mo Hen watched with wide eyes. The system is truly omnipotent. A faint glow flickered in the distance, and Mo Hen said, "That's nightlight. Grass, it can dispel the mist." Yin Yang touched it, and the system screamed. Gained 1,000 points. She was shocked. Touching grass only gave her 10 points before. This grass can dispel nightmare energy, the system explained. Yin Yang's eyes lit up. Dig it up. Let's take all of it back to plant. Mo Hen took out a hoe and started digging up the grass, while Yin Yang directed from the side. The cave filled with night-light grass glowed like it was decorated with starry lights. Yin Yang hugged the cool Mo Hen and suddenly felt. This beast husband not only fights and carries, but also knows how to manage a household. He's simply the ideal husband template. The system prompted. The source of nightmare energy has been destroyed. You can exchange for a time-space stone. Yin Yang frowned. Even blue-tier nightmare beasts are tough now. How strong must that source be? Mo Hen seemed to see through her thoughts and tightened his embrace. With me here, you don't need to worry. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, and Yin Yang touched the wolf mark at her waist, then looked at the snake beast husband beside her. One can fight, one can provide warmth, points come pouring in, and there's the magical night light grass. This beast world life seems to be getting more promising. Just wondering when that wolf tribe beast husband will come online. A purple tire beast man actually sewed her a beast skin skirt and said, "A male who can't make skirts isn't a good male. The status of females in this beast world is too high." When Yin Yang woke up, Mo Hen was not in the cave. On the stone table lay some red fruits, chilled underneath. Biting into one, the juice burst forth, sweet and sour. Icy, she squinted in enjoyment. Having a caring beast husband is truly delightful. Mo Hen returned, dragging tanned beast skins, and excitedly presented a bright red fox skin. Saw fox, its fur is nice. Yin Yang touched the soft fur, and he said, "Shall I make you a beast skin skirt? It's too hot to wear it now." Mo Hen nodded. "Then let's save it for the cold season. If it's not enough, he'll hunt a few more foxes." He took out a bone needle and cotton thread, starting to sew the snake shedding into beast skin. A skirt made from snake shedding is cooler. He had saved early on. Yin Yang was surprised. A purple terror beast man can also sew, Mo Hen said matter-of-factly. The skirts of the female lords are all made by their beast husbands. Those who can't are not good males. Yin Yang bit his blood, and this time he didn't drop a tear. "Shall we go hunt fallen beasts this afternoon?" "Whatever you say." Mo Hen was obedient. On another side in the White Wolf tribe, Baina pointed at the pale-faced Baiju. "Throw him out. Drive him out of the tribe." The beastmen restrained Baiju, and Yin tossed him a green crystal. "For the sake of growing up together, this is all you get." Baiju clenched the green crystal, the feathered beast mark on his chest faintly heating up. "Where's his female?" Yin Yang looked at Mo Hen sewing the skirt, suddenly feeling. The rules of this beast world are quite thrilling, with females being treated like royalty. Just wondering, if that wolf tribe beast husband gets kicked out, will he come looking for her? When the two beast husbands meet, will it be a hellish battlefield or a large-scale family reunion? A beast man rejected being her husband and was actually kicked out of the tribe, while another beast husband was whipped until his skin split open just for secretly keeping beast crystals. The disparity is too great. Baiju clenched his fists. "I only want the beast crystals left by my father." Yin sighed. "You've dropped a green tier." Baina, is the chieftain's daughter. Agreeing with her at least gets you resources that Oh, you even know what kind of female she is? Baiju sneered. Baina once whipped a beast husband until his arm broke and erased his beast mark, causing him to die a tragic death. Yin shoved the green crystal into his hands. "Take it, it's dangerous outside." Just returning to the tribe, Baina's whip lashed out. Secretly keeping beast crystals for Baiju? "Kneel." Yin knelt down in humiliation, while another beast husband swung his whip, causing flesh to tear. "Do you understand your mistake?" Baina looked down at him. "I was wrong. Go pick red berries. If you can't find any, don't come back." Yin's face turned pale. Where the red berries grow is fraught with danger. He transformed into wolf form and headed into the forest, but inside he had no regrets about giving Baiju the green crystal. On the other side, Baiju followed the beast mark to find Yin Yang, his wolf ears drooping. He was just green tier. Would the female lord be like Baina? Don't the females in the beast world prefer to look down on others? As he got closer, he could clearly sense Yin Yang's aura, along with another male's aura. Baiju's pupils constricted. Has the female lord already taken another beast husband? Then, does he still have the right to stay by her side? Deep in the mist forest, Yin Yang was directing Mo Hen to set traps, completely unaware. Her wolf tribe beast husband was approaching step by step, full of apprehension. And that arrogant Baina, if she knew how powerful Baiju's female lord was, would she be scared to death? She was happily killing blue-tier fallen beasts when suddenly a white wolf snatched her away. The snake tribe beast husband arrived, and the two beast husbands locked eyes. Was the hellish battlefield about to begin? Baiju dashed into the mist forest, seeing Yun Yang being targeted by a blue-tier tiger beast from afar. Female lord, be careful. He transformed into wolf form, picked up Yun Yang, and ran. Yun Yang was bewildered. I was hunting fallen beasts. Who asked you to save me? Once they reached a safe place, Baiju turned back in a human form, lowering his head. Female lord, that was a blue-tier fallen beast. I said I was hunting it. Yin Yang raised her bow. Am not a weak female. Baiju was stunned, like a dumb goose. The female lord really was hunting fallen beasts? Yang Yang. Mo Hen transformed into a giant python and rushed over, holding a tiger beast crystal core in his mouth. Baiju instantly became alert, almost wanting to snatch Yun Yang away again. Yun Yang pressed him down. This is Mo Hen, my other beast husband. Mo Hen looked at Baiju, speaking flatly. When you took her away, she was just about to shoot her last arrow. Baiju was completely dumbfounded as female lord not only could kill blue-tier fallen beasts, but also had a snake tribe beast husband. This was completely different from what he had imagined. While other females trembled behind their beast husbands, his female lord was pulling back her bow to kill fallen beasts, with two beast husbands beside her. Yun Yang looked at the two men who were at a standstill, feeling a headache. One from the snake tribe, one from the wolf tribe. They wouldn't actually fight, would they? And Mo Hen suddenly spoke. Since you're here, let's kill fallen beasts together and earn points. Baiju was taken aback. Points? Does the female lord need these too? He looked at Yun Yang's confident demeanor and suddenly felt. This female lord seems to be much more formidable than he imagined. Perhaps, following such a female lord, life would be different? But why did that snake beast look at him with such a strange gaze? Sorry, female lord. It's my fault for not understanding the situation. A hint of guilt flashed in Baiju's eyes. He had been too anxious and hadn't noticed the real situation. Forget it. He doesn't know the truth anyway, Yin Yang said. Let's head back for now and talk later. Okay. Mo Hen's eyes flashed with a hint of regret as he transformed into a snake beast. Yang Yang, hop on. Mo Hen's brown vertical pupils glanced at Baiju. Follow us. If he could, he really wanted to leave Baiju behind. Baiju transformed into a wolf beast and closely followed. Upon returning to the cave, Baiju examined the interior. Is this really where the female master lives? Isn't it too simple? Mo Hen was choked by Baiju's words and then admitted with guilt that his cave was indeed humble. I have wronged Yang Yang. I once thought my fate would be to die in the turmoil of the sea of consciousness, never imagining I would meet such a good female master like Yang Yang. I always lived one day at a time. Yang Yang, rest assured I will work hard to kill the fallen beasts in the future, earn points for you, in exchange for better things. Please don't despise me. Mo Hen looked at Yun Yang with eyes full of guilt. Baiju. No, he just said it casually. Why is this snake starting to seek sympathy? Chapter 10. The first beast husband seeing Mo Hen start to blame himself because of Baiju's words. Yin Yang hurried to comfort him. How could I possibly despise you? If it weren't for you, I would have died in the self-detonation of the blue stage nightmare beast. Yin Yang continued to calm Mo Hen's heart. As for the cave, it was quite cool, which I liked very much. There was no rush to arrange it slowly later. A hint of a smile appeared in Mo Hen's eyes. Good. After exhausting sympathy, Mo Hen turned his attention to Baiju. This one, why not introduce your situation? For example, what beast rank are you? Mo Hen looked at the faintly visible green beast pattern on Baiju's forehead and understood. Just a green-ranked beast man? That has nothing to fear. Then he secretly gritted his teeth. A green-ranked beast man was truly a stroke of luck. If it weren't for the fact that Yang Yang happened to be injured and drank his blood, how could he qualify to be Yang Yang's beast husband? Also, for instance, how many things have you prepared for your female master? Male beastmen generally start gathering things for their future female masters after reaching adulthood, or even earlier, to showcase their strength. As a wandering beastman, he had never thought he would have a female master, so he was unprepared. But what about Baiju? Mo Hen noticed that Baiju hadn't brought anything. Baiju felt Mo Hen's piercing words and rubbed his hands behind his back, feeling uneasy. I was originally a blue-ranked beastman, but after adventurously eating a purple crystal, I inexplicably became a green-ranked beastman. As for my things, Baiju glanced at Yin Yang with a guilty conscience. I was expelled from the White Wolf tribe, so I lost everything. Now, I only have a green crystal left, and it's the one that Bai Yin gave me. He thought, am I the most useless beast husband? With a female master, in a fit of anger. Erase my beast mark? His face turned pale. Female master, please keep me. I will quickly improve my cultivation. I will also kill more fallen beasts. Please don't drive me away. Baizhu hated his own incompetence. The female master in front of him was the kindest he had ever seen, but his own incompetence was a fact. What would he do if the female master despised him? Jog, Yunyang Dojed Hernos. I think I might know why you became a green-ranked beastman. What? Baizhu looked at Yunyang in confusion. Yunyang mentioned the day he absorbed Baizhu's blood. It was also because of this that you were contracted by me. Yunyang looked at him apologetically. You don't need to feel sorry, Yang Yang. Mo Hin didn't want Yunyang to feel guilty towards Baizhu. Wasn't this giving Baizhu a chance to get close to Yang Yang? The blue-tier beastmen who consumed the purple crystal were unable to bear the energy within it, resulting in either a chaotic consciousness turning into a fallen beast or death. Therefore, when Yang Yang absorbed his blood, it actually took away the excess energy, which saved him. It was just that he accidentally absorbed a bit too much. Compared to turning into a fallen beast or dying, this was already much better. Baizhu murmured, so that's how it is. He clenched his right fist and placed it over his heart, bowing to Yunyang. Thank you for saving me, my lady. Yunyang waved his hand. You also saved me, and unexpectedly, I have contracted with you. As long as you're not angry, that's fine. How could I be? I am very grateful to the female master. It is my honor to become the female master's beast husband, and I only ask that the female master keep me. Yunyang saw the anxiety and pleading in his eyes and nodded. Since we have formed a bond, I naturally have to be responsible for you. If you want to leave, I can let you go, and I won't erase your beast mark. Baizhu's heart raced. No female master would say such things, setting him free while not erasing his beast mark. Baizhu looked into Yunyang's eyes and knew that Yunyang was not joking, nor was it said out of disdain for him. At that moment, he realized he had truly encountered a good female master. I want to stay by my female master's side. I will follow her for a lifetime. Mo Hin secretly curled his lip. With such a good female master, no fool would be willing to give her up. This wolf hit the jackpot. All right, I understand. Since Baizhu doesn't want to leave, Yunyang won't drive him away. Just stay with me from now on. Thank you, female master. Baizhu happily stood up and then took out his only possession. Female master, this green crystal is for you. In the future, I will definitely give you more beast crystals. No need. Yunyang said, keep it for yourself. Baizhu felt a bit flustered. Did the female master dislike him? And here's more. Take this too. Improve your own abilities first. Baizhu found 7 or 8 more beast crystals in front of him, feeling a different kind of emotion. It had always been beast husbands handing over beast crystals. This was the first time he saw a female master giving beast crystals to a beast husband. It made him feel like he was being supported by the female master. But he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, it felt sweet. Female master, I will definitely work hard. Only by becoming stronger can I protect my female master. Mo Hin watched Yunyang give Baizhu beast crystals, feeling a bit sour inside. What about the beast crystals he saved with Yang Yang? They were all taken away by this wolf as soon as he arrived. Here, this is for you. Just as Mo Hin was feeling jealous, Yunyang stuffed a handful of beast crystals into his hand, the quantity more than Baizhu's and of a higher grade too. Mo Hin secretly curled the corners of his lips. Thank you, Yang Yang. I will definitely recover to the purple tier as soon as possible. Look, Yang Yang must prefer me more. Although Baizhu was the first to become Yang Yang's beast husband, it was also due to an accident. He was the true beast husband. He should be the rightful first beast husband. Baizhu was merely taken in by the responsible Yang Yang. He hadn't even established the title of a true beast husband yet. As Mo Hin thought this, his hostility towards Baizhu lessened a bit. Yang Yang wouldn't belong to him alone. The dangerous beast world wouldn't allow him to monopolize Yang Yang. But he wanted to be the first beast husband to enter Yang Yang's heart. In the past, Mo Hin had refrained from absorbing too many beast crystals due to the worry of a mental sea riot. Otherwise, he would have long since surpassed the purple tier. But now that he had Yin Yang as a support, Mo Hin didn't need to worry about overnutrition. Any difficult-to-transform energy could be absorbed directly by Yin Yang. Without the threat of a mental sea riot, Mo Hin quickly returned to the purple tier by absorbing beast crystals that day. Meanwhile, Baizhu, due to his 2-level drop, had only temporarily recovered to the blue tier. That night, a snake, a wolf, and a blood clan entered deeper into the misty forest to hunt fallen beasts. It was at this time that Baizhu realized that what his female master said was all true. Baizhu watched his female master kill a blue tier fallen beast. Greatly shocked, this meant that, with his current strength, he couldn't even compare to his female master. He had to quickly improve his abilities to catch up to her. You, go skin the fallen beast or get the beast crystals. Imohen unhesitatingly chose to command Baiju to take action, just to showcase his status as the first beast husband. Although Baiju felt somewhat reluctant, who told him he was just a blue-tier beastman now. It was better to work more to show himself to the female master. They killed all the nearby fallen beasts and then returned to the cave to rest, preparing to visit the market the next day. Chapter 11 isn't that, Baiju? Yin Yang held an umbrella exchanged from the system, walking through a small market. They had arrived at the market in the afternoon. Although the sun was not as fierce as it was at noon, Yin Yang still felt quite troubled. Imohen and Baiju were like guardians, standing on either side of Yin Yang. Imohen exuded a cold and intimidating aura that caused many orcs to instinctively step back a few paces. Yin Yang, as a member of the blood tribe, has naturally fair skin, while most of the females in the beast world have healthy, wheat-colored skin. When she appeared in the market, it was no surprise that she attracted a large number of gazes. Some bold beastmen bravely approached her, hoping to become Yin Yang's mate. However, I had no intention of taking a mate. Yin Yang had already rejected their advances 7 or 8 times and was feeling somewhat embarrassed. The males of the beast world are indeed very passionate, and some even flaunt their assets right in front of her. It really made Yin Yang's eyes hurt. Yin Yang, unable to bear the disturbance, poked at Imohen's toned abs and whispered, "Imohen, help me block them." The market was somewhat like a matchmaking event in the beast world, where many males sought female partners. Imohen was already annoyed by the numerous beastmen coming to court Yin Yang, but in the beast world, it was normal for females to seek out mates, and they had no right to intervene. Seeing Yin Yang asking him to block others, Imohen was already overjoyed inside. "No problem, Yang Yang." Imohen stood in front, stopping the beastmen who wanted to come over and offer themselves as Yin Yang's bed partners. Imohen was young and talented, and there were few single beastmen in the market stronger than him. With him blocking the way, the other beastmen dared not voice their anger. "If you want to be my female partner's mate, you have to get past me first. If you can't beat me, don't rush in." Imohen coldly glared at the beastmen around. "You're being too overbearing as a mate. How can you stop your own female partner from taking a mate?" "Exactly. Aren't you afraid she'll kick you out?" Of course, they were just talking big and didn't dare to truly challenge Imohen. After all, there were more females in the market. There was no need to provoke a purple-tier beastman. With Imohen blocking the way, Yin Yang finally had the leisure to stroll around the market. At first, Yin Yang thought that the orcs like Imohen only wrapped themselves in animal skins, and assumed that the beast world must be a primitive society, quite backward. However, after visiting the market, she realized it wasn't as backward as she had imagined. The beast world already had a currency for trade, in addition to animal skins and beast crystals that could be used for direct transactions. There were also gold coins and silver coins. At the stalls, there were relatively mature iron tools as well. She interacted with a pottery jar, earning 10 points and obtaining a pottery-making method. Yin Yang was taken aback. Can touching items actually earn points? And can she also get the crafting methods? That's really great. She might not necessarily need the crafting methods, but she definitely needs the points. So, Yin Yang started to touch items here and there in the market. "Yang Yang, do you want this? We can buy it." Baiju still didn't quite understand the mistress's approach. "I'll explain it to you when we get back." She could have exchange for these items in the system. There's really no need to buy them. Imohen was much more knowledgeable than Baiju. He was already familiar with Yin Yang's habit of touching items around. But because of the points, Montak and Vispiret, Yin Yang blinket et Mohen. Imohen understood and took Yin Yang for a stroll. After Yin Yang left the stall, some stall owners whispered, "That female's beast husband is really useless. I can get 2 bee skins for my grass basket, yet he can't even afford that." The purple-tier Imohen had excellent hearing and naturally overheard this, his ears turning slightly red. He actually wanted to buy something for the female, but she had refused. "Female, there's a shop selling dresses ahead. Why don't we go take a look?" Imohen suggested bringing Yin Yang to the market, partly because he wanted to buy her some clothes. He looked at the exposed section of Yin Yang's fair waist, knowing that many beastmen were staring. The female was beautiful and had a good temper. Which beastman wouldn't like her? Imohen really wanted to take Yin Yang back to the forest and never let her out again. Of course, he knew that wasn't possible. So they decided to take a look. This was just a small market with limited types of goods, and Yin Yang had already browsed most of it. Imohen led Yin Yang forward to a large wooden house. "This female, please come in." A handsome male beastman welcomed the guests. His neck long and dressed in a blue robe adorned with a flying crane pattern, with stray hairs on his forehead partially covering faint blue beast patterns. He was stunned the moment he saw Yun Yang, then smiled broadly and invited her inside. In the beast world, there was already weaving technology. Yun Yang noticed that most male beastmen were only wrapped in a piece of beast skin because they often needed to go hunting, which often involved transforming into beast form. The beast skins they wore were originally theirs when in human form, but wearing clothes would be quite inconvenient and could easily ruin them. Therefore, most of the clothing in the beast world was sold to females who didn't have beast forms. What kind of clothing does this female want? We have beast skin skirts, cloth skirts, and shark silk skirts. Would you like to try a shark silk skirt? It's unique to the shark people. We happen to have one here. Just 1 purple crystal, or 10 blue crystals. The beastman looked at Mo-Hen, knowing he was a purple tier beastman and should be able to afford it. Moreover, the beastman's gaze subtly fell on the umbrella that Yun Yang had put away. If he wasn't mistaken, the umbrella surface seemed to be made of shark silk. It really was quite luxurious. Yun Yang murmured, "A piece of amethyst? This fish scale is quite valuable." Then she glanced at Mo-Hen. There was no other reason. It was because that day, Mo-Hen had torn the fish scale dress he exchanged from the system. Mo-Hen, feeling guilty, averted his eyes. "Do you want it? My female leader? I don't have amethyst for now, but I can gather 10 blue crystals." "Forget it." Yin Yang had just started to speak when a sharp voice came from behind. "I want it." Baizhu heard that familiar voice. His body stiffened for a moment, and his expression turned unpleasant. "Oh, isn't this Baizhu? Have you found your female leader? A green-tier beastman like you, and yet you're not being rejected? It seems your female leader isn't that great." Baishan, following Bei Na, immediately recognized Baizhu, who had been expelled from their tribe yesterday. Even just from his back, he could recognize him, because he was so jealous of Baizhu. His talent was higher than his own, and he remained indifferent to Bei Na's advances. And what about himself? He was inferior to Baizhu in every way and had to grovel to please his female leader. Now that Baizhu had turned into a green-tier beastman and he had just advanced to blue tier, of course he had to mock him well. Baizhu. Bei Na had both pride and anger on her face. She was proud that even a green-tier beastman was interested in Baizhu, so his female leader must not be better than herself. She was angry that Baizhu would rather be with a female who was not as good as herself. "I want to see who your female leader is." Chapter 12. Protecting the shortcomings, Bei Na rudely reached out to grab Yun Yang's hand, but Yun Yang skillfully dodged. At the same time, she turned back to size up Bei Na. She wasn't particularly good-looking. Her skin was a bit whiter than the average female, and there were some small freckles on her face. If it weren't for the obvious malice in her eyes, Yun Yang could have called her cute. The moment Bei Na saw Yun Yang, her eyes almost burst with jealousy. Bei Na glared at Yun Yang. "Which tribe are you a female from? How dare you snatch the male I have my eyes on?" Yun Yang glanced at her. "It has nothing to do with you. I am the daughter of the White Wolf tribe's chief. You took away the males of our tribe, so I have to intervene. If she can't have the male, why can this female have him?" Baizhu's face turned cold. "Although I am from the White Wolf tribe, I have the right to choose which female I want to follow. Moreover, I've already been expelled from the tribe by you. What are you interrupting for while I'm talking to your female master?" Bei Na reached for the beast skin whip at her waist and was about to strike Baizhu. Just as Baizhu was about to dodge, a fair hand appeared in front of him and grabbed the whip. He looked up and saw that it was the female master who caught the whip meant for him. "Female master, are you okay?" Baizhu nervously looked at Yin Yang. He was protected by the female master, and his heart warmed. "Let go." Bei Na tugged hard at her little whip. "All right." Yun Yang loosened her grip, and Bei Na fell to the ground because she failed to brace herself in time. "Female master, are you all right?" Baishan could have caught Bei Na, but chose to wait until she fell on her bottom before helping her up. Look, not all beastmen will tolerate Bei Na's bad temper. Baishan thought to himself, feeling secretly pleased. Not only Baishan, but the other beast husbands of Bei Na also did not help her immediately, which showed just how poor Bei Na's character was. Bei Na was furious and slapped Baishan, who was closest to her. "Are you useless? Your female master is being bullied, and you still won't teach her a lesson." Baishan obediently took it, his eyes showing a hint of gloom. "She's a female. We can't lay a hand on her. Females are precious. Killing a female would bring punishment from the beast god. No beastman would do such a thing. I asked you to teach her a lesson, not to kill her." Bei Na was humiliated for the first time by a female and wished she could kill Yun Yang. "You want to hurt my female master?" And Mo-Hen coldly laughed and stepped forward, glancing at the beast husbands beside Bei Na. Who? Among Bei Na's beast husbands, only Baishan had advanced to the blue rank after eating Bei Na's crystal yesterday, and they had no chance against Mo-Hen. Just seeing the purple beast pattern that Mo-Hen displayed made Baishan and the others shut their mouths. They didn't want to fight anyway. The shop assistants quietly watched Baina's group, frowning slightly. You useless bunch. Baina was about to explode with anger, feeling jealous of Yun Yang for having a purple-ranked beastman. Female master, don't you want to buy the fish scale skirt? Bai Shan quickly tried to appease Baina, taking out a purple crystal. How about using this beast crystal? Bai Zhu's expression changed when he saw the beast crystal in Bai Shan's hand. That's my father's beast crystal. The crystal still retained the aura of his father. Bai Shan smirked, knowing Bai Zhu would definitely recognize it. Perfect. It would embarrass Bai Zhu while pleasing Baina. Seeing Bai Zhu's strong reaction, Baina finally felt satisfied. Yes. This is the beast crystal my father gave me. She smiled proudly. What? You want it? Bai Zhu clenched his fists, his face furious. Return my father's beast crystal. Baina snorted. Then let your female master kneel and apologize to me. And I might consider it. This is my business. It has nothing to do with my female master. Forcing my female master to kneel for me. How could I still have the face to be her husband? Then forget it. Baina proudly tossed the beast crystal onto the table. Give me the only fish scale skirt. How could these poor fools afford it? They really have no vision. She glared fiercely at the beastman who had pushed the fish scale skirt to Yun Yang. The beastman wasn't angry. After all, it was not him who lacked vision. So why should he make things difficult for himself? He directly brought Baina the fish scale skirt. Upon receiving the fish scale skirt she had been dreaming of and seeing that Bai Zhu's female master hadn't spoken a word the entire time, Baina felt even more triumphant. Thinking Yun Yang was afraid. She looked proudly at the dejected Bai Zhu and mocked. Looks like the female master you chose isn't that great, huh? In front of me? She doesn't even dare to make a sound. Mo Hen frowned slightly. If it weren't for Yun Yang quietly pulling him back, he would have rushed over to teach that arrogant female a lesson. Mo Hen didn't have the virtue of not hitting females. As long as they didn't die, the beast god wouldn't impose punishment. Bai Zhu was lost in thought. He had never considered that the female master would stand up for him. This was originally his issue. Just his father's beast crystal. Hello, could I exchange that beast crystal from earlier? I'll give 10 blue crystals plus this umbrella. After Baina's group left, Yin Yang with the beastman in the shop. Huh? The beastman was stunned. Did this female master want exchange for the fish scale umbrella and 10 blue crystals? Yes. Yun Yang nodded. Since Bai Zhu cared about that beast crystal, she would find a way to get it back. Baina had handed over the purple crystal, which made things easier. This was also the reason she hadn't spoken up earlier. If she had said too much, and Baina suddenly didn't need that beast crystal to buy the fish scale skirt, she would have to think of other ways to get the beast crystal. Although she could find an opportunity to snatch it, it would be easier to do it this way. It was just a few taunts. She didn't care. However, this female master, you will lose out. The beastman stared intently at the umbrella. It doesn't matter. It's just an umbrella. I don't mind. It's only 500 points, which can be easily earned by killing a few fallen beasts. All right, it's a deal. The beastman happily handed the beast crystal to Yun Yang. Yun Yang handed the beast crystal to Bai Zhu again, saying, take it. It's your father's beast crystal. Bai Zhu stared blankly at Yun Yang, his eyes suddenly turning red. His female master had endured Baina's cold mockery because of him, yet she wasn't angry at all. Instead, she redeemed his father's beast crystal. How could he not be moved by this? His female master was truly wonderful. From now on, he would willingly die for her. Thank you, female master. I will definitely repay you in the future. Yin Yang stopped him with her gaze and said, all right, since you are my beast husband, we are family now. No need to thank me. She had always been protective of those close to her. As long as the people around her didn't betray her. Her tolerance was quite strong, and she didn't want her loved ones to suffer. Then she added meaningfully, they're so arrogant, they will eventually get their comeuppance. Bai Zhuzhong nodded heavily, his eyes red enough to rival Yun Yang, who was of the Blood Clan. And Mo Hen also felt a surge of heat in his heart. Look, this is his female master. Chapter 13, Bad Luck. By the way, I see you only have clothes for females here. Do you have any for males? Yun Yang stroked her chin, thinking about buying 2 items for her beast husband. The orc in the shop widened his eyes. It was the first time he had seen a female master buy things for her beast husband. These 2 beast husbands were truly lucky to have such a good female master, receiving the envious gazes from others. And Mo Hen couldn't help but puff out his chest with pride. This female master, our shop is relatively small and doesn't have clothes for male orcs prepared. The orc changed his tone and added, if you want to buy, we can bring them from other shops. This area is actually quite remote, and there aren't many male orcs here who wear clothes. You have other shops, huh? Yun Yang casually glanced at the clothes in the store and the other employees quietly working. She guessed that a blue-tier orc was just an ordinary employee in the store, so the shop must have some background. When Benna mentioned wanting to teach her a lesson, there There was a hint of malice in these orcs' eyes, as if they would intervene as soon as Bena's beast husband took action. Yes, female master, we have shops in the central district. You can find our store at any market you go to. The orc inadvertently revealed a bit of pride. I see. Yin-Yang realized. Then where's your main store? In Beast King City, the orc replied with a smile. Yin-Yang nodded. Beast King City. It sounds like a very large city. I can go see it later. Guest, do you need anything else? Yin-Yang nodded and said, okay, if there are any, please prepare a few more for me. In addition, Yin-Yang also bought a few skirts made of fabric, similar to the small camisole dresses she wore in her previous life. By patronizing their business, she also inquired about the situation in Beast King City. She gained 10 points for her contact with textiles and obtained a copy of the textile technique. Yin-Yang raised an eyebrow, quite impressed. Should she try weaving? Could Baizhu and Mo Hen produce some fabric? But this was just a fleeting thought. The most important thing now was to improve her abilities, so weaving could wait. Before leaving, the orc in the shop handed Yin-Yang a silver token, engraved with a winged tiger beast. Guest, no matter which market you go to in the future, you can shop at our Silver Wing store. We don't just sell clothes. With this token, you are our esteemed guest. All right, thank you. Yin-Yang accepted it. The other orcs in the shop looked at the orc who had given Yin-Yang the token in surprise, and after she left, they asked, why did you give it to her? The orc smiled slightly. I have a feeling that this female will be quite different, with a bright future. Their Crane tribe has a unique racial talent for intuition, which is more accurate than that of ordinary people. Although it's not as good as prophetic talent, it has already brought them a lot of luck. After leaving, Mo Hen glanced at the token in Yin-Yang's hand. It belonged to the Winged Tiger clan. Yin-Yang looked at him in confusion. The Winged Tiger clan is the lord of the Beast King City in the Central District, and this shop is backed by the Winged Tiger clan. The clouds are clear, so that's how it is. Once we explore the Misty Forest, we can go see the Beast King City. A hint of tenderness flashed in Mo Hen's eyes, always listening to the female leader. They strolled around the market and found a place to exchange the beast skins they had hunted for beast crystals. Coincidentally, this shop was also run by the Winged Tiger clan, which further confirmed the capabilities of the Silver Wing Trading Company. Let's go. We're heading back to the Misty Forest. Yin-Yang thought it was time to take a deeper look into the Misty Forest. Bye, Sean, you useless piece of trash. Yin-Yang suddenly heard Baina's exasperated voice. She couldn't help but curl her lips. It's just asking you to hold my dress, and you managed to ruin it. Bai Shan's face turned pale. Mistress, that orc deliberately bumped into me, trying to snatch the silk dress. I was just trying to protect it. In short, you're useless. Baina angrily slapped Bai Shan. A sense of humiliation surged in Bai Shan's heart, and he resentfully said, if it weren't for the mistress flaunting that she bought the silk dress, how could the orc have targeted us? He was just responsible for holding the item. Why should he be blamed? Oh really? Baina pointed at Bai Shan's face. Are you blaming me, the mistress? Are you tired of living? If you don't want to follow me, I can lift the B seal right now. Bai Shan's expression changed, and he had to lower his head. I'm sorry, mistress, it's all my fault. Baina snorted coldly for the next month. You can forget about entering my room. You all beat him up. As soon as Baina's other beast husbands heard this, they did not hesitate to attack Bai Shan. Bai Shan usually bullied them, so now that they had the chance, they naturally wouldn't let it go. Bai Shan was beaten until he was bruised and battered, unable to fight back, only his lowered eyes flashing with a trace of malice. Yin-Yang watched this farce from a distance and said, I told you so. They will get their comeuppance. Look, here it is. Yin-Yang's eyes flashed. She had merely exchanged a basic misfortune talisman in the system to use on them, and unexpectedly, the effect was quite good. Baizhu felt pleased in her heart. They deserved it. Yin-Yang smiled and said, let's go back. At this time, the sky was getting darker, and the market was beginning to disperse. Mo Hen transformed into a serpent beast, taking Yin-Yang back to the forest. After returning to the cave, Yin-Yang took out the beast crystals exchanged at the market. Although the beast skins were not very valuable, they had over 100 decent quality beast skins, which they exchanged for a purple crystal and several blue crystals. Yin-Yang gave the purple crystal to Mo Hen and the blue crystal to Baizhu. Actually, I have an idea, but it's a bit risky. Yin-Yang turned her gaze to Baizhu. Yang, you sigh. I believe in you. Outside, they called Yin-Yang the female master, but when there were no outsiders, they could be more casual. Did you not eat a purple crystal before? Yin-Yang said, you're now at the blue stage. Perhaps you can eat a blue crystal. If there's excess energy, I can help you absorb it by drawing blood. However, I don't know if this method will work. Without thinking, Baizhu agreed. I'll eat it. He believed in Yang. Last time he survived a great danger, indicating that this method was feasible. Moreover, Baizhu wanted to quickly return to the blue stage. Even if he couldn't catch up to the female master, he didn't want to hold her back. Baizhu took a blue crystal and ate it without hesitation. Last time, he dared to take the purple crystal without the female master around. How could he hesitate now that she was by his side? Seeing Baizhu trust her so much, Yunyang found it incredible. Although his beast mark was on her, they had only known each other for a short time, yet he could trust her so completely. In fact, Yunyang was not taking a risk. She had secretly asked the system and knew that this method would work. But before she could finish speaking, Baizhu had already eaten the beast crystal. Was the beast mark really that powerful? Chapter 14. Purple Stage Fallen Beast. After consuming the blue crystal, Baizhu quickly felt discomfort. This feeling was not unfamiliar. It was even more painful than when he had eaten the purple crystal. It was the pain of a massive energy rampaging through his body. Perhaps because he had once been a blue stage beastman, it wasn't as torturous as before. When Baizhu could no longer withstand it, he called out to Yunyang, drenched in sweat. Yunyang immediately grabbed Baizhu's hand and absorbed the excess energy within Baizhu's body. Baizhu's blood was indeed sweet. Baizhu felt a tingling sensation all over his body, and the pain instantly diminished significantly. He stared blankly at Yunyang, suddenly feeling a willingness to be drained of blood by Yunyang. The moment Yunyang let go of his hand, Baizhu even felt a bit lost. Was he ill? If Yunyang knew his thoughts, he would definitely tell him no. When a vampire feeds on blood, their sharp fangs secrete a special substance that makes the victim feel no pain and even stimulates the production of dopamine. How about that? Baizhu slowly came back to his senses, feeling much better, thinking that he could recover to the blue tier as soon as the timing was right. Yunyang nodded. That's good. Let's go kill some fallen beasts tonight. Maybe that will help. When the energy accumulates enough, practical experience is also essential. How about we go check the inner circle? Yunyang proposed the idea of going to the innermost circle of the misty forest. And Baizhu and Mo Hen replied in unison, no way. Yang, the deeper you go into the misty forest, the more dangerous it becomes. We can't let you take the risk. Baizhu said hurriedly. After thinking for a moment, Mo Hen said, I haven't been to the very center of the misty forest either, but it should mostly be filled with fallen beasts of blue rank and above. Now that I am a purple rank beastman, why don't I find a time to explore it first? Yunyang thought for a moment and decided that with her current abilities, she could handle blue tier corrupted beasts, but she had no chance against purple tier corrupted beasts. Previously, she had a fight with Mo Hen to test her abilities, and without the system as a cheat, she was completely defenseless. Mo Hen breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Yang had become quite powerful now and would soon be able to deal with purple tier corrupted beasts. At that time, they could go in and take a look. So let's go kill some corrupted beasts now. Yunyang still feels that he's a bit too weak. In the past, he was a dominant presence in the Blue Star, but coming to the beast world, he really feels like he can easily be slaughtered. Yunyang learned from the system that the misty forest in the beast world is not even the most dangerous place. If she can't kill the purple tier fallen beasts on her own, it's better for her to stay here for now. Baizhu was stunned by Yunyang's words. The females in the beast world all pursue comfort, and even the female leader of their white wolf tribe is somewhat indulgent. Females can join the gathering team, but there aren't many females in the gathering team. Even the male cubs of the tribe are more diligent than them. Yet, her female leader is determined to become stronger and challenge the purple tier fallen beasts. With such an attitude, even Baizhu feels ashamed. Baizhu clenched his fist secretly. He also needs to become stronger. Mo Hen also felt a bit helpless about Yunyang's eagerness to kill fallen beasts. Alright, let's set off. If the female leader wants to hunt fallen beasts, they will naturally accompany her. Yunyang opened the map of the misty forest and headed towards the area with more fallen beasts. Mo Hen and Baizhu accompanied Yunyang, killing fallen beasts along the way, and before they knew it, they were approaching the inner perimeter of the misty forest. Mo Hen, there's a purple tier fallen beast over there. Shall we go take a look? Purple tier fallen beast? Mo Hen's expression changed slightly. Have we already ventured deep into the inner forest? Not yet. There's only a lone purple tier fallen beast. Yunyang patted Mo Hen. Let's go over. I also want to try dealing with a purple tier fallen beast. No way. Mo Hen said seriously, it's too dangerous. Montaken, we've finally encountered a lone purple tier fallen beast. This is a great opportunity. Yunyang said, I want to see if I can handle it with the system. Besides, you're here too, right? Yunyang softened her tone. Aren't you supposed to protect me? Mo Hen actually found this purple tier fallen beast with great difficulty in the system map. This was her plan all along as she headed in this direction. If she had directly told Mo Hen she wanted to fight the purple tier fallen beast, how could he possibly agree? When the mistress acted cute, Mo Hen's resolve softened a bit. Bai Zhu, with his eyes glowing blue in the night, felt envious. He also wished to hear the mistress call his name in a soft and tender manner. All right, I agree, but you must promise not to overexert yourself. I value my life and won't put myself in danger. Moreover, he had 2 beast husbands to consider. If anything happened to her, they would also be implicated. Yin Yang was not that impulsive yet. Mo Hen sighed and could only carefully head in the direction pointed by Yin Yang. Before approaching the purple tier fallen beast within 100 meters, Yin Yang smelled a strong stench. It was the foul blood scent of the fallen beast. If he guessed correctly, it should be that purple tier fallen beast that had come out to hunt and had eaten some nearby fallen beasts. Mo Hen cautiously approached, passing by the torn corpses of fallen beasts, and nearby were long, arrow-like spikes. It should be a porcupine covered in spikes. Upon getting closer, he confirmed his suspicion. Bai Zhu observed the porcupine's long spikes for a while and quietly said, "These spikes of the porcupine are quite unusual. They contain a trace of gold element and have extremely strong defensive capabilities. This meant how difficult it would be to deal with this purple tier fallen beast with abilities. Yang, let me handle this. This porcupine is hard to deal with." Mo Hen didn't want Yin Yang to take risks. Yin Yang hesitated for a moment. It wasn't realistic for her to challenge it alone, so they decided to team up. She indeed needed to train, but that was also based on not having too large a gap in abilities. After all, the ultimate goal was still to kill the fallen beast, and getting rid of this porcupine quickly was the key. I attacked from the sky. This porcupine had a gold elemental ability, but it couldn't fly, so I was still very safe in the air. Mo Hen thought for a moment and agreed. I was fast and could draw the porcupine's attention. Bai Zhu also didn't want to just wait idly and wanted to contribute his own strength. Yin Yang and Bai Zhu quietly discussed their strategy and then spread their wings toward the porcupine to strike unexpectedly and as quickly as possible. Yin Yang also borrowed Bai Zhu's wind element. She drew her bow and condensed an ice arrow with an explosive talisman obtained from the system attached to the arrowhead. Yes, she couldn't exchange for bombs from Blue Star, but she could exchange for talismans that had a similar effect. It's just a matter of a different name, which is quite ridiculous. Yin Yang's strike combined the powers of Bai Zhu, Mo Hen, and the system. Boom! The flames illuminated the forest, and the porcupine jumped in pain, its long quills shooting towards Yin Yang like arrows. Chapter 15, The Contaminated Lake. Ding! The porcupine's metallic, gleaming quills directly pierced into the trunk of the tree behind Yin Yang. It penetrated 3 inches deep. Yin Yang quickly dodged, a layer of cold sweat breaking out on her back. If she got hit, she would be in big trouble. Mo Hen also felt a bit anxious for Yin Yang. Go! Mo Hen squinted and spoke to Bai Zhu. Bai Zhu's racial talent was speed, and with his wind element abilities, he dashed like the wind. In front of the porcupine, his speed varied, quickly disrupting the porcupine's line of sight. To the porcupine, a wolf weaker than itself, coming to provoke, it was just delivering a meal. But Bai Zhu was indeed cunning, focusing solely on running, which made it impossible for the porcupine to catch up. The porcupine was furious, crashing wildly into the surrounding trees. Yin Yang, with the excellent vision of the Blood Clan, observed that his previous arrow had actually not dealt much damage to the porcupine. Aside from losing some quills, it hadn't even broken the skin. Indeed, it was a beast with extremely strong defensive capabilities. Mo Hen also took action. He transformed into a giant snake, his tail covered in a thick layer of ice for defense, and struck hard against the porcupine's back. Mo Hen, being a purple tier beastman, swung his tail with such force that, although it didn't tear the porcupine's skin, it knocked off quite a few of its spines. The porcupine, with limited intelligence, was already being toyed with by a wolf, and now faced a giant snake of equal rank. As it was distracted, Mo Hen took the opportunity to strike it with his tail, while Yin Yang in the air prepared to shoot it with an arrow. The porcupine was furious, spinning around in anger, not knowing where to start. Yin Yang pondered and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He said to Mo Hen and the others, "You guys get back." Mo Hen and Bai Zhu quickly moved away from the porcupine upon hearing this. Yin Yang exchanged a purple thunder talisman at the system and shot it onto the porcupine with an arrow. Ja! Purple lightning was released, and the porcupine was illuminated all over with the glow of thunder. The sharp cries of the porcupine echoed through the forest, and the keen sense Bai Zhu seemed to catch a whiff of a burnt meat smell. This power is quite impressive. With a slight smile at the corner of her lips, it seems she has figured it out. The porcupine's entire body is covered in metallic quills, giving it extremely high defense, but metal conducts electricity. With the purple lightning talisman, she can achieve twice the result with half the effort. As long as she is willing to think, there is still a chance to win in an overwhelming battle. The porcupine, shocked and disoriented, rolls on the ground, crashing into everything, and the quills on its back gradually thin out. A great opportunity. Yin Yang has exchanged for the golden light talisman this time, which is a type of auxiliary talisman that can make weapons harder and also enhance their sharpness. This time, Yin Yang successfully broke through the rough skin of the porcupine. Yin Yang was extremely excited, drawing the bow again to shoot. Now, it had completely turned into Yin Yang's home ground, while Mo Hen only blocked the porcupine from escaping, occasionally landing a hit. Bang! With the last arrow, Yin Yang pierced its throat, and the porcupine finally fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully hunting a purple tier fallen beast, earning 1,000 points. I won. Hearing the system's notification sound, Yin Yang laughed from the bottom of her heart. Earning this 1,000 points from hunting a purple tier fallen beast was truly not easy. She had just spent half of it using talismans. With the porcupine dead, Yin Yang relaxed and began to lose strength. Dealing with the purple tier fallen beast had really exhausted her energy and spirit. As a result, the black feathered wings behind her automatically retracted, causing Yin Yang to fall from midair. Yang, Mo Hen, and Baizhu rushed over nervously. Baizhu was the fastest and caught Yin Yang, letting her fall onto his thick wolf fur back. Yin Yang petted the fur of Baizhu, and it was quite smooth. Unlike those werewolves, whose fur on their backs was coarse and hard, making her feel disgusted. Are you okay, Yang? Mo Hen felt both proud and heartbroken for Yin Yang. As a female, she really didn't need to push herself so hard. Other females wanted to become stronger by continuously contracting beast husbands. But Yin Yang chose to strengthen herself and not rely on a beast husband. Mifine. Yin Yang bit into a green crystal, instantly regaining a bit of strength. Look, I killed a purple tier fallen beast. This was her first time killing a purple tier fallen beast. Mo Hen gently touched Yin Yang's cheek. Yes, Yin Yang killed a purple tier fallen beast. Really impressive. The speed of Yin Yang's growth astonished him. Just a few days ago, he was still struggling against the blue tier nightmare beast and almost died from its self-detonation. Yet today, Yin Yang was able to kill a purple tier fallen beast. Quickly, take out the purple crystal from the porcupine. Yin Yang's red eyes shone brightly in the night. All right, I'll go get it now. Mo Hen turned back, took out the beast crystal from the porcupine, and handed it to Yin Yang. Yang must be tired too. Why don't you lie down on Baizhu's back and rest for a while? We're heading back. Okay. Yin Yang was indeed tired and fell asleep right on the fluffy wolf's back. Baizhu, afraid of disturbing Yin Yang's sleep, slowed down a bit, just seeking stability. Not long after they left, a black snake slowly crawled out, flicking its black tongue, its eyes fixated on the dead porcupine. In the following 2 days, Yin Yang continuously killed fallen beasts, and for some reason, she occasionally felt as if a pair of eyes were watching her from behind. Yin Yang looked back but didn't find anything. Yang, what's wrong? Mo Hen asked. Yin Yang shook his head, saying it was nothing. It was probably just his own illusion. Yin Yang continues to move forward while harvesting points. Triggered the touch to weave grass, gaining 10 points. Uses: weaving fabric, seed, oil extraction. Yin Yang retracted her hand and, after discovering useful plants, picked a handful of seeds to put into the space she had developed in the system. If she needed them later, she could take them out to plant. She opened the map and saw that the high-level fallen beasts in the surrounding area had almost been wiped out. Just as she was preparing to finish early, she noticed several blinking points on the map that were hard to miss. What is this? Host, it is a nightmare beast. Yin Yang bros furoet. How could there be so many nightmares in that place? She glanced at the levels of the nightmares, which were not very high. Since that's the case, let's go take care of them, to prevent them from causing harm in all directions. And Mo Hen, head in that direction. The system has detected several nightmares. Let's deal with them. We're heading over immediately. Nightmares pose a great threat, so it's best to eliminate them completely to prevent future troubles. They rushed over and soon discovered that the location of the nightmares was the same place where Yin Yang had killed nightmares last time. Mo Hen naturally remembered this place. There were several nightmares in the lake. Yin Yang said, perhaps it was because the nightmare self-destructed, causing the blood and flesh tainted with nightmare energy to contaminate the lake water, and the attacking nightmares came out of the lake. It's possible that the lake water was already contaminated back then. Chapter 16. Purifying nightmares, Baiju looked at the clear lake, where there were quite a few fish. Seemingly harmless, but Baiju saw a black fish suddenly open its mouth filled with sharp teeth and bite a larger than itself to death. How to find the nightmares in there? Baiju asked a question of the soul. Yin-Yang was also in a dilemma. The fish in this lake all looked pretty much the same, and it was impossible to tell the problem. They couldn't just catch all these fish and kill them, right? That would be too time-consuming and labor-intensive. System, do you have a solution? Since the system wants her to solve the nightmare energy problem, it should give her some help, right? Otherwise, what effect would blindly working on it have? The Eye of Truth can see the existence of nightmare energy, and it costs 10,000 points. Yin-Yang clicked her tongue in her heart. It was clearly the system that wanted her to help solve the nightmare energy, yet she had to spend her points. How generous. It was a miracle she hadn't cursed it for being a greedy merchant. Don't you want it, host? The Eye of Truth can see through everything. 10,000 points is already a bargain. Switch, switch, switch. If you don't want to part with the child, you can't catch the wolf. She should still be able to use it later. Successfully exchanging for the Eye of Truth from the system, Yin-Yang immediately activated it. She discovered that using the Eye of Truth consumed even more energy than using the bow that the system had provided. When she looked into the lake, her expression worsened, because observing the lake water through the Eye of Truth revealed that the clear lake had been polluted by black nightmare energy, and the fish severely affected were emitting black fumes. What to do? The entire lake had already been polluted. Given time, these fish would likely gradually turn into nightmare beasts. If the animals outside the lake ate the polluted fish, there was a chance they would also become contaminated. Mo Hen noticed Yin-Yang's expression was off and softly asked, Yang, what's wrong? Yin-Yang took a deep breath. I exchanged for the Eye of Truth from the system and found that this lake had been polluted by nightmare chi. What about Baiju and Mo Hen? I'll ask the system. System, you have a way, right? Host, you can exchange for purification pills in the store, 1 for 100 points. Yin-Yang almost spat blood. She had to spend points again. Can't the system tell her all at once? Change. She had already exchanged the Eye of Truth, so she didn't mind using the purification pill. Saying this, she suddenly had a round white pill in her hand and directly threw the purification pill into the lake. As the purification pill melted, the black mist visibly dissipated a lot. One wasn't enough, so Yin-Yang exchanged for a second and then a third. Finally, after spending 500 points, the water in the lake had returned to normal, and even the polluted fish had shed their black nightmare aura. Ding! Host purified nightmare beasts 4. Total earned 800 points. Purified contaminated water source earned 1,000 points. Yin-Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the points spent were a bit much, the rewards were also high. Not having to fish in a full pond and being able to solve it with a few points is pretty good. It's resolved, Yin-Yang said as he turned around. Baiju couldn't help but show a silly smile. Yang is truly amazing. He sighed as the beast god no longer granted blessings and the aura of nightmares appeared. Many beastmen speculated that the beast world had been exiled by the beast god. Perhaps the beast world has not been abandoned, and Yang has come to save us. Yin-Yang smiled and said, I've heard that light elements can also eliminate nightmare energy. I only have one, but there are more than one orc with light element abilities. It's better to rely on them than on me. However, if we follow the system's expectations, Baiju's idea isn't wrong. If the root of the nightmare energy is truly eradicated by her in the future, she would indeed become a benefactor of the beast world. Who knows? Maybe the system was sent by the beast god? Is the system related to the beast god? The system is only appointed by the headquarters. The voice of the system in Yin-Yang's mind was cold, devoid of any emotion. Yin-Yang didn't ask any more questions. Forget it. Where the system came from has little to do with her. She just wanted to return to her own world. All I know is that Yang is the most unique. Baiju said, in Baiju's heart. Yin-Yang is a gift from the beast god to them. All right, let's go back first. Yin-Yang didn't refute anything. To some extent, isn't it unique for someone from another world? On the way back, Yin-Yang brought up the idea of entering the inner area of the misty forest again. I already have some ability to deal with purple tier fallen beasts. Montaken, when shall we go take a look at the inner area? Yin-Yang looked at the 3 blazing suns overhead, feeling dazed from the heat. Next time, you should set out a bit later. It's getting hotter and hotter. Even the nights are warm now. Yin-Yang even wanted to bring the cave and hug a big ice block to get through the entire hot season. Montaken, sehe ein Yin-Yang so persistent. Sighed and said, let's rest well today. I'll go explore the inner area tomorrow. If the inner area is too dangerous and I can't guarantee your safety, then I definitely won't let you go. All right. Yin-Yang nodded as long as there was room for discussion. After returning to the cave, Yin Yang comfortably began to doze off. The next day, Yin Yang couldn't wait to bring up the exploration of the inner area. Mo Hen, feeling helpless, first prepared some chilled fruits for Yin Yang and then advised, Yang Yang, stay at home and I'll be back as soon as possible. And don't sneak out to follow me, Mo Hen said with a serious expression. Yin Yang touched her nose and she really had thought about it. In fact, through the system's map, she already knew that the inner area was filled with purple and blue tier fallen beasts, and there were even higher tier fallen beasts. I understand now. It definitely won't be the same as before. Mo Hen turned to remind Bai Zhu again, make sure to protect Yang Yang at home. Also, keep an eye on her and don't let her run around. Yin Yang leaned on the table with one hand, eating the chilled fruits that Mo Hen had prepared for herself. Who protects whom is still uncertain. Bai Zhu's ears turned slightly red. He had regained his blue tier strength in the past 2 days, but he was definitely not a match for the female master. He had to work harder. Bai Zhu was Yang Yang's beast husband, so whatever she needed, he could help her with. All right, go ahead. Yin Yang teased while biting into a berry. I find that Mo Hen, you really have the traits of a housekeeper, no a butler. That is my honor. He wanted to be Yang Yang's beast husband and chief butler. I'm leaving. Mo Hen transformed into a serpent beast and quickly headed inward. Seeing Bai Zhu standing straight there, Yin Yang waved at him, come over and sit. Yin Yang handed him a sweet and sour berry. Here, try it. This is meant for females. I usually eat it. Why is it specified for females? If I say you can eat it, then you can eat it. Yin Yang directly stuffed one into his mouth. Tang Yu, Yang Yang. Bai Zhu felt sweet inside. After a while, a beast roar came from outside. Bai Zhu was stunned. How strange. The fallen beasts around here have been scared away by them. Yet one actually came here today. Chapter 17. Why are you outside? Yang Yang. It seems a fallen beast has appeared outside. The sun is up, so I'm going to take a look. Hearing the roar, which seemed not far from them, Bai Zhu prepared to go check for the sake of the cave's safety. Yin Yang originally thought about going out together, but when Bai Zhu mentioned the scorching sun outside, she gave up. Bai Zhu's speed in escaping was top-notch. She was confident she could escape even from a purple tier fallen beast, and Yin Yang wasn't too worried about that. She even took a special glance at the system's map, where outside was a blue tier fallen beast. Yin Yang told Bai Zhu about this message, advising him to be careful. It's fine. I can handle it. All right, you go ahead, be safe. If you really can't solve it, come back. I won't, Bai Zhu thought. He must deal with a blue tier fallen beast outside to prove his strength to the female master. Bai Zhu exited the cave, and 500 meters away from the side of the cave, he discovered a blue tier golden lion fallen beast. The golden lion had bitten a wild boar with tusks, tearing it apart alive. Bai Zhu twitched his nose. He seemed to still smell the scent of Mo Hen nearby. But it was not surprising, as they lived near the cave, and there was a faint scent of them around. Because of this, many fallen beasts dared not approach when they sensed Mo Hen's presence. However, this blue tier fallen beast was an exception. It was just right for him to train. Bai Zhu transformed into a wolf beast and eagerly approached. His blue vertical pupils fixated on the fallen beast. After finding the right moment, he immediately pounced. Meanwhile, Yin Yang was in the cave bored, gnawing on 2 low-tier beast crystals. Suddenly, she saw Mo Hen stagger in, with 2 blood marks on his chest from claw wounds. Montaken, what happened to you? Yin Yang noticed that Mo Hen's temples had beast-like features, and black scales were appearing on his neck. Is your sea of consciousness in trouble? What's going on? It was even more serious than the last time she saw him. Yang Yang, after I went to the inner area, I suddenly came under attack from a Baidan realm fallen beast. I used a lot of extraordinary power to escape, and my sea of consciousness got messed up. He said pale-faced, holding onto Yin Yang's hand tightly. Yang Yang, I feel so uncomfortable. Help me. Help. Like last time? Yin Yang also felt something. Ever since she became a couple with Mo Hen last time, they had just been lying together peacefully to sleep, with nothing else happening. One reason for this was that Yin Yang was too busy. Every night she would go out to hunt fallen beasts and come back exhausted, collapsing into sleep. Of course, there was also an element of intention on her part. That time, Mo Hen's energy was just too strong, and Yin Yang simply couldn't handle it. When Yang Yang met Mo Hen's gaze, her scalp tingled. You be gentle. Also, can you be quicker? Quick. It's impossible to be quick. Wouldn't that be questioning his ability? He suppressed the slightly raised corners of his lips and suddenly picked Yin Yang up, instantly tearing the dress she had just bought a few days ago. Yin Yang, this operation is exactly the same as last time. Snakes are cold-blooded animals, and their body temperature is lower than that of ordinary beastmen. But that doesn't mean their blood is cold. Yin Yang could clearly sense that Mo Hen's body temperature rose with his emotions. As soon as Mo Yin Yang opened his mouth, a pair of icy lips sealed it shut. I don't want to hear that. Can we change the topic? He suppressed his emotions and bit on Yin Yang's ear. Before Yin Yang could utter a single word, he was roughly tossed around. Yin Yang trembled all over Mo Hen. How'd I not know you had such a terrible side? Yin Yang let out a soft grunt, her nails digging into Mo Hen's back. Can I even make a sarcastic remark? Yang. He called out softly in her ear, his movements becoming increasingly aggressive. How about changing the address? His voice had a hint of seduction, making Yin Yang's ears tingle. Hubby. Yin Yang was a bit overwhelmed, so she urged lightly. He let out a low chuckle from his throat, asking, what does hubby mean? Yin Yang bit her lip, looked at the top of the cave, and said softly, it means partner. I really like this title. Can you call me that again, okay? Hubby hiss. Yin Yang couldn't help but pinch Mo Hen's waist. She had already satisfied him, so why was he still acting like a dog? Am I a bone? Yang, call me again, I want to hear it. No. Yin Yang felt weak all over, unable to shout or remain silent. She wanted to cry without tears. Can you hurry up? No. Is Yang dissatisfied with my abilities? Yin Yang met Mo Hen's invading gaze and fell silent. Her intuition told her that if she dared to say a single no, she wouldn't be able to get off this bed. But she was also unwilling to give Mo Hen the answer he wanted. If she spoke, the outcome would likely still be her not getting off the bed. There was no way forward or backward. Why not answer? Isn't Yang unhappy? I'm very happy, my husband. Hearing Mo Hen's light laughter beside her ear, Yin Yang felt a wave of shame and anger. In the future, you're doomed. It doesn't matter. Even if I die, I want to die at your hands. The temperature in the cave rose gradually, and the ice blocks used to cool down melted faster, dripping onto the ground with a steady sound. Drip, drip. Outside the cave, Baiju bit the neck of the golden lion one last time, the bloody stench dripping onto the grass. The golden lion struggled continuously, but it was all in vain, and it finally ceased to breathe. Baiju confirmed that the golden lion was dead, released its throat, and stepped back a few paces, violently spitting out the fur and blood in his mouth. He transformed back into human form, looking at the dead blue-tear golden lion, shaking off the sweat-soaked silver-white hair. Baiju transformed his claws into beastly ones and extracted the blue crystal from the golden lion's body. Knowing that Yin Yang liked cleanliness, Baiju went to a nearby stream to wash both the beast crystal and himself, trying to rid himself of any bloody smell. After cleaning himself thoroughly, Baiju happily returned to the cave, ready to seek praise from the female master. Just as he approached the cave, Baiju suddenly stopped. He heard the female master engaging in intimate activities. The intense atmosphere made him feel a wave of heat. Upon closer inspection, he could sense Mo Hen's presence inside. Baiju gritted his teeth in anger. Wasn't Mo Hen supposed to be in the forest? How did he suddenly return? And with the female master? Poor him, who had not yet shared a bed with the female master. Baiju was consumed with jealousy. He suppressed the urge to beat up Mo Hen and paced outside the cave. He wasn't foolish enough to go in and disturb the female master. Listening to the faint sounds coming from the cave, Baiju's eyes turned red. He bit down on a blade of grass, waiting in agony, watching the shifting tree shadows. Baiju anxiously scratched his claws. It had been so long, yet it was still not over. Baiju, why are you outside? Baiju's pupils constricted, and the grass he was chewing fell from his mouth. Chapter 18. Night Chi. Baiju turned to look at the figure behind him, his expression turning horrified. This isn't Mo Hen. Who is it? Aren't you in the cave? Baiju's eyes widened. He perked his ears to listen. Indeed, there were faint moans from the female master inside. If it wasn't Mo Hen in there, then who was having intimate relations with the female master? I just returned from the forest. How could I be in the cave? The last shred of hope shattered, and Baiju's face turned pale. At this moment, Mo Hen also sensed something was wrong. You thought I was in the cave? Mo Hen's expression changed as he walked towards the cave. Baiju pulled him back. The female master is inside. Baiju felt sour. He hadn't even officially become the female master's beast husband, and now someone else had appeared out of nowhere. What was going on? Wasn't Baiju supposed to take care of Yang? How could this happen? Mo Hen was about to explode with anger. Suddenly, a blue-tear fallen beast appeared outside the cave, and I went to kill it. When I returned, I found the female master. Baiju scratched his head in frustration. Your sin is inside, so of course I thought it was you in Yang. But then, Baiju felt regret. How could it be like this? The blue-tear fallen beast Mo Hen's face darkened. It seems the beast man inside deliberately lured you away. But why did his scent match yours? This was the most confusing point for Baiju. Imohen took a deep breath. Let's wait. At this point, we can only wait. Once it was over inside, they would know. Imohen thought, feeling suffocated. Yin Yang also discovered that the one who was affectionate with him was not Imohen. At the moment of release, Yin Yang felt a heat on his side, forming a brand new beast mark. After the bonding contract, the beast mark would gradually blend into the skin, and if it wasn't intentionally exposed, it would be invisible. So at that moment, Yin Yang didn't realize that this person was not Imohen. Until the appearance of a new beast mark, Yin Yang was completely stunned. Who are you? Yang, I am your dear husband. With a smile, he pressed his lips down, finally kissing his own beast mark. You're not Imohen. Who exactly are you? Why are you impersonating Imohen? Moreover, why does this person look exactly like Imohen? Even the aura is extremely similar. Mistaking the beast husband, Yin Yang felt it was utterly absurd. The other party impersonated Imohen and called his name as soon as he entered, so he must have been observing him for a long time. Yin Yang suddenly remembered that for the past few days, he occasionally felt like someone was watching him. It turned out it wasn't an illusion. The orc lying on Yin Yang was stroking the beast mark. I never said that I am Imohen, but you didn't deny it either. Aren't you afraid I'll erase your beast mark? Yin Yang glared at him angrily. Whether dying from the turmoil in my mind due to not finding a mate, or being killed by a mate erasing the beast mark, the result is the same. So why not have a little fun before I die? He grabbed Yin Yang's hand and pressed it against his beast mark. Yang, if you despise me, then erase the beast mark. That way you could be free of me. Yin Yang met his frenzied gaze, her heart pounding. You're crazy. As long as she exerted a little force, her nails could scratch his beast mark. Destroy the contract. Is he really not afraid at all? Just take me as such. He revealed two sharp fangs. I've been driven mad by the turmoil in my sea of consciousness. Yang, I only give you one chance to break free from me. He gently sniffed Yin Yang's hair. If you don't take action, don't ever think about breaking free from me in this lifetime. Take action? Yin Yang's mind was in a haze. As long as he crossed out his beast mark, his sea of consciousness would explode, giving him the chance to escape. However, seeing the face that was extremely similar to Imohen, she hesitated a bit. It was also her mistake in identifying the beast husband. Noticing the slightly confused look in Yin Yang's eyes, he knew that he had made the right bet. Yin Yang can sometimes be soft-hearted. After observing Yin Yang for a few days, he noticed that Yin Yang was quite ruthless towards the wolf tribe's fallen beasts and seemed to have a dislike for them. But he was very nice to the wolf beastman Baiju. He was on the verge of beastification into a fallen beast and had to take a gamble. Yin Yang, listen carefully. My name is not Imohen, it's Yi Qi. Yi Qi's eyes turned red at the corners as he wrapped his arms around Yin Yang's waist. Launching his second round of attack, Yin Yang discovered that Yi Qi was even more energetic than Imohen. Moreover, there were quite a few tricks. Due to the unique structure of the snake beast, she could be tormented in turns. Yin Yang only remembers that before falling asleep, the sky was bright, and after waking up, the sky was still bright. She lazily lifted her eyelids, and there was only one thought in her mind. So hungry. Yang, are you awake? Yin Yang looked at that face, hesitated for a moment, and called out, Imohen? Imohen looked at Yin Yang with guilt and said, It's me. I'm sorry. We didn't protect you well. Yin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he didn't recognize wrong. Who was that? Outside. I won't allow him to come in. Imohen's tone carried a hint of gritted teeth. We even gave him a beating. Yang won't blame us for taking matters into our own hands. Right? If it weren't for the situation being irreversible, both Imohen and Baiju would have wanted to kill Yi Qi directly. Not blaming you. How could I blame you? Beat him. Go ahead and beat him. 3 meals a day of beating. Otherwise, Yin Yang wouldn't feel relieved. From now on, let him guard outside the cave. And don't allow him to come in. A glimmer of amusement crossed Imohen's eyes. Okay, I understand. By the way, who is he? What does he have to do with you? Otherwise, how could he look exactly like Imohen? When they stand together, even their own mother might not be able to tell them apart. Right? Imohen pressed his lips together slightly. Yi Qi is my biological brother. We were born in the same nest. As for who was born first, I really don't know. Most snake beasts don't lay eggs, nor do they raise their young. Once snake offspring are born, they need to face the challenges of nature alone, and the survival rate is very low. A snake beast's life consists of dozens of eggs, but in the end, at most only 3 to 5 snake beasts survive. This is why most snake beasts are said to be born as wandering beastmen. Because they are biological brothers, their appearances and auras are similar. I hadn't noticed that Yi Qi had long been observing us outside the cave. The blue-tier fallen beast that Baiju killed was precisely when he seized the opportunity to intentionally place it outside the cave, drawing him away. Imohen didn't hold back at all while reporting the situation. Yunyang suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Imohen and Yi Chi are biological brothers. She now has 3 beast husbands, 2 of whom are snake beasts and look exactly alike. This is a bit exciting. Yunyang is really afraid that in the future, he won't be able to distinguish between Imo Chun and Yi Chi. How long have I been asleep? As soon as Yunyang asked, Imohen's expression grew even darker. Yang, you've been sleeping for almost 2 days. Imohen said resentfully. That day, Baiju and I stayed outside guarding for an entire night. That guy Yi Chi is really too much. Yunyang was shocked. She thought she had only slept until the next day, but unexpectedly, it was already the 3rd day. No wonder she was so hungry. She decided to call Yi Chi in. Chapter 19 idea, Imohen reluctantly responded with a grunt. Don't worry, I'll teach him a lesson. Yunyang said quietly. Imohen smiled slightly. Now he is your beast husband. You can torment him however you want. He went out and called Yi Chi in. The next moment, Yi Chi walked in with a bruised and battered face. Yunyang's brow was twitched. Did her 2 beast husbands do this? Was it just to slap each other in the face? Imohen, don't you find it strange when you hit his face? They look the same. Yet you can still go all out? Don't you think you're hitting yourself? Not strange. Not at all strange. He is him, and I am me. Mohin glanced at Yi Chi. Imohen wished he could ruin Yi Chi's face so that he could never use his own face to deceive Yunyang again. Yang. As soon as Yi Chi spoke, Yunyang immediately distinguished the difference between Imohen and him. Imohen looked cold and aloof, but he was warm inside and cold outside. Yi Chi, on the other hand, exuded a hint of wickedness. I am hungry. She said this to Yi Chi. Yi Chi had been observing Yunyang in the shadows for so long, naturally knowing her uniqueness. Come on, Yang. Yi Chi stretched out an arm. Yunyang revealed sharp fangs and fiercely bit down on his arm, drinking heavily. The beast pattern on Yi Chi's forehead flickered in and out of visibility, soon changing from purple to blue. Yunyang really had her fill this time. Sorry, I haven't eaten anything all day, and I was so hungry that I accidentally overdid it, causing you to drop to the blue tier. Although she said sorry, there wasn't a trace of remorse on her face. Instead, there was a hint of triumph. This was also a small punishment for Yi Chi. She wouldn't erase Yi Chi's beast mark, but she wouldn't easily forgive him either. Yi Chi looked at the bite mark on his hand and smiled, thinking that if Yang liked it, he would be willing to be drained completely. Yunyang quickly averted her gaze. She didn't have the perverted hobby of sucking someone dry. On the other hand, Yi Chi seemed to be a bit of a Yandra. You can leave. You're not allowed to step into the cave after I didn't invite you in. Yi Chi took Yunyang's hand and sincerely kissed the back of it. All right, my mistress. Yunyang retracted his hand, almost getting goosebumps. Is there something wrong with Yi Chi's mental state? Mo-Hin stared at Yi Chi, wishing he could chop off his hand and seal his mouth. Imohen, how did your investigation go in the inner area? Imohen felt even worse thinking that it was his trip to the inner area that allowed Yi Chi to take advantage of the situation. It's very dangerous. Imohen said. The fallen beasts inside each occupy a territory, but there are also plenty of conflicts among them. After I entered the inner area, I saw 2 purple-tier fallen beasts fighting for territory. I planned to wait for them to injure each other before making a move, but unexpectedly, a White Dan Realm Black Panther charged out, and the 2 purple-tier fallen beasts were killed by the Black Bear. The Black Panther only took the beast crystals, and afterward, many fallen beasts came out and cleared the corpses. It's quite difficult to get in and kill the fallen beasts. It has to be resolved quickly. Yunyang nodded. I have a system map and can find suitable targets. As long as we work together, it's possible to quickly deal with a purple-tier fallen beast. Yunyang's eyes brightened slightly. However, the Black Panther I encountered was extremely fast. If I hadn't hidden well, I might not have been able to come back. Imohen still advised against Yunyang entering the inner forest, although the White Dan Mirror and the Purple Tier are only 1 level apart. The leap from Purple Tier to White Dan Mirror is like crossing a huge chasm. Yang, I can't let you take that risk. Imohen's expression was serious. Baiju nodded beside him, suggesting, Yang, why not wait a bit longer? There's no rush. Yunyang sighed. So when do I have to wait? I can't go in. I could lure the fallen beasts out. Yi Chi leaned against the stone wall, not knowing how long he had been eavesdropping. Yunyang looked up at Yi Chi. How to lure them out? Naturally, it was the beast crystal. Yi Chi said, the beast crystal has a great allure for the fallen beasts. Do you think that when the beast tide occurs, those fallen beasts specifically run to the beastmen's tribes? It's because they all know that there are the most beast crystals in the tribes. However, the blue-tier fallen beast that led Bai Zhu away a few days ago was not lured by Yi Qi with the beast crystal, but was instead suppressed by force to come here. Fallen beasts themselves have a sense of territory and generally do not gather in the same place. So luring out one or two fallen beasts is not difficult. Yin Yang's eyes lit up slightly. A good idea. Then, she shifted her gaze to Mo Hen. Montak Hen. Mo Hen helplessly replied, "All right, then I'll go to lure it." "No." Yi Qi leaned against the stone wall, looking at Mo Hen. "You are at the purple rank. If the fallen beast senses your aura, it will instinctively be wary of you. How could it be lured away by you? Why don't I go instead? I can fly." Yin Yang said eagerly. "No way." Mo Hen was the first to disagree. "Yeah, Yang, you can't go. It's better if I go. I am fast." Bai Zhu immediately said. Yi Qi glanced at him. "That's acceptable." Yin Yang quietly said, "My speed is also not bad." In fact, she was the best candidate. However, Mo Hen and the others disagreed with Yin Yang going to lure the fallen beast, and there was nothing Yin Yang could do about it. The sun outside was scorching, so Yang Yang should rest well first, and we will set off later. Since Yin Yang is from the Blood Clan, she prefers to operate at night, and Mo Hen and the others are used to accommodating her schedule. However, even without Yin Yang, the beastmen would avoid the hottest part of the day in such scorching weather. Yin Yang nodded and said, all right, I'll listen to you." Then she thought of something and protested. "Wait, I'm your female master. Shouldn't you be the ones listening to me?" Bai Zhu glanced at Mo Hen, feeling a sense of emotion. Before coming to Yin Yang's side, he was still extremely anxious about having a female master like Baina. But after a few days with Yin Yang, he seemed to have been spoiled and dared to bargain with a female master. Yang. Mo Hen called out to Yin Yang, his gaze unwavering. "We won't let you go to lure the fallen beasts, but Yang can decide when to set off. Okay?" Yin Yang pouted and said, all right, then let's do it this evening." "Okay, you all go ahead and do what you need to do." Yin Yang straightened her body, assuming the posture of a matriarch. It's strange, really. She was clearly the queen of the Blood Clan. But those little brats from the Blood Clan used to be unafraid of her and always found ways to make her happy. Now that she was here as the female leader, the several beast husbands didn't really listen to her either. Mo Hen had left, and Yi Qi was already adhering to Yin Yang's instruction not to enter the cave, leaving only Bai Zhu, who hesitated and stood in place. "What's wrong?" Yin Yang glanced at him and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." Bai Zhu looked at her with a hint of melancholy. "Can I say anything?" Chapter 20. Racial talent. Yin Yang said grandly, "Speak. I am your female master. What is it that you cannot say to me? As long as I can do it, I will try my best to satisfy you." Bai Zhu's eyes lit up, and a somewhat shy expression appeared on his face. "I'm a mate formed by an accidental blood bond. Just having a title. Cough, cough, cough." Upon hearing Bai Zhu's words, Yin Yang almost choked on her own saliva. She roughly understood what Bai Zhu wanted to say. It was her fault for being too straightforward. "I know I'm not very liked by Yang, and I never had any extravagant expectations." Bai Zhu instantly looked aggrieved, like a little wolf dog, but Yi Qi, who came later, had already shared the female master's bed. "However, I don't ask for the female master to accept me all at once, but can I have the chance to sleep with Yang? I could be her cushion." Bai Zhu, this little dog, was being so humble. How could Yin Yang not agree? They are all beast husbands. She can't be too preferential. "Starting today, you and Mo Hen will take turns sleeping with me. How about that?" Her beast husbands could sleep whenever they wanted, however they wanted, right? As for Yi Qi, he wouldn't be allowed in the cave until she calmed down, so he didn't need to be counted. Bai Zhu happily nodded, looking a bit silly good. Perhaps because Bai Zhu had lived in the tribe since childhood and had been influenced there, Yin Yang found that he was quite different from the two wandering beast men. Mo Hen and Yi Qi. Among the three beast husbands now, Mo Hen was too opinionated. Yi Qi acted strangely, while Bai Zhu was the most obedient. At first, Yin Yang held some prejudice against Bai Zhu because he was from the wolf tribe, but after a few days of interaction, she let it go. Rather than saying Bai Zhu was a fierce wolf, it was more accurate to say he was a somewhat sensitive big wolf dog. Bai Zhu could clearly sense the differences between himself and the wolf tribe, which made him sensitive and place himself in a lower position. Yin Yang reached out to touch Bai Zhu's soft, broken hair and said, "If you behave, I won't make you wait too long." But after being tormented by Yi Qi for too long, she needed some time to rest. Bai Zhu's eyes instantly lit up, and she couldn't help but feel excited in her heart. "Then I'll go out first. I'll go pick some fruits for Yang as snacks." Yin Yang lay back down on the bed, opened the system panel, and checked her current points. Aside from the 30,000 points provided by the 3 beastmen, she had roughly over 10,000 points herself. However, compared to the points required for the space-time stone, these were barely a drop in the bucket. System. Are there any tasks that can easily earn points? Killing fallen beasts grants points quickly, but when she goes to deal with the purple tier fallen beasts, she will definitely spend a portion of her points. In the future, she might need to use even more points. So, continuously killing fallen beasts isn't a viable solution. She needs to find a way to earn points without any risk. Host establishing a tribe can earn you 10,000 points, and for each additional orc in the tribe, you can earn 100 points. Yin Yang lay on the bed, pondering this method is good. All right, after I explore the misty forest, I'll go out and establish a tribe. I was originally thinking of traveling towards Beast King City after leaving the misty forest, but it seems I should take a step back. What kind of tribe does she want to establish? Perhaps when I have time, I can visit other tribes and see what the surrounding tribes look like. In the evening, the 3 suns in the sky had moved to the west, and the sunlight was no longer so glaring. However, even in the forest, the air was still very hot. Yin Yang sat on Baiju's back and could clearly hear the sound of Baiju's beast claws crushing the dry leaves on the ground. This weather is really hot, even hotter than the tropical forest she had been to before. The clouds are billowing, and the sunlight filters through the gaps in the branches, creating a beautiful Tyndall effect. And Mo Hen, sitting beside the cloud, said, "We are now entering the hottest phase of the summer season, and after a while, it will get a little better. Of course, it will only be a little better. As long as the summer season hasn't passed, the heat will not change. And Mo Hen, it's so hot. Won't it rain?" Yin Yang has been in the beast world for a little while now, but has not seen any rain. The tropical forest almost rains every day, yet here not a single drop has fallen. Yin Yang observed that the water level of the nearby stream had also decreased significantly. If this continues, won't this area dry up? The dry season is hot, and it only rains occasionally. Yin Yang slightly nodded, opened the system map, and found the location of a purple tier fallen beast. Baiju took 7 or 8 blue crystals and entered the area. To the nearby fallen beasts, it seemed like a delicious dish, instantly attracting the attention of the target fallen beast. Moo! A large blue ox charged towards Baiju with its sharp horns, its eyes bloodshot, kicking up dust as it rushed forward. Seeing that it was following, Baiju immediately used his powers to leave quickly. The blue ox couldn't keep up with Baiju's speed, and Baiju would occasionally slow down intentionally to wait for it to catch up. Yin Yang acted swiftly upon seeing the opportunity in the tree. When he saw the blue ox charging towards him, he immediately drew his bow. The arrow, glowing white, shot rapidly into the thick hide of the blue ox. However, in the next moment, as the blue ox stomped its hooves, a thick wall of earth rose from the ground, effectively blocking Yin Yang's arrow. Earth elemental ability. Mo Hen transformed into a snake and flicked its tail. The earthen wall collapsed instantly. Following that, countless ice spikes began to form in the air, emitting a faint black aura. This was Mo Hen's racial talent, poison. All orcs have racial talents, and Mo Hen directly infused his poison into his abilities, increasing their power. The blue ox sensed danger and continuously stomped its hooves to gather earthen walls for protection. Yichi also transformed into a massive black python, nearly the same size as Mo Hen. Although he temporarily retreated to the blue tier after Yin Yang absorbed a significant amount of energy, his physical strength was still comparable to the purple tier. Destroying the blue ox's earthen wall, Mo Hen's ice spikes instantly pierced towards the blue ox. Moo! The blue ox's skin was pierced, and the poison seeped into its body, causing it to recklessly attempt to escape. Bang! Yichi, unwilling to fall behind, tripped the blue ox with his massive body, tightly constraining it. Yichi bit down on the blue ox's neck, breaking its skin, and injected the poison from his fangs into the blue ox's bloodstream. The poison gradually took effect, and the blue ox's struggles became weaker and weaker until it finally lay still, breathing faintly. Yichi released the blue ox, giving up his position. Yin Yang quickly drew her bow and shot an arrow at the neck of the azure bull. She was afraid that if she hesitated for a moment, this purple tier fallen beast would die from Yichi's poison first. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully hunting the purple tier fallen beast, earning 1,000 points. Done. Yin Yang curled her lips. Let's take its beast crystal along with its horn. The leather is damaged in many places, so it's better to leave it. The important thing is that it's not far from the inner circle, and the blood aura of this fallen beast quickly attracts other fallen beasts. At this moment, an unexpected event occurs. Danger. Chapter 21, Anger. Yi Chi caught a glimpse of something from the corner of his eye and quickly rolled Yun Yang away. Bang! But Yi Chi couldn't dodge in time and was thrown several meters away by the immense impact. Yun Yang was protected by him, wrapped in the serpent's tail, and did not suffer significant harm. Everything happened too quickly for Yun Yang to see clearly. However, Imohen saw it. A fallen beast hidden in the grass quickly opened its bloody jaws, biting down on the fallen beast that had killed them, and then rushed into the depths of the forest. Yi Chi set Yun Yang down and transformed back into human form, coughing up a small amount of blood. Even though his physical body was strong, he still suffered quite a blow. Yang, are you okay? Imohen's face was pale. If Yi Chi hadn't reacted quickly, that fallen beast would have likely severely injured Yun Yang upon collision. I'm fine, thanks to Yi Chi. Yun Yang's mind was a bit dazed. What was that? The fallen beast was too fast for Yun Yang to see clearly. Baizhu stepped out, still shaken, and said, "It's a giant lizard beast with hidden talents. It's best at ambush. Its level is already at the White Dan realm." Yun Yang's heart tightened. Their luck was so bad that they encountered a fallen beast at the White Dan realm. This was already a top-tier existence in the inner circle. The fallen beast they had just killed was snatched away by it. After coming to the beast world, it was the second time Yun Yang had food snatched from his mouth. So frustrating. Yun Yang felt a surge of frustration. If I don't kill that fallen beast, I won't leave the misty forest. Yang, Imohen said with a serious face, do you still want to provoke that fallen beast? I didn't say it was now. Although Yun Yang was wary of that fallen beast, she wasn't too afraid. Instead, there was a strong desire to become stronger. If I can't deal with it now, it won't be the same in the future. Once we kill a few more purple rank fallen beasts, we will definitely be able to increase our strength and then kill it. No. Seeing Yun Yang's determined expression, Imohen's breathing became heavy. How could their female master be so bold? I can't let you take risks. It's better for you to stay away from the inner area. Yang, that fallen beast is good at hiding. Who knows when it might be lurking nearby, waiting for the right moment to strike. It didn't attack us directly this time, but it may not be the same next time. If we fail to notice its presence and it harms Yang, Imohen couldn't even imagine. No, as long as I can detect the presence of that fallen beast first, there won't be any problem. Yun Yang doesn't want to be a shrinking turtle or become a parasite clinging to them. I've already asked the system, and although that giant lizard has top-notch hidden abilities, it can't escape my true eye. As long as she activates the true eye, incidents like today won't happen again. That giant lizard dared to steal my things, and I will never let it go. Imohen, I know my limits. Seeing the stubborn female master, Imohen felt a bit of a headache and stopped talking, ignoring Yun Yang. However, Yi Chi appreciated Yun Yang's thoughts and said, I support Yang. Baizhu was worried about Yun Yang, but he hated his lack of strength even more. He also felt that Yun Yang's words made sense. One can't just hide in a safe place just because Bai Danjing is strong, right? I also support Yang. If there's any danger, I will definitely stand in front of Yang. Imohen's expression grew even worse. Do whatever you want. Imohen gritted his teeth. But when it came to dealing with the fallen beast, he was the first to strike, each move extremely fierce, treating the fallen beasts as punching bags. With Yun Yang's true eye in place, whenever they reach a location, Yun Yang would patrol around to ensure there were no hidden fallen beasts. And when killing the fallen beasts, she was even more careful in using the true eye. As a result, their actions did not encounter any more accidents. However, using the true eye required a considerable amount of energy, and Yun Yang was feeling a bit tired. Baizhu glanced at Imohen's expression and quietly nudged Yun Yang. Aren't you going to say anything? Yun Yang understood the look in Baizhu's eyes, but she did not speak to comfort Imohen. She had her own thoughts. She might be a bit reckless, but she would never allow herself to be in danger. Yun Yang is also very cautious about her life. If she dies, she won't have a chance to go home. She will listen to reasonable advice. But she doesn't want Imohen to use good reasons for himself to hinder her in the future. Let Imohen kill a few fallen beasts to vent his anger first. After he calms down, she can coax him a bit. All right, let's leave it at that for tonight. After harvesting 4 purple crystals, Yun Yang spoke up. If they hadn't lost a purple tier fallen beast, they would have had 5 beast crystals. Imohen was still sulking, silently transforming into a snake beast, leading the way back. Yun Yang was sitting on Baizhu's back, being carried back by him. On the way, they encountered a yellow tier fallen beast, and Imohen directly swiped his tail at it, almost turning the fallen beast into minced meat. Yun Yang watched this scene, quietly gasping in shock. That's a bit brutal. Imohen seemed to still be angry. Imohen took out the yellow crystal, expressionless, and silently handed it to Yun Yang, then continued to clear the way ahead, casually taking down any prey he encountered along the way. Yun Yang looked at the beast crystal in her hand and suddenly felt a bit anxious. She had never been in a relationship before and didn't know how to comfort someone. In her clan, it had always been others comforting her. At the moment when Yun Yang emerged from his divine state, they returned to the cave. Mo Hen silently started a fire, as always, to grill meat for Yun Yang and chilled a plate of fruits. Yun Yang was eating fruit while sizing up Mo Hen. Baizhu felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange and said, "I'm going to take a shower. Go ahead." Yun Yang glanced at Baizhu and then continued to focus on Mo Hen. As she stared, she noticed that Mo Hen's ears were turning slightly red. "Yun Yang, what are you looking at me for?" Mo Hen lowered his gaze, seemingly calm as he flipped over the tender, juicy lamb leg. "Ahem, Mo Hen, are you angry?" Yun Yang asked quietly. Mo Hen's hand shook slightly as he sprinkled seasoning. "No. If not, then why haven't you said a word the whole way?" Mo Hen set the lamb leg aside and looked at Yun Yang. "Yes, I'm angry. I'm angry that you always love to take risks. I'm afraid I can't protect you. So I'm even angrier at myself." Yun Yang was completely confused. What? Getting angry at oneself? Is it because I'm not strong enough that I can't let you have your way? Mo Hen lowered his eyes. Yun Yang moved her lips and said, "Mo Hen, I don't need you to protect me all the time. I'm not weak at all." After all, she was the queen of the Blood Clan. Although she wasn't particularly strong in this world where martial prowess was paramount, she was striving to become stronger. She also understood that she had only known Mo Hen and the others for less than a month, and naturally, they still needed to adjust to each other. Mo Hen, what I want is for us to become stronger together. In the midst of the flames, Yun Yang's eyes shone exceptionally bright. Mo Hen felt a stir in his heart, pulled Yun Yang close, and held her in his arms. Okay. Yun Yang was quietly held by him, and Mo Hen's hand gradually became restless. Chapter 22. Sparring. "No. What are you doing? You were just sulking, and now you're starting to get touchy?" Mo Hen's change was too fast. "Let's get stronger together." Mo Hen looked at Yun Yang seriously. "Don't you know? Having intercourse with the beast husband can enhance the female's physique." "No. I can directly consume beast crystals." Yun Yang protested softly. "But I want to mate with the female." Mo Hen kissed her cheek. "The female is so beautiful. How could I remain unmoved?" He had thought about holding Yun Yang while sleeping countless times. Before Yun Yang could speak, Mo Hen took the initiative to block her lips with his finger. The soft touch of his fingertip made Mo Hen feel even more restless. "Are you unwilling, Yang Yang?" Yun Yang glanced at the barbecue and said, "First, let's eat the barbecue. The barbecue will get burnt soon. It's okay if it gets burnt, it gets burnt. We can just grill it again later." Mo Hen saw through Yun Yang's clumsy excuse and directly carried Yun Yang to the bed. When Yang Yang treated Yi Chi as her own, what did she call him? Husband? Mo Hen, filled with jealousy, gently bit Yun Yang's chin. Yun Yang's face flushed. "No. How could you eavesdrop like this? That's not right. I didn't. It was Yi Chi who was showing off to us while you were sleeping." Yun Yang silently cursed Yi Chi in her heart, thinking he was too unreasonable for being a beast husband. Happy was Yi Chi, while Mo Hen and Baizhu were jealous, but she was the one being tormented. Originally, she thought that since Yi Chi had quickly rescued her today, she would leave him outside for another couple of days before letting him into the cave. But now, she had decided to make him wait a few more days. Another piece of Yun Yang's clothing was ruined. Seriously, why did these two brothers have to be like this? The fire in the cave flickered, casting shadows that danced on the walls. Outside the cave, Yi Chi heard the commotion inside and kicked a stone in annoyance. Meanwhile, Baizhu had just returned from shower, looking green with envy. While he was washing up, he had been thinking about how Mo Hen had quarreled with Yang Yang. And since Yang Yang hadn't allowed Yi Chi into the cave, the most likely candidate to sleep with her tonight was himself, right? He happily took a shower, wanting to smell nice, but when he returned, he was dumbfounded. Not long ago, the atmosphere between Yang Yang and Mo Hen was still gloomy, but now it had become heated. Jealousy twisted his face. "Sigh, little white wolf, it's not going to end so quickly inside. How about we go out front and spar a bit?" Yi Chi relaxed his neck. "Great. Rather than being tormented here, Baizhu would rather go have a fight." When Yun Yang woke up, it was already the afternoon of the second day. She was furious and bit Mo Hen hard, almost sucking him to the point of falling down. Night Chi, however, was different. While Yun Yang was sound asleep, he teamed up with Baizhu to kill a few fallen beasts, and after eating 2 blue crystals, he successfully restored himself to the purple tier. Now, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage when fighting Mo Hen, and even when Baizhu didn't intervene, he could win against Mo Hen. Don't get too proud. Even if you beat me, aren't you still banned by Yang Yang from entering the cave? Mo Hen wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his lips. A dignified purple-tier beastman still has to disguise himself as me to gain Yang Yang's affection. Montauk and talented. Nai Chi was not angered by him. As long as he succeeded, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Mo Hen sneered. He would easily give Nai Chi a chance, even if it meant giving it to that wolf instead of Nai Chi. Seeing Mo Hen and Nai Chi fighting fiercely, with neither side willing to back down, Yin Yang had no intention of stopping them, and instead watched them with great interest. As long as they kept their fights within limits and didn't seriously injure each other, Yin Yang didn't mind. It was just mutual sparring to improve their strength. When several beastmen gathered together, how could there be no fighting? Yin Yang not taking sides was fair enough. Next time you spar, how about I reward whoever wins with a purple crystal? Yin Yang said while munching on a fruit. Nai Chi smiled. What I say purple crystal? Why doesn't Tian Yang say that whoever wins gets to sleep with her? Yin Yang curled her lips and said, I'm not that stupid. You can take it or leave it. If she said that, these few would fight every day and then come asking for rewards. If she's not careful, she would end up giving herself rewards. Yin Yang can't take it anymore. As long as it's given by Yang Yang, I like it. Baizhu is very supportive. Yi Chi leisurely said, what is the use of liking it? You can't win against us. With 3 beastmen, Baizhu is relatively weak. It's almost impossible to defeat them. Then let's add a condition. No special abilities allowed. Yin Yang thought of something else and can also fight with me. There are no restrictions on abilities. If I win, can I have a tail with Yang Yang? Nai Chi spoke up first. Yin Yang shot a glare at Yi Chi, thinking to himself, dream on. If you win, I'll just consider it a blood bag for myself. Yin Yang revealed a sly smile. This reward is really interesting. Yi Chi chuckled. How about you fight me right now, Yin Yang? If I win, you can do whatever you want with me. If I lose, it's still the same. Yin Yang, can't you be a little more serious? Although you are biological brothers with Mo Hen, your personalities are vastly different. Yin Yang immediately spread her black feathered wings. Her blood-red eyes filled with seriousness. She had fought with Yi Chi and Baizhu before, but those two would always go easy on her, afraid of hurting her, always stopping just short. Sometimes she felt it was not quite satisfying. But Yi Chi was different. There was a madness in his nature, and he probably wouldn't hold back just because she was the female lead. Sure enough, after Yi Chi caught Yin Yang's gaze, he became serious right away, transforming into a giant black python. With a thump of his tail on the ground, water droplets condensed in the sky. When the droplets fell, they turned into threads of rain, continuously shooting towards Yin Yang like needles. Mo Hen's expression changed slightly. Yi Chi was being too bold. He could see that Yi Chi was already using 70% of his strength. Yin Yang flapped his wings, invoking the wind element ability of Baizhu to accelerate his dodging. At the same time, Yin Yang borrowed the ice element from Mo Hen to conjure an ice wall for defense. Ding ding ding. The raindrops hit the ice wall, producing a sharp collision sound. Yin Yang swung forcefully, and an ice wall smashed toward Yi Chi. Yi Chi dodged just in time and saw a light arrow shooting toward him. The ice wall was merely to obstruct his line of sight. Yi Chi's mind raced, but the light arrow had already struck his body. There was no way around it. The snake's speed was relatively slow, and besides, his large body made it strange if Yin Yang didn't hit him. For the first time, Yi Chi personally felt the power of Yin Yang's arrow, and the spot where he was hit actually broke through his incredibly tough scales. He looked at the painful area, which had already lost a few black scales. I need to get serious. Yi Chi flicked his serpent tongue, and a bloodthirsty glint flashed in his eyes. Chapter 23. A dead friend is better than a living one. Just as I wish. A hint of excitement flashed in Yin Yang's eyes. She wouldn't underestimate him. Even if he was her beast husband, it was impossible for him to truly kill her. Yin Yang enjoys battling strong opponents. Only in this way can she maximize her potential. She drew her bow again, aiming at Yi Chi. This time, Yi Chi directly swung his tail, shattering the light arrow, and launched an attack towards Yin Yang. Yin Yang flew up to evade the tail of Yi Chi, but when she looked up, she found that Yi Chi had already condensed a considerable amount of water elements above her. Whoosh! The water elements transformed into fine needles, densely shooting towards Yin Yang. Yin Yang directly condensed a layer of ice on her wings, using them as a shield. The wings of a blood clan have a certain level of defensive capability. Even a knife might not be able to hurt her. However, Yi Chi, as a purple tier beastman, had rain needles that could be said to be just as lethal as bullets. Although Yi Chi's rain needles did not pierce through Yun Yang's wings, the tremendous impact still caused her to keep plummeting down. A blacktail took the opportunity to wrap around Yun Yang and pin her to the ground. Yeji, half human and half beast, pressed closely against Yun Yang's face, asking, "So, Yang Yang, do you admit defeat?" "I won't," she declared. After all, she was the last pure blood royal of the Blood Clan. How could she easily concede? She still had moves left to play. In the next moment, Yi Chi felt a sharp pain. Instinctively, he let go of Yun Yang. A fire talisman had stuck to his tail, releasing scorching flames. Yi Chi swatted at his tail to extinguish the fire, but a smile bloomed on his face. "Truly worthy of my female lord." "Is she a madwoman?" Yun Yang told. Even after being injured, she smiled so brightly. "Come again." Yi Chi suppressed his laughter and launched another attack at Yun Yang. Baizhu watched the back-and-forth battle between Yun Yang and Yi Chi, feeling amazed. His female lord could be said to grow stronger when faced with a challenge. After all this time, she had not fallen behind. Mo Hen noticed the blood streaks gradually appearing on Yun Yang's face, a hint of heartache crossing his eyes. But at the same time, he understood Yun Yang's determination to become stronger together. His heart felt heavy. Yang Yang was simply more dazzling than the sun in the sky, destined not to slow down for anyone, nor be defeated by temporary difficulties. Therefore, he must keep up closely with Yang Yang. Yin Yang had a system in hand. Though it had various tricks, it couldn't match Yi Chi in terms of strength and energy. She gradually became exhausted, tired, and in a disheveled state. Yi Chi once again took the opportunity to wrap Yin Yang up, lifting her to eye level with himself, forcing her to meet his gaze. With great interest, he asked, "So what do you say? Do you admit defeat now?" "I admit defeat." Yin Yang nodded without hesitation, thinking that a wise man doesn't take immediate losses. "We'll fight again next time." I have to say, although Yi Chi's personality is somewhat bad, he is an excellent sparring partner. Fighting with Yi Chi, Yin Yang gained quite a bit. Yi Chi gave Yin Yang's cheek a kiss before putting her down. Compared to Yin Yang, Yi Chi wasn't in much better shape. His blacktail had 4 or 5 wounds, with scales missing in patches. Yi Chi examined the wounds on his tail, but instead of being angry, he smiled and praised Yin Yang. "Even an ordinary purple tier fallen beast wouldn't be able to injure me like this." Yin Yang pouted and said, "Next time I'll definitely knock you down. I want to crush Yi Chi and trample him," who told him to impersonate Mo Hen and bully me in bed, almost making me unable to get out of bed for 3 days. However, if Yi Chi knew about Yin Yang's thoughts, he would definitely be very willing and would gladly offer himself up for Yin Yang to have her way with him. "Come on." Yi Chi stretched out his hand towards Yin Yang. Yin Yang was momentarily stunned before remembering what she had said before their fight. If she won, she would treat him as her blood bag. So, in a fit of spite, she bit Yi Chi hard. However, this time she didn't manage to draw his blood like last time. She just wanted Yi Chi to help her kill the fallen beasts. After all, the combat power of the blue rank was still inferior to that of the purple rank. After Yun Yang finished this reckless spar with Yi Chi, Mo Hen cautiously approached. "Yang Yang, don't do that next time," Mo Hen said sternly. "Do you know how worried I was watching from behind? And you, Yang Yang is Zhao Xing Thrabo, and you're joining in? You showed no mercy at all." Mo Hen harshly criticized Yi Chi, "You're Yang Yang's beast husband. What if something happened to her?" Yi Chi exchanged a glance with Yun Yang, both showing a hint of helplessness. Yes, it's my fault." Yi Chi's apology seemed sincere, but his tone was still somewhat defiant. "I know my limits. I haven't gone crazy enough to want to perish together with a female master." "I see your limits aren't very much." Mo Hen gritted his teeth as he looked at the fine wounds on Yun Yang's body. Yi Chi did not refute this. "Mo Hen, don't be angry." Ever since Mo Hen confessed his love to her, Yun Yang's relationship with him had become a bit closer. "If you're angry, why not just beat up Yi Chi?" Yin Yang directly pointed her finger at Yi Chi. Yi Chi was dumbfounded, looking at Yun Yang in disbelief. Yun Yang shyly averted his gaze. "I'm sorry, but a dead friend is better than a live one." After hearing Yun Yang's words, Mo Hen instantly took action against Yi Chi. The 2 giant pythons were fighting fiercely, looking quite terrifying. Alas, Yin Yang shouted, "Don't fight here, go further away. I don't have the strength to dodge right now. Don't involve me." Yi Chi replied, "I thought the female master had a conscience." He ground his teeth, thinking that fighting was nothing new. What was one more round? They moved away a bit and continued to wrestle with each other. However, this time, while Yi Chi was sparring with Yin Yang, He used up quite a bit of energy and sustained several injuries, making it difficult to fend off Mo Hen. Moreover, Mo Hen was quite shameless. He specifically targeted Yi Chi's injured spots. Fighting against Mo Hen was a crushing defeat. The key was that after losing the fight, Yi Chi had a guard outside the cave. He couldn't go in. It was truly miserable. I think Yi Chi is in pretty bad shape. Should we let him in? Yunyang whispered to Mo Hen. He deserves it. Mo Hen glanced outside the cave. The strong-eared Yi Chi pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, waiting. Once he recovered, he would definitely make Mo Hen beg for mercy. Yin Yang was exhausted after fighting with Yi Chi, and that night, she had no energy to go out and hunt the fallen beasts. Instead, she fell into a deep sleep with her head resting on Baizhu, the big white wolf. With Mo Hen setting up ice blocks in the cave, Yin Yang lay on the wolf's back and didn't feel the heat at all. Moreover, she found that sleeping on the wolf's back was really comfortable. The fur was soft, like lying on a big blanket. Baizhu finally got his wish, taking the first step to get closer to the female master, feeling wonderfully happy, and his fluffy tail wagged so much that it almost spun like a windmill. Chapter 24. Half-beastman Yin Yang had a good sleep and felt refreshed. By the afternoon, she was ready to set off and hunt a few purple-tier fallen beasts. Just after leaving the cave for a short while, Yin Yang heard a wolf howl. Baizhu, however, paused and sensed something. What's wrong? Yin Yang asked. Baizhu felt a trace of anxiety in his heart. Yang, I think I heard the voice of a companion from the White Wolf tribe. He's a friend I grew up with, and now it sounds like he might be in trouble. Yin Yang was surprised. They all sounded like wolf howls to her. Yet, Baizhu could actually distinguish who was coming. A hint of worry flashed in Baizhu's eyes when I was driven out of the tribe. He even gave me a green crystal. Yin Yang immediately said, since that's the case, let's go take a look. If he encounters danger, we will help him. It could be considered a way to repay him. Baizhu was delighted and thanked Yang. With the female master's words, Baizhu immediately ran in that direction. We followed along. All right. Mo Hen twisted his serpentine body and followed Yin Yang. When they found Baizhu, Yin Yang saw that Baizhu was killing a green-ranked fallen beast. What surprised Yin Yang was that the wolf clan being saved by Baizhu actually had a half-human, half-beast appearance. He had wolf ears, a wolf tail, and very prominent beast patterns on his pale face. He was covered in blood, and one of his legs was hanging unnaturally. Yin Yang knew about his situation. In the misty forest, she could occasionally see such relatively special beings. They were collectively referred to as stray beasts, and more specifically, they were half-beasts. They were usually orcs who had been abandoned by their female masters, survived a shattered consciousness, and were lucky enough to live. So, this orc was abandoned by his own female master? Baizhu bit off the neck of that fallen beast and then came to the half-orc side. Bai Yin, how are you? Bai Yin lay on the ground, barely alive, his spirit a bit dazed, tears glimmering in his eyes. Baizhu, is that you? It's me. Baizhu nodded, looking at Bai Yan's disheveled appearance, utterly incredulous. How did you end up like this? Baizhu clenched his fists. How could Baina abandon you? Bai Yin was a blue-tier orc. Baina shouldn't have easily given up on him. Bai Yin smiled bleakly. A couple of days ago, Baina insisted on leaving the tribe to play near the misty forest, but ended up encountering a fallen beast whose strength was almost at the purple tier. I was protecting Baina with Bai Shan, but just as we were about to deal with the fallen beast, Bai Shan betrayed me. Bai Yin was severely injured and had a leg broken by the fallen beast. So, Bai Shan incited Baina to abandon me, and Baina didn't want a disabled orc. She immediately scratched off her beast mark. At that moment, my mind felt like it exploded, and I fainted from the pain. I thought I was dead, but when I woke up, I had turned into a half-human, half-beast form. I was so hungry that I entered the misty forest looking for something to eat. As a result, I encountered that fallen beast just now. It's ridiculous. I'm clearly a blue tier, yet I couldn't even handle a green tier fallen beast. If I hadn't met Baizhu, I probably would have really died here. After hearing Bai Yan's words, Baizhu angrily said, how can they be so excessive? We're all beastmen. Fighting and playing around is one thing, but wanting to take each other's lives is too vicious. Bai Yin smiled bitterly. Forget it. Being able to survive is already a sign of my good fortune. It's just that no matter how many beast crystals I eat in the future, I will only remain at the blue tier for the rest of my life. Moreover, with my consciousness shattered, I no longer have to worry about my consciousness going berserk, nor will I be restricted by my female master. Bai Yin could only comfort himself this way. It was his choice to become Baina's beastman to become stronger. He couldn't blame others. But if he could stand in front of Bai Shan alive, he would risk his life to kill Bai Shan for revenge. Baizhu felt sorrowful. If he hadn't encountered a good female master, he would probably be trembling in fear, trying to read his female master's mood, right? Yin Yang. Bai Zhu's eyes were filled with a plea. I want to take Bai Yin to our cave. Bai Yin had long noticed Yin Yang's presence. In fact, a few days ago, Bai Yin had also learned from Baina's beastman about Bai Zhu finding a female master. Bai Zhu, don't bother. There weren't many females that Bai Yin had encountered who had good temperaments. Even if their personalities were somewhat bearable, they wouldn't let a strange half-orc stay in their home. Besides, he was already a half-orc now. Bai Yin didn't want to drag Bai Zhu down. Okay, take him back. Yin Yang slowly spoke. Bai Yin even doubted his ears. Bai Zhu's female master agreed to take him in? Didn't you say that when you were expelled from the tribe, she gave you a green crystal? Helping him is the least you can do. Let's go return now. His wounds need proper treatment. Bai Yin stared blankly at the very understanding female master in front of him, tears involuntarily welling up. Thank you, thank you. Once my injuries are better, I won't disturb you anymore. Let's talk about it when you're better. Once he was well, he could leave, and that would be his freedom. Yin Yang looked at Bai Zhu and said, you carry him back. Yes. Bai Zhu immediately transformed into a wolf beast and carried Bai Yin back. Yin Yang also returned with them. The fallen beast was in the forest and couldn't escape. There would be plenty of time to kill it later. Along the way, Yin Yang made Mo Hin stop to pick a handful of grass with white flowers and small red fruits. After returning to the cave, Yin Yang directed Yi Qi to clean Bai Yin's wounds, as Yi Qi had water abilities and could precisely control water elements to clean the wounds. Then, Yin Yang instructed Bai Zhu to crush the grass she had gathered and apply it to Bai Yan's broken leg. Finally, she had Mo Hin find 2 suitable wooden boards to stabilize the broken leg. Bai Yin looked at Yin Yang, who was giving orders in an orderly manner, and couldn't help but ask, what kind of grass is this? It's broken bone grass. It can help with the recovery of a broken leg, but to what extent? I'm not sure, Yin Yang replied. Bai Yin looked at Yin Yang in surprise and asked excitedly, are you a shaman? A shaman? What is a shaman? Yin Yang looked at Bai Zhu. A shaman is someone who knows medicine and understands herbs, Bai Zhu explained. Yin Yang shook her head. Although she did understand a bit of medicine, she was not a witch. Her half-baked skills were learned from old military doctors on the battlefield during the chaos of her homeland. It was quite rough. As for the herbs, those in this world were somewhat similar to the ones from her side, but they couldn't be said to be exactly the same. She also learned about the uses of the herbs through the system. Then you are a witch. You don't need to be humble. Thank you for your great kindness and virtue, witch. Yin Yang looked at Bai Yin's flushed face with a hint of embarrassment. It's nothing. If you want to learn, I wouldn't mind teaching you a bit. Bai Yin was even more surprised. You are willing to teach me your medical skills? Chapter 25, Going for Revenge. It's just teaching you to identify a few herbs. What could possibly go wrong? Yang Yang, you don't know, the medical skills of shamans are not widely shared. So there are very few beastmen who can identify herbs. The shaman has a very high status in the tribe. Bai Zhu said, if one knows medicine, even a half-beastman can earn respect. Yin Yang nodded, I see. Then you can learn some herbal knowledge from me. In the future, you can live in other tribes without being discriminated against. Bai Yin did not expect that Bai Zhu's female master would still choose to teach him to identify herbs after knowing that medical skills are not easily shared. Bai Zhu's female is truly wonderful. If only he could have just a fraction of her goodness, he would be satisfied. Unfortunately, Bai Yin couldn't help but touch the spot on his chest where the beast mark used to be. All right, take good care of your injuries. When we finish off the fallen beasts and come back, we'll bring some herbs and teach you a bit about identifying them. The night outside was gradually darkening, but Yin Yang had no intention of staying in the cave to rest. Sleeping too much makes one sluggish. She needed to stretch her muscles. Going to kill the fallen beasts? Are you going to? Bai Yan's expression changed. It was dangerous for the female master to go kill the fallen beasts. But when he looked at Bai Zhu's expression, it seemed he didn't find anything wrong with it. Wouldn't Bai Zhu, as a beast husband, advise the female master against it? Don't worry, my female master is stronger than I am. Bai Zhu understood his feelings very well, because he was the same at first. If he hadn't seen his female master kill fallen beasts with his own eyes, who would believe that she could fight against purple-tier fallen beasts? Bai Yin couldn't believe his ears. Stronger than Bai Zhu? At that moment, Bai Yin noticed Bai Zhu's faint blue beast markings. Once again, he was astonished. Bai Zhu, you recovered? Just a few days ago, Bai Zhu had regressed to a green-tier beastman, and now, upon meeting him again, he had already returned to blue-tier. However, Bai Yin did not feel jealous. He was more happy for him. He saw that the 2 beast husbands beside Bai Zhu's female master seemed to be purple-tier, and if Bai Zhu's strength differed too much from the other beast husbands, he would only be bullied. At the same time, he felt a subtle sense of vindictive joy. Now that Bai Zhu had regained his strength, if Baina found out, would she regret driving Bai Zhu away? But one thing he was sure of was that Baina would definitely not be happy. If Baina wasn't happy, then he was happy. In addition to hunting beasts and sleeping, Yun Yang has taken on the task of teaching Bai Yin and the others to identify herbs. Following the idea that whether it's one sheep or two, they should all be managed together, Yun Yang called the 3 beast herders to join in the learning. If one day we get separated and someone among you gets injured, at least you can gather some herbs to treat yourselves. Upon hearing this, the 3 beast herders straightened their faces and replied, "That's impossible." "What do you mean impossible?" "We definitely won't get separated. We will always stick close to Yang Yang," and Mo Hen said. "Unless Yang Yang drives us away, we will definitely not leave." Bai Zhu added, "Even if you try to drive me away, I can still find you based on the beast marks. In any case, Yang Yang shouldn't think she can shake me off." Yi Qi said, crossing his arms. Yin Yang felt embarrassed and said, "What if something unexpected happens? Do her 3 beast husbands really need to react this strongly? Just ask if you want to learn or not." "Learn." The 3 beast husbands nodded in unison. This is a skill of the witch. It's never wrong for them to learn a bit more. However, apart from Bai Yin, the 3 beast husbands' talent in this area can only be described as average. Yi Qi disdainfully compared the 2 herbs. "Don't they all look the same? How can they look identical?" Yin Yang pointed at the herbs. One has rounder serrated leaves, while the other is sharper. The sharper one is toxic and can't be used, while the rounder one can be used for medicine. Ye Ji pouted. Who would notice such a small difference? Yin Yang was speechless. Fortunately, there was a good student, Bai Yin. Perhaps it was because he was a wood element ability user. Distinguishing the differences in herbs was easy for him, as if he was born to do this job. However, the wood element only had an affinity with plants, allowing him to know whether a plant was toxic or not, but couldn't directly identify the uses of the plants. Time flew by, and 7 or 8 days had passed. Bai Yin had already recognized hundreds of herbs, while the 3 beastmen combined knew far fewer herbs than Bai Yin. The beastmen were physically strong, and Bai Yin's body had almost fully recovered, but his leg had not completely healed due to a 2-day delay in treatment, causing him to limp slightly on his right leg. However, Bai Yin was very grateful to Yin Yang. If it weren't for Yin Yang, he would have had trouble just surviving, let alone learning so much pharmacological knowledge. Another 7 or 8 days passed, and the beast world had begun to enter its hottest period. Even at night, it was unbearably hot. During the day, no wild beasts or fallen beasts were willing to come out. Congratulations, host. You have cultivated a loyal junior wizard. Reward: 1,000 points. When Yun Yang heard the system's voice, she was momentarily stunned. Sister Yin, what's wrong? Bai Yin had already admired Yun Yang immensely during this time. Not only did she know medicine, but she could also kill fallen beasts. Yin Yang's eyes flashed with complexity, but she reassured herself, it's okay, just study hard. If Bai Yin becomes a mid-level wizard in the future, perhaps she can earn a lot of points. Indeed, her efforts will pay off. Bai Yin nodded, I will. Yinjia, I'll head back next door now. Call me anytime if you need me. With Bai Zhu's help, Bai Yin opened a small cave next door, where he usually lived, only going over when Yun Yang taught him to identify herbs. With Yi Qi and the others watching him, Bai Yin didn't dare stay in Yun Jie's cave. All right, Yun Yang nodded, thinking about their plans for today. She said to Bai Yin, we plan to go to the forest to explore today, so you don't have to come with us. Bai Yin was taken aback. Okay, Yun Ye. Since he recovered from his injury, Bai Yin sometimes also went hunting with Yin Yang and the others. Although he had become a half-beast, he still had the strength of a blue-tier child, but it was impossible for him to improve further. It was during that time that Bai Yin saw Yun Yang kill a fallen beast with his own eyes. At first, Bai Yin envied Bai Zhu for having such a great female leader like Yun Yang, while he thought he would probably end up alone. But now, Bai Yin's mindset was at peace. He might not have such a good female leader, but meeting Yun Yang and being personally taught pharmacology by her was already a huge stroke of luck. He was as fortunate as Bai Zhu. Yang Yang, I'm ready. We can set off now, Bai Zhu said softly to Yun Yang. Yin Yang looked at the light purple beast pattern on Bai Zhu's forehead and excitedly said, let's go. Time for revenge. Yesterday, Bai Zhu had already broken through to become a purple tier beast man. Coincidentally, Yin Yang had also seen the lair of that giant lizard with the Eye of Truth yesterday. Chapter 26. Giant Lizard of the White Dan Realm to deal with the fallen beast of the White Dan Realm. Yin Yang naturally had to be well prepared. They had already quietly investigated. That giant lizard not only had a strong ability to hide, but also possessed lightning attribute abilities. Yin Yang sat steadily on Bai Zhu's back, her pair of white and slender legs swinging, and her ruby-like eyes held a hint of determination. Now, all 3 beastmen were at the purple rank. and Yun Yang herself could contend against purple-rank fallen beasts without using any system cheats. She couldn't believe that the four of them couldn't kill a White Dan-ranked fallen beast. To ensure a smoother kill of the giant lizard, Yun Yang chose to do it during the day. The giant lizard was already good at hiding, and it was concealed in the densest part of the forest, where even moonlight struggled to penetrate. If they attempted to kill this fallen beast at night, Yi Chi and the others' vision would still be somewhat affected, making it even harder to detect the giant lizard's location. Yun Yang quickly arrived at the lair of the giant lizard. The situation there was relatively complex, with mountains, tall trees, and a ground covered in dead branches and leaves, not to mention quite a few white bones. All of these were tools used by the giant lizard to conceal itself. To the naked eye, there seemed to be nothing unusual in that area. However, if a wild beast were to run in, it would undoubtedly be instantly devoured by the hidden fallen beasts lurking within. They did not dare to get too close and disturb the giant lizard. Instead, they all looked towards Yun Yang. Yun Yang made a few hand gestures for them, which he had specifically taught them to convey information perfectly without alarming the fallen beast. The three beast handlers nodded slightly, indicating their understanding. After such a long period of adjustment, they had already developed a tacit understanding. The giant lizard was just good at hiding. It wasn't as if it could turn to the wind. As long as its traces were discovered, getting it to show itself was not a difficult task. Yun Yang has discovered the giant lizard through the eye of reality. Who would have thought that one of the large rocks on a mountainside was actually the giant lizard? Mo Hen was the first to take action. He transformed into a giant python, and with just a breath, a layer of ice quickly formed in front of them. The back of the giant lizard was instantly covered in ice, roughly revealing its shape. Crack! The ice behind the giant lizard shattered in response, and every time it moved, it stepped on the ice on the ground, making cracking sounds. Whoosh! Yun Yang drew her bow and shot an arrow at the giant lizard's back. With the enhancement of the Golden Light Talisman and the Fire Talisman, Yun Yang's arrow pierced the giant lizard's skin, but only created a small wound, causing just a few drops of blood to flow. The defensive capability of the White Dan realm exceeded Yun Yang's expectations. However, she did not feel disappointed and attacked the giant lizard in the same way again. Hiss! The giant lizard angrily swung its tail, disdainfully knocking Yun Yang's arrow away. Boom! A series of purple lightning bolts struck towards Yun Yang. Yun Yang quickly dodged with the wind, but the trees around her were struck and charred by lightning. While evading, she shot arrows. The giant lizard's movements weren't particularly fast, so Yun Yang had a high hit rate. At some point, ice needles began to fall in the area where the giant lizard was, creating a misty rain. The surroundings became hazy, further disrupting the giant lizard's line of sight. The wind swirled around the giant lizard, rustling the leaves and disturbing its hearing. The gentle breeze also turned into sharp blades, making the giant lizard's thick skin ache. It was the multiple disturbances that made it difficult for the giant lizard to pinpoint the location of Yi Chi and the others. While each time Yun Yang shot an arrow, she would move away from that position, causing the giant lizard's lightning to miss repeatedly. Realizing the danger, the giant lizard attempted to flee from the perilous area. But how could Yun Yang allow the giant lizard to escape? She used her Eye of Truth to constantly provide the giant lizard's location. As the giant lizard fled in that direction, the wind, rain, and ice were right there. Yun Yang can also use arrows to control the path of the giant lizard, forcing it to avoid heading towards the territory of other fallen beasts. If other fallen beasts get involved, Yun Yang and the others might not be able to smoothly kill this fallen beast. The giant lizard has already become thoroughly enraged after suffering multiple setbacks. Within 100 meters, lightning flickers everywhere. Yun Yang was a bit tired from dodging, with no spare time to draw his bow, so he took the opportunity to eat 2 green crystals to replenish his energy. Yun Yang and Bai Zhu were the fastest and thus were unharmed, but Yi Chi and Mo Hen had difficulty avoiding perfectly, and their tails were both hit. Yi Chi and Mo Hen alternated swinging their tails, each time slapping against the giant lizard's body. However, their proximity undoubtedly exposed their positions. The giant lizard lunged directly at Mo Hen, its sharp teeth biting towards him. Mo Hen had long been prepared for this, directly condensing a spiky ice ball, like a shelled chestnut, and shoved it into the giant lizard's mouth. The giant lizard was instantly filled with blood, and the ice ball was shattered by its bite. Mo Hen couldn't even imagine what would happen if it bit him. Would his tail be severed? Although the giant lizard was severely injured by Mo Hen, its fierce charge knocked Mo Hen over several times. The giant lizard opened its bloodied mouth and continued to bite at Mo Hen's body. Bang! a massive black python charged in, knocking the giant lizard away and tightly coiling around it, biting at the lizard's injured area. Mo-Hen's eyes flashed with surprise, not expecting Yi Chi to come to his rescue. The giant lizard writhed in discomfort as it was constricted, continuously releasing purple lightning. And Yi Chi's body was covered in electricity. Mo-Hen immediately bit down on Yi Chi's tail and dragged him away, while Yi Chi instinctively released the giant lizard. The giant lizard, wanting to continue the assault, was hindered by an arrow. Baizhu was not far behind, using his speed advantage. Despite the currents of electricity surrounding the giant lizard, he charged in to bite it, then quickly retreated, repeating this tactic. The giant lizard became exhausted from the disturbances, having depleted most of its energy, and its speed was decreasing. Its body also had more and more wounds. If one observed closely, they could see that its wounds were gradually turning black. Both the mist surrounding the giant lizard and the ice needles piercing it contained toxins. After holding off the giant lizard for so long, the toxins had long since seeped into its body. The lightning on the giant lizard gradually weakened, and its movements became slower. But Yun Yang and the others did not dare to be careless. Yun Yang ate a piece of blue crystal, and while the giant lizard staggered, he used nearly half of his energy to shoot an arrow. The arrow, radiating a white halo with a hint of golden light, pierced through the giant lizard's throat. The giant lizard let out its final roar, blood pouring out from the gaping wound. Bang! The giant lizard finally fell, its thunderous energy dissipating. Yi Chi and Mo-Hen both looked towards Yun Yang, only to see him gently shake his head. The system did not announce that the giant lizard was dead. Perhaps the fallen beast was not completely finished. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. If they approached now, the giant lizard might retaliate in its dying moments, and they would be seriously injured if not dead. Mo-Hen gathered a massive ice spear and thrust it into the gaping wound of Yun Yang. Yun Yang also shot an arrow at the giant lizard. Chapter 27. Explosive hair. The giant lizard moved slightly, and then lightning rained down all around. Boom! The surrounding trees were charred by the lightning, and some almost turned to ash. Yun Yang let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they did not recklessly approach. Otherwise, the fate of these trees would have been theirs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully hunting the white Danjing fallen beast and earning 2,000 points. Yun Yang's eyes lit up. Compared to the purple tier fallen beasts, it had directly doubled. Not bad. Hurry up and take out the beast core. Yun Yang glanced at the system map. Nearby fallen beasts were attracted over. We should take the beast core and leave as soon as possible. All right. Yi Chi transformed into human form, ready to dissect the beast core. Puffed. Yun Yang looked at Yi Chi and covered her mouth, laughing. Yi Chi looked at Yun Yang in confusion, asking what's wrong. Yun Yang tried to hold back his laughter and coughed. Hey, your hair. Yi Chi touched his own hair and found that it had become all frizzy from static electricity. His expression changed dramatically. Yun Yang looked at his afro, rarely seeing Yi Chi's embarrassed expression. The next moment, Yi Chi directly used his ability to wash his hair. His dark hair dripped with water, but at least it was no longer frizzy. Yun Yang turned her attention to Mo-Hen and Baizhu, who had both been electrocuted. She wondered if they would end up like Yi Chi. Can you transform for me to see? The black giant python flicked its tongue, and Yun Yang felt that the most important thing was to dissect the beast core and leave. Otherwise, they might be surrounded. Yeah. Baizhu was also reluctant to transform in front of Yun Yang and show his disheveled appearance. Right now, Baizhu's fur had been singed black in patches from the lightning, and he couldn't imagine what he would look like in human form. However, Mo-Hen's words were not an excuse. They could all sense the danger approaching them. Yi Chi dissected the luminous white beast core that emitted a hint of golden light, and then everyone retreated. Shortly after they left, nearly 10 fallen beasts rushed over, half of which were the purple tier. Although the giant lizard had already been dissected for its beast core, its flesh was still beneficial for the fallen beasts. They rushed forward, tearing at the corpse of the giant lizard. With so many fallen beasts fighting over the meal, conflicts were inevitable, and they began to fight amongst themselves. The blue-tier fallen beasts couldn't win and simply grabbed a piece of meat and left. Meanwhile, the purple-tier fallen beasts continued to fight fiercely. Suddenly, these fallen beasts instinctively sensed a hint of danger and involuntarily stopped. At that moment, a black panther charged out and bit off the closest purple-tier fallen beast in one swift motion. Roar! The remaining purple-tier fallen beasts fled for their lives. Yet even so, the black panther swiftly hunted down 2 fallen beasts. The purple-tier fallen beasts gained nothing and lost their lives in the jaws of the Black Panther at the Black Dan realm. After dealing with the small opponents, the Black Panther whipped its tail like a whip, leaving marks on the nearby tree trunks with each strike. The Black Panther gnawed on the corpses of the purple-tier fallen beasts, devouring their beast crystals, and then slowly began to eat the corpse of the giant lizard. As for the corpses of the purple-tier fallen beasts, the Black Panther didn't even look at them. Yin Yang didn't see this scene with her own eyes, but she got a rough idea from the system's report. She noticed a point on the map that was platinum mixed with a bit of red and inquired with the system. It was a fallen beast close to the Red Dan realm. Moreover, the system also informed Yin Yang that if the giant lizard's beast core were eaten by it, it could very likely directly advance to the Red Dan realm. Yin Yang took a deep breath. Fortunately, they ran fast. Otherwise, even if they managed to avoid those purple-tier fallen beasts, it would have been difficult to escape from the claws of a minion approaching the Red Dan realm. Yin Yang looked at the map of the Misty Forest. After their hunting, the number of high-level fallen beasts had decreased by almost half. Perhaps after some time, she would explore the inner plants, earn some small points, and then leave the Misty Forest. Back at the cave, Bai Yin was waiting outside. He looked at Yin Yang and the three beastmen, all of whom were injured, with wide eyes. Mo Hen and the others were all purple-tier beastmen, but they returned injured, which clearly indicated how difficult the fallen beasts they dealt with were. What did you go to do? Bai Yin couldn't help but ask. We want to hunt the fallen beasts in the White Dan realm, Yin Yang replied. The White Dan realm, Bai Yin stuttered, his wolf ears almost flattening in shock. How could they dare to do that? At that moment, Bai Yin deeply felt the gap between himself and them. Moreover, this gap was only getting larger. It was an existence that a half-beastman like him could never reach. He lowered his gaze, suddenly feeling a sense of helplessness, unsure if there would be a path waiting for him ahead. And Sister Yin would only walk further and further away. By the way, I found some medicinal herbs in the inner area and collected quite a few seeds. I'll give them all to you later. Yin Yang noticed that Bai Yin seemed a bit down and encouraged him, saying, You have great talent in this area, and you already have the strength of a junior wizard. Bai Yin suddenly looked up at me. I'm already a junior wizard. His tongue nearly tripped over itself, unable to believe it. Yes, I believe that with time, you will definitely have the opportunity to become a mid-level wizard or even a high-level wizard. Bai Yan's eyes sparkled. Sister Yin, can I really do it? Of course. Yin Yang nodded affirmatively. Perhaps soon, there will be little I can teach you. It must be said that Bai Yin was indeed very talented, with an incredible memory. She only taught Bai Yin to identify herbs, but Bai Yin also had unique ideas in pharmacology. Bai Yan's heart grew warm. He seemed to have found his goal. A wizard. He wanted to become a high-level wizard. What if he could only stay at the blue tier for life? What if he was a half-orc? If he could become a high-level wizard, he would be respected by the orcs all over the Beast World continent. The most important thing was that once he became a high-level wizard, he would have the qualification to stand beside Sister Yin. Bai Yin looked at Yin Yang seriously. Sister Yin, thank you. It was you who gave me a new life. He would be grateful to Yin Yang for a lifetime. You're welcome, but you also need to work hard. Yin Yang murmured to herself. If Bai Yin was just as untalented as her three beast husbands, she wouldn't even bother to teach him. Let's go. We'll head into the cave. All right. Bai Yin nodded excitedly, no longer feeling the earlier dejection. However, Mo Hen stopped and did not move forward. Yang Yang, I'm a bit dirty all over. I'm going to take a shower. Bai Zhu instantly understood Mo Hen's meaning and also expressed a desire to take a shower. Yin Yang nodded, but you might have to go to a farther place. As the weather gets hotter, the little river outside has long dried up. It's okay, we'll be back soon. Saying this, the snake and the wolf quickly left. Bai Yin was a bit puzzled. Wasn't Yi Chi a water ability user? It wouldn't be impossible for him to provide some water, right? Who knows? Yin Yang smiled. Maybe he was afraid of seeing them, with Yi Chi's signature explosive hairstyle. Chapter 28. Are you a witch? The misty forest couldn't withstand the enthusiasm of the three suns in the sky. The leaves had turned yellow, and half of them had fallen. The rivers and lakes in the forest were gradually drying up. Sometimes, the fallen beasts inside would fight fiercely, covered in wounds, for water resources. As the temperature in the forest rose, the fallen beasts became more restless. Based on Bai Yan's experience, after a while, there would likely be a large-scale beast tide in the forest, so they had to leave the misty forest before it arrived. If they were unfortunate enough to encounter the beast tide while alone, it would be very difficult to survive. As a wandering half-beast, Bai Yin should have nowhere to go, but because Yin Yang taught him to identify herbs, he could find a suitable tribe based on that. When he saw the chaos in the forest beginning, Bai Yin had the idea of seeking refuge in a tribe. Sister Yin, are you planning to find a tribe to rely on? I haven't thought it through yet. Yin Yang had 3 purple-tier beastmen by his side, and during the oncoming beast tide, they were not without means to protect their strength. They could stay with the tribe for a while, or choose to leave the forest directly, traveling towards Beast King City. Imohen, do you have any ideas? Yin Yang asked the 3 beastmen for their thoughts. I prefer to find a tribe to stay with first, Baiju said. If we encounter a large-scale beast tide, we could easily get separated. It would be better to stay with the tribe. We can help them through the crisis, and in return, they can provide us with a temporary shelter. Imohen thought for a moment and agreed with Baiju's view. Ichi also did not want to risk getting separated from the female leader, so he nodded as well. All right, Yin Yang immediately decided. Then let's find a suitable tribe to stay with for a while. Bai Yin took the initiative to volunteer, wanting to do something for Yin Yang. Although this small task was nothing compared to Yin Yang's kindness, Bai Yin still wanted to demonstrate his usefulness. Then I'll leave it to you. Bai Yin nodded and left the cave the next day, preparing to take a look outside the forest. Roar! A tiger's roar reached his ears, and Bai Yin immediately became alert. Soon after, he heard a series of immature cries for help. Bai Yin's heart tightened. The sound seemed to come from more cubs. In the beast world, females were the most precious, followed by the cubs. How could there be orc cubs near the misty forest? Bai Yin had once been a member of a tribe, and the teachings he received there made it impossible for him to ignore the plight of cubs in danger. Bai Yin rushed over immediately. Bursting through the grass ahead, he saw a tiger beast roaring at a somewhat youthful male orc. Behind the orc, there were several orc cubs. Bai Yin charged forward, biting the tiger beast's neck and holding on tightly. Fortunately, this tiger beast was only green tier. If it had been a blue tier fallen beast, he might not have been able to handle it with his current strength. After a fierce battle with the fallen beast, Bai Yin successfully killed it. He extracted the beast crystal and turned back to look at the orc cubs. Are you all right? The young orc finally couldn't hold on any longer, clutching his bleeding arm, and collapsed in fear on the ground. Brother, are you okay? The little orc, with tears streaming down his face, ran to the side of the young orc, crying loudly. It's all our fault. We shouldn't have sneaked out. The other orc cubs, looking only 7 or 8 years old, pouted, appearing on the verge of tears but too scared to cry. The young orc's lips turned pale. It's not your fault. You just wanted to save the elder. Which tribe are you from? Bai Yin asked, looking at them with some reproach. What happened to you? Don't you know how dangerous the misty forest is? We are from the spotted leopard tribe, the young orc said, looking down. Long ago, the Qingyang tribe suffered many casualties during a beast tide. To protect the remaining tribesmen, they took in a group of spotted leopard orcs who had also been attacked by the beast tide. After decades of development, the spotted leopard orcs grew in power, while the Qingyang tribe's orcs, who favored peace and disliked conflict, gradually retreated. However, retreating did not bring peace, but rather intensified oppression. The spotted leopard tribe forcefully claimed their females and shared very few beast crystals with them. If it weren't for a shaman in the Qingyang tribe, they might have been driven out of the tribe. At some point, the spotted leopard tribe became acquainted with a priest with prophetic abilities, who warned that the tribes near the misty forest would face an unprecedented beast tide disaster. Just then, the elder of the Qingyang tribe passed away. The spotted leopard tribe abandoned the Qingyang tribe, taking their female orcs and moving to another stronger tribe. When they took the female orcs away, they forcefully demanded that the females erase the Qingyang orcs' beast marks, resulting in the death of many Qingyang orcs whose spiritual sea shattered. The remaining Qingyang orcs either became fallen beasts, killing their former friends and family, or transformed into half-orcs. Now in the tribe, many strong orcs were dead or injured, leaving only a group of old orcs, while the younger orcs struggled to progress due to lack of resources. Our tribe leader was seriously injured while intercepting the fallen orcs and has been running a fever, said the young orc. Coincidentally, Xiao Wu learned from the shaman that there's a unique herb outside the misty forest that is very beneficial for healing, so he ran out with a few orcs. Now, the tribe is in chaos and hasn't even noticed they are missing. It was only when he went outside the tribe to look for food that he saw them and followed. The herbs are outside the forest, and fallen beasts above green tier rarely appear. I also want to save the leader and other injured tribesmen. When I heard them mention such herbs, I agreed to help them. It's all my fault. The young orc was filled with guilt. Little did I know, just after they finished gathering herbs, a green tier beast charged out. Bai Yin looked at the frightened orc cubs, who were so scared that they almost lost their souls, yet still tightly gripped a few blades of grass. He sighed. The misty forest was a bit chaotic now, and some fallen beasts could emerge. Also, you got it wrong. These herbs are not for treating external injuries, much less for reducing fever. The young orc and several cubs were stunned. They got it wrong? No, Impossible. A chubby-faced orc flushed red, saying, the shaman clearly said that outside the forest there's a kind of herb with flat, long leaves, hairy, purple fruits, and yellow roots. He held up the herbs in his hand, insisting they matched the description. Our shaman wouldn't be wrong. Bayan took a look and said, the shaman indeed didn't say anything wrong. You just picked the wrong ones. Then Bayan walked a little way and pulled up a similar plant from the ground. But it had no fruit, only a few flower buds. This is it. This herb is just starting to bloom this season. They were all stunned. Only the cub who had just contradicted Bayan's eyes lit up. Are you a shaman? Chapter 29. Survived. Bayan was taken aback, hesitating as he said, I suppose so. He had never treated anyone before, but during his time in the White Wolf tribe, he had seen shamans heal the tribe's orcs, and he estimated that his abilities were about the same as those of the White Wolf tribe shaman. The orc's eyes brightened. The young orc even knelt on one knee before Bayan. Great shaman, please help us. Save our leader and tribesmen. The orc cubs around him also knelt their round, bright eyes shining with pleading light. Bayan was startled. It was his first time receiving such profound respect. He was momentarily dazed, recalling how he had been bossed around in the tribe before. Now all of this was thanks to Sister Yin teaching him about herbs. He immediately helped the young orc up, saying, I can go take a look, but I don't know if I can cure him. It doesn't matter. The young orc's eyes shimmered with tears as he looked at Bayan gratefully. Thank you, sir. Then let's go. Bayan picked some herbs and then transformed into a wolf beast, accompanying them to the tribe. The orc transformed into a brown, seemingly simple-minded Qingyang and hurriedly led the way for Bayan. The tribe is not too far from the misty forest. The young goats raced back to the tribe, where some orcs anxiously surrounded them. Xiao Wu, Xiao He, Xiao Bei, where have you been? We were worried sick. The older orcs looked at the little ones, who were only half their height and were filled with anger. Qing Sun, did you bring the cubs back? They looked at the young orc with concern. Why are you injured? Did you encounter danger? Then they cautiously observed the wolf beast, Bayan. Uncles, I'm fine. I encountered a fallen beast outside, and this adult saved me. Also, this adult is a shaman and is willing to help us check on our clan's injuries. The orc's eyes instantly lit up. A shaman? They all bowed to Bayan. Thank you, esteemed shaman. Bayan felt a warmth in his heart. No need to thank me. I'll do my best. Saying this, he transformed into a half-orc appearance. Take me over to see. The sight of Bayan with wolf ears and a tail momentarily stunned the surrounding orcs. But they quickly regained their composure. In the past, they might have felt some rejection, but now their tribe had 7 or 8 half-orcs transformed due to being abandoned by their female leaders, so they were not as afraid of Bayan anymore. Moreover, Bayan was a shaman. Some orcs privately lamented. Could an esteemed shaman still be abandoned by a female leader? Who was so blind? Not good. The chief is in trouble. A small orc cried as he ran out. The young goat orcs changed their expressions. What? Esteemed shaman, please help us check on the chief. The chief was their backbone. What would they do without him? Bayan immediately followed and arrived at the chief's small wooden house. As the chief of the young goats, his dwelling was quite shabby. The chief's face was pale, his gaze hollow. Upon seeing the chief's condition, Bayan felt a sense of foreboding. Chief, the shaman has arrived. Please hold on. Qing Sun anxiously looked at the chief lying on the bed, breathing more out than in, tears instantly streaming from his eyes. The chief gasped painfully, his muddled gaze looking at everyone. Don't waste your strength. Save our clansmen. After saying this, the chief began to breathe heavily. You must live well. The chief grasped Qing Sun's hand. Don't seek revenge. Find a stronghold. Surviving the beast tide is the most important thing. The young goat tribe must survive. The chief's hand weakly fell, tears still shimmering in his eyes. Even in death, he was worried about the safety of his clansmen, determined to keep them alive. Chief, the young goat orcs all knelt down, feeling sorrowful for the chief's passing. Bayan felt a deep sense of lamentation. Such kind young goats had ended up in such a tragic fate, which was truly sad. But in this cruel beast world, strength was always revered. If the young goat tribe wanted to survive well in the beast world, they could only grow stronger. Bayan looked at the kneeling elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, and couldn't help but sigh. Take me to see the other injured. The chief could no longer be saved. The most important thing now was to help the other orcs. Qing Sun quickly wiped his tears. Yes. Esteemed shaman, please follow me. Bayan left the chief's house and went to the small houses of other orcs, which were similar to the chief's. When he entered the tribe, he had seen some better stone houses from a distance, which were still uninhabited. Bayan guessed that those houses might belong to the departed leopard clan orcs. The leopard clan lived in good houses. while the young goat tribe was filled with shabby little houses. Fortunately, the other injured young goats were not as severe as the chief, and their conditions were manageable. However, Bai Yin did not have many herbs prepared. In the past, the shaman had plenty. I'll take you to look for some. If there aren't any, I will risk my life to find some. Let's take a look first. Bai Yin went to the former young goat tribe shaman's house and found quite a few usable herbs inside. He took several types of medicinal materials and had Qing Sun brew them to send to the injured orcs. Then, he crushed the herbs he had just gathered and applied them to the wounds. As Bai Yin passed by a small house, he suddenly heard some heavy breathing. He couldn't help but stop and ask the orc guarding the door what was happening inside. The young goat orc's eyes flashed with sorrow. Inside is our clansman. He has a problem with his consciousness and needs to calm down here for a while. If released, he might accidentally harm other clansmen. Our tribe no longer has any females, so we can only do this. In fact, even in the past, when they wanted a female to soothe the consciousness, the leopard clan orcs would refuse time and again. Bai Yin looked at the closed house and felt a bit uncomfortable. You take care of your clansmen. I need to step out for a while and will return after some time. The young goat tribe opened their mouths, but did not try to hold him back or ask. Bai Yin was not their shaman, and they had no right to. The young goat tribe had been humble for too long and had become accustomed to silence. They watched Bai Yin transform into a wolf beast and leave, feeling somewhat anxious. Would the esteemed shaman come back? The esteemed shaman is a good orc. If he says he will return, then he will definitely come back. Qing Sun's gaze was firm. Then Qing Sun looked at the clansman. If the esteemed shaman returns, should we try to persuade him to stay? Chapter 30. Breath-holding grass. The young goat orcs exchanged glances. We have nothing. Would the esteemed shaman be willing? Perhaps he already has a tribe? Qing Sun gritted his teeth. As long as the esteemed shaman is willing, we can support him with the strength of our entire tribe. Then he added, I asked on the way, the esteemed shaman currently has no tribe. If they don't save themselves, they might really be drowned in the beast tide. This was their opportunity. As long as their tribe had a shaman, they could absorb more orcs or seek refuge with a large tribe. If there was no shaman in the tribe, it was likely that no tribe would be willing to take them in. The esteemed shaman is a blue-tier orc, and he's also a half-orc. Perhaps the esteemed shaman might also find a tribe before the beast tide arrives. If that is the case, then why can't we bring the esteemed shaman over? The young goat orcs were all a bit excited. As long as the esteemed shaman is willing, we are willing to meet all his demands. The young goat orcs gathered together, their eyes shining with a glimmer of light. They hoped that the beast god would bless their young goat tribe. But some older orcs opened their mouths, not sharing their optimism. Meanwhile, Bai Yin had already returned to the cave in the misty forest. Sister Yun. Bai Yin saw Yun Yang and the others were there and sighed in relief. Then he began to talk to Yun Yang about the young goat tribe situation. Yun Yang was taken aback for a moment. Are you saying you wanted to help calm the orcs? Yes, Bai Yin looked at Yun Yang nervously. They're all gentle-natured orcs and would like to ask for your help. He also told Yun Yang about the experiences of the Qingyang tribe. Yun Yang thought for a moment and said, I can go take a look, but I can only do my best. If a truly critical situation arises, I can't possibly put myself in a difficult position. Don't worry, Yang, we'll protect you, Mo Hen said, standing next to Yun Yang. Yi Qi and Bai Zhu stepped forward. Yin Yang smiled. Suddenly, she felt that having 3 purple-tier beast husbands was quite reassuring. Then let's go. Yun Yang sat on Mo Hen's back, following Bai Yin to the Qingyang tribe settlement. Qing Sun was waiting outside the tribe's entrance, and his eyes brightened upon seeing Bai Yin's arrival. Great, the wizard has returned. Then, he noticed 3 imposing orcs following Bai Yin. And on the giant anaconda, there was also a female. It was a female. Qing Sun's eyes widened. A female had come to their tribe. Wizard. Qing Sun secretly glanced at the beautiful female with fair, glossy skin, so excited that he could hardly speak. Bai Yin introduced Yun Yang and the 3 beast husbands, and also mentioned that Yun Yang was willing to help calm the orcs. Of course, our Yun Jia would only calm the orcs in general situations. Good, good. Qing Sun excitedly repeated the word good twice. How could our Qingyang tribe make things difficult for a noble female? You can rest assured, the situation with the orcs in our tribe is still manageable. Qing Sun then secretly shifted his gaze to the 3 formidable beast husbands beside Yun Yang. They all displayed their beast patterns as a warning. And Qing Sun immediately understood that they were purple-tier orcs. Not to mention that their temperament would not allow them to engage in moral coercion. Just looking at the 3 beast husbands behind Yun Yang, they wouldn't have the guts to do so. Then let's go over there, Yun Yang said. Yes, thank you. Esteemed female. Qing Sun immediately led the way. The orcs of the Qingyang tribe quickly learned that a female had arrived at the tribe, accompanied by 3 extremely powerful beast husbands, and thus gathered to watch. Many orcs in the Qingyang tribe had issues with their consciousness being unstable, but it was not unmanageable. In the past, the leopard tribe controlled the females, only allowing them to help calm the unstable consciousness when it was almost out of control, as if doing a favor. Yin Yang occasionally used his mental power to soothe the sea of consciousness of Mo Hin and the others, and he did it quite skillfully. The orcs of the Qingyang tribe were so grateful that they almost knelt down. Meanwhile, Qing Sun quietly walked over to Bai Yin and pulled him aside. "Wizard, you don't have a tribe? Would you consider joining ours?" Qing Sun looked at Bai Yin. "If you are willing, we will agree to any conditions. If you are willing, we can even nominate you as the leader of the Qingyang tribe." Bai Yin understood Qing Sun's urgency very well. Recently, the fallen beasts in the misty forest had become increasingly irritable, and there were already signs of a beast tide. If the Qingyang tribe did not have enough capital to attract scattered orcs, they would have to leave the place they had lived for a long time in search of a powerful tribe. As for the Qingyang tribe, it was not to mention how many powerful members they had. There were still many old, weak, ill, and even half-beasts among them. Looking at the Qingyang tribe, which had no advantages but a lot of burdens, it cut off their possibility of joining a large tribe. "Although I understand pharmacology, I'm just a blue-tier half-beast. How can I be your leader?" But Bai Yin did not directly refuse to join their tribe. "You said before that the tribe might face a beast tide in the future. How will you deal with it?" he asked. "If you can come up with a feasible countermeasure, perhaps I might consider staying." Qing Sun hesitated. "Actually, our Qingyang tribe has a secret. It's because of this that we have survived here for so many years." The Qingyang tribe was indeed not one of the strongest tribes in the beast world, but the weak had their own survival wisdom. "My lord, please follow me." Qing Sun led Bai Yin to a remote place in the tribe, where a dense patch of grass grew. If one observed closely, they would find that there were also many plants around the tribe that looked like wild grass, emitting a faint fragrance. "My lord, this is a plant discovered by our chieftain many years ago. We call it the breath-restraining grass. Normally, we can also use this grass as food. This grass, when planted around the tribe, can somewhat conceal their scent. Generally, fallen beasts, relying only on their sense of smell, would not discover that there was a tribe here. Unless a fallen beast accidentally wandered in or encountered one with an unusually keen sense of smell, the tribe was usually quite safe. This is also why, over the years, even though they lived outside the misty forest, there had been very few instances of large-scale fallen beast attacks. The Qingyang tribe did not tell the Bambao tribe about this. They only thought it was because of the food they planted and the protection of their beast god that they had rarely been troubled by fallen beasts over the years. If the breath-restraining grass were crushed and applied to the body, even a white-tier fallen beast would not notice. Once, the chieftain encountered a white-tier fallen beast and escaped a disaster by hiding in this grass. If it weren't for the fear of the prophecy, the tribe members also intended to apply the breath-restraining grass all over their bodies to hide. Chapter 31. Need to confess to you, my lord, if you join our tribe. We will recruit outside orcs to strengthen the tribe, and we will definitely not let you be in danger. Bai Yin was surprised by the uniqueness of the breath-restraining grass and was contemplating Qing Sun's invitation. "But have you thought about how you can ensure that your Qingyang tribe won't be oppressed by the Bambao tribe like before?" Qing Sun clenched his fists tightly, his face pale as he said, "We will become stronger. If our tribe members are still bullied, I can find a safer place for my tribe after the beast tide." Qing Sun's eyes dimmed. It seemed that the wizard did not want to stay, right? After all, how could the wizard possibly value their tribe's life-saving plants? As long as the wizard joined a sufficiently powerful tribe, what would it matter without these breath-restraining grasses? "Your plan won't work. After the beast tide, the beast world will soon welcome the rainy season, and it will be hard to find a safe place," Bai Yin said. "Orcs usually choose to migrate in the warm season. Also, what will you do if your tribe members' sea of consciousness becomes chaotic?" He pointed out a very sharp issue. "Our tribe has no females left. Even if we want to find one, it's hard for females to look favorably upon the Qingyang tribe." Bai Yin thought that Qing Sun was still young, and the capable orcs were either dead or injured. However, Qing Sun, who had not yet reached adulthood, bravely took on the responsibilities of the tribe, trying hard to find a way for the tribe to survive, which was already commendable. Qing Sun lowered his head in silence, feeling a sense of despair. So what could they do? Escape with the breath-restraining grass? Live a life of wandering, possibly dying from natural disasters or beast calamities at any moment? Remembering the words of the chieftain before his death, Qing Sun's eyes turned red. However, Bai Yin changed his tone. "Actually, you do have other options. Qing Sun looked at him in confusion. Sister Yun hasn't joined the tribe yet, Bai Yin said. If you can invite Sister Yun to join your tribe, then not only would you have a female, but you would also have 3 purple tier orcs. They want to temporarily join a tribe before the beast tide arrives. Sister Yun won't stay in the tribe forever, but you can take the opportunity to grow stronger and recruit suitable orcs. With 3 purple tier orcs backing you up, no outside orcs would dare to act recklessly. If Sister Yun is willing to join the tribe, then I can also join you. Bai Yin said softly, to be honest with you, I can identify herbs. And Sister Yun taught me. Qing Sun's eyes widened. That noble female was actually a wizard. But how could their small tribe retain such a noble female? Qing Sun had no confidence in this at all. You are simple and kind, which is also a virtue, Bai Yin said. The key is that the Qingyang tribe just happens to satisfy Yin Yang. When Bai Yin came to the Qingyang tribe, he had already mentioned to Yun Yang the idea of whether to stay in this tribe. When Yun Yang learned about the situation of the Qingyang tribe, she made a request. As long as the other party agreed, she didn't mind the current weakness of the Qingyang tribe. I am just a half-orc and do not qualify to be your tribe's leader, but Sister Yun can. She's a powerful matriarch and also a witch. However, if Sister Yun leaves the tribe in the future to travel outside, you cannot elect another leader. She must always be your leader. This is Yun Yang's condition. Although Bai Yin was unclear about why Yun Yang wanted to do this, he did not know about her system. If you agree, I could try to speak on your behalf. No problem. We are willing. How could they possibly refuse? A powerful female bringing 3 purple tier beastmen into their tribe. What reason did they have to say no? Even if that beautiful female were to leave later, it would still give their tribe a chance to breathe. In any case, the Qingyang tribe was at an advantage. Then, Qing Sun looked at Bai Yin again, asking if that female Yun Yang was willing to keep all their tribesmen. Many of our tribesmen are seriously injured and may be left disabled, and some have already become half-orcs due to having their beast marks erased. Bai Yin looked at himself and moved his slightly lame foot. Sister Yun would not look down on anyone with disabilities or those who are half-orcs. As long as they have good intentions and do not harm the tribe, Sister Yun is willing to keep them. Qing Sun's mouth curved into a smile. That was truly wonderful. Rest assured, our tribesmen are all kind-hearted and will not do anything detrimental to the tribe. Bai Yin nodded. Let's go back and talk to your tribesmen. If they agree, I will also inform Sister Yun. Unexpectedly, on the very first day out of the misty forest, he found a way to satisfy Sister Yun with the tribe. Initially, he thought that the Qingyang tribe was too weak, and Sister Yun might not be satisfied. To his surprise, Sister Yun didn't mind and even wanted to be the tribe's leader. Since Sister Yun wanted to become the leader, Bai Yin would certainly fulfill that wish. He could also help Sister Yun protect the tribe, allowing her to travel in the future, knowing she would have a comforting home to return to. Aside from wanting to become a high-level witch, Bai Yin now had another goal. All right. Qing Sun nodded. I'll go tell the tribesmen right now. They will definitely agree. Qing Sun gathered with the tribesmen, excitedly discussing, while Bai Yin went to find Yun Yang. He nodded at Yun Yang, indicating that the discussion had gone well, and then mentioned the matter of the lianchi grass. Lianchi grass? Yun Yang murmured, that's indeed a good thing. Yun Yang thought if they brought the quieting grass, could they carefully approach those fallen beasts and carry out assassinations? This way, it would save a lot of effort. Mo Hen and the others exchanged glances. Then a hint of helplessness flashed across their faces. They had been in contact with Yun Yang for such a long time that they could probably guess his thoughts. But since the female master wanted to do this, they would follow along. This was indeed a good method for killing fallen beasts. Let's go, we can go outside. Those beastmen's consciousness seas have already calmed down. All right, Yun Jia. After Yun Yang stepped out, the orcs of the Qingyang tribe gathered anxiously. The noble female, Qing Sun, hesitated before speaking. We have already agreed to serve you as our leader. However, she glanced at the tribesmen behind her and took a deep breath. We have something to confess to you. It's about the prophecy we overheard from the Bambao tribe. Qing Sun gritted her teeth. After you hear it, you can decide whether to stay with our Qingyang tribe. We cannot keep this from you. The noble Yun Yang is so kind. She is a benefactor to our Qingyang tribe. If we hide it, she and her beast husbands might get angry, right? If we end up harming our benefactor because of this, we would feel guilty. If we reveal this secret and our benefactor chooses not to stay, then it would just mean the tribe is not blessed, and we cannot blame anyone else. Chapter 32, Educating the Orcs. Yin Yang was taken aback for a moment and said, Then you tell me. We heard a prophecy from the spotted leopard tribe that a red Dan-level fallen beast will emerge from the misty forest and recklessly invade the nearby tribes. That's a red Dan-level beast. Not to mention that their tribe has only a few purple-tier beastmen due to the lack of resources, and they have suffered casualties, leaving only 2. As for the spotted leopard tribe, they have only 1 white dam level beastman. There is a huge gap between purple tier and white dam level. Some beastmen may not even touch the threshold of white dam level for 5 or 6 years after becoming purple tier. Yin Yang was quite satisfied with the straightforward attitude of the green sheep tribe. A red dam level fallen beast. Huh? Yin Yang looked at them. Currently, there are still 2 white dam level fallen beasts in the misty forest, and no red dam level has appeared. The spotted leopard tribe indeed said so, which is why they were eager to find a powerful tribe. They also hoped there wouldn't be one, but since the prophecy exists, they would rather believe it than not. Yin Yang merely hummed in response. In fact, it wasn't impossible. When she looked at the map of the misty forest, she knew that there was a white Dan realm fallen beast that showed signs of advancing to the red Dan realm. If the prophecy was true, then that red Dan realm fallen beast would be it. Are you still willing to accept our tribe? The Qingyang beastmen looked at Yin Yang with hope. All right, I agree. Yin Yang said. The surrounding Qingyang tribe beastmen suddenly turned to look at Yin Yang, almost thinking they had misheard. Why you really want to be our chieftain? One beastman quietly asked again. Yes, I can agree to that. Yin Yang nodded, but I might not be able to get involved in all your matters. I cannot be as diligent and responsible as your previous chieftain, and I might even leave the tribe in the future to travel across the Beast World continent. Sister Yun, I can find orcs to help you manage this tribe, so you won't be burdened. Bai Yin said, Yes. We will definitely trouble the chieftain less. The orcs of the Qingyang tribe immediately changed their tone. The little cubs in the tribe cheered. Uncle, do we have a chieftain now? Can we call her Sister Chieftain? The chieftain is so beautiful. The little cubs chattered, bouncing around Yin Yang joyfully. Yin Yang saw them with their big round eyes, looking very cute. So she patted their heads. Wow, I was patted by the chieftain. The chieftain is so gentle. Yes, much gentler than the females of the tribe before. The females of the past were all under the control of the leopard clan. Originally gentle females followed the leopard clan and each changed their temperament, with many females looking down on the Qingyang clan. When the leopard clan wanted to take the females away, many females even found it difficult to erase the beast marks of their kin. Now, Yin Yang's approachable appearance reminded them of years ago, when the females of their tribe were still very peaceful before the leopard clan joined the Qingyang clan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing a tribe, earning 10,000 points. Ding! Detected a total of 137 common beastmen in the tribe, totaling 13,700 points. With this, Yin Yang gained over 20,000 points. Before this, she had also earned thousands of points by soothing the mental energies of the Qingyang clan beastmen. Indeed, building a tribe really earns a lot of points. Yin Yang thought that in the future, Bai Yin and the orcs of the Qingyang tribe should recruit more good orcs into the tribe. This way, she would have a continuous source of points. Chief, how about you give our tribe a name? After a brief contemplation, Yin Yang said, Let's call it a civilized village. How about that? I hope you all become civilized orcs, possessing both virtue and talent, pursuing your true selves, not bullying the weak casually, not discriminating against orcs of lower status, but also not allowing yourselves to be easily bullied by others. Chief, does village mean tribe? Yes, a small tribe is called a village, a large tribe is called a town, and then there's a city. You can call me Village Chief from now on. I hope we can eventually become a civilized town, a civilized city. City? Is it like the Beast King's city? The orcs of the Qingyang tribe have never been to the Beast King's city. They only know it's very big and has many extremely powerful orcs. Their tribe now has less than 200 people left. Can they really grow into a city? It may be difficult, but they still yearn for it. Tribe, Village Chief. We will definitely work hard. Yin Yang saw their vibrant appearances and nodded in satisfaction. You all gather together first and write down your clan and the current situation of your people, such as what your clan has, what it lacks, and what abilities the clan members possess, etc. As the newly appointed village chief, she always needs to do something for her people. The Qingyang clan blushed and said, Village Chief, we don't really know how to write. Only a few beastmen can read the characters of the beast world, and in our Qingyang clan, only the deceased clan chief knew some characters. Yin Yang turned her gaze to her 3 beast husbands. Yi Qi crossed his arms and said confidently, Yang Yang, don't look at me. I'm just a wandering beast man. Do I look like someone who can read? And Mo Hen lowered his gaze, tacitly agreeing with Yi Qi's words. Bai Zhu also smiled awkwardly. I can't read either. Yin Yang supports the forehead. System, is there a beast world dictionary? Beep. Task triggered. Educate the beast men. Civilized beastmen are the hope of the beast world. Please host, spread beast world civilization, and teach writing and skills. When the tribe's beastmen recognize 1,000 characters or learn one skill, they will earn 100 points. To assist the host in spreading beast world writing, you immediately receive a copy of the Beast World Dictionary. Yin Yang listened to the system's voice and thought that this system was quite good, helpful for the development of the beast world, and generally not stingy. How about this? Your tribe members come to me to learn characters, and they will teach you later. Every member of our civilized village needs to learn to read, you know? All right, village chief. The Qingyang tribe orcs all had eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. When you have time, go find a plant called the white skin tree. Its outer skin is as white as paper and very suitable for recording characters. Yes, village chief. We will definitely go find it. This is a major event for the whole tribe. We cannot be careless. Also, what are you all good at? You can briefly talk about it now. Yin Yang needed to formulate the future development direction of the Qingyang tribe based on their characteristics. Chief, our Qingyang tribe is good at rock climbing and planting, and sometimes we trade with other herbivorous orcs. Because of the characteristics of the Qingyang tribe, their racial talents are generally in planting and rock climbing, and some who can awaken special abilities mostly have relatively gentle wood and water attributes. In the past, they would sell food to buy beast crystals and then let the tribe members become stronger, but unfortunately, they would still be exploited by the Bambao tribe. This is also quite good. Yin Yang nodded. Then you should also go find white rock to identify herbs. Those with talent might even become wizards. Chapter 33. Yin Rabbit Tribe. Becoming stronger doesn't just refer to martial power. It can be in any field. If you can cultivate wizards, then when you encounter large tribes in the future, you won't be too passive. Talented orcs are lacking in every tribe. The Qingyang tribe orcs open their mouths wide. Village chief, can we also become wizards? Why not? The knowledge of wizards is never passed on to outsiders. Wizards usually choose a relative as an heir or find a suitable apprentice when they are old. No wizard is willing to publicly teach so many orcs. You're all orcs from the civilized village, so you are naturally not outsiders. Yin Yang said patiently, as long as you have talent, how much you learn is yours. But what if we are not good at it? The Qingyang tribe members looked at each other, both hopeful and worried. What if you're not good at it? You will always find your suitable field. I only hope that you can understand some common herbs and know some treatment for fevers. Since the sheep tribe is good at planting, they should focus more on planting. Not only growing food that herbivorous orcs love to eat, but also growing some herbs to sell to other tribes. When Yin Yang was at the market, she touched many items and learned various crafting methods, such as pottery making and weaving clothes. Of course, if these skills develop, it will raise a very important issue. The Qingyang tribe is currently weak, and if they master too many things, they could attract the covetous eyes of powerful tribes, making it difficult to protect these resources. The urgent task is to strengthen our civilization village and get through this beast tide first. Once we become stronger, we can properly develop our village. The Qingyang tribe's eyes were filled with tears. Village chief, we will definitely work hard to become stronger. How could they let down such a good village chief? Without the oppression of the Bambao tribe, the Qingyang tribe began to live actively and grow stronger. They even planned to venture into the misty forest together, kill the fallen beasts, and obtain beast crystals to become stronger. Previously, they were afraid to advance due to the turbulence in the sea of consciousness. But now with Yin Yang, many orcs in the Qingyang tribe had advanced to green, blue, and even purple ranks within just a few days. At the same time, the Qingyang tribe also began to absorb new orcs. To ensure the order of the civilization village, Yin Yang specifically drafted village rules together with several orcs. Hey, have you heard? There's a nearby tribe called Civilization Village, which doesn't restrict races and can accept wandering orcs and half-orcs. I heard that as long as you haven't done anything bad and pass a 3-month trial, you can officially join Civilization Village. I also heard that once you get there, orcs will teach you to read. It seems the beast tide is approaching, and the misty forest seems to be in disarray. Should we give it a try? What if they want to abandon us to the fallen beasts when the beast tide comes? When the beast tide arrives, we, who have no tribe to rely on, be easily killed. Otherwise, we might just be tortured to death by the turbulence in the sea of consciousness. It's better to take a gamble. Then let us go. After some hesitation, many scattered orcs chose to join Civilization Village. As a result, over the past few days, Yin Yang often saw thousands or even tens of thousands of points credited to her account. In just a few days, the number of orcs in Civilization Village had increased by 2 to 3 times. Most tribes are quite exclusive, and half-orcs and wandering orcs cherish the chance to enter a tribe, behaving well in Civilization Village. However, there's only Yun Yang as the female in the tribe, so to appease the orcs, they could only rely on her. Yin Yang, the stone houses prepared by the Qingyang tribe, are all ready, and we have moved everything from the misty forest over. We can stay in a comfortable big house tonight. A glimmer of smile flashed in Mo Hen's eyes. Yin Yang had been busy these past few days, and now she should be able to rest well, right? He had slept with Yin Yang for a long time. Village chief, Qing Sun, is looking for Yin Yang. Mo Hen restrained his smile. Why was this sheep coming again? Village chief, there's a tribe that wants to join our village. Qing Sun explained. The Yun Tu tribe has been bullied by the neighboring tribe for years and had their females taken away. The Yun Tu tribe said that if our civilization village can help them reclaim their females, they are willing to join us. Perhaps due to similar circumstances, the Yun Tu tribe has a good relationship with the Qingyang tribe. The females of the rabbit tribe are also milder than average, and their fertility is higher than that of ordinary orc females. Many powerful orcs prefer the petite and cute females of the rabbit tribe. If the Yun Tu tribe can join us, our village will have more than a dozen females. If the village has females, it will be easier to attract powerful orcs in the future. Yin Yang also knows the importance of females. For a tribe to survive, it absolutely cannot lack female orcs. Which tribe took away the female of the Yun rabbit clan? Village chief, it was the Black Hawk tribe. Perhaps due to their untamed nature. The Black Hawk clan has always liked to bully the rabbit clan, secretly abducting their females for many years. This time, they boldly took away 7 or 8 young females from the rabbit clan. Furthermore, the Eagle clan even made a harsh statement, claiming that this year's beast tide would only trample these weak rabbits, and that taking the females away was merely helping to protect their lives. The arrogant attitude of the Black Hawks made them loathe them immensely. However, the Black Hawks are used to building nests and digging holes on cliffs, and once their females are captured up there, they can hardly come back. The Cloud Rabbit tribe is unwilling to accept their situation. Hearing that the Qingyang tribe recently appointed a powerful female as their leader and has been recruiting new orcs, they plan to give it a try. Their Cloud Rabbit tribe has very few young females left, and other larger tribes won't take them in. They are also afraid that smaller tribes might face the same situation as the Qingyang tribe did in the past. The Black Eagle tribe, relying on their high location, often commits some evil deeds. They are a notorious group of scoundrels and villains. When they lack females in their tribe, they often capture females from nearby small tribes and take them back. They snatch females away and do not cherish them. Sometimes, dead females can be found at the bottom of their cliffs. Qing Sun gritted her teeth and said, even though our Qingyang tribe is far from the Black Eagle tribe, we have still suffered losses from them. Yun Yang frowned. However, the Black Eagle had built its nest on the cliff, and how to go up and bring the female down was quite a challenge. This left Yin Yang a bit troubled. Yin Yang thought for a moment and said, all right, we will definitely save the females of the Yun Tu tribe. If possible, let's rescue all the females of the Black Hawk tribe as well. Here's the plan. Today, I'll take the concealment grass and, under the cover of night, go to the Black Hawk tribe to gather some information. Yang. Mo Hen looked at Yin Yang with a deep gaze and said, don't you think you've been too busy lately and have neglected us? Chapter 34. I will definitely listen to the female leader. Yin Yang touched her nose and said, aren't we busy? You all know why I'm so invested in this. These past few days, she has really earned a lot of points. We can help as well. Mo Hen said, you don't have to do everything yourself. Don't forget, you still have 3 beastmen here. You can rely on us. Mo Hen sighed and added, tonight, I'll go with Yi Chi to take a look. You should rest at home. Okay? Yin Yang was just thinking about going together when she received Mo Hen's serious gaze. Okay, I got it. Yin Yang whispered. Mo Hen glanced coldly at Qing Sun beside him. Aren't you going out yet? Qing Sun nodded in a daze. I'll go out right now. Qing Sun never expected that the relationship between the village chief and the beast husband was like this. It was always the female master commanding the beast husband, and it was the first time he saw the beast husband have such a say in front of the female master. And it seemed that the village chief listened to the beast husband very well. Mo Hen took Yun Yang's hand, ready to take her to explore their new home. Yang, let's go. We're going to check out our new house now. Yin Yang nodded and said, all right, let's go. Their house was large, with a big master bedroom and 7 relatively smaller rooms. This house is really big, Yin Yang couldn't help but exclaim. Of course, Mo Hen chuckled, a bit sarcastically, and said, in the beast world, females usually have 5 or 6 beast husbands, and some have even more. Mo Hen said sourly, If Yang Yang likes a new male in the future, this place is big enough, so there's no need to worry about not having enough space. Yin Yang said shyly. No way. I wouldn't casually take in beast husbands. I can barely handle these three. And you want me to take in more? If it weren't for my little bit of authority, these 3 beast husbands would be dying to climb into my bed. This master bedroom is mine. The rest is up to you. I can live alone most of the time. When Mo Hen heard Yun Yang say she would live alone, he slightly pressed his lips together. All right. So, you don't want to sleep with anyone tonight? Mo Hen fixed his gaze on her again. Yun Yang, don't forget that Baizhu hasn't officially become your partner yet. Although he didn't want to let that wolf benefit from it. As the first beast husband, he had to remind her, once Baizhu became her partner, he would have to fulfill his responsibilities as a beast husband. Yin Yang only knows how to hunt fallen beasts every day, which worries those of them who have ulterior motives. Now that they have moved to the Qingyang clan, it is much better than their previous cave. Even the bed is much bigger. This means they have more space to maneuver. Yin Yang only remembered about half a month ago when she promised Baizhu that she would become his partner in the future. Okay, I understand. So while Yi Qi and Mo Hen went to the Black Hawk tribe to gather information, she became Baizhu's partner. She still wasn't quite used to being overheard by other beastmen, feeling a bit embarrassed. Hearing Yin Yang agree, Mo Hen felt a little sour inside. As the sky grew darker, Mo Hen and Yi Qi prepared to head out to the Black Hawk tribe. Before that, he placed cooling ice blocks in Yun Yang's room and told Baizhu about Yun Yang agreeing to become his partner. Be careful and don't mess with Yang Yang like Yi Qi does. If Baizhu is as reckless as Yi Qi, they can forget about entering Yang Yang's room for the next 10 days or half a month. Baizhu's face turned red with excitement. Why, you can rest assured. Baizhu watched them leave, overjoyed. He had finally waited for this day. Baizhu excitedly ran to the river to take a bath, eager to scrub off a layer of skin. Then he brought back a large basin of water. Yang Yang, I brought back water. Do you want to take a bath? Yin Yang saw Baizhu's face turning red and nodded. Do you want me to help you take a bath? Baizhu said softly again. In our white wolf tribe, we often help the female master take a bath when mating. Yin Yang was initially thinking of refusing, but when she saw Baizhu looking even more shy than herself, she suddenly had a moment of inspiration and agreed. Among the 3 beast men, Baizhu was the most simple-minded. If she dared to nod in front of Mo Hen and Yi Qi, they would definitely tease her in the water. Yin Yang allowed Bai to tremble as she took off her clothes, blushing as she bathed herself and scrubbed her back. The next moment, a drop of red liquid dissolved into the water. Yin Yang looked up and saw that Baizhu's nose was already bleeding. Baizhu quickly covered his nose and said, I'm sorry. Yin Yang, you can go out first. I can wash it myself. Yin Yang told, could it be that Baizhu has really been holding back for too long? It feels like if he helps any longer, Baizhu will have a nosebleed. All right. Baizhu awkwardly went out, secretly hating himself for being so useless. After washing his nose and waiting for the bleeding to stop, he stood outside again. With his excellent hearing, he could clearly hear the sound of water inside. He couldn't help but think of Yun Yang's pure white body, and suddenly his nose felt warm again, and he dripped 2 more drops of blood. Baizhu hurriedly went to deal with the blood on his nose once more. After struggling a couple of times, Yin Yang had already finished her shower. You can come in now. Yin Yang called out to Baizhu from inside. She stood barefoot on the smooth stone floor, wrapped only in a white sheepskin. Baizhu was momentarily at a loss for what to do, but Yin Yang enjoyed seeing him in a somewhat dazed state. Yin Yang beckoned Baizhu with a finger, saying, come here, carry me back to the room. Baizhu immediately lifted her by the waist and gently placed her on the bed, which was covered with a layer of soft animal skin. Yin Yang turned over at this moment, pushing Baizhu down onto the bed, one hand pressing on his chest and the other supporting himself on the bed. Baizhu felt a bit shy about this extremely ambiguous position. I am your female leader. Shouldn't you listen to me? Yin Yang's lips were incredibly alluring right after the bath. Of course. Baizhu immediately replied. Our White Wolf clan has always been the most loyal to our female leaders. Well then, you should listen to me well tonight. Whatever I say goes. Baizhu's heart raced. Okay, I will definitely listen to the female leader. Yun Yang smiled contentedly. This is the right that a female master should have, and the appearance that a beast husband should possess. Unlike Mo Hen, who promised well with his mouth but still kept tormenting himself. And then there's Yi Qi, who didn't even listen to himself that time. Yin Yang has made up her mind. After a long time, she finally encountered someone who is obedient and does not contradict her. So she must take the opportunity to act as the female leader. This time, she wants to be in control and take charge. Yin Yang unwrapped the animal skin. Sitting on Baizhu's waist, exploring Baiju's strong muscles to his heart's content. He kept igniting sparks. After being touched by Yun Yang, Baiju couldn't help but tremble, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. His face flushed red as he said, "Mistress, I really can't hold back anymore." The next moment, Baiju reversed their positions, taking the lead over Yun Yang. "Yun Yang, didn't you say you would listen to yourself?" As soon as she had this thought, the physical stimulation interrupted all her thoughts. Chapter 35 Mistaken again. After Yun Yang woke up, he still felt a bit of back pain. Is this how all newly awakened orcs feel? Yun Yang regretted teasing Baiju last night, which caused her to be so exhausted that she fell asleep. However, mating with Baiju was indeed thrilling. The experience with the snake tribe was vastly different. The wolf tribe's body temperature is truly scorching. Yang, are you awake? Baiju walked in with an apologetic expression, and her face bore two panda eyes. Not far away, Wei Yang was closely following, holding a skewer of candied hawthorns. Looking at it with some confusion, then glancing at Xiu Wei Wan not far away. It was only at this moment that another demon king known for its speed, the Shura bird, arrived not far in front of Zhao Kong. Even with all its strength applied, the precious item remained as solid as a rock, stuck in the crevice without moving an inch. Soon after, the butler did not call for muscle as Qiu Xingbei had said. Instead, he had a few capable people in the mansion wielding two long whips, striking at the front of Xiao Wanqing and Xiu Wei Wan. After Yin Baimu finished his own matters, he received a notification about a new follower on Weibo. Upon checking, he saw that Yuduo had posted a farewell message to Ning Wan, and he directly retweeted it. Although he might not be as good-looking as her boyfriend, his appearance was definitely good enough to debut, with the demeanor of a gentleman and a sense of steadiness. After all, an actor is an actor. What else can they do besides acting? Especially since Su Zhou had mentioned wanting to leverage fame and influence to do more. Compared to the knife and shield soldiers led by Guan Yu, the Wei National Guard trained by Yuan Chu was clearly superior in strength, and the murderous aura they exuded was much denser than that of the Zhao army. Then let's have a good look tonight at what tricks the merchants of the Water Nation want to play, Li Jingdao said, his eyes flashing with a cold light. It seems that if it weren't for the original owner's family sometimes being a support, they probably wouldn't even leave her a desk. After the Thunder God finished speaking, the Thunder God sword in his hand pointed straight at the sky, and bolts of lightning struck down from above, connecting with the sword tip, appearing from a distance like a long lightning bolt fixed in the air. About 45 minutes later, the car drove into a place that resembled an industrial park, then stopped in front of a factory. Xiaoyu was listening to Meng Yuanhua and Zhuang Feng talking about their dreams, and was also pondering what her own dream was. Thinking about how 20 billion people would become her followers and the vast amount of faith power, Meng Qi couldn't help but smile broadly. Oh, they managed to finally get out of the snow, struggling to pull out the yaks and goods. Fortunately, they had a kerosene stove for warmth, so no one froze to death, though a few comrades suffered from altitude sickness, edema, fainting, and heart problems, which in those conditions meant death. Chundi's long fingers, resting on Chu Lian's black hair, slowly slid down, passing over her slightly flushed earlobes, her smooth face, and finally landing on her beautiful collarbone. However, as soon as she opened the box door, the originally gloomy Tian immediately put on a smiling face. Sitting at the table, they continued to chat and laugh, toasting and exchanging cups. The third prince had died young, the fourth prince was the Jin Wang who moved out of the palace, and the fifth prince was naturally weak, with his mother having passed away early. Tian wanted to listen to a free class first before making a decision. But now, it was only 6 o'clock. Thus, she thought of taking a walk nearby. Granny Zhong swallowed her words hard, gave a look to Wenqing and Wenlan, picked up the chopsticks next to her, and lifted a moderately thick noodle to her mouth. This way, she could reminisce about her mother through the food. Otherwise, she feared that over time, her mother would fade from her memory. The man sitting in the private room heard a complete conversation and seemed to see a grand play unfold before his eyes. Lan Wuyo was truly skilled at weaving stories. If it weren't for the fact that he was the person involved, he might have believed her. Chapter 36. You all have nightmare energy. Yin Yang wearily opened his eyes and found that it was already dark. Yang and Mo Hen walked into the stone house, with a hint of a bruise on his left cheek. Yin Yang was taken aback. You fought with Yi Qi? It's nothing. It's just that he teamed up with Baiju to beat Yi Qi up pretty badly. Yin Yang hummed in agreement, as long as everything is fine. These orcs are full of energy. Letting off steam by fighting is also good. Otherwise, are you threatening me? Katarina's expression turned cold. This was the first time she showed such a demeanor since she was captured by Hog upon arriving in Randon territory. At this moment, She revealed the aura befitting of a battle priestess and a high-ranking figure as the Spider Queen Ross. Si Chintang, seeing her reaction, momentarily did not take the spatial ring or say anything. This child is indeed his cousin's offspring, not afraid that you can't dig a pit, but that after digging a pit, you have the ability to fill it back up. That is true skill. The two were sitting in the back seat, but Gao Yunjin ignored him, while Lin Yijin wore a smile, not angry at all. Chumu only found out he was fired when he returned to the company. The reason was simple. He had offended President Chun, who would no longer cooperate, and the company had gone bankrupt. However, even though their family lived a bit more frugally after his father passed away, it was not actually the case inside. Before coming to Paris, he had spoken to his mother on the phone. At that time, she was still in the UK, and unexpectedly, he was in Paris in the blink of an eye. As for eating someone else's breakfast, the favor owed could be repaid with something else on another day. Now that Qing Chao mentioned the matter of dressing up, Qing Hun suddenly remembered the colorful shell necklace. She had yet to give it to Qing Chao and Tianxing. Plus, when Ninyun first met him, looking back, it seemed more like she was retaliating by pushing him in front of that guard. Adding to that were the words Ninyun spoke when she had a fever. He guessed that Ninyun was indeed Rui. A piercing scream erupted from the bald man's mouth as his right arm was twisted into a spiral. But she didn't care. Instead, she became more brazen, saying that it was windy by the river and a bit chilly while rubbing against me. She was very warm, especially that half-circle rubbing against my arm, giving a tingling sensation. My heart raced, and I struggled to refrain from participating in the interaction. The negotiation team from Ottawa Wunti returned until tomorrow. It was Feng Xinglong who had them delay their return to Shuncheng by day. Mother S' upright worldview made Feng Lino sincerely sigh. Meanwhile, he also flattered her. In no time, the same thing was happening in all four major cities, while Yi Feng, who created this incident, appeared very relaxed, casually putting the building order on the system auction house, set to end tomorrow at noon 12 o'clock, at a low price of 1 gold coin. However, each bid must not be less than 1 million gold coins. One must say, Yi Feng really knows how to play. During this time, Ma Lu, who had been unconscious while plowing the fields, was also transported to the village as the villagers moved Guanyue Black Rye. Those commoners were just existing in this world, but in the map of the state, they were worlds apart. How could she find them? Moreover, once this world traps a person, they disappear from this reality, as if the ring contained a space like Sumeru. Even a saint with precious treasures to protect themselves would be trapped, let alone her. Denua did not disturb his father. After quietly guarding beside him for a while, he fell asleep on the sofa nearby. In an instant, Yi Feng transformed into a launching device for thousands of missiles, with countless white feathers flying from around him towards the players of the Imperial Alliance below, making them look like white darts. During this time, Jiang Yongrui had not spoken again, tightly guarding when Lien sighed. Long Yi's mind suddenly went blank. He stared wide-eyed at the person in the dragon chair, his face full of question marks. Chapter 37. Eagle do perhaps. Yichi nodded. Yang should wait for us to investigate further. The Black Eagle side has the White Dan realm. We cannot let you take risks. Tonight, Yichi and I will go take a look. Once we understand the situation, we'll let you go. The Black Eagle clan's eyes are very sharp during the day, but they weaken at night. All right, but we must set off by tomorrow night at the latest. Our time is running out. Yin Yang thought about how she had been keeping an eye on by Yingdong's every move, which naturally did not escape Nan Gongqing's eyes. As an old hand in the Southern Sky Alliance, Nan Gongqing had long understood the reasons for this person's appearance. The advantage is that there is no known solution. Even a powerful figure cannot forcibly break through. The downside is that a change in a single Dao seal could completely cause the entire formation to collapse. This spring, many events occurred here, such as the public scandal concerning schools, most of which canceled their usual spring outings for the sake of discretion. Lusa knew they were here today to wait for old Mu, but he was very clear about who that pair of men was truly waiting for. I guess the silence of the sword intent in this valley is related to the sword lord's actions. After a long time, Jiang Qinghua said, "Don't talk. Let me sleep for a while." I Haven slept for 3 days and nights. Fang Qingzhe seemed utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the bed and falling asleep. In a moment, Tang Xiaodian's bulky figure appeared in the sight of Hua Tian and Murong Yushuan. Climbing the long stone steps, Qin Xuan and the other two grew increasingly solemn. The steps were covered in moss, but perfectly flat, exuding a chilling sword intent that became more concealed the higher they went, until finally, it was almost imperceptible. It seemed that at that time, Ling Jinfei's sword intent had reached its peak, returning to simplicity. However, Fa Lian had been stationed in the west and was not very familiar with this Yang Jian who descended from the sky. Do you want to possess this power? The two realm spirits said, as if they controlled this place. Father thinks too highly of me. I heard there was a hurricane and pirates. Wu Xingyan said lightly. The army, pick up the money. That is our family's money. Even if I feed the dogs, I cannot let outsiders benefit. Sister Chui supported second aunt and instructed her husband. Nangong tailing nodded. I'll say goodbye to the princess. You go ahead. She patted Mo Failwan's hand and then walked towards the front courtyard. Yuan Bao looked up and rolled his eyes at He Sailang, as if to say, if it weren't for your pitiful state, I wouldn't be so nice to you. You are my son and also my pride. General, he looked at his now-grown son, his face filled with guilt. Sun Fei Bai did not stop her. He looked gloomily at Yi Qingsheng leaving, his heart filled with bitterness. The person most unqualified to stop her in this world is him. Wan Qi looked at the mirror. She understood little about these matters. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been stopped by Lin Ku when she wanted to put on makeup the first time they met. Naturally, it was what you said yourself. In the peach orchard of Fahua Temple, Yi Qingsheng smiled lightly, looking at Mei Rushue's pale face. All right then, Tao Hua pouted. If the young master doesn't take care, why should she? Ren Lianling had no plans to build good relations with his mortal colleagues. After all, he was a long-lived species and also a monster. While most of his colleagues were merely mortals, only Li Jing was the big boss, and they could not. So at that moment, each of them reluctantly agreed. Gu Qingdai acted as if nothing was wrong. She had to be cautious. Perhaps it was Song Yuding inciting Zhongling to send fake news? Finding a rationale for his actions. Otherwise, how could he create chaos, truly like a madman? The one responsible for guarding and monitoring the board warehouse, Amuro Teru, narrowed his eyes, thoughtfully looking at the expression of the former, pretending not to notice the suspicious values from before. Then quietly pressed the send button with his hand in his pocket. Chapter 38. Pollution source Mo Hen and Yi Qi both flashed a serious expression, unconsciously lightening their breaths. If they were discovered at this moment, it would be very difficult to escape. This divine water is truly terrifying. Fortunately, after Eagle Dew was promoted to the Crimson Dan realm, he left the cave. Eagle, you bully me and snatch away the female I have my eye on. Let's see how I will kill you this time. Eagle du sneer de fiercely, looking maniacally. He was fearless, humph. Forget it now. Turning his head, Tiani expressed that he did not want to talk to the lazy Ailing. Clearly, he was just a lead singer. Yet he had to come see these things himself. Above the battle chart, a long stone slab road appeared, and beneath it was a mechanism structure, its intricacy and complexity far exceeding that of the diamond crystal projection from the Thousand Mechanism sect. When I feel it's about time, I will write a truly fantastical game. In the domestic market, fantasy might not have as large an audience as. Isn't it because my alcohol tolerance is good? Don't mention red wine. Even a jar of white wine, I can drink it without any problem. I quite enjoy drinking. At this moment, an Xian looked seriously at Yang Feifei and said, as expected, every kind of elixir was produced by the Hall of Saints, with its marks erased. Meanwhile, Miyu had unknowingly arrived next to the white jade wall. Reaching out to feel around on the wall, Lin Musen suppressed his laughter, walked up to the Moo, squatted down, and began to awkwardly comfort it by saying, all right, stop yelling. You're not a wolf howling. Do you want to summon the moon or something? The guests' praises continuously came from outside, their faces beaming with happiness, as if all that remained in their eyes was the delicious food before them. Happiness came so simply. I need to leave more money for my family. Who knows? Maybe one day I'll take down the Hydra, Tony said with a smile. Lin Musen couldn't compare to Zhou Wangyu's quick thinking, spinning like a top. Things he hadn't even thought of were already mentioned by Zhou Wangyu. A burst of red light exploded from Su Jing, and the four water wave sword patterns at the corners of the sword platform shattered violently, causing the sword platform to explode and scatter blue ice crystals everywhere. Uncle Li, you check the things here. We need to destroy this laboratory soon. Ji Yinma looked at Li Meng. Captain, I'm sorry. It seems I've been stealing your thunder lately. Long Xingyu scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. Han Fei, however, was shocked. The power of knife depends on the person wielding it. As a super special forces soldier, his strength was naturally immense. And the power of the ice blade was like heaven and earth. Yet the final effect of the two cold weapons was not much different, with the dragon tooth even trailing slightly. Young master, is he really that powerful now? The cold-faced Qin Wuji spoke at this time, his tone as cold as his expression. Well, now everyone was stunned, not expecting this Frenchman could speak such a long segment of Z country language. And he actually spoke it quite well. Others did not know, but Tang Chuan was aware of the extraordinary nature of this half-puppet. So he ignored the questions from the Transformation Elder and focused on examining the puppet, which seemed to mock the Transformation Elder. After all, the Elder had just been staring at the blood moon blade in his hand. My father is dead, and my clansmen are all dead. Sobbing, by Enin's body was still trembling, her voice filled with uncontainable sorrow. Humph, you're not that great. But this caviar tastes quite good. Dong Qing was a discerning person. Cooperation with a certain illegal business guild might also have to be halted due to funds not arriving on time. Please. The experimental equipment I ordered is still in their hands. Chapter 39. The new clan leader Yun Yang was stunned and murmured, "This is truly terrifying. If I keep drinking, wouldn't I be able to reach the Qingdan realm, the Zaidan realm, or even the Jindan realm? No. An ordinary purple-tier orc can only ascend to the Qidan realm at most," the system replied. Eagle Dew's Qidan realm is merely a result of burning his own lifespan. Once the nightmare energy in his body dissipates, he will meet his end. The nightmare energy generated by that bone is helping them grow stronger. When young, one might demand unwavering loyalty from a partner and can't accept their infidelity at all. But after being married for a long time, Juju no longer cares about a man's physical infidelity, as long as he wipes his mouth clean after cheating and takes precautions. Master, have a drink. Huh, this is something I specially brought for you. I haven't been able to bear to drink it myself for a long time. The drunkard saw Li Yunfei sitting down and immediately took out a wine jug, respectfully saying to him. At this time, fromthe had already used it for the second time. He did this to ensure that the myriad forms of power could sense the various cultivation energies within him, temporarily breaking through the sealing power of the demon god's imprint for his own use. Fromthe then remembered that she had called a friend from a distance of hundreds of miles to arrange a match for her son. But now that the wedding was approaching, she was having second thoughts, which indeed made no sense. Forward! Brothers, don't stop. Shunke shouted to the soldiers beside him to charge forward, proving that the myth of the Japanese army being invincible was utter nonsense. Ji Shun, what are you doing here? Why aren't you eating? Li Yunfei, dressed neatly and leading Wu Meinyang out of the room, found Lu Jishun standing respectfully outside the door, looking like a gate deity. I do, holding back tears, with the most beautiful smile on her face. Juju happily extended her delicate hand, watching him clumsily put the ring on her. Behind her was the eye of the mountain protecting formation. If they retreated, that I would be in danger. The elder who had already taken a step back gritted his teeth, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood forward, then mobilized 80% of his primordial spirit to rush out of his body and merge into those vines. It was just at that moment when she straightened up that she didn't see her enchanting husband raising an eyebrow, triumphantly showing off to another sad and disappointed man. The Crown Prince felt warm inside at the sweet, crisp call of Crown Prince brother and reached out, placing what he held in his hand into Ing Jia-er's hand. The Yu family only had some status in the legal and law realms, and could not be compared to the Tang family at all. He carefully examined the fallen dragon body before him, and a wave of inexplicable sadness surged in his heart. Bringing a chair over, Junzelin placed Zhou Jin's feet on it, his legs hanging in the air, while she stood beside him, gently massaging. It's no wonder that the muscles in his legs hadn't atrophied from paralysis. First, his legs had healed long ago, and second, the time spent in paralysis wasn't very long. Oof, you're driving me crazy. Yi Qian, angry, kicked the tire of the Ferrari, holding in a belly full of anger. If you say that Yu Taisheng lives in the woods, does that mean that the woods are relatively safe? Those rosy lips and the fragrance, so close. Gu Che closed his eyes, letting his own lips slowly approach hers, then directly capturing her lips. I don't know what Miss Bai likes to eat, so I picked a few dishes that I can make. Miss Bai, please try them and see if they suit your taste. The proprietress smiled, not in a way that was overly flattering, but rather with an indescribable closeness. Jiang Yunwan, curious, looked a few more times, but just watching some people confront each other without fighting was really uninteresting. Zhou Zifeng was on the phone in the car, and as the car passed over a few speed bumps, the speed had already decreased a bit. An old man who had been waiting for a long time suddenly seized the opportunity, lunging at the car. Chapter 40. The Divine Water has failed. After the lecture, Eagle Dew was afraid that some orcs would secretly drink his divine water and then kill him like they did with Eagle Le, so he went back to guard the divine water. The night was dark, and he didn't notice that the spring at the bottom of the mountain had been disturbed. He felt the fatigue in his body, always feeling a sense of powerlessness. Eagle Du directly attributed it to the excessive effort spent while killing Eagle Lu. So he took a ladle of divine water and drank it. At the moment he drank it, he felt. Thinking of this, Xie smiled and glanced at Wei Qi again. Fortunately, her family was quite simple and understanding, even when she was pregnant and got angry with him. She was still smiling and not upset. She even knew how to endure and coax others. Ko Yibing was about the same age as Yi Tianheng, but his body wasn't as good as Yi Tianheng's. He wanted to chase but couldn't catch up, so he could only sit in the chair angrily. Sun Yongren nodded. Since it was free play, it could be a bit more casual. Suddenly, without warning, he fired a shot. And Yi Tianyun saw the assassin suddenly drop to the ground, about 10 meters away from him. It seemed he was startled by the shot as well. In the bathhouse, white steam was rising, and many people were inside taking baths. These people were those with slightly better conditions, but hadn't reached the level of being particularly wealthy. They had to bathe together. Jiang Yin paused. With a flash of insight, she realized and felt a surge of anger. Did they really think such tricks could be used repeatedly? Having already learned a lesson once, how could they not learn from it? She picked up a teacup and took a sip of overly cooled tea. The astringent taste spread in her mouth as Xia Hanqiu looked out the window, her mind filled with thoughts. Suddenly, the conference room erupted like a boiling pot, but when they saw the photos in the envelopes, everyone fell silent. The photos showed Yi Nan serving as a waiter at the farm produce store, pictures from the seafood department's opening, and photos of him talking to Tang Yin. The next day, Zhang Yaming called Ham and Armand over, along with Jeremy and G-Line. They all went to the ghost ship and made adjustments to some settings on the ship. Xia Hanqiu smiled softly, and Duan Zi looked at his nephew with unprecedented warmth. Duan Baiyu clearly knew that his words had pleased the emperor and the empress. The few masters of the Xian character generation in Shaolin turned red-faced. Wudong had just risen to the #1 position in the world and was acting wildly without knowing east from west. Even to commit suicide and apology? Isn't that a mockery of Shaolin's incompetence? We have entered the space where the blood pool is located. Zhang Chao touched his face, pinching at the sticky bloodstains, and couldn't help but turn in surprise to look at Jie and the others. Shen Nen calmed himself. Although the flying blood zombies were immortal and could potentially wipe them all out, as long as they didn't do anything foolish, they wouldn't be turned over by the Zongzi. The people present weren't fools. Chu Sun's attitude was very clear. He didn't want to attack the city. If you want to fight, go ahead, but I want to fight. As Shan Nen noticed the approaching figure, he suddenly found him somewhat familiar. While rummaging through his memory, he didn't react in time before the other party shoved a torch in his hand and pushed him, a series of actions flowing smoothly. Ju Sun Lai Di Sao Det, surrounded by primordial purple energy, his fists glowing, hair dancing wildly, as he formed a fist seal and launched a powerful strike. Enough. Kong Quanbin was heartbroken, feeling both pain for the supplies in the camp and regretting the loss of this battle. Similar to the last attack on Sword Prefecture, success seemed just within reach. But heaven always plays an exceedingly frustrating joke at critical moments. It was a mix of countless longings, and no matter how many words there were, they could not possess such a power of tolerance. The yin and yang energies, the 5 spiritual energies, intertwined and transformed into a chaotic scene, as if the heavens and earth were being created anew, with myriad phenomena alternating. Chapter 41. Taya, one could see that the eagle-headed man had turned bloodthirsty, literally digging out a beast crystal from a living orc. The villagers shivered. Although the orcs of the Black Eagle tribe were not worth lamenting over, the brutal method of having their beast crystal dug out, while still alive, made them feel a tinge of pity. They watched as the Black Eagle tribe descended into chaos, with the dead, the injured, and those who had gone mad, turning against each other. The orcs of Civilization Village could confidently say that this tribe was strange, much like how life can sometimes be absurd to the point of disbelief. Li Ji found herself in a bar for the first time, drinking heavily. She didn't know how much she had consumed, only that when she stumbled out of the bar, she was still able to find her car. The owner, regaining his senses, immediately walked over to Lin Tian, wanting to reason with him, hoping Lin Tian would compensate for his losses, as he felt he was a victim of an unforeseen disaster. And Lin Tian, as the instigator, naturally had to make amends. At this moment, the fire spirit root was held in Yi Haoran's hand. By nature, it feared the flames of destruction outside its body, but the look in its eyes towards Yi Haoran revealed a profound disgust, a hatred towards all intruders. Strange yet familiar scenes flashed through his mind like rapidly changing slides. Even the true Red Dragon Emperor might have been defeated and conquered by it, willingly becoming a divine artifact in its hands. Zhou Jiala was not entirely confident she could hit it, so she gripped a feathered arrow and charged forward, preparing to kill it with bare hands. It turned out that Feng Zhan had learned that when Zhang Lanshan and Yi Lily left, he had placed a camera in a corner of the hall to capture the killer's influence. The limited edition Maybach was even rarer. Many wealthy people around the world wanted to buy it, but they could only look up in admiration due to the lack of supply. The middle-aged monk laughed twice, slowly looking around, and then said with a stern face, "Indeed, it is this poor monk. Everyone, please be courteous." Saying this, he clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect. "Hey!" Lu Quan had a face full of pleading, having seen several psychologists before finally freeing himself from those wild thoughts. These 3 criminal police officers were all middle-aged, with the oldest being the criminal police captain Lu Dong, along with fighting champion Li Zhuang and the newly recruited graduate student Hu Yan. "Chase, we must not let these 2 murderers escape." The sergeant was the leader of the personal guards of the Hunter households, and if the killer of the commanding officer escaped, he would certainly face death. As someone who bore the secret decree of the Yuanhui Emperor, Xiang Lan'er was also being lenient this time. If the crimes listed in the official documents were sentenced, the entire family of Jia Kecha would surely be executed, and even his father, the left general He Lin's Hate Wang, who colluded with Prime Minister Toachuo, would also be implicated. "Master, if you like it, I will give you this bow. After all, I might never be able to draw this bow again," Shang Yu said somewhat dejectedly. The ancestor of the Shun family commanded the thunder hammer, roaring as it smashed down on the giant peacock. A bolt of thunder, as thick as a bowl, struck the peacock's head, yet not even a wisp of smoke emerged, and the peacock continued its attack on the ancestor of the Shun family. Upon hearing this, the monk Ming Mu broke out in a cold sweat, nodding repeatedly in agreement. He dared not harbor any resentment, fearing that the great Peng would follow through on his words. The ice stream twisted wildly in midair, bringing along a massive ice hammer, howling towards Mishiosa. Just as Mishiosa steadied himself, he had to face this strike once again. After arriving at Shiguan town, Shan Yu heard that the righteous army had already taken Downing County, and he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Although he still had no strength in his body, his mental state had improved significantly, urging the carriage to continue on its way. "Where?" "Master Luo is overpraising Shan Yu." "But why do you say you can't teach me at the manor?" Shan Yu asked in surprise upon hearing Luo Biqing's words. Chapter 42. Qingling, they desperately pleaded for the females of the Black Eagle tribe to stay, even if just for the sake of the young. A few females hesitated, but ultimately decided to stay. They were no longer young and beautiful, fearing they would not fare well in other tribes, and felt they had no right to be willful. Now that the Black Eagle tribe had become like this, they would instead cherish them. The Civilization Village's expedition was grand, both coming and going, and they even took away more than a dozen females. Although there were doubts in his heart, Luda could be certain that Lucy and this group of people must have some relationship or grievance with each other. However, since others had no intention of speaking, Luda, believing himself not to be a gossiping person, naturally did not intend to inquire further. Nodding slightly, he went directly to his seat and waited for the trading conference to begin. A giant hammer purely transformed from energy appeared before Xing Fei, accompanied by a dominating gale, ready to strike. Seeing that all 3 had brought their items, Gong Shuihan felt displeased but still put the last collar around her neck. "Blacksmith, you really have no grace. This is France. Can't you have a bit of a romantic attitude?" Adele said, not very angry, as the old iron she learned about from the Tyrannosaurus was just a reference to her. She would naturally get to know what the real old iron was like through contact. "They're all dead. They all died." Lu Hong woke up from his coma and saw the entire hall drenched in blood, while Zhang Rang, Zhao Zhong, and the other 10 court officials were all lying in pools of blood without exception, and he exclaimed in shock. To be honest, Chu Yin really didn't want to kill the Horus in front of him. After all, he had already had a life and death experience with Horus in bed. Asking him to turn around and kill her to feed the sharks was not something Chu Yin could do. He was not James Bond and did not possess such strong qualities as an agent. Mi Shixiang struggled to sit up, but as soon as he moved, it pulled on his surgical wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. Having spent a long time with Ferris, everyone had become accustomed to the feeling of money flowing like water. When they heard Reed mention 100 gold coins, they felt no surprise at all. Gao Fei glanced at the 2 boxes of gold and felt a wave of joy in his heart, thinking of his past life running a company and factory, aiming to make big money. But in this chaotic world, what did these little bits of gold even count for? The power of the Hongmeng rule was something that only realm king-level experts could grasp, though Xiaofeng had previously been unable to access it. Once he had the power of the Hongmeng rule, his strength level would receive an unparalleled boost. Jiang Yuqi leaped towards the designated direction, swinging his sword forward, inflicting an additional 140 physical damage to nearby enemies. If he successfully hit an enemy unit, he could activate a second use. Once I understood the identity of the opponent, I could also comprehend why I hadn't sensed his presence, as the Hell Ghost Messengers were best at hiding their aura, ensuring they would not be discovered in any situation, making them masters of intelligence, espionage. A fivefold Realm Master was already an extremely powerful existence at the Realm Master level. A full force strike from 160 Realm Master experts was no joke. Thus, in the future, when Hellion Ba became the new head of the He family, it would garner a bit more confidence from others. This is really fucking great. Will I come here when I'm out of money in the future? Fang Biemian never thought money could be earned like this. Yi Yu's face looked terrible, his eyes flickering with a nervous light, his heart racing. And he fixed his gaze on Plain, as if praying for something. Before he finished speaking, his eyes narrowed, and a killing intent burst forth, startling the black-clad bodyguards around the church, who instinctively reached for their weapons. The identity tokens of the officials. Looking at the neatly arranged tokens gleaming with a bronze metallic luster, the officials in the venue couldn't help but brighten their eyes. Chapter 43. Bring them to me. With the addition of the Yun Rabbit clan, the construction of Civilization Village was in full swing. They were busy building houses, constructing walls, and watchtowers. And amidst the tense atmosphere, there was also a sense of vigorous energy. Yin Yang was not having an easy time either. Every day, she monitored the situation in the misty forest through the system's map. As the hot season reached its halfway point, there was still little rain in the vicinity, and the nearby rivers were slowly drying up. The fallen beasts of the misty forest. The young man said nothing. Instead, his resolute gaze answered, and the hand gripping Barbara's wrist did not move. The outcome of the war was unexpected, but also within reason, as historically, Kish had often been defeated by Uruk. Although Uruk had just emerged from chaos, it still demonstrated great strength on the battlefield. The voice was somewhat similar to that of a future broadcaster, deep and resonant, as if emanating from the Dantian, with lingering echoes. Did you not tell me yesterday that you recruited a new salesperson? Zhang Wei reclined on the sofa, turned to Wang Min, and asked, especially the law elder, Bai Lai, who was in charge of the entire law enforcement sector of the Shun Yang Tian sect. Perhaps apart from a few high-ranking elders at the Divine Path level, his power was the greatest within the sect. To say abolish as he pleased was rather overbearing. King Edna was no longer satisfied with the nominal vassalage of the various states while acting independently. He initiated conquest wars against the states and ultimately unified the Sumer region, marking the first unification of the Sumer area. Wu Jinhai said, "What shall we use as a bet?" Ling Tai smiled and said, "You know what I mean? You can use your relic as the stake." Ling Tai was frustrated. This peaceful leader actually regarded this dragon-patterned jade as the Buddha's relic. Gu Qing struck down the middle-aged man at the 7th level of the Divine Path with the force of thunder, and Tian Yuxia was not idle either. After expressing gratitude, Tang Yi watched the man walk out the door, then took a deep breath and stepped into the dark room. The true disciples inside the towers had already witnessed the emergence of the Black Beast Tide. They looked far into the distance from the towers, and some with keen eyesight could even see the numbers behind the Beast Tide's frontline troops, just like the two elders. Upon hearing this, Alan and Fry exchanged glances, nodded to each other, and simultaneously walked toward the center of the venue. What is going on here? Is he angry because he looks down on her beauty? Or is it because I tarnished her promise? Or did he see through my intention to make her say something shameful? Zhang Rumming shouted, but his gaze was directed towards Wu Guangzhou, who was in a daze. It seemed he wanted to challenge this prime minister of the Great Xia Kingdom to a duel. From the western side of the Suwang Great Island, only the larger ports along the way were attacked. If there was protection, a cannon could suffice, but without it, Old Lu sent sailors ashore to loot extensively. To be honest, if Ma Dingyong were to judge for himself, he did not want to fight this battle. He had fought against the soldiers of Dongyong before. Time passed little by little, and the number of people selecting medicinal materials decreased one by one, while Huazin continued to search through the herbs. The storage area of medicinal materials, over 6,000 meters long, was turned upside down in just 2 hours, while Huazin wandered among them like a child searching for rare treasures. Fan Zhao's heart trembled, his senses returning fully, and he recalled what he had just done, wishing he could slap himself a few times. After Ru Hua finished singing, she said, Brother Mai, Ruhua is here. After speaking, blood flowed from her mouth and nose, and she collapsed on the table. One Air was both shocked and saddened, crying over Ruhua's lifeless body. Of course, the consumption of this magic was also astonishing. If the duration was too long, even a legitimate elemental mage would not be able to endure it. Since Rule had brought out such advanced magic so early, it seemed he intended to settle the outcome in this round. Chapter 44. Got it, Chief. While I was patrolling, I saw Qing Ling flying towards the misty forest. The orc's face was somewhat serious. You know that the misty forest has not been peaceful lately, and I was worried that Qing Ling might be in trouble. So I hurried to find you. Upon hearing that his son had followed, the chief's expression changed. The chief recalled that his son had mentioned pursuing the village chief of Civilization Village. Could it be that he went along? He was anxious and said, "Quick, take me to find him." Two emotions were tearing at Chu Yi, leaving him with a sense of passivity, not wanting to move forward or retreat. Xia Chen Zhou frowned. The tip of the knife slowly piercing into her soft fingertip, a drop of crimson blood slowly forming. Don't mention Yu Yonglu. Even Yu Yonglio's brothers have become hot commodities. From the unmarried Yu Yongbai to the similarly aged Yu Yonggui, even the younger ones in school like Zhu Guer were being eyed. The attitude of the silver store clerk was much better than that of the clerk at the fabric store, who looked at the dishes. Regardless of what Li Chunhua and Bai Xiaofeng asked, they all smiled broadly and responded warmly and attentively. Bai Xian did not expect that such tombs actually had precedence in reality. She moved gracefully to the stone tablet. The vengeful spirits forced into a dead end continuously roared at Bai Xian, who was blocked at the alley's entrance, their blood-red eyes devoid of any rational light. On the 19th day of the first month of the third year of Hongxi, Su Minjia spent his coming-of-age birthday in the Buddhist hall after a serious illness. He no longer rejected life and personally took over the matter of training imitation models. From then on, every year he had a 17-year-old imitation person by his side, replacing it every other year, as if preparing for something to come. For men in security uniforms, each around 9 meters tall, exuded a sense of security. 15 lowered his head in silence, and Chu Yi suddenly didn't know what to say. They hadn't expected their father to still have ties to F. There was only one reason. Anyone who comprehended divine powers could use them to arrange a venue. And any venue within a radius of 3,000 miles could obscure the heavenly secrets. Thus, the moment they saw that terrifying entity appear, they immediately crushed their spiritual talismans and exited the assessment, because Jiang Yun used the skill of clear logic. The benefit of this skill was that it could analyze anything in an orderly manner, allowing oneself to act with reason. This skill was a bug, equivalent to having foresight. Song Li could face all of this with a rational mindset, but that did not mean others would view it rationally. The Dark Knight explorers who ventured out had now entered a beast-free zone. Within this area, there were no wild beasts present, nor had there ever been traces of them. Dongfang Yao's drunkenness was ignited. He was already someone who loved drinking, and now, facing an opponent, he completely forgot that he had come looking for trouble. Song Li still felt a bit guilty about the deception he had been practicing on the other party. Jiang Yin saw that the hacker technology experience had expired and felt a bit reluctant. This hacking technique is really useful. Sumiriman Dense, forcing herself to keep her eyes glued to the screen ahead, but she couldn't immerse herself in the movie's plot. Both of them exuded all their momentum, their forces almost reaching a world-shaking and ghost-weeping level. They began to move towards each other in the air simultaneously, their bodies resembling two comets, ready to collide. Meanwhile, the wise master guarding the housekeeper also sensed something was wrong, as the princess's chamber was in the west wing, right next to the housekeeper's room. He suddenly got up, opened the door, and rushed out to take a look. The quiet night was peaceful, as if there were no signs of anything unusual. It had been a year and 4 months since Xianyuan Shao left the Dragon Demon clan, and now that he was back, he couldn't stay long. After having a meal of wild game with his clansmen and spending a night outdoors, he planned to leave. Chapter 45, Forest Fire. The Black Panther noticed that the beast core of the Golden Eagle was gone, and angrily roared at Yunyang, quickly charging towards her. Yunyang felt dizzy, and seeing the Black Panther so close made her heart leap to her throat. Mistress, Village Chief, Mo Hen, Baizhu, and the orcs from Civilization Village anxiously got up. Screech. Yunyang was suddenly swept into the sky. Are you okay? Qing Ling asked anxiously. Various discussions arose around them, mostly agreeing with Xia Yi Ruo's view that this performance was indeed a bit showy. Thus, they arrived at Yusu Palace in a state of fear, and Tai Yi Zhenren fell to the ground without a word. However, Kong Xian clearly knew that the Chan sect was plotting against the Great Shang. And in the coming time, the Great Shang would surely face continuous natural disasters and man-made calamities. Chun Yin, don't scare me. Yao Yao immediately grabbed Chun Yun's shoulders and shook him. Zi Xiao, don't you need to arrange the banquet venue? Wang Yong retorted without turning back. Now she had returned to her childhood, back to Yangzhou, as if all past events were just a dream. And the wishes she had longed for in her previous life had finally come true. You should get some sleep first. Suddenly, Jun Yinsong picked up Xia Yi Ruo, without caring about the surprised expressions around them, and flew towards the Wang mansion. The important thing was that Yin Qingshan's tone when asking his family to prepare medicinal materials was filled with expectation and certainty. This scene stunned the Thunder Beast. Completely different from what it had imagined. It couldn't help but feel puzzled, always ready for a rescue. After 3 hours, Qin Yin was completely wrapped up like a zongzi, but he could still be seen trembling in pain, with sounds constantly coming from within him. The patrol prison cells were usually the quietest places. In the currently decent security environment, at most 1 or 2 unlucky individuals disturbing the peace would be caught. However, today, it was overcrowded. For the third time, Bao Zi passed the ball to Di Jiu, who without hesitation took a third shot at the goal. It was precisely this warning, along with Wen Jun's deliberate connections, that completely convinced Qing Zun and He Zun of Wen Jun's sincerity. Hong Qigong was one of the 5 absolutes, the northern beggar. With a high reputation, if he were elected as the leader of the martial arts world, it would certainly earn people's respect. On the other hand, Guo Jing was recognized as the #1 expert in the world, a hero for the country and the people, and much younger than Hong Qigong. If he were to be elected as the leader of the martial arts world, there would be no worries about chaos in the martial arts community for at least the next 30 to 40 years. With his current abilities, he truly couldn't manage to attract both a high ninja and 8 middle ninjas using gravity at the same time. Just then, a rustling sound came from the nearby grass, and a wounded, first-level fierce beast, a saber-toothed tiger, pounced over. Su Zong, he felt that the light before him seemed to shine even brighter, and he was completely enveloped in its glow, filled with indescribable shock. When he opened his eyes, he found himself seemingly in the midst of a celestial dome, surrounded by clouds and mist, with steam rising. Furthermore, just now this guy actually dared to touch her head. She knew that apart from her family, no other male had ever touched her. If not for the greater good, she would have exploded just now. In that case, I will give you a task unrelated to conflict. Capture Wu Yao Yang, and I want him alive, Qin Hao said word by word. Lin Ziyuan's kiss was too sudden. My head instinctively leaned back, but his large hand wrapped around me, preventing me from hitting the wall. However, every time she played the piano, she seemed to feel a sense of calm and joy arising from her heart. A calm and joy that made her feel as if she had found a spiritual home. Drawing her closer and closer, Guan Mingyu shouted again, each strike heavier than the last, the accumulated momentum growing more and more intense, slashing down at the Gue Yuan formation. Chapter 46. Can you accept it? Village Chief. On the road, Yun Yang encountered an orc carrying Yun Zhao on his back. Although Yunli was quite fast, he was already injured, and carrying Yun Zhao was somewhat difficult for him. Are you okay? Yun Yang asked. The forest is very chaotic right now, and a beast tide might form soon. We need to hurry back to the tribe. I'm Fine. The village chief doesn't need to worry about me. I can do it. Even though he was already sweating profusely, he was unwilling to let go of Yun Zhao. Cloud, have you become a level 3 puppeteer? Xin Jing was taken aback. It's known that Pin Fei has only been at the Puppeteer Academy for less than 10 years. And achieving the status of a level 3 puppeteer in such a short time is unprecedented in the entire academy. Yang Tao still didn't trust Ajili, so he didn't dare let her stay in Yinshan. That's why he resorted to this desperate measure, and with the golden retriever at home, Yang Tao felt Somohat Reasuret. For example, in this instance of Tang Ning's rebellion, if the Sectmaster were here, he could have directly intervened to subdue him, leaving no room for his arrogance. Fang Chun was momentarily stunned, a hint of guilt appearing on his face. Ever since he began his training, he had constantly made her worry, even having to leave her side each time. Although he didn't fully assert it, Zheng Yang's tone already revealed an undeniable confidence. As for Princess Chang'an, that was even simpler. She was the cousin of Qin Hu, and once Qin Hu was dead, the enormous fortune of the champion Marquis' estate would naturally fall to this cousin. Ladies and gentlemen, these policemen are imposters. They want to engage in black market dealings, said Qian, conching loudly. In this magnificent space that had been silent for many years, the waterfall that had long dried up since ancient times reappeared, a vast expanse of white, rumbling forth. In fact, at this point, Pei felt somewhat different. She originally wanted to wait for Chanbao to return to name the child. But then she recalled her ominous premonition, leaving her feeling uneasy. It was also because of this fierce determination that Qingyun's sect had never been destroyed, but Feng Chun thought if the Sword Mountain were discovered, the destruction of Qingyun's sect would be a matter of moments. The proud words of the big tree hadn't finished when they watched the soul fragment float out, causing everyone to fall silent in fear. After losing 18 times in a row, even with Jiang Huaishan's excellent cultivation, he could no longer continue, leaning on a golf club, coldly watching Lu Yu. In an instant, a scarlet vortex rose, and the space around him slightly distorted. From this perspective, both Lin Qihua and Nana were people who needed to go out. Well, I'll report this to Sister Feng. It might be necessary to prepare in advance. Mei Jie decided in her heart. At this moment, a person dressed in a light blue samurai outfit appeared in this space. He stood over 8 feet tall, holding a precious sword, which had not yet been drawn but faintly radiated a sword light. After about 20 minutes, the two finally walked the red carpet, signed their names in the registration area, and then arrived at the interview area to accept media interviews. Just as the tea was lifted before her mouth could touch it, the door of the private room was suddenly kicked open, and several young men rushed in. He collected his emotions, turned slightly, glanced at the reception area, and a hint of arrogance flickered in his eyes. After adjusting his glasses, Uncle looked at the citizens who were still disdainfully discussing Jinping and couldn't help but frowned slightly. Although she knew that Jinping joined Big Mom to protect Fishman Island, she didn't expect him to choose to withdraw at this time. Hearing Xue Hao's words, everyone shook their heads, which relieved Xue Hao. "What's wrong?" Su Sunying said in a mumbling voice. She suddenly didn't want to talk anymore, returned to the sofa, sat down again, picked up her cup, and leisurely started drinking tea. Chowen's eyes were very spirited, clearly shining with brilliance. He had completely become a normal child. Chapter 47. The first kind of the beast world, the female, bit her lip. "Good. I asked the village chief to save him. Beast God above, I will guard all the secrets of the village chief, and will never abandon my beast husband Yin Zhao. Otherwise, I will surely face the punishment of the beast god. Yin Zhao is her favorite beast husband, and the father beast of her cubs. She cannot let her cubs, who have not yet transformed, lose their biological father." After being captured by the Black Hawk tribe, Yin Zhao is also trying to save himself. If it weren't for the obstruction of the clan leader, he would even consider charging into the Black Hawk tribe alone. Zhang Fan was secretly alarmed. It turned out that the moment he struck his opponent, he sensed a warning. The sudden feeling of crisis forced him to retreat, which was the greatest gain he had from years of combat. He could easily detect even a slight sense of danger. This flight lasted for 6 days, with only the first day resting earlier upon reaching Baichai City. The other days were spent traveling until nightfall before reaching their resting place. Each day, they either stayed overnight in the military camp or rested at the official post house in the city. She fell to the ground in an instant, realizing that all of this was arranged by you. It turned out that all of this was a misunderstanding on my part. It turns out you still love me, just as you did before. It turns out that I ruined your grand plan. My willfulness disrupted the entire plan for the restoration of the country. No way. I hate him too much to like him. Bashian stood there with her hands on her hips, looking furious. "My surname is Yi. You could just call me Following Wind, which sounds friendlier." Following Wind smiled. If it were a natural phenomenon, it would obviously have so many traces of human intervention, such as the shape of those houses, which are arranged in a very regular pattern, and so on. "Are you really prepared to let the Gu brothers go?" The man in the hat slightly raised his head, his cold gaze piercing through the gauze, looking at Dantai Jia. When will she be able to say all those buried words that are hard to express to her family as president? That anxious feeling is like a venomous snake, ruthlessly strangling her heart full of expectations. After a crisp sound, the man who pounced over had a look on his face as if a firework had burst, with blood and broken bowl shards splattering everywhere. The yellow-faced man fell to the ground like a head-first dive. "Ha, what's the big deal, sister? It's just that we're not in the same class. Don't be sad," Liang Shi said, patting her sister's head. I'm puzzled. Didn't you say you wouldn't take in disciples anymore? What is going on?" Making an exception. After a long time, the Tower Master suddenly asked. The two formed a stark contrast. If outsiders were unaware, they would mistakenly think the duo, one fat and one thin, was a pair skilled in comedic dialogue. Then, without daring to pause, he immediately turned around to light the lamps in the house and ran out to call for a doctor. However, judging by the current results. The god-slaying weapon can only suppress the healing abilities of divine bodies of the 3rd generation and below. It has no effect against the top-tier 4th generation divine bodies in the universe now. I have to go home for a while. You need to eat on time. Take care of your health, and drink water regularly. After listening to Lin G's nagging for a long time, Liu Yinyu finally couldn't help but explode. Haha! Liu Yinyu knew that Liang Xiyu hadn't realized her meaning yet, so she laughed out loud. The black snake hurriedly pushed open the door to the armory. Outside, 2 team members had extra bullet wounds, and one of them was already lying on the ground, motionless. Yi Shao smoothly sheathed his sword, then once again stepped into the 8-direction sword stance, his figure disappearing like a ghost, reappearing behind Yang Zhen. The instant Yi Shao vanished also caused Yang Zhen's attack to miss, and his body almost fell due to losing balance. In fact, none of these could compare to a blade number 7, but as soon as the flagship appeared in the Chiwu star system, the first to strike would be the demons. Lin Feng only wanted to deal with Tao Dai first, not to wage war against the demons on Earth. Chapter 48. What a terrible idea. Did Yang Yang not notice? He wants to pursue you. Baizhu looked at Yun Yang with a hint of melancholy. Their female leader has always been quite slow in matters of emotion. Pursue me? Why? Yun Yang didn't understand. It seemed she had never seen him before. Yang Yang truly is oblivious to her own charm. Yi Qi gritted his teeth, wishing he could hide Yun Yang away. Any male beastman who had seen Yang Yang would surely be captivated by her. He glanced around at his classmates and noticed their expressions were somewhat strange, but due to the recent influx of negative emotions from the divine gathering, he hadn't paid attention to whether there were any negative emotions coming from his classmates. Clearly, the person Mrs. Loris once liked should be among them. But which one exactly, Carl couldn't tell. The rhythmic sound of metal being hammered began to echo in his ears, loud as thunder. Captain Gu noticed the change in Yi Tianquan's expression and furrowed his brows. It seemed to be another piece of bad news. However, the sober tea seemed to have no effect. Zhang Maoxiu soon fell drunk on the dining table, snoring like thunder. Tong Ginu hurriedly agreed. Seeing Ling Hu Chongqing turn to leave, he quickly bowed and saluted, respectfully sending the Grand Supervisor off, as did several other eunuchs, all bowing to Ling Hu Chongqing's back. Of course, everyone felt the same way. Although Chen Matzi was just a fire soldier, he also contributed to the suppression of bandits. Yu Chun led his fellow disciples to the front of the Celestial Gold Tower and bowed to the half-human, half-elephant middle-aged tribesman. Afraid of speaking recklessly, Yu Chun did not speak first. Moreover, Ning Xiu had a natural aversion to dead homosexuals and decided to sell Chu Wangluan to the Elephant Ants Pavilion, letting him face a storm of punishment. Is it him? Yi Tianquan's brows furrowed even deeper. He didn't expect this to lead to the sun-slaying rebellion. So, could the traitors of the Heavenly Army be related to this? Just keep going straight. Di Renjia grabbed the swaying Li Yuanfang to prevent him from going the wrong way. Following behind him was Ji Yuan and a man wearing a black suit and frameless glasses. From his attire, he seemed to be a lawyer. But unexpectedly, after M.O. Yin only went twice, Guo Renfei called her, saying she didn't need to send anyone to take care of him anymore because he had already been discharged from the hospital. I said, today I want to take back what I left with you. Yi Senluo's expression was cold. He swung his long halberd and charged at Zhao Kai. After a bit of a mess, Xiao Xia roughly understood the situation and after sternly condemning Xiao Li for what he said to Qing Wei yesterday, didn't he mention taking Qing Wei back anymore? After all, it's all just playing games wherever they are. It's more profitable here. And if they participate in the global competition, they would bring glory to the country. The 4 in the bottom lane exchanged some health after lining up, and everyone played relatively steadily. Sivir is more of a team fight type hero in the mid to late game. So Xiao Yuan and Su Hao didn't actively cause trouble while duo landing. As the vines approached Yi Senluo, they transformed into a massive sword aura, aiming to pierce through him. But no one expected that after Boss Li was blocked by Wei Shun at the bridge, he would directly pull this stunt and come over to pay a toll. As for Gong Jiding, she had seen his photo in a business magazine, and upon seeing him in person, he looked even more serious than in the photo, his looks rivaling Jiang Yunju. What does this mean? The two had just entered Chang'an when they were thrown into prison. Bailey Schwanza kept shouting that they were the heroes of Yuqing. But the Chang'an guards didn't care at all. After locking them up, they ignored them completely. At the Yulon Pen Festival, Buddha sent 3 bands to Guanyin Bodhisattva, along with 3 corresponding spells for the Golden Tightening Band. Chapter 49. Just a tribe's beastmen, Civilization Village. After gathering the beastmen, Yin Yang stepped outside. She then noticed that the beastmen in Civilization Village looked at her, with even more admiration. Bai Yin quietly approached Yin Yang and said, Yun Zhao said you are the messenger sent by the beast god, who saved him with divine power. A critically injured beast man survived. Isn't that a blessing from the beast god? As for not being able to see the light afterward, it could only be said to be a side effect of saving Yun Zhao. Divine blessings, if in the human realm, would certainly be ridiculed if a human with such cultivation used such weapons, but in front of them, it seemed quite ordinary. This was indeed an astonishing statement. However, in Duan Chang's view, there was no such thing as an illicit love affair, especially since this was not an illicit relationship at all. It was just that Su'er was 12 years older than herself. What was that in the previous life? There were even couples with an age difference of 28 and 82. Come up, Douglas said with an imposing tone, clearly a bit displeased, or perhaps playful. Only then did Reina obediently walk to her husband's side and gently lean against him. Upon hearing her words, Lu Jingxie seemed to feel less embarrassed. A handsome smile appeared, and his white teeth were neatly arranged, leaving Wei Yin astonished and unsure of how to react. The fat man was behind Li Yang, chattering nonstop while his hands never stopped moving. He had his hands on Li Yang's shoulders, half kneeling on the ground, straining to lift Li Yang up and down repeatedly. This was probably the biggest mistake Zhang Shogui made in his life. He didn't even know that the heavily bruised man he had taken in that day would later bring disaster to the Tang dynasty. Li Ji was busy gathering food and supplies from various states and counties, aiming for nothing else but a good night's sleep. A person died in the room of the crown prince, which was a big deal. Since the founding of the nation, there had never been a case of a servant dying in a prince's bed. Now that this incident occurred, it was indeed a disgrace to the palace. Oh, it's strange why the city lord Puyuzi hasn't been seen for days. Could it be that he is neglecting us, these distant noble guests? Wei Yin had now turned the tables, suppressing the momentum of Puyuzi. In the blink of an eye, the great hall was filled with the sound of long knives being drawn, longbows being strung, and feathered arrows being readied by the Imperial Guard soldiers. In front of him, Huang Weiguo was trembling as he knelt there, not daring to breathe, his forehead already covered in fine beads of sweat. So what was Mu Lisan's matter? It was about De Kuei. What happened? Why was he concerned about De Kuei? Because Shuigu had asked him to mediate and let De Kuei go. Once a thought arises in the heart, life becomes busy. The 2nd Battalion of General Geng was always elusive, wandering everywhere, observing other people's cemeteries. Moreover, they were also inquiring which construction team was best at making graves. This made Zhai Shunwei suffer a great loss. Within a few rounds, he was covered in injuries, and if it had been daytime, he would have been drenched in blood. This not only enabled the goal of evil to promote good, but also allowed for news about Neptune, which could be considered killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Why has the third-party force, the Starry Sky Buddhist Kingdom, never acted from ancient times to the present? Could there really be some unspeakable reason? Back then, they spent every day together, occasionally showing some affectionate gestures, but they always maintained their boundaries. In the end, Gao Jun joked that when they graduated, they would complete their coming-of-age ceremony together, and Hao Shuang agreed. Soon, the most terrifying aspect of the world of dust would appear. It was agreed that they would not be hated and would not abandon the world of dust. Feng Wuqing did not look back at those heart-wrenching, intoxicating big eyes, but slightly raised his head, looking towards the distance where countless blood reds were rising from the water surface like a fountain and like an underwater volcano erupting. Why is it called White Wolf? Because it was the turn of the wolf clan to name it, and perhaps because Zhang Anil was relatively fair. He was given the nickname White Wolf. This is the usual psychology of people. When encountering someone even more unfortunate while feeling unlucky themselves, they find comfort. Can you see that giant beast here? Zhao Jian asked in confusion. Although the light here was not particularly dark, she could only see a kilometer away. Xiao Tanner exchanged glances with Dongling Jiao and Feng Muqi, feeling increasingly strange. The news they received on the road had not mentioned that Lin Qin had reached a point of exhaustion. After speaking, Nanxing's lips curled slightly as she looked at her enthusiastic fans in the live broadcast room. Dopamine levels must have exceeded the limit. Recommendation: a mother cook takes you to open a Chinese restaurant in America, letting Chinese cuisine shine globally. Under the XSB chef system, continuously unlocking new recipes, meeting new sisters, and more dumpling-making skills await you. In the air, a Taiji diagram appeared at the center of the gossip diagram, with 2 yin-yang fish embracing each other. A mighty golden giant hand came crashing down, directly smashing all defensive measures into nothingness. Soon, the clouds above the city suddenly rolled back. With a roaring sound from all directions, the universe reversing, the sky losing its color, bursting forth with countless dazzling golden lights. She even felt a bit of anticipation, hoping for the true love that Peng Li spoke of. She hoped she and that Jotun could slap their spouses' faces. Not believing in fate is indeed a good thing. But most people, most of the time, just don't believe in fate. The Jingxia, also known as the internal investigation, is held once every 6 years and is relatively easy to understand. Last year, they had just completed the external investigation, and the two are essentially similar, with the only difference being the targeted area. However, in the mall, Mu Qiqi noticed a middle-aged man in a coat, occasionally looking toward Suzy Pei. Liang Xiu was pushed into one of the rooms, and as soon as she entered, she heard the sound of the lock falling behind her. Before coming in, Liang Xiu saw the thick black iron chain entwined around the iron railing and a large lock hanging from the chain. However, due to inertia, no matter how it struggled, it could not stop this humiliating action. Hearing these 3 words, Mu Tongxue felt very happy, but she deliberately lowered her head, looking very upset. And because of using close combat skills that went unnoticed by the rat's eye, she froze in place. She did not leave. Of course, Gu Xiling was also used to Shinkai not coming home for the night. She just knew that Shinkai wouldn't dare to misbehave. Could it be that dancer with exceptional dancing skills who led the celebration for Yiping's birthday at Inghui Palace that day? She had seen concern in the golden eyeshadow of the dancer and felt she looked familiar. However, her makeup was too heavy, and she could not determine where she had seen her before. Chapter 50, A Moment of Carelessness. Bai Shan's expression changed as he stared at Bai Yin not far from him, shocked. He didn't die. Benna erased his beast mark, yet he survived? Looking at Bai Yan's half-beast appearance, Bai Shan calmed down. Just a half-beast, nothing to fear. He was about to break through to the purple rank. Bai Yin could not compare to him at all. A half-beast was already in a different world from him. However, Bai Yin was also fortunate. It was probably the dark blue spiritual energy flowing over the iron staff that emitted a sharp sound of metal clashing under the endless and dense silver sword chi, leaving numerous scars on it, causing a sudden loss of spirituality. Ziba Mountain, located on the southern slope of the Qinling Mountains, is named for the abundance of cypress trees on the mountain. The mountain stretches over 500 miles, with its peaks soaring high and its tail trailing behind, resembling a giant dragon soaring into the sky, truly magnificent and deserving of its title as a Taoist fairy mountain. However, after a series of collisions, it was proven that the Ziru holy body was no weaker than the divine body. Both possessed great fortune and were supreme among the younger generation, making it difficult to determine a winner. Everyone looked curiously at the military general, not expecting him to have such cunning, seizing the greatest treasure in advance. Since you can't make decisions, why are you at my Tiger Head Mountain? The big boss shouted anxiously, clearly not in a good mood. Han Wei and the other generals climbed up the vines and arrived at a stone house, where a statue of a general sat upright, next to a stone tablet, which was the temple of Han General Ma Yuan, built by the local people to honor him for pacifying the barbarians. Zhang Yuanhao stood up and stepped back, coldly watching the pile of what looked like living flesh and organs dissipating like bubbles on the ground. Yet his heart remained vigilant, raising a candle in his other hand and quickly scanning the surroundings. Upon seeing Zhuge Liang with his feather fan, it was as if a child had seen a beloved toy, unable to help but smile widely. One could hear his voice, but never see him, as if he was using a loudspeaker to amplify his voice, echoing throughout the inn. Lu Yunqing glanced at the news, then looked at the situation on his phone, suddenly having a bold idea, but he immediately dismissed it. They were like startled birds, fearing the Han army would pursue them, running over 100 miles in one breath, fleeing back to the camp outside Guishan City overnight. Although writing songs was indeed impressive, writing songs and planning television programs were two different matters. So he didn't take it to heart at first. Yongzhou was in chaos, wondering if Xue Zhongtian and Pei Xiaodong still had the heart to carry out the restoration project of the ancient capital. In the end, Tang Cheng was still the ultimate victor. She drove straight towards the school, but upon arriving, everything seemed calm and peaceful. Lin Langtian sold some of his sports cars, but kept some as well, rewarding every young person in the village with a sports car, since there were not even 100 households in the village. Thus, Hu Yuan handed over some core technologies from the programs previously produced by the MG production department to Zhang Xinyue, who did not expect Hu Yuan really had quite a few good things. Gong Sun Kong humbly expressed his admiration for El Bu and his determination to guard the cold and desolate land of Liaodong for the Han dynasty. Okay, thank you. Zolan naturally would not refuse and would inform Yishui after confirming. After returning from the Maldives, life seemed to return to tranquility, and no one mentioned what happened over there again. The shopkeeper was desperately bowing at the feet of the head of the Shirley family, and no one could hear what they were talking about. But everyone could see the head of the Shirley family's face change several times in an instant, from green to pale, and then it seemed as if all the blood in his body rushed to his head in a moment. Don't think just because you're rampant in school that no one can handle you. Ling Yin did not back down at all, standing in front of Su Chun. Chapter 51. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Bai Shan awkwardly said, "Yeah." Qing Sun walked forward cheerfully. "It seems you're too far from our civilized village. You haven't even heard of our civilized village." Bai Shan struggled to carry the female leader, lowering his head and remaining silent. "What is there to inquire about a small tribe? Our village chief is not an ordinary female. You should inquire. Not only can she read and write, but she also knows medicine. Even our great shaman was taught by her." Of course, after half a stick of incense, news came that the cattle manager and his son were sentenced to death. The princess of Guangjuan was stripped of her title and demoted to commoner, with the word Lu tattooed on her face and drowned. Quite tragic. If he wants to tell you, he will naturally tell you. If not, I have no right to tell you. This person's words were as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. Some things can be pressed for answers, while others cannot be asked. Once the question is asked, it will become a snowball, with more and more doubts and increasing troubles. On the 9th day, in the previously silent bedroom, there suddenly came a roar, a loud sound that shook the entire Red Castle. Gao Xiang frowned deeply. Pondering for a moment, he activated his soul energy and formed armor out of earth and stone. Wrapping himself tightly, then headed toward his room. The sword Qi continuously attacked Shuelong with the sword moves. Shuelong only felt that the moves of Wei Wu were powerful and deep, and he actually could not block them. So he used a move called Flowers Blooming Everywhere, summoning a bundle of vines to wrap around his body on the arena, defending against a series of sword Qi from Wei Wu. The wedding was held in the Imperial Garden, and since Xuanzong was not a subject of the Tianzhu kingdom and his parents were not present, many of the formalities were omitted despite the grandeur of the wedding. Feng Mi and Feng Yuanjin supported the Empress Dowager onto the already prepared luxurious carriage. The door was closed. Feng Mi wore a face of disdain. Yaoer knew it was certainly because of her father. "You come with me to the imperial city. I will clarify things with him. My father dotes on me the most. He will definitely listen to me." Yin Yao's words carried a hint of urgency as she pulled Lu Qingyan to leave. The summer grassland was lush and vibrant. White clouds floated in the sky, and on the grassland below, countless cattle and sheep abandoned by Elbu's army were leisurely grazing on the grass. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Yi Ro's fair face flushed with a hint of red, spreading all the way to her ears. Lin Jingyi's handwriting was indeed a bit shabby, and knowing this, he did not plan to write the notice himself. He kicked the outstretched eagle claw with his left foot and blocked the officer's other attacking hand with his right foot. His body flipped in the air, continuing to cut with his left foot, sweeping directly towards the opponent's face. "Sorry, we don't have identification or invitations," Lin Jingyi said with a smile, recalling a scene from a few months ago when he and his companions were also stopped. Yi Tianxuan's expression changed slightly, as he was not unfamiliar with the visitor. It was Qian Xian from the Qinyu family. After the rain, Jean Shire, with a flushed face, looked even more charming as she was held in Lin Jingyi's arms. Feeling the warmth and unique aura of this man, hearing Tang Bei's words, Steward Zhou presented a fully gilded bank card and handed it to Lin Jingyi. With the increase in power, every day spent in the real world now required 100 experience points, 10 times more than before. The bizarrely colored metals began to roar wildly, their cries filled with unabashed joy, clearly excited by these metals. Seeing the chubby man in the field acting like a good student, sitting obediently and listening, Qin Han also seized the opportunity to indulge in his teacher's role. It is said that the Song army had over 200,000 troops, and with 200 people per ship, a large ship in the Song fleet was likely one that could carry over 1,000 stones. The Moto clan? Qin Hong raised an eyebrow, knowing that the Moto clan was one of the most prestigious surnames in Fusong. Were you exiled here? Otherwise, how could a young master of the Moto clan return to such a remote place? Although Chun Ye's name wasn't mentioned, everyone knew who the steward was referring to. As soon as the words were spoken, the old man felt a jolt in his head, his body shook violently a few times, his face changed several times, and he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ground, fortunately being supported by someone next to him, or he would have collapsed. Back in his room, Chun Yi saw that there was nothing to pack, so he decided to take a nap before returning to the Magic City tomorrow. Qin Han found a seat by the window and ordered a cup of American coffee, preparing to observe the situation first. Unable to dress the lower half as required, he had to wear a short skirt and knee-high socks. However, for the upper half, he could still wear a sweater under a thin summer shirt. Though it looked a bit bulky, it was better than freezing. Liu Yin rubbed his fists excitedly, having recently made progress in martial arts. He had long wanted to find someone to test his skills, and this was a good opportunity for a good fight. Yang Tai and Liu He, among others, had also suffered from bullying and had long detested these villains. Li Yuanba had no objections. He would hit whoever Zhang Sen told him to hit. Matsuyama Takashi rarely saw Akira Toriyama praise appear so much, and he couldn't help but show a look of surprise. This was indeed simple. Using a plastic barrel weighing about 20 pounds to hold oil would work, and larger would also be fine, though it would be harder to load and unload. Hiring a large truck could transport several tons in one trip. If more were needed, several trucks could be hired. Longhao replied. When the old man said this, confusion was evident in his eyes. He couldn't understand why this would cause an explosion, as he wasn't someone like Tao Changdao who engaged in explosive arts. Upon hearing this, the old man's face turned pale. His swimming skills were indeed good, but as the other party said, there was no village nearby and no store behind. Once he went into the water, it would be a dead end. The other party had fallen into obsession, and he had no clues in hand. The only lead was in the Western Sea, so he could only continue investigating there. How could he remain an outsider? This era did not allow for it. If Aunt Shui, Shui Pan, and Bao Chai stood by and watched, they would fear they could never lift their heads again in the future. Therefore, every time everyone saw the Empress, they kept their heads down, not daring to look directly at her face. Chapter 52, Beast Tide. To Baina's terrified and disgusted gaze, Bai Yin merely stared blankly, showing no reaction. Qing Sun frowned directly. What are you saying? Are you cursing our wizard lord? Baina didn't pay attention to Qing Sun's words. Glaring at Bai Yan's half-human, half-beast appearance, I drew your beast mark, and you didn't die. How can you still have the face to live? Useless. You don't deserve to be my beast husband. Qing Sun's face suddenly changed. You abandoned us wizards. This tire monster fish had already fallen asleep. But it was eating while sleeping. I was impressed by it. After a series of actions, it inevitably involved the shoulder, and thus Iron Maiden, leaning on his shoulder, woke up tiredly. You can run well. I don't want to waste time. King Fushi stepped in front of me and pointed at my heart pulse. This indicates that I have gained the great trust of a marshal. Such a token, a marshal only has one. It shows how precious it is. Kong Kong hung up the phone and threw the phone aside, still feeling very angry, unable to believe that Zhao Ken was such a dirty man. Others were very excited, especially Hu Minghui and Zhang Zijing, who were so happy their mouths couldn't close. It seemed that these rewards also had a share for them. It was Qin Fei who received Ning Ruan's call while in Taiyuan, and on the way to the airport, he called Zhao Ken, thinking Zhao Ken wouldn't come, but unexpectedly, he did. He had never had the chance to have a good chat with the Tower Spirit, besides using the recording function on the lifeboat in the underground world. The Tower Spirit had never responded at other times. Although they were not few in number, their overall strength was not much stronger than Ding's, and they did not want to blindly oppose Ding. Fong Ran's hair was wet, freshly washed his face, and he was carrying 2 water buckets. Call me to go into the forest to look for fresh water. Although building this new city required many hands, there were already enough hands that couldn't be more than sufficient. This energy fluctuation was terrifying, making them feel as if their lives were threatened. Long Ifei laughed a few times and had the undead warriors deliberately provoke the Japanese team's heroes, intentionally angering these enemies. Long Ifei scolded angrily. I used to admire you, but I didn't expect you would betray our team. You are really disappointing. Do you deserve us? Tang Yi touched Ji Chio's head, stood up stretched, and planned to go outside to check the village's situation. This was indeed a very good idea, Coach Liu Canyue said excitedly, looking at Long Ifei nearby with great admiration. Such a person, you could let him be a vanguard officer, perfectly qualified, but if you made him the commander of the troops, he would definitely lead the army to ruin. The members of the Batian Gang elite group were all in training, and since they were relatively far away, they had not yet noticed the spiritual power fluctuations over there. Yes, Captain Plank said, it is precisely because you passed the test that your master believes you are a trustworthy person, which is why your master told me to reveal his background to you. Remember, you must never share your master's background with anyone, not even your current disciples. Now facing Iron Hammer and the others, they didn't even need to use Fox Demon powers to deal with them. Qiu Yao was unlike Qiu Ya, who always thought about resolving things peacefully with humans. If she was unhappy, she would directly take action, no need for nonsense. Taking this opportunity, I looked around and found nobody was paying attention to this place. So I pressed my eyes against the crack in the door. Sleep. When you wake up tomorrow, you won't remember anything. After saying that, Yi Sanling's red eyes suddenly flashed, like a light in the dark. Then, for experts with celestial level strength, simultaneously lost consciousness. The regions closer to the center of the ripples were torn apart by the thought power storm, and those disciples who did not follow orders faced even more tragic outcomes. Seeing Xing Luo, Chen Chuansher's eyes were filled with malice. The kind of gaze was as if he wanted to devour Xing Luo. So he did not change places. Still in this corner, scanning for those good-looking raw materials. Hearing Old Su's worries, Old Wang was relatively open-minded. After a chuckle, he said, seeing Lu Mei, so he was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Lu Mei to be here as well. However, thinking that the other party was also in the jewelry business, so you felt relieved. Listening to Bai Ling's words, Zhou Yang was filled with emotion, but the previous scene made him extremely anxious. Having heroic aspirations is certainly a good thing, but if you lack the capacity of a hero, isn't that just causing trouble for yourself? Mingda, please don't speak carelessly. How could this be? Huang Yin quickly turned around to explain. This time, I must formally introduce myself before you all face death. Fan Hernan's calm, eyes fixed on everyone looking at him. Find that person with the surname Gao and that wretched woman for me. Otherwise, this matter won't be over. Li Shijun's voice came from inside, carrying a slight tremor, filled with indignation and bitterness, making it heart-wrenching to hear. Saying this, Igu stomped his foot on the grave, seemingly dissatisfied, and stomped a few more times. Ningyu hurriedly pulled Igu back. They had just escaped from a gathering of spirits, and they couldn't really wake him up. All right, let go first. After Xin Feng pulled her hand away, he placed it in his own to rub. On the snowy mountain, he spoke while swinging his knife at that person, and the soldiers behind him rushed in, slaughtering the palace guards mercilessly. A scene too tragic to behold. Lu Yin was unwilling to give up and reached out to climb up, but unexpectedly, a barrier formed in the void, blocking Lu Yin outside, and silver-white flames began to burn on Sandarun. Yi laughed heartily beside him, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly his body tightened, followed by trembling, and ultimately he couldn't help but let out a groan. The second location was surprisingly the place Zhang Yi had deemed most valuable from the beginning, the Jade Statue. I'm only 47 this year, all right, and my surname is Shun. You can call me Uncle Shun, the chief of staff said with a smile. It won't happen, since the Li family has made a statement. They will abide by the rules. There are rules in circles. If the Li family dares to go back on their word, then what they lose will far exceed what they gain, and once their reputation is gone, the Li family will be on a countdown to decline. Mother, I know I was wrong. I won't take risks again in the future. Mother, please don't be angry. Looking at his mother's angry expression, Zhao Ming hurriedly admitted his mistake. Although he thought this way in his heart, Yinyu did not intend to stop. Given his usual emphasis on resources, since he encountered opportunities that other cultivators wouldn't dare to imagine, he naturally wouldn't hold back. Chapter 53. Eradicate your tribe. The beast horde was getting closer, and the fast-moving fallen beasts rushed in front of the orcs, their sharp claws attacking a half-orc on the wall. The half-orc was attacked and could only try to protect his vital parts, with his cheek, ear, and shoulder scratched with several blood marks. The nearby orc quickly drew a sharp knife, pinned the flying beast down, and stabbed it in the neck. Bright red blood splattered on the orc's face, and he anxiously pulled up his injured companion. I was momentarily stunned at the words, but at this point, the sword fanatic was already walking directly toward the depths of the puppet sect before him. The arrival of the martial gods, air, changed the situation on the scene. Those who had feared Shitang now felt emboldened. The night crow that had just escaped from Shuel Luo Mountain heard the screams coming from within and immediately trembled, stopping abruptly and staring blankly at the mountain. The light of the flame shield armor flickered around my body, and that bright luster brought powerful defensive capabilities, intercepting almost all attacks. After all, at present, the master of the Broken Martial Alliance is undoubtedly the overlord of the Great Thousand Domain. Compared to Huang Quan, the divine sect still possesses overwhelming strength. Staying in Huang Quan is naturally a dead end. Liang Chaoxing's gaze fell on me at this moment. As his voice fell, the black jade slip in his hand was directly crushed, and in the next moment, a spatial passage appeared. Instantly, Liang Chaoxing didn't hesitate and directly dove into the spatial passage. Hearing me say this, Yin Fei was momentarily stunned and then asked why I suddenly wanted to ask this question. In comparison, AI Li didn't hold back much, bouncing over and even running toward me. Others were also trapped in a dream and unable to escape, possibly forever trapped. Her words instantly doused me with a bucket of cold water. At this moment, the martial god had completely turned into a statue, merging with the ghostly hands around him, looking extremely terrifying. Moreover, even if the live broadcast lost popularity, Zhao Hao could still gain fame from other sources to harvest divine power. Lu Xin felt strange these days. When she had nothing to do, she often liked to watch television, and what she watched was the coastal local channel that she usually disliked, searching for the most boring news programs. The reason was simple. Changwu had been frequently appearing on the coastal television station lately. By simulating the gravitational field of a planetary surface through the gravity device, a row of specially made chairs that could be fixed in a void was lined up. It was getting more and more outrageous. She glared at him, then realized she was still lying in his arms, struggling a few times, wanting to escape from this awkward position. "Is me happy?" Qilong asked indifferently. However, his gaze was not on Sumi, but directed toward the night sky outside the window. He wanted to move, but found his whole body still stiff. It was as if he had only a soul and no body. In the car, Suemo kept calling Xiao Nanyi and Lisa, but one was turned off, and the other was always unanswered. Since Austria was now fully under the control of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, it was very easy to spread the news. Almost in just half a day, it had spread throughout all of Austria. Ling Fan was really chatty and showed no sense of the situation. Even after Qiao Mingyuan and Han Zi had left, he still stubbornly refused to leave. "You, while wanting, are so clever that you immediately understood his meaning." When the two first met, this man had evaluated her like this, and in the end, he even turned around and lectured her properly. Now, thinking back, she felt indignant, to the point that waves surged in her chest. Jinya couldn't help but laugh when she heard the word mouse, and Wu Hao hurriedly turned off the speaker, lowering his voice. Chapter 54, The Second Beast Tide. The orcs present were furious. They initially thought this female was arrogant and disregarded the lives of male orcs, but unexpectedly, this female was truly the most malicious of all. A female actually dared to say she would destroy their civilized village? They felt pity for this female who had been captured and mistreated by the stray beasts, and kindly took her in, planning to send her away after the beast tide passed. Unexpectedly, had they provoked a wolf in sheep's clothing? Moreover, since returning to the palace last time, they hadn't seen the emperor for about 10 days, naturally worrying about his health. However, they didn't share these concerns with others, but kept them bottled up inside. Wu Yi truly admired the blind man's mind. Even such an absurd statement could come to him. However, it seems that aside from this, there really aren't any better explanations. If this tunnel didn't have a downward angle, the two of us would have already crossed this mountain outside. Just as everyone was filled with various doubts, a loud sound that tore through space came, and a bolt of lightning from spatial wormhole burst forth. Mu Fan couldn't tell what level the divine forging platform was, but he knew that its previous owner was a practitioner of demonic techniques named Ren Xian. Ren Xian acquired the divine forging platform purely by chance. At that time, he was only at the soul-shaping realm in the cultivation world. The range of life force extraction was getting larger, nearly enveloping the entire Nirvana City. Those who hadn't escaped Nirvana City in time, once affected, would almost instantly turn into dried corpses. According to the old man, 20,000 years ago, a shocking battle broke out on the continent, known as the Dark God Festival. Now, what Su Banshing needed to do was to prevent the true energy from filling the Qi Sea and maintain the density of the true energy. If successful, it might stop the elevation of his realm, allowing Su Banshing's cultivation to remain at the first level of Qi refining while his Qi Sea expanded. After arriving in Xiangyang, he treated many refugees from the north outside Xiangyang City, and a few of them were like those two men, walking corpses, expressionless, neither eating nor drinking with dull eyes, ultimately starving to death or dying of thirst. Currently, Luo Bu's reflex arc was infinitely long. He didn't know what he was doing. Seeing Kenneth pick up the lemonade, he subconsciously grabbed the red branding iron placed in front of him. When everything finally stopped, she felt as if she had died once. Her body soft and unable to exert any strength, lying still and only able to breathe out, which proved that she was still alive. The Song family in the Northwest was a true noble family, whose ancestors fought alongside the founding emperor to establish their power. Now, they were thriving in both business and politics, something that ordinary people could hardly even think about, let alone approach. Xijun understood that it was impossible for her and Bai Yinsong to meet alone in the palace, but fortunately, what they discussed were just everyday matters and parting feelings. Nothing that required secrecy. In their perception, Ziling Tian was a very cold person, who never joked or said anything funny, so his comment truly stunned them. Although the division of Chaos Stone was already a settled matter between their families, Liao Wukuei was still a mid-level warrior and had some cunning, so it would be best if he could gather it for himself. Luoyang City and the surrounding counties were originally an important area for the gentry of the Northeast, who were very powerful here. However, in the chaos, even these gentry began to feel uneasy and continuously relocated their families to safer places. The spirit master could no longer contain his grief and, disregarding the repeated admonitions of the Sword Saint, invited friends into the prehistoric ruins to search for the Sword Saint. So, let us focus our attention on people. If we could gather the billions of people worldwide, it would be a huge fortune, generating at least several trillion units of belief energy in a single day. Chapter 55. Black Wolf. The orcs looked at the glowing eyes in the darkness, feeling a tingling sensation on their scalps. However, they absolutely could not retreat. If they retreated, their families behind them would suffer. If the recent flying beast swarm was just a warm-up, then this wave of beasts was a test of life and death for their new tribe. There weren't many purple-tier orcs in Civilization Village, but there were still quite a few. With Yun Yang's 3 beastmen, there were 11 in total. Taking a deep breath, Yushi didn't allow himself to recall further, shook his head, and said, "I remember Grandpa Lee's favorite was that painting." As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to the painting on the wall. It was primarily a painting depicting white flowers blooming in spring. This painting had a considerable history. It was said to have been given to him by Li Chouqin's teacher. Although the ground was covered with weeds, being slammed down hard would definitely cause serious injury. Moreover, Yushi was completely unprepared. Seeing his attack succeed, Lin Shi threw Yushi into the air and then jumped up, his knee firmly pressing against Yushi's abdomen. The ambulance was already on the way, but there might be traffic. A staff member who called the emergency said. Fan Yufeng, discerning in appearance and color, knew that Yi Chun had not passed the test. He felt relieved and comfortable. The people from Medicine King Valley, the Xiao, Peng, and Shun families, along with 5 super powerful beings and the 800 masters, were all dumbfounded, mouths agape, seemingly unable to breathe smoothly. Lu Lang ran halfway and, seeing that the zombies were about to catch up, mercilessly kicked Gao Ji. A bald fist struck Lin Hao's temple from the left side, while another bald fist transformed into a palm, slicing toward Lin Hao's carotid artery from the right side. "Thanks, brother," Chun Xiu said with a smile. However, Wang Gang could see at a glance that this smile was feigned. He always felt something was off with the boss but didn't know what to say. Chun Xiu instead stared at the ceiling, silent. The song seemed to swirl in the sky, echoing between the buildings. That kind of conquering dominance intertwined with the tenderness of being crushed to pieces, a natural melody, occasionally rolling like heavy metal hysteria, turning the square into a sea of joy. Aside from the light from night snack shops or certain stores on both sides of the road, other places were shrouded in darkness. For example, Chun Mo, although his true energy was suppressed, his control and application of his own power were certainly far superior to ordinary Meridian warriors. However, the two did not intend to stop, and they began fighting again. From the movements of the spiritual energy, it could be seen that both of their spiritual energies had weakened significantly. Gu Qing saw that advice was futile and fell silent. "Actually, you really don't have to feel sorry for me. You helped me detoxify the heart erosion powder and the 7 cold soup, heal my old knee injury, and adjusted my body, freeing me from the torment of illness. I've only saved you once. In comparison, I actually owe you much more." The stone was the son of old lady Zhuang, whose husband died early, leaving her with one son, who was also managed by Feng Ying. During this time, no one knew what the 3rd-generation ancestor encountered in the deep pool, but after the 3rd-generation ancestor returned, he immediately renamed the sect Forgetting Valley and often muttered words about forgetting one's origins. Ling Ling pulled back her gaze, then froze, her face filled with surprise. Under the sprouting willow tree ahead stood a lively and charming figure. Song Yin and Song Yi were cousins of the same great-grandfather. They were truly of the same bloodline. It was fortunate that those guys still had the nerve to say, "We are all your descendants. It is only natural for your ancestors to bless their descendants." "Are you trying to take advantage of the situation?" Regner scoffed. "Not all." Hua Yilong sighed, looking very tired, and did not want to delve into the issue. In short, he and she were just intensely together at this moment, prolonging their separation. They only had the present, not the future. Chapter 56. Eat this. The beasts below were too numerous, and the night had become the camouflage of that nightmare beast. The black wolf nightmare beast kept dodging, causing Qing Ling's lightning to strike off course time and again. Seeing the desired female approach, Qing Ling felt a bit shy. Sorry, that black wolf is really cunning. His night vision ability was also not as good as during the day. Thank you for delaying it. Let's go together next. Yin Yang didn't blame anyone. The Sea Eagle orc was not originally theirs. With the release of the countdown poster that was transcendent and full of passion, the Wine God Music Festival and Junyu's Starry Sky exclusive concert were approaching. Zhang Yingfei couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. How could you enjoy yourself so much and still tell me that the refers to the idea that one cannot be replenished if they are not feeling well? And Bai Chan smiled calmly and then scanned the surroundings. It had to be said that this mercenary guild's task point was much larger than the one Bai Chun had been to before. What kind of client would have a meeting so late? Was it Joba Pai? Duan Mu, she had worked hard to prepare delicious food and was eager to share it with her sister, so she probed for more details. Clearly, this man could comfortably stay in his own unit, eating well and resting well, yet he traveled so far in this cold winter. The postpartum center at Lanshan was different from that at Lanyan No. 7 Middle School. It only had one hole, a giant hole capable of accommodating all newborns inside, like a large bathing center. Every time Zhang Shanshan saw Shiza, the expression and image were something she couldn't shake off, that kind of restrained sadness. Wanting to get close, yet needing to maintain distance, was almost transparent in her eyes. Bai Chun couldn't help but sigh from the current situation. It was clear that the Didia Empire had anticipated Duke Wilson's war decision in advance. No waste. One must eat and dress well to live. Song Jinghao was not just about being full and warm. He thought that Xiao Mingjia was so audacious. Could it be that he had already figured out how to destroy the evidence? Yao He did not look, as observing this was of no use. The agreement between Hart and Godhua did not mean that Yao He had to accept such an agreement. Chemical delay bomb? Eong looked at the observation report in his hand, and a storm surged in his heart. A chemical delay bomb is an unconventional bomb. The explosion time is affected by temperature. The power of the way of heaven. Dao Yuan gritted his teeth, not retreating but advancing, raising the battle axe to burst forth with a black radiance. Are you forcing this lonely king? Ro Dai smiled widely, but then her brows furrowed. What audacity! The pressure was intense, but due to an injury, she trembled slightly, and her furrowed brows betrayed the fa-ade of being unharmed. The king's body was clearly weak. I can. Eong glared angrily at the lieutenant officer, clenching his fists tightly, wishing he could rush up and flatten that detestable face. Go. Murongshan seemed to have made a resolute decision as he turned to walk towards Ali, who was lying on the ground. Zhang Long glanced at Jiang Zicheng and followed behind Murongshan. Yin Yu felt pleased. She didn't expect things to go so smoothly. More unexpected events followed. And Murong Yan's fishing rod was truly magnificent and elegant, definitely comparable to a piece of art. Even more shocking to Yin Yu was that the palace actually had a dedicated fishing pond and fishing platform. Kalai was not dead. He should have gone to the underworld now. Kong Chun said lightly to everyone. In theory, mutants should have no thoughts, only slaughter. You just said that mutants could evade the police unless something happened. Expert Meng said solemnly, his face very grave. Damn, this is unfair. Other sects lost so many people. And we didn't even have a gas station, Xin Yuan Xiao complained. Jing Xiang saw his lifeless appearance and guessed he probably just wanted to pray casually. He probably didn't even know what he was saying. Chapter 57. There's a fire over there. Qing Ling was startled by the thunder. Yuan Yang, did you know he would be punished by heaven? He pointed to the charred corpse. No, I didn't know either. Yin Yang shook his head. Then if he wasn't punished, would you really let him go? Qing Ling asked again. Yin Yang nodded and said, of course, I always keep my word. But suddenly, she drew her bow tight, and a shimmering white arrow formed. Over the past 7 years, she had seen Mu Jiu many times. Even though he was cold-hearted, he would have noticed her existence to some extent. Later, there was the incident where she encountered Su Ying Shui elsewhere, and then, with the concealment of the transformation pill, her appearance changed. Even standing in front of the third prince, he did not recognize her as his sister. He exerted great strength, fearing that if he let go, she would really leave, and the entire Chu family would be gradually destroyed before his eyes. Since it was just a superficial injury, it was fine to tell him. Yi Ting-ju relaxed his brow. His parents' relationship had remained unchanged for 10 years. After being shot, it was mostly because she did not want her father to know she was hurt, fearing he would worry, that she ordered the news to be sealed. At the outskirts of the sword-questioning mountain, countless figures appeared and disappeared, and powerful mysterious energy fluctuations occasionally erupted. In a short period, numerous divine realm experts gathered here. Almost 80 to 90 of the top beings in the heavenly Tao world. These demon clan experts summoned winds and rain, stirring the demonic energy into a frenzied roll, forming a net of heaven and earth. The other 5 or 6 companions hurriedly helped the middle-aged man up, both angry and frustrated, but they dared not speak out. You tell me, Xu Ziqian felt that Luo Xia would definitely lie, because when he left the Luo residence, Madame Luo was still fine. She still had that long silver hair like moonlight, and she still wore that white cloak like ice and snow. Ling Fei was wearing a wedding dress and shooting a jewelry advertisement with Ouyang Feng, although it was forcibly withdrawn after just 1 day of airing. It had always been a thorn in Song Tianmo's heart. The twin flame sword slashed down from Qi Fei's head, while Qi Fei swung his sickle to block. However, Zhan Ao Tian was after all the elder of the Yi clan. He openly told Zhan Feng that there was a way to leave the Honghuang Valley. But his words also hinted to Zhan Feng that the method to leave the Honghuang Valley could only be activated after he broke through the intangible rebirth realm. Wang Lu could not help but frown. He did not expect the living environment of the Nanhua Temple to be so harsh, filling him with helplessness and disappointment. No, there are some, but those kings were not elected by the fire elves themselves. They were powerful fire elemental creatures that naturally formed, named by those who fought against them. Said Shauna. All right, the quality is okay. Let's say it's 15 taels of silver for you. How about that? The old man waved his hand impatiently and directly called out the price. At this moment, passers-by entering and exiting the city gates heard this and couldn't help but burst into loud laughter, mocking and gossiping. When he reached a certain height, the dragon finally saw the appearance of the glowing object before him, which resembled a piece of sky. Ling Chao's expression changed instantly. That brilliant smile turned sinister, making me feel a bit eerie, especially dark. I really didn't know what kind of inner core lay beneath his shining surface. It was just that his ever-changing expression made me really admire him, to the point that I wanted to punch him. I took out my phone and saw the caller ID. My face instantly dark as a complete mess. I immediately turned off the phone, put it in my pocket, shook my body, and shook my head as I walked into the living room, ready to cook and immerse myself in a happy atmosphere. Just like space, which can change freely in Taiyu City, the flow of time here is also different. Chapter 58. Seriously consider it. Uncle, look over there. It's on fire too. In the distance, the raging fire spread with the wind. The orcs were alarmed. Fortunately, they had prepared an isolation zone in advance. Otherwise, their civilized village might have been burned down. After working all night, the mess outside was finally cleaned up by dawn. Let's go back. The orc smiled. When Helan Yao turned her head, the man gave her a flirtatious wink, but then quickly pressed a kiss on the face of the beauty beside him, causing her to let out a soft cry. The imperial concubine said to Aunt Yu, "Help her sit up. She must be scared silly." She turned her head to Axin and said, "Go call Ning Fei and ask her what exactly happened." Axin complied and left. Meanwhile, Chu Feng also withdrew his consciousness, chuckled softly, and continued living his leisurely life, waiting for a fated person to come to him, playing the role of a distinguished old man. They were dressed in pitch-black clothing, holding bright steel knives in their hands, and carrying a crossbow on their backs. I'm also drunk. After Chu Xia finished speaking, she took a Guan Yu, and then number 3 took a Ma Dai. He was ordered to bring Zhan Shao back to the Yao Fo sect. He had received such orders many times before, and too many times he had tortured and killed those who resisted, but his father had never said anything. Why was he so angry this time? She walked a few steps outside Cheongtong Palace and became increasingly hesitant. During this time, the Hua family had not spoiled Gan Ran as before, but had begun to discipline her. Gan Ran had been to Chunqing Palace less and less, and if he returned to the West Fu Palace at this time, Su Ru Hui would be troubled. After the update, the power system in Dream 3 Kingdoms 2 transformed into a competition mode. However, some heroes were randomly locked. This new mode was a combination of the general selection and competition modes. That night, the moonlight was like water. Tomorrow is the full moon night, and tonight, looking up, one could see that the moon in the distant sky was already very round. The implication was that even he, as Mao Lian's man, would be tempted by her weapon, and the Quiet King would be even more covetous of such a weapon. The sucking intensity gradually increased, with the tip of the tongue brushing against her gums and teeth, forcefully teasing, trying to pry open her jaw. Han Dong nodded, puzzled, and took the envelope. When he opened it, he found photos of himself with Lu Lu and Xiao Bei Bei. The effect was quite good, with several shots of him kissing Lu Li's cheek. Her face looked very cute and rosy in the pictures. According to the time Han Dong mentioned to Xiao Wanwei yesterday, he was supposed to arrive at 2:30. But Han Dong could come a little earlier as a sign of respect to Xiao Wanwei. Hearing Ron Lai's words, Ming Xi's tears fell even more urgently. A moment later, she suddenly turned her tear-streaked face and forcefully pulled her hands back. The next moment, her not-so-powerful fist landed hurriedly on Rong Lai's chest. The plane slowly descended at Long Yin Airport in Jiangzhou City, and when Han Dong reached the door, he saw Mayor Wang swimming waiting there with several municipal committee members. After the last fallout with the Su family, the current situation was already very clear. There would be no problems during the day, but once night fell, the Su family would probably come chasing after them relentlessly. So, no matter where we went during the day, we would definitely regroup at night. As Li Shu'er looked eagerly at Feng Wan was also pleased. In her previous life, a month before her death, Li Shu'er had died in the midst of chaotic soldiers. In this life, she changed the political situation and also changed Li Shu'er's fate. As a result, Jiang Li also transformed from a craftsman into the aristocratic warrior class and participated in the war. Lin Yang, did we kill him? Da Huang whispered and took a few steps forward, but still maintained a safe distance from the old eunuch. The third madam was slightly surprised, but she had always looked down on this nouveau riche sister-in-law and didn't think the second madam had come specifically to find her. So she acted as if she hadn't seen her. With Ding Es words, the scene below became somewhat chaotic. Huya and several people from the previous clothing workshop showed expressions of joy, while Shun Kaicheng, also from the clothing workshop, had betrayed them for his own development and directly sided with Zhang Pingyuan. Welcome. How may I assist you? The greeter at the entrance of the shop immediately stepped forward, adopting a standard welcoming posture and warmly invited Han Qi inside. Li Shusheng was right. Perhaps Li Yun and her mother really were quite similar. Her mother had died from the intense pain of suddenly losing the person she loved. Li Shusheng said it was a pity that he didn't understand this principle back then. Such power was indeed astonishing. The less than 1% effectiveness could produce such results, which had already gained Wang Ling's inner acknowledgement. Amidst the mountain-like cheers from these people, Li Xianghong also came up draped in the flag of South Korea. Upon hearing this, Wang Ling couldn't help but frown. He felt that this technique was somewhat similar to that of Azua and Au from the Immortal Mansion. To be honest, the relocation work that lasted for more than half a month had left everyone at the wind direction sign very tired. At that moment, Zhou Yinshu really felt a carefree attitude, but her rational mind told her that this was not good, really not good. In fact, in the ice and snow, the things they could interact with were very limited, mainly because they couldn't go hiking and the underground was unsafe. Like the previous 6 battles, this fight was not so convoluted and bizarre, but rather a simple and brutal combat and spellcasting. It was easy to understand. It seemed that such battles would continue, and everyone was already somewhat numb because there was really nothing new. Chapter 59, The White Wolf Tribe. Benna looked at the purple beast pattern between Baiju's brows. Breath hitching. Haven't you become a green tier beastman? How did you become a purple tier beastman? Benna felt it was unbelievable. Even if he was promoted, it couldn't possibly be so fast, right? She had given Baishan so many beast crystals, yet hadn't seen Baishan promoted. Benna glutted Fiat et Yunyang. If it weren't for her, Baiju would have been hers. It has nothing to do with you. Baiju said, Initial Snow don't mind him. He.S. just a madman. Qin Sisi thought to himself, he couldn't possibly just come up and beat me without saying a word, right? Shi Yin responded, and Shifeng then went out. After Shi Yin packed the items he needed to take, he went to sleep. The red rose revealed a charming smile, seductively bringing her index finger to her lips, sticking out her tongue, and licking it with a look of intoxication. In fact, only Chani knew that it wasn't true killing intent, but rather the smell of blood. The blood within was boiling uneasily, causing this situation. Taking a deep breath, Cui Feng stepped out, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, he appeared behind Shi Shurqing, sighed lightly in her ear, then struck with a hand knife, knocking her unconscious. As for Chao Li, since the other party had already treated him as a mortal enemy, Cui Feng naturally wouldn't consider the consequences for him anymore. She had put effort into Jin Rue, but that was for revenge. The person she cared about most in her heart was him. I guess that might be a memory from my past life. The stone monkey suddenly blurted out this sentence, striking directly at the doubts in Cui Feng's heart. The divine refining hall began to operate, and the intelligence department became busy again. Master Wu Yi was tied up with a communication talisman and was instantly ignored. At this time, Dong Zhanyun was on his way back and soon arrived at the Wanhua sect. Through the communication talisman, Dong Zhanyun contacted Wu Ran. Jiang Bing was initially afraid that the director would get angry, but later saw that the director didn't care about this matter and felt somewhat reassured. Looking around, Lin Yifan saw nothing but a gray and dark environment, with no other discoveries. When Nangong Luo Jing wanted to see the person clearly, Yao had already let them into the house to put down the things in their hands, and those eyes momentarily shifted away from Nangong Luo Jing. Moreover, the terrain there could just gather the spiritual energy of the entire forest into that valley. Even if it wasn't a supporting center forward, the ability to receive the ball with their back to the play and the ability to resist were essential in modern football. After his father passed away, he ascended to the throne. The dragon-patterned purple robe suited him so well, revealing his kingly aura to the fullest. At that time, she finally understood what her father often said to her. This silly girl, when encountering direct conflict with strangers, how could she be so foolish as to reveal her identity? Lin Shui, tell me, were those gardenias always placed by you? Lin Shui, look me in the eyes and answer me. Don't lie to me, okay? Yifeng suddenly pulled the car over to the side of the road, then turned his head and leaned over, staring intently at Lin Shui as he spoke. At that moment, Sun Wan heard by Sai's words as if struck by a heavenly thunder, instantly feeling both crispy and tender. The martial saint of the Qian Song family threw them into the wild mountains on the outskirts and sealed their acupoints. Then I killed them and brought their bodies to this abandoned temple, the old man in the black robe said calmly. They replied succinctly. After his subordinates, spies investigated. There had been no unusual movements from the Gu family recently. The royal palace and various departments were all busy with one thing, the coronation ceremony for the crown prince. Ing Chun placed a ledger in front of old lady Sun, who opened the ledger and focused intently as she read page by page. Zhang Long pulled out a copper rod as thick as a child's arm, holding it in his hand and thrusting it like a spear. The tip of the rod whistled through the air, stopping right at the mouse nose. Chapter 60, we agreed. The next day, Yin Yang had slept for a whole day and night. Feeling great, as soon as she stepped outside, she suddenly noticed Bai Zhu sitting outside, looking listless. Yin Yang was taken aback. Bai Zhu, what's wrong with you? The female protagonist, Bai Zhu, moved her lips and replied, it's nothing. Yin Yang turned her gaze to the faces of the other two beast tamers, and their expressions seemed very displeased. Oh, not just seemed, they were genuinely unhappy. It was like someone owed them money. Boom! Nearly 20,000 fans in the American Airlines Center stood up, raising their arms to cheer for their king. However, after returning to the royal city, her mood plummeted again. Everything had changed. Aside from Long Quan, no one referred to them as Your Majesty and Princess anymore. After Tong Guai finished speaking, she didn't dare to breathe, fearing the cunning lord on the other end of the phone would kill her. I'm going to die. Kwang Guohua was sweating profusely, trembling all over, and simply sat down on the edge of the coffin, gripping both sides tightly. Hastily closing the video playing in front of him, Lu Yi leaned weakly against the back of the chair and asked, what is going on? Hu Shuntang slapped Kwang Guohua's face, while Yacha Wang looked around with Sally and Peng Jiyuan, trying to find other transportation tools they could use. Returning to the parking lot in their current state to drive the rented car was impossible. It would only attract attention. The result was that Howard's performance continued to decline. A complete mess. On the offensive end, Gobert's defense made this former superstar center lose face. On the defensive end, Yang's versatile skills always allowed him to find ways to evade defense. Opening his sleepy eyes and stretching, he realized something was off around him. All he could see were trees. Where am I? The opponent should have had vision in the lower jungle, so when they saw the barrel enter their jungle, the prince would rush to gank him in the upper lane. This decisiveness and judgment were quite impressive. Most of the ghosts in other parts of the underworld wouldn't use these things. What you see is treasure, others see as trash. Dog, did you stab me in the ass with that knife? Were you doing it on purpose? The third fat guy, like a frightened ostrich, buried his head in the sand. Lying on the ground with his but facing me, said weakly. Minter Li Hung had other important matters and would not accompany you this time. Accompanying you are Minter Tang Lan and Minter Lang Wu. You can rest assured, with them there, you shouldn't encounter any major issues, Nin Gongren said lightly. In the past, no matter what problems she encountered, she would never think of seeking help from others, but face them alone. What the hell does this mean? I widened my eyes, staring at a skeleton that jumped up as if resurrected and couldn't help but shout in surprise. But just as his lips were about to touch Lin Jiayi's red lips, an invisible wave suddenly erupted outside the window, causing Yunxuan's movements to freeze. Classmates, before I explain what I know, I want to ask you, do you know when the smelting of iron appeared? Professor Jiang asked. I was originally thinking of smashing the stone man half to death with a stick, but as soon as I swung it down, the stone man didn't budge an inch completely unscathed, while my pride bar flew out of my hand. Tang Luo was speechless. This was just a line he used to show off, and it had turned into talent? After a long time, Song Li felt that Sultan's breath had completely disappeared and couldn't help but sigh in relief, finally putting his mind at ease. May I ask what kind of riddle you were playing? Li Yin asked curiously, as he really couldn't understand what they were saying, but it seemed related to her Tian Quang. Chapter 61, the possibility of turning to their own tribe, Heidongking tribe. Qing Ling happily flew to her father Beast's cave. Dad, I'm back. The clan leader glanced at him. Oh, it's been a whole day and night, and only now do you know to come back? The clan leader complained. You haven't even found a mate yet, and you're already not returning home. Qing Ling sat in front of her father Beast, sighing. It's not that I didn't want to come back, but I had to help Yang Yang fight against the Beast Tide. The clan leader felt a pang of toothache. Not yet. Today, Su Wanzhou came to the Zhong residence for a routine report. Zhong then requested that the military situation room compile a report every 5 days to help him grasp various intelligence and facilitate issuing new orders. The enhancement of physical strength gave Xiao Yi almost the resilience comparable to top-grade spiritual weapons, and after breaking through the previous bottleneck, it would be much easier to cultivate again. What truly showcased the power of this imperial bell were the surroundings of the mountain. At this moment, the ground within thousands of meters of the already vanished mountain was continuously burning. Immediately afterward, the minister of the Dali Temple, Wan Zhongji, and the left capital censor, Chao Weiying, arrived at the Zhong residence one after the other, each accompanied by their senior officials. After a full hour and a half, Gong Gong and Ji Shuilian finally stopped asking questions and whispered to discuss. During this time, the newly appointed Shizong deputy acted as the scribe, and Dong Chun busily wrote 5 pages of notes to hand over to his companions for review. It was Ren Xingwang who was scolded by Zhang Dapio and had to close his computer with a bitter face. There was also that overly imaginative one, thinking about how this morning, during the court visit to Fengyi Palace, Shi Guiran sat there without saying a word, with a wooden face, which was indeed very unlike her usual demeanor. Xie Sun said, so many people from a Qin family went. Awan's fleet came and went so many times. Nothing happened. So why did it happen to us this time? Rest assured, there will definitely be no problems, and I also want to visit Fusang. Xie Sun was very curious about Fusang. Although the night was heavy, cultivators have the ability to see normally at night. Cultivators of Zheng Fengtu's level could even perceive any subtlety in the darkness, indistinguishable from daylight. Ahem, there has been no conviction, nor punishment. Pan Rue and Lu Tong were sweating on their foreheads, quietly exchanging glances, wanting to mediate but feeling powerless to reconcile enemies. The humidity had become so thick that it was visible to the naked eye. CK was surrounded by mist, and as long as he entered that area, he would kneel steadily. The soft afternoon sunlight reflected a dazzling halo on the marsh, and the calm sea surface had seabirds flying low in circles. Granny Chio, Shoju's words were not wrong. This senior is indeed sent by Konoha to help us. This is the Shadow's secret agreement. Gaara calmly took out a sealing scroll from his body and said, after a long moment of silence, the two looked at each other and smiled softly, watching the performance on stage. After he finished speaking, there was a series of explosions. Fireworks shot up with beautiful sparks, and the night sky was instantly illuminated. I'll find someone to help. I want to see who blocked my son's marriage, and I want him to pay. Lord Fong gritted his teeth as he walked out. Qing, Zaibu Zhan will restore his mist ninja identity and join the Umbu starting today. Sitting in his seat, Terumi may have been observing Zaibu Zhan and Bai, and now finally spoke. Yuan Siyun was one of these people. Seeing the Zhu family collapse before the wedding, his heart was more satisfied than anyone else. It was a Christmas card, and Du Xinru quickly opened it. There were only 2 words inside. It's me. Shi Yun and Gai Yin placed Princess Lada on another mountain peak, where there was a flat area, so she could be temporarily set down. Shortly after stopping, they saw Li Yiming and the others flying over. The Miao people can be traced back to the legendary era of Yin and Huang, 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. At that time, a tribal alliance led by Qiyu appeared in the lower reaches of the Yellow River and the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River, while another 2 major tribal groups led by the Yin Emperor Shenong and the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan formed on the Lust Plateau of Gansu and Shaanxi. Remia made a quick grab in the operation room, and the coordinate points on the screen were rapidly magnified. When it became clear that dozens of giant warships were approaching from that direction, it calmly analyzed the life responses on the screen. Of course, some heroes repeatedly confirmed with Nick, receiving affirmative responses from him and other officials. I didn't take what he just said to heart at all. I had no desire to be any so-called hero, and besides, it didn't benefit me at all. Liu Yanbei nodded, and then walked towards Ji Xingqian, reaching out to grab her waist, but she dodged back, leaving him empty-handed. It was seen in the character's biography that there were only a few short words. Middle-aged. Lost a son, unyielding against the demon race, and was executed. After a while, he switched the screen to the main page and scrolled down twice. Then switched to the chat page with Shun Qian and scrolled up and down. After searching around, he found that the seats he liked were all occupied. Helpless. He had to sit in the second row by the window. Along the way, Su Qi also noticed that Shun Qian didn't want to talk and didn't take the initiative to strike up a conversation. He wanted to do something to lift her spirits, but didn't know what to do. His fingers slightly curled on his knee, occasionally tapping as he pondered. Jiang Tianyun's voice was hoarse. A strong light burst forth from within him, and a smile appeared on his face at that moment. Yang Wei kicked and kicked Liu Daming madly, and by the time he was too exhausted to continue, Liu Daming was left with just one breath. I noticed that while I was wiping, my movements were too forceful, causing my sister-in-law's chest to sway. Chu Chan pressed down on his hand that was untying the... Knowing that Sun Xian was loyal and worried for his safety, not intending to run away at a critical moment. Ji Hong didn't quite remember, but when Zhang Jini mentioned it, he recalled it was the S4000 card for more technology. Liu Zhengxi tugged at his uncomfortable collar, clearly having been woken from sleep and randomly thrown on a piece of clothing to come here. Lord Chu, your status is different now. Why not have a word with the common folks? Look, this is to show respect to you. The leading man hurriedly stuffed a rooster into his arms. Looking at the crystal-clear elixir, he closed his eyes, circulating his mana, seemingly carefully inspecting the elixir before him. Of course, if Su Jingzhan took the initiative to extend an olive branch to a certain prince, they might reconsider the matter. Mr. Liu, headquarters has issued an order. They hope I can persuade you to return to your position. Are you really not going to consider it again? She asked Liu Zhou. Chapter 62. There are many secrets in the civilized village. The quiet Qing Xuan, who had been following behind without speaking, finally spoke up. If there's nothing else, I'll go find the wizard now. Wait, can we go take a look? The village chief suddenly said. All right, Qing Xuan nodded, carrying the medicine basket, leading them to the place where Bai Yin was. As they walked, the village chief suddenly saw someone drying something ahead and curiously asked. Qing Xuan smiled shyly. Returning to the country, it's been 4 years. Honestly, Ma Jun lowered his head and thought for a moment before speaking. You wait here, I'll go get the car. Qin Montauk replied respectfully. And he noticed a few male players seemingly bullying Qingshu Epiao, but didn't get angry because he knew that anger wouldn't solve the problem. He let Yu and Huan Yu watch and left it to himself. Finally, it was over, and old Chun left in style, leaving the family exhausted. After the funeral, when the borrowed items were returned, Lin Shi lay tiredly in the house, her throat completely hoarse. Jiang wanted nothing more than to be a devoted wife and mother at home, to give Li Sansheng a bunch of children, at least enough for a whole table. After saying a few words to Nie Qing, she pushed away the things she gave her and was about to disembark. Knowing that Yuer's father was waiting below, Nie Qing didn't stop her, reminding Linger to take the things and send Yuer off the boat. Du Tai was still holding on to that person, absorbing their power, while using a spiritual pattern fairy weapon's big knife to slaughter the surrounding people. Upon hearing this, Tianqi immediately said, Let's go to the Military Affairs Institute to hear the details. This time, I'm going all out for a big reward. Saying this, he lifted his foot and headed towards Wuying Hall. After dark, Su Wei suddenly received a signal from Su Yingdong Alpha. 3 motorcycles were rapidly approaching the gym. Xie Bangu coldly laughed and turned to run, but heard the sound of flying swords breaking through the wind overhead. Xie Bangu didn't change his form. He used his vengeful soul to block Zhu Changshou and the white eyebrow secret guard. The latter's palm shook off the bones just as Xie Bangu had already made his escape. A large amount of medicinal materials were dumped on the ground, and then sorted one by one according to the prescriptions he had used in his memory. Situ Yongjia suddenly remembered that the Battle King had confidently said he was a close friend of Shuer, and at that moment, he felt a bit nervous. The Battle King's reputation for seduction was well known. Could it be that he had long deceived the naive Shuer? Lightning techniques are not the same as wind blades. While wind blades have considerable power, they obviously have to become light and thin to pursue strength and speed, which means they can easily be broken. Lightning techniques are different. The power of lightning condenses at one point and directly pierces through the waves of wind blades. In the Grey Wind Valley, there were thousands of swift wind sparrows. Under the leadership of their leader, they all exerted their strength simultaneously. The first batch of swift wind sparrows launched an attack, and hundreds of wind blades poured down like a torrential rain. Jiang Yun couldn't help but curse in his heart. He was originally just a level 10 ant and naturally thought that the few people were white-robed bishops, so their strength couldn't be far off. But this doesn't mean these swift wind sparrows had no way to deal with Ziwei. The leading sparrow let out a long cry, and then a flurry of flapping wings came from the mouth of the valley not far away. However, Jingwei seemed to have long been accustomed to Yin Chenyi's changeable temperament, so she just shrugged indifferently. Out of respect for her idol, Jin Lin instinctively voiced out, staring at Chen Weihuan without blinking, almost ready to salute him. Some busybodies even ran to the dilapidated house at the end of the village to tell the last descendant of the Fan family that someone had moved things from his ancestral home. Li Zichen quickly passed by and leaped out of the main hall, only stabilizing himself after a rush on the ground. Behind him, Wu Xingdaoist and Cheng Lin had already arrived, each holding Cold Star Moon and Dongli Tianji. Su Qianhe, Lin Fei, and others soon followed, also carrying Yi Jingxi out. Chapter 63. That would be much more convenient. Bai Zhu's lips slightly pursed. I'll go back and take a look. He immediately rushed to the stone house. The chief of the High Dongxing felt the elemental power in the air and appeared dazed. He sighed. It seems I'm about to break through. His expression was complex. As long as he passed this tribulation, he could advance to the White Dan realm. Let's go. We've wandered enough. Let's head back to the tribe. The High Dongxing chief said. The time needed for advancement might take a while, and we have it. Then how do you explain that he clearly knows you, yet pretends not to recognize you, even denying your identity and insisting that Su Linlin is dead? Yu Fengmen's question struck at the heart of the matter, breaking the tranquility of the moment. As the wind swayed, flowers scattered in the conversation. You think he is not worth $1 billion? I don't care how much the bounty from the upper ninja is, as long as someone can kill Uchiha Kei. Anyone can come to a Wagakure to claim a bounty. Where's Guyu? I walked to the dining table and straightforwardly asked Wan Feng across from me. Oyo Song, holding the baby, rubbed his black eye from being beaten by lone sharks, and suddenly, everything became beautiful. I asked my master why we had to act while the Imperial Guards were present, but my master didn't know either. A few seconds later, Wan Feng began to tremble violently, making such a noise that even his wheelchair creaked. Su Hua was helping nearby, slowly getting used to a different life routine without her mother and older sister. Methria clearly wanted to frame and scheme against them earlier, but now he was smiling like nothing happened, trying to get close to them. He definitely wouldn't tea, letting Zhu remain in the flower sea outside, waiting for someone fated to collect it. The fierce Yang, who possesses the bloodline of the sun, felt an overwhelming sense of defeat after being awakened by Yan Lai and experiencing Yuan Qi's power once again. Backstage, Shi Si and Par Chai Young were equally engrossed, wearing headphones, eyes closed, completely lost in the ocean of music. While speaking, Fan Ao summoned the character from the Tai Chi Divine Kingdom, slicing off another golden dragon horn along with part of the five-clawed golden dragon scalp. Meng Anlin's position was very crucial. It represented not only the television station, but also the organization's affirmation. Although his appearance was unclear, the man who stole the bag wore a baseball cap and a mask, while the gentleman in front of him only wore sunglasses. The next time she dreams, she wants to be a bit greedier, not just holding him, but also wanting to devour him. Everyone packed their bags, some led their horses, and then they all walked out of Chunfeng Post. When Chu Yanghan, Long Xinyuan, and Zhao Laosi saw them get up, Director Li almost collapsed on the stage. Yichen opened his phone and saw a text from Lu Xiaoxue, asking him to discuss something. After thinking about it, he decided to go to the appointment. It was hot inside. Jiang Dehai instructed Jiang Xindong to move the table to the courtyard and set it up for dinner. I exerted a little force, and with one step, I broke through the hollow. Then I saw that there was actually a staircase leading directly down to the depths underground. In the kitchen, Angela was absent-mindedly making breakfast, completely unfocused on what she was doing. Wang Tianfeng walked through any corner of the military school, thinking that when Ming Fan and the others were around, it was never quiet here. He often saw himself arguing with Guo Qiyun, chatting with Yumanli, and playfully tackling other classmates to the ground while still laughing. Sui Xian's face suddenly turned pale, unable to speak, although she had changed back in her yellow puffy dress. She felt dirty all over. The people there told him that it was indeed just like the plot, and when Yumanli left, they didn't know where she went. Ming Fan could only shout on the street, feeling that Yumanli was still there, definitely hadn't left. Forget it, getting older. The eyes aren't what they used to be. Xian Lan muttered with a bitter smile, seemingly planning to turn a blind eye and let Su Jun go. Chapter 64. heading to the Heidonking tribe. Yin Yang was very excited to learn that the Heidonking tribe might join the civilization village. In the end, she decided to visit the Heidonking tribe in person. That's great. I have also become a beast man of the Baidan realm, and now I can bring back the fourth brother. After Mo Hen's promotion, he felt much more confident. He was no longer worried that Qing Ling would threaten his position as the first beast husband. Baizhu snorted, but did not object. This beast husband, Jin Min, Jinbu, you guys are here. Gu Rou happily called out when she saw her two familiar cousins. After listening for a while, Su Jinmin realized some information, which was that individual businesses in the capital were quite profitable. He asked about the conditions for handling individual businesses for Su Yao, learn a bit, and then chatted briefly before hanging up the phone. The elevator doors opened again, and Chunyan stealthily leaned out until he confirmed that Yu Kuku had entered that room before getting back into the elevator. Zhao Shi also gave him a look. Although she and the old lady chased after him, they weren't anxious as long as Luo Bai was around. Dealing with Gu Nanji was like child's play. Finally, he arrived at the foot of Mount Tai and immediately saw Su Qin Sei, the old man Wu, and the bald, muscular man. Chu Yuan grabbed Wang Long by the hair and lifted him off the ground, holding his grandmother's ashes in one hand and dragging Wang Long by the hair with the other. Chu Changsheng seemed to have more white hair recently. And Yunlan felt a bit emotional, but also knew that without Chu Changsheng, the others wouldn't be able to deal with the Demon Lord. However, Wu Ji's strength was undeniable, and with so many people brought back, there was no need for doubt. The next morning, before dawn, Chi Chu Chu was woken up by a maid from the palace for grooming and dressing, wrapped in layers. Every move felt like punishment. Chi Chu Chu was a bit indecisive, so she asked Qian Yu which title sounded better. I really don't want to kill anyone today. Suddenly, Gu Yan's ghostly voice rang in the elder's ear. The clan elder wanted to turn around to look, but found a flash at his neck before losing consciousness. O was very obedient, his big tail covering them, not moving all night. So when Fu Qin Yuan found this place under the sticky guidance, he was almost scared to death by several wolves glaring at the two. Has any strange person appeared in your family? Or have you encountered any strange happenings recently? Upon hearing Xiao Shiling say this, I quickly asked Lu Zhenyi, not eating or drinking. The look in his eyes was too frightening. After Sister Haidang delivered a meal to Qi Meng once, she never dared to go again. When Su Sun woke up in the morning, he saw a pair of big watery eyes blinking right in front of him. So close, a familiar and pleasant scent wafted over. The man looked relatively young, only around 27 or 28, dressed in a well-fitted suit, and his hair was neatly styled. The Demon Lord seemed not to notice the look in Qinxing's eyes. He pulled Qinxing close and walked into the room. Although the process was a bit painful, after all, compared to true energy, which is intangible, pure yang fire could already be considered a physical entity. 14 years ago, Shifei Xian could easily defeat two people of the same level. So how powerful must she be now? Could it be that she is already the strongest under the Grandmaster? He Jiapan, known as the Drama Nest, had a theater in the village for 400 or 500 years, with a large beam and 4 columns made of Nanmu wood, which was very valuable. He Zheng found it hard to believe that he had used the shrinking earth technique in such an overdraft manner, but still couldn't create even a little distance, as the other party kept closely following him. However, in reality, it was not so. The true life palace could take any form. It could be a building, a strange beast or a human, a weapon, armor, or even take the form of a spaceship. Chapter 65. Where did Yang Yang go? This is the paper developed by our civilization village, which can be used for writing and is 10 times better than the bark of the white-skin tree. This is a piece of cloth woven by our civilization village. This is the salt made by our civilization village. The salt in the market generally comes from coastal tribes. But with the system in place, after checking in at the location, one can know what minerals are nearby. This salt mine is just one of them. Yin Yang gradually showcased several holes in his strength, absolutely top-notch among the Earth tier. However, he was previously feeling down and preoccupied with the matters of the Alliance and his master, which made him hesitate whether to resist when Yi Fei Bai's attack was imminent. If he resisted, how much trouble would it bring to the sacred palace? The Bai Lian sect's left front was the servant army, and behind them were Lao Fong and Lao Ding. After hearing Shen Yan's explanation, Pei Xiangdong's eyes revealed a hint of understanding as he pondered. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes and found that the conference in Yin Du had begun. After just finishing watching the live broadcast, Wei Chong came in to report that those wealthy individuals were already at Zhaowangzhai. This feeling was extremely unpleasant because the harmony built on mutual understanding was instantly shattered at that moment. and the disappearance of the fundamental strength that supported them caused their fighting spirit to drop to freezing point in an instant. And they immediately saw the outcome of this confrontation. Luo Zhishuan's two close maidservants, who were used to her straightforward nature, turned their heads to the side and snickered. There would be plenty of opportunities for revenge. Was it really wise to provoke a sect dispute so brazenly? The disciples of Mao Shan initially looked down on Lin Yang for being young, but after several thunderstorms, no one dared to defy him anymore. Simply put, every time there was a thunderstorm, Lin Yang would voluntarily get struck by lightning, and the sight was terrifying. In terms of martial power, the disciples felt inferior. Then came the overwhelming smell of blood, seemingly coming from the direction of the Heavenly Emperor's demon-slaying platform. It was the fresh scent of blood, mingling with the dust, invigorating those who sensed it, and they vaguely felt that the mission of the Heavenly Emperor's demon-slaying platform was underway. Sun Xianfei's maternal family only had this one nephew left, and she fully intended to have him climb the social ladder to become a county prince. When the crown prince made this move, it would be strange if Sun Xianfei didn't vomit blood in anger. How could beings from beyond the movies suddenly become a reality? In front of those reporters, it was said that at that time, they would demand compensation from Chanchio. As AMU Nin finished speaking, a large amount of blood suddenly spurted from his wound, enveloping his fallen body. Neither the Chinese team nor the French team would wait for the last person to descend the mountain. They needed to leave themselves time to deal with the situation. Now, he finally understood what that man had endured, and he also realized that the one who had been avoiding sorrow was not Wei Jiao, but himself. This feeling made by Hong Fong feel as if he had let everything down. Fu Chu glanced at Jiang Qing, said nothing, and shifted her gaze to Jiang Yanshan. If at this moment, Riyun was feeling dizzy from the heat, unable to see the person in front of her, she thought that finding someone randomly was better than being paired with that despicable Lin Fendai. So she held tightly onto the person in her arms. Wu Sangui watched the official of the Jin Wei leave with a nod and a bow, then wandered into the regiment headquarters, summoning his former subordinates. As soon as the personal soldiers saw their commander, they vented their grievances, recounting the hardships they faced during their hard labor. Xiaoyao was the head coach of OMG, knowing that such discipline had to be developed into good habits during regular training. Even they at OMG would not necessarily avoid this wave of cuckoo attacks. On the right was EG, who, in theory, would not come over to bother them, as it wouldn't make much sense since EG's position was also very good. Suddenly throwing out this question was also a test for the commander. Fei's position was relatively disadvantageous. The person who entered was Lu Mingxing, who originally came in with a joyful expression, but when she saw Mo Juqin next to Wang Chun and their intimate actions, her mood shifted. After recovering some spirit, Yi Haochuan found his mind much clearer, nodded, then withdrew from the battlefield, swallowing some medicinal pills given by Long Piaoying to heal his injuries and restore his internal energy. Beginning to adjust his breathing, Li Tsunxiu certainly knew the benefits of this system. He had regarded Yang Hua as his rival long ago and was naturally aware of the policies he implemented. Anzi turned a blind eye, immediately closed his eyes, and with a kick off the ground, shot into the sky, preparing to give this guy a show of force. At the third watch of the night, Situ Yin quietly came out of the room, then flew up to the roof, lying on it and looking around. "Get lost," the man shouted, tossing Zhong Kuei aside, striding directly into the reincarnation gate. Immediately, I felt a dazzling light rush towards me, blinding me. The main purpose of today's court meeting was originally to meet Liu Yan's envoy, Wang Dingbao. Summoning Su Dishuan was merely Yang with sudden idea. "Senior, from now on, old Yuan and I will roam the stars. If you see someone you like, just take over and leave. Let us go." Trying to use the Sex Foundation to lure Anzi into a familial relationship, Yang Ji miscalculated. Digging a grave was thus abandoned. Especially that young man was greatly tempted. He was originally tall and strong, and it would be a shame if he didn't enlist as a soldier. After years of accumulation, although the semi-immortal faced a 100-year calamity, I wasn't quite sure how many were left now, but I could guarantee it would not exceed 30. The senior from the east slowly spoke. On the other side, the wild tiger was completely provoked by Su Che's words, roaring as he lunged towards him. Dan Zeng and others had already run out of supplies. Dan Zeng originally wanted the remaining soldiers to return while he stayed behind to wait for Helion Yi. However, last night, Fu Dajing deliberately led a troop onto a mountain path, capturing more than 1,000 people. But I don't want to be anyone's pawn, even if he is my father. Xiao Yunyan's eyes were filled with disdain and anger. If it weren't for this being a special space without so many bumps and obstacles, I could guarantee this would make him crash and bleed. Everything was developing in a positive direction. There was no cold, no attacks from mutants or mutated beasts. There was food to eat, water to drink, and a haven to shelter from the wind and rain, making the entire high-tech zone harmonious. Su Qing was momentarily stunned, then hesitantly turned to look at Duan Mufeng sitting on the sofa, softly calling out. The news of the rescheduled decisive battle arrived as expected, and Muling was immediately abandoned by everyone who hurried to the capital. Meanwhile, as Zhao Tianhai and Gu Shui plotted, Su Che, already back home, was lying on the ground, looking at his own hands coldly. Chapter 66. The fourth beast seal, the severely polluted nightmare beast, had dark pupils, and its blood was somewhat black, even emitting a hint of dark energy. However, some nightmare beasts were not severely polluted, making them difficult to distinguish. If they were mistakenly consumed by beastmen, the nightmare energy could lie dormant in the body, potentially leading to the emergence of a second black wolf nightmare beast. Yin Yang shook her head, giving up on finding them. There were quite a few nightmare beasts scattered throughout this beast world, and it was impossible for her to catch them all. Thus, both of them, each with their own thoughts and plans, fell into a dream, pleased to have achieved their goals. Could it be that Chu Tianqua's jailbreak was to go to the palace to see the emperor? This was highly likely. It seemed he had arrived a step too late, all delayed by the effort to save lives. Lung Wuchang frowned. It was getting late, so he simply let Zhong Xingyue down and casually found cave, throwing Zhong Xingyue inside like a dead dog. Qian Yi ignored Qian Yiju's words and walked straight out, stopping in front of Junting and bowing in greeting. No matter how much of a jerk Lu Xinzhong was, the inheritance of this company had always leaned towards Lu Libei. So, over the past 2 years, he had slowly started to hand over the company's affairs to the other party, which was also an important reason why Han Yunya's family had not caused much trouble in recent years. However, the young man seemed startled, quickly pushing her face away and rolling backward, looking as if he had encountered something unbelievable. After sending the message, Su Qingyan exited to log onto her main account. And thinking about how Qin Yang would see the comments with a cold face and a stormy expression, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. A few ministers were still nearby, and Changde did not lower his voice, so as soon as he spoke, someone immediately looked over. Tianqua, I'm leaving. I'm going where I need to go. I specifically came to say goodbye to you. Chu Tianqua looked in the direction of the voice and saw Shui Mai, dressed in white gauze, expressionless, walking up to him and bowing. After finishing her words, without waiting for Chu Tianqua to respond, she walked forward. Others found it simpler. 2 hands were always stronger than 1 and more convenient. What is this place? Why is it so dark? The true form of Qianlong was a black dragon, with a body that was pitch black and reached 1,000 feet in size. Seeing this vast darkness, he was immediately astonished. Lu Yong was puzzled and, without thinking too much, put away his phone and rushed to the airport. The 6 brothers immediately bought tickets to Shanghai upon arriving at the airport and boarded the plane heading there. Behind them, Chun Fei, Qianlong, and Chunda were all shocked at the situation, although Chun, who had only recently interacted with Chunda and Qianlong, they treated each other sincerely and usually had playful banter. However, in such a critical moment, their anxious expressions showed, and they just wanted to rush forward to fight. Young madam, what wrong have I committed that you hit me? If I deserve to be punished, so be it, but for you to strike me personally, isn't that lowering your own status? After regaining her senses, the old woman looked fierce, but if it weren't for considering Yuan Yang's identity, she would have jumped on her long ago. Kai Yang sighed after speaking, lamenting that the method of crafting this teleportation array was extremely difficult and the conditions were exceedingly strict. Even the slightest carelessness would lead to total failure. In short, the flames of destruction were a very ferocious ability, which would become even more brutal as Lori's power increased. Lin Feng observed the scene with a faint smile, choosing not to focus on it any longer, and accompanied Mei Wuhua directly back to the hotel. The bullet struck the rear windshield with a series of loud bangs. Li Haolong was relieved that his car was bulletproof. Otherwise, with the power of these 2 submachine guns, his car would have been turned into a sieve, and he would undoubtedly be dead. Chapter 67. Departure. Chirp. Qing Ling carried Yun Yang straight into the clouds. Below them, 2 giant pythons and a wolf were in pursuit. Bai Zhu's racial talent was speed, and Mo Hen had already become a Baidan realm beastman, so he could keep up. But Yi Qi was inwardly cursing. He felt his realm was unstable, but after consuming several purple crystals, he still hadn't broken through. Yi Qi was inevitably a bit anxious. Qing Ling slowed down. Yin Yang patted Qing Ling's head and said, It's best to go to a tavern near the escort officer's residence. That escort officer just died, which will surely attract others' discussions, and among those discussions, there might be valuable clues. Suddenly, Su Jing's heart filled with vigilance as she saw a pair of bright eyes appear in the darkness ahead. Within those eyes, an ancient tree swayed constantly, and the falling leaves seemed to have a magical quality, making one reluctant to look away, as if wanting to count them until the end of time. Yes, the technician replied respectfully. She reapplied a mask to Lu Xiumei and then massaged her shoulder acupoints. I thought for a moment and asked her if she knew where the cat ear cave was. This time she nodded and said she was willing to lead us, but with one condition. Upon seeing Xiao, Ye actually wanted a hand over the task. Yu Yingwu immediately refused and quickly promised that she would absolutely complete the task this time, as if afraid Xiao Ye might go back on her word, and flew out. As the messenger relayed Zhang Jijia's words to various military units, chaos ensued below. This segment also evoked the soldiers' memories of glory from the Divine Mechanism Camp, which had indeed been a military force that had achieved many merits over the past 100 years. Along the way, the Jinyui of the Southern Pacification Department remained indifferent, but the Eastern Factory's men hurriedly saluted, while Lu Jin walked straight into a stone house without glancing aside. In the West Room lived my grandmother, who was presumably disturbed by the noise outside and wanted to get up to check the situation. In fact, it was only that she couldn't see Princess Anarita for a short time, not that she would never see her again. In fact, if Lin Weiwei wanted to see her, she could just use her divine sense, but Lin Weiwei did not use it. I understand, Mother. I want to ask why Snow Knight is following along. I express my most genuine thoughts. Let us see how far you can go. Ow! The Nine Heavens Princess instantly transformed into a red marten, letting out a long cry and chasing after us. Qian Fong stood by, heart racing, knowing what the young master was watching, always prepared for his furious wrath, ready for him to vent his anger on him at any moment. However, since it was class time and also lunchtime, there were many people on the road, so he walked very slowly. Originally expected to take 10 minutes, it ended up taking nearly 20 minutes. Yu Air pouted and said, "You, who claimed to be the cold scholar, only know how to play chess. Isn't playing 2 games in one night enough? Since you love chess so much, why not sleep with it every night?" Yu Air realized she had misspoken. Her pretty face flushed, her head bowed, looking shy under the red candlelight. The flame demon's hand condensed with black light, lingering in the west and north directions, not knowing whether it was dodging or searching for an opportunity. As Lang Yu's sky arrow shone again, suddenly, she seemed to think of something, turning her head to look at her best friend with some surprise. Hearing him say this, Alan almost laughed. The first use he thought of was for a prank. Such people have always been at the forefront since their student days and continue to be the absolute core in whatever industry they enter. However, it was not just that. As the 2 weapons clashed, there was a buzzing sound, and the old man in the blue robe involuntarily stepped back 7 or 8 paces. Raising his hand to look at the spike, he found that a distinct diagonal line had been knocked out in the collision. The Fifth Order monster's desperate strike. Is that something to joke about? It was that man just now, Mr. Bien, the wealthy man who took the original owner away from that base. I don't know why the willful person blocked Yaoer and even took the initiative to attack, trying to ruin Yaoer's face with a spiritual whip artifact. The butcher was actually defeated. Earlier, when the butcher erupted, I thought it was settled, but unexpectedly, truly unexpectedly, countless people sighed about it. All right, chef, go prepare dinner. Remember, the daily vegetables and fruits must be in fixed quantities. If anyone eats more, they will also have 6 pence deducted from their wages. Isabel calmly said to the chef, who was still immersed in joy. To be honest, my dream was once to be 1,000 household leader, commanding 1,000 soldiers, Li Tong said, somewhat shyly. After serving as deputy director of the Public Security Bureau for over 10 years, he held the Xia dynasty royal family in the Qiming Palace in even greater awe. Just the visible strength was intimidating, let alone the hidden strength beneath the surface, which was hard to fully express. The officials, however, were no longer anxious at this moment, casually saying with their hands behind their backs. Because he knew that Zhu Longyu's heart had already wavered, this matter was settled. Wow, Mom, it hurts so much. A few bear kids cried out loudly, their sharp and unpleasant cries causing those around them a frown. The Princess Pingning wanted to know the news from the Xinzhong Marquis's residence, and it was delivered that evening, leaving the First Lady quite astonished. As long as it makes a few trips between Ryukyu and Chang'an, Su Chun could completely use it as a carrier pigeon. After taking a shower, Lanfeng lay on the bed ready to sleep, but unfortunately, he couldn't fall asleep no matter what. The night always made one feel lonely and led to endless daydreaming. Similarly, the spatial rift also posed some obstacles to the tentacles of the sky-devouring beast, making it even angrier. Its pitch-black mouth suddenly opened wide, filling the world with a white mist of bubbles it spewed out. However, the copy ninja over there was having a blast copying, completely oblivious to its own situation. It seemed to be the oddity of the armor on Fanghua Nuteo. Originally, she intended to rely on by Yu's mysterious flying secret technique, but now it seemed impossible. Yi Laosi were dumbfounded, while Feng Cheng's body shook violently, the calm in his eyes shattered, turning into complete despair. Su Xiaoqiang's kneel was equivalent to declaring the end of the Axe Gang era. Lia Pufet her checks in anger. She regretted using that stinky man Xiao Feng as a shield. She initially wanted to set a trap for Qin Feng, but it seemed she had been trapped by Qin Feng instead. Suddenly, the inhumane wails rose and fell, startling the numerous birds in the surrounding woods. And even the travelers and merchants passing by felt a chill and hurriedly detoured. The cultivator also joined the group, merely curious about where Yu Zhen had gone. If he really couldn't find him, he couldn't be bothered anymore. When Wan Qinhua was leaving, he repeatedly expressed his gratitude and asked Qi Xinghe to convey it to his master. Meanwhile, Wan Wenwen glared at him with fiery apricot eyes, as if she wanted to devour him. He really had such a good relationship with Su Yajing. Wan Wenwen was surprised to see Su Yajing sitting next to Qi Xinghe. She had always thought the rumors were false. Chapter 68. Not even a skeleton can be found. Yi Qi continued to tease. How could we bear to let the graceful and magnificent appearance be seen by others? Yuan Yang Chuklet, do you believe I can give this amethyst to Baizhu? Sure, Yang Yang. Baizhu will be happy about that. I will definitely follow your arrangements. Yi Qi's mischievous smile instantly faded, and he became obedient. Yang Yang, I was just joking. Yi Qi glared at the interjecting Baizhu, adding, besides, Baizhu still. Li Tao leaned against a tree, panting heavily. At this moment, he couldn't even lift his arms. After all, continuously swinging something weighing 100 pounds, even after consuming the Earth Spirit Pill and often practicing with the Dragon Scale Rod, was still an unbearable weight. After dealing with Qin Shidao, some people eagerly approached to greet Yi Feng, while others directly ignored him, snorting coldly and sitting down in their own grand chairs. A loud shout accompanied by a rushing wind came as he dashed behind the shield soldiers, leaping into the air with a push of his foot, gripping his knife in both hands and sweeping it horizontally, slicing down 3 pirates that were charging at the shield soldiers. He then reached out, grabbing one of the pirates by the shoulder, using the momentum to leap, raising his weapon high to strike down towards the mountain. The man lowered his gaze in contemplation, gradually easing his strength. Hearing the sound of officials about to break down the door from outside, Jin Luluo made a sudden move, flipping over and pinning the man down. Shen Huai followed closely beside Yin Yu. From their affectionate conversation, it was clear their previous relationship was excellent. After returning from the Yun Yitian was personally accepted as a closed-door disciple by Yun Yu, who devotedly guided his cultivation. Only after a year of intensive training did he consume a 300-year-old spirit mushroom, one as a reward from the previous year's competition, and then entered closed-door cultivation, finally successfully breaking through to the subtle realm. Sister Su stepped out of the room with an empty bowl, and as soon as Jean Luluo lay down on the bed, she loosened her clothes and felt that it had been some time since she had slept on such a comfortable bed. She felt her eyelids particularly heavy and soon fell into a deep sleep. The development of the situation truly exceeded El Kuei's expectations. But since there was an advantage to be taken, El Kuei didn't mind taking a little more. After all, the Leaf family was wealthy, and he wouldn't be able to take much. What? To have such terrifying power at only 20%, is he really human? How can he be so monstrous? Long Sheng Tian said. What is it? Yin Yuan asked eagerly. Even Yun Qinghan and Tai Xuanbai were focused, wanting to hear Yun Yifen's experiences. This led to his plot editor not being used properly for a long time. Sometimes it could be used, but most of the time it was stalled. Wei Yin was startled, turning to look at the door, and when he turned back to the bed, he found Gua. He had already disappeared, and the bed was neatly made, as if no one had ever slept there. But old sir, what is he doing this for? Zhang Shuming pondered, but found no answer. However, when the leading ghost approached, I realized they were not looking for Zhang Shu, but for me. The temporarily planned subjects were set to include administration, medicine, language, and scholarship, and may later include construction, music, painting, and other subjects. The sound of gunfire began to echo in the stone chamber. Li Kuan and I aimed our shotguns directly at the bronze corpse's head. When the 5 dwarves took the stage, no one looked more displeased than Tyrion. The other guests displayed varied expressions. Some laughed loudly, some frowned, some looked at Tyrion's reaction, and some were surprised by Joffrey's behavior. "You're not wrong," Shang Yinshian slowly said, his voice deep and unreadable, but it carried a strong sense of intimidation. After consuming an energy point, one can generally make 3 speculations. This should also be the case with the urban legends in reality, so there's no need to worry about continuous energy consumption. At that moment, everyone heard a sound that was very urgent, as if something was constantly knocking. Feng Xian knew time was tight, quickly flashing to the city wall and releasing Mo Chain Eye, who slapped the already charged star plate onto the wall, causing a complicated magical array to reappear, but this time it was imprinted on the wall. At this moment, Nikuda had already led over 3,000 elite troops to the vicinity of the mountain pass, with the fighting less than 2 miles away. After hearing the waiter finish explaining, Tianyang realized he had misunderstood the waiter. He never expected that when he asked Sister Huang to book a room, she would arrange everything so well, even including drinks. He grabbed 2 low-grade magical flying swords in his hands and directly crushed them into scrap metal. "Look at this thing," after Jingyu spoke. It greatly stimulated the taste nerves of these fairies, causing them to swallow their saliva, all eager to try the taste. "Your teacher not only has powerful combat ability, but also unparalleled speed," Ling Er said calmly. The alchemy masters of the 8 ancient sects subtly expressed their warm concern and greetings towards him. After comparing a few times back and forth, Mimi suddenly realized that Tianyang was indeed much more handsome than those feminine-looking Korean oppas. Even feeling that Tianyang was on a completely different level from those male actors, and surprisingly, Tianyang was actually on a higher level. Those secretly arranging the formation felt a chill run down their spines, wondering if their efforts in setting up the formation were truly meaningful. Qin Tianyu turned around to see a beautiful girl, one who couldn't be more beautiful. He seemed to not recognize her. At that time, Yue was wearing a veil, and Qin Tianyu did not see her full face, so he naturally did not recognize her. After playing for a while, it was already past 8 o'clock, and Qin Yang felt it was necessary to return. During these days, Qin Yang's sleep time had not been long, so he was still very willing to go back and rest early. At least, he felt he had gained something this afternoon. Chapter 69. Red Ant Beast. Yun Yang glanced at Yi Qi, who was using her banner, feeling somewhat speechless. In fact, she wasn't too curious. It was probably him who was curious, right? Since this tribe could survive, they naturally had their secrets. This tribe wouldn't offend a White Dan realm and 3 purple-tier beastmen. What she was curious about was the fallen beast mentioned by the tribe leader. Baizhu gritted his teeth and searched. For Yang Yang, he was willing to sacrifice. It was heard that Li Ji had arranged for someone to open another portal in the backyard wall. Everyone praised his attentiveness as he carried Yu Taiwei down the stairs just like he did when they arrived. On the steps, the two had agreed to meet at the Yu residence at the south gate of the city 2 days later at noon. If it weren't for Chu Ming being able to sense the profound aura near that room, he would have been unable to resist breaking in. For a moment, Zhang Zhao didn't know what to say, so he could only lower his head, feeling quite awkward. After Miao Rulin laughed, she also didn't know what to say, and the two were speechless, yet emotions surged between them. "It's good to have you." Yao Xia leaned against Yi Zhang's chest, and Yi Zhang gently held her. "I have to say, the mecha was too cumbersome when it moved. Zhang, you made a mistake in control, and almost toppled the entire mecha. But still, he managed to support it on one knee to prevent it from falling completely." No one paid him any attention. Everyone was focused on eating barbecue. Jai Dakwai scratched his head helplessly and looked back at Lao Meng with a bit of embarrassment. "Su wen no det tao gu fun," repeatedly questioning Lin Tong to confirm that Lin Tong really didn't know. And without further ado, he suppressed Lin Tong's soul again. "Do you have a way?" Yashuxi Hongdo just heard that Yi Zong was actually protecting the exam candidates in the presence of Orochimaru. Has his strength reached the shadow level? But then he thought it impossible because Yi Zong was still too young. The Dutch love their windmills and often praise them in folk songs and proverbs. The buildings of windmills are always dressed up as beautifully as possible. During grand festivals, the windmills are adorned with wreaths, hanging national flags and cardboard suns and stars. Zhang Yi said, "I don't want to fix it." What joke. It was clearly his thing. Taking it away was one thing. But coming back to ask him to fix it was quite annoying, even if it wasn't intentional. Unfortunately, his strength wasn't enough otherwise. Zhang Yi would teach her how to return things to their rightful owner. This is the Songju Tian formation. I never expected the Yin family to have such a terrifying formation. I previously thought that relying on the surprise attack of the archery team would have a good chance of stopping the Yen family. But now it seems I was too naive. Yu Tian couldn't help but feel sincerely emotional. This method of refining has continued until now without any mistakes. Not to mention how the old man in brocade beside him was dumbfounded. Even Lu Qiming himself was incredibly surprised. The system announcement echoed throughout the battlefield, and the US server became the first to activate the national flag. No, no, no. Fellow Taoist, I have uses. I'm still useful. In Taiwan shouted loudly. At the same time, he quickly protected himself with a flying knife artifact. Yes, for everyone. The death game was just a common online RPG game of leveling up and fighting monsters for him, just like the daily routine during his student days. All phenomena are dust, shatter. The high priest extended his hands, and a piece of seven-colored cloud overflowed between his hands, continuously growing larger as he changed his hand movements. The golden slash directly hit the castle gate, chopping the stone gate, which was about a foot thick, into several pieces, with a loud crash as they fell to the ground. Cut out. You Peach should just admit defeat here. See you at night. It was past 7 p.m. At a large food stall near the commercial center of the middle block. Lin Yoji swept a glance and then withdrew her gaze. She fixed her gaze on the familiar figure leaning against the stone wall, thinking to herself, indeed it is you. Chapter 70. Go report to the tribe leader. Yin Yang fell silent for a moment and said, perhaps we could try using Sour Bull Rush. However, at this late hour, it won't be easy for them to find it. Let's ask the orcs in the tribe tomorrow. They must know. He sighed and covered his nose with one hand. There was no way. He wanted to lie on the ground, but the ground smelled the same. Do these orcs defecate anywhere? It seems to be not very expensive. With such a large royal mansion, they naturally can't use inferior medicine. Nanli smiled wickedly, watching Mo-e busying himself not far away. Guho was stunned, thinking that the Night King suddenly came to find him, believing there was something important. The pale pink bright moon slowly began to spin, and a vast energy emanated from this bright moon. Shun Qingshu glanced at Shun Qingyin, wearing an expression that said, "You don't know, so how could I?" If it weren't for the fact that he didn't pass the academic test last time due to carelessness, how could he possibly be in the same class as this bunch of weeds? Zhao Mingxuan's already not so majestic figure was knocked back 5 or 6 steps by Yi Mingzhu's palm before he barely stabilized himself. He didn't expect Nanli to get so angry over a mere bit of silver, causing a ruckus in the royal mansion and even coming here. The next second, Suyu appeared out of thin air above the Ninetails' head, then raised her leg and delivered a death blow to the top of the Ninetails' head. You can't drink this beverage. It contains alcohol. At that time, she just casually ordered a drink, but just now, when she saw the bartender make the drink, she clearly saw that a cocktail was added. Hee, do you think it's possible to expect a sister Khan to do something that might send his sister away? Susuma Saith. Although she said that, she still wanted to give it a try. As soon as he left, Ma Long shook his head, a trickle of blood coming from his bitten lip, and looked at the confused Yu Chao beside him, reaching out to slap him. As soon as he stepped in, a chilling innate evil energy surged toward him. The Taiji diagram shone brightly, and the innate yin and yang energies formed black and white dragons that constantly swallowed the innate evil energy, quickly clearing the surrounding malevolence. Help me find a way. Yi Xiao pushed the terrified and trembling Brinton toward the tightly locked door of the inner room. The leader shook his head, forcing down a headache, and said, "It's a mentalist." As he spoke, he turned to look at the direction from which the attack came. Spectacularly, these contestants were dragged by an inexplicable formation, suspended in mid-air from the front row to the back row, looking as if they were sitting in an arena. Looking into the distance, the originally beautiful and charming scenery of the fairy mountain had become a wreck. A mountain peak 10 miles away lit up with colorful light, accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds. This was the commotion caused by the Bloodsea ancestor breaking the formation. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell over, with a sharp arrow embedded in his chest, and this so-called cavalry was actually just Chao Hong, Chao Run, and Zhu Ling, who were looking around the city, riding horses to patrol again. "Boss Tang, please be patient. Let me clarify this matter first." Yi Wentian was also confused by Yi Xiao's sudden tough action. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with his grandson. The shopkeeper was an old immortal, hunched over with white hair, holding a jade rui, sitting in front of the window with squinted eyes, seemingly enjoying the rays of sunlight streaming through the slats. Although the poison sovereign was only a 5-star martial sovereign, he had killed 7-star and even 8-star martial sovereigns. Even those peak martial sovereigns were unwilling to easily become enemies with the poison sovereign. Suddenly, the The tabletop made a soft sound, thud, as if something rolled off the back of the jade by. Chapter 71. Sour Bulrush. However, the red ant beasts reproduce extremely quickly. They have cleared batch after batch, but the speed of killing them is not as fast as their reproduction. At this rate, how great would it be to share them with the orcs? Now, some nearby areas have already been collapsed by the red ant beasts. We also can't delve into the red ant beast nests, and we don't know what the situation inside is. If it really doesn't work, they would have to move away like other tribes. This is his. However, the Black Tiger Hall simply cannot train so many elite martial artists. The evil martial artists who set up formations have uneven martial arts cultivation, and some even reach the late stage of the Yellow Extreme realm. Those late-stage Yellow Extreme realm martial artists can barely support the formation's inscriptions and have no combat power at all. Let's go eat. It's been several days since we had a good drink. You must drink well with me later. Sidhu Shinjo kindly pulled Qin Tian's hand toward the restaurant. It's too late. Just as the two were about to leave, Zhu Yinhuang said coldly, "The aura of the outside road has started to become chaotic. If you don't want to die, stay obediently." "No, it's good to be together. I just want to be with you more." After saying this, Guagua felt a bit shy and scratched his head. He was not unaware that his tone just now was too harsh, but he felt there was nothing wrong. Compromise also depends on the object, and moreover, Dude Siway's words did indeed make him unhappy. Lin Feng could understand Celia's words very well. What she meant was that privately, the two of them were in the closest relationship, but on the surface, they were still enemies. He was very clear about Shun Yi's unwillingness. But no matter how unwilling he was, what could he do? He could only endure it. As the Qixi festival is Valentine's Day. It is originally a day when jewelry sales are booming. Emoku arrived at Luo's jewelry just before noon. Even the earth sank for it. Countless substances turned into primal particles and nothingness, a scene of chaos. Ling Xingzi anxiously shouted, and the Tai-Bai star behind him released infinite light, covering all the surrounding areas. It will always be found. Zhuo Lin Ran fell silent for a moment, and could only say this to comfort. Seeing her tearful expression, Zhui Yun's heart softened, and he sighed helplessly. "Let's forget about this matter. Just remember in the future, as a servant, you have no right to be willful. Even if you do, it can only be granted by the master." Saying this, he also spurred his horse forward. "Daddy, you're back?" During these days, Muyang had gotten used to living within Shu Tian, and when he saw him return home, he would call him Daddy. Ahui looked at Lu Ziqian's desolate back, slightly puzzled, pursed his lips, and finally sighed, saying he was going to have a good sleep. "You're the first to dare to lose focus while comparing swords with me." Gunya still wore that faint smile, lightly tapping the sword body of Qin Lan with his long fingers, making a series of quiet sounds. His cold eyes fixed on Miao Fei in front of him, and he said with a gentle smile, "Can't you see? She doesn't like you. Even without me, she still wouldn't like you." Zhang Chong had no sympathy. "You're here. Why didn't you tell me in advance so I could pick you up? It's unfamiliar here. What if something happens?" Hugging in Yayong, Gu Qian couldn't help but scold. "Brother Su, this Wu Qian is at best a new talent in the martial arts rankings. How dare he take action against this blood-killing tower?" Finkiaskid curiously. Huang Chong sat on the sofa in the living room, watching a soap opera on Mango TV, with a plate of peanuts in front of her, eating while watching. The Spirit Snake Gate being completely destroyed along with the two major income sources of the Assassin Alliance and the Red Workshop on the Longquan continent was like cutting off the Spirit Snake Gate's hands. They couldn't figure out how to avoid making the leader of the Spirit Snake sect feel extremely frustrated. Ling Tian was taken aback for a moment, then slowly walked towards Ku Xian. Ku Xian didn't know what he was going to do. Could it be that he wanted to harass her in the street? Suddenly, Ling Tian's hand pressed against Ku Xian's chest, and her eyes widened in shock, her mind going blank. Chapter 72. Entering the nest after the leader of the Huanyuan tribe left. Yin Yang and the others didn't guard the red ant beast nest, and went outside to look for Sour Bulrush. Sour Bulrush could help him a lot. After Yin Yang entered the information about Sour Bulrush, he quickly found a patch of it with the system's guidance. "Pull out." Yin Yang gave the order, and a few people with quick hands moved like the wind. In just a short while, several tall bulrushes were pulled out, leaving only the stems. This cliff is said to be named after a senior from Haotian Gate who was addicted to gambling. It is said that because of this person's gambling habits, he once caused trouble, resulting in the headmaster's fury, and he was punished to face the wall here for 1,000 years. That was enough, anyway. Chinny didn't need to let Howard and himself become friends. As long as he could help the team win, and help himself complete his tasks, that would be sufficient. Since this mountain couldn't accommodate this fierce tiger, why not open up a new situation and create a space for himself? Xia Tianxiang felt a bit uncomfortable under Wang Chen's gaze and couldn't help but lower her head and timidly called out. When Wang Chen came back to his senses, he saw Tors looking at him with a terrified expression, unable to believe what he was seeing. Upon seeing Wang Chen appear before him unscathed, his first reaction was to quickly retreat. The siege tactics of the Chu army had lasted for 6 days in the blink of an eye. The hardest part for the Han army during these 6 days was that Xinjiang city remained the same, and Zhang Liang was too lazy to send people to reinforce the walls since Xian Yu would not attack anyway. Zhang Liang shook his head, patted Li Zimu's shoulder, and sighed, saying that there was no other way and they had to resort to old methods. Otherwise, the morale of the troops would be in chaos. And the collapse of the Han army was only a matter of time. Now, the key issue was the unspoken secret, and whether it had lethal power enough to make the teacher's wife consider silencing him. Xiong Qiu, Meng Ran, and Du Tian's faces were turning red. This commander was really too bad, knowing that the person was the owner of Pancher Antiques and not saying it out loud, causing them to offend him. As he spoke, Gioda's fingers trembled slightly. I could somewhat understand his feelings. This was a once-in-a-lifetime gamble with all his possessions at stake, and losing would mean having nothing left. Han Liang, the eldest son of Duke Wu Cheng, Han Liang Han Buqing. Zhang Yun still had a look of shock. Wu Yang's suggestion in the letter was for Jiang to send troops to garrison Jeju Island. Once Goryeo had a change, they could quickly land and destroy the country and its territory. The flames burning all over his body gradually turned inward. The moon in the well continued to absorb. And at the moment the phoenix eye opened at the hilt, the blade trembled. Such questions had troubled countless people. The sounds of battle outside the courtyard wall and the fireworks visible just by looking up made them realize that the time to decide their family's fate had arrived. A sudden roar of wind broke through from the distant horizon, making a woeful sound as a visible black suddenly appeared in the sky, growing larger as it flew toward Qian Palace Mountain. Li Mingyao leaned close to Yi Chun, resting her head on his shoulder, her long hair cascading down, her appearance delicate, with dark eyes glimmering with a hint of blue light. "So you're just monitoring me?" The Marquis pressed again, and Yu quickly said, No. Let us go back, and let Li Yunhui explain to you." After speaking, Yu, feeling guilty, hurriedly flew toward the distant mountain. Seeing Xiahou Dun being besieged by Ma Chao and Dian Wei, he was in a dire situation. A general suddenly charged in from the side, heading straight for Ma Chao. However, at the moment he finally saw it, there was a bit of fear again, afraid that this was another huge trap. His figure turned into a streak of light, flames scorching the earth and leaving behind a crimson trail, as if magma were flowing by. "Did your master tell you he would leave in half a month at the latest?" "Don't worry, I'll think of a way to find out." Ming Shui comforted gently. Chapter 73, We are going to the Western Continent. Yi Qi was both excited and troubled. This energy stone was very hard. How should I put it? I just took a bite with my teeth and almost knocked them out. Yin Yang thought for a moment and sought help from the system. 100,000 points, plus 10 purple crystals, and the system helped you move to space. Yin Yang's expression changed. Is this system robbing me? 100,000 points. If it weren't for the fact that she had killed many red ant beasts in the past 2 days, she would have. This is the main force of the Heavenly Court arriving at this moment. Among them are many cultivators from the ancient Heavenly Court. All of them are boiling with blood and filled with killing intent. In contrast, the post-game press conference on the Lakers side is a sea of joy. After such a great victory, those attending the press conference from the Lakers are laughing and joking with the reporters below. You wage war to offer sacrifices to your deity, and I naturally enjoy seeing the Corvidi sink into your evil rituals. But I won't forget that my kin will die even more than the Corvidi. The man said coldly. Xiao, he was quite confident in his martial arts, but he didn't notice that the fat monk had climbed to the treetops, which made him frown slightly. Sun Dahe was momentarily stunned. The guy in front of him, who was all made up and looked like a woman, was too arrogant, right? When someone comes to find you, shouldn't they introduce themselves first? Could it be that I have to introduce myself first? After confirming that Wheela is middle, Luo Mingjiao had too many questions about Qin Juanshan. But remembering the listening device Mu Qing had found from the bedroom and Middle's obvious hint that the two assistants had problems, she suppressed her thoughts and didn't speak up. Su Xian got out of bed and walked to the door, impatiently opening it, and sure enough, that annoying face came into view. Unlike dandelions, that herb doesn't grow stalks, and its leaves are thicker, with blood-colored lines resembling meridians on the surface. Strictly speaking, these two hadn't done anything yet, but even so, Qin Juanshan still made a phone call and made some arrangements. A henchman took out a signal flare and shot it into the sky, first creating a spectacular firework display, which finally converged into the shape of an axe. Jin Chu cast her gaze toward the mysterious shaman she remembered. The shaman wore a mask with strange totems and was wrapped in animal skins, making it hard to discern their physique apart from being quite robust. Upon hearing this, Yu Ro's eyes immediately lit up, and then she used her cultivation to shake off all the filth on Chung Feng, lying sprawled in the starry sky, looking like a fish waiting to be caught. Clearly, the body's strength was still that of an ordinary human before, but now its 4 dimensions were probably no longer human. However, when encountering the divine world consciousness or the thought entity of the defender at the origin point, it was completely bent. Gilgamesh's power in opening the Star of Deviation is indeed immense. Nero wasn't quite sure since he hadn't personally experienced it. At this moment, Su Suli was calculating. She was indeed not satisfied with Xia Chuyi, but she truly wished well for the Hua family and Hua Shiqian. What? Young Hongjiang, you're asking for too much. Jiang Yinmei immediately became anxious upon hearing this. The old lady immediately dropped her face and said, I already said, no need for you to send me off. Can't you understand human language? Just do your job well. Don't fish for 3 days and sunbathe for 2. Taking such a long leave, can your unit allow it? Would your leader be happy about it? This was said to Li Mu Bao. She even recalled that Jia Yingying had mentioned some things that Chang Sisi had said before, about wanting to live a better life than Jia Yingying and to take over Jia Yingying's position in the Jia family. The elders were furious, each one filled with righteous indignation, as if Lin Xiu were their sworn enemy. The imposing middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, but after a second thought, it seemed reasonable what the other person said. Chapter 74. Blue Monkey Fruit Tree in the Beast World Continent. In the far northern region, towering mountains stood high. It was still the summer season, but the ground in the orcs' dwelling place had a thin layer of ice and snow. At even higher altitudes, snowflakes were still drifting down. A cold wind blew through, and suddenly a white antlered deer emerged from a cave. The white deer's fur, under the sunlight, faintly emitted a 7-color glow. On the plateau, Wuchang shook his head, disregarding Jiang Hai's disdainful expression, and pretended to flee in a dramatic manner. Originally, Shi Jiahui intended to let Lu Qiao develop steadily, slowly eroding the military district's power, but the hatred towards Lin Xiang made him lose his reason, and he actually thought about completely eliminating him the next time Lin Xiang came to the military district. It should be known that the undying, mad God Gu Busi was a peak among the true gods, equivalent to hundreds of people at the same realm level. This great true master could be said to be older than the undying mad God Gu Busi, an ancient relic with a deeper and more profound cultivation than him. Prince Alusa was, of course, very pleased with Wuga, who was already a Duke-level blood clan expert. Although through Wuga's introduction, Prince Alusa learned that John's grandfather was also a Duke-level expert. He resolutely agreed to Wuga's request in order to gain him. Zibing, what's wrong with you? Luo Sahan suddenly sensed that Yi Zibing seemed to have some unusual emotional fluctuations and hurriedly held her hand, asking with concern. With a crisp crack, the 2 front paws of the ice demon Wolf King actually shattered the ice blocks around the wolf claws, yet Aludaba remained unchanged. The 3 powerful beings said little, directly retreating while still looking at Feng Li with anger in their eyes. This pair of earrings is really important to me, so please sell them to me, no matter the price. At this moment, Jessica fully displayed the characteristics of a fat sheep, waiting for the overweight boss to cut her down. This brother Lu is really something. He hasn't come after waiting so long. Forget it, I won't wait anymore. I'll first go to Tsongshan City to gather some news and see what other tricks the Wang family has. Lin Sheng thought. The one speaking was a dark-skinned man, one of the 3 who had reached hero level 6. Jiang Hai thought to himself, this person is really cunning, actually urging Turtle Egg to enter first. Meanwhile, a certain chieftain was sitting opposite her, looking at her with a greedy desire to devour her alive, kindly feeding her. To prevent the plague, Gu Qingyun racked his brains to recall the methods used by the chicken farmers he visited in his previous life, and finally summarized a few experiences and implemented them one by one. Indeed, having children is different from before. Gu Qingyun patted Gu Yongliang's shoulder, examining the new beard that had sprouted on his chin, feeling heartbroken, and hurriedly told him to wash up first. When the emperor's edict was issued, the hall was in an uproar. Not only did it confuse all the ministers present, but it also stunned Situ Yen, who stood in the hall. No, no, no. How could this be? It must be a mistake. Situ Yen stared blankly at the main seat, tears falling uncontrollably. Therefore, Wang Nanbei hoped that the other party could recognize the situation and not act rashly. The best choice would be to make a decision like Huaxia and throw this difficult problem to Wang Nanbei, reaping the benefits. Su-Han's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly nodded, closed her eyes to take shallow breaths, and then opened them again, almost forgetting that she had made an appointment with various shopkeepers at noon today. Gu Qingyun didn't say anything next, starting to chew slowly while listening to Gu Jishan and the others' conversation. He knew someone was on the ship. He called for help with all his strength, but no one responded. As he slowly lost strength and gradually fell into despair, finally, Gu Qingyun saved him. Chapter 75. My Face. Yin Yang looked at the system's introduction to the second half of the blue monkey fruit tree. The white ferns that parasitize the blue monkey fruit are the antidote. Fortunately, there is information in the system's introduction. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what to do. Montaken, let's go find the blue monkey fruit tree and pick some of the ferns that are parasitizing it for Qingling. Yin Yang then reminded, by the way, be careful. This whole tree is poisonous. All right, I'm going now. Yin Yang looked at her, but when she pointed her sword, her eyes narrowed and she hesitated in her heart, uncertain whether to take the other person's life now. After dealing with the shark pirates, Miss Valentine's confidence in handling some reckless individuals grew a bit more. With the help of Guluolu, Rayleigh, and Shachi, she returned to Nine Snake. The distant sun rose hazily from the east. It was still not the time to get up, yet Gu Yuin found it hard to fall asleep again. So she climbed up, changed her clothes, and sat by the vanity to groom herself. The Yaoqi saw that one arm was shaking uselessly, so the right hand quickly retracted the shaking silk and began to shake regularly. Lin Chao was convicted of drug trafficking, allowing others to use drugs, and organizing prostitution, and was sentenced to 18 years in prison, deprived of political rights for life. As she turned to leave, the sorceress sister wanted to say something, but Ling Ling didn't give her a chance and turned around after Qin left. In the hospital room, there were many flower and fruit baskets, and in the middle of the bed lay an elderly man in a hospital gown who was none other than old Su. Very good. Shen Lang only said this to Zhao Chuan, then shifted his gaze to Song Jiji's face. They should be demons from the 10,000 Ghost Gate. After barely evading, they took out a black triangular flag from their storage ring. On the evening of the third day, Liu Banshan's 3-day sun exposure time was up, and many villagers came to watch. Liu Banshan seemed like a dying lamb, allowing others to manipulate him, barely moving at all. If it weren't for his eyes occasionally opening, everyone would probably think he was dead. Zhu Lin furrowed his brows, looking at her with concern, but he also knew she was speaking the truth. With such an incident happening outside, it would be impossible for her to sleep at this moment. No, it's nothing. Just seeing such a beautiful scenery made me want to express my feelings. Chen Zai retreated to Gao Yang's side and casually made up an excuse. In the past, Xin Yu would have happily tried on clothes, but now she felt disinterested. She looked at the skirt in her aunt's hand, which had a light blue base embroidered with exquisite flowers, perfectly matching her skin tone, but the fabric was only average. Qin Ling accidentally noticed that Yu Xian's expression was a bit strange, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the still confused Xiaofeng, stirring something in his heart. At that moment, the leader opened his arms, virtually embracing a spherical object. In his mind, he saw the 3 pure ones along with the heavenly and earthly Xianhuang Tower enveloping them as a sphere. With a wave of his hands, the yin and yang energies gathered wildly, forming a yin-yang sphere, while the 3 pure ones and the heavenly and earthly Xianhuang Tower were wrapped within. Those black thorns did not fall after passing through the mist. Instead, they continued forward, piercing through all the leaves of the plants in a line, while those leaves turned yellow and fell. In fact, Mu Jinxin couldn't be called ordinary. It was just that Mo Shui was used to measuring people with the standards from the capital, like appearance and attire. So she felt Mu Jinxin was too ordinary, with no differences or special traits. When Shiva heard this, he was taken aback. This was too much of a Buddhist affinity, effortlessly explaining Buddhist matters thoroughly. The Pangu god opened the heavens and created the earth, transforming into all things. This river turned into a sea of blood with a radius of unknown thousands of miles, where blood waves rolled, with no fish or shrimp, no birds or insects. All the malice of heaven and earth gathered here, and countless vengeful spirits roamed within. The creatures of the wilderness called this place the underworld sea of blood. Chapter 76, Run. The detection system has detected that the host is in the poison domain forest. Gaining 100 points, Yin Yang opened the map and discovered that this forest was almost 3 times the size of the misty forest. Poisonous domain forest? So there are many toxins in here? Yin Yang silently asked in her heart. Please explore on your own, host. All right. If If it's about exploring on my own, then I'll do it. Yin Yang reached out to touch a nearby plant. Last night, as the deputy county head, he naturally received the news that Shun Jihong had been reinstated and was taking over the city government work from Su Zichuan. Lucius gently touched Mu Yunner's lips with his own, passing her the pill and assisting her with breath to help her swallow it. In the most disgusting part, there was no way to avoid it. The white rainbow always pointed to the core area of our supreme Tao. Chun Shoujua laughed heartily as he let him in, noticing that Gai Yun Tian was also present. Fu Chun let out a long breath, relieved that he had come. Qin Ming opened the jade box. One side contained colorful spirit rice, while the other held dark green spirit seed particles. He seemed to sense something and recited a complex and profound incantation, bowing deeply to the jade plate. Chun Shoujua killed a shadow life, and within his shadowy realm, there was now one more shadow life. Chun Tianlai met with his cousin He Chonglin last night, and only after that did he learn that Shun Nanqing's brother, Shun Jihong, was being secretly investigated by the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. You have some guts. Li Yin glared fiercely at Qin Ming and followed behind, looking dejected. Upon hearing the name Zichong, the high priest felt a shock, and before he could stabilize himself, the Sweat King laughed and said, "No need to worry. A mere heavenly machine powder won't harm me." Upon hearing this, the high priest fully recognized the Sweat King. His eyes filled with astonishment as he struggled to keep his legs from bending to kneel. "All right, you all shouldn't think too much. This is just speculation. No need to show that expression. Rather than frowning there, it's better to focus on treating these injured people." Seeing that everyone was still entangled in this issue, Fang Chong couldn't help but shake his head and said to the crowd. He was also slightly surprised. Indeed, there are always people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. The world is never short of powerful experts. Gu Kanglin smiled slightly, glanced at Huang Lan, and thought to himself that she still seemed a bit young. Although her mind was sharp, she still lacked some experience. However, the divination did say so, and he was worried about any unforeseen changes, which is why he brought it up. But thinking about it, it certainly had to be on the corpse, since it was for investigation. Let the brother lying on the ground make a small sacrifice. Ling Su agreed, and the major sect leaders present exchanged glances, all wearing proud expressions. The wave stacking technique could be said to be one of the strongest moves he had so far. It was precisely because of these techniques that he could possess the strength of the middle yuan. "All right then, I'll wait for your return. Without a pillow, I can't sleep." Yin Bing knew his temperament and didn't force it, smiling. Feng Chuang also understood his character. Once he made a decision, it was hard for others to change it, so he immediately called Wu Haoyan. At this moment, many mercenaries looked on with curiosity. Could it be that Eighth Master really went to Mingyang City? It should be noted that Mingyang City is a place where not even birds would defecate, and even they, as mercenaries, were reluctant to go, let alone the supreme Eighth Master. Although Mingyi wore boxing gloves, he and T exerted his full strength due to using the wrong force earlier, so he was also struggling now. During the retreat, Mingyi suppressed a mouthful of blood in his chest and then stood on the ring, watching Long Ge, with a heart as clear as ice. He remained unperturbed even if the sky collapsed. The demon princess calmly sat beside the frantically eating Yuzi, as if everything had nothing to do with her, provided one didn't look at the sheath she was rapidly wiping. Chapter 77. Pink Big Rabbit Yin Yang only felt a flash in front of her eyes before suddenly collapsing into a rice field. She was completely submerged in the rice field, and the serrated leaves cut into her skin. Yin Yang has lost all his strength. "System, did you help me?" Yin Yang asked, "Is it host?" The voice of the system seemed to be much weaker. "I detected that the host is in life-threatening danger, so I took you away. In this world, there are basically no bad things that have benefits, and that's why it's basic rather than certain, because it doesn't exclude the mad and the foolish." The two sisters were quite envious of Jima, watching him silly with joy, and he didn't delay at all in exchanging tickets. They couldn't afford to be distracted, as a moment of inattention could mean missing the time. Then his gaze shifted to Lyndon beside him, discovering he was a lower-grade boy, and his expression immediately darkened. As Emily's attention turned to her set of pure gold high-grade stones, Alan's gaze fell on the newly opened Harris Wizard TV store across from the CF. Especially that man in the black robe, whose aura was as cold as a stubborn stone, yet there was a faint sense of terrifying power, as if he had stepped into the realm of the main god. However, this time Amos no longer felt envy. He had just looked down and seen Scringe's stiff posture, and a strong smell drew his attention to the yellow-brown paste flowing from the other's pant legs. The chessboard radiated far and wide, crossing many dimensions, time and space, past and future. Anyone who transcended beyond time and space could easily perceive the existence of that chessboard. Aurelia and Sylvanus immediately welcomed him, and Aurelia checked Charlemagne from head to toe amidst the whistle blown by Gilland. Seeing Candy so fond of it, Liu breathed a sigh of relief, mainly because of Mingyu, which put pressure on him to perform well. This was the intelligent defense system of the reception room. As long as Duke Houghton had a thought, he could chop Viscount Ironwall into 17 or 18 pieces. Su Rebeo couldn't see any problems with her body, unlike Lu Jinghun, who still had visible dark spots in his head. Upon seeing Qin Tian so effortlessly resolve a saint-level young god-realm genius who was even above him in cultivation, he approached, his eyes flickering with a certain thrill, suddenly biting his right index finger until it bled, then forcefully flicking it, splattering a few drops of blood on the tree trunk. Su Rebeo felt that her aunt was really too good to her and wondered why she was so nice to her. Crack, crack. The endless dark valley was also shattered, breaking apart with numerous jagged gaps. Lu Jinghung watched as the soup splashed on her, her hand turning red, quickly putting down his chopsticks, grabbing her hand, and pulling her into the bathroom to wash. Finally, that feeling of being shrouded in death awakened Su Taichung, and he began to scream recklessly. The only strange thing was that this classroom had no lights on, and it was pitch black outside, yet the room was bright. Everyone's faces were filled with uncontainable excitement. Even the cold beauty Qi Bing showed some signs of joy at this moment. Next to her, Lu Mingxue was also astonished. She hadn't been allowed to participate in the intensive training for the past few days, so she was naturally amazed. On the other end of the video, Zhang Yunlong felt a bit guilty, but didn't dare to speak. If he said he had failed to kidnap someone and ended up being caught, that would be so embarrassing, and besides, it was not something he could casually say. Just as Su Jiaying and the others had just descended the mountain, an elder gently tapped the communicator in his ear, secretly receiving information, and a disciple quietly descended the mountain. Damn, how do you know today was the family banquet? Lin Shueshu felt a bit flustered, stopped chatting, and hurriedly drove in. After finding a place to park, he rushed towards the meeting hall, eager to tell his mom about this matter. However, just as the man hung up the phone, a blinding car light suddenly approached on the road ahead. The man instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes and immediately slowed down. The ninjas of IGA Mountain were somewhat knowledgeable in this area. Not as good as the IGA ninjas, but the IGA clan was powerful, evenly matched with the IGA clan in this northern region. Those survivors who found anything good this time and were eager to recoup their losses could no longer hold back. The emperor was not in a hurry, but the eunuch breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the location of the apartment's safe house had not been discovered by others. The troops of Hideyoshi Kinoshita, Tashi Maeda, and Masamune Date, located south of the Nakasendo, were lined up from northwest to southeast with a total strength of 4,000 men. They are now in Canada? Can you confirm their location? Butler Wu asked, choking back tears. After speaking, the immortal elder immediately pulled Miaoyan away. This guy was quite clever. He clearly understood that even if he stubbornly fought with me here, it wouldn't end well. It was better to leave first and then make plans. At this moment, everyone could see that Qin Hao in the VIP room number 67 was indeed determined to obtain this set of array flags and would not give up. Sure enough, after hearing my words, Su Feng first hesitated for a second, then started to smile broadly. This whip hadn't tasted blood in 1,000 years. Elder 5 was indeed fortunate. The princess stroked the whip and smiled at Elder 5, who dared not speak disrespectfully again. The next day, Suzanne was awakened by hunger. She hadn't eaten anything all night, and now felt like she could eat a whole cow. After hastily washing up and rushing out of her room, she saw that breakfast was already prepared, filling the air with a rich aroma. The two elderly people still felt regretful after many years. Despite repeated persuasion from Mother Ren and Father Ren that it was not their fault, they still felt remorseful. This was a spatial illusion. If he looks again, he will lose his life. The blunt words pulled Zhang Ning abruptly back to reality. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, it wasn't that important anymore. You wouldn't bodhisattva. Forget it. Once this is over, I will definitely not let you go home. I looked at Zhu Qingyun, feeling furious and dizzy, as if I were looking down at the earth from a high altitude, feeling uncomfortable. However, she could no longer care about so much. She desperately wanted to run to the town entrance. In her frantic movements, her steps became somewhat chaotic, and she no longer had the heart to think about these things. The young man inside the door heard the conversation between the older brother and the boy, and his subordinate's actions paused for a moment. His stern face showed a brief moment of doubt, but there was no significant reaction afterward. Only Singler's soul suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a hint of disbelief. Yue thought for a moment. Such a request is indeed not excessive, but are you sure it is telling the truth? It hasn't deceived you? A medium-sized cold sun iron mine actually has such a large mineral essence. This made Yue somewhat suspicious. The Emperor Su Mao hurriedly ran in from outside, holding a letter in his hand and anxiously calling out. Yang Sheng sensed the threat in his words and thought to blurt out. You are a standing committee member, and I'm a standing committee member. Am I really afraid of you? Chapter 78. Delicate and easy to push over Fu, he did not like to interact with orcs, as his home was in a relatively remote part of the tribe. His house was built of wood, with a beautiful little courtyard filled with various plants, and even the roof was covered with green vines. Perhaps because of the lush vegetation, Fu He's house was very cool. He placed Yin Yang on the bed and kindly covered her with a small beast skin. Fu He transformed back into his beast form, quietly watching Yin Yang. And the more he looked, the more he felt that she couldn't even be sure that if before that, Luo Feng had given her that warm, impulsive, sweet hug. If Qinyu had turned back to look at her at that moment, she would have left with Qinyu. The warm breath fell on by Liangxi's hand, bringing a slight itch, and she couldn't help but smile happily. More importantly, the innate absolute domain could give rise to many characteristics, and the rules within only apply to enemies, and may not necessarily affect the caster. Once fashionable and beautiful, Ruo Yu has now become unrecognizable. Aside from the skin above her nose, which is still good, all the skin on her lower body is distorted and hideous. However, upon hearing Fong Cheng's question, she couldn't help but pause, gritted her teeth, and took several steps forward to sit down fiercely in front of Fong Cheng. Ling Imo no longer spoke, just held her tightly. His feelings of guilt wouldn't dissipate just because she said she wouldn't blame him. However, a tremendously powerful person rampaging around is a true nightmare for his enemies. He still has to work today. He has already skipped work for several days. And if he doesn't go back soon, his boss is likely to explode with rage. Old Yi, also known as Yi Ziyuan's father, nearly smashed all the belongings in the house when he heard the rumors. Yan Jingshi suddenly sat up, gasping heavily, drenched in cold sweat, and after licking his dry lips, he slowly caught his breath. Because he had conducted a special investigation into the Wan Yin Shueji, he was very familiar with its shape and aura. So Yifeng immediately released his spiritual power for a thorough search. As the crowd flowed into the city, the two of them exchanged spirit stones to enter. However, it was obvious that the entrance fee for Hongyan City was much lower than that of Xinying Prefecture. The red walls and green tiles, with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, were more magnificent than those built with rough stones. However, compared to the architecture of Danyang Prefecture, it lacked the essence of imitation. Yet those flames did not burn his body. With one palm, he slapped away the Tian Xian. Meanwhile, Su Bai Niao, who shared the same spirit as the birds, also felt extremely uncomfortable. If it weren't for his immense willpower, he might have knelt down at that moment, unable to resist the pressure from his bloodline soul, wanting only to worship. In the center of the vortex, Gan Luer hung her head low, remaining silent for a long time. Previously resentful and mad, she fell completely silent when Di Rome spoke. However, no matter how displeased she felt, this was ultimately a battle mission, and he immediately summoned all the camp leaders for a meeting to discuss strategies. After several days of recovery, Tianjun's complexion improved somewhat. However, he was severely injured this time, so it would take some time for his wounds to heal. Shui Yun, not understanding why, took the prescription from Mu Qianxuan. Although he didn't know Mu Qianxuan's intentions, he still followed her instructions. Warm and graceful, she wielded her black fish sword, like a living squid, and under her strong will, it emitted a stream of black gas and shot out, surrounding the Taotai beast for a sudden attack. The person sitting next to his brother was Zhong Li Tsong. Zhong Li Tsong recalled that the previous occupants had been Zui, Qiu Su, and others. After walking for a while, Jiang Lu saw the gate of Fu Lu Palace pass by him. To be precise, he walked past the front of Fu Lu Palace. Chung Chung Chung. The emperor chuckled foolishly. It was a scene that Han Shang Gong and Luo Yu had never seen before. Chapter 79. I want to be her beast husband. By the time Fu He prepared a table full of fresh flowers for the feast, it was already dark. Yin Yang really didn't expect Fu He to create so many variations using flowers and plants. Using fresh flowers as the main ingredient, they make sweet soups, steamed rice, and create pastries. Yin Yang was stunned. Yang Yang, why don't you give it a try? Fu He used a section of bamboo to hold a few crystal-clear flour pastries, shaped like flowers. Throughout the afternoon, Fu He called out. Meanwhile, on the sky airship, Gino looked down at the Mad Lion fortress, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he issued the order to attack. Lu Zhongwu, seeing his son involved, directly rebuffed Gao Qiao, standing beside Zhao Go, and couldn't help but frown. He was worried that Gao Qiao would send someone to secretly plot against them afterward, which was truly hard to guard against. Additionally, Lu Zhongwu supported the crown prince, Zhao Heng, to succeed the throne. However, Dao In was unconcerned, although water was quite annoying and often made him suffer. He had never truly let him down. Only he Wuji, who had cultivated the yin-yang escape technique to perfection, could perform such a seemingly illusory and unpredictable technique. Fortunately, he was indifferent to the distinction between his main body and clones. Each body was the same to him. If one body was damaged, he could simply use another clone as the main body. These three safety projects, namely the tea company, online payment, and the security company for the flower snake, did not encounter problems like Peng Yingying's. But just because these three were fine did not mean that the others would be without issues. The problems could be significant. Yes, we meet again, Mr. Manager. Upon realizing that Ling Yun was likely a swordsman, Wu Shidao's tone became somewhat more reserved. Go Zhu wanted to jump up to save him, but couldn't move at all, feeling as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. In their opinion, without the ability to launch that kind of attack, Wu Hao could not possibly be an opponent of Gu Ji. Su Jingheng was also unfortunate to have touched Zhao Go's bad luck. He had arrived first and inadvertently overheard the discussion about that poem, vaguely hinting that the person being spoken of was Zhao Go, hence his question, yet he still did not know what he had said wrong. Since the pause was relatively long and players needed time to rest, Lin Yi did not immediately gather the players to discuss the plan, hoping they could rest well for a while. For those who wanted to die, Shun Doncheng, at this level, still had ways to handle it. Even if they fled abroad, it would just mean putting in a bit more effort. The waiter was dumbfounded. The logical reasoning of these rich kids was truly powerful, managing to come up with so much useless stuff and speaking with such confidence. Damn it, what time is it? And they still have the mood to study urine and are a bit irritable. The next day, at noon, Heatherway exited the teleportation portal of the Valentine Commercial Temple with her attendants, boarding a floating carriage arranged by the Ministry of Magic, heading towards the gigantic tower standing in the bay. Chun Fu hadn't seen such a lively scene in a long time, and his drowsy state instantly perked up. By the time we see him, our state will also affect him, so I hope you can think carefully, change your current situation a bit, and provide him with some help when the time comes. What he needs now is help. The well-informed prominent families had nothing to say. Even the old Master Sidhu said nothing, instead thinking this was quite normal. Mizuki knew a bit of the inside story, but chose not to speak up. After all, if she revealed how she knew, it would lead to trouble. So it was better to go along with the plot. What on earth is going on? Qin Tian frowned tightly, noticing that at this moment, his body had returned to its original form. Chapter 80, Convergence. The next day, after Fu, he made a pot of flower porridge for Yin Yang. He started running towards the poison domain forest. He wanted to find Yang Yang's beast husband as soon as possible and then bond with Yang Yang. Fu, he was filled with anticipation, and his speed unconsciously quickened. Hey, isn't that Fu He? Why is he so fast? The tribe's beastmen wondered. The tribe's beastmen didn't know that Fu He could hide his beast rank. In their impression, Fu He was just a useless green rank. After all, the Taoist Master's fate was already tied to the world's heavenly path, and they could never betray the heavenly path of this world. However, Sun Buxing never expected that after giving him the freedom to choose, the system would pull back a few useless items. What do you want to do? Even the transformation device had fallen into Belial's hands, and Lon clenched his fists in anger. Boom! The explosion caused a fierce wind that stirred up endless dust, sweeping outward from the explosion point. She patted her head, muttering to herself, could it be that I really hit my head and now my brain isn't functioning properly? The so-called evil domain magic gate refers to the royal path of the Eastern Land. Answering Yi Xiao was Yang Muling, but she only said this and did not explain further, just as Sun Buxing was lazily lying on the bed, asking the system to help him search for a suitable dream-stealing world. Suddenly, a name popped out of the system's mouth that Sun Buxing couldn't believe. I can understand that your arm is injured, but what's up with your bald head? Are you complaining that the continuous rainy weather is too dull without sunlight? Victor held back a laugh, patting Chun Yang's smooth head. In the city of Yuzaki, people could be seen everywhere on the street shopping, with more cars and other vehicles passing by. If they failed this time, it would be desperate. Ling Long still slowly persuaded. Initially, she just didn't want Xiao to be sad, but now looking at Ao Yunju's smile, she didn't want that smile to disappear. At this moment, a sound of hooves approached from the direction of Hangzhou, and Zichen couldn't help but have thoughts of killing for the horse, as long as there was a horse. She was confident she could bring the three men back to Hangzhou. However, when Liang Bo's gaze shifted to a meter in front of Yunxian, a hint of shock surged from the depths of his pupils. Now, what Seventh Ant referred to as hinting at another problem. Morning Breeze knew she didn't know the details, but just smiled and remained silent. The so-called hidden words, at this moment, the people inside were making an all-out breakthrough. The flowing dimensional energy was too obvious. Anyone who got close would notice this situation. I want to know, is there really an elixir of immortality in the Qilin Ancient Tower? Yunxian looked at Liang Bo, asking curiously and excitedly. These textbooks are the crystallization of wisdom from predecessors, written by several traditional Chinese medicine masters decades ago. But I have already collected the money. Qi Shi was troubled, and her gaze toward Xiao Shiwei showed some avoidance. Therefore, she had long decided that if there were no measures in the future, she would definitely not have anything to do with Tang Luo. Seeing Han robbing like this, Tang Luo smiled and touched the place she had kissed before restarting the car and heading towards Fan Ruo Company. However, the specific process was unknown to the extreme Dao Saint, who only knew that the five elements Divine Emperor, in order to rescue the extremely decayed Hong Jun Heavenly Dao, separated the true spirit and extracted the essence to reincarnate and escape, thus causing his own state to weaken, ultimately giving him the opportunity to act fiercely. Chu Feng slightly closed his eyes, as if gathering strength. After 3 seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a powerful and unmatched aura surged from his body. Especially the scorching sensation coming from him made Song Lingfeng unable to breathe at that moment. Before the mysterious man finished speaking, Lin Yu suddenly felt a blinding light in front of him and instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the scene before him had changed completely. Chu Feng frowned and quickly crouched down to examine the body. He found that the rest of the body had no injuries. There was just a deep blood mark on the neck, intended to separate the victim's head from the torso, which could be described as a fatal blow without any ambiguity. This moment of closing his eyes for introspection startled Chu Feng. He saw that the true energy in his dantian was very thin, completely different from its earlier fullness. Yunxian was momentarily stunned, glancing around and seeing that everyone's faces showed expressions of surprise, clearly not expecting Chu Feng to dare to openly refute Yin Xiao's face. Seeing Han Yueqiao's disappointed expression, Beitang Chong'er couldn't help but start to feel guilty. The thought that Han Yueqiao would be disappointed made Beitang Chong'er even sadder. And in the end, she couldn't help but burst into tears. "Oh man, it's like this. I have a friend who is getting married. Can you help me create a pair of jewelry to give to the newlyweds?" Li Jin said. However, she didn't notice that a car had been following her all along, and the person inside the car was staring at her ominously. In a certain place, Wang Yu and the Gu clan finally gathered together. Both were very tired and sat down simultaneously after confirming that they had concealed their breaths well. Otherwise, with Matsumoto Ranjuku's alluring appearance at that moment, Mayahiko wouldn't mind being a pretty face for once. Cultivators initially wanted to reach a higher stage, the immortal realm. They pursued the supreme Tao, sought destiny, and aimed to break fate to attain immortality. A master, this is definitely a master, returning to simplicity with a restrained aura. Such cultivation likely reached the level of Lu Yao. Helian Nua silently cursed his bad luck. He never expected his fortune to be so poor that he would encounter an almost unbeatable existence in just the second round. With the door to the room opening, Lu Qingyu began to close his eyes, silently counting the number of people entering. Helian Nua felt himself gently placed on the bed, and then several cave dwellers closed the secret room's door and left. Helian Nua wanted to get up and investigate, but an overwhelming sense of fatigue caused him to lose consciousness. In this regard, Xiang Lai was mistaken. Lung Yan's reason for not telling her was to avoid dragging her into this bottomless pit, thereby putting herself in danger. Chapter 81. Hate Iron for Not Being Steel. Yi Qi and Yun Yang entered the room while Bai Zhu and the others stayed outside. Is that purple crystal still there? Yi Qi wanted to be more cautious and aim for a breakthrough. It's still here. Yun Yang handed the beast crystal taken from the nightmare beast to Yi Qi. Your leg. After Yi Qi transformed into a human, Yun Yang could see that his calf was bloody and mangled. Yi Qi casually glanced at it. It's nothing. Just a minor skin injury. It won't hinder us. Mo Lai approached Tasmi, reached out, and pressed down on Tasmi's shoulder, pushing him back down again. Master, mistress, uncle, it's not what you think. Hideji certainly knew what the 4 high-ranking members present were worried about. Uchiha Chufeng's elegant demeanor dissipated entirely, like a limping quail, helplessly crying out in front of greedy cat. In fact, Shunan also didn't know why. Perhaps it was just a strange possessiveness of her own. As a result, just as they had anticipated, over 30 miners were killed by that evil force, and not a single person survived. However, Lu Qi felt that if he really brought bad opportunities or such news, you just broke through, so take this time to consolidate your cultivation. After dinner, Tianbai advised his disciples. The Azura unicorn smiled, took a deep breath, and blew towards the fire dragon approaching him. However, in order to hone his blood strength techniques, he had been suppressing himself, not even using the state where birds do not fly, which made him seem a bit awkward. Yi Xiao continued walking towards the voice coming from the darkness, saying, Sanjing Hong, do you really think I lost your wine that night 3 years ago? His plan was perfect in both formulation and execution, allowing him to quickly unite the special forces of 10 countries. And now he had even more leverage, which is why he dared to brazenly negotiate terms with Lei Zhan. Not far away, Gong Yongrui, who was watching from the steps, shrank back, although there was no wind. He felt a strong gust blowing, and the coldness intensified. This was still the Jianming Wen he knew, born for battle and mad for battle. Where did Lu Hui go? Who tampered with his paper figure? The entire body of the paper figure was filled with a sinister aura. Jiang Yao concentrated his thoughts, and a soft white light radiated from his body, flickering into red flame waves, effortlessly dissipating the pressure surging from all sides. Zhao Ji was awkwardly pressed against the broken table by Jiang Ziyun. Although he wasn't injured, being pinned to the ground like this was quite embarrassing. Lei Zhan, remember our agreement. Long Lao's voice rang out again, ringing a warning bell for Lei Zhan. Although when Xin had complaints, she had no choice but to endure. Either she put up with it or left. For the good treatment and the decent colleagues around her, she had endured it over the years. The ferocious and vast demonic wings, the scarlet and cold demonic eyes, accompanied by a low chant seemingly from ancient times, Drelos suddenly let out a roar. Shang Wanfei's words struck a chord with Lu Bing. In her battle with Shang Wanshun, she was determined to fight to the end, aiming to defeat Shang Wanshun. However, the gap in strength at the first level was no simple matter, and even she herself wasn't very confident, but she would never give up. In the quiet of the deep night, this unusual night would inevitably have those who were happy and those who were worried. Who would worry about Xing Lian? She didn't know, only that she was very happy. The more Shang Wanfei listened, the more fascinated she became. After Lu Bing arrived in the Minghuan continent, many things from her past life had gradually been abandoned and forgotten. There was one thing that reminded her of the past, which still excited her greatly. Looking at the essence through the phenomenon, Orochimaru murmured softly, feeling sensitively that this sentence contained something very important, but wanting to think deeply left him at a loss. He looked again at the person in front of him, whose face was obscured by a mask. Did Konoha's Umbu have such individuals? Yi Tian's expression turned cold as he softly called out, Chungying. As his voice fell, Li Chungying, dressed in white with black hair, gracefully emerged from the white light. His cold gaze fixed intently on him. He had the mountain-moving treasure while protecting his body, making the cold wind outside feel non-existent. So it didn't matter where he slept. Turning off the flashlight, he approached the light switch and suddenly turned on the lights. Instantly, light flooded in from all directions. And within almost 2 seconds, the darkness enveloping him was completely dispelled. His skin appeared red, as if scorched by fire, and a burning pain coursed through him. It's not like that, Brother Yi, listen to me, there's a misunderstanding here. Gao Santong suddenly raised his head and said. Nangong Yin cast a grateful glance at him. Thank you, or I would have almost been deceived by him. She wasn't foolish. Tao Jixin's final performance had already revealed his true nature. Only by getting closer could one feel the majestic and solid nature of this city. Looking left and right, the uniform black iron city walls extended endlessly, even beyond the vision of someone with high martial skills. Gu Yaochen sensed the attitudes of Man Jing and Xiao Xianyun and felt a bit annoyed. However, he looked at the two's outstanding appearances and their demeanor, which made him hold back his irritation. Now that he finally had a way out, he naturally smiled and began to talk to old Luo. But see, Xiaopi is right. We should take some time to rest, Zhou Hong gently advised. His breathing was not the regular pattern a normal person, but had its own rhythm. Sometimes it was 3 long and 1 short, sometimes 3 short and 1 long. Sometimes it was rapid, sometimes slow. Truly, it was unpredictable. This is really strange. What kind of place is this? I slapped my head, unable to comprehend the scene before me. Squinting at the hurried figure of Patty running away, the Beast Emperor's originally stern expression suddenly turned playful. Sure, Qing knew that what Jilin said was not an exaggeration, but a fact. The half-relieved heart sank again. His body surged forward, and, in an instant, a flash of blue light appeared, revealing a blue blade over 100 feet long, while Yu Zhan seemed like a faint stream of light flowing into the broad blade. "We are teammates now. Don't be like this," Shan Si said. Shan Si also knew that his previous relationship with them could be considered antagonistic, and even now he was still somewhat their captive. After being abandoned by Fiaro, Shan Si was also inclined to befriend Baya and the others. Chapter 82. Mutated? Fu He was beaten to a daze, and upon hearing the orc's voice, he stood up suddenly. "No, he wants to be a great beast husband. Plants, come help me." Suddenly, the ground cracked open, and a thorny vine rapidly grew, seemingly sensing Fu He's call, directly heading towards Yi Qi to strike. Yi Qi's scales had strong defensive capabilities, so this attack did not cause him much harm. In the living room, towards the west side, sat a young man. The young man was dressed in pajamas, apparently just getting up. He was surrounded by 5 or 6 bodyguards, who held guns and looked at them with indifferent expressions. Bang! Ollie threw the person outside, and with a muffled sound, that person fainted. The people in line were startled, especially since that person was bleeding from the nose, which made them a bit scared, and some sneaked away. "Not blind," Dao Sheng exclaimed happily. His eyes were not blind, and the flames igniting before him were the best proof. Dao Sheng felt like he had escaped death and bolted away. However, Su Yang himself couldn't figure out how much of the story within the Wheel of Fate was true. Perhaps it was all true, or perhaps it didn't exist at all. Then, he placed Su Yang's first-grade gold talisman on the spirit Ling Qing stone, and the surface of the stone shimmered, displaying the words for 14 days. Underfoot, rabbits occasionally hopped by, and the Beast Emperor's soldiers quickly dodged. They had been shocked multiple times on their way here and were psychologically affected. Lin Ziqian suppressed his joy and hurriedly urged Lin Zhan to take Bai Jingxian to rest, and Lin Feishue followed them out. Jiang Huairan originally wanted to leave, as the blood of the Western gods was still present, and he was eager to refine it to enhance his strength. However, just as Jiang Huairan took a step, he was stopped by Lin Langtian. The night was deep, and the cold wind blew in. At this time, no one noticed that Li Shuang's bloodied hand suddenly moved. Similarly, Tang Goen used his wisdom to provide Tang Zhe with many insights, giving Tang Zhe a clearer vision for the planning of his business empire and helping him avoid unnecessary pitfalls. Qini Bai, at this moment, slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Brother, you make me laugh. It's actually my confusion." He hurriedly took out a large piece of mysterious jade ice marrow from the private realm, and with a flick of his fingers, it was already cut into 2 pieces. With another flick, he quickly carved out 2 crystal-clear jade ice cups. However, in comparison, the bright red material revealed that Su Wanjin's skin was slightly yellow, her features ordinary. Looking at the second daughter, Su Wanru, and the fourth daughter, Su Wanshan, although they lacked fancy clothes and beautiful adornments, their skin glowed like snow, even adding a bit more color than usual. Yun Yi nodded, tidied up the area around Ronya, helped him lie down, and said, "Young master, rest early. If you need anything, please feel free to instruct the maid." Then, she found a corner, walked over, lay down, and fell asleep. Seeing the slightly distorted figure not far away, Sun Bing's eyes flashed with surprise, and his grasp of the battle situation was precise to the extreme, and in the blink of an eye, he had already drawn his sword to attack. "Betrayed you? That is truly too cruel." Qing Xiao couldn't handle it all. She had only seen such a bloody scene on TV before, and seeing it in person was completely different. As the words fell, a fierce aura rose to the sky, and his muscles seemed to inflate, becoming thicker and stronger, and his height visibly increased. However, the myriad tribe's cultivators couldn't be happy at all. The demon tribe had left, but the divine tribe had come, and they immediately divided the forces of the myriad tribes cleanly. Time slowly flowed by, and during the next period, Sun Bing delved deeply, putting all the essence in his mind into exploring the profundity of space, with a strong determination to not give up until he achieved his goal. Chapter 83. The Bonding Ceremony 1. No, you're so cute. Yin Yang patted his head. Qing Ling was secretly delighted. Yi Qi looked at Qing Ling with disdain. Just pretending to be pitiful, throwing himself on Yun Yang. Yang Yang certainly doesn't dislike you, Yi Qi said, but before you recover, don't even think about sleeping with Yang Yang. What if she wakes up confused and gets scared by you? Qing Ling immediately stopped being playful. He wanted to. Then, Henry was sent flying, his body crossing the handrail of the spiral staircase, directly landing on the first floor. However, by the latter half, the girl clearly used too much strength, and the effect of her movements became increasingly less ideal. Although they weren't short on money, being treated to a meal by fellow professional players, especially one they had just won a bet against, felt completely different. Facing a true master like Ling Fengxiao, Mu Fan certainly didn't dare to relax, so he struck out with 2 consecutive sword strikes, sending several wind blades flying out as well. When Mu Fan arrived at the auction, he was astonished by the grandeur of the Wanshan auction. It was simply a huge palace, and the guard at the entrance were all mid-stage foundation establishment experts. Just as Tim was fleeing and thinking, a sudden whistling sound came from behind. Fran naturally didn't know how terrifying the meaning of my colleague was in Simon's words. She thought he meant that as a mage attendant, he had nothing praiseworthy. Seeing that only some jellyfish-like monsters had gathered, while the rest had gone up, Hall couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Under such an absolute ban, the East China Sea had been relatively calm for over half a year. Everyone was just closely watching the battle in the Dragon Palace's main hall, and no one dared to make any moves during this time. By the way, you wouldn't be deliberately coming here to show off, would you? Old White Tiger said. Later, she learned that the mentor had allowed her to Ho Xiaoyan because they were both from China, and whether there was any intention to set them up together was temporarily unknown. However, it was clearly pointed out that during Xiao Yan's time in the United States, she was to take good care of him. Wei Xinyan's sharp gaze coldly watched the hands of the two intertwined. Yet such a gaze did not make Liang Min release his hand. Instead, he pulled Lin Yan's hand tighter. You're looking for death. Feeling the increasing pain in his chest, Li Yan's expression immediately turned cold. A strong killing intent surged in his heart, and at the same time, his left eye gradually changed. Fine black threads slowly emerging from the bottom of his eye, a precursor to him using the ghost eye. Second sister, this is really delicious. Su Yan's big eyes sparkled, her beautiful brows curving into a crescent shape, happily exclaiming, Greetings, Lord City Master. After Si Tianzue appeared, everyone in the hall immediately bowed to him. For the Divine Blade, if it were useful, she could shamelessly try to please Ling Su, also worried about her brother being plotted against. But the two's reminders couldn't stop Yin Yu Jiao at all. Su Miao let out a heavy sigh. Anyway, Tong Ran had already withdrawn from Fengzhou, and if she encountered Tong Ran elsewhere in the future, she would definitely take a detour to avoid bad luck affecting her normal life. Huangfu Feiyang, Dongfang Yuan, 6 great demons, Old Man Tianji, etc., all fled. But on the night of July 1st, while Lien Huahua hadn't investigated anything yet, he suddenly received a secret letter stating to meet at 1 a.m. on Gadget 8th Street. If one insists on not staying in the school, they need to submit a series of applications and proof documents, then sign at the counselor's office, because the school automatically assigns dormitories to students upon admission. So Chung Xie nominally has a room in the dormitory. If he doesn't stay, he has to sign at the dormitory manager's office. Chapter 84. The bonding ceremony too. They were very motivated for the bonding ceremony. However, most of the beastmen in the tribe were rabbit type. They were herbivorous beastmen. When holding the bonding ceremony, some male beastmen would go to the poison domain forest to pick some delicious fruits and mushrooms. Fui said, I have many plants in my field that rabbits like to eat. I can use my abilities to hasten their ripening and send them over. After all, they would leave later, so Fu he couldn't continue. Releasing the battle spirit, Su Fan, at this moment, seemed like a god descended. His powerful aura pressing down on Li Xiaoyao like a tidal wave, making it hard for him to breathe. Originally, he thought that with his contributions and qualifications to the club, once Mo Kuang and the other elders stepped down, the president's position would surely be his. They were very resentful, but they could only vent their anger on themselves, blaming their weakness. Yet at this moment, power surged from within him, and the complex emotions stirred up in that instant caused the tears in his eyes to flow uncontrollably. Casually taking a photo and writing something, he posted it in the friend circle, making everyone feel a bit overwhelmed. 20 minutes passed. Some students finished dinner and came to attend evening self-study. But Chen Tao still hadn't shown up. The screams attracted the attention of others. Li Fan had already grabbed the man's shoulder and pulled hard. The man's arm was torn off at the root, blood spraying wildly. After a long time, Yi Zhusheng took a deep breath, closed his eyes, rubbed his somewhat numb face, and slowly got up, turning to look at the poisoned sting sitting in the chair. Don't tell me this isn't lipstick. Su Ziheo squinted his eyes, looking at Yi Zhusheng with an unfriendly expression. However, even so, Yihao still had to rely on memory to dig into the capsules to present the pure and original world of Diablo, which was what Yihao valued the most. Thus, Lin was exceptionally frustrated to see one after another unfamiliar noble smiles approaching him, greeting and making small talk. Luo looked at the lineup the association brought over and the neatly wrapped pile of corpses, then led the way towards the fire tree and silver flowers. And I didn't feel nervous at all. Shirley critiqued, "Are they really preparing to hold some barbecue party?" Thinking of this, Cheryl couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. "Morning, son. Are you saying that the changes in this sword are related to your master?" Lu Kuan stood in the sword mound, feeling the faint will of destruction, and asked attentively. The girls of the Flame Princess army became stronger the more they were scolded, which might be one of the factors that provoked the Heavenly Palace's anger. As the two quickly departed, the sea area returned to its former tranquility, with only the lingering smell of blood on the surface and a floating corpse as proof of the fierce and brief battle that had previously erupted here. Originally, Luo wanted to ask the reason why the Ricefa beings imprisoned the Red Pearl, but he was afraid of reopening old wounds, so he didn't ask. Ching Ching. When we return from the camping trip, you can post this moment on WeChat again. I'll delete it for you first, Xiao Yu said with a faint smile. Seeing this, not only Yu Junming, but even Liang Xiuzhu felt a chill and cursed the prodigy in their hearts. At that time, I will be surrounded by walls and the palm-sized Buddhist gate, and however you want to torment me, I will have to endure it myself. Unable to send messages to my brothers. Originally, I had 1,000 thoughts in my mind, but as soon as Guo Ziguang, who was sitting next to me, heard that his father was going to be taken away by the police, he immediately grabbed my arm tightly, not saying a word, looking at me with a pleading expression. It wasn't that he wanted it this way, but he was really heavily injured now and had no strength to fight Yishu and Wan. Although blood was still flowing from his head, Su Yuxiang seemed to be unaffected and got up from the ground. Chapter 85. Blossoming Flowers Mengta Tribe. After the mate ceremony, the tribe held a banquet. Meanwhile, Mo Hin and the others took out several wooden boxes and placed beast crystals inside them. These were all beast crystals of green rank and above, with the highest being purple crystals. Whatever you draw belongs to you. The beastmen looked at them in surprise. This was the first time they had seen beast crystals given at a beastman's mate's ceremony. Many beastmen found even preparing for the tribal banquet to be a considerable problem. A pink shadow gracefully floated in the sky, leisurely approaching the cat claw ship and finally landing on the bow, with a light tap of its toes. Will moved like a rabbit, swiftly closing in on Tamago, his arms becoming a long spear, his fists like cannon mouths. Thus, its body suddenly shook violently, shaking off the carriage made of the meteorite waste it was carrying, and then it suddenly soared into the air. Wu Mian frowned. In recent days, he had become accustomed to seeing corpses, but the sight of their faces was too grotesque, still causing him some discomfort. Wu Mian's eyes stared unblinkingly at the blood moon above, as strands of blood moon essence once again merged into his eyes, circulating throughout his body with the blood. His eyes shot out like two lasers directly towards the outside, and immediately, a muffled grunt was heard from outside. The reason for the split in the Mingjiao was simply that there was no one capable of commanding the overall situation. It had always been Sun Zhua picking actions from 10 years later to use now. Unexpectedly, James did it once too. Could it be that he is also a reborn one? When the door opened, it was still Zhang Taizhu, just as excited as when he came in before. Even more so than that time. Shan Juanhao wanted to say yes, but when he saw Yu Xian actually turn around and leave, not only that, but also slammed the door shut with a bang at the moment of entering, Shan Juanhao almost had his face slammed by the door when he followed. Moreover, hearing a crack, Shan Juanhao's face immediately turned unpleasant. However, if she wasn't a high-level talisman master, why would she take on the bet? Was she dissatisfied that Elder 3 wasn't playing big enough? Valkyrie Laboratory. All bioweapon crisis events are related to that mysterious organization. Reno also mentioned that the Valkyrie Laboratory is an inseparable shadow for the Human Alliance, as the entire organization has infiltrated various branches of the Human Alliance. Passed through Mo Yan's test, Luo Tianhuan looked at Mo Yan. This guy was originally a sniper. Testing a player full of assassination skills had its intentions to let go. But thinking about it, if Mo Yan was serious, then the number of people who passed his test would probably be very few. Tang Jiji also looked at her with a worried expression, but as the homeroom teacher, she had already helped Yu before. King Zhou spoke with satisfaction, mixed with a suppressed liking and pride, instructing someone to take him back to the tent. Huan Ling sighed, feeling that his sister had grown up, lamenting even more that he was not in Hanzhong and couldn't work alongside Song Shi on this great matter. Teacher Zhu, why bother with so much talk with her? Since she is suspicious, just arrest her first. Whether she did it or not, we will know when we use the coercive talisman, right? Gu Pai said coldly with a sneer. Mi Xiang'er leaned against the door, smiling as the morning sun shone on her face, as if enveloped in a layer of pale, yellow halo. The sunlight reflected in her eyes, like the most dazzling gems embedded in them. On July 23rd, the Great Yin army approached the Qihan imperial city, and the Qihan royal family held out for 3 days before opening the city gates to surrender. Online, there was even a compilation of Duan Weiqi's wise words from the press conference, set to music. Even for her son, she had to open her heart to accept someone who could be a father like Tom. As he said this, she suddenly began to look forward to the scenes of living together with him in the future. Emperor Shi Tian was greatly shocked. He discovered that the Sacred Heart tribulation he had cast suddenly slipped out of his control, and his heart began to beat several times faster than before. Chapter 86. Poison Scorpion Yin Yang knows the temperament of these guys. Mo Hen and Bai Zhu fight quite openly, but Yi Qi likes to fight in a sneaky way, making others hurt without leaving any trace. This time, Yi Qi hitting Qing Ling's face is probably because Qing Ling talked too much. Qing Ling's eyes dodged. I didn't. Then you must have, Yin Yang said with a smile. If you don't speak up, then next time when it's your turn to sleep with me, don't think you'll get to finish. He then shook his head and sighed. The Tian Shan Sword sect has long been plotted against, using those young men to sow discord within the entire sect. You must be well aware of this. Even if I don't take the Tian Shan Sword sect away, it will still disappear, but that would be a true disappearance, just like the Danxia sect. It's really nothing. Is everything okay on your side? If there's anything you need help with, just let me know, Gadongshi said. He stopped running and used his spiritual technique, shooting out like a cold light, directly piercing the eye of the African rhinoceros. Director Gu. Seeing Gu Dongshu enter, Zheng Zijia raised his hand to interrupt the reporting police officer, stepping forward with a heavy expression mixed with guilt and shame. What Zhou Heshuan could do was limited. He didn't have high hopes for the annexation of Ryukyu and didn't even have confidence in obtaining the Jiaoyu Islands, as post-war China did not have the strength to fulfill that. But now that Gu Dongshu was going to pass on their 9-yin profound energy technique and the Taiyin Corp's refining technique, it was a matter of imparting knowledge and resolving doubts. The relationship between the two was no longer just that of sect leader and elder, but also had a master-disciple bond. Wanping City is the gateway to guarding Beiping, located at what would later be the western 5th ring road of Beijing. If Wanping were to fall, the entire Beiping would be surrounded. The strategic intentions of the Japanese army had been fully exposed. No matter when, first place is always people's first choice, representing status, credibility, and more refined enterprise management and services. A series of rumbling sounds echoed throughout the great wilderness world, and then everyone felt the spiritual energy of the world rise to another level, the laws of heaven and earth vibrating, and in that moment, many cultivators seized the opportunity to break through their realms. No one could imagine what kind of apocalyptic scene was unfolding in Henny City, California, USA. This was a mysterious and unpredictable fierce treasure, merging a trace of innate golden essence and the aura of the imperial realm, capable of breaking through even the body of a sage king. He turned and walked away. With one step, a crack appeared in the void, and his body directly sank into it. But just as his body was about to be engulfed by the crack, a pale, cold, evil hand appeared behind him. As if no matter where he went, that hand would pierce through his back and pull out his heart. Jiang Feng, in his excitement, couldn't help but secretly speculate whether he should feed the mark on his forehead with more treasures in the future. This way, he could control what kind of divine power the condensed divine seal would possess. However, neither of them noticed that as Gu Yunting was undergoing tribulation to advance, Lin Sun, standing on the 88th step, was quietly surrounded by ripples resembling flowing water, permeating through the pores of his skin. His luck in this monthly assessment was quite poor, as he was entangled by Gong Ming from the very beginning, resulting in his score being even lower than Lin Sun's. However, after combining his past scores, he still ranked among the top. The 800 years of flourishing martial arts gradually passed in the brilliance of the Buddhist kingdom's master, Aijan Ming Wang, achieving enlightenment, and the 9th century arrived. Finally, it seemed as if waiting for countless centuries, the giant hand and the luminous orb collided with a thunderous sound, and in an instant, a powerful storm began to sweep across the heavens and earth. Amidst the rumbling thunder, countless sands and stones flew, trees were destroyed, burned, and obliterated, then danced along with the dust. Yang Yizhao said, since we don't dare to act, then return our Junbai, and in front of the heroes of the Jianghu, apologize to her. Chapter 87. He is also a ruthless one. Dodge! Fu He shouted, and they quickly retreated. Fu He rushed forward, and before the scorpion could react, he kicked it down, crashing it against the large tree on the opposite side. Hiss! The scorpion hissed and climbed up the trunk, then pounced towards Fu He. Bang! Yi Chi directly crashed into it, knocking the scorpion off course. Mo Hen and Yi Chi bared their sharp teeth, biting into the scorpion's vital points. It is important to note that during the exam, if the scroll is opened without permission, it will be considered a failure. The scroll taken by the examinee consists of 50% Heaven Scroll and 50% Earth Scroll, meaning at least half of the participants will be eliminated. In the mortal realm, there are billions of ordinary cultivators, and every day, countless mortals or cultivators die, turning into ghosts arriving at this final resting place. Hitting oneself. This one slap landed on their own face, and because it was forceful, the cheek immediately swelled up. After delivering 5 slaps to oneself, both sides of the face were completely red and swollen, and they could finally breathe out. The pain of the slap stung their mind, allowing them to calm down a bit to think. He realized that finding something other than the bed in this villa seemed even harder than defeating Yao Yu. Zhang Ning swallowed and kicked the nearby Hashimoto Sakura. She also obediently stretched her head out to see the situation, but as soon as her head popped out, a fist came directly down toward her face. This was the first investment project personally approved by the group's vice president after taking over their project department. Su Weiyun stepped forward, gathering her internal energy, and struck out 3 punches in quick succession, wanting to defeat Qinggu in one go. More importantly, he could only qualify and have the ability to look for Su Long after overcoming the disaster. Thus, he would not give up such an opportunity no matter what. Seeing Oki Kyo wake up, he let out a long breath. The first step, the prerequisite, was that Oki Kyo could hold on for a night, and she did. This possibility made him feel icy all over, yet his heart was filled with anger. This contradictory feeling made him want to smash some people's heads open right now, see if they were filled with gutter trash. The two-headed skeletal dragon roared continuously, its entire skeletal structure trembling, yet it still couldn't break free from the binding of the 6-pointed star formation. I know, Adelman interrupted, I know what this means, but we must end the losing streak. He wasn't a fool and knew that this was equivalent to pushing himself to the forefront, but he still did it, placing himself in a position of life and death, forcing himself and the entire team of Timberwolves players. The big man relaxed his expression, looking at the familiar chubby figure before him, sheathing his long sword and saluting. You really came. Meng Tian has manners. Facing the overwhelming encirclement and this sudden surprise, his expression and words were surprisingly calm. Isaac's actions interrupted Guy's thoughts. He couldn't accept the grand gift from the noble communin and hurriedly sidestepped to avoid it, but was deeply moved by the former's sorrowful gaze. Originally, Yinzhao hoped that the now forgetful Kangxi would forget this divergence, but unexpectedly, Yinji's words deepened Kangxi's impression, who was currently in a fit of anger. For someone like Bai Jing, who is a half-baked outsider, the equipment in the lab is basically something he doesn't understand, nor does he know why traditional Chinese medicine does so many tricks. Shouldn't it just be about wearing ancient clothes, having a beard, and sitting behind a desk writing prescriptions? All right, if we have the chance to meet again next time, let's chat again, and you're also welcome to come to our Unit 4. Zhang Tianhai smiled, then turned over and got on the horse. Chapter 88. Blood Treasure Tower. Go. Yin Yang took out a talisman and threw it into the cave dug by the poisonous scorpion. Then, Yin Yang immediately flapped his wings and flew into the air. Mo Hen and the others quickly dodged aside. Bang! A loud explosion reached Fu He, who had just returned after simply needing some mud. Fearing that something dangerous had happened, he hurried over, only to be hit on the head by a chunk of foul-smelling mud. A wave of stench invaded his nostrils. The final payment that Xiao Jing needed to make was close to 100 million. To gather this amount, Xiao Jing had mortgaged his family's properties, cars, and everything else that could be pledged to the bank. The moment Lin Qingyin heard this answer, she felt there was no need for the two to continue the conversation. However, seeing the slightly fervent light in the other person's eyes, Ai Li couldn't help but turn her head to the side, embarrassed, and then let out a heavy sigh in her heart. Sales data would ultimately depend on how many otaku would take money out of their wallets later. As an information dealer, it is often impossible to have 100 accurate information. Therefore, the ability to collect, summarize, and conclude is very important. According to her understanding, it should be her hiding now, so why was Shang Ziyuan the one hiding? Apart from the still secluded master of the Dark Dragon sect, the top combat power above the holy rank had basically gathered, and the one responsible for presiding over this dragon sealing ceremony was none other than the vice master, Li Gouqian. In this world, regardless of how precious a title is, being number one is always what makes people crazy. To be honest, I find it unimaginable for an animation supervisor as young as you. At this moment, the host used a tone that implied whether you were getting arrogant, while also expressing a suspicion that you looked down on the profession of animation supervisor. Gu Nanjiao looked at his gloomy face and couldn't help but feel a bit scared. But she didn't lie and wouldn't regret it. It was the largest nightclub in T-City and also the one with the most branches in the Asian chain of nightclubs. Zhao Ningning, Zhu Xia, Nian Yueying, and Jiang Xiaoxiao also went to take a look, and upon seeing it, none of them left. Zhao Ningning was attracted by the promotional brochure showcasing the future grandeur of the internet. This researcher should be a purebred European, with blonde hair and blue eyes. A typical Western handsome guy. A cold light burst from the eyes of the god-catcher, and at that moment, a killing intent had already arisen in the god-catcher's heart. Therefore, Yang Zhen, who was obstructed from sight, certainly wouldn't think like Li Qi, using a tone that was almost affirmative to believe this was a blind monster or fierce beast. The toolbox almost encompassed all the tools needed for outdoor survival. Swiss Army knife, pliers, screwdriver, saw blade, composite steel axe head, multi-purpose military shovel, hammer, nails, rope compass, tin box, water bottle, signal gun, survival guide. The shape resembled that of a human, but with extremely long arms, and countless red magma flowed all over its body. The priest respectfully exited and closed the door, seemingly having completely mastered the power of this tribe, becoming the highest leader of this tribe. In this game, there is an achievement that requires collecting appearances, which are similar to costumes. Players can earn an achievement by collecting a certain number. When Jiang Bai heard Miao Gu say this, he became even more frustrated. Yi Tongmu was often very busy. He spent most of his day in the office and returned on time for all 3 meals. After learning of this matter, Wei Changjing was also speechless for a long time. The Duke of Jingqing had indeed done many guilty things in his life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attracted an enemy like Wei Xinyou. But who would have thought that, even so, he could still have the blessing of living in peace until old age? So, I could only use the excuse of uranium mining to look for her in Jailshan repeatedly. Ironically, I found one of her shoes at the edge of a cliff. It felt as if I had returned to the time when I held her shoe. And Chine's expression was a bit sad. Chapter 89, The Invisible Sense of Chaos. Yin Yang and the others ran wildly and only stopped far away from the poison domain forest. Yang Yang, are we going back to the tribe now? Fui asked. Yin Yang listened to the distant roars of the fallen beasts, feeling hesitant. What do you think about going back to pick up a few scraps? The fallen beasts are gathering together and fighting. Isn't this a chance to quietly take some beast crystals? Good idea. Yiqi is always like doing exciting things. To be honest, he wanted to gain some benefits from Xiongqi, but he wasn't sure if Xiongqi would agree. I said, Old Luo, you've been with the cat for too long. You've been infected by him. I lit a cigarette. After the sketch was completed, the Municipal Public Security Bureau's criminal investigation team immediately held an emergency meeting. After half an hour of discussion, they reached a consensus to send this image to various public security bureaus, asking them to print it out and post it as a wanted notice. Citizens who assist the police in capturing the criminal will receive a reward. As they had discussed before, want to get rid of Xiaochuan is probably not an easy task now. However, what made Qi Yin miscalculate was that the virtual warrior's stamina was preserved very well, and the speed burst exceeded Qi Yan's expectations. As for Wai Chu Gu was so confident that the Zodiac could be reassembled, it was because this Zodiac was originally founded by Qin Che. Now that Qin Che wants to establish it again, Chu Gu really has no reason not to believe that Qin Che can do it. Do you think he can succeed? The boy's eyes no longer hurt so much, and he asked the old man who was supporting him. With the support of these ordinary disciples, Ling Yun, Xinzuan, and the others took advantage of this opportunity to successfully approach the shore. However, upon detection, Yi Tian was still at the mid-stage of the valley-breaking realm. With no changes at all, the tiny body Yin Du Ruo, after going through hardships together, finally took the initiative to reveal her feelings to Yi Qing. Liu had already walked behind Jiang Run, one hand glowing with an invisible gray light, patting Jiang Run's shoulder. "We good, this is my buddy's son, Hao. Just call him Haozi," he said, pulling Haozi to sit beside him. In that instant, Bai Qianqian's skeletal demon body approached strangely, without any warning, as swift as a ghost. Even if Li Yuan was under house arrest by Li Er, and even if Li Er was currently in charge, just like the treacherous Qin Hui, there are still 3 people who have good relations with him, let alone Li Yuan, who established the Tang Empire. Qin Feishue and the others were stunned. And then they heard Zhu Rui suddenly let out a soul-stirring moan, her face turning red to her neck. She remembered what Jia Li had said to her before. The man who risks everything for Vlad's dream. Isn't that this Ivan? The round ball rolled violently, finally dissipating the terrifying force. The bone spear's momentum was exhausted, gradually dissipating, and the 7 foxtails surrounding the sphere slowly spread apart, revealing Hushime's delicate body, with blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, falling from the air. The old man suddenly stopped, turned back to glance at Yin Feng, and his aged eyes revealed a hint of incomprehensible light. The other cultivators of Songshan clasped their hands to bid farewell to Lien Haiping, and Yun Shuixian silently performed a salute and withdrew, watching Feng Rou float away. Lu Ping also woke up at this time. During this time, he had always slept uneasily, waking up suddenly every time, but after waking he felt no sleepiness, only able to lie on the bed slowly, waiting for dawn. Although it was early morning on the martial arts arena, several platforms were already occupied by disciples of the Xuanfu competing, with many disciples watching below, occasionally cheering. The pig that Lu Gongzi killed, although not very fat, still weighed over 100 pounds. After Wang Xinxing spent more than 2 hours, this pig turned into several large pots of pork dishes, with some pig trotters and a pig head left over. Chapter 90. Whose bones are those in the following days? Yin Yang was experimenting, feeding Fu He various beast crystals, and then asking Fu He for feedback. The final conclusion was that the higher the level of the beast crystal eaten, the more energy it contained, but it also made it easier to cause disturbances in the sea of consciousness. Among beast crystals of the same level, eating those that matched one's attributes caused fewer disturbances than those that didn't. In fact, the elemental power fundamentally comes from. And Zhuge Qianshan was non-committal. Young Master Hang is overpraising me. It's been 50 years, and no matter how foolish I am, I must have made some progress. Although he humbly claimed to have made a little progress, his self-satisfaction was overflowing in his words. Zhuang Lijun felt something and ran out of the barracks, looking at the distant sky, which was dark and heavy, just like before. However, he didn't know why, but he felt an intense unease, a feeling he had never experienced before. The position of chief advisor to the Northern Economic Department, although not a high official, was similar to that of a county magistrate, but held great power, controlling vast wealth approvals for the empire. Facing such an opponent, even if Shiva suppressed his realm to the same initial stage as Sages, persisting for 100 moves would still be a very difficult task. So, how about it, the great Xiao Li Divine King? Do you have confidence in the demon invasion 3 days from now? Tik's tone was teasing, laced with a hint of laughter. When someone came to pay New Year's greetings, those who could be notified to come here must be met. Old Zhao went to meet the guests, and Xin Xiu went upstairs to chat with old lady Zhao. Sister How do you know my mom loves to put dried clams in the soup when she cooks? Li Rong exclaimed in surprise. Although Yin Shengji no longer managed specific political affairs, the policies and strategies that affected the entire Great Qi, as well as diplomatic games, were still under his control. Okay, I'm just overly concerned. I won't meddle next time. Deng Yanran was covered in cold sweat, relieved that Shun Xiu avoided this disaster. Therefore, Genevieve also expressed her attitude on this matter. Though she didn't say it out loud, she was still fully supporting her husband. Since he wanted to do it, she would do her best to help him share the pressure. Nokia and Samsung definitely wouldn't agree, but they also didn't dare to show it too obviously. After all, the current future technology companies were not something they could easily manipulate. Are they Goryeo bastards, North Koreans, or South Koreans? Lu Mimi, not knowing what was happening, approached Fong Li, her speed not much slower than Guoping's. It was only because Fong Li's attention was attracted by Guoping that he didn't notice her arrival. Li Si sighed helplessly, not expecting so many things to happen, which was extremely surprising to him. However, at this moment, he felt no fear at all. Guoping was also surrounded by several old men, all wanting to pull them to drink. Seeing Fong Li looking over, they cast a pleading glance for help. Lin Tian looked up and saw the invincible Hellion Budu on the stage. After he slashed a disciple of the underworld temple away, he glared at Lin Tian with a fierce and cold gaze, exuding a unique barbarity and ferocity of the southern tribes. The words of the Tiger Head Gang leader were like the last straw for Li Xiao, finally moving him to muster the courage to look up at his father. What? Nelson hurriedly grabbed it, seeing that the three people above were indeed her bodyguards. In that case, if a fierce beast from the desert came and harmed the villagers, wouldn't that be a problem? Everyone quickly ordered their soldiers to put out the fire. Without divine armor, attacking the city tomorrow would be really difficult. Meng Huo quickly said to the others, "Not good. The peace talisman must be sincere to work. I must go up myself. Only then can the Bodhisattva possibly bless you." Zhao Yu shook her head, speaking decisively. Chapter 91. This is your AMU. What a fresh taste. Yin Yang happily took another bite, thinking about how she had lived as a blood clan for so many years, drinking either blood or more blood. What kind of days had she gone through before? Qing Ling looked at Yin Yang with concern. Yang, do you really not feel uncomfortable at all? No, Yin Yang said, why don't you try it? It's really delicious. If you don't believe me, ask them. Mo Hen and the others just lifted their heads and continued eating. The fog knife gently fell, standing on the surface of a hot spring, facing Li Qiao, who had just landed across from him. Wang Xiu sneered a few times. Although he saw the hatred in Wang Lizong's eyes, he didn't care at all. If someone like him could trouble him, wouldn't that mean he was finished? He was really furious. The frustration he experienced in front of the White Demon and the Demon King was just right to vent on this monster. I hope you won't regret it, Chen Xingyang said, no longer insisting on making a call. He also knew that with Chun Bai Lang's abilities, it wouldn't be long before he found out everything. He had once heard Mu Gu say that the techniques he practiced would automatically emerge from his mind, without the need for anyone else's teaching. Although I don't understand business, I know that once something has been acquired by someone else, it's basically unrecoverable unless Lu Yifan becomes strong again and regains the company. If that's the case, then my Lin clan might reunite in this life, Lin Yin said, faintly recalling the people from the Lin clan a million years ago. Yin Jiqing let out a low hum. This feeling was hard to describe without experiencing it personally, like a roller coaster with extreme ups and downs, almost making him think that Tang Qianqian was really in trouble. If it weren't for the sudden rise in combat power revealing the flaws in the two's disguise, Yin Jiqing would have really gone crazy. A day passed in calmness, and the day for Jiang Yin to refine the ancient pills finally arrived. However, unexpectedly, even with such power deployed, they still did not gain any advantage in this war, and instead suffered continuous defeats. Sherman stood on either side of Director Li with Chu Tingxian, followed closely by Tang Si, Dai Yang, Jiang Wan, and others sandwiched in the middle with the deputy director, producer, and others surrounding them. Or have I become plump? Look at me, I have a big chest and a big butt, a standard good figure, okay? A perfect S-shaped body, alright? How many people want a figure like mine, but can't have it? Wan defended herself. Don't you know it's very rude to keep talking and interrupting when others are creating? A voice interrupted him. You seem to really like pear blossoms? He clearly heard it that day, but he couldn't help but ask. Cut the crap. I'm just asking you. Do you want to teach me the dyeing technique? If you're willing to teach me, I can spare your lives. If not, all three of you will die here today. Old Master Luo threatened. After being pressured to marry by his sister on the phone last time, Chen Ouyang wanted to take revenge. Now his sister was being urged to have a baby. His chance for revenge had come. Zhang Xian was startled. He looked around and only saw countless fragments floating in the void, not seeing the barrier that Gai Xianfan mentioned. Wang's initial anger gradually calmed after hearing Su Qiao's words, looking at the tall and upright figure in front of him, and the face that resembled Su Shi but also had some similarities to her. He felt a moment of daze. Senior brother, I've realized that you must feel uncomfortable if you don't retort at least once a day, right? Can't you just let her have her way? Besides, she isn't joking about this. At that moment, on a taller building in the wooden leaves, Wu Yu was watching the whole process of the series of events. When he saw those couples, there was no longer a trace of envy in his eyes, replaced by a deep-seated disgust and coldness. Hey! The lean man sensed the wind coming from behind and drew his knife, shouting loudly, and swung back. The power that erupted in a moment of crisis was quite objective, surprisingly impressive, producing a sharp sound of air being cut. What? 5 consecutive exclamations expressed their surprise at the speed displayed by Naruto. Bai Yuan glanced around, a charming smile hiding deep malice, disdain, contempt, and arrogance. His gaze was incredibly gentle, but if one looked closely, the condescension was impossible to hide. In the end, they decisively detonated their own essence, breaking through the barrier of dark power, with only the last trace of spiritual awareness escaping the reversed world. This place is the land of the world. You all quickly get out of the way, otherwise when the Divine Dragon Army passes, you will be in trouble. Zhuge Bufan retorted without backing down. Behind him, the Divine Dragon Army erupted in a deafening laugh. making that person furious. And he immediately turned his horse back to the city. The brocade-clad man was also stirred inside and coughed twice to cover his embarrassment, saying, "Miss, you're joking. If Miss has something to do, please feel free. Our business here, come back when you have sincerity. I apologize, but I can't see you off any further," he said while cupping his hands. "But I have nothing to be proud of. In terms of power and swordsmanship, these people are all stronger than me. My strength lies in my understanding of illusions and illusion formations. Who would have thought that Naruto would really engage with Wu Yu? Even when Wu Yu used the big move Yile, he still maintained that gloomy expression. Some said that Prince Mingyan found himself married to an ugly monster, staying in brothels every night, and coming home to violently beat the ugly monster without holding back. Speaking of this, Junair's eyes sparkled, still showing no reaction. Could it be because Uncle Shao died, leaving no one for him to save in his heart? In front of the main gate, the fourth prince wandered alone. With the horse he snatched from the guards, occasionally stamping its feet and shaking its fur. Each time they fused, their combat power could double, the more fusions. The subsequent improvements would increase exponentially, braving the danger of possibly injuring their soul again. Xiao Wei used her control over the entire space, carefully scanning this still not too large space with her spiritual awareness. Thinking of the enormous benefits they could have in the future, Yi Tianxin's guilt gradually dissipated. Chi-Chi's thoughts were simple. Everything showed on her face, and if she found out, she might leak the news as soon as she entered the palace. Saying this, he looked at a man sitting in a corner wearing a pale mask, with a few tears carved at the corners of his eyes. Meanwhile, Tiger walked over excitedly, wondering what official position Lu Feng would give him. The number of refreshes also increased significantly, from as low as 1 to hundreds, which could save a lot of time. Chapter 92 Farewell. The wizard had lived so long without hearing of any beastman successfully going to sea. The ocean is an extremely terrifying place. After giving birth to you, she handed you over to me and took your father out to sea. Some beastmen in our tribe also love adventure and went along. As a result, I saw your mother and father swept away by huge waves. Since then, the tribe established an unwritten rule. You can go to the beast world continent. After speaking, he narrowed his phoenix eyes, staring at me without blinking, his white and slender hands resting on the table, making one unable to help but fantasize. If it weren't for his aggressive face, I would still be very willing to be looked at by a handsome man. The living person was drenched in cold sweat, feeling a bone-chilling cold from the inside out. This sword will eventually become an unforgettable memory for the world, imprinted in the heart, causing one to wake up from dreams every time it is recalled. The hearts of the people from Dian Academy were trembling. How could this be? After all the hardships to find Su Chun, he actually rejected them without a second thought. At this critical moment, she felt an inexplicable gratitude towards Jun Ma Xuan. If it weren't for him entrusting the silver notes to her for safekeeping, she would have been doomed in this situation. After all this time, it turned out that Yin Mumu wanted to say this. He had just been nervous for nothing. It seemed she was starting to care about him a bit. So should he thank his father now? Please, don't kill me, don't kill me. The pale-faced inheritor kept pleading, thinking that his identity as a spy was exposed, and Lu Shangnan wanted to kill him to silence him. Lu Oji nodded upon hearing this, then retracted his divine aura. He knew that dividing the spoils at 64 was Bao Wang's final bottom line. If a negotiation truly fell apart, even if he revealed all his trump cards, without the main body as cooperation, he didn't think he could deal with the cunning Bao Wang. When Chang Lianxin thought of a certain possibility, he couldn't help but frown deeply. It was not uncommon for branches to replace the main family during the Warring States period. But now that the Matsushita family had no heirs, how could the young lord with Zamaru possibly be a match for Yin Yixinjing? What? A silver mine? Everyone around, working with Tian Zhuang and Taro, was shocked. As the cannon lowered, soldiers who had never seen such a scene were somewhat at a loss. But they still managed to aim the cannon at the city below. Without the commander's orders, someone had already fired a cannon. And as the black flames rose on the plain, the long black divine cannon erupted soon after. Princess Tianxian looked towards Pan Yun Tian. At this point, he was the only one she could rely on. If Pan Yun Tian didn't even know what the situation was, it meant they were truly in great danger. How could someone skilled enough to break through tens of thousands and enter the elite battalion and be clever-minded be easily captured? He must have already thought of a series of escape measures beforehand. Luo Tian had considered using the courtyard's magical tools to alleviate some of the pressure. But that would be riskier, possibly getting caught in a spatial storm caused by collapse. King Ling pulled over a stool and sat down by the bed. This room did not have a carpet, so his rough action caused the stool to scrape against the floor, making a harsh noise. This purse was exquisitely embroidered. Seeing this purse, Shiruoyan suddenly recalled the one she had been given during her last trip to Jinzhou, which Jiang Qingfeng seemed to have not returned to her. Lei Lai waved his hand to stop Gao Zong's consolation until he had stripped off all his clothes. The two of them almost couldn't make it. Yi Piapiao didn't know what was going on, but just as they were about to leave, she was reluctant to let them come. It was Yi Ran who said she wanted to see the raw materials chosen by Yi Piapiao rise in value immediately, watching Yi Piapiao become the new gambling stone princess. Hearing this made Yi Piapiao feel good, so she agreed to let them come. Chapter 93. Found another one. The cave was pitch black. Qing Ling brought Bai Zhu and Fu He up, and then Yun Yang exchanged for a torch in the system, directly illuminating the divine powers. So dirty. Fu He felt uncomfortable all over looking at the dirty and messy cave. He couldn't help it and directly started cleaning up, tidying the chaotic cave. Yin Yang looked at the busy Fu He and sighed. Truly a virtuous husband. At that moment, the system suddenly spoke in her mind. After finishing, it hung up the call without waiting for Tiffany to say anything more. She was extremely disappointed in her friend, at over 30 years old. She still hadn't learned her lesson, and did she really think she could still be fooled like before? Most of the wealthiest merchants in the Tang dynasty were those engaged in overseas trade, and many of these maritime merchants congregated in Yangzhou. Who among the largest companies wasn't as rich as a nation? From Zhai Yan's words, it was clear he didn't have a good impression of those merchants. It had been a long time since they last met. Kofiel's face almost filled the entire screen. His voice sounded a bit hoarse, but the pride in his tone hadn't changed at all. He was nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a giant. The other was slender and youthful, like a fresh green youth. Aside from these high-grade magical artifacts, there were still some inconspicuous items scattered across the battlefield. This conversation also marked the official beginning of the clash between the representatives of the new generation of the two major factions. The sky gradually darkened, and this time I set up a magic circle capable of spreading over approximately 500 kilometers, so they should be able to escape smoothly. Seeing the effect, he didn't dare waste a second and immediately threw out more than 20 long sand spell scrolls, followed by quickly lifting his magic branch, pointing to the ground while reciting a string of spells. Once the press interview segment ended, Fangji immediately took the lead, allowing Zhai Nan to lift the red cloth off the camera. Subsequently, the creative team, along with Old Master Ha, placed their hands on a kitchen knife and cut open the sacrificial roasted pig. What is the problem? He stepped over to the side and asked the two old men who were arguing, their faces flushed. At this moment, Yu had already flown down from the palace rooftop, quickly leaving the imperial palace. These court secrets were indeed not suitable for him to witness firsthand. A young man dressed in a moon-white brocade robe bowed to Mu Junran on the dragon throne and spoke leisurely, his voice like celestial music. Father, did you call for me? Yang Tianlong was about to respond when a clear voice came through. Yang Tianlong controlled Zhang Xue's body with his left hand, while his right hand slowly rested on Zhang Xue's head, gently closing his eyes. They didn't not want to wait for him to go up the mountain together. It was just that this man was standing there in a daze, and they called out several times without any reaction. Finally, fearing they would waste time, they left him behind. Fan Tianluo also had an ugly expression, but after that python's tail, it no longer paid attention to this side. Instead, its large head turned towards the 3 people coming from that direction, clearly having noticed their arrival. 8 types of disaster spells, and a mid-grade Dao artifact. This was quite a big harvest. Looking at this disciple's innate magical treasure, a mid-grade Dao artifact, Yin Tian was overjoyed. Damn it, who the hell dares to? Li Bo opened his eyes, a fierce look flashing across his face, clearly disturbed and very unhappy. The last practice method, the pine crane solidification technique, was a martial art referencing many techniques of the immortal crane as flight, combat, and agility. It had no offensive capability, but could connect one's strength, enhancing physical power. Umph, 1 million? Are you trying to insult me? The man arrogantly said. Although Zhao Jingdong accepted Xiao Haiqing's goodwill, he did not completely relax his guard, nor did he want to be the one to benefit while the clam and the snipe fought. In the quiet night, only the dim street lights stood, while people had already entered sweet dreams. The outer heaven was located above the sacred martial city, a massive platform carved from rock, capable of accommodating tens of thousands. The empress touched his head with satisfaction and said, "If the Fei treats you well, a 1T scolder, Junior, don't worry." She then looked up at Nan Shuiyu and nodded. "Shuiyu, thanks to you. However, how could a real man be scared off by few wild wolves? I'll fight you all." Ouyang Kong made up his mind, grabbing a torch from the ground and charging at the wolves, startling everyone with his action. I dare not. I serve my country loyally, even unto death. Nan Jingyin quickly knelt, shouting long live. 3 times, looking utterly devoted. Old Qin, please follow me. I'll treat you to a welcome dinner shortly. Su Tianji said to Qin Lang beside him. If there were no time constraints, he could take it slow, as there would ultimately be a chance for success. However, the time he could linger in the colorful sacred realm was extremely limited, and in such a short time, understanding this power completely was utterly impossible. I naturally know this. I just want to know why so many people want to deal with old ancestor Tianji. Yi Feng said. Sun Dio still didn't know that everything had been orchestrated by Murong Yi and Nan Shuyu. It was impossible for him to have any life concerns with Tang Haoshuan. Hearing this, he blushed with embarrassment. I dare not. Your Highness, the king of you, has praised me too much. Luckily, your Highness arrived in time, or else Lord Tang would have been wrongfully executed. For this day, she truly put in a lot of effort. For her, there could be no mistakes. The fingers of the loyal bones flicked in the air, and the black gas straightened like a rubber band before being released. Zhong Chong turned around and walked over, and Zhong Hua followed suit. Zhong Hua knew that without teaming up with Zhong Chong to take down Chong Gue, they wouldn't be able to leave Ding's family courtyard. The only thing he could do was ensure that Fei could be happy and content every day from now on. The cold wind howled, and flying knives danced in the air like leaves blown down by a strong wind. These flying knives occasionally floated around Lin Tian and the others, sometimes sweeping in like a gale, whirling with strong winds and dust towards Lin Tian and the others. Lin Tian opened his eyes, and his gaze was filled with cold, sharp light. After eating and drinking his fill, Guwu indeed had some skills. He showcased all his tricks in front of Fong Li, and he didn't make any unnecessary movements. As his lips moved slightly, a white bear, half a person tall, appeared out of thin air before Fong Li, letting out a deep roar towards everyone. Chapter 90 for reminder. If it weren't for the difficulty of placing the house, Yin Yang would want to put a small house in her own space. King Ling stood at Yun Yang's bedside, while Mo Hen and Yi Qi each occupied one of her wrists. Bai Zhu lay on the bed, his large body serving as a cushion for Yang Yang. Meanwhile, Fu He curled up like a small rabbit, serving as a plush toy for Yun Yang, allowing her pet him. Good night. Yin Yang was surrounded by masculine energy, and no matter how fierce the storm outside, it wouldn't disturb her. I put my phone aside to charge, glancing at the large bulletin board on the wall, where the 6th rule of employee conduct was written. Please confirm that your colleagues nearby are real people. The 8th rule stated, no mirrors are allowed in the funeral home after midnight until dawn. Kai Qingzhou's originally slightly confused eyes widened a bit upon hearing Lu Rulong mention this issue. Lu Jing wiped her somewhat moist eyes, took a deep breath, and adjusted her emotions. Are they dead? Yang Hui asked. It's simple to suppress or annihilate the 8th Fleet, but no one can die. If any federal soldiers were to die at their hands, then the traitor's identity would be firmly established, and no achievements could cover it up. The Yang Corporation wouldn't be able to protect him either. Seeing many people coming from the Sun family to help at noon, Tian Futong felt particularly uncomfortable. In my opinion, Zillian really likes the profession of modeling after entering the circle. She shouldn't just want to be famous. Just as he had made up his mind, he happened to see Orochimaru and Uchihaya, who were out on a mission, while the 3 of them were watching the gate in the evening. If one sees the mission target appear in their line of sight, but remains completely still, then they cannot be considered a qualified sniper. A 3rd-tier knight. Facing an ordinary person holding a spear, even without any martial arts or magical talent, wouldn't have the courage to raise their long knife. What? You really feel the corpse poison has been suppressed? Lin Tinya asked in surprise. Knowing that Yang Yang would definitely ask this question, Su Yiqing suddenly found herself unsure of how to respond. I couldn't help but feel a bit anxious, and it seemed that the old man didn't intend to take me to find Lu Ziyu anymore. After a while, a dance tune stopped, and Murong Shui and Yang Feng went to a sofa to rest. Yi Chun threw a punch, only to feel that the opponent's fist was incredibly hard. That powerful strength seemed to exceed that of a 7-star Do Huang, and the power of that punch actually reached that of an 8-star Do Huang. Why is there such a strange sound? Where's this sound coming from? The flower language plane? Could it be that this strange sound is coming from these flowers? His eyes could hardly move away from her. In his memory, he had seen the part of she that belonged to her before, but it was the first time seeing the part that belonged to Ishi. Don't worry, Grandpa Mo. Good people will have good fortune. Everything will be fine, Murong Shui comforted. In fact, Madame Quan must be feeling very conflicted right now. Rationally, she knows she should accept Su Yiqing, but emotionally, she just can't do it. Zhui Yuding seemed to be apologizing, but the implication in her words was quite intriguing. What does it mean that Zhang Xian is completely rejecting her, and that Yi Qing is biased without explaining? Almost at the same time, many of the workers who had just come out of the Spirit Stone mine were recognized by the guests on the Silver Coin. The intelligent races in this world are not just humans. There are also demons, spirits, ghosts, and many other races. Since all beings under heaven can cultivate, then let us go understand the wonders of this world. What about the Xinping garrison? Ho Yaowa asked cautiously. For him, the most important thing was still this Xinping garrison. If things are really as Yang Yao said, then wouldn't the Xinping garrison be gone? Chapter 95 Desert. Thank you for your reminder. He spoke up. Where are you from? Beastmen? May I know your names? We are beastmen from the East Continent, from a place called Civilization Village. As for names, there's no need. Hearing Yun Yang's words, the beastman murmured, Civilization Village, I understand now. Thank you. The beastman flapped his wings and hurried back to notify his clan. Yang, what about the beastmen inside? Bai Zhu asked, do they still need to be notified? Yun Yang nodded and said, go take a look. She turned to Qingling and instructed, you fly in and remind them about the beast tide. Although these beastmen are acting unethically, life is still life. Whether they believe it or not is their business. If they don't believe it, then it's their fate to face this disaster. Okay, Yun Yang. Qingling flew into the tribe and immediately noticed that many beastmen were fighting, creating chaos everywhere. This house was mine first. It's mine. The food here should belong to me. Don't be so arrogant. Now that there's so much food, isn't it because our tribe proposed to join forces? Otherwise, you wouldn't even get a single hair. Can you win without us? Why should you get to divide these things first? Why should our tribe listen to you? After listening for a while, Qingling understood the situation. The combined tribes seemed very discordant. After driving away the snake griffins, they started competing for benefits. Qingling looked down with disdain. A tribe formed in such a way would eventually fall apart. However, because of Yunyang's words, Qingling still flew above them. Hey, you beastmen, listen up. There is a flood coming, and the beast tide is almost here. You should run. Qingling saw them beating each other up, some of them bruised and battered, and thought they might not even be able to handle the beast tide. The fighting beastmen paused and looked up at Qingling, frowning heavily, seemingly in disbelief of her words. Suddenly, one beastman sneered. Ha! I think it's that group of birds and beasts trying to spread false information to make us flee so they can come back. Once this was said, they began to murmur among themselves, mocking Qingling. This place is so good. The flood won't reach here. Beast tide? Where's the beast tide? Who are you trying to scare? If you want to take back territory, just fight for it. You birds and beasts have no right to occupy such a good place. It must all be fake. A fierce-looking beastman stared at Qingling and said, let's take this beastman down and kill her. All right, whoever kills her gets whatever she has. Ha ha ha. Good. Kill this bird. Facing their ugly faces, Qingling struck down the approaching beastmen with lightning. I kindly remind you, and instead of being grateful, you want to kill me? Oomph. Qingling didn't want to say more and left directly. She couldn't be bothered to argue with this group of beastmen. When the beast tide came, that would be their retribution. The beastmen below looked at the scorched ones and were terrified. That bird beastman is at least a purple tier beastman, right? What if what she said is true? Stop talking nonsense. How can you boost others' confidence while diminishing your own? If she was that powerful, would she be running so fast? Exactly. Your tribe is just cowardly. Our tribe should be the leader from now on. Who are you calling cowardly? Another group of beastmen began to fight again, completely forgetting about Qingling, and by the time the beast tide arrived, they were already exhausted from fighting. Forget about defeating the beast tide. Even escaping would be difficult. After hearing Yunyang's words, the Snake Griffin beastmen returned and immediately notified their clansmen. The Snake Griffin tribe sent beastmen to verify the situation and quickly found another place to stay. After the beast tide passes, we will return to the tribe. The leader said, who knows, maybe this beast tide will allow us to take back our tribe. After the beast tide left, they quietly returned to their siege tribe and found many beastmen dead or injured. They had been fighting over their territory. Just a while ago, they were so arrogant, but now they were all lifeless, some even torn apart by fallen beasts. We must remember this lesson. The leader said, let's tidy up our tribe and make sure to protect our territory, well, so no one can take it away again. Though the tribe was already in disarray and in a terrible state, it was still their home, and the geographical location was good, so they naturally didn't want to give up. In the future, If they encountered beastmen from civilized villages, they should treat them as benefactors. Meanwhile, Yunyang had already set off again on her way to the western continent. Due to the frequent thunderstorms, Yunyang was constantly stopping and starting, witnessing many tribes relocating continuously due to floods, and even seeing an entire forest submerged in water. The ruthlessness of nature was something Yunyang felt deeply. Yunyang also wanted help, but there were only a few of them, so they couldn't assist so many people. Yunyang only occasionally lent a hand, reminding people about nearby tribes, where there were floods or beast tides, and which places were temporarily safe. Ding! Thanks to the host reminder, the tribe successfully avoided the flood disaster, earning 327 heartfelt gratitude from the orcs, and rewarding the host with 270 points. Originally, Yunyang had no expectation of any reward for her small reminders to these orcs, but she was very happy to receive such an unexpected surprise. After more than half a month, Yunyang walked slowly and finally arrived at the Western District. By this time, the rainy season had lasted for 2 months. It should have been the period of the most frequent heavy rains, but here, the rainfall was similar to what Yunyang had felt at the beginning of the rainy season in the Mangta tribe. The further Yunyang and the others went inside, the less rain there was. Gradually, the vegetation that Yunyang saw was also decreasing, and animals and beastman tribes were rarely seen. A gust of wind blew by. Yunyang suddenly felt fine sand hitting her face. She was taken aback. It seemed a bit arid here. They continued on for a while, ran over a high slope, and stood at the highest point. When they looked down, it was a desert, a vast expanse of yellow with endless sand dunes. In the desert, there were scattered small groves of poplar trees and cacti. Whether it was Mohen and the other 3 who had always lived in the east, or Fuhi who had never traveled far, it was their first time seeing such a scene. So this is what the other parts of the Beast World continent look like. They couldn't help but marvel at the natural wonders of the Beast World continent. As they traveled west, they had already seen too many things different from their hometown. In the Beast World, the Blood Queen becomes the strongest female. Please save Zyakez, the Beast World. The Blood Queen becomes the strongest female. Chapter 96, Sandstorm. The wind and sand were quite strong at this time, and Yunyang almost squinted her eyes due to the sand. Qingling, you fly out and see if you can find an oasis. After traveling for so long, we should find a place to rest for a while. Okay. Qingling flapped his wings and soared under the blue sky. In such an open space, Qingling loved it. Here, he could fly however he wanted, free as a bird. Qingling flew happily in the air, but he absolutely did not forget the task Yunyang had given him. With a sharp cry, Qingling's keen eyes continuously scanned the desert. After a while, he really found a small patch of green in the desert. Qingling flew down to take a look, and there was even a small tribe there. Perhaps they could temporarily settle down in this place. Qingling completed his task and immediately flew back. He looked at the identical desert and almost lost his sense of direction. However, he could clearly sense Yunyang's location through the beast mark. But when he flew back, he saw dust rising in the distance from the high sky. It seemed that a strong wind was about to blow over. Qingling hurried back to Yunyang's side. Yang, a strong wind is coming. Yunyang suddenly thought of a word. Sandstorm? Qingling, is there a tribe nearby? Yes. Yang, oh, fromthe. It's a bit far. Qingling has already spent quite some time coming back, and he fears they might not make it to the tribe before the wind arrives. The wind is blowing in. Let's set off now and try to reach there before the strong wind comes. They rushed forward at full speed, but halfway through the journey, the sky turned into a dark mass. A fierce wind howled past, sweeping up countless sands. They tried their best to shield their eyes and pressed on. Yunyang turned back in midair and saw 2 tornadoes sweeping toward them. It was probably too late. Let's go that way. Yunyang pointed in the direction of the tornadoes. There was nowhere to take cover around them, so this was the best method they had. The dark clouds rolled in, and the wind and sand ruthlessly battered them. The 2 tornadoes were getting closer, and their movements were being hindered. Mohen and the others had already used their largest forms, yet they still felt as if they might be swept away by the tornadoes. There's a tree over there. Let's go there. Qingling squinted and finally spotted a thick tree that had evidently weathered many years in this desolate desert. They moved under the big tree, lay down on the ground, and held on to each other tightly. Usually, they couldn't stand each other, but now they were all huddled together, wishing they could hold on even tighter to protect Yunyang. Yunyang took out animal skins from the space and had them cover their heads to prevent inhaling too much sand when breathing. The sandstorm howled past, and yellow sand fell on them. Over time, they could even feel a layer of sand accumulating on their backs, but they could only slightly shake their backs, try to hold their breath, close their eyes, and wait for the tornado to pass. Cough. The tornado finally left. Baizhu shook the sand off his fur, which was completely covered in sand. Be careful. Don't shake it onto me, okay? Qing Ling had been tightly gripping Baizhu's leg before, but now his face was full of disdain. You too. Yi Qi glared at Qing Ling, who was shaking off mud and sand not far from him. Qing Ling looked at Yi Qi, who had transformed into human form, and burst out laughing. Ha ha! Yi Qi, your face is covered in sand. Yi Qi wiped his face, and indeed it was all sand and dust. He sneered, you're the same. Why do you have to laugh at me? Fu He patted the remaining sand on his hair, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He really wanted to find a lake to take a bath. He felt sand all over his body, itchy and uncomfortable. Yin Yang lost a cleaning talisman, but at least managed to clear the dust and sand off himself. Let us continue walking. Yin Yang looked at the endless desert and sighed. The nearby sand dunes had already changed shape after being hit by a tornado. Fu He looked at the large tree that had given them some shelter, placing a hand on its trunk. Feeling that this big tree was on the verge of giving up, it seemed to be dying as well. Fu He sighed and sent a considerable amount of elemental power to this dying tree. The sturdy tree regained vitality, its roots digging deeper, and fresh buds sprouted from its bare branches. Fu He smiled sincerely. He looked at the sky. The clouds were thickening, as if it was about to rain. Fu He believed that this tree would survive tenaciously. They continued towards the oasis they had seen earlier. Although it was already the rainy season, it was still very hot in the desert. Fortunately, Yin Yang had prepared plenty of water in the space. Otherwise, crossing the desert like this, they would have died of thirst. It's just ahead. Qing Ling looked at the distant Gobi, where greenery was becoming more abundant. After the destruction of the recent tornado, the few remaining plants were half buried in the sand. Let us go see. Finally reaching their destination, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finding a place to settle in this vast desert was truly not easy. Yang, wait here, I'll go take a look. Mo Hen transformed into a human form and walked to the entrance of the tribe. After a tornado had just passed, several orc guards were sweeping the sand off the entrance. The orcs looked at Mo Hen with great vigilance. Who are you? These orcs had round eyes and looked rather short, probably a bit shorter than Yin Yang. I want to borrow a place to stay in your tribe. Not allowed. Hurry and leave. They stared at Mo Hen closely, saying that if he didn't leave, they would call for their clansmen. We sincerely want to stay. We can pay you for it. Just name your price. Even 1 purple crystal a day is fine. That 1 do either. Our tribe doesn't host outsiders. The orcs glared, unwilling to listen to Mo Hen's words, not willing to give an inch. Orcs from inside the tribe also came out, similarly watching Mo Hen with wary eyes. You should leave. Otherwise, we will call for the chief. Mo Hen frowned slightly. He knew many tribes were unfriendly to outsiders, but it was relatively rare for them to be so aggressive, not even swayed by the offer of purple crystals. This is really troublesome. There probably wasn't a second tribe nearby, making it difficult for them to find another place to settle. Seeing Mo Hen in a standoff, Yin Yang brought the other orc husbands over to take a look. He's my orc husband. Yin Yang stood in front of Mo Hen, saying, I want to borrow a place to stay in your tribe. The female orcs were momentarily taken aback. What to do? 1 male orc they could ignore? But a female, what should we do? The orcs whispered. Don't forget the previous lesson. It's best not to let them in. But it's really dangerous for a female to be outside. What if she gets captured? How about we notify the chief? Let the chief decide. A few orcs hesitated and then sent someone to find the chief. The orcs remained vigilant, firmly refusing to let them enter the tribe. We'll talk after the tribe chief arrives. Can I ask why your tribe won to let us stay? Yin Yang asked. She had overheard a few orcs whispering. They didn't seem to be unreasonable or malicious, and there seemed to be a reason for not letting outsiders enter the tribe. However, the orcs in front of her were like stubborn wooden blocks, unwilling to speak. It seemed they could only wait for their tribe chief to come out to find out the reason. The tribe chief is coming out. The orcs guarding the entrance began to make way. The old chief emerged, leaning on a cane, his hair somewhat gray, but his spirits were quite good, and his gaze was sharp. So you want to temporarily stay in our tribe? The old chief looked at the orc husbands beside Yin Yang, his expression slightly serious. What level are you? The old chief pressed his lips together. Even he felt a hint of caution towards these orc husbands. We are orcs of the White Dan realm. Mo Hen didn't hide his strength and glanced at Fu He. This one is in the Red Dan realm. In the Beast World continent, strength is the most important. Revealing their strength would make the tribe's orcs dare not act recklessly. Hiss. The orcs who had previously blocked Mo Hen all gasped. They had just blocked a White Dan realm orc? The orcs broke out in a cold sweat. If Mo Hen and the others pressed the issue, Would they all become corpses? The old chief looked at them in surprise. These orc husbands looked quite young, yet had such strength. He'd be much older, was only at the Red Dan realm. The old chief pressed his lips together. Are you really just here to borrow a place to stay? If possible. He certainly hoped not to offend Yunyang and her group. Of course. Yunyang replied, we encountered tornado while crossing this desert, and are not sure how long it will take to cross it. So we plan to find a place to rest for a while. Rest assured, Chief, we will leave after staying for just one day. Yunyang paused for a moment and continued, if you are not at ease with us, we can also swear to the beast god that we will not harm the orcs of your tribe. What is the use of swearing to the beast god? There were orcs who did the same before. Didn't they use some means we don't know about to deceive us? Yunyang sharply looked at the orc who spoke. Are you saying that someone swore to the beast god that they wouldn't harm you, but in the end, it was you who took action? Why does this situation feel so familiar? Isn't it just a replica of the Black Eagle tribe? Could it be that there are orcs nearby using nightmare energy to do bad things? Perhaps I need to find a third source of nightmare pollution. The orcs in the tribe began to fall silent again, as they didn't trust Yunyang and her group and were unwilling to reveal more information. They were truly scared. What if taking an outside, orcs harm their own tribe? They would rather be a bit ruthless. If that's the case, maybe I know what's going on. The old chief looked up at Yunyang. Do you know? Yunyang nodded slightly. Yes, this chieftain, we have encountered such situations before. Some orcs swear allegiance to the beast god, but it does not come true. They betray the females, kill the females, and do not receive punishment from the beast god. Chieftain, we can help you solve this situation together. These orcs will receive the punishment they deserve. Please trust me. Yunyang looked at her 5 powerful beast husbands and thought, if I wanted to take action against you, I would have done it directly. Why would I need to talk to you nicely here? After hearing this, the tribe leader felt even more shaken. The tribe's people behind him also had red eyes one by one. Do you really have a way? My brother's female partner was taken away, and my brother was killed. My aunt is already 40 years old, and they have taken her away too. I still don't know how my aunt is doing. Yes, those beast men have some ability. Since they can conceal the beast mark perception, even the beast husbands who are bonded cannot find their own female partners. The tribe leader's expression was serious. We can allow you to enter the tribe, but you must first clarify the situation regarding those strange beast men. Their tribe has already lost 5 females, otherwise, they wouldn't be on high alert all the time. The matter is indeed too long, and Yunyang has never liked overly troublesome things. So she left it to Mohen and the others to explain. Mohen, Yiji, and Baiju took turns telling them about the events that occurred in the Black Eagle tribe. Of course, some unmentionable details were omitted and substitutes were used whenever possible. For example, the system's purification pill could be referred to as luminous moss, or it could simply be said to be the purification ability of light element superpowered beastmen. The old tribe leader's expression became much graver. So you mean to say, some beastmen are using nightmare energy? These areas are remote and desolate, and the news is very closed off. They know very little about nightmare energy. Yes, Montakin nodded. But why do you want to help our tribe? The old tribe leader looked at them with confusion. There really isn't anything that would attract them to their tribe, right? Because we know how despicable nightmare beasts are and don't want you to follow the same path. Also, consider it a thank you for letting us stay in your tribe. The old tribe leader thought for a moment and said, our tribe can allow you to stay temporarily, but you must not wander around. If there is anything, just find me. No problem. We will respect your wishes. Yunyang nodded. Come with us. The old tribe leader slowly walked and led Yunyang and the others directly to live next door to him. The dwelling was simple. Please bear with us. In the Gobi, they were only living in caves dug out from the stone walls. It looked simple from the outside, but it was fully equipped inside. Living next door to the old tribe leader, their stone house was already considered quite good. In the Beast World arena, the Blood Queen becomes the strongest female. Please bookmark Zayakez in the Beast World arena. The Blood Queen becomes the strongest female, Chapter 98. The Fallen Beast intrudes. Although they were told not to wander around. The old tribe leader also gave Yunyang the best treatment and soon brought her some food and water. The nearby residents were also some elders of the tribe, making it convenient to keep an eye on Yunyang and the others. However, from the old tribe leader's perspective, being cautious to protect the tribe's safety was never too much. Thank you for your tribe's hospitality. When Mohen received the food and water, he handed over a beast crystal. They are borrowing a place to stay, but they won't eat and drink for free. Mutual exchanges are better among unfamiliar beastmen. After Yunyang entered the tribe, he began to ask the system questions. What can be detected? The distance is relatively far, and the specific location cannot be determined for the time being. but there is indeed a presence of nightmare energy nearby. Yun Yang no dead. It should be similar to the Black Eagle tribe. After we rest for a while, let's go find the chief and ask about the situation. Who knows? We might be able to work together to solve it. The system currently cannot determine the source of the nightmare energy pollution, but it can identify how many orcs in the tribe are in the White Dan realm and the Red Dan realm. It has been proven that orcs living on the Gobi Desert are not weak. The orcs from the Sandcat tribe, although they appear harmless, are quite strong. The tribe is large, with 2 in the Red Dan realm and 5 or 6 in the White Dan realm. This means that if they can abduct a female from under their noses, their abilities must be considerable. Therefore, relying solely on them, it would indeed be difficult to extract the source of the nightmare energy pollution. Since their interests align, they can naturally unite. That afternoon, the sun set over the sand dunes in the west, casting orange-red rays across the sky. The Sandcat tribe patrolled outside, as usual, remaining alert and unwilling to miss any signs of abnormality. Suddenly, they heard rustling sounds in the distance. The guard orcs exchanged wary glances. Then, one of the orcs transformed into a small, agile sandcat and quietly moved towards the source of the sound. The remaining orcs bit their lips and waited. After a while, they still did not hear any sounds, and their companion did not return. Something was wrong. The orcs looked at each other, and another orc hurried over, only to find that the previous orc had fallen unconscious. Just as he was about to shout, he felt a wave of dizziness and found that he couldn't speak at all. Help! A shadow flashed before his eyes, and he lost consciousness. After 2 of their companions fell, the remaining 2 guards felt very uneasy. We need to inform the chief right now. Just as they were about to enter and call the chief, they suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Not good. It must be someone trying to abduct the females of their tribe. 3 figures appeared, silently standing at the entrance of the tribe, their eyes gleaming with greed. Look, they can now come and go in this tribe with ease. They believe that soon, they will be able to openly occupy this place without any concealment. Females. Give them more females. Host. A nightmare beast has sneaked into the tribe. After receiving the system notification, Yun Yang quickly opened the system panel, found the location of the nightmare beast, and rushed over. When Yun Yang and the Beastmaster arrived, 3 orcs severely tainted by the nightmare chi were each carrying a female, while the nearby orcs had all collapsed to the ground. Stop them. Yun Yang frowned fierce. He never expected that there would be such bold orcs daring to raid the tribe for females. Bro, this female is beautiful. Let us take her away. She must be very alluring. One of the male orcs looked at Yun Yang without restraint, his eyes full of lust. Damn it. My female lord is not something you filthy orcs can covet. Yi Chi revealed his sharp teeth and transformed into a giant python, pouncing towards them. The impudent male orc was taken aback, quickly retreating, but was still knocked down by Yi Chi, who then wrapped his massive body tightly around him. The orc's screams had already alarmed those nearby. The other 2 orcs changed their expressions and hurried to flee. As for saving the person, they hadn't even thought about it. It's just an orc dying. What is the big deal? Instead, they hated that orc for being unable to control himself and attracting the attention of the Sandcat tribe orcs. There was no possibility of rescue. They could just wait until they became stronger to take revenge. Want to run? Did you ask us? Qing Ling sneered, and his sharp eagle claws attacked their faces. The leading orc didn't expect Qing Ling to be so fast. After dodging, he still got 2 bloody scratches on his face. Damn it! The orc's face turned fierce, transforming a hairless beast claw that fiercely attacked Qing Ling. Qing Ling could have dodged, but suddenly felt a headache, his mind going hazy for a moment. The sharp claws grazed Qing Ling's wings, causing a small tuft of black and white feathers to fall instantly. Qing Ling felt a bit dazed, his alertness continually rising. What's going on? Why did he suddenly lose focus? In Yun Yang's true vision, the black mist on the orc surged towards Qing Ling, affecting him. Yun Yang exchanged for purification pills from the system and had them consumed. After taking the purification pills, the nightmare energy they relied on was eliminated, and they could no longer be arrogant. No problem, Mo Hen and the others replied in unison. Fu He, as an orc of the Scarlet Dan realm, kicked the 3rd orc hard to the ground, but just as Fu He was about to pry open his mouth to feed him the purification pill, a faint black gas rushed towards Fu He. Fu He instinctively felt something was wrong and immediately dodged. It turned out that the tangible nightmare energy that Fu He couldn't see had already proven that these orcs were severely contaminated by nightmare energy. Once entangled by the nightmare energy on him, it would be nothing but harm for Fu He. Mo Hen was the first to grab the orc tightly entangled by Yi Chi pried open his mouth and tossed in a purification pill. A glint of malice flashed in Yi Chi's eyes as he released the orc. The orc rolled on the ground in pain, his face twisted in agony, with black lines flickering across his face, which then faded slightly, replaced by ugly wrinkles. The orc's skin became loose, and both his complexion and hair color turned pale. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds quickly gathered in the sky, as if a storm was about to break. However, when the purple lightning struck the orc, the black clouds quieted and dissipated. The other two orcs contaminated by nightmare energy were filled with fear. Run! Hurry and run! They unleashed their nightmare energy, cleared a path, and transformed into two lizards, quickly fleeing. Just then, a few sand cats chased after them, moving as fast as the wind. They bit through their necks in one swift motion. Hiss! The two lizard orcs struggled a few times before losing their breath. Imohen took the charred beast crystal from the lizard orc, which was a green crystal. The other two lizard orcs that hadn't taken the purification pills had a pale white beast crystal stained with a faint black color. Imohen did not directly hand over the two unpurified beast crystals to Yunyang. Yunyang and Yi Chi walked over to Yunyang, and Yi Chi said, "I want a purification pill." When he intercepted that orc, Yi Chi was already affected by the nightmare energy on him, but he endured it and did not let the orc that had spoken disrespectfully to Yunyang escape. Yunyang immediately acted. The two sand cats transformed back into human form, one of whom was the old clan leader. They happened to be the two most powerful orcs in the tribe, both at the Red Dan realm. Thank you. When these three orcs arrived, they seemed to have used some method to avoid being detected. If it weren't for that little female beast man, these despicable orcs might have escaped. No need to thank us. Yunyang smiled, saying it was just a coincidence. The old clan leader said nothing. This place was far from where he had arranged for Yunyang to stay, yet she just happened to run into them? The old clan leader was sure that Yunyang was just brushing him off. She must have known about the invading orcs, but didn't want to reveal how she knew. Yunyang didn't say anything, and the old clan leader didn't ask. Clan leader, these two beast cores have been contaminated by nightmare energy and need to be dealt with. Would you mind if I take them? Yunyang asked. With the strength of the Sandcat tribe, they did not lack these two beast cores. However, the old clan leader was curious about how Yunyang would handle them. If this female has a way to deal with the nightmare energy in the beast cores, then they belong to you, the old clan leader said, hinting at this future. All right. A faint halo emanated from Yunyang's hand, and the nightmare energy in the beast cores was quickly purified by her. The old clan leader looked at Yunyang in astonishment. He had guessed that she had the ability to eliminate the nightmare energy from the beast cores, but he didn't expect it to be Yunyang herself who took action. Could this female also have a beast husband with light elemental powers? The old clan leader glanced at the several beast husbands beside Yunyang, his expression somewhat puzzled. Yunyang smiled and did not refute. Therefore, the old patriarch thought that Yunyang had implicitly agreed. After all, females do not possess abilities, and only those with light element abilities can purify nightmare energy. The old patriarch began to view Yunyang with newfound respect. With so many powerful beast husbands gathered around her, Yunyang must not be an ordinary female. His trust in Yunyang and her group increased significantly. Males who awaken light element abilities are extremely rare. They are all pure-hearted individuals with exceptional talent, capable of becoming priests, communicating with the heavens and earth, and predicting the future. Their tribe had a priest in the past, but he had died a few years ago. Currently, there is still a light element ability user in the tribe who is a successor, but their abilities are still weak. Before the tribe's priest passed away, he had predicted that their tribe would face a great crisis. Now, the disappearance of the females and the invasion of nightmare beasts have already validated the old priest's words. The new young priest, who had nearly lost half of her life half a month ago, predicted that their tribe would encounter a glimmer of hope. So, could this female Yunyang and her beast husbands be the hope of their tribe? The old patriarch reined in a hint of excitement in his eyes and said, Yunyang, the glowing moss you mentioned earlier, I happen to have seeds of glowing moss on me as well. I'll give them to you shortly. Yunyang said, as long as we scatter some seeds outside the tribe and let the wood-type beastmen inside the tribe nurture them, they should grow quickly. With the bioluminescent moss, the next time we encounter the nightmares, we might be able to know in advance. There's also a type of grass called glowgrass, which can dispel nightmare energy to some extent and prevent it from approaching. I will give you some shortly. The old chief clenched his fist and placed it over his heart, bowing slightly to Yunyang. You are a great benefactor to our tribe. The chief was being modest. We are all part of the beast world continent, and it's only right to help each other. Yin Yang looked at the 3 corpses on the ground and asked Chief, "Do you know which tribe these orcs belong to?" The chief pressed his lips together, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. I roughly understood. Seeing these 3 lizard tribe corpses, how could he not have guessed even a little? In fact, he had already had his suspicions before, but had never been able to find evidence. They should be the orcs of the Black Mountain tribe. Yin Yang was taken aback. She had heard of this tribe in the Huanyuan tribe. At that time, they helped the leader of the Huanglang tribe deal with the red ant beast nest. And after hearing that they were going to the western continent, she reminded them about the Haishan tribe. The Haishan tribe was not located in the desert, but at the edge of it. The Sandcat tribe leader said, the Haishan tribe was notorious for being a bandit tribe, often robbing passing orcs and even killing them to silence them. What female appeared in their tribe, they would directly assume she was theirs and would capture her. No orc in that area was willing to step in. The Sandcat tribe leader had heard that the females in the Haishan tribe lived extremely poorly, only giving them a little food to ensure they wouldn't die. Previously, they had suspected that the Haishan tribe had kidnapped their females. But when they united with the surrounding small tribes to confront them and personally entered the Haishan tribe, they could not find the missing females and could only suffer this dumb loss. So, is there anything strange about their tribe? And Mo Hen recalled when they entered the Black Eagle tribe before. Did they feel that the atmosphere was strange and oppressive? The tribe leader frowned, noting that the Haishan tribe was located near steep cliffs, which was quite eerie, and he hadn't paid too much attention. However, the Haishan tribe made him feel oppressed everywhere, and there were many orcs of extremely low status who were heavily oppressed. Yi Chi leaned against the side and said directly, "TCH, if you ask me, let us just go to the Haishan tribe and see for ourselves, then we'll know what's going on." Yin Yang nodded. That's true. They must be going to the Black Mountain tribe to check it out. Whatever tricks they have, we'll know once we go. Do you want to go to the Black Mountain tribe? The Sandcat chief frowned. It's too dangerous. In the past, the Black Mountain tribe wasn't very strong around here. But the last time we went there looking for females, they inexplicably had several beastmen at the White Dan level appear. Sneaking into the Black Mountain tribe is not an easy task. Even the old chief himself isn't sure he can slip in quietly. Chief, a small sandcat ran over. Chief, the beastmen from the Sand Fox tribe are here. It panted. They said their tribe's females have gone missing again. Behind him, several fennec foxes followed. The Sand Fox tribe also lived in the Desert Gobi, a bit far from the Sand Fox tribe, but the relationship between the 2 tribes was quite good. They were closer to the Black Mountain tribe, and there were more missing females. The last time they lost a female, both tribes went to the Black Mountain tribe together. But they found nothing. This time, the chief of the Sand Fox tribe also came. He saw the 3 dead bodies on the ground, and his expression was extremely cold. So it really is the Black Mountain tribe? The chief of the Sand Fox tribe was a middle-aged male, looking cute in his animal form, but imposing in human form, with cold light flashing in his eyes. Chief, let's take these bodies to the Black Mountain tribe. Let's see how they argue. The males of the Sand Fox tribe were extremely angry. What good will that do? The chief of the Sand Fox tribe said coldly. The males of the Black Mountain tribe are all extremely shameless. They will just deny these bodies belong to their tribe. They will just say these are not the males of their tribe, and no one can prove these belong to the Black Mountain tribe. Who knows? The Black Mountain tribe might even turn the tables and say that the kidnapping of females is nonsense, and that it's the Sandcat tribe that harmed the Black Mountain tribe's beastmen. The chief of the Sand Fox tribe, Ba Wei, looked at the chief of the Desert tribe, Ali Ku. Why don't we unite our 2 tribes and take down the Black Mountain tribe? To deal with such a tribe, we can only use evil to counter evil. Their Sand Fox tribe had already lost females multiple times. The Sandcat tribe chief, Ali Ku, shook his head no. Ba Wei frowned. Why not? Ali Ku's expression was serious. Ba Wei, do you know what level the male beastmen infiltrating our tribe are? White Dan level. The leading beastman is already close to the Red Dan level. Their tribe is very strange. If we just charge in blindly, who knows how many White Dan and Red Dan level beastmen they currently have. We're not clear on our chances of winning. They couldn't act recklessly, disregarding the safety of their tribe's beastmen. Ali Ku also said they have grown too quickly and suspiciously. Should we wait until they become stronger before attacking us? Ba Wei's words made sense, and Ali Ku was also in a difficult position. Let's first scout the Black Mountain tribe. At this moment, Yin Yang spoke up. Chiefs, the beastmen of the Black Mountain tribe have become strong due to the nightmare energy. If we can eliminate the nightmare energy from them, then they won't pose any threat. Ba Wei looked at Yin Yang with scrutiny. Who is this female? Ali Ku quickly explained. This is a female temporarily residing in our tribe. She and her beast husband discovered a lizard beast that sneaked into our tribe. They also found that this lizard beast man has turned into a nightmare beast. Moreover, they have encountered a situation where a tribe was completely polluted by nightmare energy. In the end, Ali Ku quietly said to Ba Wei, "This female has a powerful light-type ability, beast husband. Perhaps they will have a way." Upon hearing that Yun Yang had a light-type ability, beast husband, Ba Wei immediately became serious, wondering who this female's light elemental ability, beast husband, was. Ba Wei noticed that the males around this female seemed quite extraordinary. Yin Yang closed his eyes. He is not here now. However, he left me a pill that, when taken, can purify the nightmarish energy. Yun Yang gave the purification pill directly to this so-called beast husband. Ba Wei not that, Hen Li. He understood. Perhaps this beast husband of the female master was a priest of a tribe and couldn't leave the tribe easily. Ba Wei finished imagining in his mind and then asked about the purification pill. Yin Yang took out a purification pill. If she could secretly dissolve the purification pill into the food of these orcs, perhaps it could greatly weaken their tribe. After dealing with the Black Mountain tribe, she could also go and find the source of the nightmare chi pollution hidden inside. As always, the first step was to scout around the Black Mountain tribe and find an opportunity to deliver the purification pill in. Chief Alika said, "Chief, I just remembered something." An orc from the Sandfox tribe said, "Orcs from the Black Mountain tribe will come out to look for food. What do you think? Should we capture some orcs from the Black Mountain tribe and interrogate them about the situation?" Ba Wei thought for a moment and said it could be worth a try. In any case, they needed to resolve the Black Mountain tribe issue quickly. Ba Wei recalled that after the females from their tribe went missing last time, the males in the tribe died one after another. Those captured females were probably dead. This time, several more females from their tribe had gone missing, and Ba Wei really didn't want the same thing to happen again. Chiefs Aliku and Ba Wei organized their tribes orcs and quietly made their way to the vicinity of the Black Mountain tribe. The Black Mountain tribe was far away, and it took them most of the day to get there at full speed. After crossing the desert, they could see several bare rocky mountains in the distance that looked very steep. They hid behind a boulder and saw 3 emaciated male orcs walking out, grumbling to themselves. "I'm really fed up. We work hard in the tribe, but get no recognition, while they get to enjoy the fruits of our labor. Huh? Who told us we have low talent, only fit for doing menial work? It's just so unfair. I also want females and want to become stronger. Why is it that they keep getting stronger while we can't even get a cup of soup?" The orcs were filled with resentment, wishing they could replace those orcs in the tribe who only knew how to enjoy. The orc from the Sandfox tribe looked at the 3 males walking further away and said, "Should we capture them and interrogate them? If we can make them put the purification pill in the tribe's water, we won't have to worry about sneaking in anymore." The 2 chiefs pondered, not rushing to speak. This plan was a bit risky. Yin Yang smiled and said, "I have a way. Perhaps I can give it a try. Even if I fail, there won't be any significant loss." The 2 clan leaders looked at Yin Yang and nodded, allowing him to give it a shot. After some discussion, the orcs from the Sandfox tribe brought over a few orcs. They were just green-tier orcs, so capturing them was a piece of cake. However, after beating them up and interrogating them, these orcs still didn't reveal much. They indeed kidnapped a lot of females, but they didn't know where the females were hidden. They had only heard about it, but had never seen it, nor did they know if those females belonged to your tribe. "We really don't know what they did. They kept everything hidden from us. Most of the orcs in the tribe have no idea what they are doing. We are just working to the bone." The orcs, dazed from the beatings, poured out their grievances. "Let us go. We haven't done anything. It's not our fault that they kidnapped females. We haven't enjoyed anything. They just order us around every day. We are innocent." Fui looked at the 3 orcs and softly asked, "How about a deal? If things go well, we will provide you with a large amount of beast crystals. What do you think?" "Sure." The 3 orcs agreed without a second thought. The 3 orcs returned to the tribe and exchanged glances filled with madness. Chief, we have important news to tell you." "Yes." "The orcs from the Sandcat tribe and the Sandfox tribe threatened us to drug you. They said, after the deal is done, they can give us a lot of beast crystals. We don't care about that. Eating beast crystals is nowhere near as fast as entering the divine cave to receive the blessings of the gods. Chief, in light of our loyalty, let's enter the divine cave." The chief sneered, "All right, you." In the incredulous gaze of the crowd, a long sword made of wind and spiritual energy appeared in Qin Feng's hand. A few seconds later, Lin Yashi was bound, her mouth taped several times, producing very weak sounds. The sound of the door being kicked open startled Lin Zihua, who quickly withdrew his hand that was about to fumble around. Lin Yashi was also startled, but soon ignited hope, because the sound of the door being broken came from behind them. Zi Qiao trembled as he sat on the toilet. His originally neat hairstyle now a mess, and his suit wrinkled from the struggle. How could they make such a big move in Longta without the people below knowing? Gui Jian said. Yes, ma'am, the suited man said, striding towards Fang Yinling without hesitation. After Lin Chaoshi threw the two out, he turned back into the room and began tidying up while everyone was dumbfounded. I didn't come here to live a happy life like in a love apartment. My only goal now is my happiness with Dolly. Andy, don't worry. This is my senior brother Xianyuan. We came down the mountain together. And he is definitely not a rat spirit. Bai Xiuxiu couldn't help but laugh at Li Xuanyuan's stiff smile. Senior brother Xianyuan was too funny. George Walhart looked at Ling Xiao with resentment, but he was more rational than Yamamoto Dainaka and didn't provoke Ling Xiao. In this seemingly calm city, who knows what undercurrents are stirring beneath? It was still reliable to heed by Baogua's words. After being saved by Dandy, his combat power surged, making him the only one who could keep up with Frisia's speed. You'll be very passive like this. You can only wait for them to strike next. I still wasn't very happy and provoked him again. The soldier immediately took orders and had someone bring Fujiwara Kiyakawa over, who had just been contemplating how to meet Liao Shi. Who would have thought happiness would come so suddenly? It was truly unbelievable. He was now somewhat doubtful of Bo Zai, neither fully believing he was the murderer nor completely trusting him. So Zhilong Dong would not casually hand over Bo Zai. Lan Ruoxin looked at Mo Duo's serious face and nodded. She also had a bad feeling, and her left eyelid had been twitching for several days. Mei Er's eyes turned cold, her body like willow catkins, floating in mid-air, and with a wave of her hand, the mighty golden dragon was instantly sliced in half. Wang Xiaomin thought Li Hao was going to launch an attack on her, and her face turned red with dissatisfaction. She twisted her extremely tempting waist on the bed, her clothes already torn by a few thugs in the bar, making it even more enticing. Sleep well. Even if the sun comes out again, I won't call you. Someone smiled and replied. It's late. Young Leffen snapped the dragon's neck, and the dragon stared with white eyes as he died. The once mighty dragon brother turned into a pile of corpses just like that. You beast, watch how I deal with you. A fierce voice came from outside, followed by a mournful cat's cry, making Mu Shimei's heart race. Yi Huang then realized that the person she pushed away was the emperor of the Guju kingdom, and she was really startled. She thought emperors were all like her father, half-aged old men, and surely all extremely imposing. Chapter 102, You Will Not Stop Me. Just as the Black Mountain tribe was in chaos, Yin Yang and the others had quietly infiltrated the Black Mountain tribe. As soon as they entered the tribe, they witnessed a tragic scene. Ba Wei clenched his fists, nearly rushing over immediately. But Alec grabbed Ba Wei. Now is not the time to act rashly. That female is already dead. Rushing over now is of little significance. After entering the Black Mountain tribe, Qiaowen, do you still cling to your delusions? You humans and ghosts are on different paths. You keep saying you love her. Do you still want her to die for you? Fega suddenly said. However, for Qin Tian, compressing the source might have some differences. The Heavenly Emperor was taken aback. Who had the audacity to provoke even the Peach Garden? But thinking of the Peach Garden, the Heavenly Emperor couldn't help but recall the Monkey King from hundreds of years ago. Could such a monster appear again in the world? How could it dare to wreak havoc in this nine heavens? The enemies of the divine being are my enemies. He is about to get married, and if I don't disgust him, I am not worthy to know the divine being. This problem must be solved. If one if is not eliminated, it will lead to more ifs. This guy really dares to bring it up. It turns out that farming was just a pretext, and the cost of building a city like Dingxiang City is not trivial. The key issue is that this will consume a lot of the skilled workers' time. There are many places in the Tang dynasty that need to be built, and this is precisely the time when manpower is insufficient. Here, they act without restraint, and the reason for this is the same as why they can stay this time. They come from several prominent families in Luolong City, and their connections are very solid. The infantry suffered 16 deaths and over 40 light injuries, while Yado was unharmed and even happily played with Grimmon's giant sword. Meanwhile, Shuyu unexpectedly became an awakened one, already one of the strongest in the mercenary group, and gained increasing favor from the Grey Bear, gradually becoming the person most valued by the other party. All around, countless spectators were in dead silence, their faces as pale as paper, and their bodies began to tremble. The National Guard, Liao, formulated a plan to destroy the country, opposing large-scale slaughter, especially prohibiting casual killings of surrendered soldiers. Wang Bin could foresee that if these old and weak individuals were not handled well, what awaited him would only be impeachment from the censor. Upon closer inspection, it was unclear whether they were frightened or stunned. He pointed at the pool of blood. his lips quivering, unable to speak. "Brethren, let me accompany you to escort the Xiongnu to town." Mu Mian wanted help. After the Xiongnu were taken to town, they would be sent to the official's residence in the capital for custody and interrogation, but that would be none of Mu Mian's and Sheng's business. Thinking about the calmness with which the Star Master treated them during the battle outside the extreme sky realm, Tang Cheng and the others understood that this was probably the time the Star Master had given them to grow. After discussing matters, Mu Mian returned home for lunch, said hello to Li Xiufeng, and prepared to go out to deliver a letter to Anja village. Conveniently picking a basket of fruit for Fang Yuding since Huang Hai was rushing to town with the cart. Mu Mian had to use lightness skills to take the remote path to avoid being seen by others and mistakenly think she was a monster due to her speed. As a result, Jin Zhonghua and Yin and Hui formed a pair, while the eldest brother Park Jun Q faced disappointment again, and the troublemaker Lu Zaijun also had no good outcome. The protective barrier around the Free Alliance resonated loudly, and after a while, it stabilized. Eugene emphasized that the border was extremely dangerous without freedom. The exiled people lacked clothing and food and had poor meals. Upon hearing this, Yushi believed he needed to act more cautiously. Su Tayer avoided Liao Yiguang's surprised, tearful eyes and looked at Deputy Minister Yi and Xiao Muyuan. Chapter 103 Ming Ji Female. You should die. Originally, he thought this female was so beautiful that once he dealt with these beastmen, he would directly abduct her back to his cave, but now, Rote wanted to kill Yin Yang. Killing her would surely cause these beastmen to collapse. Protect Yang Yang. Mo Hen's expression was serious. Before heading to the Black Mountain tribe, Yin Yang had already told them that if they encountered danger, they must protect themselves and run if they couldn't fight back. The Bai Bai Shun store has always been a barometer leading the trend in Dongjiang City and the surrounding 6 or 7 counties, both in scale and price. 20 years of operation has created this store's irreplaceable status. The jade boat welcomed the wind and grew long. In less than a breath's time, it transformed into a massive white jade ship over 100 feet long and more than 10 feet wide, floating before everyone. After all, he was a prince. Capturing him as a hostage was quite something. Haha, it's pitiful that a person with a cultivation level of the 3rd heaven was actually captured alive by us. It's better to seal him to death than let him escape, the elder brother said, then waved goodbye to Yang Qingshan. Wu Di felt a solid blow to his back. Years of martial arts training allowed him to react immediately. He quickly covered his head with both hands, closed his legs tightly, and took a deep breath as he squatted down, just as the police baton rained down on him like raindrops. All right then, let's let Mr. Ouyang say what should be done. Let him explain the specific plan to you, my father said, making a gesture of invitation, and Ouyang Jin immediately nodded politely. They were all startled by this strange sound, but now the two were engaged in a life-and-death struggle, with no time to pay attention to other matters. This was Shan Yin, who only focused on helping others, yet look at how he had turned out. It really made me worry, as it was the same every day. He said this, as if angry yet affectionate. Binger, let's not talk about this matter for now. The situation inside is complicated. However, regarding my island, it has already been destroyed, and not a single high-level cultivator from the Matsumoto sword sect escaped. The fate of the Japanese people has already been sealed. Shin Yuxiang replied. Every day, I am taken care of meticulously. As soon as I wake up in the morning, a servant brings me breakfast, and it's very well matched. I already have a good appetite, and seeing those colorful vegetables and fruits, I devour the high-protein meals. Tian Hozhong was immediately furious, with a wave of his hand. He took a superior quality control weapon, a bronze hammer, and shook in the wind, transforming it into a huge bronze hammer the size of a door panel, smashing down towards the defensive formation of the Dongming 7 Tigers. Elegant and graceful, stunningly beautiful, pure and gentle, quiet and elegant, with fragrant skin and delicate whiteness, like congealed fat, and a pair of beautiful eyes like autumn waves. He placed the soup on the table, walked into the kitchen, took off his gloves and apron, and then took out bowls and chopsticks. The Thai patient felt intense pain in his stomach less than a minute after drinking the traditional Chinese medicine. His already pale face gradually became even paler. This was serious. The wait staff, who had been paying attention to them, began to monitor them even more closely. Upon seeing Hage's tall figure, they feared they would not be able to subdue him, so they called in more people, even recalling staff who were off duty today. The scene was truly exaggerated. With a face full of wild laughter, Harry arrogantly left, leaving Jerry's face extremely grim. A wave of fighting energy shot out, turning the luxurious guest room into ruins. Regardless, The currently Xiaoyao was not yet strong enough to stand on equal footing with the 5 major institutions. At this moment, this ridiculous horse was completely exposed to the eyes of the 3, its comical appearance instantly diffusing the tense atmosphere. And Seely even laughed out loud, completely forgetting that it was a terrifying beast. Chapter 1. Oh, for I'll go with you to the north. A trace of doubt flashed in Ming Ji's eyes. Beast husband? He fixed his gaze on Yunyang. Yunyang felt a bit awkward. Previously, it was hard to explain the situation with the system publicly, leading the Sandcat tribe leader to misunderstand that she had a light-type beast husband. She just went along with it. Unexpectedly, not long after, a powerful light-type beast man appeared. How could she explain this? Ming Ji met Yunyang's wandering gaze and said, "Aren't you on a mission? Well, I want to know if you really like me. Chun Shui. Or, if you're just deceiving me for the mission. If you really like me, then I." Chun Shui's face turned red as well. This kind of terrain is not suitable for large-scale military operations, so I'm worried about the players. Mi Bauer said with a frown. All of this was fine, but what truly moved Lao Jiao was everything he saw before him. This made him truly understand the meaning of what his mother had told him. What does it mean to travel north to the wild for 3,000 miles, transforming into a dragon and soaring straight into the 9 heavens? I'm going back home. Wei Hui. I will come when you and Gu Xiaochen hold your wedding. Feng, I will also come back when you and Gu Xiaoyang hold your wedding. Other times, don't come looking for me. Just yesterday, his lips were suddenly captured by him, sweeping through her senses like a storm. He pushed her against the door, and Ji Lingfei, holding a rose in one hand, was almost devoured by his passionate kiss, as if all her strength had been drained by him. The aerial city garden is entirely situated above the clouds, and the whole city is quite enormous. There are strange flowers and fruits everywhere, along with beautiful exotic beasts wandering around. Most of these exotic beasts are of low level, blending in with the surrounding scenery, adding even more beauty to the entire aerial city garden. Lu Han, have you developed feelings for Ji Linghan? Xia Zekin suddenly said, his tone almost identical to when Ji Lingfei asked him if he liked Ji Linghan. Yu Qingmei reached out to hold the child tightly in her arms, tightly, murmuring a few words. The feeling in her arms was so real, the child's warmth, the child's heartbeat was so clear. Yes, this is her child. Ji Lingfei opened the door and stormed out, while Xia Zekin touched his forehead, thinking that his wife was becoming more affectionate, looking at the somewhat messy room. Should he tidy it up for her? It's just to make him angry. It's best to drive him crazy, Ji Linghan said resentfully, and Lu Han said nothing. Ji Linghan only sent him downstairs, and Lu Han left. Wu Qingyun angrily hung up the phone, and some of the calculations in her heart finally surfaced. Sorry, my professional habit kicked in again. Yichen coughed lightly and stopped at the periphery of the battle between the two. Su Jinxia smiled proudly, extending her right hand to gently pinch the dagger in Princess Huayang's hand, pulling it out and disdainfully throwing it on the ground. The furious cursing of Kuang Yingjie shook the universe. It must be that he was driven mad, and even the supreme mentality couldn't help but curse. For some reason, looking at him, whether it was the Sword God or the 9 Emperors, they inexplicably felt an urge to hit someone. No, it's not like that. You didn't see it the way you think. Ran Sui's face flushed at my words, clearly hiding something. Seeing this, Zhang Yang pulled Yang Qingqing into his arms. And after feeling a sense of security, Yang Qingqing's brows relaxed, continuing to sleep soundly. A lifetime of love brings several lifetimes of entanglement. How many lifetimes will it take for a few lifetimes of love to dissipate? Even after experiencing countless cycles of life and death, we are always bound by the word love. The Taoist brother's eyes glanced at me, and I quickly looked up, counting the beams above my head with my eyes. Just as the walls around were about to shoot arrows again, I suddenly pushed my internal energy towards the 4 walls. Chapter 105. Sense of Destiny. Ming Ji clenched his right hand into a fist and placed it on his left chest, sincerely saying, "Thank you." Yin Yang looked at his bare upper body, his skin pale as snow, and couldn't help but glance at the 2 points on his chest. A bit pink. Not sure. Ahem, this is a bit impolite. Yin Yang quickly looked away. Ming Ji looked at Yin Yang's erratic gaze, feeling a bit confused. What's wrong? Mo Hen quickly blocked. Inside the cabin, there was a table with a fruit platter, snacks, cold dishes, and even hot tea. The ship also had a charcoal stove. So as soon as Zhou Jiayao entered the cabin, she clearly felt the warmth, and her smile became even more pronounced. Hearing Tian Mengqian shout, Tian Guoyang and Li Mingyue both trembled, looking at each other with faces full of tension and unease. You decide. Meng Qian also nodded. Marriage matters should indeed be decided by them. as being with either one would be unfair to the other. Linglong suddenly felt very uncomfortable in her chest and couldn't help but gag. Yin Su was startled and quickly took a green plum from her waist pouch and stuffed it into her mouth. Everyone looked behind Zhou Jiayao and saw an old man in a robe, with kind eyes, staring at everything before him as if he could see through the world. At this point, a hint of physique revealed in Li Yunbao's eyes. In the past, he was also known as Li Piming, but time has passed, and now he is old and has started to fear doing things. He had known Huang Zixio for quite a long time. Last time they chatted, he only learned that Huang was previously in Hong Kong, but he still didn't know much about his family. Zhou Dehai got up from the ground and squatted beside Lin Shi, gently pressing his ear against Lin Shi's already quite large belly, listening intently. The room was very quiet. Even the sound of breathing couldn't be heard, only the rhythmic clicking of the abacus beads, which continued to rise and fall. Swordsmanship requires high precision, and Xu Wangshu hoped that after refining this spiritual sword, the hidden dangers of backlash would be eliminated in a short time, which is why he chose the demon spirit of the ghostly centipede as the spirit of the Luyan sword. When he returns, we will celebrate your success, the general said with a smile to the officer carrying out the mission. Such half-human, half-demon beings can scare ordinary people, but in front of Lin Xiaofeng's two blades, they're like paper. Jin Chongbai never knew that there was such a thing as Taoist cultivation in this world. After all, Taoist cultivation has declined, and even in the country, not many people believe in it. Most people think they are frauds, and indeed, the vast majority of those who claim to be Taoists are truly frauds. Ji Jun's eyes suddenly flashed with divine light, and he spoke thunderously, unleashing an incredibly powerful sound wave that exploded in the palace and enveloped by Susu. Sherlock, who had been gazing at the sea, turned to look at William when he heard this, frowning in thought. Our military strength is not inferior to that of the great Liao, and with fortified cities, we occupy the geographical advantage, so there shouldn't be any risk. However, Wuqian formation is indeed formidable. Even with double the troops, I still don't have complete confidence, and can only defend the city. Long Yinfeng sighed helplessly. Meanwhile, as Yang Yi was puzzled, the man in black had already slipped into the courtyard, quietly entering a room. Moreover, there was even a faint trend of overshadowing the Feather King, as a group of young guests were all toasting. People widened their eyes at this scene, their previously excited expressions instantly turning to disbelief. Sister, what do you like to eat? Afraid you might not be used to French cuisine, Mom specifically found a Chinese restaurant. Their hairy crabs and lobsters are quite good, Zhang Jiajia introduced, while pulling Tian Qianqian to sit down. The strength of demon plants is far superior to that of other creatures of the same rank, and their attack range is extremely broad, especially for tree-like plants. If you can tame one, you can build a safe and large human settlement around it. Chapter 106, Yuan Den. Yang, they'll go ahead. Qing Ling flew back into the sky and headed toward the location pointed out by the Sandcat Beastman. After a while, Qing Ling flew back. It's too hot inside. I didn't go in. Qing Ling transformed into a human, her face flushed and covered in sweat. Mo Hen frowned slightly, then said, I'll go in and take a look. Let's go together, Yin Yang said. Running around is too troublesome. She pulled a Mo Hen, and I looked but didn't. Due to a natural aversion carried over from university, Lu Yixian glared at him, but since Sister Su had a good relationship with him, she didn't move her seat, just leaned slightly to the other side. This was what they did every morning at the glorious martial arts school. They would start by practicing horse stance, and then circle around the wooden post, which could be said to be a martial artist's second life. These few were also lucky. They were directly knocked unconscious by the palm strike and rolled into the gaps of the rubble. Now that there are police here, I can naturally act tough and also need to intimidate and suppress this Xiao Gong's arrogance. Goodness, such a presence would be a guest of honor among various families, even in the imperial capital. Even the head of the Lu family would have to politely address them as master. It's easier to concoct medicines. Mo Feng is an expert in herbal concoction, but it's a bit troublesome. However, there's nothing to be done about the quality of the herbs. It wasn't the bright light of day, but rather they seemed to be walking in the starry sky, with distant stars emitting faint starlight. But even if Wang Yukai escapes with his life and immediately leads his men back for revenge, what good would it do? Lawrence was very superstitious about his instincts. This mysterious sixth sense had once helped him escape certain death, including several pursuits by the CIA of M Country. Back in the courtyard, she closed the sounds of mountains and waters outside and said she needed to enter seclusion for cultivation, forbidding anyone from disturbing her. If anyone came in, she would sell them both to the brothel. No one knew what he was thinking at that moment, and he never mentioned his mental state to anyone afterward. In short, after lying on the ground for a while, the Bright Star monarchs suddenly sat up and returned to the cave. They are at level 4 the day after tomorrow. What level of intent do they have? Even now, Deng Qiming and Hua Xiaoqing are only at the 3rd level of intent. This news about Fan Liangsheng only came out at the end of the workday. Many departments at the general hospital still hadn't received the news. Looking at the calm, 5th Chiu beside him, Wang Jin secretly smiled. How is it? Are you nervous? Wang Jin, who understood 5th Chiu a bit, knew that if 5th Chiu were really not nervous, she should have a smile on her face instead of a calm expression. You're getting married. You can't be willful when getting along with your in-laws in the future. Can't throw tantrums. If problems arise, everyone should communicate calmly to resolve them. Arguing is useless and will only harm relationships. Although the search mission was somewhat tense, acting rashly in this weather would make it difficult to find clues. And our safety would also be hard to guarantee. After breakfast, we briefly discussed and decided to continue waiting for a while. Speaking of this task assigned to Wu Yu by Emperor Song, indeed, there was no more suitable candidate than Wu Yu in the entire 3 halls. In the hands of number 11 appeared a double-edged sword, somewhat resembling Illidan's weapon from Warcraft. The leader also knew he was in the wrong, so he was particularly warm, asking Qin Feng and Lin Ro about their well-being, his eyes constantly drifting toward Lin Ro. He also watched Su Wenru get up and simultaneously picked up that shirt, preparing to walk into the bathroom together. But when it came to refusing, Zhang Bo felt a bit reluctant. After so many years, he had seen many stock gods. But someone like Chun Xiaoshan was indeed rare. Not to mention the accuracy of the predictions, just his clarity and determination truly felt somewhat uncanny. Chapter 107, Shuangfeng Tribe. Yin Yang looked deeply at Ming Ji, then quickly shifted his gaze. Let's go, we are setting off. It turns out he was right about Ming Ji. He truly is someone with great composure. A priest is indeed a priest, with a broader perspective than the average orc. The Gobi Mountains here stretch endlessly, making it difficult for them to cross, so they chose to take a detour. But this also means they have to travel a longer distance. The vast desert seemed to swallow them in the blink of an eye. Qi Xian's face showed only a faint expression, not displeased by Sister Fang's insults towards his royal brother. He couldn't help but wonder what Qi Xian was really thinking. Someone insulted his royal brother, yet he remained so calm. After laughing for a while, seeing Xiao Sun's increasingly dark expression and his imminent explosion, Yin Hong decided to stop smiling. Zhong Li covered his nose, saying that just the smell of smoke was enough. It was pleasant and enjoyable, but too much would only be nauseating. Immortals cannot harm mortals, nor can they take their lives. Otherwise, it would go against the heavens. In public, it was inconvenient to use immortal techniques. Her brows furrowed tighter, her cold eyes deep and shimmering with a hint of blue light. The people around her were unaware of her unusual demeanor and continued to gaze at her stunning beauty with admiration. Then go ahead and hit me. It's fine. I will hit back. Before he comes out, I will make you into a pig's head. I want to go easy on you, Nangong Chi said nonchalantly. Rest assured, General, I will make sure brother Luo Qing waits for you in perfect condition. A soldier said, staring intently at Xiao Yan. Lin Xiqing was stiff all over, looking in disbelief at the trembling Yu Qin in his arms. Her blood was flowing out in large amounts, a shocking sight. Yes, just put it there. I pointed to the side. Looking around, that area was the only empty spot. The silent night sky echoed with thunderous sounds repeatedly, heavy and distant, evoking a familiar feeling. Secretly delighted, Chun Xian walked up the steps of Chongling Peak. As he expected, the spiritual pressure on the mountain was manageable for others, but had no effect on him. In contrast, others were already sweating profusely and panting after just a few steps. Sun Xiaozhu said nothing further. Anchun immediately instructed Xiang Shi to prepare food and wine while she comforted Sun Xiaozhu. After the meal, Sun Xiaozhu finally agreed to let Sun Rong and his wife go. Under the moonlight, she, around 20, had long hair like flowing water and an exceptionally beautiful face. Like an orchid blooming under the moon, coldly beautiful and ethereal, with bright and captivating eyes and skin as smooth as ice and snow. Only then did he lose hope, believing the doctor's words. Right now, Lin Fei was his last hope. Damn it, you actually used a sword. What does this mean? Whirlpool Jiu Xin Nai said with some dissatisfaction upon seeing Darui draw his sword. Bai he transformed into human form, sitting on Standrew's back with the golden dragon and silver dragon. This large-horned green dragon dared not offend Bai he and could only swallow its anger. Ever since Shimizu Yang created the hot pot dish like Haidi Lao, countless people have imitated his idea. Hot pot has become very popular in the ninja world, but everyone knows that Shimizu Yang's hot pot restaurant is the most authentic. The pill covered with strange patterns seemed like an unparalleled treasure, capturing the attention of every alchemist. What he didn't know was that once a mistake was made, it could hardly be remedied. He would deeply regret the momentary lapse that caused an eternal rift between him and Nanzhouchen. It should be noted that he came with the power of the Lin family, backed by a real spirit realm master. With such overwhelming might, who could resist? Regarding demon pills and the 8-trigram sword, Yi Zi believed that using spell positions to solidify techniques was not the ideal approach. In the next moment, under Chu Qiangwei's gaze, Luo Williams stepped forward towards her. Chapter 108. Sorry for the interruption. That night, Yin Yang took out paper from the space and wrote down everything that needed to be conveyed. Ming Ji's calm and cold eyes flickered with excitement. What is this? Paper. Used for writing, Yin Yang replied. The Beast World continent has fabrics, but it does not yet have paper. Orcs who can recognize the characters of the Beast World generally write using the bark of white-skinned trees. A small portion who can afford fabric might use it for writing. Let's go. See your mother. She has been waiting for you for a long time. Xiao Yi walked up to her, gently wrapping his large hand around her shoulder. Her body was still trembling, which made him feel heartbroken. Therefore, if they teamed up to attack, Tian Ming wouldn't even be able to get close to the body for a while. At first, the opponent was still very spirited in battle. However, once Tian Ming unleashed the Ghost Valley dance, no matter how the opponent attacked, he handled it with ease. Cheng Lingji nodded reassuringly, handing over the supplements to him. Cheng's father scolded Cheng Lingji for spending money recklessly, but he couldn't hide his smile as he put away the supplements. Enemies? But she sometimes behaves very affectionately towards him. Where is the slightest hint of hostility? After all, the long-standing leader was coldly staring from the side. He dared not change his words. Didn't he see the satisfied look on his leader's face when he called her sister-in-law? Luo Xian jumped down from the bed, but his feet made no sound. All right, finally waiting for a legitimate reason to set out. He drew his treasured sword and pushed the door open, charging out. Zhu Yingying blushed upon hearing this, feeling a mix of anger, annoyance, and shyness. Yet, she couldn't reprimand Lu Yun, so she could only glare at him coldly and hurriedly walk past. But it was this series of cooking movements that rendered dozens of ghost soldiers powerless to retaliate. The dark sword they wielded seemed like a large spatula, simultaneously cooking a dozen pots. You really fell in love with him? Just a few short words, yet Tai Cheng seemed to muster all his strength to utter them. The communication between Xiao In and the slime did not require words. They could communicate directly through thoughts underwater. It startled Lu Chui, making her tighten her fists suddenly, as if she hadn't expected it to turn out this way. After a few cups of water, she barely survived, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, discovering her lips were swollen, adorned with a large gold chain around her neck, thick gold bracelets on her arms, and 4 out of 5 fingers wearing gold rings. Zhu Dadi hurried over from the company, having not yet waited for Wang Dehua to return home, only to see such a scene. Just as Yi Mingbei stepped out, Yi Zifeng sat beside Yuan Momo, kissed her cheek, and softly asked, Momo, are you tired? Let me hold the baby. Yuan Momo, starving to the point of her front pressing against her back, finally compromised, not forgetting to find an excuse for herself. Wang Dongxiu happened to be on night duty and came over immediately. Since he had never seen Yi Zifeng, he called Din Hidagong. Men cultivate charm, meaning the main party absorbs the cultivation of the receiving party. In other words, even if Cheng Baimu was a nascent soul cultivator, as long as he was subdued by someone, regardless of that person's cultivation level, he would have his cultivation absorbed. After washing the dust off his hands in the basin, he used alcohol to disinfect his hands and the surgical knife. He couldn't imagine what would have happened if he had been even a step slower. What if that girl had jumped down? Fortunately, Ivy was not foolish. She knew she couldn't do anything to Su Guohua. She glanced at Feng Zhanjue, who was expressionless and wary of her, lowering her head in disappointment. A car accident occurred on the way to Ajan, and he was stuck in traffic. Seeing her disappointment, the old man quickly explained, fearing that Su Guohua would be even more saddened. Although Jiang Tian had never seen who their homeroom teacher was, Jiang Zi said their homeroom teacher was a middle-aged, overweight old man, not even 170 centimeters tall. At least Jiang Tian was 188 centimeters tall. How could he be mistaken for an old man? Jiang Tian looked displeased at Chen Xinan, feeling like he wanted to fight him a bit. Chapter 109. Is this the female you value? Originally, Malu wanted to take Yun Yang to find his father, but now he didn't want to see his father at all. I'll take you to find the chief. Malu wagged his tail and went to find the chief of their Qingma tribe. Little did he expect. He just happened to bump into his father. Malu. Father, Malu sighed. The tribe was so big. How could he be so unlucky to run into his father right away? Malu's father. Aiqing. Come, I will take you away. Zhu Yujian crouched down, supporting General Qi's shoulder, ready to take him away. Kuan Qi suddenly paused, looking left and right, as if the temperature of the entire space had dropped a few degrees. The originally white mist now had a faint blood-red hue. You old fool, dare to deceive me. Zisha roared, and as he passed by me, he didn't forget to give me a similar note, then dashed through the window. Xian Zhu slowly landed. Xian Yuan let go of Zhu Yueying and then pointed his sword tip at Zhu Qiqing, coldly saying, Long Yuan, sword technique. Saying this, he swiftly lunged at Zhu Qiqing. After colliding with the storm giant projectile, both attacks turned into nothingness. Only after the fierce wind dissipated did the myriad of poisonous divine lights spread their radiance, transforming into a toxic aura that instantly enveloped the forest within a kilometer. Wang Bugui didn't hesitate, directly casting 2 spells into the minds of the two, urging them to comprehend carefully. Back then, during the Xintian War, the 9 great powers surrounded and killed causing a tremendous uproar. The Summer Emperor's 9 tripods were completely shattered in this battle, and many fragments scattered across the world. A few of them returned to Cornwall County, where they purchased seafood, meat, flour, fruits, fine wine, and various seasonings, preparing for a wild celebration that night. To make things more realistic, I deliberately utilized my divine sense to reveal a trace of star power on one of the flying knives. To be precise, the stone wall looked like a portal. They easily slipped inside. Hearing this, Luo Du and the others broke out in a cold sweat, exchanging glances before turning around, leading their troops away in a hurry. Not daring to look back. No, I need to quickly deal with the enemies threatening us, then retire and go home, cutting off their connection. After packing her luggage, she opened the window, took a deep breath, and took one last look at the beautiful scenery, seemingly relieved as she closed her cat-like eyes. Then resolutely pulled her suitcase out of the villa. Practicing in the mundane world was the best way for them to train, not only helping them master Taoist techniques and spells better, but also aiding them in solidifying their understanding of human relationships. After searching for a while, at a slope, the footprints vanished. Wu Kuei climbed up the slope and looked around, but didn't find any obvious traces. He could only continue forward while observing, unknowingly having walked quite a distance. Gushulan pressed down on Siyue's wound, temporarily stopping the bleeding. Gushulan's hand was heavy, causing Siyue to groan softly. Gushulan pushed and pulled the 3 of them into the roadside bushes to hide. This time, you've been too arrogant. Xu Yang sighed, saying that in the past, the big monkeys wouldn't make such mistakes. After all, when he was still in Dark Wolf, he often reminded them of every little detail. Just like those red and white figures on the internet, the easy principle is do not comment on matters you do not understand, and do not comment on things that are irrelevant to you. At that time, to avoid suspicion, she deliberately arranged for a few medical staff to wait there. Unfortunately, in the end, she received no news, but was instead grabbed and shaken by the Kreischer Xinhua for quite a while. Chu Yang coldly scanned the crowd who had given up resistance, casually tossing out a few balls of fire to envelop them, the raging flames burning, causing Song Hao and others to roll on the ground, continuously wailing. Chapter 110. She is an ancient monster who has lived for 1,000 years. Yin Yang's face was dark with frustration. Sorry, I'm not interested in the road. What's wrong? Are you scared? Afraid you can't beat me? Dan Mo glanced at Yin Yang's thin arms and legs. Well, you're so weak, I could break you with one punch. Dun Mo, can you stop being so rude? You're a female, looking for orcs to fight every day. Dan Mo glared at him. What's wrong with being a female? Should females just stay at home to have babies and soothe your minds? The man looked at the indifferent Wu Chun, a dangerous aura emanating from him. This farce ended like this, but Yin Hang seemed to think this punishment wasn't enough, and then added an order that the Heelan family could never enter the court to hold office. Guai Yu's face turned red. She wasn't actually thin. Where she should have meat, there was plenty, especially on her, but not to say she was voluptuous, but she definitely had a perky backside. Yet her waist was very slim, exceptionally so. In any case, Tang Long could definitely wrap his arm around it. The buyout price had gone from $30 million to now $300 million, but the Udo Village Film Company showed no sign of relenting. At the same time, a ball of black flame emerged from his hand, and with a flick, the flame changed abruptly, forming a long spear engulfed in flames aimed at Wang Le. Yi Xingchen secretly gave Lu Li a thumbs up, Probably only his senior brother could say something like that. Hearing this, Zhong and Shu were confused again. The metal bugs on this side hadn't emerged from the road, nor were they driven away by the noise of the warning signs. So how could they explain the experience of the two at the foot of the lava mountain? Huan Maching came from the Qingxian sect, which, although not very famous within 100 miles of Fan City, could be considered a third-tier sect, but it produced a unique talent like Huan Maching. After Lu Qianwan finished speaking, she tried hard to put on a smile, and then looked at Wen Yin, who immediately left. Hua Yiren shook his head indifferently. He didn't care what the old man thought, but this time he wouldn't let Hua Zishuan go. Anyone who dared to touch him would have to bear the price he would impose. Yu Yaoer, in her previous life, was escorted by a group of brothers, and with Jiang Yu's help, took the last few brothers to Tongluo Mountain. Jian Jinan had a very good sleep. If it weren't for being woken up early by Dong Fengyu's phone call, she would have wanted to sleep until the end of time. Therefore, over the years, the disciples of Huan Tian Yuan had decreased, some out of fear of themselves, and others have been killed by themselves. Haha, Director Chung is joking with your strength. Winning an award is just a matter of time, the host praised. I am your father. Since you dare to speak to me like this is your punishment. Get lost. Hong Shan said angrily. After everyone decided to establish an alliance here, they arranged for people to refurbish the place in advance. Although it didn't restore its former grandeur, it was still significant for many sections. Hearing that someone was willing to take the lead, everyone looked towards the source of the voice. However, his next task was somewhat heavy. He needed to adjust the national tax and implement some industrial plans. Although many factories were built during Sally's administration and there was significant progress in industry, Mars thought it was still too slow. It actually curled itself into a ball. Future laughed upon seeing this scene, but Gu Ili didn't find it funny at all. Just as the raging fire was about to ignite the sacred dragon bone with Trunk, a middle-aged man with a familiar white figure entered the dragon abyss firemouth. Lu Ji knew that Lin Ao's ability to restore his arm was definitely related to his special bloodline. For Lin Ao, restoring a hand was nothing, but for him, it was a rebirth. Just as he was about to hit the corner of the table, his body was suddenly gripped firmly by a hand as white as jade, yet very strong. Chapter 111. The Beast God's favor, are you okay? Yin Yang reached out and pulled Dan Mo up. Dan Mo shook his head, looking a bit dejected. You win. Yin Yang smiled. You're amazing. The strongest female I've ever seen in the beast world. Really? Yin Yang nodded, of course. Dan Mo regained some spirit, never expecting that although you look weak, you are actually so strong. She sighed. With your skills, you must look down on others. A few months ago, she searched for Peninsula Villa online and unexpectedly found that the results showed that Peninsula Villa was a place where Mo Qing of the Mo family raised men. After a while, news also came from the granary, saying that the enemy's troops were defeated by 10,000, with over 1,000 heads severed. The enemy was entrenched, stubbornly resisting. Our army was united and unstoppable. Capturing the granary was just a snap away. Su Tianlei was scolded and immediately woke up. His old face turned red, then turned into anger, shouting attack. Then a cyclone surged around him. His body lifted a few centimeters off the ground, and with his long sword, he slashed through the 1,000-year orchid, directly severing 2 plants at the roots with a pale blue sword light. As the eightfold divine child hummed a gentle tune, the withered divine cherry blossoms slowly began to revive. The voices of the crowd below grew louder. Originally, the members dared not say a word, but now, emboldened by someone speaking up, the discussions never ceased. The fair-skinned youth came back to his senses and sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. The formation of the Shun army stood tightly, and not to mention those who had never practiced evasion techniques. Even those who were agile had nowhere to hide in this tightly packed battle array. The siblings discussed the scenery of the government office, exchanging words until the clerk arrived with the guards, silencing them. Whether it was Zhao Yu's inhuman self-healing ability or the old man's dust-free land, neither was anything normal. Shun Jingyan squinted and smiled. She had been waiting for this sentence. She didn't want these 3 to bow to her. What she wanted was for them to owe her a favor. During the alliance meeting, the people of Lady charged up as agreed to attack Duke Lu Ding. But Duke Qi Jing ignored it, steady as a mountain. However, he now had a new question. What is the Crystal Cave? Who is the one who spoke? And why did they say that the Crystal Cave is the true ancestral land? What is this deception for? When Nangong Yuan had no cultivation ability and was questioned by others, she resolutely walked this path to prove her capability. She was not just a decorative vase that knew nothing. What do you mean? Sun Shangxiang stared at Long Yuan. Then, as if realizing something, she leaned in and whispered something in Long Yuan's ear. In an instant, The king arrived in front of the man, swinging his right leg down fiercely, kicking at the man. Then tell me, what kind of old ailment is it? Dr. Wen didn't believe it. Traditional Chinese medicine is an accumulation of experience. And without decades of clinical experience facing frontline patients, it is impossible to have any accomplishments in traditional Chinese medicine. He was in a chaotic state of mind, unsure whether it was right or wrong for Li Ziyuan to show ruthlessness. All generals, follow me to the land world and sweep away the chaos. Seeing the armies of the three realms already kneeling, Li Ziyuan wasted no time and directly issued orders. How is it? Everyone asked in unison, as they all hoped that everything was a misunderstanding, and Feng Linger and Yu Luo's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Many high-ranking elders, although retired inside, still interfered with external affairs. To elaborate, the nursing home was also a place where old men fought openly and secretly. The plan was good, and the execution was relatively smooth, but who cared about Jiang Yunni's situation in the midst of it all? However, Lin Yu had no intention of staying in this tree for long. After climbing to the top of the tree, he took advantage of the proximity of the dense trees to jump from one tree to another, leaving the place at once. Chapter 112, Predicting Danger. Moreover, Yuanli, when used, can also be transformed into elemental powers like water and fire. This means that under equal qualifications, female beastmen are a step ahead of male beastmen. Yin Yang always feels that she has uncovered a shocking secret. Perhaps the reason why the male orcs are concealing the fact that females can cultivate is because they fear females. They want to control females and make them forever dependent on them. Male orcs absorb beast crystals, but I think peaches are much tastier than sour plums. Bai Fuling's eyes lit up at the thought of sweet and juicy peaches. Thus she decided that peach blossoms are more appealing than plum blossoms. Sigh, child, why make things so difficult for yourself? At this moment, old Lin hurriedly helped Lin Mei up, sighing deeply. During this critical time, even if many gentry have influence in the court, they cannot reach far. When the time comes, they will blame the chaos and killings on the refugees. And no one can blame Lu Yin and Su Ke. Influenced by his uncle, he unconsciously adhered to this viewpoint, which is why he treats others with a cold face, while revealing his true character to those he is familiar with. Lin Feng did not let the thug go just like that, because the guy's momentum hadn't run out yet. Even though his hand was caught and broken by Lin Feng, his body still charged at the fat man. How could Lin Feng miss such a good opportunity? He directly kicked the thug in the stomach. What's good to eat? I don't want to go. What French cuisine? It's not delicious at all. Brother, you really have a big heart, still thinking about food at a time like this. Zhao Xuan muttered discontentedly, speaking with some worry. From a chemical composition perspective, soft jade contains calcium, magnesium, and iron silicates, while hard jade contains sodium and aluminum silicates. I can give you the jade guanine, but I want to fight you fairly. This is also the main reason Iverson returned from Turkey. To be honest, besides those who came with contracts, the others are not players of the Cavaliers. Elder Qi introduced them, and Zhao Tianming greeted each one. But when it came to the relatively younger-looking person, he didn't know how to address him. Should they treat each other as equals? The gap seems a bit large, and treating him as a senior seems too young. When dawn broke slightly, Flower Qingyi and AI Xianger had already set off for Suzhou. Flower Qingyi had thought of various reasons for going to Suzhou, but never imagined it would be in this manner. The original thought lock can transform one's will into a power, locking it onto a target to know their location. However, this technique cannot be used just because one reaches the warrior level. One must also possess the talent and understanding. With a loud bang accompanied by a flash of lightning striking the river's surface, the water suddenly parted in the middle. Quiet down, stop making noise. Now that half a stick of incense has passed, if you can't come to a conclusion, the old monk will immediately slay this old fellow and then burn your turtle nests. The monk shouted with wide eyes. He Qingwei gradually felt that Xian Yin was also so perverse, and her anger was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. But at this moment, she suddenly recalled the fight she had with Hua Qingyi last night. Wang Wenji used to be a wandering hero, so having distanced himself from the toxic quality education, he knew a lot of practical things, one of which was traditional Chinese medicine for health. For human undead, when they are reincarnated, they must cross one of the three rivers of the underworld, the Wangchuan, so that they can forget the grievances of their past lives and be reborn in the next life. The shadow of fire flickered, and the fire shadow puppet technique was activated, leaving a fire shadow in place while the person vanished. Wu Zian pushed away the stone debris on her body, glaring angrily. But her gaze was no longer as sharp as at the beginning. Chapter 113. Shui Huai hearing the system tempting her to recruit beast husbands. Yunyang silently shook her head. But forget it, after all, they are priests. Don't priests usually stay in their own tribes and hardly leave? System, oh system. You should really improve your abilities. Expand your scanning range. It's better to rely on oneself than on others. But it seems Ming Ji is interested in you. You think too much. System, I made it clear. Facing dozens of elite ninjas and Jiraiya, a powerful figure close to the level of a Hokage. Chushin remained calm and composed. Shen Donglei's gaze turned cold as he reprimanded Qian Shan, who shrank his neck and obediently closed his mouth, glancing at me with a disgruntled expression. As the time approached, she handed the prepared ring to Hong Yuan and then sat down in box number 1. A crisp and melodious sound of metal clashing rang out. Although it was very soft, it stood out amidst the chaos of bat cries and flapping wings, like a strand of celestial music drifting in purgatory, instantly suppressing all other sounds, leaving only a lingering melody. Princess, stop playing. We have to enter the palace today. The maid urged from the side, while Yin Kaiwei was engrossed in a game of checkers with Yang Xiaoyao, unwilling to get up at all. Zhaozhe, of course, was rewarded with 1,000,000 copper coins for annihilating the Fanjiang stronghold, which allowed him to be revived. I'll talk to my dad for a bit, and we'll head back to Yun City together. Jiang Chushue's smile was sweet, but the sadness hidden in her eyes could not escape Guyu's gaze. Yu Chan's expression shook, greatly moved. This Kuanpeng was incredibly powerful, as if bearing the will of the vast universe, carrying the path of Yin and Yang, circling above this divine nest. The number of snow mountain giants was only in the thousands, while the desert giant wolf cavalry was vast, with the first wave charging with 3,000 cavalry. Are you all rebelling? Am I the captain, or are you the captain? Stubborn Shuehao would not listen to advice. His face flushed as he shouted angrily. Seeing Lang Hongxiang and the others return, the young wolves all looked at him, their eyes showing clear curiosity. Lai Chang's eyes darkened as he shouted loudly. Don't you give me a good lesson? Yes. Futong immediately responded, raising a hand and waving it heavily at the few gray-robed men behind him. The crowd then pulled out a 2-meter-long whip from their pants, each face contorted, walking towards Yi Changbin and the others. Yi Tian nodded and said, the Light Guardian Array is a 6-tier formation, which is naturally powerful, but it is not easy to set up successfully. After coming out of the Dragon Tooth branch, Yi Tian returned to the villa. The man, during a break, walked over to his wife and child, gently touching the child's head and then looking at his wife, smiling deeply. The butler and 2 old servants carried up 2 boxes, and when they opened them, they revealed a dazzling pile of silver coins inside. This scene instantly left the group of demon beasts puzzled. Yuan Chang and Lang Hongxiang had already displayed their battle intent and momentum. So why did Yuan Chang still want to step down? Could it be that Yuan Chang feared Lang Hongxiang? The Yu family members were patiently waiting outside the hospital room, their emotions complex at this moment. Due to the existence of the betting game, many family members secretly hoped that old Master Yu would not be saved. Perhaps only Yu Man's father, Yu Zhen, was looking forward to a miracle. After the strange object exploded, everyone began relaying what they had seen with their own eyes. But still, they did not know what it was, all looking at the old master with doubt. Time flew by, and the Qiushi Square ended its morning exercise, welcoming noon. Yadong, let's meet at the foot of the back mountain after lunch. Black Chrome, Tulagu, and Yadong waved goodbye. Just as the train chaos ensued, Lin Hao and others stepped into the real battlefield, while on the other side, Keiju and others finally engaged in battle with the coalition of the Beast Universe and the Light Universe. Chapter 114. You all stay here. Ming Ji's eyelid twitched slightly. Weren't the deer clan always called like this when they were young? There's no helping it. You're the only little deer by my side. Shuehuai shrugged. All right, let's hurry. The great beast husband seems to be struggling to adapt to the snowy mountains. Ming Ji's gaze fell on the spiritless Baizhu and Fu He. Are you all right? Yin Yang quickly asked. Baizhu waved his hand weakly. I'm fine, just a bit tired. A short rest will do. Although both Imo, Xueqiu, and Sheng Imo knew that this matter must be supported by Piao Linghai behind the scenes, and that the purpose was nothing more than preparing for the Piao Linghai matters in the future, at least at this moment. They had no evidence to conclude that Piao Linghai was behind the scenes. Cheng Xiaoying was Yi Feng's first love, and Chen Ling could be appropriately forgiving. But she absolutely could not tolerate Yi Feng's womanizing behavior. It was simply too much. The old tortoise of Fushan moved its feet like a moving mountain, continuing toward Jianmen. Although its movements were slow, they were not particularly fast either. After all, this old tortoise was enormous. and each step it took was enough to allow an ordinary chi refining cultivator to fly for a while. Since neither of them knew what was outside the door ahead, they hesitated and had to retreat for now, while I Chi seemed to mumble something about filling his stomach with these simple foods and put away the leftovers. Even Yi Feng's sect in the chaotic space couldn't compare to his current power. Although Yi Feng's sect had the advantage in numbers, their strength was still significantly lower. Activate the Great Formation. With a hint of a cold smile on his face, that demon lord directly issued the command. At this moment, Zhongyu was moving rapidly through the flesh wall and the top of the passage, sword energy bursting forth, desperately avoiding being surrounded by the corpse demons, while those corpse demons followed closely behind him, climbing up the flesh wall. These corpse demon minions were sharp-clawed and incredibly fast, running wildly on the flesh wall. This scene caused the entire battlefield situation to change abruptly, and the two major Demon Mountain's demon cultivators fell into chaos, issuing hoarse cries, while Yuan Dian, who had been observing the entire situation, was also taken aback by this scene. However, Li Tong was merely inheriting his father and grandfather's title, lacking practical combat experience. He had originally been full of enthusiasm. Upon seeing the more than 100,000 rebels outside the city, watching their imposing demeanor, he immediately wilted, his legs trembling, secretly cursing himself for insisting on taking the dangerous frontline task. Indeed, with Yi Feng's speed, he was far from being a match for the black-clad people. The speed of the black-clad people had reached a terrifying level, putting immense pressure on Yi Feng and making him feel that the situation was quite dire. This immediately made Zhong Xiongqi anxious, even almost exploding in anger, thinking that the other side was also an invader. If so, wouldn't he be aiding the oppressor? All right, we won't speak carelessly. Lin Ai nodded. She wasn't without discernment, knowing what could be said and what couldn't. Yi Tian entered the spiritual consciousness space, took a deep breath, and swallowed the last ginseng from his storage bag. But no matter how many there are, this number is still a few. It can't be more. If it is, the examiners in the examination hall will be in trouble. Perhaps so, Yilan said lightly. The fingertips hidden behind gently twisted the grass stem, suddenly tightening. The leaves that were pinched and crushed floated down to the ground. According to common sense, this reform would inevitably provoke a large-scale backlash, even triggering a reaction from conservative forces. The teleportation door was broken, and Athena's panic was no longer concealed. She was constantly retreating, crossing her arms in a defensive posture against wolves. Raising racehorses is technology, and this power system of technology inherently possesses various concentrations. The reason for this is naturally to remind Su Wuyo that the huge fire spirit probably possesses the strength of the late stage of the Supreme Realm, allowing Su Wuyo to have some psychological preparation in advance. Fearing that he wouldn't be able to cope, it must be like this, truly thoughtful. Chapter 115, Spirit Deer Tribe. Bai Zhu wanted to ask Mo Hen why he agreed to give Mingji a chance. Throughout the journey, Mingji had no idea how many times he had covertly shown goodwill. It was just that the female master was more sluggish than Fu He. Seeing that Mingji was a high priest, she didn't dare to think too much about it. Otherwise, they would all have to call Ming-Ji Old Six. Bai Zhu, along the way, what do you think of Ming-Ji's strength? Montaken slowly spoke. Well, she's just a bit stronger than us, Bai Zhu. Although the house was named after Tony, the money still had to come from Nina. After all, she was a wealthy woman, and it was rare for her to go out traveling, so she certainly wouldn't skimp on herself. Her usual frugality was just a habit. Bai Jian's indifferent gaze was like looking at a dead person, causing Yang Hua to instinctively shudder inside, involuntarily taking half a step back. This Commander Zhao was simply lacking in strength, but in fighting skills, he was top-notch. No wonder he held the position of instructor and commander. Kai directly walked over, holding a round brown fruit. Is that a sweet fruit? Although the gap in cultivation between Lu Yichen and Bai Fengyan was huge, their relationship was very good. This situation was very rare, but it wasn't surprising for them. However, if he really did that, then these wouldn't matter anymore. He had his calculations, and I have my rules. The ugly man received the order, pushing the corpse of the hairy egg into the furnace, where the fire blazed bright red. Lu Li's tiger body shook. The courtesan sister could actually match Lu Yichen in strength with her mortal body and foundation establishment realm. He wanted to marry the white tiger, but it was impossible for him to say how much he liked her in front of her. Perhaps people in this era were like this, or maybe he was just particularly awkward. Dad, do you want me to deceive him? Sue and I looked at her father in shock, finding it hard to believe in his choice. The decision already made in her heart would not change. no matter how much her grandmother said. On this extremely beautiful face, the skin on other parts was as smooth and white as snow. Only the right eye looked as if it had been punched hard, a mass of pitch black. Chun Yueying hinted at the shopkeeper about Wang Yulin's suspicious actions. Wanting to verify, when Wang Yulin came to the cake shop to buy a birthday cake for Wang Xiangyuan that day. Wei Hanchuan was in the office when he heard the operator say it was a call from Xiao Wan. He immediately picked it up. However, he was already somewhat clear about the reason for Xiao Wan's call, which made his brows furrow slightly, and his gaze turned cold. However, his actions provoked a fierce reaction from Zhuo Jinyu, who believed Wei Liang's actions were mainly targeting her as the mother. What, master? You don't think a disciple would poison inside, do you? And Rand's hand holding the chopsticks paused. If that were the case, then it would be better for the disciple to taste it herself. Sigh, what a waste of a table full of good dishes. While speaking, she shook her head, feeling quite regretful. Miao Miao knew he would come to ask, so she explained everything clearly to the young master. Nangong Luyun was the first to regain his senses, and a light curtain directly enveloped Su Luo, isolating her inside. However, the old man with the white beard was merely a bit puzzled. The next moment, he had already locked away the divine grade Pei Yuan Dan. Guanhai felt somewhat helpless. He really didn't know what to do. Perhaps he should visit Lingwu Academy. But there might not be enough time. Yu Qingjia Tian nodded slightly. It was his first time in Juzhou, and he felt much like Wanqi Liang did. This place was very different from what he had imagined. It felt more comfortable here than in those national capitals. Yet he had a premonition that their arrival would not keep this place peaceful for long. Yu Qingjia Tian squinted slightly, which allowed Wanqi Liang to see the danger clearly in his gaze. This man truly wanted to kill him. With this thought, Wanqi Liang's desire to break free vanished without a trace. After all, he couldn't win, and any resistance would only bring suffering to himself. Chapter 116. Is he also going to resign? Yun Yang and Ming Ji climbed the mountain, while also communicating with the system. She wanted to ask why the invading orcs took away the pollution sources inside the cave, since there was a light-type ability user among them. He should be well aware of the dangers of nightmare energy. However, the system did not clarify. As always, the system was limited and could not actively disclose information. Can the system track these orcs? If there are items they left behind? Just at the moment when Chu Han kissed, her heartbeat quickened, almost breaking her composure. She was still savoring it. The staff presented them with flowers, and Chu Han and Xia Chu exchanged smiles. When a matter was put on the table, Feng Wu suddenly felt troubled. The joy she felt just moments ago vanished. Besides the important ministers of the Greizhou dynasty attending the banquet tonight, there were also envoys from countries like Shanshan, Baiwei, and Yelong. Just when Jiang Pingan was troubled about what to do, a red signal flare suddenly rose into the sky. 2 minutes later, Sakurai Jun successfully registered. His sequence number was 88, a great signal, making Sakurai Jun even more confident. Often, Guijia was not just a strategist. He was Cao Cao's first choice for alleviating worries, and also a lubricant between Cao Cao and Sun Yu, two former friends. The most terrifying aspect of demons is not how strong their abilities are, but the advanced technology they possess that far exceeds the current level on Earth. Perhaps they won't be discovered for a while, but if we keep hiding, ultimately, only we will be worn out. However, once the matter of the Ping, Le Marquis ferments, the capital Bianjing will surely become chaotic, and this atmosphere can also be changed. Zhuge Liang wanted to say that private soldiers belong to the private property of the gentry, but he did not dare to say so due to Liu Bei's pressure. Sima Lianjin remained silent, gazing out at the moonlight, with the stars shining brightly in the night sky. What she found most unbelievable was why he remembered Shinjechi, but not her. If he truly had amnesia, shouldn't he forget everyone? Could it be that this is the legendary selective amnesia? Just conveniently forgetting the most important person and events he least wanted to remember? The Bloodshed members are a special department of my Tian men. They only obey me and act according to the commands of our few core figures. Zhouji's status is not yet at that level, so it's understandable that he doesn't know. Yes, Teacher Liu is super invincible and super powerful. Only he is qualified to be our teacher, Su Guochong added. She gave him a light hit, stood up, and kissed him. Their lips touched, initially just a taste. But that guy suddenly hugged her and pressed her against the desk. The strong masculine aura made her head dizzy. Feeling flustered, her lips unconsciously parted, allowing him to be intimate. This year was supposed to be her most assured year, yet she was now lying on the hospital bed, unable to move, let alone participate in the soul power test. Right now, Master Situ is much gentler. Anyway, it's very good for him. She really loves this kind of Master Situ. Jiunza, Are you saying that only the one concealing qi immortal pill passed down by Master Zhongjing should be given to the Jingyi Dao? Zhou Chunfeng asked. Imohan finally raised his head, lying side by side with Shui Qianqian, his right hand resting on her abdomen. Zhang Changgong said, each has its strengths. He then tucked the handgun into his waist, and Luo Lai handed him a cigarette. Zhang Changgong shook his head. He didn't smoke. Luo Lai lit a cigarette for himself and started smoking. Everything here was different from what they had previously guessed. These wild people were just descendants left over from those years, searching for traces of their ancestors. After recovering from his illness, Luo Lai's face was somewhat pale, and even his steps were a bit unsteady, but his eyes had regained clarity, and his gaze became sharp as he smiled friendly at Lu Weilin. Chapter 117. At most a Sun Strategy. By the way, the clan leader looked at Ming Ji with concern. You and Yun Yang, the female, haven't formed a partnership yet, right? Ming Ji's lips touched, feeling a pang in her heart. The clan leader and the elders all smiled at Ming Ji. So how is it? Have you pursued her successfully? Under the intense, caring gaze of the elders, Ming Ji instinctively tilted her neck slightly back, reassuring them. No matter what, he is determined to be with Yun Yang. The clan leader nodded. Ming Ji is so outstanding, he believed no female would refuse him. How about we help you hold a partnership ceremony afterward? Ming Ji's brows twitched, feeling a bit shy inside. No need. Yang Yang's beast husband is still waiting at the Snow Owl tribe. We'll finish our business here and then go meet them. After that, we still need to find the lost nightmare bones. Mentioning the lost nightmare bones in the forbidden area, they couldn't help but sigh again. All right, we understand. There are also several pieces of nightmare bones in the Beast King city in the central area. Perhaps we can go there now. The clan leader's expression became slightly serious. But those arrogant old fellows can be quite difficult. You need to protect Yang Yang well. The orcs in the central area are not as easy to deal with as they are. If they find out about the special nature of the female Yun Yang, they might think of ways to detain her in the Beast King city. Ming Ji slightly lowered her eyes, and the clan leader reassured, I will. I will go find Yang Yang first and bring her to meet the clan leader and the elders tomorrow. The spirit deer tribe will belong to Yun Yang. She has prepared many things to hand over to her second civilization village. On the other side, after the orcs of the spirit deer tribe took Yun Yang to her residence, they immediately left with smiles. Yun Yang looked at the stone cave, which was spacious and very clean, as if it were often swept. This place is nice. The Linglu tribe has good hospitality. Qingling nodded in satisfaction at the well-equipped stone house. Yin Yang, there's a big bed inside. We can sleep there tonight. Qingling observed the interior and pointed at the bed covered with soft furs. He hadn't been affectionate with Yin Yang for a long time. Tonight, he could have Yin Yang all to himself. Qingling thought happily, his lips involuntarily curling up. At that moment, a little beast man sneaked in, with big round eyes. He blinked at Yin Yang. You're Mingyu, Mingji's younger brother, right? Seeing him so cute, Yun Yang couldn't help but pat his head. Did you come here to find me for something? Mingyu's eyes were round, and his chubby little hands grabbed Yun Yang's. Are you my brother's female master? Should I call you sister-in-law? Yun Yang looked at him in confusion, wondering why he said that. Mingyu stared intently at the ice flower placed on the table by Yun Yang. What is wrong with this flower? Yun Yang followed Mingyu's gaze. Doesn't T-sister know? Mingyu laughed cheekily. Here, males court females by looking for an ice flower. Accepting the ice flower means agreeing to the male. Mingyu smiled, revealing two small dimples. When I grow up, I also want to court the little female I like with an ice flower, just like brother. Yin Yang looked at the crystal-clear ice flower on the table, opened her mouth, and didn't know what to say. Did Ming Ji really like her? But as a priest, could he just leave the tribe? Could it be just a coincidence? Qing Ling, who was standing by, was glaring at the ice flower on the table with an unfriendly gaze. He had said it all along. Ming Ji definitely had some thoughts when he sent flowers. If he hadn't discovered that little brat falling into the water and interrupted Ming Ji, who knows, Ming Ji might have wanted to court Yin Yang. After Ming Ji left, he immediately went to find Yin Yang. When he arrived at Yun Yang's place, Mingyu was still there, happily munching on the fruit that Yun Yang had given him. This area was all ice plains and snow mountains, so fresh fruit was a rare sight. And Mingyu was enjoying it so much that he didn't even notice his brother entering the cave. Mingyu, Ming Ji called out. Brother? Mingyu wiggled his little legs, holding up the fruit in his hand for Ming Ji to see. Brother, look, the fruit that sister gave me is so delicious. Ming Ji patted his head. You go play outside. I need to talk to Sister Yin Yang for a bit. Okay. Mingyu nodded obediently and left with a bright red fruit. Yin Yang. Ming Ji told her about the tribe's decision to belong to Yin Yang. You should rest tonight. and tomorrow I will take you to find a tribe leader. Yin Yang's eyes lit up. Good. Mingji, do you have any clues about the orcs that broke in the tribe today? Not yet. You're a priest. Can't you predict where they are? No. Mingji shook his head. There are probably priests among them who are stronger than me, capable of blocking my tracking. Yin Yang nodded. Alright. Are there any items left by the orcs? Yin Yang asked again. Mingji sensed something keenly. Does Yang Yang have a way? Well, not exactly, Yin Yang replied. If there are items with their aura within a certain range, I can perceive them. Mingji relaxed his brow slightly. In that case, I'll go ask the chieftain and the others. Done chatting? Qing Ling, sitting nearby with his legs crossed, said if you're done, you can go out. I need to rest with my female master. Mingji heard the heavy emphasis on female master and pursed his lips. Originally, I should have left. Mingji looked at the arrangement of the cave, but this is my residence. He felt a sense of joy when the clansman brought Yun Yang to his cave. When the clansman saw the ice-field flower in Yun Yang's hand, they naturally assumed Yun Yang was his female master and directly guided him to his cave. Perhaps other vacant caves hadn't been cleaned, so they just arranged for him to stay here. Mingji smiled gently. So, I guess I can only stay here. In fact, Mingji doesn't often reside in this stone house. He usually stays in the forbidden area, guarding the nightmare bone and purifying the nightmare energy produced by it. Mingji is the priest of the tribe, and even though he doesn't often stay here, there are orcs who regularly help clean. Qing Ling gritted his teeth. I think you did it on purpose, without your consent. Would the orcs in your tribe bring us here? He thought he could monopolize Yang Yang tonight, but unexpectedly, Mingji squeezed in. Was Mingji doing it on purpose? How could that be? Mingji looked at Yun Yang innocently. I guess they misunderstood that Yang Yang is my female master. Isn't that because you deliberately let them misunderstand? Qing Ling scoffed. That broken flower on the table is your scheme. Mingji understood. It seemed Qing Ling knew the meaning of males giving ice-field flowers from somewhere. In that case, Yang Yang probably knows too, right? Mingji looked at Yun Yang with tenderness in his eyes. How could that be? This isn't a scheme. If anything, it could be considered a straightforward plan. Chapter 118. Make room for you. Qing Ling's eyes were about to burst. Look, hasn't Tia been exposed? What gentle and kind high priest. He-s just a scheming male. He-s been trying to make his presence known all along. Trying to blesser Yang Yang. Mingji smiled. If I hadn't been interrupted when I was giving the flowers, I would have told Yang Yang that this flower has a meaning of courtship from males to females in our northern land. Then, Mingji looked at Yun Yang with a troubled expression. I always thought I had made it very obvious when I came to the northern land. Yun Yang, aren't you a priest? What do you see a priest leaving the tribe with a female leader? Yun Yang naturally felt it, and because of this, she dared not think wildly before Mingji directly explained it. Mingji suddenly realized it was my fault for not telling Yang Yang. Perhaps Yang Yang didn't know that our spirit deer tribe is not lacking in light-type supernatural beastmen who could be priests. In other tribes, it is rare to find even one light-type supernatural being among 1,000. However, in our spirit deer tribe, light-type supernatural beastmen are not treasured like in other tribes. Nevertheless, beastmen from outside the northern region would come to our tribe, offering rewards to seek a priest. There are also some tribes like Beast King City that send females to find light-type beastmen to form pairs, thus allowing them to take those beastmen away. However, in such cases, the tribe often has a requirement. If they have offspring from the spirit deer tribe, they need to be sent back to the northern land. Listening to Mingji's explanation, Yin Yang truly learned this for the first time. Yang Yang, don't worry, I have already resigned from the priest position with the tribe leader. Please accept me and let me follow you. Faced with Mingji's sudden straightforwardness, Yin Yang felt conflicted. What I need to consider? Just pounce on it, right? Hearing the system's chattering voice, Yin Yang silently retorted in her heart. Get lost. I don't want to be reserved. If it's too easy to get, how would I know to cherish it? In terms of strength, she had seen clearly along the way that Mingji was not inferior to anyone among them. In terms of appearance, he also deeply captured the heart of this face-loving girl. If I consider it and don't agree, what will you do? Yun Yang suddenly asked. Mingji pondered for a moment. I will still step down as the priest. The nightmare bone was taken away, and I must find it back. Mingji said, I will still follow you to search for the nightmare bone with you. If you don't agree to let me accompany you, I won't disturb you too much. After finding the nightmare bone, I will hand it over to you and then leave. He did not say that if Yun Yang did not agree, he would still find opportunities to contact her. Facing Mingji's determined gaze, Yun Yang averted her eyes. What virtue or ability did she have to make a promising high priest follow her? Are you really sure about this? Yuanyang said, Herr Liebs. Following me will definitely be more difficult, and you will encounter many dangers in the future. I know, but I want to protect you. Ming Ji took a few steps closer and held Yuanyang's hand. I used to have only one thought, which was to protect the safety of the northern land. If you are not here, the nightmare energy will eventually spread in the beast world, and the northern land will fall into crisis. Moreover, why those beast men want to take the nightmare bone is also a mystery. In the prophecy, the disasters of the beast world continent may be related to this. Protecting you is also protecting the northern land, and I willingly do so. Even if one day I really die, I have no regrets. Ming Ji's voice was deep. Yang Yang, please accept me. Yin Yang was almost lost in Ming Ji's gentle eyes. She secretly pinched herself and said, You know, I already have 5 beast husbands. If you really don't mind and truly want to pursue me, you need to get my beast husband's approval. If they don't approve, I won't either. Qing Ling watched as Ming Ji crazily confessed in front of the female master, forcibly pulling Yun Yang away and standing between them. Getting our approval is not that simple. Ming Ji looked at the jealous Qing Ling and asked, What do I need to do for you to approve of me? Qing Ling sneered. First of all, you're a male without the status of a beast husband, so please keep your distance from my female master. Flirting in front of me as her beast husband, do you think I'm dead or something? Yin Yang quietly shot a glare at Qing Ling. What flirting? You can't say that. She didn't. It was clearly Ming Ji who was openly seducing her. Ming Ji was momentarily speechless. All right, I'm very sorry. I'll definitely pay attention in the future. Ming Ji glanced at her stone house. But this is my house. Can I stay here? No way. There's so many places to live in the tribe. Where you can stay is not up to you. You, an outsider, shouldn't take advantage of the situation. Ming Ji is a priest. Isn't she afraid of not having a place to live? Yin Yang nudged Qing Ling's waist, saying, This is someone else's house. Qing Ling pouted. Yang Yang, you don't love me anymore, do you? You just want to be with this deer, right? Or should I step outside and make room for you too? Yin Yang opened her mouth. No, she had only said half a sentence. Is there really someone like him who acts as a beast herder? Ming Ji took a deep look at Qing Ling. It's fine. I'll find somewhere else to stay. Qing Ling smirked. Mission accomplished. See, I told you this is his tribe. And he's a priest. How could he not find a place to live? Ming Ji sighed. Then I'll leave first. Qing Ling pouted. What a big priest. So pretentious. Just trying to make Yang Yang feel guilty. Yang Yang wouldn't want to keep Ming Ji, right? He grabbed Yin Yang, his eyes looking like a wounded puppy. Little brat. Compare him to him? Ming Ji is still a bit too green. No, no. Yin Yang didn't dare to say it, but for a moment she thought that way. Qing Ling snorted. He didn't believe it. His female master was actually very soft-hearted. Pretending to be pitiful failed. Ming Ji had no choice but to turn and leave. Stepping out the door, looking at the wind and snow outside, he sighed and had to go to the forbidden area he had been to before. Just in time, he saw a white feather inside the cave. He picked it up and sniffed it in front of his nose. It must have been left by the orcs who intruded into the tribe. I'll give this to Yang Yang tomorrow. He tucked the feather away, then found a place, transformed into a white deer, and lay down to rest. Meanwhile, in the cave where Yun Yang was, Qing Ling chuckled, hugged Yun Yang, and nuzzled his head against her chest. Yang Yang, let's take a break. Yun Yang made a sound, and was picked up and kissed by Qing Ling. This was Ming Ji's stone cave, and Yun Yang patted his head. So what? He is not here. Qing Ling wrapped his arms around Yun Yang's waist, saying he just wanted to be affectionate with Yang Yang. Qing Ling dropped his usual unreliable youthful boy demeanor, his eyes carrying an aggressive desire as he coaxed Yun Yang to join him. Chapter 119. The vinegar jar. The next day, Ming Ji, living alone in the forbidden area, came out. After walking a few steps, he suddenly encountered the beast man who brought Yun Yang to his residence yesterday. Priest, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in your cave with your female master? Ming Ji calmly explained. I came here to see if there are any clues. The beast man understood, so that's it. So early in the morning, the priest is looking for clues in the forbidden area. You really are working hard. By the way, priest, I was just about to deliver food to your female master. Since I ran into you, why don't you take it over? The beast man handed over the food. Ming Ji smirked. All right, give it to me. He took the food and immediately went to his original cave. Ming Ji knocked on the cave door, and after a while, Qing Ling lazily opened the door for Ming Ji. So early? Qing Ling looked Ming Ji up and down, a satisfied smile on his lips. Wait a minute. My female master hasn't he woken up yet. As for you, I can't let you in. Even Ming Ji, no matter how foolish, could tell something was off. Looking at the food in his hands, he said, In that case, I'll leave this with you. When Yang Yang wakes up, just give it to her. Are you stupid? Our Yang Yang is a blood clan. Qing Ling snorted. Didn't you already know that when you came to the northern lands? You just want an excuse to find Yang Yang. Qing Ling pierced through Ming Zhi's intentions in one go. Just keep this for yourself. Qing Ling wasn't short on food. There was already plenty hidden in Yun Yang's space. All right, then I'll come back to find Yang Yang after a while. Ming Zhi didn't feel too awkward and left alone. Ming Zhi had developed a thick skin. Although Qing Ling was mocking him, he didn't mind. His face. Is it more important than having a female master? If he really cared about his face, the disdain he encountered while being courteous along the way would have made him give up long ago. Qing Ling smugly curled his lips. This is the difference between having a title and not having one. Qing Ling entered the room, and Yun Yang slowly woke up. Was there a sound outside, just now? Yun Yang rubbed his sleepy eyes. Qing Ling didn't hide it. It was Ming Zhi, disturbing my sweet dreams early in the morning. He has no sense of propriety at all. Yun Yang gripped the muscles at his waist. Isn't it you who lacks restraint? In someone else's territory, being so reckless. Qing Ling still has the nerve to say that Ming Zhi lacks restraint. Does he have any? Yun Yang felt embarrassed to say that he had dragged her around for almost the whole night yesterday. When she got up, her back and waist were sore. Qing Ling innocently blinked her eyes, feeling a bit excited about finally having the chance to have Yang Yang all to herself since they were not around. He smiled apologetically. Yang Yang, it's my fault. Next time when I accompany Yang Yang to sleep, you can do whatever you want with me. Yun Yang spread her hands and gently fanned them on his face, thinking how beautiful it was. Next time it's your turn, you could just sleep under the bed. Qing Ling looked at her pitifully. Yun Yang really had a cruel heart. Go away. I need to get up. Oh. Qing Ling pulled Yun Yang into her arms with one hand, saying, I was too excessive last night. I should compensate Yun Yang. So let me hold Yun Yang to get up and wash up. Okay? Yun Yang is truly impressive, able to make taking advantage sound so fresh and unique. Hurry up. We will go find Ming Zhi soon. Qing Ling stopped in her tracks. Is Yang Yang so eager to meet her new love? Yun Yang tapped Qing Ling's forehead and said, What are you talking about? I just want to hurry up and find Ming Zhi. Then go meet the chieftain of the Ling Lu tribe to discuss important matters. You're just being jealous, Yun Yang teased, pinching his face. Yang a jealous pot. What beast husband isn't a jealous pot? Qing Ling said proudly. This shows I love Yang Yang and care about Yang Yang. Does Yang Yang not like it? Qing Ling stared at Yun Yang's lips, his gaze carrying a hint of threat. As if Yun Yang dared to say no, he would kiss him fiercely. I like it. I like it. Yun Yang patted him. Stop messing around. Let's hurry. Oh. Qing Ling took the hint and kept a smile on his face all the way until he met Ming Zhi. Ming Zhi ignored his smug look and turned to Yun Yang. He wanted to show concern for Yun Yang, but his current identity felt somewhat insufficient, and he had no reason to say Qing Ling was being unruly. Yang Yang, I found this in the forbidden area last night. It was left behind by the orcs who entered the forbidden area and is in a cave. Yun Yang immediately took it. Thank you. With this, if we really encounter those orcs in the future, we will be able to recognize them, and it will be easier to find them. By the way, did you go to the forbidden area last night? Yun Yang looked at him. You didn't stay there last night, did you? Ming Zhi smiled. It's nothing. When I was guarding the nightmare bone to purify the nightmare chi, I also stayed in the forbidden area before. It's just that the forbidden area is quite cold. However, Ming Zhi seemed to be trying to reassure her. You don't need to worry about me. After all, I am an orc of the Scarlet Dan realm. This bit of coldness doesn't bother me. Yun Yang slightly pursed her lips. In her mind, she had slowly conjured up an image of a white deer, pitifully staying in a cold cave, sorry for occupying your space and making you sleep in confinement. Yun Yang touched her neck, feeling a bit embarrassed. The important thing was that she and Qing Ling had done that in the original owner's house. Qing Ling rolled his eyes dramatically behind Yun Yang. What are you pretending to be pitiful for? He really wanted to expose her hypocritical mask. Yang Yang, didn't you say you wanted to meet the chief of the spirit deer tribe? Let us hurry up. Qing Ling pulled Yun Yang's hand, while Mo Hen and the others were still waiting for us to return to the Snow Owl tribe. Sigh. If Mo Hen and the others knew that Ming Zhi was coming with us, they would probably be so happy, right? Qing Ling said sarcastically. As soon as Yun Yang thought of Mo Hen and the others, he instantly became alert. Let's go. Let's try to get back early. What would Mo Hen and the others' reaction be if they saw Ming Zhi? They would definitely be jealous. And Fu He, would she have red eyes and accuse her? Yun Yang has tried her best to handle the matters of the Ling Lu tribe, but after some explanations, it has taken almost 2 days. Moreover, there are still many issues waiting for her to discuss. What to do? Mo Hen and the others must be anxious. It has been several days since leaving the Xue Xiao tribe, and she should have gone back to find Mohin and the others, but there are too many things, and solving them all at once is not easy. Sigh, if she had known, she wouldn't have exaggerated and said it would take 3 days. Ming-Ji comforted her, saying, Yin-Yang, don't worry, we have already sent the orcs from the tribe to notify Mohin and the others. Village Chief. Chapter 120. Why did Yin-Yang scold him? In a short period of time, Yin-Yang has already been respectfully called the village chief by the orcs of the Linglu tribe, and everyone calls her with extraordinary sincerity. Village Chief Yin-Yang is a female so captivating that even the high priest can be enchanted by her. Even before they had much contact, the orcs of the tribe already held great respect for Yin-Yang. Anyone who could make the high priest fall for them must be an exceptionally outstanding female. When they learned that Yin-Yang was to become the master of their tribe and would provide them with many techniques they could only envy, they regarded her with reverence second only to the gods. Not only could they learn medicine, but they could also learn the written language of the beast world. The females of the tribe admired Yin-Yang the most. The village chief personally taught them how to cultivate. Even without a contracted beast husband, they could still gain special abilities. The orcs of the spirit deer tribe yearn for a peaceful life, and in this environment, the females also have great personalities. Each one is a cool and beautiful woman. What's wrong? Yin-Yang looked at the approaching orc. Village chief, your beast husband has arrived. Yin-Yang was taken aback, looking in shock at the orc who reported to her what? Your beast husband has come from the Snow Owl tribe. The orc said, we were originally going to the Snow Owl tribe, but unexpectedly, we ran into your beast husband just as we came down the mountain. They were the orcs sent by the priest to find Yin-Yang's beast husband at the Snow Owl tribe. Where are they? Yin-Yang quickly asked. The orc hesitated for a moment and said, they seem to be having a hard time adjusting here, feeling a bit unwell. We have already arranged for them to stay in the priest's stone cave for the past few days, due to Qing Ling's obstruction. Ming-Ji still hadn't successfully returned to his own stone cave. He had to spend the nights in the forbidden area and wait by the stone cave early in the morning. As a result, the tribe's orcs all thought that Ming-Ji lived in his own stone cave, and Yin-Yang was Ming-Ji's female master. In that case, Yin-Yang's beast husband was naturally sent directly to Ming-Ji's stone cave. Yin-Yang hurried to meet the others. When she arrived at Ming-Ji's stone cave, she focused and saw that everyone was there. Even the cold-averse Mohin and Yi Qi had transformed into their original forms, coiling around the fire energy stones nearby. Looking at Baizhu and Fu He, who were slumped over and listless, Yin-Yang felt both anger and heartache. What happened to you? Didn't I tell you to wait at the Snow Owl tribe? Baizhu and Fu He brightened up when they saw Yin-Yang. The look of dejection vanished in an instant. Fu He transformed into human form, and her pale face appeared even more bloodless due to her physical discomfort. We were worried since you hadn't returned for so long, so we wanted to come and check on you. Actually, we rested at the Snow Owl tribe for 2 days and felt much better, but we didn't expect to come here and feel a bit dizzy again. Fu He held Yin-Yang's hand, looking at her with a pitiful expression. Yin-Yang, please don't be mad at us, okay? Yin-Yang pinched Fu He's face and said, good. When Fu He acted spoiled, how could she bear to scold her? Don't worry, we'll be fine after resting for half a day. Fu He immediately perked up. Qing Ling took a few steps back, standing beside the lazy Mohin and Yi Qi, and quietly reported Ming-Ji's situation, mentioning that Ming-Ji had sent flowers to Yin-Yang. Mohin glanced at him, seemingly indifferent to Ming-Ji's little thoughts, only asking about Yin-Yang. Don't worry, everything is fine with Yang-Yang. Qing Ling patted his chest. With me here, how could Yang-Yang be wronged? Mohin squinted his eyes, returning to the topic Qing Ling had just mentioned. Since Yang-Yang hadn't returned the Icefield flower, it meant she had already accepted him. What? Don't you have any reaction? Aren't you going to stop him? Mohin looked at him. If I'd stopped you back then, you might not have become the fourth. Qing Ling was speechless. He pouted and muttered softly. But we can't let Ming-Ji succeed so quickly. Be careful. Mohin gave Qing Ling a meaningful look. He was too lazy to deal with Qing Ling. Anyway, if Qing Ling overstepped, he would be the one suffering. Qing Ling didn't care, thinking, so what if I'm overstepping? Will Ming-Ji run away? After Mohin and the others arrived, Qing Ling gradually became more reckless, as if he had a backing, daring to make things difficult for Ming-Ji. Yin-Yang had reminded Qing Ling several times about his bold actions, but soon enough, Qing Ling completely forgot. I thought the priest was all-powerful, but it turns out it's just like that. Whenever Qing Ling found an opportunity, he would mock Ming-Ji. The beastmen of the spirit deer tribe shot Qing Ling a secret glare. The village chief's beast husband was indeed too annoying. If it weren't for Yin-Yang, They would have dragged Qing Ling away and given him a beating long ago. Qing Ling. Yun Yang's face darkened. Do you mean you're very impressive? Qing Ling was taken aback, sensing Yun Yang's displeasure, and quickly smiled obsequiously. No, I remember when you learned to identify herbs with me. You mistook poison for a cure. And don't you remember when you ate the blue monkey fruit and got poisoned, turning completely blue? Qing Ling didn't understand why Yun Yang suddenly brought these up and felt very wronged inside. Yang Qing Ling, the spirit deer tribe, needs to clear a path. You should go help. Yun Yang didn't let him continue and urged him to leave. Yang Qing Ling's expressions through wanted to stay by Yun Yang's side. Are you not going to listen to what I say? Yun Yang stared at him. Qing Ling instantly felt extremely wronged. I understand now. After Qing Ling left, Yun Yang looked apologetically at Ming Ji. I'm sorry. Qing Ling is a bit willful. Sometimes he acts immature like a child. But he doesn't mean any harm. Ming Ji smiled. Yang doesn't need to apologize. I don't mind these things. The beastmen of the spirit deer tribe watched the interaction between Yun Yang and Ming Ji, secretly exchanging glances with a hint of smile. Human hearts are biased. Ming Ji is their tribe's priest, highly respected, yet suddenly being mocked by a sea eagle. It would be strange if they were happy. Fortunately, the priestess is fair and does not favor that sea eagle. And after Qing Ling had been toiling away on the mountain path for half a day, he still couldn't figure out why Yang scolded him. Big brother, what do you think is the reason? Qing Ling pokes at Mu Hin, who is wrapped in energy stones. Qing Ling, don't forget, this is the spirit deer tribe, not your home where you're coddled. Montag can slowly spoke. If it weren't for fearing that Qing Ling would provoke Yun Yang, he wouldn't bother talking to him. Qing Ling had always been a pampered beast man, straightforward, and always had his family to back him up. Sometimes, Mo Hen thought he was really a bit naive and carefree. Ming Ji is a Red Dan Realm beast man, and also a priest. Ming Ji won't hold it against you, but if you mock Ming Ji in front of outsiders, the beastmen in the tribe will definitely be unhappy. Yang scolding you is also to protect you, worried that you'll be ostracized by the beastmen of the spirit deer tribe. Small pranks are fine, but laughing at someone else's priest on their territory? Are you tired of living? Chapter 121. You don't understand. Even though Qing Ling is a White Dan realm, the beastmen of the spirit deer tribe are very strong, and on their own territory, it wouldn't be a simple matter to trip him up. Qing Ling was taken aback. No wonder. I kindly helped them clear a path. But those beastmen still looked at me strangely. Mo Hen closed his eyes, too lazy to say anything more. Sometimes he felt that Qing Ling was even more obtuse than Fu He. If he had known, he would have stopped Qing Ling back then, kicked him out, and saved himself the trouble now. What should I do now? Yang seemed to be angry, seeing that Mo Hen was ignoring him. Qing Ling could only turn into a sea eagle, staying in the corner, drawing circles with his claws. Upon hearing Yun Yang's footsteps, the sea eagle immediately jumped up, flapping its wings and rushing to the cave entrance. Yang, you Rebek? He stood on a large stone at the door, his eyes shining. Yun Yang glanced at him and responded with the HM. The tuft of hair on Hai Dongqing's head immediately drooped down. I know I was wrong, but where did I go wrong? Yun Yang shot him a glance. I shouldn't have publicly mocked Ming Ji. I know. Yun Yang scolding me is all for my own good. Hai Dongqing shuffled his feet on the stone, his head swaying slightly, eager to attract Yun Yang's attention with a flurry of little movements. Yun Yang raised an eyebrow. I scolded you in front of them today. Are you sad? Sadness looked at Yun Yang with a pitiful expression. If you know what sadness is, then you should understand that by mocking Ming Ji like this, aren't you making him sad too? If you can't stand Ming Ji, then fight him fairly instead of bullying him just because he has a good temper. Yun Yang took a deep breath and said softly, Qing Ling, if you can't accept Ming Ji joining our family, then I will refuse Ming Ji. Qing Ling was taken aback. He had always thought that when Yun Yang mentioned seeking their opinions, it was merely to give him a period of adjustment to gradually accept the new member. But now Yun Yang was saying that if he did not accept Ming Ji, he would refuse him. Yang, Ming Ji is still an outsider, but you're my beast husband, so I naturally have to consider you first. Yin Yang hopes for a more harmonious home. She is the only one, but the beast husbands are several. It is difficult for them to get along perfectly. It's normal for them to not see eye to eye and to have their own little schemes. However, as long as they can help each other in critical moments and avoid stabbing each other in the back, that's enough. If the addition of new members would disrupt this harmony, she would rather not have them. Yin Yang is actually afraid of trouble. Qing Ling drooped his head and said, Yang, I'm sorry, I was being willful. Mo Hen was right. Yang scolded him before to protect himself, and it was his own stubbornness and childishness. Young, when I throw a tantrum, do you get annoyed? Do you hate me? Yes, sometimes it can be quite annoying, Yin-Yang nodded. Qingling's eyes were filled with shock. I'll change, Yang, but I don't hate you. Yin-Yang reached out and patted Hai Dongqing's head. This is just your personality. Although sometimes you chatter on without considering the occasion, which annoys me a bit, I won't hate you for that, nor do I want you to completely change. As long as you pay a little attention to your words in the future, that's enough. If you really stop talking, then you won't be the cheerful and lively big bird that I like. Yin-Yang thought for a moment. Of course, if she really couldn't change, it wouldn't be a big deal. If they really offended each other, they could just stop interacting. Leaving was easy, and there was no need to force anything. After all, she was his female master, so she should at least support him a bit. If Qingling could change a little, that would be great for everyone. If not, she, who wandered around without a fixed home, had already suffered enough with him, so shouldn't she be a bit more accommodating? You're really good, female master. In the past, in the tribe, his father always scolded him for not thinking things through. When he left the tribe, his father reminded him to protect the female master and not to cause her trouble. But now, Yang said that if she couldn't change, then she wouldn't. The pitiful Hai Dongqing tucked his head into Yin-Yang's chest and said, Yang, it's not that I can't accept Ming-Ji. I'm just a bit jealous of him. He's so strong and capable. In the future, you might like him even more, and I'm afraid I won't measure up to him. Yin-Yang patted his head, silly bird. No matter how strong he is, he still has to call you forth. He can't surpass you. That's right. He still has to line up behind me? Hai Dongqing, Juka. Yin-Yang, don't worry. I will definitely change in the future and won't cause you any trouble. Yin-Yang pouted, this silly bird, how easy to coax. Sigh. I'm really afraid he'll be deceived by someone one day. Since that's the case, you can reflect outside tonight. Consider it a small punishment for your recklessness today. Qingling looked up at Yin-Yang sadly. Qingling sighed. Yin-Yang entered the room and walked to the corner to find Mo-Hen. You talked to Qingling, didn't you? With Qingling's personality, how could she figure out where she went wrong so quickly without someone else reminding her? Moreover, when Qingling spoke just now, she didn't actually have a clear understanding of her own problem. It looked like she was just half aware after being reminded by someone. And Mo-Hen extended his tail to pull Yin-Yang beside him and smiled, saying, Isn't it my duty as the #1 beast husband to help Yang relieve her worries? Yin-Yang smiled faintly and said thank you. At that moment, Qingling stood at the door, feeling the cold wind blowing outside, feeling extremely sad. He vowed never to anger Yang again. Suddenly, Qingling recalled the look in Mo-Hen's eyes when he had advised him to be mindful of his actions. So, had Mo-Hen already guessed that Yang would be angry? Qingling felt like crying without tears. Could the next reminder be a bit more straightforward? He was truly wrong. No, he couldn't stay any longer. Qingling spread his wings and flapped them, flying off to find Ming-Ji. Come on, let's have a fight. After the fight, let's forget about the previous matters, and I won't target you anymore. You want to be Yang's beast husband? I won't stop you. Ming-Ji looked at Qingling with an ambiguous expression, making him feel a bit embarrassed. What's wrong? Ming-Ji said earnestly, you can't win against me. Qingling pouted. So what? Don't worry, I won't report you. You don't know, just now Yang said that if I can't get along with you, she would refuse you. Qingling raised his eyebrows. In the end, I am Yang's beast husband, and she cares about me more. Then why do you want to fight me? Why don't you stop me from being Yang's beast husband? Ming-Ji looked at him with a hint of amusement. Since Yin-Yang said so, he could easily follow her words and let her refuse him. Qingling gritted his teeth. You don't understand. Do you think I don't want to? Then let's spar a bit. Ming-Ji looked at the vast night sky and chuckled softly. Chapter 122. His blessing ever since Qingling fought with Ming-Ji. He kept his promise and no longer targeted Ming-Ji. Although he still found him somewhat displeasing, he refrained from sarcastic remarks. After staying in the spirit deer tribe for several more days, by Zhu and Fu, he had also recovered and adapted to life in the snowy mountains. The chief of the spirit deer tribe smiled and said, Village head. Upon meeting his smiling eyes, Yin-Yang felt a bit alert. It was just a meeting. Why was he smiling so cunningly? Don't be fooled by the seemingly friendly demeanor of the orcs in the spirit deer tribe. Sometimes, they could be quite nuclear kind as well. Is there something you need, chief of the spirit deer tribe? A few days ago, we discussed with the chiefs and elders of the snow owl tribe and the snow rabbit tribe, and they are willing to join the civilized village. It's just an additional nominal village head, and as long as there are no issues in management, Yin-Yang won't interfere. Plus, they will gain access to many technologies they have dreamed of. Do you understand? Is there anything you are dissatisfied with? The spirit deer tribe would not actively reach out to other more distant tribes. Once these few tribes developed well, other smaller tribes would naturally come to request merging. The Spirit Deer tribe has always been the strongest tribe in the north, so they needed to maintain a high profile. Smaller tribes are unstable in their development. Absorbing them into the civilized village in the north all at once would instead affect stable growth. You have to eat one bite at a time. You can't take two big steps all at once. Yin Yang let out a sigh of relief. I see. I understand now. I thought it was something serious. These matters can be decided by the chief of the Linglu tribe. I trust you all, with their experienced assistance in building the civilized village. What objections could she possibly have? It's just what she wants, right? The chief of the Linglu tribe nodded. I will help the village chief coordinate with the chiefs of the other two tribes. The village chief has no objections, right? No, just go ahead, she replied. Once the other two tribes merge into the civilized village, we can open a road between several tribes to facilitate communication. Does the village chief have any objections? No, you all can handle it. Yunyang agreed wholeheartedly. The tribes are located in different places in the northern region, and the terrain here makes it difficult for several large tribes to relocate together. I want to invite some orcs from the Snow Owl and Snow Rabbit tribes to come and learn. No problem. The idea is to get some wealthy first and then help others. Let some orcs learn well and then go back to teach the others. I think. No problem. After the entire meeting, Yun Yang felt as if she had turned into a merciless nodding machine. There was no way around it. These chiefs and elders were all seasoned experts, and their suggestions were very reasonable. She just needed to nod in agreement. I want to hold a bonding ceremony for the village chief and Mingji. No problem. Just let the chief of the Linglu tribe handle it. Wait a minute. It seems like she agreed to something. Weren't they discussing official matters? How did it suddenly turn into a private affair with Mingji? Yin Yang suddenly looked at the smiling leader of the Spirit Deer tribe. So cunning. After living for so many years, she really just aged without gaining any intelligence. QEQ. Yin Yang understood that the reason for the laughter of the Linglu tribe leader at the beginning was that they had been waiting for him all this time. Mingji looked at the leader in surprise, not expecting such a turn of events today. The leader gave Mingji a look, indicating that this was all he could do for him. Qingling, who was following Yin Yang, bared his teeth but then lowered his head again. Forget it. Sooner or later, Mingji would become Yin Yang's beast husband. Once he becomes the sixth, he would order him around every day. Since the village chief has agreed, shall we make arrangements? Don't worry. I'm familiar with this matter and will ensure everything is settled for you. The Linglu tribe leader smiled. And in 2 days it would be a full moon. The village chief wouldn't mind staying a few more days, right? No, I don't mind. Yin Yang knew he had accidentally fallen for the Linglu tribe leader's scheme, but accepted it calmly. All the beastmen in the tribe believed he was already Mingji's mate, and Mingji had clearly stated he would follow him, so she couldn't just remain non-committal. After all, she was a priestess. She couldn't just run off with him like that. And Mo Hen and the others had already held a bonding ceremony with him, so he and Mingji should have one too. The Linglu tribe leader showed a sincere smile and reassured the village chief that he would arrange everything for him and Mingji. He asked the leaders and elders of the Shuexiao tribe and the Shuetuan tribe to come witness the ceremony. To be honest, he was actually worried that Yin Yang might refuse. It would trouble the tribe leader. Yin Yang nodded. The leader of the Linglu tribe, the elders, and the beastmen all knew that the village chief and the priestess would soon hold a bonding ceremony, and they were all energized and ready for it. In the blink of an eye, the bonding ceremony had arrived. Shuehuai, as Mingji's uncle from the Shuexiao tribe, also attended the ceremony. He stood at a distance by a dead tree, watching Mingji and Yun Yang in the center. Even Yu Yu had found a mate, so it seemed it was time for him to consider it too. Not long ago, when he was at the Shuetuan tribe teasing those little snow rabbits, he had encountered a somewhat cute female. Whenever he thought about her pouting face when she accused him of scaring the snow rabbit cubs, he couldn't help but want to laugh. He wondered if he asked her to mate, would she get so angry that she would kick him out? Shuehuai unconsciously touched his nose. Sigh. If he had known, he wouldn't have teased those little snow rabbits first. Just as Uncle Shuehuai was feeling gloomy, the bonding ceremony had already begun. Yin Yang looked at the bright moonlight above, and under the witness of the beastmen, held the mate ceremony with Ming Jixing. May the beast god witness. Yin Yang and Ming Ji solemnly drank the ice spring water in the bowl, which contained a drop of each other's blood. A soft, pale golden moonlight enveloped Yin Yang and Ming Ji, and Yin Yang could feel that his original Dan seemed to have gained a hint of gold. Meanwhile, the beast pattern on Ming Ji's forehead also radiated a sense of mystery. The beast god has blessed them. The village chief must have been sent by the beast god. The beastmen cheered. looking at Yun Yang and Ming Ji with admiration. The leader of the spirit deer tribe gazed at the blessing of the beast god, somewhat dazed. He had long learned from Ming Ji that when Yun Yang held the mate ceremony with other beastmen, the blessing of the beast god appeared, and he guessed that Yun Yang and Ming Ji would also receive it. But seeing it in person was always more shocking than he had imagined. Yun Yang felt a bit puzzled. The beast god had already disappeared, but why had his blessings descended upon her twice? Did she have something special? Could it be that the beast god was still present, knowing that she had eliminated a considerable amount of nightmare energy for the beast realm, which is why he bestowed his divine light upon her? Yin Yang really wanted to find some clues from the system, but the system kept pretending to be unresponsive. System, could it be that you were summoned by the beast god? The system remained silent, continuing to act like a dead machine. Yin Yang thinks that the system must know something. It just feels that it's not the right time to tell her. Ming Ji, can you foresee anything about the disappearance of the beast god? Yin Yang was somewhat curious about how powerful the priest's abilities really were. Ming Ji shook her head, saying that although priests could communicate with the beast gods, we were ultimately just ordinary orcs. Unless the beast gods had the intention to reveal themselves, how could we possibly catch a glimpse of their traces? Moreover, probing into the divine traces would bring about retribution. Ming Ji gently stroked Yun Yang's smooth long hair and recalled that there had been priests who attempted to glimpse the divine signs, only to be backfired on the spot, aging at a visibly rapid pace and dying. Yun Yang nodet Jaswali. The deity is indeed an existence they cannot pry into. Was she lost in thought all night, thinking about the beast god? Yin Yang looked up and suddenly met Ming Ji's resentful gaze, with his ethereal and cold demeanor. This expression seemed to bring him down from the peak of a snow-capped mountain in an instant. Yang Yang, you must not forget, tonight is our bonding night. Ming Ji slowly spoke, his usually desireless and pure eyes tinged with a hint of color. Yin Yang was lost in thought for a moment before realizing that she had already been pulled back into the stone cave by Ming Ji. At this moment, it was just the two of them left. Sorry, I was distracted, Ming Ji said, the corner of her lips curling slightly. It's okay. Yang Yang can compensate me later. How could Yin Yang not understand what this compensation meant? Yin Yang rested one hand on Ming Ji's shoulder, playing with the long white hair on Ming Ji's shoulder. It's my fault for not taking care of your feelings. Yin Yang's hand slid down and touched the place where she had unconsciously imagined when she first met Ming Ji. Yang. Ming Ji's body trembled, and she grabbed Yin Yang's hand. Yin Yang wasn't being coy at all. She directly offered her red lips. Ming Ji had already endured 20 years of a cold life. How could he withstand Yun Yang's teasing? A dark glimmer flashed in his eyes, and following his instincts, he pulled Yun Yang into his embrace. He fell back onto the bed, letting himself be her support. Then, with a roll, he covered Yun Yang beneath him. At first, Ming Ji restrained himself, acting very gently, but as time went on, he became increasingly unable to control himself, to the point where he nearly exhausted Yun Yang. If it weren't for knowing that in the beast world, males only have one beast mark for life, Yun Yang would have thought he was a master of romance. Ming Ji was truly too skilled. How did he manage to learn so much without a teacher, producing so many variations? Every time they reached a deep emotional moment, the deer-head beast mark belonging to Ming Ji on Yun Yang's waist felt as if it were alive, burning hot. Mingthi, no, Yang. What about the compensation you promised me? Ming Ji sealed her lips, his eyes filled with possessiveness. Aside from the unexpected theft of the nightmare bones, everything else in the northern lands went smoothly. They were also preparing to leave the north. Village chief, priest, remember to come back and visit when you have time. The beastmen of the northern lands were very reluctant. Brother, safe travels. Ming Ji grinned, saying not to worry about him. He would definitely listen to the chief. Ming Ji ruffled his hair. Ming Yu was very obedient. He had always known that. Ming Ji, with his outstanding talent, had served as a priest for many years. Although Ming Yu grew up beside him, in reality, the chief and others took even more care of Ming Yu. Ming Ji, I'm leaving. Yin Yang wore a long dress. Draped over her shoulders was the fur from the beasts hunted in the misty forest, keeping her warm. All right. Ming Ji bid farewell to the chief and others. Following behind Yin Yang. Yang, do you want to ride on my back down a mountain? Ming Ji smiled gently. His smile suddenly reminded Yun Yang of the night of their bonding. He had smiled like that when they were rolling in bed together. But the gentler the smile, the harsher the actions became. Cough, thinking too much. Yin Yang glanced down at the ground. Good. Ming Ji transformed into a deer. with its front legs resting on the ground. Come on, Yang Yang. Yin Yang climbed onto the back of the white reindeer and set off. She smiled knowingly as she looked at the pristine white snow on the side. The next destination, Beast King City. The sun shone through the clouds, illuminating the snow-capped mountains. And as the gentle breeze blew, the light and shadows danced, as if the snow mountains were waving goodbye to them. Yin Yang squinted comfortably under the sunlight. Ever since she cultivated a small Yuan Dan, she seemed to dislike the sun less. After becoming partners with Ming Ji, a light-type beastman, Yin Yang found that she felt quite comfortable in the sunlight. This was a sensation she used to experience only under the moonlight, as if she were no longer a vampire. In fact, Yin Yang also discovered that after forming a bond with a beastman of the corresponding attribute, her affinity for that element could increase. This beast world was truly amazing. During the rainy season, they traveled north, and now that the rainy season had passed and the snowy season was approaching, they began their journey south again. We need to arrive early. Yin Yang sat on Bai Zhu's fluffy back, her legs gently swinging. A light breeze brushed against her cheeks, bringing a hint of coolness. Yin Yang could clearly feel that the weather was rapidly getting colder. The weather in the beast world was always extreme, with only the warm season being pleasant. After a few days, the beast world welcomed its first snowfall. Delicate snowflakes fell, and Yin Yang instinctively touched the ink marks on her wrist that served as bracelets for Mo Hen and Yi Chi. After leaving the northern lands, they had been active for a while, but when the weather turned cold, they became too lazy to move and stayed directly on Yin Yang's wrist. Although it wasn't cold enough for hibernation yet, Mo Hen and Yi Chi wished they could stay on Yin Yang's wrist forever. Who would want to travel in the cold weather when they could snuggle with their female master? As they approached the central region of the beast world continent, the terrain became flatter, and tribes gradually increased. The cold wind howled, and Yin Yang lay on Bai Zhu's warm back, continuing to sleep. Back when their blood clan was at peace and restricted from scaring people, they were so bored that they slept all day. It was just that they didn't know when it started, but they were rumored by humans to like sleeping in coffins. How harsh were they to themselves, having big beds, but choosing to sleep in coffins? However, when their blood clan helped humans during the war, many blood clan members couldn't see sunlight during the day and could only curl up in coffins, coming out at night to wreak havoc. Sigh. Yang, Fui said joyfully. We're almost at the Beast King's city. Yin Yang sat up, her black hair still sprinkled with white snowflakes. She gazed into the distance and vaguely saw the tall walls of Beast King City. Had they finally arrived? Yun Yang Doujed Hertian, wondering what the royal city of the beast world looked like. Since it's the Beast King City, it should be quite prosperous, right? Chapter 124, The Old Yellow Cow. Yin Yang was a bit excited. We are going to the city. God knows how much hardship they endured on the road to rush here, suffering from wind and rain along the way. Yin Yang, the Beast King City may not be as good as you imagine, Ming Ji reminded. He had never been there, but he had heard some things about the Beast King City. I know. She had traveled to many places and seen quite a few bizarre things. At worst, we can stay for a few days and then leave. After arriving at the Beast King City, Yin Yang planned to stay there for a while before leaving. If things went well, they would wait until after the snow season to leave. If not, they would head to the southern area of the Beast World continent. In the southern area, Mo Hen and Yi Chi could spend a warmer snow season. Let's go. Their group approached the vast Beast King City. A few hundred meters away from the city, an old yellow cow was leisurely grazing on the grass. The old cow flapped its ears, looked at Yin Yang and the others, and suddenly spoke. Are you planning to enter the city? Yes, Fu He, walking in the front, replied, looking at the honest old cow. To avoid being looked down upon and to slightly conceal his abilities, his beast pattern appeared to be at the white dam level. The old yellow cow chuckled. That's unfortunate. It's snow season now, and the Beast King City does not casually accept outsiders. Moreover, it seems there was some trouble in the Beast King City recently, making it even harder for outsiders to get in. The Beastman laughed. However, if you really want to go in, I can introduce you. Really? Fui looked at him gratefully. Thank you. The old yellow cow smiled. No need to be polite. But to introduce you into the city, I do need a little introduction fee. He raised his eyes, looking at them with kind brows and a benevolent expression. It's not much, just one white Dan Beast Corp per person. Fu He was shocked, looking at him. What did you say? One Beast Corp per person? Is that price a bit too high? Yin Yang looked deeply at the orc. Is this considered scalping? The old cattle smiled, staring at Fu He's beast pattern. I see you're also an orc of the white Dan realm. This shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Qing Ling scoffed. Even if they could do it, were they fools? The old cattle chuckled. You can ask the guards of Beast King City. Nowadays, orcs below the purple rank can hardly enter. To get into the city, it depends on your rank, and you have to pay the corresponding entry fee. He said mysteriously, if it weren't for my connections, you'd have to pay double. Baiju snorted. Who knows? Maybe they colluded with the guards of Beast King City. He recalled that the entry fees for Beast King City were not this high before. Ming Ji quietly spoke up. He had never been to Beast King City, but that didn't mean they were uninformed in the north. For merchant caravans entering Beast King City, the highest fee was only 1 purple crystal. Teams like theirs with a female could even be exempt from the entry fee. It was normal not to know. This was just decided last month. The old cattle said lightly, actually, it's not that expensive, if it's not enough. 1 beast core can be exchanged for 10 purple crystals. This shouldn't be difficult for you. Just go outside to the forest and kill a few fallen beasts first. Yin Yang's mouth twitched slightly. Suddenly, she didn't feel as eager to enter Beast King City anymore. If entering a city was like this, who knows how many pitfalls were inside? The image of Beast King City in Yin Yang's mind plummeted. You don't have to worry, Ming Ji said as he walked over to Yin Yang. I have a way, we can go straight in. Yin Yang was taken aback, all right. The old yellow cow looked up at Ming Ji and said, don't speak too confidently. Do you think the old Beast King is still in charge? The old city lord is seriously ill now, and it's the new city king managing Beast King City. Ming Ji was puzzled. He hadn't heard about this. He thought he'd ask more after entering the city. The old yellow cow wasn't in a hurry, saying, if you can't get in, you can still come find me. Ming Ji led Yin Yang directly to the city gate. A few orcs standing outside the gate sized them up and then instinctively glanced at the old yellow cow behind them. It was indeed a collusion. Yin Yang told, our Beast King City does not welcome outsiders. You should leave. The guards outside Beast King City didn't even ask anything before they started driving people away. Ming Ji turned to Yin Yang and asked, Yang Yang, do you still have a jade token I gave you? Yin Yang was taken aback. She avoided the outsiders and quietly took out a jade token from the space, pretending it was from her pocket. The jade token was crystal clear, with a hollowed-out carving of a deer head on it. Ming Ji took the jade token and showed it to the guards. I am Ming Ji, the priest of the Northland Spirit Deer Tribe, here to discuss something with the priests of your Beast King City. Although Ming Ji mentioned stepping down as the priest of the Spirit Deer Tribe, the old chief had informed others that the identity token symbolizing her priesthood was still given to her. The old chief meant that since their tribes had merged into the Northland Civilization Village, they naturally did not lack priests. And Ming Ji could continue to use the identity of the Spirit Deer Tribe's priest. With this identity, they would have more convenience when moving through the Beast World tribes. The guard hesitated for a moment while looking at the jade token in Ming Ji's hand. Should he let them in or not? How could he know if her token was real? He had never seen it before. Forget it. Let's go inside and ask. The priest profession even deserves respect from the Lord of Beast King City. What if it's real? Wouldn't they offend a priest? We'll go in to report first. You wait here. The guard's attitude softened instantly as he jogged into the city. The old yellow ox behind them quietly observed and noticed they were not chased away. So, he slowly approached the city gate. After a while, several beastmen came out of Beast King City. He looked closely and recognized them as members of the priest hall. The old yellow ox moved a few steps closer and heard one of the beastmen from the priest hall say, Lord Ming, we will take you inside. This is my female master, and here is my female master's beast husband. Ming Ji smiled. We need to hand over a beast essence to enter, right? Ming Ji's smile was as warm as spring, but the aura around her made the beastmen opposite her involuntarily bend over, sweat trickling down their backs. No, we're happy to have you. Lord Ming, please come in, madam, please. Ming Ji pulled Yun Yang into the city, with others following behind. Qing Ling rolled her eyes. What kind of Beast King City is this? Their faces are really unpleasant. Our civilization village is better. Who knows? Maybe one day our civilization village will surpass Beast King City. The old yellow ox widened his eyes. Who are they? How can they make the priest hall's people bow their heads? He flicked his tail and walked up to the guard, familiar with the tone. Hey, what status do those people have? Chapter 125, Silver Wing Shop inside the city. Yin Yang looked at the buildings on both sides of the street, all made of neatly constructed stone houses. The females here wore fabric skirts, walking boldly down the street, with at least 5 or 6 males following them. Bite him to death. Yin Yang suddenly heard a loud shout. She turned her head and looked towards the source of the sound. 2 male lion beasts were fighting on a high platform. One lion was bleeding profusely from bites. Yin Yang subconsciously frowned. The orc from the priest hall was perceptive and explained the bloody scene ahead with a smile. That was the decisive platform. He was dressed in a neat outfit with some unique patterns, and there was a small badge hanging from his waist, probably a distinctive symbol of their priest hall. If an orc had his eye on a female, he had to go to the decisive platform and fight that female's beast husband. If he won, he could become that female's beast husband. There was one more thing he didn't mention, seeing that Yun Yang seemed a bit averse to the decisive platform. Once on the decisive platform, life and death were irrelevant. Wouldn't it be a pity if someone died? In their Beast King city, males were never in short supply. If one died, so be it, as there were plenty of orcs eager to enter their Beast King city. Whether anyone mourned for them was of no importance to them. Yun Yang's brows furrowed even tighter. Is there no need to consider the female's wishes? What if she doesn't like it? The beast man was taken aback for a moment, then just smiled and said, "Who wouldn't like a powerful male? This is the rule of our Beast King city." His tone carried a certain dominance. Females joining our Beast King city should abide by our rules, shouldn't they? Otherwise, our large Beast King city would have been in chaos long ago. Yun Yang closed her eyes. So, did the Beast King city not consider the will of the females at all? Yun Yang discovered that this leading orc carried a sense of superiority. Although he was an orc from the priest hall, his temperament was worse than that of others. She looked at the group of orcs on the decisive stage, reveling in their joy, and found it both laughable and sad. Of course, if she really didn't like him, she could just send him up to the arena next time. He would surely be eliminated. The orc mocked again, coldly. This orc was dressed decently, but his words were truly hard to listen to. Still an orc from the priest hall, Yun Yang's favorability towards Beast King City has decreased a few points. She was mentally prepared, but clearly not enough. Compared to the northern lands and their civilized village, it was far behind. She believes that one day, their civilized village will surely become a civilization even stronger than Beast King City. Suddenly, Yun Yang spotted a symbol. It looked very familiar. She had seen it before. The symbol featured a tiger beast with wings behind it. Yun Yang murmured, "Silverwing shop? I encountered it in the misty forest before, and that beast man even gave me a small token. However, the door to the Silverwing shop is now closed. Such a large shop being shut down looks rather desolate. At the entrance of the Silverwing shop, there are many beastmen lingering and discussing. Sai, do you think the shop can reopen? It's the biggest store in Beast King City. My mate keeps saying she wants to buy clothes from there. Everything in Beast King City is overpriced, and the items in the Silverwing shop are already considered reasonable. It probably can't reopen, right? I heard that a few days ago, the owner of the Silverwing shop tried to harm the seriously ill old city lord. We can't go in and out freely during this time because of him. Is that true? Why? Don't you remember? The owner of the Silverwing shop is one of the old city lord's grandsons. He might want to become the new city lord. I heard the old city lord treated him well. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. An orphan without parents, just greedy, ungrateful. One beast man expressed regret, while another spoke with disdain, their words tinged with jealousy. Yin Yang narrowed her eyes. After leaving the misty forest, she had seen the Silverwing shop in several markets in different areas. The orcs inside were very polite and treated customers with great friendliness. Yin Yang did not truly want to believe that the owner of such a shop would harm others. Yin Yang raised her gaze again and suddenly saw a somewhat familiar face. It seems to be the crane beast man from the Silverwing shop at the market near the misty forest. But at this moment, he looked very low-key. The crane beast man seemed to sense something, turned back to glance at Yin Yang, his eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. He recognized Yin Yang as well. Then, the crane beast man lowered his head and turned into an alley. He twisted and turned, finally arriving at the outer area of Beast King City. It lacked the prosperity of the main district and instead had a sense of decay. Surrounding him were crowded wooden houses or rammed earth dwellings, and the beastmen passing by looked far from the glamorous appearance of the main district. The crane beastman turned into a small house and knocked on a wooden wall. The tightly fitted wooden planks suddenly opened, turning into a door. A beastman poked his head out from inside. "What's the situation? Were you able to find any healing medicine?" The crane beastman shook his head. "No, I can't leave the city and can't find any healing medicine. There are beastmen monitoring near the Silverwing shop, and I don't dare to go near." The crane beastman was quite frustrated. Everywhere was catching the boss now, and even the shamans in Beast King City didn't dare to sell healing or detoxification medicine casually. The crane beastman recalled the slander against the boss that he overheard while wandering in the city and felt angry. These people don't understand anything. They just talk nonsense. It's clearly the new city lord's doing. They blame everything on the boss. The crane beastman took out some food and sighed. "This is what I bought. You all eat first, and I'll go look for more later." "What about the boss's cousin? Did you find him?" the beastman quickly asked. The crane beastman shook his head. "He has been locked up by the new city lord. The boss wanted to see the former city lord, so he went to find his cousin, But the new city lord had anticipated this and secretly monitored his son, setting up the boss. The boss is severely injured, so he was imprisoned. After all, he is the biological son. He won't do anything to him. But the only beast man in the city lord's mansion who had a good relationship with the boss definitely can't help him now. Then what should we do? The boss is still injured. The beast man looked back at the winged tiger beast, who had fallen into a deep sleep due to severe injuries. Its beautiful fur had been stained dark red due to the wounds. Because the wounds were poisoned, the boss showed no signs of recovery, and this situation could turn dire. Hichi, think of another way, okay? I often stay by the boss's side, and they all know me, but I can't go out. The beast man was quite anxious. Do you think I don't want to? Hichi scratched his head, feeling like his brain was about to explode. Suddenly, Hichi thought of Yin-Yang, whom he had just seen. Oh, right, Hichi said excitedly. Maybe they're SA way? What? Quickly tell me. Chapter 126. High Priest of Beast King City, do you remember I went to the Misty Forest before? After I came back, I told you about it. Regarding the civilized village. He even mentioned to the boss and the others about collaborating with the civilized village. Today I saw the village chief of the civilized village. Hichi knew Yin-Yang and had a deep impression of her. The name of the civilized village. He had heard about it in the Misty Forest, and he found out that the female he sent the token to was indeed the village chief. At that time, he felt that his judgment was indeed correct. I saw her and her beast husband in Beast King City. The civilized village now has many literate beastmen who can recognize herbs. And all of this is thanks to their village chief. Hichi looked at his companions with determination. I want to find her. Maybe she can help us. The beastman hesitated for a while. Is this really possible? Will she help us? What if it doesn't work and exposes us instead? That will be terrible. What else can we do? Hichi replied, this is the best way we have right now. Don't worry. Village Chief Yin-Yang is a female that even the boss admires. Thinking back, when the boss heard about the civilized village, he even sighed that Beast King City was not as good as the civilized village. Clearly, Beast King City is the largest tribe in the Beast World continent, the most prosperous area, and the boss's own home, but he still said that Beast King City was not as good as the civilized village. The boss longed to visit the civilized village in the future, but who would have thought such a thing would happen first? The beastman sighed, then let's try it. Be careful when you go out, and no matter what, you must come back. Rest assured. Hichi nodded and turned to leave the hidden small house. He thought about it. When he encountered Yin-Yang, there seemed to be someone from the priest hall beside her. It wasn't that he knew the beastmen inside, but the priest hall's attire was uniform, making it easy to identify. So, Hichi went to wait near the priest hall. On the other side, Yin-Yang and the others were welcomed into the priest hall by the beastmen. Lord Mingji, our high priest has summoned you to come in and talk. The beastman from the priest hall glanced at Yin-Yang. The priestess is sitting here. We will take care of you. Saying this, several beastmen brought water and fruits to Yin-Yang, inviting her to sit down. It was not easy to see fruits during the snow season, and the beastmen indeed treated Yin-Yang with respect. After all, she was the mate of the Ming-Ji priest. They had to show her courtesy. As for Yin-Yang's beast husband, they didn't care about that. The priest hall didn't have to worry about so much. However, Baizhu and the others were not concerned. They quietly stood beside Yin-Yang, protecting her. Ming-Ji strolled leisurely into the hall. He reached out and pulled aside a curtain, where an elderly priest with slightly graying hair was sitting. In fact, he didn't look very old. But the more intricate the prophecies, the more they consumed one's spirit and energy, which led to his aging over time. Please sit. The high priest smiled gently, pointing to a seat in front of him. Then, he sent a cup of hot tea to Ming-Ji. Thank you. Ming-Ji took the tea and took a small sip. The high priest looked at his face, a hint of envy crossing his eyes. I know you, the youngest and most talented priest from the northern region. The high priest joked, if Beast King City invited you, I reckon I would have to give this position to you. Beast King City was large, with several priests, and he was the first. You're joking, Ming-Ji replied. Beast King City was prosperous, and even the priest hall was magnificent. Ming-Ji felt he couldn't compare. Ha! The high priest chuckled softly, lowering his gaze and rubbing the ceramic teacup with his fingers. Prosperous, but also impetuous. This young priest must have meant this. The high priest didn't continue that topic, but shifted to the main issue. I heard you were looking for me about something? Yes, it's about the Nightbone. The high priest raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, a group of beastmen took advantage of my absence to steal the Nightbone from the northern region. Ming-Ji only mentioned this matter. He didn't bring up Yin-Yang's ability to purify the Nightbone. Not to mention what he had heard about Beast King City in the past, just from the time he entered the city until he arrived at the priest hall. He clearly understood that they absolutely couldn't let them know about Yin Yang. The high priest was somewhat surprised. The night bone was stolen? Can we find out who did it? Ming Ji shook his head. Among this group of beastmen, there's a very powerful priest, and my abilities cannot track his whereabouts. I came to remind the high priest to keep the nightmare bones of the Beast King city well hidden, as there might be orcs coming to steal them. The high priest's expression became slightly solemn, and he replied, I understand. I will be more vigilant. Additionally, I wanted to ask the high priest if there were any highly gifted bird tribe priests. After hearing Ming Ji's words, the high priest countered, are the ones stealing the nightmare bones the priests of the bird tribe? I found a white feather in the forbidden area, which had light-based abilities. The high priest pondered for a moment and shook his head. I can't recall at the moment. If I think of it later, I will inform you. By the way, I heard that you have a female master now. The high priest smiled with a hint of regret. The new city lord was still thinking of introducing his daughter to you. He sighed. If you joined the Beast King city and became one of its priests, you could have your own female. This is one of the benefits of being a priest in the Beast King city, having a female to yourself. This is the same treatment as the city lord. Even the city lord's wife only has one male. No luck for me, Ming Ji said with a slight smile. I already have a female master that I admire, so there's no need for the high priest to say such things. How could he abandon the north to come to the Beast King city? If it weren't for meeting Yin Yang, Ming Ji would have thought he would be alone for the rest of his life. Indeed, the high priest chuckled awkwardly and casually asked, so, will you be staying in our Beast King city? Ming Ji replied, my female master and I will stay temporarily in the Beast King city and leave after a while. Do you need me to send some orcs to arrange a place for you? Ming Ji thought about the approaching darkness and said, just arrange a temporary residence for us, and we can discuss the rest later. The high priest nodded slowly, then welcome to our Beast King city. You can take some time to explore. All right. Ming Ji stood up. I will take my leave now. My female master is still waiting for me. Just as Ming Ji was about to leave, the high priest suddenly spoke coldly. Do you know about the 2 blessings bestowed by the beast god? Ming Ji paused, turned back slowly, and felt it. He smiled warmly. Thank heavens, after more than 100 years, the beast god has finally appeared. The high priest looked at him with an expression that held a hint of inquiry. According to my divination, the 2 blessings were bestowed, and the most recent one seems to have been in the north. Chapter 127 Seeking Help from Yin Yang. Ming Ji nodded calmly. It was indeed the case, but unfortunately, Ming Ji's abilities were limited, and he did not know the specific location of the beast god's blessings. Unless present, priests cannot deduce the specific location of the beast god's blessings. This is also a form of protection from the beast god for the blessed orcs. Moreover, the traces left after the blessing can be concealed by the orcs themselves and would not be easily noticed, even if Ming Ji does not acknowledge it. The high priest cannot do anything about it. I see. The high priest smiled. I thought Ming Ji would know. With so many powerful orcs in our Beast King city, I was hoping that if priest Ming Ji knew, he could introduce our males to this female and strengthen the connections between our 2 places. It's a pity I don't know. Ming Ji's expression remained unchanged. The high priest raised his eyes, looking at him with slightly murky eyes. When did priest Ming Ji take a partner? Seeing that the high priest was still probing, a cold glint flashed in Ming Ji's eyes. Then, Ming Ji looked up, his gaze filled with tenderness. During the rainy season, I sensed that my destined female master had appeared, and I went to the western region of the Beast World continent. The high priest was momentarily dazed and heard from the orcs sent by the Beast King city to approach Ming Ji that while Ming Ji seemed gentle, he was actually difficult to approach and would not yield to soft or hard tactics. Yet he also had such a gentle side. It seems that Ming Ji truly cares for his female master. The high priest lowered his gaze, concealing the envy in his heart. So that's how it is, he smiled. Then I won't keep you any longer, lest your female master gets anxious waiting. He then called someone in to take priest Ming Ji to find an inn. Thank you. Goodbye. Ming Ji turned around. His gentle eyes instantly turned cold. They better not have any ideas about Yang Yang. Yang Yang, let's go. Ming Ji held Yin Yang's hand and left the priest hall. Yin Yang glanced at him for quite a while. Ming Ji didn't seem very happy. After the priests took them to an inn, they didn't linger too long. The priest said that if Ming Ji needed anything, he was welcome to come back to the priest's hall. For now, they settled into a small house. Yin Yang asked, what are your plans? Ming Ji smiled and said, tomorrow, I'll rent a big house for you. The Beast King city was a mixed bag, and there were certainly beasts from the north as well. He couldn't trust the arrangements made by the priests. Ming Ji's eyes flickered slightly. He had heard about the high priest of the priest's hall from the clan leader when he was in the north. It was said that this priest was talented, gentle in his youth, and had a pure heart, gaining a good reputation in the beast world. He wasn't originally the priest of the Beast King city, but was invited there over a decade ago. However, in just a few short years, the heart of this high priest had long since changed for what the clan leader had described. The Beast King city was indeed a huge melting pot. Mingji thought to himself mockingly. Yang Yang helped he walk over to Yun Yang and said, "It seems like someone is following us." A cold light suddenly flashed in Mingji's eyes. Could it be someone from the priest's hall? He stepped outside and, in an instant, caught the beast hiding by the outer wall. Who are you? If they were truly sent by the Beast King city to monitor them, that would be too reckless. He was startled. He believed his hiding ability was such that even a Baidan realm expert would find it hard to discover him. He didn't expect to be caught here. I'm here to find village chief Yun Yang, He hurriedly said. Mingji frowned slightly. The term village chief was not known to the people of the Beast King city, but he also didn't seem to be from the north. Could he be a beast from the misty forest? Mingji temporarily let him go. Do you have something to find my female master? Yin Yang stepped out at this moment. She was taken aback when she saw He-Chi's face. It's you? He-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Village Chief Yin Yang. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to remember me. Yang Yang knows him? Mingji slightly lowered her guard. Yin Yang nodded, yes. I saw you before in the misty forest. Did you come to find me for something? Yin Yang turned to He-Chi and asked. He-Chi looked around and quietly asked, can I come and talk? Then you can come in, Yin Yang said, letting He-Chi enter the house. He-Chi noticed that Yun Yang's beast husband was staring at him intently, and he felt so nervous that a few feathers sprouted on his face. The beast husband of village Chief Yun Yang seems to be quite impressive. He swallowed hard and tried to calm himself down. My name is He-Chi, and I am from the Silver Wing Shop. He-Chi took a deep breath and thought that the village chief must have heard about the Silver Wing Shop situation, right? Yin Yang nodded. Yes, I overheard a bit. I want to ask the village chief for help. Help? What can I do? Yun Yang frowned. If He-Chi didn't explain the situation, she wouldn't help. She didn't like trouble. Has the village chief heard about the old city's lord being seriously ill and unconscious? Now outside, everyone is saying that the old lord's grandson, who is also the owner of the Silver Wing Shop, is trying to harm the old lord. He-Chi said excitedly, these are all lies. They are framing us on purpose. So, Yin Yang looked at him. You must want me to help your boss clear his name, right? I can't do that. He-Chi shook his head. No. I want to ask you to save my boss. Save? My boss is injured and is currently hiding in the city. He-Chi explained how their boss wanted to see the old lord, but was obstructed and was severely injured while sneaking into the lord's mansion. My boss is poisoned, and I can't find medicine in the city, nor can I get out. He-Chi looked at Yun Yang pleadingly. Many beastmen in Wunming village can identify herbs. And it was taught by you, village chief. I have no other way. I can only ask you. My boss is a good person. He really didn't harm the old lord. Instead, it was a new lord who drugged the old lord to take his position. Village chief, I beg you. He-Chi was about to kneel down. Oh, Yin Yang quickly stepped forward to help He-Chi up. At that moment, there was someone quicker. Mingji grabbed He-Chi's collar with one hand and quickly pulled him back. He neither let He-Chi kneel nor allowed Yin Yang to touch him. He didn't want an unrelated beastman to touch his female lord. I can help you. As soon as Yin Yang spoke, He-Chi, who was pulled by Mingji, wanted to kneel again. She quickly said, don't kneel, otherwise I might just drive you away. He-Chi immediately straightened up after bending his knee. I won't kneel anymore. Thank you, village chief. He-Chi thanked her excitedly. Yin Yang made a sound and said, I have a few types of medicine here that can treat external injuries and detoxify. You can take them back yourself. She was also not interested in going back with He-Chi to take a look. It would be best if they had no further dealings from now on. And if they ran into each other, they would just act as if they didn't know one another. Chapter 128, Mirror Departure. Yin Yang turned around and went back into the house, pretending to look for herbs, but in reality, he was taking them from the space. These are the ones. Yin Yang explained the usage. Take them away. If you trust me, you can use them for your boss. I trust. Of course I trust. The boss had already sent away all the staff from the Silver Wing Shop, and in this vast Beast King city, he had no one to trust. Meeting Yin Yang was a blessing from the Beast God. If he didn't trust Yin Yang, he really had no one to trust. All right, you should leave quickly. And if you see me in Beast King City in the future, don't call me village chief anymore. No one here knows about this. And I don't want people to know either. Yin Yang handed the herbs to him. I understand. I will keep it a secret for the village chief. He-Chi bowed to Yin Yang. Thank you, village chief Yin Yang. He took the medicine, looked outside, and then quickly hurried back. He-Chi knocked on the door again and entered the hidden small house. I'm back. He-Chi took out the herbs he had hidden in his arms. The village chief of Civilization Village gave me medicine for treating external injuries and detoxification. The beastman was almost moved to tears. You finally came back. The boss has a fever. The beastman hurriedly asked, "These herbs, I don't recognize them. Are they reliable?" "Don't worry. Village Chief Yin-Yang is kind-hearted. Nothing will happen. If you're worried, I'll try it myself after the medicine is boiled." The beastman patted his shoulder. "It's better that I try. If you collapse, I won't have a chance to go out and find someone to save you." Chi frowned. His big frame nearly knocked him out. "All right then. I'll go boil the medicine now." When the medicine was ready, the beastman looked at the dark liquid, and just by smelling it, he knew it was very bitter. Hesitating to take a sip, "I'm not afraid of dying. I just can't stand the bitterness." The beastman swallowed. "You know, I'm from the bear tribe. I love sweet things." Ichi shook his head. "Should I try?" The beastman nodded and handed the medicine back. "Then you go ahead. Any hesitation is a disservice to oneself." "No, just give it to me directly." A hoarse voice came from behind them. The two quickly turned around. "Boss, you're awake." The white tiger made a nasal sound. In fact, he had been awake for a long time. However, due to his severe injuries, he had no strength to speak. The beastman hesitated as he looked at the bowl of dark medicine. "Boss, should we try it first?" "No need." Jingli glanced at him, then looked at Hichi. "Give it to me." Hichi immediately fed the medicine to his boss. Jingli fromthe. This Hichi, he said no need to test for poison. But he didn't say no need to test for temperature. Didn't want to burn himself with the freshly boiled medicine. The next day, Ming Ji went out, and by that afternoon, he said he had found a suitable house. "Let us go. Yang Yang, I'll take you to the newly bought house." Yun Yang looked at him in surprise. "You bought the house directly?" Ming Ji replied with a sound of affirmation. "It's more reassuring to buy it outright, anyway. It's not worth much." Yin Yang opened her mouth, but then thought of the gold mine that Ming Ji took her to see after they became partners. Yes, Ming Ji had a gold mine in the north, solely belonging to him. After becoming partners, this gold mine would be hers as well. "Aren't all your things stored in Yang Yang space? How do you still have money to buy a house?" Qing Ling moved to Yun Yang's side like a ghost, staring at Ming Ji. "You didn't bring a lot of beast crystals when you went out today, did you?" Qing Ling was just short of accusing Ming Ji of hiding private money. Ming Ji smiled faintly. "I found someone living in Beast King City in the north, and they insisted on giving me the house directly, so I gave them all the money I had on me. I plan to return the house to them when we leave Beast King City." Yin Yang nodded, thinking this is good. "Let's go, Yang Yang, to our new home." They left the temporary inn and headed to the house that Ming Ji had found. It was a bit far from the center of Beast King City, but the nearby houses were all made of stone and very sturdy. To be fair, Yin Yang felt that this place was much better than the center of Beast King City. It was quieter and lacked the restless noise. "Priest." An orc waved to Ming Ji, and upon seeing Yin Yang, he greeted her warmly as well. "Hello, madam," he said with a smile. "The house has been cleaned for you. You can move in directly." "Okay, thank you." The orc didn't linger and left discreetly. The house was quite large. In addition to one big room, there were 3 relatively smaller rooms. Yang Yang would stay in the big room, and the rest of them would share the smaller ones. They were not picky about their living conditions. Under ordinary circumstances, they wouldn't mind squeezing together. After finding their place to live, they wandered around the nearby area. Many male orcs were secretly watching Yin Yang, but since the orc walking in front, Qing Ling, displayed the beast pattern of the White Dan realm, they dared not approach casually. After a stroll, when they were about to head back, an older male orc approached them. "Ming Ji, priest, do you know me?" Ming Ji frowned. "Are you sent by Beast King City?" "I heard it from the guards outside the city," he said with a kind smile. "Oh, I see. I'm the yellow cow orc from outside the city yesterday." Clouds drifted by, and it turned out he encountered the old yellow ox outside the city again. "Is there something you need?" Ming Ji looked at him. "Nothing much," he smiled. "It's just that you need a house, right? I have houses available for rent, and I'm not selling. Since you're a priest, we can offer you a discounted price, 1 amethyst per room for a 1-day stay. For others, I might not even be willing to rent them out for 2 beast crystals." That good-natured, ox-like face was surprisingly shrewd. Yin Yang thought about his words. They sounded somewhat familiar, just like the sales pitches from before entering the beast world. "It's not comparable. We've already bought a house." The old bull was taken aback. "You've already bought a house? So soon?" He knew everyone who had bought houses. There was absolutely no way they had sold a house to Ming Ji. As for the other beastmen, very few were willing to offend them. It seemed that Ming Ji had his own connections in the northern region. Well then, after realizing this, the old bull smiled. "However, if you need anything in Beast King City in the future, you can find me." The old bull glanced at Yin Yang. "For example, if a male wants to pursue this female but doesn't want to compete in the arena, they can come to us." It's worth noting that many male beastmen in Beast King City struggle to find female partners and specifically target incoming females. But recently, access to Beast King City has been restricted resulting in even fewer females entering. With someone as good-looking as Yin Yang, many males would naturally consider challenging Yin Yang's beast husband. Could they even substitute for the beast husband in the arena? Chapter 129. You're ugly. Yin Yang was somewhat surprised. At the same time, he was shocked by the vast business territory involving the scalper orcs. Truly a genius. The old cow smiled mysteriously. Other orcs might not be capable, but our scalper business can. With one sentence, he hinted at their position in Beast King City. Outside Beast King City, they wouldn't dare claim to be very powerful. But inside Beast King City, even the Silver Wing shop might not compare. Now, the Silver Wing shop found itself in a dilemma, struggling to express a simple statement. If Zishuan didn't ask, she could completely pretend it didn't happen, as long as she gave Luan a few reassuring glances, ensuring Luan would willingly go to her death. Everything would be fine. Just as the geological survey conclusion was organized, Su Hongzhuan received a call and got a copy of the results. Since you, Grandpa Taishian, said so, I want to be polite. Shakira, go. Use rock collapse. Yu immediately ordered, since Grandpa Taishian was so generous to give up the initiative once again. He wouldn't hold back either. This determined that a martial artist practicing swordsmanship, aside from sword techniques and corresponding inner martial arts, body techniques, and lightness skills, would have almost no chance to practice other skills in this lifetime, unless they were a prodigy or someone who had completely given up otherwise. Just these would be enough to exhaust a martial artist's lifetime of energy. The mongoose obediently took a few steps back. With a loud shout of mongoose slash, huge rocks suddenly fell from the sky. The sleeping Snorlax couldn't possibly dodge and was immediately hit by these rocks, its body piled up under them. It wasn't that the strength difference between both sides was too great, but rather that Xin Yuan Chenxing commanded well. Seeing Su Yuanqing looking at him, Xin Yuan Chenxing smiled at him and then raised his right hand, waving it. In the serene elegance, the beautiful face, resembling a pebble, radiated mature wisdom, causing men to feel awed. In a state of spiritual consciousness, he suddenly appeared in a vast emptiness. In this expansive space, there were 4 immensely large planets, lined up in a row, each revolving around a fixed orbit, just like planets in a star system. After a series of torturous inquiries, I finally completed the immigration procedures for Aub, but as soon as I stepped out, I encountered 2 unwanted individuals. The aerial battle was grim, both sides spilled blood. Corpses fell, and the Yinwu Emperor's Air Force was at a slight disadvantage. When would the thousands of flying beasts come to help? Fengyang also looked up, his eyes revealing a hint of excitement. This was the first old acquaintance to arrive. Although he knew what the Blood Clan was, his understanding was limited to just one person, Quan Jiangchen. He had an intuition that Tang Ning was waiting for him to rescue her somewhere. For the past 2 days, he had been climbing mountains and crossing valleys in search of her. In the far distance outside the city, over 100,000 troops stared in shock at the strange phenomenon in Stilla City. That blood light seemed to pierce the sky, creating a thick blood hole that lingered in the heavens. After all, she was just a concubine maid, over 20 now, and had been secretly drugged, destined to never bear children. What future was there for her? Watching Linger being dragged away as if she were a pig, Lu Feng felt a bit sad. Linger was also a person with a tragic fate. Since coming to this world, she had been a slave, unwilling to accept her fate and paying the price with her life for freedom. The soldiers looked at Cao Cao, bowing their heads. Some wanted to advise him, but how could they? As for whether the Lord really did that, the soldiers naturally had their own thoughts. Looking at the Lord's current appearance, he obviously hated this matter. Who would dare to speak up? Chapter 130. There's even no warm calm. The old cow smiled. A fool wouldn't he make money from beast cores? Anyway, he had reminded him, and even if he regretted it, he wouldn't return the beast cores. Xiong Hao scoffed. Are you afraid I won't give you? However, he really didn't have that many beast cores now. Follow me. He went directly to the Lord's mansion to find the Lady of the Lord. What do you need so many beast cores for? The newly appointed Lady of the Lord frowned. Jumping down from such a high cliff would definitely result in a terrible fall. At that time, everyone hurried down to search, feeling that the chance of finding a body was very slim, as they didn't even know where it would fall, and this mountain was quite large. At that time, Tao Xiu's mother treated him quite well, and his brother Tao Ben admired him greatly due to his excellent grades. I kill to protect my home and country, while you merely kill innocents. How can you compare with me? Leng Yi argued. At this moment, Vice Officer Wu stepped forward, handcuffing Cheng Yang's hands and handing a white handkerchief to Xiaoqin. Others might be able to. She could only feel heartache for a few days. And some didn't even think of it, but the person in front of her was different. No matter whether she admitted it or not, that was her sister, and she had to protect her sister at all times. Perhaps she had previously often preached similar things, as the concubine's voice was not loud, her tone was not urgent. Yet the sense of urgency was palpable, forcing the emperor to take it seriously. Xiao Zhenxiong stopped his actions, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized Jin Yu in front of him. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He didn't expect that after saying so much, he would only reply with one sentence, causing Zhao Qingran to feel a bit angry. Although Butler Chun was an absolute person of Nanqing, having lived in the country of Lesity for many years, he still held great respect for Ji Weiyan. Ignoring Zhao Qingran's wishes, he directly took a few strands of her hair and began to tie her hair up. When we entered, we headed straight for the second floor of the office building. After we went up, Guan Jinhua asked me to go inside and inquire around, as I was just a dog and could hide more conveniently. Xia Qingxiao secretly grasped her dagger. These assassins possessed high internal strength and were skilled in lightness techniques. Her best skills were using guns and close combat. So in critical moments, as long as these assassins got close to her, she could definitely protect herself. I thought about it and realized that what I should do now was to go to the kitchen to pour him a glass of water. After leaving the bedroom, I poured a glass of water for Zhang Zhe, then walked back to his bedroom, squatting down in front of him, offering the cup of water. Zhang Zhe did not take it, nor did he respond in any way. Thinking of this, I found it quite unbelievable that she was actually a master of bone forging. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Just to kill a dog, they actually dispatched a bone forging master? But looking around, I found it was just a restroom, with no place to hide. Especially, the apologetic boy was polite and pleasing to the eye, making it hard to blame him. Lu Jinyang meant to first take down the middle lane to prevent the opponent from snatching the trickster demoness, as she was relatively hard to deal with. However, when Ruexiu understood one thing. After all, she was just a teenager, waking up so early every day with such a large amount of exercise, and still being sent to class during the day to listen to boring lectures. From Tai Ro's perspective, it was quite reasonable for her to sleep in class, right? It makes sense to think that we might have to stay on a mountain for a long time this time. After all, looking at this mountain, it's too high and quite wide. Moreover, with something like Zhao, who knows when we might encounter it, and even if we do meet it, it wouldn't be easy to catch. Everyone present was taken aback, as it exceeded their imagination, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Chapter 131, Little Flower Coughing. Baizhu was driven back a few steps, his face covered in ash. Fui stepped back cautiously, afraid that the soot would get on him. How could this happen? Qing Ling frowned. The smoke had all blown inside. Baizhu extinguished the fire and then stroked his chin in thought, wondering where the problem lay. This thing looked easy to handle, but once they got started, they were all flustered. Baizhu scratched his head, feeling at a loss. Of course, Li Fei and the others were surprised. They all felt it was absurd for a big man to be preoccupied with such trivial matters of the harem all day long. The crown prince had really fallen to such a level of uselessness, which was quite unexpected. After putting everything together, Tang Wan had formed a rough judgment in her mind. Taking a rough breath, Ouyang Zhantian now had long hair cascading over his shoulders. In Lin Yi's eyes, beneath that weathered voice was a handsome face. Ji Yong roared at the approaching Master Huiyun, and then he turned into a streak of light and dashed out. Being a follower of Ramos was something many newly graduated students dreamed of, even though they would be surpassed in the future, and even though they would be busy every day in Korea, it wouldn't be as tough as coming to America. Gu Tuo and the others fell victim one after another, shutting down their sixth senses and forcibly cutting off their perception of the outside world, but it still didn't have much effect. Moreover, he knew the function of the Lioli Prujna flower. If one fell into the illusion for too long, they would become a puppet of the Lioli Prujna flower, losing their self-awareness from then on. However, in these past few years, Li Yimo seemed to have been like this. Now trying to rectify it seemed a bit too deliberate. Not to mention it was a temporary fix. When Lin Wang heard that I was here for a profile, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and pointed at the handcuffs on his wrists. Seeing this, I rolled my eyes and then unlocked the handcuffs for him. Diesel's expression was slightly unpleasant. As soon as Tai Su appeared, he forcefully killed a ruler from the Light Clan and the Dark Clan, clearly in opposition to both. And judging by his relaxed demeanor, it was evident that his level was definitely not low, with a high possibility of being 11 stars. I understood. Since my father was here, I would naturally follow his wishes and lead the Levi family to cooperate with the Judgment Royal family. Bai Yi nodded in agreement. After all, he was best at making empty promises. When the critical moment came, who would care about so much? Everyone was stunned. No tickets left? Didn't Lin Qing just say he could still get in? After Zhang Hao left, strands of starlight and vast energy gathered before Dongyin, where a star with 8 angles and the brilliance of 4 spirits was faintly visible, along with a divine tree that lifted the stars and transformed chaos. The starlight energy dissipated, revealing Tai, Yi, and Zi Guang's figures. I was just an ordinary human now, completely unable to withstand the speed and strength of Liangzi. This adorable vampire. I had just tamed the spirit beast, but was counterattacked, leaving a slight shadow in Tan Shun's heart. Time passed by in seconds. Bai Yi finally experienced a feeling of madness, scratching his head frantically. He couldn't fight back or speak up. What should he do? On the card, the broken dragon body of Tadurad was rapidly healing, and the severed dragon head in the middle began to sprout bits of flesh, while the cracks and wounds all over its body were slowly healing, covered once again by dark yellow, solid dragon scales. Rest assured, fellow Liu, no matter how many years it takes, my Ouyang family will take on the responsibility of protecting the mysterious peak, and we will make this known throughout the Kunlun realm. Ouyang Guangxiong no longer had the calm demeanor of a grandmaster and made a statement. This guy really thought Yi Shanshan was praising him. Only after hearing Lin Na say that did he realize, feeling a bit awkward as he lowered his head. Chapter 132, Demon Immortal Continent. Yin Yang was taken aback. Do you know? Yin Yang was still considering whether to gather some information from the old yellow cow. After all, their clan had always lived in Beast King City and must know something. However, the old yellow cow would probably lean towards Beast King City and wouldn't reveal too much. Xiao Hua shook her head, saying she wasn't sure, but her father knew. I specifically want to ask my father, Xiao Hua said as she pulled Yin Yang. My father told me. Can I say it? A purple glow surrounded, and purple mist rolled. The sky was completely obscured by purple clouds, making it impossible to absorb spiritual power. The strength of many soldiers gradually weakened, losing their combat ability. It was merely a struggle of trapped beasts. Moreover, during this period, I also gained my own love, and now I have the fruit of that love, a precious son. No, we must respect the rules of the game. Ding Mu, having taken advantage, did not want to continue pretending, so he returned to his position and sat down, his fingers flying across the screen. Teacher Liu, you are truly amazing. How did that blood fingerprint get chosen? Unlike ordinary outsiders, being able to participate in the fingerprint battle organized by the City Bureau is enough to show that everyone at the table has some skills in fingerprint identification and analysis. As a result, the imagined pain did not occur, and I quickly pulled my hand away to see that Hu Chunyuan had already started fighting with the Fox Princess. He wanted to gather the army and slaughter everyone present, and after ascending to the throne, rebuild his own court. He couldn't resign himself to this, so he thought of asking me for help to catch the ghostly hand that was causing trouble. The subsequent events were relatively simple. Although Li Jun had given instructions, he still needed to identify the scene. Moreover, Lu Chuan had already checked the packaging of the pickles and found no signs of pinholes, so the possibility of injection poisoning was low. If Lin Shun used the same protective spiritual power again, it would definitely not pose a threat to He Luo, and He Luo never thought Lin Shun would dare to retaliate, so he would surely try to escape with all his might. System prompt. Alright, you now possess the potential to become a superpowered warrior. If you want to activate your superpower, please wash away one of the martial artists or archers. 3 hours later, Jun Yishao slowly withdrew his power. With no reservations in absorbing the spiritual energy within his body, he had fully recovered and even made a bit of progress. Xian Ming was filled with rage, his eyes red, and under the tremendous impact and humiliation, he didn't hesitate to deplete his Dao Yuan, frantically releasing blue dragon Dao fire, angrily attacking Lin Shun. Even Zhu Pao, what are you doing? Seeing Zaiyozi's expression and hearing him mumbling, Nian Xiao asked in confusion. Don't rush, don't rush. I'm just coming to see you. I heard you got a bit scared a few days ago. Qin Zheng stood up and smiled. No need to say more. You just hold that demon down, and I will do my utmost to shatter these demon bowls. Ouyang Donghua declared firmly, not waiting for the 5 to respond. He stepped forward, approaching the 9 inked jade bowls in the void. Hao Shui upstairs heard unusual sounds from the other side of the window, and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He initially thought that the person with the surname Chun would burst in through the door, but they chose an unconventional route, leaving him in a dilemma. During the 3 days in the hospital, Lu Fan analyzed the entire situation clearly and determined to transfer his household registration to the village. After leaving the governor's office, Ta Chi Bu took his personal soldiers and rode to the military camp for a visit. After leaving the military camp, Ta Chi Bu hurried to the examination bureau. First, to thank Zhengwa Fan for his recommendation, and second, to bid farewell to Zhengwa Fan. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to offend her, and she never expected her son to be beaten like this. Wu Jian suppressed his anger, bent his body, and strode out, not forgetting to close the door behind him. Meng Lao-san. Bro, I won't help anyone else in this group. Just you, your understanding of the game is truly impressive. Chapter 133 Dreamland after Xiao Hua left. Yin Yang was lost in thought. Yang Yang, what's wrong? Bai Zhu asked. Thinking about Xiao Hua. Yin Yang murmured. Don't think. Bai Zhu bent down, her eyes full of jealousy. What's wrong? Yin Yang was taken aback. Yang Yang doesn't like that little female, does she? Bai Zhu bit her lip. Yin Yang couldn't help but laugh with a puff, saying, What are you talking about? I find that little female quite strange. Indeed, Hung Yinlin had no idea what was going on with the other party, why they were so intent on holding on to him. The parent probably didn't expect Qi Zhishi to have this side to her, and was momentarily stunned. The signature 3 strands of hair sticking to her forehead, big eyes, round face, and pointed nose were just like the actress San Mao from old movies. Rubbing his head, he rummaged through the inner lining of his vest for a moment, and finally pulled out a piece of paper, slapping it down on the table with a bang. Moreover, at the moment he shot an arrow, he flicked his finger, and a golden needle suddenly flew out, piercing towards the eyes of this cold mountain. Although nothing was explicitly stated, it felt like this incident was anything but simple. For example, at this time, there would be countless people on the other side protecting this place or something. In fact, even if Li Tan had other motives, there was a saying that wasn't wrong. A person who seeks death wholeheartedly wouldn't care about so much. It shows that I am not truly seeking death. I just got carried away, and a splash of cold water would wake me up. Zhang Lianfeng looked around for something sharp, and what came into her view was her high heels beneath her feet. However, the ancient forbidden formation exceeded the limits of what the human body could endure. If the soul wasn't strong enough, it could collapse when the formation was completed, causing the practitioner to lose themselves and turn into a demon. I'm leaving first. I won't disturb you. The butler slightly bowed in greeting, not even looking at Gu Haoshuan as he left. For family gatherings like this, Song Yujin was still very willing to bring her family along. Compared to practitioners, the military was naturally weaker, but if it was a seasoned veteran, they would naturally exude a certain bloodthirsty aura. Good child, and thank you all. The old lady smiled as she handed over the fruit. He had never paid attention to the electronics factory until old Fong mentioned it today, realizing there were complex grievances involved. Regardless of whether this deal could be finalized, if there were future opportunities, he still wanted to maintain connections with the Jiang family to help this pair of grandfather and granddaughter who relied on each other. Although George looked extremely anxious, he didn't dare to interrupt the doctor in the slightest, only able to fidget nervously at the side. To be precise, it was the unformed charm bead, which Lin Yuan obtained as loot after killing the bone charm. A bright signal rocket shot up into the sky, startling the entire falling snow mountain villa, causing the warriors to grab their weapons, and a series of torches danced like a dragon throughout the villa. Mo Nanting remained unfazed, directly taking her hand and sitting down on the nearby 2-person sofa. After hanging up the phone, Gu Shiran was quite puzzled as to why Ning Xinghuan was at QS Group. Thus, after exchanging glances, the 2 guards became even more resolute in their attitude and directly reached out to grab Yun Hao. Qin Ming was taken aback. This Qin Hin Wan was indeed once a peak practitioner of the Yuan Tai, and this strike was utterly untraceable, leaving him unable to dodge at all. The blazing fire confinement was exactly the kind of combat technique Zhang Tiansheng wanted. When he couldn't aim for a clean shot, he wanted to try using the ice dragon killing move first. At the seaside villa, O Guanqing returned to his residence. The villa was large and empty, and even his footsteps echoed as he walked. After listening to Dong Ling's words, Fu Er no longer thought about the issue, eating, playing, and sleeping as she pleased. However, it seemed like something was missing in her heart, yet she didn't know what exactly was missing. Chapter 134. Who isn't? After dreaming of unhappy things, Yin Yang's mood was already somewhat poor. Unexpectedly, someone deliberately bumped into her gunpoint. Early in the morning, Yin Yang heard a commotion outside. She frowned, wondering what was going on. Yang Yang, I'll go take a look. Bai Zhu stood up. Yin Yang also went out together. As a result, they saw a familiar face in the distance. Huh, isn't this the one who stopped me before? The reason Bai Li Yao Rao refused to go with him and insisted on waiting a few days, could it be that she had already anticipated this would happen? An old man with a hunched back walked over from the boat. He must be an experienced fisherman. Although he was far away, I could still feel the strong scent of the sea emanating from him. Gong Wuan paused, and on his cold, handsome face, a rare hint of hesitation appeared. But in the end, he still stared at Xiaomingyi, exuding a cold warning that was too chilling to be refuted. For you, I am enough. Yi He, after introducing himself, had remained silent, but now, hearing Lin Feng's challenge, he glanced at him with disdain, stepped forward, drew his machete, and slowly pushed forward. It felt like he was the third party who disrupted someone else's happy family. While the couple argued in dialect, he could only guess what it was about, completely clueless. Immersed in his gentleness, Qin Shui didn't realize that he actually thought the kitchen wasn't a place for her to stay and wanted to find an excuse to get her out. Didn't my old man tell you? A tourism accident, Hu Kuan stammered in explanation. To be honest, my mind was still in disarray at this point. I vaguely felt that I might have caught a glimpse of a corner of the history of Tianxian, and the emergence of this corner might lead to the whole iceberg in the future. With the help of those techniques, the descendants developed several methods suitable for low-level descendants, combining the strength of many. Of course, they lacked foundational theory, and there wasn't much they could modify. However, many bloodline races were actually quite similar. Pan Min and the 6 cheerleaders all said yes, yes. They had known Gu Miaoling for a long time and were very familiar with her troublesome nature. So they took it for granted and didn't pay much attention. It has begun. As the kite moved, she closed her eyes. Yet she could step over any stumbling block because she sensed the golden threads floating from everything around her. That was the essence and manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth, allowing her to understand the connections among all things. Chun Lin handled everything, erased all traces, and returned to the hotel where he was staying, carrying the suitcase that Yushir Kuei had been holding. Commander Fei Tian, at your command, he said, and then vanished into the thick fog. In the infinite gathering of mist, at this moment, a thick cloud of spirit energy gathered, surging above the forest of trees. Lu Dingtian, who was inside the earthen wall, felt a bit frustrated. He had miscalculated a bit. The earthen wall was still moving, and when he controlled the fire circle to release flames and create high temperatures, it was calculated well, and the flames wouldn't leak out. Their actions had thoroughly enraged the pirates. We've already fled in disgrace, and you still pursue us relentlessly. Then we can only fight to the death. Immediately, more than 10 pirates turned around, wielding their knives and charging at them, aiming precisely at where the official troops were clinging to the ship's side, and struck down. Given the situation, he thought he would have to reveal his miraculous abilities. Lu Zhen thought and took out a lighter, opening the lid in front of them and pressing the switch. That said, Jiang, as a minister, could not protect the common people if the emperor intended to suppress him. Jiang Ani said gloomily, "Oh dear, is it true?" At the scene, everyone applauded enthusiastically, and some who had already calculated their losses looked somewhat incredulous. Chapter 135. This doesn't count. Xianghao was first stunned, then overjoyed. Great. Xianghao immediately agreed. This was clearly giving him an opportunity. Just a female. And she wants to go up on the decisive platform with him? She can't possibly think she can beat him, a white Dan-level beast man, can she? The corners of Xianghao's mouth were about to split to his ears. He felt extremely pleased. Since this female had brought it up, he had to seize the opportunity. If there were a large number of dark flame soldiers stationed in the city, Tanglang could only temporarily avoid the spotlight. However, when entering the city, he had already scanned through the system and knew that there were only less than 300 guards left in the city, while the rest had already gathered towards the Emperor's city as per the requirements of the Henji Legion. Young Master Changqing glanced at her, although he didn't reply. He had taken her words to heart. This young emperor, coming to dig trees with clean sleeves, had actually already brought so many people, secretly digging a pit, waiting for him to jump in and bury him deeply. Because he wanted to conceal certain matters too much, he instead forgot that under normal circumstances, he should kneel down and apologize immediately. Then Yu Gaowen said, as she looked at Lu Fan, although this child seemed quite simple, after all, one knows a person's face, but not their heart. Who knows if she might be unscrupulous? Running to participate in the school flower selection competition instead of studying at home on Saturday was not in line with her image as a top student. Qin Yusheng punched down with a massive amount of internal force onto the tree shield, and the entire tree shield directly caved in, providing no resistance whatsoever. Although he knew that robbing openly was somewhat impolite, this silver ring should give her more authority than the abbot. Li Chenfeng was immediately sent flying, before he could react. Zhu Rongxue directly punched and kicked him, and it couldn't be more unfortunate. The others began to stir, then consciously made way. Only one person's face showed displeasure, but he didn't say much. One person sat, and one stood, their expressions calm and composed, compared to the anxiety and unease of the defendant's seat. The couple, Fu Ting and his wife, had already won to some extent. Let's go, handsome Liu. The chubby man's mouth emitted Chun Fengshui's soft voice. Because the work clothes were slightly tight, Li Linlin's graceful figure was highlighted to the fullest. Old Master D glared at Yao Dixing. This Yao Dixing was not a good person, pretending to be a good guy here. In less than 5 minutes, Ning Tao had already arrived at the Fan family residence. The Fuan Manor, 6 or 7 kilometers away. I was just thinking about having Xiao Jun help you sign up for witch cooking class. Qin Qianing's words had already made everything clear. On this matter, he was very happy to agree to her. In the ancient era of family dominance, the government would be even more vigilant about such matters, and then intervene to eliminate them. Frightened by Li Fugui's momentum, seeing that Li Fugui still wanted to hit him, Qin Yang was scared out of his wits. The other party had caused so much destruction to him. How could he let go of this opportunity to psychologically torment the other side? After completely burning the painting, the still unwilling butler, Kong Bo, continued to scoop out the ashes and poured them all into the sewer. During the day, Fan seemed not to want to delve deeper, smiling it off. The smile appeared friendly and kind, but in the eyes of Li Dong, who had already discovered the truth, it looked insidious and cunning. Just now, I was eager to go out to help, so I didn't dig it out, but in my years of experience wandering the Jianghu, this must be a piece of skull, Old Wang said. Thus, on that quiet night in the courtyard, almost everyone who was about to fall asleep heard the unusually excited and frantic sounds of Xiao Saifu desperately fighting in her room. Chapter 136. Cage Bird Xionghao's fierce expression had a hint of desperation. How is that possible? The beastman beside him glared at him. Xionghao is a white Dan-level beastman. Hiss. No, she really won. The orc was taken aback. When he turned around, he found that Yin Yang was still standing there, while Xionghao had already collapsed on the stage, unmoving. The orc's eyes widened. No way. He just returned. Su Bai's neck was tightly gripped by the person in front of her. A sense of suffocation surged in Shay's mind, making her struggle to question this existence she once admired and longed for. Hearing Wang Sanyu's words, Molly was even more shocked. Just the act of refining spiritual tools could trigger such a level of lightning tribulation, which indeed refreshed Molly's understanding. He didn't want his future world to be filled with ridicule. Even if he didn't care much about others' opinions, that would still be annoying, wouldn't it? Binding Immortal Rope. Seeing this, Xin Yuan also summoned the Binding Immortal Rope. One rope and one whip tangled in the air, the sound of the air being whipped echoed. That settles it. Lord Ashiang and everyone, let's go help Sheila, Lena said. Bai Yi smiled slightly. He always felt that the person opposite him seemed to be trying hard to endure something. Ru Huan saw Feng Juechen with his head bowed, his expression uncertain, and his heart raced nervously. You, and I will tear your dog mouth apart sooner or later. Zhao Patian was furious, truly infuriated. Seeing you so skilled, are you planning to do this instead of dealing with the Hungdao crowd in the future? Lin Xiao said. After this news was released, there was an uproar around the world, whether in the mundane or the mysterious. Everyone felt incredulous and uneasy about the sudden decision of the Academy City. Wang Ning twisted open the ointment, squeezed a little on Su Yi's hand, and then gently used her own hand to spread the ointment evenly on Su Yi's palm. He really didn't want to talk. During the day, he met with Xue Xiaohua and accompanied Wang Ning shopping, which was exhausting. The man was currently not managing Xiangyang at all. He was wondering how he was thinking, walking step by step towards him. As soon as he reached his side and grabbed him, he would definitely have no chance to jump down. Grandpa would tell me every time that my father's aptitude was too poor and the entire Huang family only had my talent as the highest. Even he couldn't catch up. Wanger was still feeling fortunate that their water source was sufficient on this journey, but now thinking about it, it would be better to die of thirst than to die from lack of water. Dr. Luo naturally didn't believe it, but seeing Zhuang Feier so certain, he turned his gaze to Bao Yaqing. Xinyu was also holding his breath, feeling that the situation was very troublesome, quite different from what he imagined. But he was helpless with a patient. Chun Luoqi reminded him, and then walked towards the head of the Chun family, Chun Nan, who was also nominally Chun Luoqi's father at this moment. What medicinal materials? Dr. Luo perked up upon hearing this. As a doctor, although he was a Western doctor, their hospital had traditional Chinese medicine, and the medicinal materials were quite complete. Ye Rentian Final Fond Ye Yunting. During this time, he had been busy with company matters and had no time to chat with him, leaving it all to Bao Yaqing to take care of. Lien Yunxing walked step by step, struggling greatly. He almost relied on his will to come down from the upstairs and reach the door of the Xiang family. Although they were also celestial beings, their status was not high. Every time they held the Peach Blossom Festival, they could only get one peach that ripened every 3,000 years. Reinhardt knew well that even a fully committed Japan was no match for the U.S. military. If they were allowed to divert their energy to ally with Germany against the Soviet Union, the U.S. military might easily overpower Japan. Chapter 137. Foxy Ying Limurmuret. Her eyes full of admiration. Ichi nodded, yes, boss. Boss, there are too many orcs here. Shall we leave first? If we get discovered, it's over. Ichi looked at the crowd around them, gradually beginning to disperse, and quickly reminded them. What are you afraid of? Jingli lazily leaned against the wall, saying, I'm almost fully healed now. If worst comes to worst, I can just run. They can't catch me. Ichi felt embarrassed. What fire release? Great fireball. Would release. Forest domain descend, and Susanoo, etc. He had completely forgotten. Yano had been away the longest and should be resurrected first, but as a sniper, he was an important attack role in the team. Yet his self-defense ability was somewhat lacking, and since all the team's protectors had perished, his attack power would be significantly reduced without anyone covering him. Li Xiaoyi quickly responded, not daring to meet Tang Yichen's gaze. After speaking, he walked towards everyone, and Tang Yichen said nothing more, then began to study the crossbow arrows. Huh, what kind of person is Heike? From the other party's mental fluctuations, he immediately sensed overwhelming hatred. With a low growl, a huge demon head burst out from his body, swallowing the two. When Ergo brought Fuguwei to the entrance of building number 3, Fuguwei couldn't help but ask Ergo a question. Lance listened quietly, feeling relieved in his heart. He felt filled with love for the female in front of him who could be so magnanimous. What? This orc was taken aback, thinking he heard wrong. How could the recently captured prisoner reside in the ordinary gathering place of their Wild Wolf clan? Some orc members of the Wild Wolf clan nearby heard this and whispered nervously while looking at Lan Chu. Once her footsteps steadied, Mayer suddenly smiled and said, Why do you want to drink so much? The dignified underworld emperor looks quite cute when drunk. There is nothing impossible in this world. Chun Nan conjured a divine sword in his hand and swung it forward, cleaving the azure light into 2 segments. Fort, I placed a reverse magic on your body. After you enter, you won't be affected by their magical attacks. Let's start the full assault. Mitchell said, when she becomes renowned in the cultivation world, there will be people mentioning that she was once a student of someone, which could bring immeasurable benefits. Geely frowned. He gradually understood and vaguely had an awareness that he was closer to his mother than others. On weekends at home, Yi Miao felt very conflicted, unsure if she should go find Lu Shiyu, and in the end, she couldn't come up with a good plan. Zhou Jing was half reclining on the shaking hospital bed. He had roughly heard some things happening outside. Fong Fong chuckled, nodded, no longer expressing any opinions, but looked at Luo Rue, smiling as she used a finger to push the cup away from the table, causing it to fall to the ground. The cup didn't break, but the drink spilled everywhere. The process need not be elaborated. Stripping away all doubts, in the end, who benefited the most is not very obvious, right? However, she did not stop paying attention in class because of this. On the contrary, she listened particularly attentively, and thus gained many teachers' goodwill. Pork University, who is inside? Su Guchuan spoke in Chinese. Only he and the Han chef could understand. If such things were exposed one day, even if they did not participate, they might still be implicated. In the middle of the night, Jiang Yunxing attempted to practice the internal skills from her previous life. She initially wanted to see if she could alleviate her physical condition, but did not expect this body to surprisingly fit the cultivation practice. First, one must have passionate blood, courage, resilience, and a kind and just heart. The Holy Selection Envoy of the temple will carry a heart-testing stone. Anyone with ulterior motives will be revealed. Jiang Taiji said. Chapter 138. The trouble of jealousy. Yun Yang's expression changed slightly as she gently patted her back to help her breathe. Are you okay? Hu Yi waved her hand, lacking the strength to respond. She kept coughing and suddenly spat out a small mouthful of blood. What is wrong? Xiongke heard the noise and rushed in. Seeing the blood on the ground, even the big man felt his eyes redden. Quickly pouring the medicine that was on the table and feeding it to Hu Yi. A series of events unfolded as Lin Tianyao quickly untied Yuji's ropes and held her in his arms, but Yuji had her eyes closed. Her body temperature unusually hot, looking very abnormal. She didn't notice that across from her, Su Yi was still chatting and laughing, but his gaze gradually dimmed. Everyone exchanged glances, puzzled about what was happening. The birthday banquet had just begun, and as the host, he had abruptly left them, fuming. Guofu nodded, and then Lin Tianyao began to explain, and before long, Guofu understood. Most of the research conducted at the institute involved dangerous items, which is why it was located on a mountain not far from nor too close to the capital. I'll go to First Mountain to ask. Qiao immediately headed towards First Mountain, followed closely by Yao Lao. Dad, let us return to Linsu as soon as possible. She understood that the crown prince and the prince's people were trying to find ways to get close to her father, as the wealth of the Duanmu family would be the best guarantee in their power struggle. Yin Xiaoxiao felt trapped in a vicious cycle. She clearly knew she shouldn't have any unrealistic fantasies about Jin Guangyan, yet she couldn't help but hope that he only had her in his heart. Just watching that girl named Xiaoxiao constantly serve dishes to Jin's mother and chat happily with her, while also calling out to Jin Guangyan, made Mu Feng unable to suppress a laugh, even though Jin Guangyan, with a cold face, could only respond. Therefore, Tang Chun was not idle. He was diligently refining the array plate, preparing to set up a super large array to fend off more contestants' attacks. Just as Lin Feng took off his sunglasses and returned to reality, the originally dark living room gradually brightened with his return. Following the route map to the reception area for foreign disciples, Yiming frowned upon seeing hundreds of male disciples through the window. The aura was not well concealed, causing those Spirit Clan practitioners who had already reached the core of Tianyan Ancient City to change their expressions suddenly and direct their gazes this way. The experience brought to Yiming by nearly 100 monsters was incredibly terrifying, even if he could only gain half of the experience. It was enough to raise his current level's experience bar by 15. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no one in the car, but don't think the broadcaster's actions are pointless. You were right, it's all about the details. The young man in the blue coat said as he climbed into the Jeep. What a coincidence. Originally, Himeyu planned to introduce her man today, but he ran to her family's melon field to steal watermelons and even got into a fight with her brother. Seeing her brother being beaten, of course, she had to help, which led to her giving him a beating too. Why did it have to be him? But if an enemy at the late stage of the transformation realm came, it would be extremely difficult for Yun Xiao to even protect his life. Human strength is sometimes limited, and his combat power also has a limit. As Yiming jumped down from the mountaintop, it was only a second, and no one noticed. He pushed through the thorns and spent quite some effort to reach a protruding cliff halfway up the mountain, at which point his brows furrowed deeply. Sukduo often messed around with girls, and, being undervalued in the family, originally had no bodyguards. However, since Susu inherited the family business, she specifically assigned 2 bodyguards to protect him, both of whom were selected by Yiming and trained by Leidong Security Company. Chapter 139, Confession. The day after leaving Hu Yi's house, Xiao Hua came to Yun Yang's home. She looked a bit shy and asked, "Sister, can I come in?" Yun Yang recalled what Hu Yi had said to her yesterday and nodded. "Come in." Xiao Hua smiled, took Yun Yang's hand, and said, "Sister, I saw how amazing you looked on the final stage yesterday. You're super awesome. I want to learn from you too." Cloud seemed to smile without smiling, right? Yi Wuxuan was the first to move, trying to ease the situation. Before he could step out, Yi Wujian had already shouted at him. At the mountain peak, there was a building with its door closed, and it was unclear what was inside. Xiao Wu and Long Jiutian simultaneously unleashed the laws of their internal universes. Xiao Wu's law domain was a soil-colored star domain, while Long Jiutian's law domain was a strange blood-red domain. Just as he was speaking, Nangong Jing directly locked his throat, leaving Nangong Chunkai nowhere to escape. This move was meant to catch you off guard. After saying this, he released his grip. Taking advantage of the moment, he let go. Nangong Chunkai flicked his long sword, forcing him out. After that, Nangong Chunkai changed his sword momentum, showing no mercy, and surprisingly used a lethal technique. Wang Yuan was momentarily stunned, slightly furrowing his brows. This invitation card, besides proving Linglong's existence, could not determine the location of the Linglong headquarters at all. Fourth brother, didn't second brother say? Once he finishes that little task, he will take you to find Mu Guiying. Why did you run out by yourself? Do you know how worried second brother is about you? Li Shimin scolded Li Yuanba relentlessly. Li Haiyang had already completed his transfer task and advanced to the Sun Guard, a heavy armor profession that balanced offense and defense, greatly compensating for the current team's shortcomings. The Crown Prince Lu was drenched in scolding from his father, feeling somewhat dull, while Yin Fong beside him felt a chill in his heart. An elder of the Blood Demon Alliance, dressed in dark golden battle armor, angrily shouted and took out a heavy sword artifact, charging directly at Xiao Wu, while another elder of the Blood Demon Alliance rushed toward Qin Yu. Yang Fan looked at her leaving with an infatuated expression. At this moment, Qin Yang could no longer suppress his anger, delivering a flying kick with such force that it seemed capable of breaking the floorboard, attacking Yang Fan as if nothing had happened. The Maserati in the snowstorm traced a faint black trajectory, intersecting with the road to Qingtan Bridge in the silver misty city. Not heading toward Jiangnan district, but moving westward toward Uido. Li Su was taken aback. The action of squeezing the blackhead slowed down. If there was one thing in the world that could temporarily make him forget his appearance, it was money. In the swirling black mist ahead, a familiar figure was coldly laughing at him, with disdain in his gaze. The second batch of soldiers had already swum halfway across, and, unsurprisingly, the Goryeo army on the opposite shore had lined up again, holding knives, guns, and shields, waiting leisurely for the Tang army soldiers. In just over a year, Xiao Yan had actually broken through to become a celestial warrior, and she was close to the peak level. How did she cultivate? The warm sun overhead cast down on him, and a surge of joy, like the vigor of spring, arose. Li Ji looked at the countless soldiers before him, and even his usually serious face couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. Then he waved his hand. What's going on? In the highest command center, the great sage Long Zhua looked at the projection sand table before him, astonished. After all, even Yuan Xin and Ling Er, and even Arthas had appeared in dreams. If he truly worried about Sezwoni, it was impossible that he hadn't dreamed of her before. Li Su's eyes flickered again with a mad yet calm crimson glow as he shouted hoarsely. Smelling the bloody scent, Bardock frowned in disgust. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's threatening words, Bardock was curious to see how far his illusionary attack could go. Chapter 140, is it all just a show? At that time, they began to have the idea of exploring the Beast World continent. However, no matter what, once they stepped into the Forbidden Sea, they would surely be buried in the sea. After exploring for over a decade with no gains, someone unexpectedly discovered a miraculous thing. The Nightmare Bone, which could harm them, could also protect them as they traversed the sea. Yin Yang was shocked upon hearing this. The Nightmare Bone? Is it really like this? Yin Yang suddenly spoke up, and Han Dong was increasingly impressed by Lin Feng, not only for his strength, but also for his attitude towards handling matters, which made Han Dong, a scion from the capital, feel inferior. In an instant, all the contradictions and problems in his heart disappeared completely, leaving only a strange feeling. He quickly finished his breakfast, tidied up, and rushed to school. Today was the last day of military training, and there would be a half day off in the afternoon. But that important figure was coming to school, so he couldn't be late. The accuracy of the information should be correct. Our friend kindly provided it to me, and his intelligence-gathering ability in the local area is far stronger than ours. After seeing the scene switch to another location, the white-haired man said somewhat inexplicably, "Then why didn't you look at the map more carefully back then? How could you not notice that there are 2 cave temples? ISNT it clearly marked on the map. You really are useless." Li Ku continued to scold, his anger unabated. The concentration of source energy was indeed very high. Upon entering the source energy absorption chamber, Li Xian sensed the high concentration of source energy hitting him, giving him a comfortable feeling as if all his pores were opening up, even causing the fat ball on his shoulder to shake its plump body involuntarily. As the master of the Qinglian, Xie Ying understood very well that although the spiritual treasure Qinglian blocked 6 or 7 dark spears, it was consuming his magical power, but not more than 1 or 2%. Wu Chong was very angry and annoyed. It was outrageous. Even when I was eating, someone would block my way. Following Bu Xian, the immortals, such as Xiang Hong, all took action, at least at the level of great supernatural powers, with some even mixing in supreme supernatural powers and a few lost supernatural powers. He couldn't quite figure it out for a moment. Although he knew Wang Pingyan was taking credit for himself, he couldn't recall the connection between these 2 matters at that moment. This thing, although solid, definitely couldn't break through so many barriers, and it probably didn't have that much power, right? My scalp tightened. What does Zhu Yinxian mean by this? Isn't he strictly carrying out the matter of cutting down the feudal lords? Didn't he want to eliminate Zhu Di the most? Why is he now thinking of giving him a good place to settle? UXIN achieved a great victory at Daxing Mountain, breaking the Yellow Turbans and capturing Zhang Jiao's brother Zhang Liang, marking the first major victory for the official army against the Yellow Turbans. But UXIN did not spread the news of Zhang Liang's capture, not even mentioning it in the memorial to the Ling Emperor. "Ha ha, Xia Montak, you finally came. That outfit looks great on you," Deng Zhao's voice came over. "Then please explain, what is the purpose of the Qin army heading to the border of the state of Shun?" Ji Gongxian asked. Rong Xiu was startled when he interrupted her. Her fingers were tightly clenched together, and she secretly gritted her teeth. How could he speak to her in such a tone? How could he? "Mother, Yi is fine now. As for how Yi got better, I will tell you later," Lan Yi said with a bright smile, shouting at Lan Ziyu. Zhu Quan not only ordered several of Zhu Di's trusted subordinates to enter the city, but also warmly hosted a welcome banquet. These generals appeared to be weary of military life, spending their days eating, drinking, admiring flowers, and raising birds in Daming City. What? Is what I said wrong? Don't you love gold? Noticing Xiao Fei's discontented gaze, Lin Songming leaned back in the soft chair, looking quite self-satisfied as he raised an eyebrow at her. Chapter 141, I want to see, Mei Li, the old city lord said earnestly. Grandfather didn't mean to. It was just that the situation at that time wasn't suitable to tell you. I also wanted to use this incident to test and see clearly who had ulterior motives and to eliminate those with ill intentions. So your so-called test includes me too, right? Jing Li smiled, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Ali, how can you say that about your grandfather? The old city lord frowned. I did this for you. Shi Yun hated him. Seeing Shi Yun cry was his most untouchable bottom line, something that no one could touch. Only he knew how much he doted on the person in front of him who was now quietly sobbing. Oomph. I struck at the same time as the scarlet lotus, severing the large tree, but in the blink of an eye, dozens of large trees came crashing down on us. At the moment Bai Li sat down, the immortal lords behind him stood up and slightly nodded to Bai Li, all displaying respectful expressions. The one with the most ferocious momentum was actually the last to advance to the rank of King Buddha, the corpse abandoning Buddha, who conjured a massive wheel above his head. On the wheel stood a huge demon, its bloody maw open wide, revealing its bone-white fangs. And its claws held countless bloody human heads, looking extremely ferocious as it roared towards Bodhi. The Gobi Desert is the easiest place to cultivate and change people. The staff in the Gobi Desert often change positions. A driver working here for several years, or for him, it is also a form of training. Yes, ancient Buddha. Seeing Ran Dang angry, the sunlight Bodhisattva's heart trembled, cold sweat flowing down, and he hurriedly bowed and retreated. Students, you all train hard. Today I bring you a new partner. Come, introduce yourself to everyone. The wandering Ruiz waved his long arms and swayed his head. Cao Cao sent Zhang He in a battle again. Zhang He brandished his spear, engaging in a double fight with Pang De, who showed no fear. Zhang Wei, who was guarding the gate, saw Chao's generals double fighting Pang De and, fearing a loss, quickly sounded the alarm. Hearing this, Pang De charged towards Su Chu, and Zhang He shouted, "Stop! We will fight again tomorrow." After saying that, he turned his horse and retreated. Her figure happened to be hidden in the night. Shi Yun and Qian Yudaxian were still fixated on the matter of the jade pendant. Just as she was about to reach out to say something, someone covered her mouth with a cloth strip, and her body immediately became immobile, her consciousness slowly fading until she finally fell into darkness. Tao Weiyun's siblings were also accustomed to Tao Yang's carving work in the shop in the morning. When customers came to the shop, they would lower their voices to speak. Over time, Tao Qingbi also made many business deals. However, among them, Ling was empty-handed, while Xiao Fei used a weapon. The outcome was already clear. Who knew that at this moment, a smell reminiscent of rotting corpses wafted in from the door that Yi Sheng had just left ajar. Hua Xuanji was startled, inexplicably feeling a particularly familiar sensation. Suddenly, a chaotic noise surged in simultaneously, and Hua Xuanji was taken aback, turning her head to look in the direction of the sound. Her face turning pale and then flushed. After all, Nie Qingyun's demise led to the Shao family, which had powerful mages on the Qinglong town ranking, being heavily suspected. However, it would take several days to travel from the Qian mountain range to Baichuan. If they encountered bandits or robbers along the way, it would be a wasted trip. Xia Zian and Jin Mingyao looked in the direction of the sound and saw Shun Linfeng pressing his ear against the rock wall, listening intently to something. After a slight pause, Long Chen's mind moved, and he quickly took out all 300 or so yellow jade stone flying feathers. But at that moment, Zhuo Lexing's spirit split from his waist, separating into two, the lower half instantly vanishing, while the upper half, although fluctuating violently and very unstable, still retained its form. What now? Wang Nuo is equivalent to choosing to walk a risky path instead of taking the sunny boulevard. Why bother? Chapter 142. Don't look at the word care from Xiongke's mouth, which almost burst forth from between his teeth, filled with hatred. Xiongke understands Mei Li, wanting to bring her from the lofty status of a noble city lord's wife to being left with nothing, coldly treated and ignored. It's almost as if he wants her to die, but it's just losing everything. Mei Li is still alive, while his female master has suffered from years of illness. Don't worry, he will make Mei Li experience everything his female master has endured. So when Wu Li asked this, Shun Tian became nervous. His breathing quickened as he strained to hear Shen Yuqin's answer. Flesh and blood dissolved into the river, drifting in all directions with the current. At this moment, the third generation of the plague, seeds, appeared weak and powerless. Although he knew that Wang Hao would give him some pointers regarding his previous words. After all, Wang Hao is very generous towards his disciples. Ugly Lady reached for one of the bottles, and as soon as she raised it, Shit Brother also moved. Well, since that's the case, you may return first and have the servants bring the umbrella. Sima Zhao said this and turned back to look at the lotus pond. In an instant, Wang Hao felt a wave of rejection. Though very subtle, it was undeniably present. Everyone was discussing fervently during the conversation. The young man had already arrived in front of Yi Chenfeng. Upon hearing this, Ho Yi and Yin Xiao were momentarily stunned, following Wang Hao's gesture to discover Bai Qian's presence. When this person arrived at the fifth-floor corridor, a wild beast-like aura immediately spread. His arrival was more terrifying than that of lions or tigers. What do you mean by asking if I'm here? As soon as the words were out, Conan suddenly realized, wishing he could slap himself, earning a fierce glare from Hybera. Smiling like that, Vlad showed no signs of discouragement. The flames surrounding him suddenly erupted and then condensed, with countless flaming spears shooting towards Ball from all directions. After entering the Crystal Palace, Zhu Ringong arrived at a secluded room, starting his preparations before the action. He unfolded the paper on top, and suddenly his expression changed, causing Lu Ping's heart to skip a beat as an ominous premonition suddenly arose. Moreover, this filthy thing's magical power is not weak. Your soul has already been seduced by it, so you can't escape. The bodyguards accompanying you should be in grave danger. I didn't see any vitality in them just now. Chen Jin was preparing to start his deception. However, he felt his offer was not excessive. Because the soil of Bema Manor, nourished by horse manure, is fertile, producing grapes that are better than those from Feizhou Manor. But why didn't he buy from Feizhou Manor? These few people are extraordinary beings. If one interferes, no one will be able to cross this water area. Such scenes occur everywhere in the Starfall Secret Realm, where the unfortunate are even directly knocked away by the rampaging star beasts and then trampled to death. The golden body tribulation not only refines the physical body and primordial spirit, but also allows the golden body to experience the vastness and endless vitality of heaven and earth during each disintegration, resulting in a powerful transformation of heaven and earth in my heart, thus generating the golden immortal power to control heaven and earth. Therefore, they had no expectations of Lin Guodong. They planned to extract Mu Ontong's soul from her body and use it to refine a newly developed soul pill, which would be used to nourish the eight-headed serpent. The fat man in the midst of a struggle was also startled to see the black flame skeleton that had appeared in the arena, quickly reminding Leon. But suddenly, Tian Ming smelled an extremely rich aroma of food, which wafted in from the left side of the curtain. Tian Ming immediately felt invigorated, walking in without hesitation. There was the kitchen. An old figure was busy inside. This mighty divine skill can be said to be supreme internal power. When unleashed, it can add 36 layers of aftereffects. Although it is not equivalent to increasing power 36 times, it is not far from enhancing internal strength tenfold. Chapter 143. Protect our female master. Mei Li committed suicide. She deserved it for her many misdeeds. Yin Yang faintly heard the orcs either gloating or expressing satisfaction, but there was not a single voice of pity. She turned back to take a glance. Mei Li, who had been dragged out for public humiliation, had already collapsed in the prison card. In the end, Mei Li could not endure the torment in her heart and killed herself by crashing her head. Although she could not clearly hear the orcs' curses toward her, she could feel the disgust in their eyes. Yao Tao and another demon man, Wu Tong, ran down the mountain in terror, reaching the side of Wu Shui. In this demon mountain, there were various kinds of demons, and these demons were inherently cruel, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Walking within this demon mountain, Ji Xiaoyu could clearly sense that there were countless demon powerhouses far stronger than himself. If it had been in the past, Qin Yan would have proudly opened the car window, revealing his smiling face. Although the body of Tian Qian was burning, he rolled in midair during his fall, dispersing the flames engulfing him, and adjusted his body balance to land safely on the ground. Today, Shi and Zheng Qingxue were responsible for picking up Zhou Xingyan. On their way back, they heard that the Empress Dowager was deeply afraid that Han Shuliao would disobey, unwilling to marry into the Zhou family and unwilling to comply with discipline, thus offending her elders. Therefore, she bestowed the family whip to Yang Lin to warn Han Shuliao that if she caused trouble in the Zhou family, Yang Lin could use the family whip to educate the princess according to the Empress Dowager's orders. The dancer then realized, looking around the ground with lingering fear, that she did not dare to take a single step. Just as the words fell, Ouyang Yin rushed out like thunder, a sword like the Milky Way falling from the heavens. The sword energy transforming into a river of stars, sweeping majestically towards the west mountain moon. This fire dance fairy had a high level of cultivation. Among those present, probably only the official of the Thunder God Temple could suppress her. Is what you said true? Li Changxing's expression slightly changed upon hearing this, but his tone was exceptionally excited. After about an incense stick's worth of time, a thick demon mist below suddenly parted to reveal a gap, and a deep voice akin to muffled thunder emerged. Sitting in the dining room, drinking porridge, Yi Xiaomei involuntarily leaned her face towards the bed, watching the plane that had already taken off. At this point, he paused again, as everyone was clear that Xiao Jingwu was most likely beyond saving, but since he was still drawing breath, no one would say anything rebellious. He glanced at Qin Yu. If the right chancellor knew who Qin Yu intended to make the empress, he could only imagine what expression would be on his face. Originally, Xiao Ran was not fond of this aristocratic demeanor, but upon hearing that there were many people in the car, and having spent much time with Ruan Mingyue, he had grown accustomed to solitude and tranquility, so he had no choice but to make an exception this time and accept such treatment. Xiao Ran's body trembled slightly, and he immediately froze, the usual calm expression completely dissipating, replaced by an overwhelming sense of hesitation. It felt as if everything around him had fallen silent. She took a deep breath and felt incredibly light within, as if with each step she might float away. Regardless, this feeling of loving you will not change. I just want to make amends properly. Of course, this also requires you to give me the opportunity. He spoke bitterly, his tone gently caressing Qianqian's heart, and the persistence within seemed to crumble. Only those close to him had the right to deliver gifts before him, and the only one who could ask for them directly was Xiao Wu. Over the years, she had painstakingly cared for the two children, fulfilling her duties as a wife and mother, and outside, she had done her best in the role of Lady Lei. If they were driven out by the princess's residence today, it was feared that starting tomorrow, they would deal with her even more recklessly. At the same time, she was also fortunate that she had brought a bamboo tube of grape wine when she went out, which was now just right for use. Jing Yi was very resolute this time. She used Yin Dun Chakra to suppress the restless Tong Li, thinking that opening her eyes now would yield too little benefit. Chapter 144. I have a small favor. Boss Jing Li, you previously mentioned wanting to collaborate with our civilization village? Hearing Yin Yang's voice, Jing Li collected his thoughts and brought up the main issue. I heard about the civilization village from He Chi. I wonder if village chief Yin Yang is interested in collaborating with our Silverwing shop. How do you want to cooperate? Yin Yang asked. I believe village chief Yin Yang also wants to sell the products of your civilization village, right? Our Silverwing shop can. There are simply too many items. All obtained at the last moment, looted from Long Xiaodian and Huang Xing helplessly. Xing Luo and Zhang Xiyu finished washing up and directly went out for breakfast. However, as they left, Tiao Tiao kept shouting for Xing Luo to buy more beef, causing a certain man to roll his eyes repeatedly, almost unable to refrain from making a move. Wen Jinyin controlled the star power to launch an impact. Although it seemed that the Guan Yuan point did not change much, Jinyin could completely feel that it was being gradually unblocked. Moreover, the acupoints that had been warmed were just capable of withstanding the impact force at this moment. But seeing Mr. Liu looking at him with admiration, Huang Yin could only force himself to continue with a made-up story. Yi Tian actually felt wronged himself. These matters were not initiated by him. However, he had a characteristic. He did not provoke trouble, but when trouble came, he would never back down. It was as if both sides had completely swapped positions, absolutely overpowering the Gutian brothers in terms of strength. The Muley Oasis was an important strategic location covering an area of 3,000 kilometers. Almost all trade routes had to pass through here. The precious tobacco, spices, and other specialty products in the desert had to be exported through the Muley Fortress. The governor of Sheikiu, building a permanent fortress here was undoubtedly a brilliant move. Fang Chen sat cross-legged. He had to refine them. This skill, often considered wicked by the world, was actually most dangerous because if the inner strength that could not be digested and absorbed backfired, it could lead to madness in light cases or bleeding from the 7 orifices and death in severe cases. Zhang Yi could only agree to her. Although it felt strange to have her holding his hand, it was also a comfortable kind of strange. Having completed his own matters, Su Yu felt relaxed. But thinking about the odd task Huang Hai had asked him for help with, Su Yu found it a bit troublesome. Upon hearing Inai Yeshin bring up old matters, Mu Nanting instantly lost his composure and quickly glanced at Liu Yin. Liu Yin, however, had no special expression, his face very calm. The so-called fire seed was actually a crystal formed from years of condensation within, possessing a certain fire spirit. Once subdued by someone, it could be attempted to be integrated into the... Mu Yang also frowned as he looked at the charmingly evil Song Yinqing, and then at Li Yin on the ground, his brows furrowing even deeper. Although he was quite displeased with such a silent rival, he also understood Li Yin's heart and his good intentions towards Li Yu. Once the servants collected everyone's final poetic works, the several renowned scholars sitting in the central pavilion began to critique the poetry. The people below dared not speak loudly, only whispering among themselves about the final claim to the top position. The other party's meaning was very clear. They wanted him to make a choice between himself and Gu Yu. Before long, everyone appeared in another place, and after a brief observation, it was realized that this was still the same valley, just a short distance teleportation. Young Master Yu was teased by Enai Yeshin, unable to utter a word, only staring with wide eyes. As if Enai Yeshin said another word, he would leap forward to fight to the death. Zhu Qingshan was just a wolf in human skin. In his heart, there was only himself, no one else. To achieve his own goals, he would disregard any family or loved ones. Qilong merely wanted to use this action to disguise his thoughts, making others believe he was honest and simple-minded. But using it in the wrong context would instead make people feel strange. Chapter 145, It's not a pity to be overthrown. Jing Li's pupilles contracta. Yun Yang understood Jing Li's reaction and realized that she was aware. Jing Li siga, nuing. Since I started managing the Silver Wing shop, I have been to many places. I learned about the Demon Fairy continent from the Sea Tribe in the southern region. At that time, he went to the Sea Tribe to negotiate a deal, selling their unique fish silk to various places. The two continents are separated by a dangerous expanse, yet Wang Engshi became reckless, spreading his arms and shouting wildly. Are you trying to roast me over a fire? Ha ha, you let Wang Engshi do what you dare not do. It was still the same question. What are the differences in grammar usage and accent expression between American and British English? Last year, Wang Yun's movie Spider-Man shocked the world, once again proving Wang Yun's talent as a genius director and his omnipotent reputation, with everyone anticipating what kind of brilliant Spider-Man would showcase at this year's Oscars. She pinched it, and it remained resilient in his palm, proudly displaying her undeveloped delicateness. The staff in the office were stunned to see her come out of the branch manager's office with red eyes, half her face swollen, and her hair somewhat disheveled. Damn it, she cursed softly, looking at the already departed Tian Pai Shui, smelling the increasingly pungent odor, and suddenly felt a slight daze in her mind. Dishai's expression changed, not daring to waste time, and hurriedly sat cross-legged, controlling his spirit to expel some impurities inhaled into his body. This village had many ordinary people, which should have restricted the Taoist's actions, but from the beginning, the fish spirit never considered that the Taoist would think of sacrificing those villagers as bait to set up a formation to attempt to exterminate the fish spirit. Upon seeing this scene, Bao Zheng laughed heartily, thinking that Zheng Goliang's worries were simply unfounded. How bad could a childlike youth be? With his eyes having seen countless treacherous and ungrateful people, he had some confidence in this. Li Yun and Wang Fei's whereabouts were public. As soon as they appeared at the airport, they were besieged by numerous reporters. Mike and Ross also returned together, quietly leaving from another direction. And after a call with Wang Yun, they went to Wang Yun's seaside villa. However, this only made Sunny and the others even more curious. Su Chunjun didn't say anything, and neither did Pani, making it difficult for them to take action. After a night of intense torment, the impurities in Jing Tang's body had been mostly removed, and an extremely familiar fluctuation began to appear within him. In any case, this battle made Jing Tang widely known in the outer courtyard. The fact that he defeated a warrior with the strength of a martial artist in less than a month after entering the courtyard was enough to show how terrifying Jing Tang's talent and strength were. Su Feng, not wanting to cause trouble, found Yin Jinqiu's number, clarified the cooperation, and handed Chris over to her for coordination. Fan Xiao was kicked out mercilessly again, rolling twice on the ground. He reached out to support himself and got up from the ground, grinning with a smile while looking at Wu Qing. Wang Ying pulled over another table, placing it in the front area, and took out Halyuran's spirit token from his backpack. Now that the factory was sold, wouldn't she lose her job? Glancing at Su Feng, who was still working diligently, she didn't dare to disturb him. Boss, what's going on? Did you sense something? Ergo noticed Han Guang's expression was off and became alert. When the boss usually has this expression, it indicates something is about to happen. And it's not just any ordinary matter. Chapter 146. Brother, I'll take you to find hope. Jingli met with the head of the Nyo family, and after some scheming, they reached a consensus. Although the Nyo family had some of the issues of an old-fashioned family, they ultimately stood on the side of the city lord's mansion. Over the years, although their actions had become somewhat strange, appearing to be honest yet actually greedy, they always knew how to exploit your limits to profit from you. However, they also had principles and had not committed any heinous acts. Moreover, when dealing with Inchi, they had helped him a lot. Another point was that an unknown force suddenly struck Li Chuyi's face, catching her off guard and sending her flying. Ziyuan's heart tightened, and she quickly dashed over to block in front of the fallen Li Chuyi, scanning the surroundings with a vigilant expression. At this moment, the child moved and turned its head towards its mother's chest, clearly hungry and looking for a place to feed. Dong Ru's face instantly turned crimson, her body stiffening. There were strangers here. Was she really going to breastfeed her child in front of them? Chong Kong Xingyu felt a chill in his heart, sensing an elusive meaning in all of this, leaving him puzzled. Hearing Yi Mo's words, he seemed to catch a deeper meaning, and Pandora, who was standing with her arms crossed, instinctively asked. With a smile, Kim Tion sat not far from Du Yojia, imitating her by leaning against a tree, gradually moving closer to Du Yojia, until they were practically side by side. In the eyes of cultivators, there's little difference between mortals and ants. But Liang Shan and Ji Cho, relying on their boastful skills, had made significant contributions to the abandoned Sky Sect, and Yu Lao could not stand by and watch. Ignoring their plight, Du Yojia, being hugged by Kim Tion, felt less excited. For some reason, her heart raced, her face flushed, and she didn't know where to place her hands. Although it felt strange, it was not bad. Chen Yang carefully discerned the direction, but found that the sound seemed to come from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint a location. The formations on this ship were so numerous that they were almost entirely embedded in the vessel. However, as long as someone understood the formations, perhaps they could successfully alter them in a short time. This was what the green snake had said. However, it seemed not to have heard, continuing to pace back and forth, anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Yet, this was not the end. Mo Fengya's subsequent words immediately turned Mo Lia's face pale, undoubtedly plunging her into a dark abyss. Lin Chengfeng couldn't help but say, "Why don't we just call it a day and play another time?" He was somewhat absent-minded, not wanting to care about the live broadcast at all, wanting to leave directly. His gaze was calm as he glanced at the leisurely white light orb beside him. Without saying much, even without needing the white light orb to explain for her, she had already sensed everything during that trial. "Okay, I'll be obedient." And Sia nodded for the first time, sounding very compliant, then whispered something softly. Finally, when she stepped onto the 16th step, an unnoticed change occurred within her, as if the first giant door had opened. Her internal spiritual power had become more robust and fierce after such a brutal tempering. Hesitating whether to push away Yi Shuli and continue sleeping, Rongshi couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, dozing off, her wet eyes looking as if they might drip water. At that moment, the chicken that had been killed limped to the door, holding its swollen face. And upon hearing the teacher's words, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, with the commotion from the Tsong family, the entire vast world was shaken, leaving countless forces astonished. After all, the Tsong family was a giant family that had existed for thousands of years in the ancient domain, and no one dared to provoke them. This obviously off-topic response left Shun Junyu momentarily stunned. He pondered over the sentence several times, but still couldn't understand what he meant. Just as he was at a loss, several figures hurriedly approached. Chapter 147. Wolf Clan siblings, the Beastmen, looked at the Wolf Boy, "But I see that you all don't seem to be adults yet. Do you have family?" Would they agree? The Wolf Boy's eyes were downcast. I am not yet an adult. My family would never let them join the civilized village." The Beastman scratched the back of his head, looking at the pale-faced little female. "How about this? I'll go find someone. I'm only responsible for guarding the civilized village. Those who want to join must find a right." Meanwhile, Li Dong squinted his eyes, watching as Chun Yubing's head move back and forth. He saw everything and knew that Chun Yubing was definitely overthinking it. Even if Chun Yubing asked, he still had something to say. "One day, if your Tang family declines and you fall to this point, what will you do?" Luo Hao retorted unceremoniously to Tang Wanru. Jiang Jining's eyes glistened with tears from the pain. When the sack was removed, several unfamiliar faces came into view. She had also issued a notice, stating that there was no such organization as Shadow in the world, and anyone impersonating Shadow would be killed without mercy, which calmed the tide of people pretending to be Shadow. However, under Su Yi's command, the four beasts were very steady, heading home to recover their state in the wild area. After one blow struck the dragon's body, a scale was instantly shattered, scattering all over the ground. Alexander gradually looked up. The emperor was wearing a robe that was white and unidentifiable in terms of material. When looking at the battle records, he noticed that the opponent's fire dance ID was called One Sword, the same fire dance that had carried him in the previous match. The system rewards were truly generous, adding a martial art, 8 Extremes Fist, which was also an extremely powerful fist technique, but this task was too difficult. Lu Yuanhao couldn't see what was good about this, and Shin Inkai quickly explained to him when she saw his displeased expression. Cheng Zili secretly took one to let Lu Yichen try. That young master who grew up with a golden spoon definitely hadn't eaten such cheap ice cream that cost $1 a stick. No. Your brother-in-law specifically instructed me not to let anyone mention this matter, to rest quietly. She reminds me every day not to let illness lead to corruption, etc. You say, am I that kind of person? Li Zhongxin slapped his thigh. His emotions stirred. His acting was a perfect score. Duo was, as usual, affectionately sticking to her, the chubby cat head nudging in her palm, making Zhao Lishuan's heart melt. He was also very surprised at what gave him the courage to hand the match to himself. Everyone could see that he didn't have a good impression of the match. Ipushi knew very well that if it weren't for encountering something important, Wei Tang wouldn't easily come over and compromise in front of him. The Dragon Bat is the ancestor of all blood clans. Although Vicky had not fully activated the potential of the Dragon Bat's ancestral state, just this purity was enough to make all lower-level blood clans submit and be unable to move. Su Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, saying, I will just ask a few simple questions here. You can answer briefly, while opening the computer on the table. Upon hearing the instructions, over a dozen lackeys surrounded Cheng Yi, escorting him as they retreated step by step towards the door. Xiao Wu did not rush into the courtyard but kept peeking at the door. Upon seeing the boss forced out, he ran over to cover him, showing loyalty. Mom, Su Yu and I, along with Qing Xian, are having dinner outside. We'll be back soon, don't worry. Su Haoshuan and Su Yu lost track of time during their conversation and hurried back home together. Miao Shui also looked puzzled. She truly hadn't heard about the old lady's return today. Otherwise, how could she be here pulling the lady out to face them? By the time they returned from the swimming pool, it was already dark. After showering, changing clothes, and eating, Yin Lu added quite a bit of food to Gucci Yue's bowl. If even Lung Xiao couldn't hold him back, then taking him away from here might not be good or bad either. Chapter 148. Intimidation, Jing Li said again, but don't worry. I've quietly persuaded many small families in Beast King City. They will soon send someone to investigate. With the charm of the civilized village, it's not difficult to keep them. However, many families are proud. It will take time to truly subdue them. Jing Li aimed to gradually undermine Beast King City. If those old folks in Beast King City were ungrateful, then Beast King City wouldn't exist. It didn't matter. Because apart from those big eyes, Tang Doer only had that big head, making it seem like he needed to be cherished. Yifeng found it hard to imagine what kind of brilliant expression the Qing Wei Sword Saint would have when he learned that the immortal herb garden had been burned down. But one thing was certain. After today, the entire Eastern cultivation world would be shocked by this incident. Lin Yinwu, who had been full of confusion and anxiously waiting, turned into surprise at this moment, showing on his face, still smiling like a flower, with blushing cheeks seemingly becoming the norm. Ding dong. Treasure space system prompt. Transmission completed. Closing the portal. Then the portal, shimmering with white light in the cave, disappeared. Zhao Yan's idea was good, but since the issues on Earth had not yet been resolved, he couldn't go looking for Sword and Blade Valley. For easier management, the two of them secretly divided these disciples into batches to refine them into corpse servants. Under their control, to make Mao Bing a corpse servant as well, they pretended that they had long been refined into corpse servants by the sect leader and were immortal. However, Li Shiyuan overlooked Han Shui as persistence, saying that since Li Shiyuan was unwilling to meet her, then let Li Shiyuan name a place, and she would come find him. Lord Yin Xinhu. Right now, these troops only have the simplest light leather armor. The number of Xian iron heavy armor is limited, and I'm afraid it cannot be allocated to our ordinary soldiers, Han Xian said with a difficult expression. In a university, many people gathered together to discuss. They were also very concerned about this battle. So this time they also bought Longting Comic Weekly to discuss together. Nian Meichin again said this with great seriousness, but deliberately turned her head not to look at Zhao Jingdong's embarrassed face. Instead, she raised her leg and walked forward, secretly pleased with a smile at the corner of her mouth. At this moment, Zhao Jingdong finally understood that although the master had been cheerful and idle these days, he was actually not resting at all, but was paying attention to every word and action of his. Qian Jinbao wanted to look back, but as soon as he turned, that mischievous old man let out a loud fart, a great humiliation that made Qian Jinbao bury his head and crawl away. It would be better if there weren't some annoying pests. Luo Yi was ruthless with her words. Everyone came to Dan City to participate in the alchemist competition. As long as they won, they could enter the Dan Mansion. Only in the Dan Mansion could they achieve the greatest development, obtain the best alchemy techniques, and refine high-level elixirs. Zhu Yin shrugged, did not respond, but said to everyone, "If you don't believe it, then forget it. If you do believe, then bring your herbs and money and come find me." Saying this, Zhu Yin directly walked over to an empty space by the mist and sat down. Moreover, that white-clad young man who wanted to be the top scholar already had friends waiting for him to take his seat, and his incessant chatter made those around him angry. They coaxed him away. Otherwise, he would have destroyed something, and his fierce tone caused him to return with a noseful of dust, naturally facing the ridicule of the simpleton. When the bell rang to signal the end of class, Ouyang suddenly realized that the whole morning had already passed. "Stop wasting words when I ask you to shake. You just execute it honestly, don't ask so many whys." The old child was a bit annoyed by the questions, and besides, his schedule was tight. Otherwise, he would miss the perfect opportunity to counterattack those bandits. Chapter 149. Silver Moon. Today, not only did my grandfather leave guards for my cousin, but he also mentioned Civilization Village. The letter said that my brother wanted to deal with me. Yinshu inside, they were still thinking about having me attack Civilization Village together. If it weren't for the brothers' consistent honesty and never doubting each other, he might have really been incited. The guard next to Jingli was actually planted by him. Jingli originally didn't want it, but he thought Jingli was more dangerous than himself. Lu Qianyu became more and more alarmed. Perhaps it was because he previously felt that Baki was hiding his strength, and now that feeling was even stronger. If words could be written on his face, there would definitely be a huge no on Guning's face. Shui Yinhui was a little dazed, avoided Yuan Songyue, and dizzyingly approached Zhuang Hao. Did that mean she needed to retreat? The dart-like bullet was pushed into the gun body and smoothly shot into the center of the mutant body. Although it was called an interrogation, Sky also extracted quite a bit of information from Fitz's mouth and understood why Fitz had become like this. "No way. I knew you couldn't. It seems you're also a useless thing. Ha 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 ha. I wanted to tell you this for a long time, but I never got the chance. Who told you to always speak to me from a position of superiority?" Chung Bin's words went off track again, and then he quickly corrected himself. However, after the Skeleton Legion set off, no one was stationed here anymore. Would the dark gold mother be safe stored here? Shui Yinhui didn't turn her head. She only felt a gaze fall on her, and as she stepped out of the courtyard, she followed the maid to another room. Old Taoist by phone was also in a state of disarray. After finally arranging for everyone to send the injured away, he let out a sigh of relief. Lu Yi shivered all over, letting out a cry, and the usually quiet Jia Runliang also trembled, clearly startled. The shockwave spread from the explosion center, with endless surging energy shattering the air, compressing the airflow into waves that battered in all directions. The two, being cautious, found it difficult to cause damage to the ground while fighting in a nearly 10,000-foot-high void. The Zhu Rong clan is the fire god. Although this cave heaven is not his personal manifestation, it is a spiritual place carefully crafted by the Zhu Rong clan. But is Hong Lian really someone trustworthy? If she is a pawn placed next to Wantong Tian by the Fusong players, wouldn't it lead to a complete defeat? Hulan stepped forward and threw Lei Hai to the ground with a shoulder throw. "You all don't want to go, right?" He didn't know if that would bring great trouble, nor did he know if he could keep the Phoenix loot. They faced not only the orc warriors charging from across the river, but also a 100-man squad ambushed in the dark forest. Here, he did not see any disciples of Lingxiao Palace. It seemed the entire Star Domain was still under the control of the Red Emperor Palace. Meanwhile, in a secluded area, the bloodthirsty Broken Army fought inside, facing the sun, motionless in contemplation, while kneeling behind him were his two servants, the stinky monk and the villain. However, Du Bing could vaguely feel that Lin Lei was not too serious about safety and conflicts with others. She was somewhat curious about what the true nature of this big boss was. Seeing Ma Chao's fierce face, Zhong Yao felt no fear at all. He fiercely thrust out the treasured sword in his hand, even though he knew his martial arts were worlds apart from this 17-year-old boy in front of him. And in Xianyang City, unlike Sun Jian's troubles over breaking the city, Lu Biao and others were in quite a good mood. "Zhang Yueling, you have good means. actually finding a scapegoat to silence everyone. But unfortunately, this matter is not so easy to conclude. Chapter 150. Such a caring little lamb. Shu looked at Inu in confusion. Is there something? Inu opened her mouth, but didn't speak for a long time. Shu frowned. Miss, I'm very busy. If there is nothing, I'm leaving. She was busy with work at Civilization Village now. Inu, blushing, lowered her head and said softly, Shu, you are right. Shu looked puzzled. What? She didn't know what Inu was talking about. Under a large amount of gunpowder, its power was astonishing, but the price was also quite high. The first time he encountered it was on a hot air balloon, where he, a monk's partner, and this partner's sister witnessed it hunting and torturing a male fire dragon. At that time, it transformed its element from thunder attribute to fire attribute through elemental changes. After shaking for a long time, Duan Xiaolong finally woke up, his face pale, showing an expression of despair and sadness. But when you see that beggar who won $1 million buying $1 million golden bowl, then begging under your eyelids every day with this golden bowl, how would you feel? Lu Chun could imagine that outside the West Wing, Jinglan was using her life to buy precious time for herself. Meanwhile, Tang Zhe finally understood just how great the gap was between him and the robust youth across from him. He completely gave up resistance and frowned as he replied. Tang Ming did not hide anything, truthfully recounting the process of his resurrection and the past 6 months of closed-door cultivation to everyone. Surrounded by water at that moment, it blocked everyone from approaching. No one dared to come near. The ethereal blue weak water flowed to protect the peak, and no one dared to touch it even slightly. Hearing this, the goddess displayed a hint of disdain on her pretty face, looking at Chuntong with a cold smile. The cooking process of the ghostly dumpling is very simple, just like regular dumplings, but the difference lies in the flames and the raw materials used, resulting in the ghostly dumpling possessing extraordinary effects. Han Miao signaled the coach to prepare for a substitution. As facing such a deadly 5-shooter, Whiteside felt a bit awkward. The bewildered Wang Jun turned his head in despair, trying to speak up for himself. But at that moment, Yi Xiao had already unceremoniously kicked him in the butt. Zhang Yin pulled her hand back, sighed, and stood up. Yang Xingyi also quickly stood up, but Zhang Yin suddenly walked to the window, gazing longingly at the enchanting scenery outside. Unfortunately, everyone could only open the window, but could not escape from this deep well. The Knight Order of the Protector appeared, and it was none other than Lance. As one of the few familiar faces present, Sever naturally followed Lance into the armored knight group, while Lewis stood next to Sever shortly after. Old Madame Shun should have been locked up in prison, awaiting execution, yet she was alive and well now. Even revealing these secrets could not cover up the fact that Xiao Song had used his power to release her from prison. Looking at Yang Dingdi's cunning smile, Yi Xiao couldn't help but want to punch him, secretly cursing, what a con artist. That being said, when Takagi S.H. Jean pulled out a shining needle from the packaging bag, Hashirama still swallowed hard and closed his eyes. But later she realized that Nanming Yi had not eliminated her because he saw her sincere heart. The grave in the yard was very simple. Besides a beautifully crafted tomb, there wasn't even a stele. Xiao Genie did not mention it, and Songqinga did not even know her name. This kind of exercise mode's impact on the human body is far less than that of an X-ray, and ordinary people would definitely not notice it. Blood Shadow Zombie, one of the alien zombies, evolved from a purple blood dragon. Its strength has surpassed that of a 9th-tier zombie, and after advancing to intermediate, it could transform into a human form. Chapter 151. Act immediately. The orcs outside were clamoring, saying they would come to trample our civilized village another day. Yin Yang knew they were coming. Jingli had already sent orcs to deliver the message. Let's go and take a look. Anyway, their meeting has also ended. When Yin Yang arrived, the orcs outside were still shouting, and many orcs were surrounding the area. Listen up. It was your tribe that first abducted the young of our clan. So if you want to blame someone, you can't escape. Finally, the cat and mouse game came to an end, and Lu Su had cornered Mu Yi into a dead end, approaching him step by step. Not bad. Next up is the target for an attack, Dun Mei said confidently, as if she had never lost in this phase. In the dense jungle, faint wolf howls could be heard, and then countless red lights began to glow in the dark forest. Upon hearing this, Yin Wu couldn't help but lower her head. What Xiaoyi said was true. For over a decade, she had wanted to be under the tutelage of Emperor Jun, yet despite her persistence, she still hadn't learned the art of annihilating fire poison and felt helpless. Zhou Tian's gaze swept over Zhang's people, lingering briefly on the head of the Zhang family, known as the Smiling Tiger, who wore a warm smile, before finally settling on a young man dressed in black. He had an ordinary appearance, but but his eyes were sharp, and a confident smile played at the corners of his mouth, making him seem quite pleasant. While he was still concerned about the feelings of the person hanging below with tears, he was frantically seeking the release of his own frustrations. Of course, Xiaoyan did not take off his mask. Who dares to intrude upon the Eastern Emperor Bell? Jin coldly questioned as he saw two Taoist boys approaching from a distance. Emperor Jun said to the Holy Mother of the Golden Pool, "Holy Mother of the Golden Pool, I won't meddle in your affairs, but I would like to advise you. Since my advice has had no effect, I won't say anything further. Please go ahead." Emperor Jun made a gesture inviting her to proceed. "Take good care of me. If what you say is true and we end up in opposing camps, make sure not to be alone. I won't go easy on you. I will definitely cut you in half." Ouyang-ju still wanted to take the opportunity to kill me. He was quite optimistic. When Yuko covered her heart, slightly surprised and curious, rubbing it a few times, unsure of her feelings at the moment. Earlier, the two had only signaled each other in secret, but now, he certainly needed to confirm clearly once again. After all, he was the legitimate son of the deceased queen. His sudden demise could easily be spread by those with ulterior motives. Yun Wuya let out a long breath at this moment. He now understood why he had become the target of Xiong-san's attack. Fortunately, his eyes were different from the strange pairs around him. His eyes were just like those of an ordinary person. However, when Sima Luo rushed in, he only saw Murong Jing's back, draped in a long robe. Shooting out of the window, eek, goosebumps fell all over the ground. Not far away, Zheng Minjing trembled her delicate body and laughed, saying, Hai Guanyu and Feng Manji were both adept at observing words and expressions, so they knew very well what Feng Wuhan was thinking at that moment. But they understood that Feng Huanyu's existence was tightly intertwined with those old princes. Such powerful figures must also have strong opponents with similar strength to restrain them. Otherwise, wouldn't this dragon god world be dominated by him alone? Tang Mei sat down opposite him, but didn't start eating immediately. She recalled the peculiarities of that incident. What was the real reason that the original Tang Mei lost her life? Apologizing would imply that Tang Ying really did such a despicable thing, which Lu Shi originally didn't want. But since Tang Mei had forced Tang Ying to speak out, if she didn't admit it now, perhaps the relationship between the two families would really be damaged. Before them, a part of the large army moved to their left, blocking the road for their escape to the north. Chapter 152. You didn't die? Roar. Outside Civilization Village, a dark mass of wolves, bears, and lions gathered. They were all beastmen from several major families, united to attack Civilization Village. Among them were the bears, who had been expelled by the Old City Lord a few months ago. To return to Beast King City, they had allied with other families. Listen up. If you surrender now, we can spare your lives. The great chief sighed. He didn't know the situation of the people inside the Liuli house, and could only determine that the people inside still had some life left. Even so, my prince wouldn't want to obey them, Qian Shui said discontentedly. She had seen those princes and felt they were not worthy of being above Jingge. If that is the case, then it makes sense. After all, curses are invisible and colorless. You might not even know how you were cursed. And once targeted by a curse, the outcome awaiting you is undoubtedly death. Di Taijun said goodbye and turned to leave through another path, only to be met by a noisy group of people. When the 3 minutes bought with 3 months of lifespan were exhausted, Miller still hadn't made up his mind. Yifeng didn't mind. He was just there to see what major discovery Su Yun had made. Lin Zijing leaned over to take a look and saw that annoying guy holding 2 boxes, stretching his neck to look up. When she could only look for by Tongxi through the human wall in front of him, but she turned her head and immediately assumed a position with her back to him. Moreover, when Chu Feng was integrating this technique, he did not avoid them and revealed everything right in front of them. For these lower-level disciples of the Frost and Snow sect, this joint action against the Qianju sect was undoubtedly the best opportunity to earn merit. The upper echelons only said to count merits based on human ears, and did not say anything about not sparing children, which is equivalent to tacitly allowing them not to let anyone off. Although this person had disgusted him twice, the original owner of this body had indeed worked in several film crews and earned some living expenses. Why is there only the last row left today? Mu Yulan looked at the several brothers surrounding Mu Yinin, chatting and laughing, feeling extremely angry. What the old man said was like seeing the light through the clouds, instantly waking me from confusion. I will remember it. Chu Xing immediately stood up, bowed, and said, Ninji had drunk wine, with a bit of the red wine's astringency in his mouth, but Xiao Jingyue's kiss became sweeter and sweeter, sweet enough that he was reluctant to let go. Huh? Mu Yining stared blankly at Mu Shishing, unable to comprehend his meaning for a moment. Now that Su Qing said he wanted to kill Zhu Zining, Lin Xiao had no doubt about Su Qing's ability to do so. But thinking about the long-term development with Chu Yin, Lu Fengming had to ponder for a moment. Although he didn't know Chu Yan's background, one thing was certain. It was definitely not wrong to befriend him. The Chung family was not in good health. It was cold in Shenyang, and she didn't dare to go out, so she had been lying in a room for some time. In the hall, Mu Xuanya looked at the four people huddled together, whispering, and subtly raised his eyebrows. But at this moment, Jia Zhen had lost all reason. Jia Rong's actions reminded him of Jia Yun, who had made him lose face, and both were deserving of death. He couldn't do anything to Jia Yun right now, and Jia Rong in front of him was not someone he could treat casually. However, since it was a joyous occasion, the two were very happy to deepen their relationship with Qin Tian, so they generously gave extraordinary gifts. Sun Chong took off his custom watch from his wrist and gave it to Qin Feng, while Yimin took off her jade earrings and gave them to Qin Shui. Go Yinli got up and pushed a bit. Hao Jun immediately tilted to the side, causing her to hurriedly support him, but because of the unexpected position, it was difficult to bear Hao Jun's falling weight, and she quickly called for Hoba to help. With such strong strength, even when encountering a master at the peak of the Qi condensation stage, they would not be afraid at all. Chapter 153. Beast God Hall. A complex look flashed in the eyes of the black-robed beast man. Facing the old wolf's eyes, he recalled memories one after another. Originally, they were very good brothers. Due to a 7 or 8 year age difference, he treated himself very well. However, as he awakened his cultivation talent, his family began to pay more attention to him, which made him feel unbalanced and resentful. As the old wolf died, the beastmen from several major families panicked. The purple Dan Realm beastman, the giant-bodied rock, soared in the sky for a moment before rapidly descending. What do you take me for? I only need young Master Xian. Mu Qingqing looked hopeful. Do it, but it's not a poor monk doing it. Someone will come tomorrow to help you complete the Manchu Han Imperial Feast. The monk's voice reached Zhao Zixin's ears. Over the years, people in the country not only felt a sense of frustration in the automotive industry, but also in many other fields. Because compared to other countries, we are far behind in certain core technology areas. Come on, you think you're handsome and suave? You're just fooling yourself. Li Yujiang scoffed, speaking dismissively. In the quiet room, only their breathing and his clear murmurs could be heard, and the sound of the zipper opening became increasingly clear at that moment. After Zhao Zixin split into two, he was also in a state of confusion for a while. He felt that both were himself, able to see everything around them from two perspectives, and for a moment, he couldn't adapt to this sudden change. Li Qin nodded, didn't haggle, and directly packaged these two items, arranging for Lu Junqing to personally deliver them to the car. Seeing this, Nangong Yinyao also didn't hesitate. Her right hand reached for the grill, directly lifting a striped fish, and then walked towards the palace exit. Foreigners coming to China generally fall into two categories: tourists or definitely international entrepreneurs. Zhao Zixin had never heard of any foreigner coming to China to work and make money. Then thank you, second senior brother. Yang Mu felt a bit embarrassed that the second senior brother was losing money. Xian Yuan suddenly understood why by Cheng and Chun she had been cautious earlier. They had been following Yi Zheng's instructions the whole time, apparently afraid of being targeted by the Justice Board for future retribution. Sheer, what are you inciting your younger siblings to do again? Mu Qiu's cold voice rang out, causing Mu Yishi to shiver. Suddenly, Mu Qiu and Su Zhe were seen, and Lung Yen walked over. The soundproof barrier created by Mu Yichen could only block cultivators below the foundation establishment stage, so it was ineffective against someone like Mu Qiu. Looking at it, the disciples of this sect were indeed different from loose cultivators. Just in terms of cultivation resources, there was a significant difference. As for other things, he had no idea that most of these resources were obtained by Mu Qiu in secret realms and ruins. One could only say that Mu Qiu was indeed a person with extraordinary luck. Lin Jingzhu spoke very naturally, while Li Yinyang felt a mix of amusement and despair. Chairman Lin was unknowingly ruining her own good fortune. Yang Hao squeezed 2 drops of blood from his fingers, and at the moment the blood merged into the twin hammers. He felt that his mind and the hammers had become one. Ding Shou's big hands flew up and down, squeezing Go Dan until it was satisfied, lazily lying in Ding Shou's arms and refusing to move. I see, I understand now. By the way, senior sister Mingyue, are you and your husband Lang, He Qingyu, going to join me in the Moonlan continent? Ling Shima probably told Long Mingyue about her situation and introduced the various continents, speculating that Mu Qiu and the others had been teleported to different continents. Meng Jun laughed wildly in his heart. This guy was somewhat interesting, but he was a bit embarrassed on the surface, being looked down upon by his subordinates. Was this acceptable? In the midst of battle, Yi had no way to avoid it, with his cultivation fully activated. He clashed head-on with a peak wolf that possessed strength surpassing an ordinary late-stage first-tier beast, extremely close to second-tier beast power. In the past, there was nothing to do, so it was better to do tasks when idle. However, now it was different. With her around, he preferred to be with her rather than focus on tasks. Chapter 154. Red Flower. A red fox held a piece of nightmare bone in its mouth, glanced back at Yunyang, and quickly fled. Just that one glance made Yunyang suddenly feel that this fox was somewhat familiar. This was definitely a beast man, and its cultivation was not low. Otherwise, it wouldn't have escaped her notice. Stop! Yunyang frowned and rushed out. The agile red fox quickly darted out of a hidden small hole in the beast god temple, disappearing within the temple. Yunyang spread his wings directly. So if one day in the future you surpass the heavenly path, surpass the laws of the universe, and stand at the pinnacle of the cosmos, what do you plan to do? Yichun turned around and looked at the holy figure of Yimeng, speaking lightly. According to Zhu Tianpeng, Shen Gongbao is not dead. It is rumored that he is suppressed in the sea, eye of the North Sea, and if that is true, then the god of misfortune is not too far from the North Julu continent. Everyone nodded and returned to the city, teleporting several times to Peach Blossom Village, then headed west after exiting the village. I don't know what is so good about me, since you insist on loving me. Then I will love you in my own way, Feng Yi said with a smile. Husband, you're awake, Sun Shangxiang said joyfully, her face slightly flushed, probably because she had rushed, but the dark circles under her eyes were very obvious on her fair face. With the swing of Xiao Feng's iron fist, his aura instantly surged several times. The talents of the divine realm gathered in Tianxian, many geniuses from unknown sects, who usually do not show their strength, appear at this moment, each radiating an extraordinarily powerful aura, undoubtedly about to trigger an unprecedented world-shaking battle on Tianquan's purple battle platform. Sun Shangxiang looked like she would flip if anyone tried to persuade her, which left Huang Yueqing helpless. She could make anyone follow her arrangements, but this princess of Jiangdong was fearless. Usually, she was fine, but once she got angry, there was nothing she could do. Old Zhu was about to turn around and fight again when the golden dragon rushed at him, its claws swiftly striking down towards his head. Oh, that mysterious space is still there. Xiang Hao was surprised. He found that as long as he looked at the dragon veins within him, he could see that ancient door, which for some reason had appeared, though he did not know how it was formed. However, he was not really worried about this, as the officers were already in their third batch of training. A few years later, these graduates would fill the ranks of every regiment as lieutenant officers. These officers were not all from noble families. They walked over and sat down next to Qingyin. Leading the group was Su Ming, with Qingyin, Xueling, her the steward, and Hian sitting to the right, forming a circle. Elder Huang, upon hearing this condition, knew he could not make the decision, so he looked back at Yanxiong. Just as Tang Cheng activated the absolute defense, Salo was also stunned. With Salo's current strength, he definitely recognized this skill. By the way, what have I been doing for the past 2 years? Looking at the nearly completed sports venue, CFXN, floating in the sky in his flying boat. Could not help but smile wryly. The DJ said not to come over. Would Guozheng not come over? Guozheng certainly would not listen to him, and walked over with a sneer. The time for the wind and thunder judgment was only 10 seconds. But those 10 seconds had captured everyone's attention. Almost everyone looked at the whirlwind with astonished expressions. Brother, the police station is already under our control, and our power has expanded nearly twice. This way, no one in Donyang City dares to challenge us. Chun-Li Hai thought to himself, his eyes flashing with cold light. After saying that, Xianyuan Xiao turned and left. He did not understand much about emotional matters. If it was acting, he could perform superbly, but he did not feel any emotions. Tang Cheng was stunned. Even Jia Erka was taken aback, but strangely, Jia Erka suddenly smiled slightly, looking here with great interest. Chapter 155. Rest assured, host. Yes, just now, the system told her to let the fox go. Host, he is not wrong. When you go to the Demon Fairy continent in the future, your cultivation will be sealed, even for females. That guy is pretty strong. He might be able to help you. Since cultivation will be sealed, why did the system say that you can eventually cultivate to the Crimson Pill realm? Because after arriving at the Demon Fairy continent, although you cannot use beast power, you can still engage in nurturing. The higher your cultivation, the easier it will be to recultivate later. Unfortunately, the school gate is closed today, We have to wait for the security to arrive before we can go in, Shun Burong said, glancing at the tightly closed school gate, feeling a bit lost. Then, a purple beam of light erupted from the Nine Nether Princess, soaring into the cosmic starry sky. The car that Xiedong was lying on was indeed his Bugatti Veyron. Damn, Luo Chao felt a bit nauseous. He had just washed the car today, and now he would have to take it to wash again tomorrow. What do you want to do, Foreign? Kuei AI realized something was wrong, but could not guess what Foreign was planning. In an instant, Yi Tianchen was so furious that he felt like his lungs were about to explode. These two security guards actually dared to ignore him. A proper young master of the Yi family. It was absolutely outrageous. Xiao Shuha's expression looked unfriendly. His exquisite features wore a cold expression, exuding an aura of dominance. Intuition told Ruan Yi that they would definitely die a horrible death. This guy is really arrogant. Mei Sambu watched with envy. No one was more enthusiastic about showing off than him. Director Zhang was not in a hurry to set off for the visit. Instead, he sat in the office considering whom to invite and who only needed a greeting, and so on. It was indeed evident when making money. Rongwei Steel's production capacity was there, and the profits were absolutely substantial, but when it came to price reductions, it was not a good thing. Especially since Chan Shu expected prices to plummet continuously, fearing he would face many problems. Zhang Jun certainly thought that Zuojiang was joking and did not take it to heart. That evening, Zuojiang indeed went to his house and delivered a box of Zhonghua cigarettes, along with a box of Matai liquor, which quickly got him drunk. He repeatedly expressed that it was just a joke and refused to accept it, but Zuojiang still insisted on leaving the items behind, of course. That was a later story. After exiting that building, walking straight along the wide avenue for a few hundred meters, a newly built steel structure building appeared before Li Ming. Separating from the Punisher's cannon was the Xianyuan Duke's flying ship. Hidden under the ship, the dragon bubble was not very intense, but it could easily attract some attention. Yishui Han did not want to destroy this ship, but due to the situation, he had to painfully part with it. The battle plan was to strike like lightning, catching the enemy off guard. The fire had been brought under control, and a strong, choking smell of smoke filled the air, making Zhao Mingtao's eyes and nose sting intensely. The weather was nice that day, and, seeing that Madame O'Air was in a good mood, Xiaoruishi found an excuse to have O Qingjin accompany her to check out the courtyard, thus getting an opportunity to go out. Qin Murong did not answer. How could he say that he had just thought she was still considering others and felt jealous? Once again, he fell into silence. At this moment, Feng Xiaoxiao had already understood the whole situation, secretly calling it ruthless. If Jing Feng still insisted on not allowing it, it would definitely lead to a loss of trust. The importance of this intangible asset was quite difficult to fathom, which is why no one dared to casually abandon it. Although the regulated days were dull, they meant perseverance. And the two's levels, martial arts, internal strength, and lightness skill steadily improved in this persistence. As time passed, the rivers and lakes steadily developed. After circling in the air, the airplane flew straight towards that direction, and soon, the situation below appeared before everyone. Finally, before the sun rose above the horizon, the frontline troops reported that everything was going smoothly. Upon receiving this good news, Li Ming's fatigue was swept away, and he hurriedly issued the order for the main forces to set off. Chapter 156. Particularly harmonious, the snow season gradually came to an end. Civilization Village became increasingly peaceful. Beast King City was free from the chaos caused by several major families, and the implementation of policies was relatively smooth. However, the chaos still existed, and it would take a considerable amount of time to completely change Beast King City. The snow on the ground showed signs of melting, with the sound of dripping water. Yin Yang stood at the entrance of Civilization Village. She had spent several months here, and it was time to leave. Jing Li's eyes reflected the many secrets she held. In her previous life, she was plagued by illness and lacked reliable family and friends, which led to her independent character. A single ink dot became a pine tree slanting on the mountaintop, the deepest ink mark connecting to a steep cliff, below which flowed a narrow river between the two walls. From a production perspective, fly traps and mouse traps differ only in the glue. Everything else is the same. Su Yang couldn't help but stare for a while at the living weapons conjured by the two with their own flesh and blood. If two disciples had similar cultivation qualifications, practiced the same techniques, and attained the same level of mastery. At this moment, Yi Hongling, Ji Yusin, Hua Qingfeng, Yuan Mingyang, and Huangfu Xiaojue were also fighting alone in the blood-colored wasteland. On the other side, the situation had not been fully disclosed, so no one knew whether Lin Jiansheng was alive or dead. However, compared to his brother, Junjie was more perceptive, a point that the older generation could see, so it couldn't be blamed that he couldn't fathom the emperor's actions at this moment. Lu Mingcheng opened the passenger door, pulled Song Qin out, and didn't release her until they reached his doorstep. Bauman was also dressed in a white professional suit, fitted and dignified, showcasing the quality of Longting pharmaceutical employees. Bauman wore black stockings on her slender legs, which had an extraordinary allure for men. Shueli's death was merely a catalyst. Even if he hadn't died, the Shuef family would eventually decline. Jiang Wushui couldn't care less. Upon seeing that it was indeed Duan Jiajia, he felt embarrassed. She was about to tell Mu Tang that her real name was not Tong Xiangyu when suddenly a ringtone rang. It was Mu Tang's communicator. Through Lu Yan's words, Bai Lei seemed to understand their intention. It appeared these guys planned to go out and seek opportunities just like Liang Changhai. Bai Lei's explanation eased Ruo Shui's mind a bit. Regarding Bai Lei's confusion, Ruo Shui chuckled and said, "You're really dumb," before finally informing Bai Lei. Of course, there were many more compliments about Jiajia's ordinary dishes being delicious, reasonably priced, and made from fresh ingredients. Some even claimed that they usually had a poor appetite and couldn't eat, but upon entering the restaurant, they felt hungry. This was purely metaphysical. Saying this, he turned around, his body disappearing into the darkness of the iron cage, no longer conversing with Li Mi. Moreover, Luya was initially a loose cultivator who almost got taken to the west by a sage, but later escaped. Kong Xian was trapped longer than Luya and had now escaped, taking advantage of the connection between the three realms due to the Hope Project bug. "If you don't give me a suitable reason today, you'll have to stay in the confinement room for half a month," Lun Yu said unhappily. With the activation of the split god technique, Yi Chen's spiritual power in his sea of consciousness was completely awakened, gradually filling the entire sea of consciousness. After 3 more days, Yi Chen could almost start using some spells. At least he wouldn't be as helpless as before. That's great. Let's find a deserted place and exchange a few moves." Hearing the Sword Saint say this, AI Zhongzhu became even more excited. The stronger the Sword Saint, the more challenging it would be for him. Back then I didn't have any conditions, did I? Now their conditions are so good. With abundant spiritual energy and plenty of pills, plus our guidance. How could it compare to my time? When this topic came up, Yifei looked quite embarrassed. Chapter 157, Return to Civilization Village. Yin-Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since the Beast Man treated her so sincerely, she certainly had to reciprocate their sincerity. For the sake of family harmony, she had to be a good head of the family and a master of serving water. The host sensed the presence of the Nightmare Bone. Yin-Yang was taken aback and immediately asked the system, "Where is the Nightmare Bone?" The system opened the map and projected it in front of Yin-Yang. After the system upgrade, the map could even transform into real scenery. How much longer until the tide recedes in Qin Sima? Zheng Yong asked the Water Army commander, Qin Liang, beside him. The marching commander was positioned by Zhao Bing, equivalent to a modern chief of staff, responsible for formulating battle plans, gathering enemy intelligence, assisting in command, managing troops, and providing reasonable suggestions, serving as an important aid to the military commander. "Are you not talking about me?" Bourbon looked up in surprise. Making eye contact with Heisei-in through the rearview mirror, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. A white dove gently draped a light, soft dress over her, starlight illuminating the road ahead for her. She was the embodiment of beauty, a being of beauty and creativity. Why did Tuanzhou sacrifice himself for the village? And how is his sacrifice for the village? Mito Gate, Yin asked Ba Qi with a somewhat gloomy expression. "So was the remnants of the Han Ming clan. Since you seek death, we 5 will fulfill your wish. Brothers, get into formation." As the strong man of the Tianyin clan finished speaking, the 5 powerful emperors arranged themselves into a supreme formation, the 5 directions flame array of the Tianyin clan, capable of refining all things in the world. "Then we'll have to put up with you for a few days." After saying this, Ba Qi did not give the 1st and 2nd generations any freedom, but directly summoned a coffin to put them inside. Lu Jin put down his backpack and took out a device. He quickly attached it to the muzzle of the sniper rifle, then replaced the bullet in the sniper rifle with his own, and raised the sniper rifle again to aim at the stern of the walkboat. With a pull of the trigger, a black grenade shot out, hitting the walkboat with a loud explosion. I am the same vehicle with 5th brother and the 2 gentlemen. It is indeed a breach of etiquette," Lu Shugong said with a dry laugh. Because others did not know the power of the handgun using candy as bullets, it was easy to be misled. But liking is liking. Before Deng Qingyao arrived in Los Angeles, every time she encountered a man pursuing her, she would unconsciously compare him to Li Guojia. Although she knew that doing so would only add to her troubles, she couldn't help it. Facing everything before her, Dongfang Yuping felt a deep sense of helplessness akin to the Monkey King on a journey to the west battling monsters. A tornado swept through the heavens and the earth, cutting everything apart as the ghost face roared into the void, its voice shaking 10 miles. The confrontation between both sides was almost about to break out. The ghost face, like a beast, madly lunged toward the tornado, its fierce posture as if wanting to swallow the wind, causing the tornado to slightly retreat at first. That's right. I am Fong Long's father. You killed my son. Wait for blood to be repaid with blood. Ma Tianxiong glared fiercely at Lin Feng, his eyes almost bursting with flames. As Hu Jiao made a move, the skinny monkey and Han also followed suit. And a flurry of punches and kicks brought the pure Gong Xuejian down to the ground, clutching her head and wailing. All right, could it be that you all want me to become a failed lowly like you, just so I can enjoy the long-term benefits of maintaining a golden ratio figure? Everyone looked down the mountain, and at the top of the half-mountain, there was a newly opened formation, in stark contrast to the godless killing formation, as if something was greedily devouring the luck of the godless to supply itself. The strong blood, evil aura of the spread, and as he waved his hand, a true dragon's roar echoed, transforming violently into a rushing blood-colored true dragon phantom, attacking the monster that was staring at him with a savage howl. Chapter 158. Are you willing? The White Wolf Tribe, Yin Yang murmured. What happened to the Tiger Tongue Tribe later? Qing Hung looked at the village not far away and said to Yin Yang, Village Chief, we have arrived at Civilization Village. Let's go back first. My father will tell you later. I don't know too much either. Yin Yang looked at the buildings below, slightly surprised. It had only been half a year since she left the civilized village, and there had already been significant changes. From high above, when Xue Chuan revealed the seemingly fantastical news, Zhang Huaishan's expression showed a sense of as expected, although he tried to conceal it. However, the perceptive Xue Chuan naturally noticed. The Changmen would now have some truly manageable matters to deal with. Lin Xiao tensed up, her eyes rolling back, and instead of saliva, her mouth was filled with intimate and decadent matters that should have been whispered privately, but were now laid bare in public. And the conversation between the two was devoid of any sense of shame, causing her to shed tears. But at least one thing could be truly felt, if there were problems within the Yanhuang Empire. Thus they fought many rounds, and eventually they finished fighting. Gao Cheng took out a simple map bought from the Western merchants, confirmed his position, and let out a long sigh. This time, he had traveled thousands of miles round trip, and even his incredibly energetic body felt a bit fatigued. However, when he saw the 4 tokens in the package, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Before he knew it, the lights had dimmed, and Yin Xiaoxiao's phone rang abruptly. She hurriedly pressed it off and walked to the corridor to call Jing Guangyan back. Yes, it blew up, when the ox-headed creature focused its spiritual pressure on him and pointed its spear, which had killed countless evil spirits, at his head. The overwhelming pressure felt as if the heavens were collapsing, causing Xue Chuan to evaporate. Could it be that another cultivator who knew Lin Shengdao Ren had been here? Xue Chuan speculated. Qin Yang now had some confidence in Fang Shiji, sitting there with her eyes closed, allowing him to do as he pleased on her face, until her shoulders stiffened, and only then did Fang Shiji hand her a mirror. Open all the lines for me. I want to return to Taiping Mountain. In the communication device, Nan Yuyin issued the strictest order, stepping on the gas, and the car shot out like an arrow, quickly leaving the blood-soaked battlefield and heading towards Taiping Mountain. He had seen ghosts before and had witnessed large groups of ghosts gathering. Just a few days ago, in the haunted building in Longkou Bay, over a dozen evil spirits had blocked Su Zhao's path. After all, what regrets could there be when one can hear their most admired idol sing up close? What dissatisfaction could remain? Not at all. With General Li, a young and talented leader like him, I, as a businessman, can rest easy, Xiao Cheng replied with a smile. Report, my lord, due to the vast distance. The energy index cannot be measured, so no exact value can be given, but it can be confirmed that it definitely exceeds 3,000 degrees, said the alien. Just like Chen Fuhao, Zheng Yicheng, and Zheng Weiqing, who were the second batch to enter the company, they were all single artists, clutching their chests in pain, lamenting the loss of a girl. That's why, when the imperial capital fell, only a few scholars died, while Li Zicheng was directly abandoned after just one defeat. For this Li Zicheng, who had been relatively polite to them, these Confucian scholars had no good return. I've also heard about this matter. Mr. Song is skilled in acupuncture, and many senior doctors in hospitals highly admire his medical skills, responded Vice Dean Zhao to Song Xiaodong. Chapter 159. The Tiger Tongue Tribe. After the White Wolf Tribe suffered a flood, they prepared to join the Tiger Tongue Tribe. While negotiating with the Tiger Tongue Tribe, the female leader of the tribe's priest was suddenly attacked by a mysterious nightmare beast while out, resulting in her death. Consequently, the tribe's priest also died from a collapsed sea of consciousness. After the White Wolf clan joined the Tiger Tongue Tribe, they were supposed to be the weaker side. But after just one snowy season, the Tiger Tongue Tribe replaced their leader with an orc. What happened, Yak? Are you closing your eyes and waiting to die? Shelley sneered at the closed-eyed Yak, tightening her grip on his wrist, trying to cut away the weapon in his hand. All right, that's great. Upon hearing that Chingyue could indeed make cooling cold jade, and that the other party promised not to let him run out of stock, the clouds on his face dissipated almost completely. Of course, the regret of parting with Shangwan Tianqi, feeling like a money tree had run away, was also completely gone. All right, if there's nothing else, you can find a place to rest yourself. Don't bother me. This is the first and last warning, Lu Xian said coldly while glaring at Yang Lily. If this letter was meant to lure Song Yun away, then Zhao Hong would be in great danger. So what? With your current attachment, it's impossible for you to kill us. You know that too, Yi Feng replied. Furthermore, the 5 newly appointed generals were all hot-headed from various military districts, which could also be described as problematic generals. Their abilities were one aspect, but character was another significant issue. Given that their average age did not exceed 40, these individuals were all quite extraordinary, regardless of their background and strength. A calm middle-aged male voice came from inside the room. The voice was not particularly special, but anyone who had seen this man fight might never forget it. At the same time, it also supported more skilled and business-minded individuals. They either engaged in some trade or crafted equipment needed by adventurers. And even skilled tailors could make a living. Could it be that the senior who once carried a blue divine sword was from Hao Jian Mountain Villa? Ouyang Guangming looked up to the sky. The general simply glanced over, confirmed that the simulated training room could no longer be controlled, and decided to forcibly destroy it. The atmosphere among the three was a bit heavy. It seemed that Hong Deliang's earlier words had created a rift among them. After speaking, Qin Moyu walked straight towards an inn, which had many guests, leaving only one empty table. Just a lingering spirit that has survived for a long time. Names are unnecessary, so I have long forgotten them, replied the aged voice. So this trial here is presided over by a senior? Tang Chun looked around, and as this voice sounded, the water magic monkeys all submerged into the water and disappeared. Someone call the doctor. After Ayin finished speaking, she let Yi Ting take Rulin to a room for the doctor to check her health. As Wang Qing's voice fell, a layer of light curtain formed around his body, completely enveloping him, and then he was directly teleported away. Not sure if it was because it was close to the sea, the trees here leaned in giving a very artistic feel. Aunt Luo's words made Su Yuping's heart tremble. She knew what Aunt Luo was referring to and understood what Aunt Luo wanted her to see. However, she had always had a barrier in her heart. Although the previous hard ice had shattered, she could not muster the courage to cross this barrier. He was somewhat speechless. He had repeated this many times, yet the people around him still did not believe him. Yin seemed to have resigned herself, directly opening the door. As soon as the door opened, Yin Bing appeared at the doorway, looking at Yin at the door, and quickly peered inside. Chapter 160. It seems he escaped. Mo Hen grabbed Yin Yang's hand and said, "How about this? I'll turn into a snake beast with Yi Chi and slip in first." Yi Chi nodded in agreement, deciding to investigate the situation first. All right then. Yin Yang nodded. Be careful. She also exchanged for purification pills in the system. If anything goes wrong, they should come out quickly. Don't worry. We are both beastmen of the White Dan realm. Yi Chi said with a smile. Nothing will happen. Zhang Shujie was the last to come out. He stayed in the hall for a while longer and had a brief chat with Liang Shiran. Today, shortly after Zhang Ju ascended the city tower, he discovered smoke rising in the distance, accompanied by tremors from the ground. Even if it's from the same brand, how can you be sure it was your child who swallowed the blade? The old doctor persisted. I said we were just blocking the Tianluo Legion. The Shadow Legion is so generous to give us 2 Thunderstorm battle cars. It turns out it was to lure us in. Damn, the Shadow Legion is truly insidious. The thief god also wore a dazed expression, but soon realized what was going on, feeling the death aura that was unbearable for those in the Qi training stage. Everyone stared at the area covered by the Longfeng town's heavenly seal. After forming a bond, they met again in the Baichuan realm, and thus Sha Tongtian became a true confidant. She secretly blamed Yi Fan, shifting her gaze to Meng Yao, seemingly seeking her opinion. Are you trying to scare me? Our family hasn't committed any crimes or engaged in any murder activities. AI Diane showed no fear towards Huey's threat. However, she ignored the butcher's attempt to grab the bag, and he could only retract his hand in disappointment. At this moment, he realized that they were in the woods, likely having run here in a panic without distinguishing directions. Perhaps this was the elusive forest that the herdsman spoke of. However, since Yang Yi still had the significant matter of annihilating the Feather King's mansion on his hands, this discussion was only about preliminary work. Undoubtedly, the problems she feared did not occur. The night she had been waiting for to save her finally arrived, filling her with a sweet sense of satisfaction. Though the feeling of chaos still lingered, leaving her unsure of how to face Li Qingjie. Since young Master Xing has such confidence, the important task of ambushing the Zhao army's rear and cutting off the connection between Handan and the Bai people will be entrusted to young Master Xing's command. What do you all think? Wang Jian inquired of the many generals inside the tent. Cheng Xiuli was a great supportive wife, never interfering with his career, always silently backing him, making him feel lucky and satisfied. Thus, after returning to the country for a few years, this hoodoo Lu Jieli had not yet married. Although Korea was destroyed, the princess did indeed marry. Who would dare propose that such a princess marry themselves, fearing that their own family would also be destroyed? Passengers nearby saw his appearance and worried they had encountered a madman, quickly changing seats, which happened to allow someone in YY to have a bit more peace. They had traveled far from their homeland to this mysterious and unfamiliar land of Huaxia. What were they really here for? Yang Yi shouted coldly. An invisible thread shot out, piercing through layers of air, sharply pointing at Song Sandao. Although Peng Yu, both in status and strength, could be said to be the best candidate for this persuasion mission, Ziying was indeed concerned that if anything unexpected happened and they lost Peng Yu, one of the three great generals of the early Han, it would be a tremendous loss. The Huio fruit, by its name, might not seem strange. Among many spiritual herbs and fruits, it could only be considered a high-quality spiritual fruit. And to those of great strength, this fruit could be dispensable. However, the Huio fruit had a significant characteristic. It had a long growing history. Chapter 161, The Corpse of Baishan. The beastmen of the Tiger Tongue tribe heard this and immediately made way for them. Feel free to search, my lord. Helping them eliminate their nightmare aura was also beneficial for them. How could they be unwilling? They didn't dare to be unwilling. Yin Yang checked in at the Tiger Tongue tribe, where there is a detailed map that clearly shows where the Nightmare Chi is located, allowing her to find all the hidden orcs one by one. She arrived at a place rich in Nightmare Chi, and an orc immediately said, "Here." Nuo Bao was wearing a light yellow dress today, making her face even whiter and more delicate, her big eyes sparkling. As for whether the loss was really related to James, that is up to personal interpretation. The Rockets faced the challenge of the 8th seed in the West. The Portland Trail Blazers, at their home court in Houston. All right, sis. Pan Kashi smiled widely. He was the one most eager to take revenge on Su Song. Without Ingjia, he was nothing. Previously, he was worried about how many precious resources he would need to upgrade the battle instrument to a 9-star artifact. Unexpectedly, after merging a large amount of life radiance, he completely understood the path of reincarnation. Mr. Mo, where are you going? Zheng Ming, assistant to Sheng Shaoan, timely stopped Mo Genhua. The man's voice was low and cold, emanating a chilling aura that startled Feng Ru, making her shiver. Lawrence only knew that Sun Feng suddenly announced her retirement, but did not know the specific reason for her retirement. That palm strike actually unleashed 5 red rays of energy, directly piercing the throats of the 5 people. All 5 fell to the ground simultaneously, struggling in pain while clutching the blood holes in their necks, unable to utter a single cry. Moments later, as the blood drained, everything fell silent. Jiang Cheng felt a layer of cold sweat on his feet and was shocked, realizing he was being targeted. As the battle reached its final moments, the Navy, Air Force, and various supplies were in place, and the combat plan had been issued to the Army-level command, but the main attacking troops had yet to be confirmed. From the army of the Luo River sect, it could be seen that although the armor was different, it was standardized. Each style represented the private army of a certain Hunyuan Golden Immortal. The Qinglian meditation technique is a water-based restorative spell that can restore a person's sanity and enhance resistance to certain illusions. Shuiyin glanced at Gao Huayuan, who slightly nodded. So Shuiyin limped slightly and followed Li Tong to open the side door and went outside to catch a carriage. Just as the two were talking, there was a series of 3 consecutive banging sounds, Su Xialing's right hand was stuck on Niu Lushuang's left shoulder, while his left hand struck fiercely at Niu Lushuang's armpit. After these 3 strikes, Niu Lushuang felt his entire shoulder was about to be ruined, unable to exert any strength. Don't kill me. No matter what conditions you propose. I will agree. Please don't kill me. The instinct for survival made Zhu Lin shout loudly, putting all his bottom lines on the table, which was undoubtedly foolish in negotiation. But at this moment, he had no choice because he had nothing to make Shin Tsung wary of. He was now the fish on the chopping board. This thing can lead to chaos when drunk, making one do things they wouldn't dare to do normally, perhaps also awakening a different self from the subconscious. Get lost. A man can't go back on his word. If I said I would go with Brother Gao, I will definitely go. It was only because my mom held me and cried for a long time that I was delayed. This guy Zhou Hao is stronger than me, and no one cares about him. Huang Yin kicked the guy who mocked him and laughed. Ashina Xingyue then realized that Su Xialing was not looking at her. She had misunderstood, feeling a wave of guilt in her heart. Of course, Su Xialing's earlier words were mostly pretentious. The 9th prince, Zhao Yin, shouted angrily and boldly attacked. Wrapped in a set of armor with a lion design on his chest, clearly as powerful as the old eunuch, delivering a punch. Chapter 162. The old shoulder is very cunning. Yin Yang opened the map, and the system began to scan more comprehensively. Soon, it found his traces within the misty forest. He had now returned to the Qingdan realm. Yin Yang looked at the map and felt something was off. It seemed like he was about to kill a fallen beast, seemingly wanting to continue improving his cultivation. Let's hurry and stop him, Bai Zhu immediately said. Fortunately, Yang Yang had the system map. If he really got hidden away by Ying Ke to improve, I'll arrange for a car right away. This time I'll remember, and next time, see how I deal with you, Qin Feng said coldly. What do you mean? The Guardian of Light noticed something unusual behind him and quickly turned his horse around, angrily asking. Although it was his first time here, from Bien Kongkong's perspective in the air, Tiansheng already had a general idea of the situation in Tai Tian. Is there still business with the 9-fold treasure armor? Tiansheng was truly in awe of his master, who was incredibly mysterious, not knowing how many secrets were hidden from him. Suddenly, a flash of blood light appeared, and Tiansheng's sharp hands, which hadn't been used for a long time, struck fiercely at the neck of a winged demon. Along the way, the maids and servants looked over, each with a different expression. Su Xiao didn't want to look, nor dared to look, pressing her forehead tightly against Nie Peixiao's broad shoulder. Tears uncontrollably streaming down, this time all dripping onto the man's shoulder. Meanwhile, Xinyu also said, I've met the lady. He didn't call her Su's sister-in-law, obviously. Yin Xiangrong noticed and couldn't help but turn pale, quickly returning to normal. In the cave, a flicker of light and shadow appeared, and before anyone saw how he moved, he had disappeared into the cave. Although Tiansheng and the others were confused under the hint of Red Boy's gaze, they had to cooperate and put on an air of arrogance, swaggering past these demon cultivators. Chen Hongyu didn't even dare to look into his eyes, feeling as if she were a student who had done something wrong, afraid of being discovered by the teacher. This homeroom teacher Wang Fei was known to be a very nice person, named LV Hongtong, a teacher of 30s with a wealth of experience. Li Shen, what's wrong? Is there some good news? Sui Weiwei rarely saw Zhou Li Chun smile so genuinely, and couldn't help but ask. The dimensional seal couldn't be without reason. If it were the gate of the divine universe, then everything made sense. In the air, spiraling bullets whizzed by, leaving trails. Arthur was surrounded by dozens of brilliant lights flashing in the hall, which were the shields of the mage armor and the energy released when the Zeterian ray guns collided, scattering throughout the hall. Both of them were very cautious today. Based on their understanding of Wang Fei, he would definitely prepare other means to deal with them, and they needed to be on guard. The more the dark cultivator concealed things from her, the more she wanted to know, using both threats and coaxing. But the skeleton ghost kept tight-lipped, having taken advantage but still not revealing a word. Ding Xiang ran in front of Ding Da. Wanting to hug him, she embraced him tightly, tears falling, but when she looked up, she was actually holding Ding Da's corpse. They didn't notice a puddle of water beside them during their conversation. After they disappeared, the puddle began to move on its own, creeping up the wall of a hotel quietly and silently entering a room. Fan Tong patted the shoulder of the room's chapter, expressing understanding, but at this moment felt powerless. Even if it was revenge against the master, it couldn't be done recklessly here. Among the mainstream wizards now, dark wizards were notorious for loving to court death and trying new and unknown things, and the Five-Ring Tower was no better off. Similarly, the wizards on this side of Gallo Continent were just as bad. Chapter 163. the new blood clan. Yun Yang withdrew her hand from his chest, exchanged a few pills in the system shop, and directly shoved one into his mouth. She pushed Yichi away and fed the other pills to Bai Zhu and Qing Ling. All right, let's go back. Yichi wasn't sad at all. He clung to Yun Yang again. Okay, Yang Yang, let's hurry back. After all, it's my turn to sleep with Yang Yang tonight, so it's better to go back early. Yichi's chest instantly swelled with excitement. Zhai shook his head. I don't know. Maybe it's just a coincidence that we have the same name, he said. Ling Fei was also flustered, hurriedly tidying herself up, instinctively wanting to run, but then she immediately remembered her purpose for wearing this outfit, which was to catch Chun Fei's attention, right? Then, DeFu told Wei De about the four brothers being fostered in Tutu village and their parents' disappearance. Coincidentally, tonight he had time, so Feng Luo-chan decided to practice her skills. The third realm was no longer sufficient for her. Ever since she broke the seal last time and exhausted her ghostly power, Mu Qin thought it was a blessing that she could still regain a life. Unexpectedly, after accidentally obtaining what she referred to as her from Si Ko Ting, this spiritual power flowed out like the creek water, slowly trickling from the energy barrel of Feng Weiling. What purpose do I have? You came to me. Shouldn't you be the ones with a purpose? Chun Fei teased with a smile, directly letting go of Guochang Wang, then coldly sat back down on the sofa, his actions indicating he had the upper hand over Guochang Wang. Tan Yong Wei actually wanted to open it earlier, and now that he had Chun Fei's approval, he naturally had no hesitation and hurriedly opened the box, only to be dazzled by a pile of old heads. Wen Qing felt somewhat at a loss, and could only slowly approach He Lien Hao, thinking, how can this man be so good-looking? Her hands, hanging by her side, unconsciously clenched into fists. Her tense body felt palpable, not just to Lu Lu, but even Lin Hao Lin could sense it. She was no longer that silly peony from years ago, following him wholeheartedly, only to be trampled into the dust. Even so, if they failed to compete for the throne, could they use this as strength to engage in a power struggle for the kingdom? If the conditions were different, perhaps they would have nodded in agreement, because over the years, Wei Zi's decisions had rarely missed the mark, so they could trust him to a degree. Yuan Shao understood this principle very well, so no matter how powerful he was, he could not declare himself emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't be discussing making Lu Yu the emperor with Han Fu and others. Unfortunately, Lu Yu refused, and because of this matter, the two brothers Yuan Shu and Yuan Shao completely fell out and started fighting each other. However, Zhong Qi's speed was not any slower than AI Erku's. She didn't have as many restrictions as Zhang Jun, so she couldn't expose her true strength. It seemed that the guards noticed the footsteps and both turned their gazes toward Zhang Jun. Upon discovering that Zhang Jun was not any of the officers in the base, the guards wasted no time and immediately aimed their guns at Zhang Jun. During the spring and autumn period, the Song army and the Chu army had a decisive battle, and the Song general, Song Xianggong, insisted on letting the Chu army cross the river to set up formations, but did not attack halfway to demonstrate his benevolence, resulting in humiliation. In an instant, Kuan Yu looked up and saw Bei Kai holding a large pill, and everyone was shocked, wondering what kind of method it was to be able to produce a pill so easily. The large pill was also a rare treasure for them. Could just be handed out like that. The sounds of fighting were getting closer, and the soldiers defending against the bomb man suffered heavy casualties and were retreating step by step, while the enemy's frenzied attacks even advanced at the cost of lives. With 2 exits in the granary, the defending soldiers had to split their forces to guard and organize manpower to extinguish the fire, which was already a case of neglecting one for the other. If this continued, they wouldn't hold out for long. Seeing this, the morale of the Ming army in Boli City soared. Their combat strength was not weak, and their equipment was superior to that of the Russians, because they had 300 rifles of the Zhongxing type, and they were not the weakened version. Compared to the Russians' matchlock guns, their firing speed was much faster. Chapter 164. The Beast God Will Not Return. Before arriving in the Beast World, pure-blooded blood clans had not appeared for hundreds of years, and the only surviving pure-blooded blood clan was her alone. Although she could sense that the blood clan in her belly was not pure blood, it should be a blood clan with decent talent. At least, it was purer than Yun Zhao's half-blood lineage. Good. Yin Yang smiled. It's a good thing. Suddenly, Yin Yang pricked her finger, forming a bead of blood. Song Jioshi's face was cold, her brows frosted, and her entire aura was aloof, causing no one to squeeze beside her. Ma Lu touched his nose. It was indeed somewhat inappropriate to act against someone's wife and child, but according to the rules of this realm, doing so was the only way to make Yin Wuji agree to stop and save Gu Qingyi. He didn't express any doubt about the dish names Ma Lu made up, chatting casually while eating. After all, this was her first child at over 30. At her age, people were already grandmothers, making this matter quite outrageous. These past few years couldn't possibly be fake. The emperor treated her and her son so well, and if she still doubted it, wouldn't that betray the emperor's efforts? She came to Guangming Temple this time to sincerely thank the Buddha for giving her the opportunity to be reborn for revenge and to clarify everything. Yin Shubai leaned against Song Jiu-shi, looking pale and weak, as if he had no strength at all, who knew that he never waited for her. And when someone went to check, they found out they had gone directly to Zhao Zijun, seemingly with no intention of coming to her. He raised his hand, pressing his palm against her porcelain-white, delicate cheek, his drooping eyelashes casting a faint shadow. If you enter the palace now, wouldn't the emperor know that you're pretending to be poisoned? If you go now, not only won't you save the crown prince, but the emperor will also think you're deceiving him. Will he believe your words? We need to plan everything carefully, Yu Shui said earnestly. Yet, such a powerful strike was actually received by Wang Haotian, and it seemed he wasn't injured much. This level of combat power was truly astonishing. At the same time, he tidied up the remaining 2 fire python eggs, making 2 empty bags out of animal skins, putting one in each to eventually place on the ghostly leopard's body. If they were stored in the storage ring, they wouldn't be able to hatch and would become lifeless. Shen Lu smiled slightly, leaving the prescription behind, then took Liang Yibo out of the palace. Even so, he had no regrets, as the value of that strange refinement was extremely high, enough to rival the previous void formation. Faced with the azure giant sword that Zhu Chong Sheng wielded, everyone in the Far Mountain Sword sect felt a chill in their hearts, revealing expressions of terror. Even the 2 peak human immortals from the Haotian Sword sect could not help but look serious. Yi Shueli understood that his grandfather must have gone to watch the life and death battle between Du Shengping and that powerful figure from the Demon Sword sect. Even the mention of Hua and Sen's name could not compare to the torment and sorrow brought by so many lives. The oblivious Mo Sheng was still hopeful, thankful that Bo Ming caught her, preventing her from falling, clinging to him like an octopus, but her nose bumped against his hard chest, causing a numb pain. Hearing Ling Hu Hao say this, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief, but only Ma Lian had a pained expression. Those ancient gods were friends when they were in the world, such as Qi Yu, Xing Tian, etc., and they joined different camps. This trick can definitely be played. Although Xiadi does not serve as the supreme commander during the summer, he still needs to be informed of major military and political matters, and he will make the final decision. According to the height of this temple, the 3rd level is the last one. The first level is about 20 meters high. The second level is over 30 meters, and the 3rd level is at least 20 or 30 meters high. In total, this adds up to the overall height of the temple. From the outside, Lin Tian sees that the temple is at most 70 to 80 meters high, which is about the height of 20 stories. Chapter 165. Will they abandon us? Yin Yang, are you awake? Montaken Vaikatan. Yin Yang responded and then asked about Qingling, and Mo Hen said, he is currently being ganged up on. Yin Yang snorted, deserved it. Who told him to drink a little alcohol and lose his sense of propriety? Forget it, just don't fight anymore. Come inside, I have something to say. And Mo Hen didn't know what Yin Yang wanted to say, but seeing her serious expression, he immediately had them drive Black Catfish away. He looked at the place that Yang Meng had kicked and, with a strong push of his hands, directly tore open the area where the car body was smashed. After looking for a while, Black Catfish grinned. However, with the vast flowers, it was different. It could instantly make martial artists turn around and sing their hearts out. How could so many combined beings not go crazy? On the wall of Yinzhou City, the bright yellow Tang character flag fluttered in the wind, making a rustling sound, and dozens of wooden character flags stood around the city, also making noise. Under the flag, the city guards held swords and spears, carried crossbows and bows, their eyes vigilant and expressions stern, watching every move below the city. In Yifeng's Sea God domain, even the power of the evil giant whale king could no longer resist the domain power he spread out. Wang Pingyan got off the carriage and saw a palace wall made of red clay bricks outside, filled with more than 20 carriages. Indeed, even if old Cheng didn't know many characters, he could still count. Cheng Yaojin joked about himself. Liang Shidu heard the news and stared at the map in front of him, stroking his beard, and remained silent for a long time. What? He woke up. The person looked in surprise at the still figure of Tsang Jianli lying on the bed. Whoosh! A slash was made, and Ningyu did not pause at all. Turning around for another sword strike, finally holding both hands to make another slash, Three sword energies almost flew out in an instant. This time, even the Tian Shu had to take it seriously. A Dao cultivator without a great formation support was like a fierce tiger without claws, while a cultivator supported by top-tier great formation was like a dragon with wings. The steward stared at Chunyan for a while, and Chunyan noticed that there was an electric wave flowing toward a room on the second floor, probably communicating with that Zhao Feiyang. After finishing this matter, there wasn't much to do, and the only entertainment activity was soaking in the pool. The Emperor's bath pool was quite large, and swimming in it was not a problem. Pan Feng was initially very unconvinced, thinking he was careless, but after hearing Lu Anji's explanation, he realized that he had already been schemed against before the war started. He was particularly low-key, not joining in the excitement, and not fond of worldly matters. On the surface, he was the strongest in the luxurious star realm, but in reality, he was not very well known. However, after the weaving bureau produced sheepskin coats, woolen sweaters, leather boots, and some exquisite clothing, they surprisingly sold for over 1,000 taels of gold. However, Chunyan had previously copied many elders' fingerprints and pupils from the central control computer. She carefully examined each identification system to determine whose fingerprint or pupil was used. After about 4 or 5 minutes, all the locks were successfully opened using her abilities. Xia Suxing focused his mind. He could not confront it head-on, so he leaped and narrowly avoided Shi Tian's impact. Zhu Hozhao, in order to let him experience the subtlety of this set of knife techniques, didn't allow Shui Han to complete a single cut all day. Gaoji immediately trembled, frozen on the spot, while Li Shengping was a bit better, knowing to retreat. Zhang Binmin hesitated a bit because of limited energy. He couldn't anchor himself and focus entirely on it. After thinking it over, he decided to first develop township-level enterprises. In any case, bringing money into the treasury was the most important thing. Whether it was done in various villages or the township courtyard didn't matter. Spirit talismans have many functions, but their lethality is limited. Jiang Yi's mind was filled with many powerful weapons, but with his current strength, he couldn't refine them at all. Chapter 166 returned to Beast King City 2 days later. Yin Yang stood outside the gate of Civilization Village. Behind her, all the beastmen of the village were present. "We are leaving. You all go back. Don't worry, Civilization Village has us old ones here." The leader of the High Donching sighed. "Come back to visit when you have time. By then, who knows, our Civilization Village might have turned into Civilization City." Yin Yang nodded. "Okay, let's go." After Su Qiangdong left, Su Yu, who had been forcing a smile, finally changed to a worried expression. "Congratulations, Yin Fujin. Promote Yin Fujin more. Wishing Yin Fujin longevity." A chorus of flattery sounded like sharp silver needles piercing into Irue's ears. Unable to bear it any longer, Irue covered her ears and buried herself under the blankets, crying herself to sleep. Although my Ilio frowned, Dodo did not show any special reaction and continued to hold her son affectionately. Just as she finished speaking, her mouth was sealed, not by anything else, but by Han Zhao's warm lips. Han Zhao also held her body close, and the two began to kiss in the kitchen. Online comments were also filled with blessings, as fans from both families put aside their grievances and celebrated together. From her attitude towards blind dates that day, it was clear that as long as the man looked decent, she would marry him, regardless of who he was, let alone discussing love. Unexpectedly, the national teacher was willing to bestow his favor, just as she sneaked a glance at Xing Chan when she left, signaling him with her eyes to talk outside. She guessed he would follow her, seeing the curious look on his face. Dao still wore his expressionless, seemingly fake human mask. Xiaowei originally wanted to stay at the hospital with Dodo for the night, but Dodo sent her away, saying it wasn't necessary since she wasn't sick. The Empire used stone crystals as currency, but how to obtain stone crystals? This was what Ling Tianlai was most concerned about. One could not survive in this empire without money. Their village was very remote, and the villagers would never leave, having no idea what the world outside the village was like. The Li family in Donghai City was well known. It was the leading family among the 4 great families of Donghai City, with diversified industries covering cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, and real estate, with corresponding companies being Putian Pharmaceutical Group, Mayan Group, and Shengshe Real Estate. Dai Xiaoyu's previous act of killing 7 stars in Jianghuai had not stirred much trouble in the Haluo region, and few knew about it. Hence the silence. After all, he was the martial king. No matter what disgusting means he used to oppress the younger generation, his contributions to the human race were undeniable. However, once the song talent was used up, it would be like a lottery talent that could still be passed down in a musical score after being exhausted. If multiple children of destiny gathered together, their fates would conflict, likely leading to great calamity. He appeared gentle and calm, and it was rare for someone his age to possess such composure. In the eyes of our army, you are no different from these common people. You place yourself among ordinary citizens and now blame our army. At that moment, Luli also walked out of the room, and when she heard the mention of the Shun family, her eyes lit up. Yi Shiqi took out the silver and gold she had previously collected from her space. Over the past year, her parents had given her the money from the honey she sold in her space. This was easy to say, and naturally, some understood it clearly, but Chun Haoyan and Lu Min didn't care. People were discussing it, especially those around Chun Haoyan, who looked as if they had seen a ghost. This matter concerned the safety of their father, and if they could not contact Zhou Ming, he would always feel uneasy. Chapter 167. Just follow me after system identification. This female had abducted the males of their beast world, and even snatched the nightmare bone from her. Besides that fox, no one else could take the nightmare bone from me. She would not allow such a thing to happen a second time. Although they had escaped, it didn't matter. She had almost all the nightmare bones on the continent, and it was nearly impossible for them to find any more. Anyway, this matter has been decided. Let us pack up and prepare to leave with the Duke. Bruce didn't want to get entangled in this matter. One good thing about a feudal society was that once lords issued orders, vassals could not oppose them and could only comply, as the lord's word was law. Your concerns, although I cannot guarantee anything at the moment, I believe a man should not just speak sweet words, but should protect what he wants to safeguard with actions. Yuyan reached out to indicate a handshake, to establish a common understanding. At this moment, upon hearing that she wouldn't have to die, her mindset shattered completely, and hope for life surged again in her heart. Wang Shumi instinctively shrank back, then felt embarrassed and straightened her back and chest. Let Elder Warren kill the fattest pig and dry the lean meat for storage, but bring me all the fatty parts, Bruce instructed Annie. Under my righteous accusation. Sister Xinlian became timid and couldn't speak anymore. I agree with the prince's viewpoint. Wang Shunkong glanced at Gurun and then supported the prince's opinion. I understand. Master Rachel. Although I don't know what Master Rachel plans to do, I believe in you. Rahi nodded vigorously. Moreover, among the 6 of them, no one wanted to be the leader, and since Wang Su came from a noble background, he was elected as the leader of the 7 saints. Wang Su opened his third eye, pretending to have found nothing as he jumped down from the streetlight, seemingly casually walking towards the fire hydrant. The third step was to develop industry. Only when the common people became prosperous could industry develop, making the world stronger. With a wave of his hand, he shot out silver needles, knocking down the dagger. Xiao Ming knelt weakly on the ground while Xuanguang sighed and walked over, reaching out to Xiao Ming. These were secondary. The main thing was that he actually saw his boss wearing a light pink shirt. Matthew wasn't foolish. Even if he didn't understand, he knew the plot. And even without him, the 3 of them would still go to steal the he sure buy. I've been here for a while. You guys are making too much noise. I didn't realize you were so impressive, Matthew. Chimu Shomo teased Matthew. In simple terms, this authorization code means the same effect as an imperial envoy. Li Shimin nodded, wanting to know if Fong Su truly had no way out. After all, he discovered this. And maybe there was still a chance. He thought today, as task was completed, and he could go home for a nice bath and a beauty sleep. Everyone present was male. Although they tried to control themselves, their gazes inevitably fell on Dong Yi. Moreover, with Yuan Shanyao's actions, the corresponding future was also changing, adding a massive amount of computational load, leaving her no time for other matters. Facing Lin Lingzi's curiosity, Cheng Dong recounted what had just happened, then took out the pastel sea bowl for her and Lin Jiang to see. A week passed, and no one even asked about it. It was strange. On the contrary, the fortune teller at the east end of the antique street was doing good business, while I, hiding at the west end, found it odd that no one came. Master, do you know how to dance? Asked the guy next to her, presumably someone with poor alcohol tolerance and unaware of danger. Everyone was shocked and hurried to chase after him. But as they watched the person slowly walk ahead, they found themselves falling further behind until he finally disappeared. Chapter 168, Giving Too Much arrived. Jingli unlocked the door with a key and then pushed the door open forcefully. A strong surge of elemental power rushed towards him. Yin Yang couldn't help but widen her eyes. So many energy stones. What caught her, I was a pile of water-type energy stones glowing with a faint blue light. Then, Jingli took a few more steps forward and opened another door. Fire-type energy stones. Jingli didn't stop. He continued walking and opened the door. He was already difficult enough to deal with. If his strength increased again, Wooly would be even less able to compete with him. Wooly looked at her in a daze, and just when he was feeling flustered, a saving voice sounded. After spending a day in the recording studio, Wu Li opened the bounty shop, feeling very hesitant about whether to purchase Gao Xingmei's singing ability. From a singer's perspective, Gao Xingmei's strength couldn't be called top tier. It could only be considered advanced. The cost to exchange for her ability was not much, only 50,000 points, which was completely affordable. Has he already escaped? Oof. He can escape the first day, but not the 15th. This blue figure was indeed Mo Yan's Susanoo. The 8 tails unleashed all their chakra, and its power was indeed immense. Even facing the so-called absolute defense of Mo Yan's Susanoo could still completely destroy it. Alright, please stop spreading the gay aura. The Gem Elder Zerlrich had to speak up to prevent the promising Elmero II from being led astray by Lin Mo. Is this the rhythm of Ultraman fighting big monsters? But where is Ultraman? Lu Meng thought mischievously, without any intention of stepping forward to help. It wasn't that he was afraid of death, but it simply wasn't worth it. The Tang dynasty continued for another 200 years after Wu Zetian passed the throne back to the Li family, until the chaos of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms broke out. The last emperor of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Ai of Tang, Li Ji, was killed by the later Liang, leading to the fall of the Tang dynasty. Enlightened? Lin Mo's expression changed slightly, and he felt happy for Siegfried. Once the servant's memories returned to the heroic spirit's seat, the confusion of the main body would also be resolved. So what use is that? Ants will always be ants. Aizen stood in midair with extreme disdain, and as Noitora rushed towards him, he was immediately sent flying with a flap of his wing. Most of his body drenched in bright red. The Chosen One was constantly moving and shooting. The more goblin hornbugs there were, the more frequently the Chosen One had to move. Claiming it wasn't tiring would be a lie. Moreover, the things produced were also based on the alchemist's skill level. Of course, the better the cauldron, the more helpful it was. Don't worry, what you just said does make sense. I'll think it over and discuss it with Sister Wu later, Wang Sudong said. It should be said that before the establishment of the Qin dynasty, the mysterious sect that originally took Mount Buzhou as its gate had already existed during its period of survival. These 5-star war kings were dressed in attire representing the Heavenly Academy. It was obvious they were mentors from the Heavenly Academy. However, their grand momentum barging into the Earth Academy cafeteria was truly surprising. After a series of draws, Li Yaolin's in-game currency was finally about to be exhausted. And what would replace it would naturally be a series of rewards that brought him great satisfaction. It can be foreseen that in the visible future, under the protection of the Fire Spirit Saint Mother, the Zhuge dynasty will give birth to one shadow god after another, even sun god great demons, further widening the gap between the human and demon races. This method still has some rationale, since we can't deal with those wild ants. We can naturally open the door with tools. Saying this, she casually added firewood and nudged the fire pile closer to Zian, afraid that sparks would hit Zian, and she raised her hand to block. This is true. When Xiao Tuo is silent, he indeed has a bit of the demeanor of Lord Xiao and Xiao Xiao. Many players have this bad habit, only thinking about using mobility skills to chase others, stubbornly holding on to their flash, not realizing that even if they do catch up, it wouldn't be of much use. Chapter 169. Suddenly becoming rich. You haven't been waiting here all this time, have you? Yuan Yang Asket. Jing Li shook his head, saying it wasn't the case. He couldn't sleep tossing and turning at midnight. Having nothing to do, he just wandered around aimlessly until he ended up here. But he couldn't disturb Yun Yang, so he just watched the stars and the moon here. Unintentionally, he saw the dawn. Jing Li rubbed his face. Do I look bad right now? Yun Feiyong appeared before him, and with a ruthless swing of one hand, struck this palace master hard on the face. The overwhelming power was still able to lock onto the space, directly piercing through the spatial barrier to harm Shui and Mu. But the effect of this brute force attack with spatial attributes was quite poor. Gun had already run over to the side of the phoenix tree with fiery red leaves, lying comfortably under it, appearing very content. So the negotiation didn't go well? Su Ming asked at this time, already guessing that the negotiation must not have gone smoothly. Otherwise, Qin Shirin wouldn't have reacted this way. Upon reflection, Su Ming understood that although he didn't know what the dark gas was, the deathly aura emanating from it was too severe. Ouyang Tianhua could only choose one of them. Aiming for a quick resolution, this time, it was a matter of success or failure. Li Jianren couldn't do much to Teacher Ji and could only vent the anger he received from Teacher Ji onto Yang Tian. So if looks could kill, Yang Tian would have been pierced by dozens of holes. Fan He ignored him and sat down at the table, not eating, saving himself some food. Before the opponent made a move, they were all predicting each other's strength, but when the opponent finally struck, they all underestimated it severely. It was only when they truly faced the opponent's power that they realized how terrifying it was. After a while, Elder Zhao pushed the door open and walked out. Sensing that Su Jio's aura had disappeared, presumably he had already left, he sighed helplessly and hurriedly flew towards the main peak. He needed to report this matter to Fang Yun. It had been 2 months since the coalition's defeat. Yu Xian, accompanied by 2 masters from the Yunlong tribe, swaggered past the main camp of the 3 divisions of the coalition, overlooking the situation of the coalition forces. Perhaps there were too many proud people around. He could somewhat guess Emilia's thoughts when he obtained it. Due to Su Mingyao's unexpected situation, Yikong didn't have time to deal with it and hurriedly chose to go offline. Now, Yikong finally had some free time to handle this matter. Therefore, although people's eye colors and hair had become diverse due to genetic modification, they could still be distinguished by their body shape and skeletal features as outer district people and locals. After all, even though the opponent was just one person, being able to resolve that golden-haired demon beast, which 2 people could not contend with in such a short time, showed just how terrifying the person before them was. Namuxiang took the token, turned around, and pointed at the magma, which began to stack up layer by layer. In an instant, the temperature dissipated, and it became a volcano over 100 zhang high. "Sir, please." Schweringay took out the wine he had obtained in town, although it wasn't the best. It was considered quite good in Jingzhou. He wanted to pour some for the older gentleman. Li Lu personally went into battle. The 2 horses crossed paths, and with just one clash, Su Huang struck down Li Li's cavalry with an axe, scattering Li Li's troops to protect the emperor as they crossed Jigu Pass. The man in the blue robe saw a flash of 7-colored spiritual light, and his hard-earned purgatory lost its effect. In a panic, he waved his treasured fan and released a few fire dragons. Hey, what's your situation? Can't you even pour a glass of water?" A customer was dissatisfied with Lin Fan's attitude. After a moment, a ghostly light slowly gathered, forming a palm-sized shadow enveloped in light, its true form unseen. Chapter 170. The Beauty Has Poison. Early the next morning, Yun Yang and the others set off for the southernmost part of the Beast World continent. When they left, the rainy season had not yet ended. By the time they arrived, it was already the snowy season. As they crossed a mountain range, the snowflakes gradually disappeared. The closer they got to the seaside, the higher the temperature became. After crossing the mountain range, Imo Hin and Yi Chi finally shook off their drowsiness. It was indeed warm in the south. Yi Chi comfortably opened his eyes, feeling as if he had just woken up. Su Tian's expression changed. He hadn't had time to stop it when Zhongyu had already said everything that should and shouldn't be said. Although it was late at night, the city center was still lively. Zhou Ying looked at the familiar urban environment and finally felt less tense than before. Originally, Gu Zhiyuan and his wife were supposed to go with her, but Gu Yunru refused. She was a low-key person, and if the couple personally sent her off, it would be too grand. She had a habit of keeping her phone on silent during classes, and today she forgot to turn the sound back on after school. After uncovering the truth, Tang Bingyan single-handedly wiped out the entire Su family, then committed suicide at his grave. Just as the system's voice fell, Lu Jin's mind displayed Tian Zishan's attribute panel. Lin Zitai saw the 2 through the surveillance. One was the childhood Zhu Beiji, and the other was the childhood son Wukong. The scorching sunlight aggravated Chun Bin's dizziness, making him feel lightheaded and slowly retreating against the wall. Seeing Song Dao's twisted face pressed tightly against the biowarfare bacteria culture tank, some of his subordinates could no longer hold back and turned to run outside the research institute. "I'm sorry, Chief. I cannot directly contact the highest leader of my military district. I can only reach out to Colonel Qianfeng, the commander of this rectification operation. I wonder if he can authorize me to verify your identity?" The lieutenant still answered according to Xiao Yu's request without hesitation. Thousand Leaf Slash is a top-tier grade technique, 1 level higher than Xiao Li's previous mountain opening fist, so its attack power was naturally impressive. Xiao Han swung his hands with all his might, and as he gradually became more skilled, his attack speed increased, leaving green blood streaks on the body of the hellish corpse beast. Ruo Shui was completely shocked by the powerful attributes of the Qi-Wen beast. Seeing it charging toward her, she was at a loss, unable to react. Gu Fengshun suddenly realized. He knew that Chun Si, like him, could receive the information bestowed by prehistoric humans, and this information was the core content that truly determined the entire operation. The previously established plan would change whenever a flash of inspiration struck Chun Si's mind. This young master has just arrived. How can we accept such a heavy gift? Tu Dan declined while extending his hand to take the large sum of money handed over by Mu Chun. After receiving it, he couldn't help but steal a few excited glances. The 2 of them noticeably narrowed their pupils upon seeing He Fong, as if there were some unspeakable secrets. Kill their people. You still protect VLN. The words came from Jin Yinhua, as two of the elite soldiers were severely injured by bullets. One was even cleaved to death by Hao San, and the other wounded was a subordinate of Yi. Chen Xi's subordinates were unharmed, so Jin Yinhua was very angry. Gu Shaoqing sighed, "Bro, after all your picking, you found me such a different sister-in-law. She's a special forces soldier, and her working style is simply unique. What exactly does Yi Chun want Mu Rongxue to do?" Qin Yin stared at Yi Chen without blinking, not letting any expression on his face escape her notice. This mountain range is the place where the 5 major super sects of Xuanzong reside, known as the Central Xian Domain due to its sect name, abbreviated as Xian Domain. Since the emperor issued the decree specifying that the gift from the Ning clan must be paired treasures, Ning Rong understood the emperor's intentions. Chapter 171, Polishing Light. This is the first time I've heard a female say that my charm technique is a little trick. The mermaid chuckled softly. "You are also the first female who can evade my charm technique." He had always been effective, but for the first time, it failed on Yin Yang. He put away his nonchalant attitude and formally introduced himself. "My name is Zhuo Guang, the young master of the Merman clan, a beast man from the Qingdan realm." "What's your name?" "Yin Yang." "Yin Yang, that's a really nice name." Inside a tent, the two logged off. Huang Yunshua took off his helmet and found that his home had changed. He knew that Su Qianqian was playful and loved to cause trouble. Staying at home was always too dull for her. Since she was getting married next month, he thought it would be good to let her go out and have some fun. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, let me take some money from the nerd. Under Yi Kai's strange gaze, Yu Fei threw the dice. Subsequently, the attacks from the betrayer mages on the earth mages intensified, striking them in an almost suicidal manner. Even if a betrayer mage was severely injured, he would not be captured. Instead, he would unleash all the dark energy within him for one last blow. As the demonized rhinos were taken down one by one, the players felt the pressure ease. The curtains in the room hung thickly, blocking out any sunlight, and it was dim and dark. After Su Qianqian entered, she looked around and finally saw the princess in the dim light. In despair, influenced by her surging power and beast-like ferocity, the most easily bred thought was undoubtedly that of mutual destruction. She still thought the other party had taken her puppet, which was why she was no longer in danger, unaware that Iris had also done some work. The reason for cleaning up Changnan next time was that if Yi Su got angry but did not explode on the spot, he would definitely be waiting for a suitable opportunity to torment Changnan severely next time. However, for the tearful sister Schwer, she didn't find her annoying at all. Instead, she felt quite heartbroken. But looking at this guy's blood-red eyes and the murderous aura emanating from him now and then, he was far from the noble and pure unicorn of legend. Perhaps apart from his appearance, no one would think he was a unicorn. Just when I was about to hold back and go out to greet his family, the car suddenly stopped, and a black cat jumped onto the hood of the car, walking gracefully and slowly into the air, finally giving me a mournful glance, as if complaining that I didn't give it face and didn't watch its performance. According to the plan for the next day, Lin Mu intended to take a bunch of girls to Victoria Bay for a walk, to enjoy the scenery, relax, and take a break. They didn't even have time to scream before the two guards at the weapon gate fell to the ground, blood spurting from their necks. He Miao heard the explosion and immediately turned red-eyed, disregarding everything as he charged forward with his AK-47 in hand. However, at this moment, Tao Yuan also realized that what he had eaten on the first day was actually not snake meat, but field mouse meat. Although he wanted to vomit, there was nothing to throw up. His teammates also hugged him, and the new tactic had an immediate effect. Everyone unconsciously regarded Zhang Ruofeng as their savior. When I woke up the next morning, the soreness in my neck stimulated my hazy mind. I lifted my head, which felt as heavy as a lead block, and realized I had fallen asleep on the table. Zhang Hao was still somewhat worried about Xia Jin's health, so he rushed to the hospital early the next morning to ask in detail about her condition from the attending doctor who had treated her. As expected, the doctor confirmed what Xia's mother had said, which put his mind at ease, but then the doctor suddenly added a however. The director Lin, with a face full of grimness, immediately forced a smile when he met Yao Yao's gaze, and he swallowed the strange-tasting coffee hard. Chapter 172. Are you still relying on her? Zhuo Guang suddenly realized that gaining their recognition would give him a chance to become Yang Yang's beast husband. Jing Li really wanted to slap herself. She actually got distracted by this fish, Zhuo Guang. Who are you? Yin Yang had just walked out of Zhuo Guang's cave when he saw another imposing merman appear in front of them. Father, Zhuo Guang has come out, and these few want to see you. The merman asked, Dad, what did she say? Did she go abroad? Nan Xia had just wanted to tell Nan Jiyun that she was already married. as it was a significant event in her life that she felt she must inform Nan Jiyun about. However, Nan Lin's sharp voice interrupted her. "Stop it!" Xiao Mingxin and Luo Yifeng shouted simultaneously, both ready to use their martial arts to intervene, as they believed Ouyang Xiao was likely to face a life-threatening situation. Hu Tao was suddenly thrown into a place resembling a cave, knocking him unconscious. Nan Xiao looked at Nan Lin and said, "Nan Lin, don't pretend I don't know why Dad went outside." From her understanding of Nan Jiyun, it turned out that due to the previous threat from Chu Qingyun, all the soldiers had scattered, and only Ouyang Yuhai, who had been following behind, was unsure where to go. The emperor had instructed him to follow the marquis, so he could only wait outside, ready for a summons. Suddenly, the quiet campus was filled with the blaring sound of an ambulance siren, sharp enough to pierce the sky. Qin Shou and the others were stunned, turning their heads in confusion like the other students. Mr. Qin still doesn't know what's happening, and they're so aggressive? Is Shimin Aoshi that easy to provoke? Even if Mr. Qin hasn't completely settled things here, dealing with you two is still a piece of cake for him. The three followed the merman to several locations, all in the northern part of Jiangxia City. The farmland for sale near Taohua village was quite scarce. Qin Shou nodded, realizing the youth was teachable. He then turned around and opened the door, with He Bailing leading the two girls by the hand. Jun Qinghua smiled, and then vanished before Jing He, who looked somber. "Master, why do you have to do this? Did he venture into the tiger's den to find the stone to mend the sky?" Shu Tao had been watching from the sidelines, but now he had to admit that, with his current strength, the 6th round was already quite dangerous. He might not make it through. The further rounds, 7th and 8th, featured even stronger opponents. The upgraded Bloodwood Hunter bow had a dark red frame that gleamed, and when turned toward the light, it captured multicolored rays, adding a sense of mystery to its originally sinister appearance, making it feel more upscale. Turning around, Shun Luan walked away, no longer lingering, only hearing the distant remarks of crazy and the cold mockery from onlookers. The Baibo Pond had a Dragon King, commanding clouds and rain, leading to public discussions. The king dared not offend the Dragon God, so he complied with public sentiment, issuing decrees to promote the Baibo Dragon King, sending craftsmen to build a temple for the Dragon King and create a golden statue for worship, praying for favorable weather. Moreover, the special material used to create this token was quite sturdy. With Zhou Yan's current strength, he couldn't leave even the slightest mark on it. However, her question went unanswered, as Clark directly grabbed the lifeless silver hand, flipping its lips open to reveal the blackish-green residue on its black-yellow teeth. The vampire progenitor, Cain, certainly refused to accept death at Chu Tao's hands, but he had been seriously injured. Although he continued to resist, he could not withstand the overwhelming tide and ultimately died at Chu Tao's hands. Chapter 173. The smuggler Zhuguang was startled by her cold gaze, feeling guilty and lowering his head to release her, appearing abandoned. The Merman clan leader stared at Zhuguang, realizing he was not joking, and nodded heavily. "Forget it. Since you want to go, I won't stop you." Over the years, Zhuguang has become more reckless. If he truly wants to go, then let him go. Consider it a training experience. "Yang, I can go with you," Long Luo said upon receiving permission. Truly impressive. A mere disciple from a minor faction managed to break into the top 3 of the 100 sex competition. "I'm curious if you could have claimed the top spot if the competition had continued." Long Luo merely smiled and remained silent. The tall boy retrieved his gun, and the two brothers, one tall and one short, held guns to Lu Xinghao, forcing him to walk toward the mysterious village. It seemed as if he was just discussing something very pleasant, and his demeanor bore some resemblance to the elves from Biyun Mountain, which Li Jiang realized at that moment. Wang Yukai exhaled and drove to Julin. Upon seeing Wang Yukai arrive, Julin was, of course, very happy. However, when Wang Yukai looked at Julin, he felt she really couldn't compare to Chunyu. Yang Yunhan confirmed that the newcomer was Tang Men's leader, Wu Wuxin, Tang Baiyu, and felt a sense of closeness. His wife, Ru'er, came from Tang Men, and Tang Baiyu was Ru'er's grandfather. Moreover, with endless assassinations, a killer organization carrying out endless attacks was something he could not stop. Then, the 10 people simultaneously withdrew their fingers, and Mo Lin said, "Leave 10 people outside to guard. The rest come in together." Although he appeared lazy at the moment, Li Jiang could sense that his internal energy was stable, his limbs strong and powerful, and with those sturdy hands, it was clear that he had indeed researched weapon refining. Without its master, the puppet sure Xian Jie ceased its attacks after the wild dog fell, which was quite normal for Han Yu and Han Yi, who were familiar with the wild ghost puppet technique. To the outside world, He had developed the Luo family from nothing to its current position, which was already an impressive achievement. However, his goals had gradually shifted from Han Shao to Dihua, and then to the Bai family. Almost simultaneously, countless gazes turned in their direction, some curious, some ambiguous, but more were filled with envy and jealousy. The voice was like a winter mountain spring, seemingly gentle and silent, but turbulent beneath the surface, causing Shun Qingge to shiver involuntarily. The three left behind looked at each other, and ultimately, Ji Fan, who was forcefully driven away by Zhou Jian, felt wronged as he returned home, while Zhou Jian drove Zhang Renan back to her room at the bar to rest. Finally, this eventful 23-year-old faced false accusations of plagiarism, a cheating boyfriend, a breakup, moving, adopting a cat, and the peculiar fate with Gu Yi, along with the disappearance of her long-accompanied persona Ling Ling, after she hit Ji Fan and got fired, being inexplicably resented and retaliated against by Li Xing. "Oh, nothing could be hidden from my baby. I just went out for a meal," Ji Qianming said with a face of honesty. No matter what, she couldn't let Liang Xiu speak. He couldn't allow her to say anything, no matter what she wanted to say. "What did you say? Say it again." Shen Machun suddenly leaned close to Taozi, his handsome face dangerously close, his deep black eyes glinting with a threatening light, staring intently at her. The two generals. How do the two generals view Dong Zhuo's actions? Chen Gong stroked his beard and looked at the two, asking. Liang Xiu wasn't good at drinking, and it was too late today, so she asked the prince to rest early. Before she could finish her words, a teacup had already smashed on her head. "There are even accomplices," the guard coldly said, raising his hand and lightly flicking out a white mark. However, when he saw Li Wei ferociously split a 4-star superpower user in half, he immediately swallowed his previous words. Chapter 174. Just a low-end version. After the birds and beasts fell into the water, they were immediately killed by the sea tribe, and the female was also captured. If it weren't for the fact that females in the beast world couldn't be killed, they would have dealt with them long ago. On the other side of the sea, orcs continuously threw stone-like objects into the sea tribe, which then exploded like bombs. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something and hurriedly covered his package. A piece of nightmare bone flew out of the package and directly hit the sky. The heavenly rule is just a piece of firewood. Xiang suddenly had this thought and began to consider modifying this heavenly rule. Just as the old master was about to strike down on Qin Yu's head to eliminate him, an elderly hand with age spots suddenly reached out from the space and slapped the old master's hand. Now his mother is very close to Lu Yang, even closer than sisters. When the two are together, they talk about almost everything. In fact, regarding Wang Xuelan's unwillingness to admit that she has developed feelings for him. Although Li Erlong was anxious, he still had a plan. He originally intended to be patient and treat Wang Xuelan the same way as before, believing that eventually she would recognize her own feelings. Walking on the soft beach, with the heat of the day fading away, his heart suddenly became calm. However, there was one thing Jiasu was clear about. If the Han dynasty's power continued to spread to Qingzhou, Jizhou, Shuzhou, and Yuzhou, even if Cao Cao had extraordinary talent, he could only become a tragic figure like Chu Yuan. Destruction is easy, but protection is hard. What Bai Suzhen needs to do is to summon a vast water source, while Fahai must block the continuous flood. After all, Fahai is also the abbot of Jinshan Temple, and for the monks of Jinshan Temple, he must expend a tremendous amount of magical power to hold back the flood. Dreams are usually forgotten quickly, but perhaps the impact of that dream was too great, causing Xiao Mimi to remember every detail clearly. Thinking of this, Hunter became very excited, as if he had returned to his peak state in his 20s. Lu Lighting smiled, reached out a hand to ruffle Xiao Mimi's hair, but did not say anything. At the same time, the Jade Bai infused spiritual power into the Dharma body, penetrating directly into the spiritual platform. And a luminous Buddhist light flowed from the Dharma body's eyes, mysterious and extraordinary. Could it be that after looking at the huge ranking list, the rankings did not change, while his name appeared at the very end? Although the ghost eye puzzle had no ghost power at that moment, the enhanced vision still existed. Jiang Chen's words completely rubbed the elder's face in the dirt. But that elder was not an easy target either. It was unclear what Luo Chen had speculated, but anyway, his gaze towards Qin Yao Yao was no longer as eager as before, instead carrying a hint of caution. Could it be that upon seeing the fourth ability activate, he laughed, took a step out, and, as expected, a mid-laner and jungler jumped out from the grass. Originally, Jiang Chen was quite happy that someone was discussing his deeds, but after hearing what this group of people said, it was the first time he doubted whether he was really as bad as they claimed. among the group of merfolk. They surrounded a silent clansman, and then the earlier urgent sounds of communication spread again. He felt the rhythmic words of the merfolk in the water and speculated in his heart whether the merfolk spoke in a way akin to singing. Precisely for the convenience of underwater communication, Ruan Ling glared at her like an angry lion, but as Ning Chuiwei got closer, a look of panic flashed in her eyes. Hearing this, Ji Wuming was completely relieved. The remaining elders outside were in chaos. I just can't see Mei Er as a wife. In my heart, she has always been my sister. Last time she was poisoned because of Ling Er, and this time she insisted on staying with Ling Er. So I felt a bit uneasy and wanted to accompany her, just in case something happened. Wu He's words could be said to be watertight. Chapter 175, Talisman Stone. Demon Immortal Continent. In a dimly lit room, over 100 soul lamps flickered, leaving only a dozen lamps burning in the end. An elderly orc suddenly opened his eyes, his face twisted with rage. Damn it. This time, they had actually lost over 100 elite orcs. If this continues, when will the things he desires ever be in his hands? So, should we continue to send orcs over? Mo Bayu looked up at the sky. If he calculated correctly, it was already close to noon. Lin Yi momentarily lost control of his volume, and halfway through his words, he realized and covered his mouth, but it was too late. The peachwood sword struck the armored figure, sparking a shower of sparks. Yet the armored figure was unharmed and nearly snatched the peachwood sword away. If they couldn't find the golden leaves, their good brothers who had fought side by side for many years would die on Mount Langia. No matter what, the fat lady should not cause any major trouble in the short term. Thinking this, Yi Zixio felt much more at ease. Damn it, you just want to embarrass me, right? Let me provoke you a little first, get you into a frenzy, then slowly tease you, and enjoy the expression on your face when you clearly dislike me, but can't do anything about it. Yeah, Xiao. Dongfang Yuan gritted her teeth, recalling the events of that night. He extended his hand, and one of his subordinates immediately brought over a sheepskin scroll, spreading it out in front of Ji Lia. One subordinate lit a torch and held it up to the sheepskin scroll so she could clearly see every word. How about we go find Teacher Yi together tomorrow? Qiu Kuran felt that she really wasn't of much help to Yi Zixio in this regard, so she suggested, No need, Mom, I can handle it myself. Shen Moyu felt embarrassed to let Hua Jian serve her and quickly stood up to decline. Unlike the previous 3 days, today the two of them not only looked forward to it, but also had added worry and anxiety in their eyes. Fong Li timidly lowered her head, her index fingers touching each other, looking like a bullied dumpling. The few people stationed at the finish line were all amused by her words. Oh my goodness. She even regretted not having a pot. If she had one, would she plan to make soup? Gu Panner immediately wilted upon hearing this question. She had completely forgotten about it. If they couldn't be assigned together, then her efforts would be in vain. What should she do? When the enemy is right in front of you, will they first greet you and say, Wait a moment, I'm about to shoot? After Mu Beicheng finished speaking, he took Yu Qiao's hand and walked toward the empty spot. Huh, has my little brother grown up and has his own secrets? I never knew. Mei Qinshi had a gossiping expression. The feeling of fullness grew weaker and eventually carried a hint of joy. She buried her hand in Ling Jing's short black hair, silently holding back her voice. However, she had no memory of Nian Baozhu, which proved that Nian Baozhu from the previous life should have left this school before she entered it. After the robbery, the 7 people and 1 beast returned fully loaded. The shadowy monster Xianlong stepped on the purple sky boots, riding the clouds, listening to the clanging sounds in his ears. His large eyes squinted into a line beneath the silver mask, and he charged forward with great spirit, quickly leaving the others far behind. Are you a member of the demon sect? Or are you preparing to help the demon sect? No one on the scene was foolish. Mian's words were still very clear. He wanted to stand up for Lu Zhengfeng and Chu Yang. Are you okay? With both hands gripping the steering wheel, Mi Duo glanced at Yu Han's pale face out of the corner of his eye, a hint of worry in his voice. Officials below the 3rd rank simply couldn't believe how powerful this person might be. 2nd-rank officials, unless they were court ministers or regional governors, would have no way of knowing where such a figure had emerged in the court. Chapter 176. Soul Lantern Yang Yang. Father is looking for us, asking us to go find him together. Zhuo Guang came to look for Yun Yang, holding a rare fruit from the depths of the sea in his hands. Yang Yang, I specially brought this from the deep sea. Many females love to eat it. Why don't you give it a try? Zhuo Guang eagerly presented the fruit to Yun Yang. Yin Yang looked at the fruit in Zhuang Guang's hand with some curiosity and tasted a few. It was sour and sweet, with a hint of very light sea salt flavor, overall quite unique. More importantly, for the Dongyi tribe, they were actually accustomed to fighting. Otherwise, How could so many Dongi people be captured as slaves in Chowga? And Zhongli Chen nodded, took the steamed bun from Han Yu's hand, and didn't mind that it was a bun. He started to nibble on it. He couldn't help but follow his gaze. The pure white clothing had already become filthy due to mud and water. Yufeng bowed to Du Yueming again, and the disciple no longer disturbed him and took his leave, turning to walk out of the room. Jiang Tao also noticed the change in Zhang Fan within the talisman, and somewhat confused, stopped his wooden sword. At that moment, Zhang Fan suddenly opened his eyes, and an indescribable aura burst forth. This aura wasn't the oppressive feeling between masters, but rather a sense of absolute control and subversion. No, Xiao Yichen directly refused. He started rummaging through the cabinet, found Mo Qianxia's clothes, and began packing them up, filling both boxes to the brim. While Mo Qianxia did not make a move at all. I had my reasons for leaving back then. Lialan tightened her grip on Su Yaren's hand and said to her, 10 barrels of cooking oil, averaging 6.5 gene per barrel. The hay won't eat it, just enough for the new year. Half a gene of salt, currently the least in stock. The shopkeeper shivered all over, just about to say something when he was interrupted by a commotion outside the door. Then a heavy, crashing sound came, and the wooden door was forcibly broken down. Bai Ling and his group silently followed the two people in front who were being affectionate, and soon arrived at a magnificent 3-story building. Everyone's gaze was focused on him, and no elders had their eyes open anymore. Some had even left with their disciples. Lin Yu was unsure if there would be situations without a master appearing later. This idea of canned food was proposed by Yi Feng, and the spiritual chef of the Tianqing sect also had quite a few capable individuals who infused their skills into this kind of canned food. Oh, this person is named Jiang Zicheng. I was only about 10 years old at that time. He often taught me martial arts and was quite nice to me. A rare swordsmanship genius in a century. What a pity. See Yuan Erikat. We won. Ouyang Gaiyuan was not at all careless, as a more critical event was about to unfold. Tang Yu saw that the person had retreated, and originally wanted to take advantage of the situation to rob their money bags, but naturally, it couldn't happen now. The staff of Apophis danced lightly, and all 32 contestants for the second event disappeared without a trace. Confidence is our best soldier and our best weapon. Please do not hand your weapons to others. The enemy will show no mercy. Suddenly, with a flick of the palm, 8 treasures flew out, all identical, a fan. The second young master is polite. If there is anything the White Tiger Army can assist with, just speak up. Zhu Xingya also cupped his hands in salute. Song Jiasen looked at the 2 bulging bags in Mai and Song Jiasen's hands and hurriedly approached. Looking at the departing Huichi, Haizi instinctively wanted to reach out to keep him, but halfway through, he stopped. I explained the ins and outs of the matter and my thoughts to her in detail. The originally scarlet eyes regained a bit of clarity, and looking at her, who was already in a disheveled and chaotic state, a deep pain crossed my heart. Chapter 177. I hope to not lose you again. Yin Yang nodded. Not bad. I have already carved a few types of talismans for you. After I leave, you can practice them slowly. The Sea Tribe has many female cultivators, and I believe it won't be long before someone carves talismans. Zhu Luis eyes brightened. Thank you, sister-in-law. Yin Yang was taken aback and said, Don't call me that. Zhuo Guang is not my beast husband. Huh? Didn't sister already accept Zhuo Guang? Understood. As that dark red soul phantom suddenly shot out a giant claw. This giant claw was entirely transformed from soul power and had no physical form, but it still drove the nearby exotic beasts crazy. A terrifying pressure emerged, as if everything around was about to be crushed. Ow! The demon tiger let out a painful cry, followed by a thunderous roar. After being injured, the demon tiger became even more ferocious. Bang! Bang! Tree trunks were continuously broken by the demon tiger, and the vine net began to tear apart, with the soil and stones above becoming precarious. On the third day, Lin Lu followed Qing Lian Ferry and others, embarking on the journey to Galangju City to attend the auction. You know the situation of the Jia family. They probably won't let you go so easily, Zhang said, thinking that Yulin Yang was being too simplistic. In fact, Wu Meng didn't really disbelieve what Ouyang Che said, but his love was too heavy for her to bear, and she could not take on that burden. In her remaining life, she just wanted to live well with Chu Yan and Bauer, believing that a simple life was the truth. The light gate trembled violently, and the blue light curtain showed cracks, spreading out like ripples in all directions. With a loud noise, the towering stone wall behind the light gate began to crumble, revealing a blue crystal stone wall that was thousands of feet high and long, continuously extending into the distance. The entire sea of consciousness seemed to have expanded a bit under the pressure of iron chains. Lin Lu came back to his senses and looked ahead. The originally dim cave was now clearly visible in his eyes, with his divine sense nearly covering the entire cave hall of 1,000 feet in radius. But Nan Liao Liao was, after all, Mei Mei Xian's disciple, and logically, Lu Ming shouldn't have any feelings for her, and should take more care of Nan Liao Liao, right? Oh Yi Yang nodded honestly, saying he knew her and understood her somewhat. After all, she was once his first love. I can't use my abilities, and you shouldn't look so happy, okay? It's too obvious. He complained while lying in the giant's arms. Even with the elders in his own family, or even the highest officials of Tiandu, they probably wouldn't have the qualification to speak directly with the other party. He sighed and pointed forward, and the sword energy shot out, directly penetrating that person's forehead. The elder, who had remained silent and was older, suddenly spoke lightly as Yu Luo finished her words. All right, you say it, we will do it. The team leader looked at the other two team leaders and spoke first. The invasion of the Shi dynasty was as fierce as a storm, plunging the entire Luo capital into chaos and panic. Hua Yun, a previously unknown youth, stepped forward at this critical moment and raised the banner of Luo capital. Ji Heshuan tightly gripped the Xianyuan sword and suddenly swung it at Yu Yang. Her figure darted through the darkness like a flash of lightning, instantly breaking the silence of the night sky. Although her attack couldn't directly defeat the powerful Yu Yang, it successfully restrained him, preventing him from acting recklessly as before. Yu Luo obediently stepped forward, without her mother needing to instruct her. She and Yu Haojia pulled some people from the third house apart. Brother, just do as I say. Dad will definitely agree, Li Mingming insisted. As for Jin Suxin, after all, she was a princess of Goguryeo. Wanting to bring down to Qian was not entirely impossible, and it was within reason. In the afternoon, Chu Lianger thought Simu Qi was going to the back mountain of the Wangfu to accompany Yang Xing and Li Hui, who were already playing with fireballs, but unexpectedly, Simu Qi said he wanted to take her out to the street. Chapter 178. Departing for the Demon Immortal Continent. Sigh, stinky fish. Qing Ling flew to Zhuoguang's side unhappily and shouted. Yang Yang said, we are setting off. Zhuoguang stiffly smiled and replied, all right, I'm coming. After boarding the ship, Zhuoguang raised his eyes and saw Yun Yang. She was looking into the distance on the deck, seemingly deep in thought. After Zhuoguang boarded, Yi Qi used his abilities to make the ship head towards the other side of the sea. Yang, I'm here, Zhuoguang maintained his smile. Poor people have their way of living, and rich people have theirs. Mom doesn't ask for much. As long as you live well, that's enough. In the capital, among the wealthy families, any man with some wealth could have 3 wives and 4 concubines. For the sons of noble families, it was even more common. And each young master's courtyard, even if they had no wives, had countless beautiful maids and concubines. After all, one couldn't be tense every day. After thinking of this, he held Yi Kersen's hand and walked directly towards the amusement park. This made Min Shu feel relieved. Fortunately, she had entered the palace just to make up for her past debts to him, to help him stabilize this Jin dynasty, to eliminate the treacherous ministers in the court. And she didn't plan to develop feelings. When returning underground, to avoid bringing the unknown virus from the surface back to the gathering place, they were required to undergo disinfection treatment and were sprayed with disinfectant all over. There's a saying that, although it sounds harsh, is not wrong. You have to take a mule or a horse out for a stroll, otherwise, no matter how beautifully you speak, those who are unwilling to believe will still not believe. His violence was never hidden in his heart. It was all displayed through his expressions. But those with comparable strength were not afraid of him at all. In the end, only Yulinger went back to school, while the other 4 went to the Dark Elf Bar and booked a private room. Perhaps it was because the man promised to carve a lake for her. Min Shu was so happy that the more excited she became, the less she could sleep. The page noted that a certain collector had bought a Qing dynasty vase at an extremely low price in the antique market. Am I dead? Leiruoru, Bazold, pushed open the ice cabinet's lid and walked out shakily. The masters of the Origin War were more numerous than the Tianan, among which were many from the top 100 on the leaderboard. The original intention of the Red Flag was to break out of the Copper Forest, but with the Origin War blocking the way in front and Tianhun surrounding it from behind, the Red Flag charged left and right, but could never break free from the encirclement. Mr. Lin is really young and promising, AIG said, using French, which was clearly a test. Your Majesty, how can we cut off this black hand? Chu Yanwu knelt and said, the old minister will not hesitate to face fire and water. Tian Min, known, quickly followed suit. Their purpose this time was Su Qing and Jiang Peiqi. So as long as Su Qing left, It was believed that Shang Xiaojia would not harm innocent people. It turned out that Zhu Qian, filled with anger, secretly disobeyed Zhu Yan's orders and came here on his own. Later, when discovered by Zhu Yan, he sent a 6-ringed big demon to summon Zhu Qian back to the Demon Calamity Pass. The 7-ringed big demon was a capable general, and Zhu Yan could not tolerate losing another one before the great battle. That curly-haired Qin Yud was stretching his muscles and spoke in a low voice to the still leisurely Shui Darren. Old Shui. This outfit is both inside and outside. Even the shoes and socks are complete. Shui Nai nodded and said nothing. Unexpectedly, at the moment when he was nearly in despair, he suddenly heard a crisp gunshot, followed by a series of gasps and screams. This made him shiver all over. Could it be that more innocent passengers have been killed by these ruthless criminals? Lin Fu spoke with a commanding presence. The two people at the door had no response, thinking Lin Fu must be some formidable figure in the area. After all, if a dispute broke out, the other party was not only familiar with the territory, but also outnumbered them, making them feel at a disadvantage for blocking the entrance. They hesitated about whether to let them in. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Min rushed into the cockpit and saw Pebble deep in thought, immediately becoming suspicious. He wanted to use the cockpit's intercom to notify everyone to take their positions, but suddenly thought that if this Pebble was not the original, doing so would undoubtedly alert the enemy. However, she awakened her bloodline, which could revive my enemy Nasserizes, abruptly stopped speaking and did not continue. Downstairs, the sound of police sirens could be heard, and Shengshi knew it was time to deal with other matters. They were entirely glowing green, fierce and intimidating, exuding a chilling and terrifying aura that instilled fear in humans. They were an unknown, superpowered enemy, more terrifying than humans. As the launch room of the big ship let out a dull sound, the ship slowly began to move towards Fanyuan Avenue. Tianyan did not believe that the person who had just spoken to him was Shangwan Mingnan. He was not the person he had known before. Tang Jiaqing was not embarrassed about being caught. He looked at Ji Liunian with a relaxed expression, his gaze gentle. Come here. Qi nodded and reached out to him. Qi Bingbing was very beautiful in combat. She was Qi Bingbing's sister-in-law, and there was nothing to hide. Although the captain was still secretly cursing the warden for pretending to be serious and bringing himself into it, he was also moved, his face flushed, and he fell silent. New intelligence revealed that zombie cats had higher intelligence and knew how to avoid harm. Zombie dogs were second, while human zombies remained the same. Su Mubai spoke into the radio. His message was simple. He wanted the students of Class 4, Grade 2, to see that they were not pushovers. So anyone wanted to make a move against them had to think twice. Bei Ming Lei's sleeve space was similar to the chaotic void, empty with only vast space. An unseen universe. Zhuyin Zhou, trapped within, was worse off than being in prison, and his spirit was naturally low. Others could not recognize the origin of this light, but Qing Feng did. It was not a searchlight, but clearly the treasure light activated by a magical artifact, and it was not something an ordinary magical artifact could produce. Hearing this, the expressions of the few gradually softened. There's an old saying that one should not strike a smiling face, so standing still and being proactive was sufficient. If the atmosphere continued to stiffen, it would be counterproductive. At the same time, Ji Haoyue's fingers on the longbow also became unstable and began to tremble slightly. The humanoid light shadow was the essence of the star network, floating lightly and leaping in front of He Hao. From the side, it looked like a mirror, standing straight and engaging in a silent gaze with He Hao face to face. Chapter 179. I won't mention the fish pearl anymore. As Yunyang finished speaking, the splash created by the blue whale, sea beast, nearly capsized their boat. I think we will win. Zhuguang smiled, having not exercised for a long time. Why don't we kill these sea beasts and take their beast crystals back to give a Yang? Although Zhuguang kept referring to we and Yang. Mo Hen and the others felt unhappy about it, but Zhuguang wasn't wrong. Yang, white for us. Braith's spiritual imprint was destroyed by Wang Biao. As if a piece of flesh from his heart had been cut away, making him experience a pain that penetrated deep into his soul. By noon, Lin Feng arrived at the central boxing arena, which was already crowded with people. Ding Yin heard that her brother had died, but her father told her otherwise. This left Ding Yin very confused. She wanted to uncover the truth herself. Although the attributes of rice and scrambled eggs were tempting, Lu Feiyang decided to give them up. As long as Li Hohat's illness is cured, will we still have trouble getting these 2 items? He put the 2 items in the props bar, thinking they might be useful someday. Suja casually ignored what Tong Yuan was thinking and took the opportunity while Tong Yuan was distracted to leave a few wounds on him. One of the wounds was merely 2 fingers away from Tong Yuan's throat. If it had been any closer, Su Zhe's battle knife would have sliced open his own throat. Just as Wei Yin hesitated, the entire tunnel suddenly started to shake violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Glancing at the surrounding buildings that had turned to ruins, the Lord of Destiny City had a pale face. The Lord's mansion, as the center of power in Destiny City, had never been attacked before. Now that such a large area had been destroyed, wasn't this clearly slapping him in the face? The myriad beasts emperor waved his hand, and immediately the 2 Yuanying stage disciples of the Sanqing sect closest to him fell off the stone pillar like ants caught in a typhoon. The middle-aged fat man stroked his chin, about to say something, but upon seeing his rather eccentric senior brother in front of him, he swallowed his words. "That was made for you," Feng Yushi said, then added after a moment's thought it was custom-made, along with a few pieces of jewelry that were specially ordered from a jewelry store. This girl probably had no idea what the Baotsue group did, lacking even basic common sense. Perhaps because it was autumn, the weather was slightly cool, especially before the storm arrived, when the temperature dropped even more, and the ground was covered with a layer of fallen leaves. Li Letian was not bothered by Su Xialing's casualness. Rather, he disliked students who were anxious in front of him and appreciated those who were capable and acted freely. "You control reincarnation? What do you want me to do then?" Ziyang Jinren glared at the reincarnation Dao sovereign. Though he remained seated on the dragon throne, he struck out a palm, directly sending the reincarnation Dao sovereign flying. Duan Xinyan was still using the low-grade magical artifact boxing gloves he had made before, as he had gotten used to them and hadn't changed them. "Hold on. Let the doctor take a look." When facing Yin Manqing, he still had enough patience and gentleness as before, but no matter what Qin Yefeng did, Yin Manqing remained as unyielding as iron. Yi Yang just watched Qing Wu, his eyes still wary but devoid of hostility. Yet he did not answer when Qing Wu asked questions. It turned out that after Wu Chun and Ling returned to their room last night, Ling kept sighing. When Wu Chen asked her what was wrong, she said she was worried about you and that wooden-headed Fandage. Moreover, his hands were grappling fiercely with the giant beast. If he let go to dodge before being hit by cannon fire, Gata would be smashed to pieces by the giant beast. Luo Gan had no doubt about the terrifying power of the giant beast in front of him. Chapter 180, This Silly Fish. Yang Yang, look over there. Ming Ji pointed to the distant sea surface. That area of the sea was dark and unfathomable. Yang Yang, it seems like the nightmare bone has some movement. Fu Yi held the nightmare bone in her hand and looked up at Yun Yang, saying, "It seemed to flash with a glimmer of light just now." Yun Yang looked at the nightmare bone in his hand and gathered the nightmare bones from others into his hand. With 9 nightmare bones clustering together, the reaction was significant. "No way." Li Weidong sprang up from the ground. The process of breakthrough was extremely smooth, showcasing the abnormality of the sun god body again. As long as the physical body was resilient enough, the breakthrough was quite simple. Tang Mengyan weakly reached out her hand to touch my arm, but fell silent once more. However, just as I reached the stairway to the 2nd floor, I was pleasantly surprised to see Ma Yike walking exactly in the stairwell from the 2nd floor to the 1st. At this moment, the outside was already in chaos, with searchlights being turned on everywhere, illuminating the entire school as if it were daytime. Li Erlang and Li Sanlang had split up. Although Li Sanlang received more due to the Li He family, he was not good at managing, and his life was not easy now. He enthusiastically introduced me to some situations in the sales department and told me about my office and job responsibilities. The blood, due to the lack of ventilation in the safe, had not dried yet, and when the safe door opened, the blood dripped onto the carpet and floor. Could the old man have been someone from the village in the past? Miao Zhuiyang expressed his thoughts to the old man. Li Weidong had a black line on his face, thinking, "Do you think the land in the capital is the same as that in Tianfeng City?" He was already quite satisfied to have such a large villa, but compared to Wei Ying's family, it was indeed a bit shabby. This significantly drained their vitality, and it would be difficult to recover during this period. Seeing Li Tian in such a situation, everyone's face displayed unwillingness. Luden noticed the demon lord changing the subject, and knew he must have something he didn't want him to know, so he stopped asking and directly answered the demon lord's question. Su Hao had no idea that Lu Ying next to him was thinking this way. The 3 guys saw him sleeping soundly and shook their heads, really unaware of the danger. Yin Iza felt somewhat moved. Ever since the incident with you, he had been worried about similar occurrences. In the VIP ward of the 3rd hospital, the moment Yin Yu's tone fell, the air seemed to solidify, like a tightly stretched string. Zheng El explained that the talisman stone he mentioned should be similar to the kind that opens the underground palace door. A flicker of emotion passed through Liu Yan's deep, cold eyes. Something was stirring in his unfathomable pupils, as if he was holding back something. Whether it was Yin Yu starting to care about emotions, or Xia's inexplicable absence, his life had been stirred into a muddy mess. They had no idea what had happened, why Yu Wuchen was suddenly so favored by the Jianyang. Could it really be that he had become her male pet? But so many handsome and talented young men from the past were still devoured by the Jianyang's energy. Steward Chung had not yet answered, and Liu Yin directly flipped to the last page, which was captured by the surveillance camera, somewhat blurry, showing him holding a gun, having already fired, with bullets traversing through the air. All right, do as you please. Shaking her head, Sophie certainly wouldn't really check, even if she had a check. It couldn't be in front of Ruan Ming, right? Li Yinhong's hand paused, unsure of what to retort, feeling genuinely bad about being looked down upon. Yes. After hearing the order, Sun Desheng naturally dared not be negligent, immediately responding and bowing continuously as he slowly retreated outside. Chapter 181. Why not? Yin Yang was taken aback and frowned. She wasn't even listening to her words. Still wanting to be her beast husband? With so many sea beasts, was she courting death? Was she the kind of person who treated her beast husband's life as a game? Yin Yang had no choice but to chase after him, while helping to clear the nearby, dangerous sea beasts. Nowadays, Yin Yang's abilities are actually not inferior to those of the orcs in the Qingdan realm. If she were to fight Zhuo Guang, she might even win. Zhuo Guang looked at him, and with a bang, the War King punched Letian on the head. But Letian vanished into thin air. The War King was startled. It was a clone. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Tong Ran vaguely saw a building. Fortunately, it wasn't as far as he had imagined. He just didn't know if this place was Kat's home. What's wrong with you? The person who had just returned to the Tang residence was Tang Xiang. At first, he thought the person lying on the ground was just playing around because she couldn't sleep, but hearing her voice seemed weak. So Tang Xiang squatted down and checked her forehead with his large hand. A certain man, who was already ready to act, paused his movements and curiously looked up, not knowing why Chu Lu suddenly called his name. The jade pendant was carved with a pair of 8 treasure gourds. Mu Xie walked closer to the window, carefully examining the pendant in the light coming through the window. How could it prove Xie's origins? However, that brother was cold and taciturn, and the times he took the initiative to speak to him were few and far between. It seemed that from the very beginning, he didn't like his existence. This person, like Letian, placed his palm in the palm print. The dark stone tablet also emitted a dim light, which gradually grew stronger but only turned green before being shattered. Subsequently, Lu Feng and Jiang Feier returned to the tavern and soon received a notification from Lei Zhentian, asking him to come to the room. Although Lu Feng was puzzled about what the matter was this time, he still went. However, even if they wanted to spectate, they still didn't have the courage to do so. They could only lower their heads and leave in defeat, leaving only Tong Ran and Hu Feifei in the entire tea room. Feng Qia, let's talk about serious matters. How are you handling Zhuo Qingtian's situation? Any news? Leng Yu adjusted his expression and looked at Feng Qia's face with a hint of worry. Hu Yang hadn't finished speaking when the dark-skinned Gu Xian waved his hand to interrupt him, signaling him to stop talking. Although he had long felt that Xiao Qingsheng was quite terrifying, he hadn't expected him to be so ruthless, and there was no right or wrong. Politics was indeed too dark. Hu Yang returned to the dormitory quite late. Since he didn't have classes the next morning, he slept a little longer. Even though he said he felt nothing because he was already dead, why did it feel like this man was touching him? Okay, this man was indeed touching his body, the body that had already died. What was in the golden box that made Feng Ling, who had been lurking beside Yu Xingxing for more than 10 years, willing to take action and even resort to hostage-taking against someone she had deep feelings for over the past decade? No need to try again. The one who gets exhausted will be you. If you turn around, what will happen? Gumeng smiled lightly, reminding Feng Xinzi. Looking down, she saw a deep pool of water quietly rippling beneath her feet. I don't want these things. Xiao Su shook his head. Song Yi didn't like these, according to him. She liked antiques. Should he send her some antiques instead? Dong Jihong and the others took a brief look and found that under the rocket fire from the Apache helicopter, none of the captives managed to escape. When everyone arrived at Lane Temple, they found that there was no change at all in the temple. Guanyin, Suputi, and Yukong looked around but did not see any fighting. Only the Tathagata was missing. Chapter 182. The abandoned sack in the sea area of the demon immortal continent. 2 orcs huddled together and whispered, "Hey, do you think there will really be orcs from the opposite continent?" "I don't know. I heard this is what the high priest of the Golden Lion tribe prophesied. It shouldn't be wrong, right? Such a vast sea area. Who knows where they will come from?" The orc pouted. "It's not that easy to guard against." That's why we major sea tribes are keeping an eye on things here. My field of vision still has about 10 yards, just like the spider forest. Gu Ming first surveyed the surroundings to confirm the distance of his vision. Hua Shanshan thought the box that the butler had set down looked familiar. Wasn't this the latest limited edition jewelry from Dior? There were no security guards, no guards. Only underwear hanging on the clothesline under the dormitory, swaying in the wind. When the silk thread snapped, the red-haired boy who was heading towards Yuhu City suddenly froze and then turned into a pile of sand. Yu Zhongtian pretended to rush onto the road, coordinating with Yu Mu's shouts. He felt the effect was very good, not believing that Gu Jin was really that cold-hearted. Chu Ling looked at the list, and the main character Harry Potter's name was prominently written on it, along with another name, Ginny. This kiwi clearly needed to be picked and put away for a while before it could be eaten. Hu Jianju knew this, but still couldn't resist taking one to taste. Inside the box was a shiny Chinese gold crown. It was evident that it had been around for some time, but the gemstones on it still shimmered, even featuring a vividly lifelike phoenix crown. But fundamentally, Li Manru had always been the one to pick a fight, while Shen Lingyao was passive. Indeed, the other party thought Jiang Yukin had never seen the world, believing that he could be fooled with a fake. However, the outer packaging of the bottle was still very similar. Unless one looked closely, it would be hard to spot the clues. Losing my phone made it a hassle to contact him. So I went to the phone booth, inserted a coin, and dialed his number from memory, but no one answered. I'm sorry. It's my fault for not managing the bodyguards well. I apologize on their behalf. Please help me take a look. Huang Li struggled to finish her sentence. Clearly weak to the extreme. If she didn't get treated well, she would definitely fall seriously ill after getting off the plane. Taishan only said he supported Chibu Man, betting on Chibu Man's victory. Now that Chibu Man lost, they changed their stance. This was all very normal. Ginny said happily, "That's great." Ginny and Hermione had a good relationship. They could be considered good friends. Sun Wukong could rank in the top 10 in this world, so the Taishang Laojun, one of the 3 pure ones, should be able to rank in the top 5. As for the other martial artists, they also took a step back. Although they wanted to stop him, how could they possibly do so? In the center of the venue, there was a high stage, surrounded by several large display screens for everyone present to watch. Chunshur was also very busy, with various commercial performances, endless announcements, and preparations for the new album to be released in the second half of the year. I think it's better to keep it a secret for now. I can't think of a way to gather evidence at the moment, but perhaps there will be opportunities in the future. Before things are concluded, I suggest not to act rashly. But if it is confirmed that he did it, Lu Yuanyin will surely die. Yu Yuanhua's last words were very decisive. The light cocoon that had been hit seemed to be stimulated by external force, and the glowing cocoon wall cracked open a gap. Shuehan Jing was indifferent. He pointed out, and a sword chi shot out from his fingertip, hitting that snowball. The snowball was pierced by the sword chi and instantly shattered, filling the sky with ice and snow. Therefore, Master Lao Qin spent most of his time helping Qin Su pick out materials by eliminating unnecessary content. At this time, Chen Liang had not yet gotten up, and Li Hui had already been busy on the side. Upon seeing Su Ong, she poured out her troubles. Chapter 183. Could it be regret? They quickly tracked down the tribe where the 2 orcs were based on their scent. Taking advantage of the darkness, they approached the area. The atmosphere here was chaotic, likely a tribe mixed with many groups. Many tribes choose to form tribes with their own kind, but some smaller tribes or races in order to survive. Gather scattered orcs together to form a multi-ethnic tribe. This mixture, along with the faint body scent wafting through the air, the graceful figure, and the flash of white and different aura swaying in front of him, made his breath become heavy. It was precisely because of Deng Shang's presence that they felt at ease staying in the vehicle, waiting for the driver to arrive. Gotu withdrew his bloodied hand and glanced at the vest on his chest, which not only had blood, but also a few drops of brain matter. Brothers, I saw your comments. In my opinion, there is no suspense in this contest for Zhou Xing. You know, it's just that Chun Jianghai, having lived 2 lives, seems to possess an unimaginable composure and exceptional vision for his age. Fortunately, Chun Jianghai is still very young, and he has enough time to discover and cultivate talents in his family. All the victims, without exception, had their hands and feet severed, and even the fingers on their hands and feet had completely disappeared, leaving behind the remaining parts carelessly thrown into trash bins at various universities. With the appearance of the real person, a figure in a blood-red robe also appeared at the back. Although Tang had been focusing her firepower on the eldest sister just now, it was uncertain whether she would immediately turn her gun around. However, Stone never expected that the cunning enemy had actually colluded with a black dragon. When Yin mentioned that the black dragon was hired by someone, Stone had already confirmed the existence of a traitor. The fallen Song, Yi opened his eyes, and his cold, ruthless gaze met that of the cavalry commander. A sudden surge of fear rising in his heart, such a somewhat indulgent favor, due to Njia's contributions or the child in her womb, seemed less important at this moment. The night was dangerous for adventurers. Even with Yun Xian's night vision goggles, it was still a perilous situation. Zhuang Chun tightened her hand, not worried that Lin Yang was a fragile person. As long as her child was born, she would fearlessly pave the way for them. Thinking about it sent a chill down her spine. After all, she was just a concubine, and if she became pregnant now, she would likely draw the attention of Qi Shufei. Do you want me to appear and save humanity? Sorry, I'm not the type to sacrifice my life for others. Yun Xian put down the report and left the kingdom of Kark. Yun Xian prepared the electric hot pot, and Nangang Schwerer brought the ingredients over. After heating it for 10 minutes, Yun Xian and Nangang Schwerer started eating. 6 days ago, Wang Renjiao had sent a 3,000-man army for rescue, but they were repelled by bandits, suffering heavy casualties. With no other options, Wang Renjiao gathered troops to defend while sending people to Wuzhou to seek help from Li Sun. From dawn until now, the sun had yet to reach its peak, and the strategy team recklessly cleared 2 level 7 dungeons. Angry soldiers rushed in to attack Jiang Chao, whose cries and pleas for mercy didn't last long before falling silent. He was beaten to death by the crowd. The guard, feeling dizzy and unsteady, quickly struggled to get up upon hearing about the black shop. He drew his sword from his waist, his expression tense and vigilant. Although the queen had had many grievances with the two in her lifetime, and they couldn't be considered close sisters, the fact that they were both now dead meant that they had returned to dust, and naturally, the queen wouldn't stoop to meddle in their funerals. The Ice Fox clan was considered a powerful race among the demon tribes, and losing 10 of them at once was significant. Your Majesty, how could Mingxi possibly understand what you mean? Lu Qingyan looked at him reproachfully. Fortunately, the dean, who had some understanding of the cheating incident, had a good opinion of Chu Senator. Additionally, Zhou Li's mother contacted Chu Sen's advisor Jiang Mei about Zhou Li, who also praised Chu Sun, which made Zhou Li's mother feel somewhat better. When Xiang Xiaolong handed the shopping list to Victor, he wanted to pull this arrogant guy over and tear him in half to vent his frustration. Lu Xiguang was slightly taken aback, but he certainly wouldn't refuse Lu Qingyan's rare initiative kiss. He immediately embraced her again and leaned down to kiss her once more. Lu Yaoyao nodded awkwardly and stepped out, looking at the clothes on Lu Yaoyao, while Song Yimin glanced over at Qin Shuyuan again. After persistent efforts from both their clans, they discovered that the door was made of soul-stabilizing stone, which even true self-realm experts couldn't break through with external force, and could only be opened with a key, which was the Blue Moon Order. He suddenly recalled that mysterious figure who had ultimately taken the rewards during the treasure competition hosted by the Dharma Lord. Even he had to yield the rewards when the person revealed their true identity. Speaking of which, Li Chen's parents were also her in-laws, and she was somewhat worried they wouldn't like her. Did we lose? How embarrassing. Hurry up and fight back. Kaisi chuckled, pushing the flat-headed guy back. Eva eagerly changed into a beautiful dress, and her gaze towards Chundi softened considerably. The truth that you can't bite the hand that feeds you applied everywhere. Sigh. Ouyang Yi sighed softly, wondering how such a lovely girl could be liked by her superiors. Level 8 magic was actually broken in such a simple way. This was simply unheard of. Who was that man in the black robe? How'd he do it? With my strength, it's difficult for anyone to resist level 8 magic, let alone using such a bizarre method to disperse the fire dragon. Chelsea protected her disciple, carefully scrutinizing the 4 people in front of her. What qualification did she have to mock others when she herself was like a maid trying to please Shun Yuan without leaving a trace? Yue didn't have deep feelings about being abducted, as many of the experiences were those of the original owner. When Yue crossed over, nothing had happened, so there was no profound fear or hatred. When they reached the palace and the leading officer presented the command token, Li Ji finally saw the grandeur of the royal city from 1,000 years ago. A mix of the simplicity of the Warring States period and the weight of royal authority that made one feel intimidated. Taoist, don't scare me. There's no ghostly aura here. Song Chaofeng's complexion changed, and his body trembled. The director consulted a medium who said that he had offended someone he shouldn't have. Finally, the Avenger was overwhelmed by poison, unable to endure any longer, roaring and struggling before collapsing to the ground. Although the band from Xingshu Entertainment couldn't compare to Shengshi Huazhang, no company dared to defy it throughout the return city. Chapter 184. A scheme. A large turtle crawled ashore, half of its body exposed by the lakeside. Was it the young master of Zhuguang? Zhuguang was taken aback and looked down at the turtle beast man. Do you know me? Forgive him for not having particularly good eyesight. To him, all turtles and fish of the same race looked identical. It really is the young master of Zhuguang. The turtle beastman's eyes sparkled with excitement. I'm a Chiu. A Chiu? Zhuguang was momentarily stunned. I don't understand why they want me to lose my consciousness. Wasn't Gao Cheng just trying to remind me of this place where we had memories? If I were to return to the old place, I should personally witness it to find the source of my ability to draw shadows. I don't know what others bring when they go out, but I'm sure it's not bringing crazy and bizarre things like this. However, it was quite effective. He stared at his pocket, wondering what else was inside. The next day, he had the medical team that accompanied him check him out, and the results were very surprising. There was no risk to his life for several years. Raising his head and locking onto those eyes, I said word by word, "You are very cruel, and I am even crueler, blindly cruel." This month of stagnation was all a waste of time, while that person was unaware of where they drifted. Seeing this, Savon couldn't help but admire the cavalry of the El Shira family. The Holy Army's cavalry was decent, but compared to theirs, it was simply too far off. It seemed his own cavalry needed more training. There were indeed people outside of people and heavens beyond heavens. So, unless someone could truly prove they had the ability to drive away ghosts, I wouldn't want to waste time searching everywhere. I shook my head and said I didn't know. I had already considered all possibilities in my mind, including borrowing corpses to return to life, possession after death, and various situations written about. In fact, whether it's Buddhism or Taoism, both cultivate the supreme way between heaven and earth. It's just that the Buddha realized the way through Bodhi, while the Tao ancestor realized it through the three pure ones. The mediums they used and their expressions were different. I returned to this time that left everyone disheartened. Too many people and too many events were lost forever. Pausing, I thought, when did I start telling cold jokes? But seeing him seem to relax his expression, I fell silent and sat quietly. As soon as the money arrived, the concealed loneliness immediately bought 2 volcanic eruptions and chose to throw them out. This was also what he had been searching for. Aside from this, there was probably nothing else that could attract him, right? There were still a few people in the maintenance team who didn't belong to the Umbrella Corporation. To avoid being seen by them, the two said little, exchanged greetings, did a simple warm-up, and directly began. Really don't know? Then I see you're intentionally avoiding my question. What use do you have left? As he spoke, Song Ming's palms suddenly moved closer to Gua Xiaohua's temple, as if he could kill him at any moment. This person, if Tang guessed correctly, should be the uncle Yong called out when young Master Wan was about to clash with the young master of the Earthgate, a bodyguard-like role. Thus, the safest place Chu Yin could think of at the moment was his own residence, forgetting that the family was merely a third-rate power. It might not even compare to the Chun family or the Hua family. Not sensing the fragrance of the demon charm flower, only a sudden wave of sleepiness hit her, and she fell into a deep sleep, unaware of worldly affairs. After all, the Divine Lord was not nameless. The method he used to make her sleep was certainly different, but they're all so attached to this body. How can she let go? Thinking of this, she hurriedly took out her phone and pressed Jiang Na's number, but unexpectedly, a round orb suddenly flew in front of her and pierced through the phone. I glanced at her. She was dressed a bit thicker today, but her attire and appearance stood out in this environment full of big men. Chapter 185. I won't go back. Chio shook his head, and I didn't know either. I found out about his death 6 months later. They didn't even know why Zhuo Qing died. All I know is that he went to Central City. There. It was like the Beast King's city of the Beast World continent. I wanted to inquire, but it was too far from Central City. I looked for other sources of information, but there were no leads. They also didn't dare to probe too deeply. Once they disturbed Teacher Zhong, it would be a problem. Teacher Gao chuckled and sat down comfortably, enjoying the service and flattery from the students. Gao Jun never considered this a big deal. The gentle breeze blew. Flowers bloomed in vibrant colors. The sky and earth were so clear and beautiful. The grass grew, and the orioles flew, with streams flowing gently. A harmonious and peaceful natural scene. A smile unconsciously appeared on Xiao Rang's hazy face. At this moment, he had entered a mysterious state. Gao Jun led the boys to discuss emotions based on weight, causing everyone to burst into laughter, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. 2 choices, but these 2 choices, when spoken by Antina, indeed exceeded Li Ji's expectations. However, now, he didn't even have the chance to be scared. The iron fist that smashed the car window had already reached into the driver's seat, grabbing his hair and slamming his head hard against the steering wheel. Seeing that Li Tianyi didn't stand up like Wang Guangyan to signal everyone, Lu Jiao County didn't pause long after mentioning Li Tianyi's name, but continued to speak. Hu Sandao swallowed hard and shrank his head. In his life, the only person who could scare him like this was Shinta Mark. Lei Li couldn't help but feel relieved. He was originally a Thunder attribute battle spirit, so Lei Li's battle spirit was compatible with his thick lightning, and the lightning didn't cause significant damage to Lei Li's spirit barrier. Only 3 layers were shattered. Haha, foolish fellow. Do you know that the Tao seed can choose its destined person autonomously? Obviously, you are not fated with it. The third evil spirit of the heavenly demon said. After cursing a few times, Xiao Reng no longer cared about everyone. He just held the chinchur flower in his hand, standing there with his hands behind his back, looking extremely leisurely. Jiang Ming openly put away the Fanyuan halberd. Since Tang already knew he had the empty entanglement and had seized the heart of the hidden media, there was no need to hide it now. His night of guarding also gained Jiang Ming's trust, remembering how he previously lamented about their good environment. Now looking at this dilapidated courtyard, Yi Qinzhu only wanted to slap himself. In the dead of winter, when having a fever, it is best to use warm water to wring out a towel for wet compresses. The couple was busy wringing out the towel and adjusting the water temperature. After a long time, the effect was minimal. Seeing that Lu Junyu was not surprised by Lu Jun's actions, Yu Youqiang felt a bit of a headache. Under such a significant situation, China's National Civil Nuclear Energy Company seized the opportunity to sign a mining contract for a newly discovered uranium mine with the Niger government, with the ore price slightly higher than the contract signed with the Algerian government, as mining this mine was relatively easier than on the Algerian side. When Wu Lina realized she had done something foolish, it was too late. Overnight she had made dozens of enemies and found herself surrounded. At the end of the roadshow, many people in the audience called out Morningstar's name, forcing Morningstar to stay until the end, taking photos with the enthusiastic fans before rushing to the next roadshow location at Flying Sky Cinemas. A smile cracked at the corner of his mouth, and he couldn't help but stick out his tongue to lick the already cracked corner of his lips. They didn't encounter any attacks from mutated beasts along the way, possibly because there were too many people, and they only dared to lurk in the shadows. The double dragon playing with Pearl's copper mirror was a treasured item of Yuan Ning. This mirror could reflect all the magical tools hidden on an opponent, preventing surprise attacks. Chapter 186. Fuxiang Tree, the Tianhu clan of Ling Mountain. The clan leader of the Tianhu tribe arrived in front of an ancient-looking house. He knocked on the door. Elder Kiwa. After a while, the door opened automatically. The clan leader walked in and entered Qi Hua's chamber. Qi Hua, dressed in a red robe, was lying on the couch with one hand propping up his head, lazily raising his eyes to look at him. What's wrong? Is there something going on? The elder of the Golden Lion tribe came. Right? Is it her? Is it her? Is it her? Shiwali Fairy asked 3 times, clearly shocked by her beauty. Womans, at their core, are living beings, and the primary principle of living beings is survival. In the face of survival, gentlemanly demeanor is nonsense. I don't know. Yao Xing'er approached the 3, her expression unfriendly, saying, "My husband asked me to create a scene at Moon Viewing Peak, originally to deal with the old dog Donghe. You need to tell me the ins and outs, otherwise, humph." As she spoke, her anxious eyes kept glancing at the battlefield at Moon Viewing Peak. Yang Hao looked at the already blurry map. Then the 3 of them quickly rushed down the left passage. However, after several twists and turns inside, a flash of lightning suddenly flickered before them. In the end, Li Yinyang, relying on his shameless spirit, managed to snag a few local specialties. When school ended, he received a call that turned out to be from the old principal. This was something that shocked everyone, including Ning Qianxuan, who previously thought it was impossible to refine. "And Su Ning, the 2 of us don't know where we offended you, so please enlighten us, brother." Mo Ju spoke up. As night fell, the temperature of the sea water dropped sharply, and even Jiang Dongyu felt the chill. Had he not mastered the essence of extreme cold, he wouldn't last long in this seawater. "Su Feifei, I didn't expect you to cross over here as well, giving me another chance for revenge. Now seeing you suffer more than death, I've finally avenged my past self." Mu Qixing's cold voice echoed again. The bright moon shines between the pines, and the clear spring flows over the stones. Do you often yearn to walk alone in a tranquil pine forest on a moonlit night, with the sound of spring water tinkling as the melody of your heart, while poetic moments pause for you? Li Jintian suddenly realized that if Wan had died in northern Myanmar back then, whether he could survive would be a question mark. Her cleavage was particularly prominent, making it hard for people to avoid glancing at it. A man in a tailored suit stood at the stove cooking, creating a strangely pleasing contrast. Every time their bodies intertwined, she felt as if they were separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. Su Tianpeng followed closely behind, not forgetting to pull along Su Tianxiang, who had been looking at Yizhu. Wait, put up his psychology license. He is a legitimate consultant, and only by deeply exploring the patient's situation can he prescribe the right remedy. On the edge of the lawn, Song Xiaobei, returning from sadness to reality, came back to see the already shattered morning hall. He took out his phone and began searching for the nearest hospital, eventually finding a clinic 5 kilometers away. She raised her head, meeting Li Hanting's deep gaze. At this moment, everything around seemed to stand still, leaving only the two of them and the deep affection between them. Looking at the sky, a fireball, piercing through the clouds and roaring with immense power, revealed a hint of a mocking smile. The general's expression changed slightly. This young man, who looked just like an ordinary person, was actually a celestial being? I didn't expect it to be like this. The gap from what I had imagined before was too great. However, once we go in, being low-key won't be possible. Lu Feng said helplessly. Let's all stop. I have something to say. Yichen glanced at him but did not reply. Instead, he turned to the elders in the room and said, "But I thought I just saw him refining an energy crystal." A weak voice echoed, causing everyone to ponder uncertainly. Chapter 187, Adoption. Some beastmen are coming. Let's hide for now, Yun Yang said. These beastmen are likely here to catch fish. Yun Yang and the others hid at a distance, observing the orcs in the distance. This wasn't their first time doing this. By hiding far away, they could watch the orcs, gather information, and also find suitable tribes for a few cubs. The two orcs on the opposite side sighed, saying, I hope we can bring the fish back. No, your friend is very clever. He uses provocation skillfully. Even I fell for his tricks without realizing it. Yu Qingqing slowly shook her head, staring at the direction he had left. Xu Yang said this and tossed a half-pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket beside Lu Baishan before walking away. According to records, the 9-grade spirit lotus is known as the world's first lotus, capable of producing 9 different colored lotus seeds, each with a distinct flavor. In the square, everyone froze for a moment, their hearts trembling uncontrollably, and then they were suddenly shocked. Another ancestor of the soaring serpent? The entire ancient ship let out a strange roar, comparable to a ghost howl, sounding even more terrifying than a ghost. Back at the edge of the dense forest, Zhao Zilong found Jean Tang busy under a luminous tree. Sister? Turning around, she saw her sister still tightly closing her mouth, tears constantly swirling in her eyes, her face pale with fear, and her hands gripping the clothes of the tightly. Dofa wanted to struggle desperately to escape, but Lu Fei transformed into a kunpeng, blocking her escape route. Not wanting any more unexpected events, and directly crushed her. Whether it was beast bones or insect corpses, they had perished in the endless years, and their bodies should have disintegrated back then. The remnants of their souls from the past lingered until now, and now they were breaking apart bit by bit, merging into the universe. The scene suddenly became cold again. The blue fat man and the black fat man jumped around, trying to mediate the atmosphere between Dongfang Yuping and Lao Sha. Unfortunately, only Dongfang Yuping could understand what they were saying, and Dongfang Yuping couldn't be bothered with them. For these big shots, they couldn't gain any benefits, lost military power, and even their lives were not guaranteed. They would never agree to such a deal. Hearing the comment from Pan Jing about him, Sun Jiaohua felt a bit embarrassed, but he was actually happy inside. The fact that Pan Jing could say such things in front of him meant he regarded him as one of his own. Song Yun's hardening was already useless. Bullets could easily pierce through his body. Ning Zhe and the few young men also felt embarrassed, hurriedly leaving the place. It's useless, even if you're still alive. You're just barely hanging on. Your city wall won't stop us, Veda said. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the cutting of firewood. Now that we understand the essence of the demon sex illusions, it won't be difficult to come up with countermeasures. Qingfeng calmly replied. Taking out the altar again, Wu Tian didn't think too much this time, transforming low-level spirit medicines into golden dance spirit medicines one by one. Outside Dongzaimen, chaos reigned, and corpses were strewn everywhere. Soldiers wielded swords and danced over the bodies, fighting in one place. This was a strange battle. One side felt they were blocking the rebels from entering the palace, while the other believed they needed to break through the rebels' block to enter the palace and save the king. The two demons seemed not to expect the other to change tactics, so they were both stunned, especially Huang, who widened his eyes upon seeing the fat, raccoon demon transform into a bear paw. What are you doing? This is a security period, and the city must be strictly checked, the guard shouted at Lu Ruin. Moreover, animation is difficult to suppress, and fighting against he-she will certainly lead him to produce more animations. If these animations become popular and occupy a larger audience market share than now, then the animation awards at the film festival would be meaningless. Awards without he-she's participation would not be recognized by others. Chapter 188, The Changing Stone. After all, in this continent, beast crystals are useless. They can only use demon crystals. Yin Yang said, if this female master has new cubs in the future and cannot afford to raise these few kittens, I hope the tribe can take care of them until they are able to fend for themselves. The clan leader looked at the demon crystal and spirit stones that Yin Yang placed on the table, hesitated for a moment, and then refused. No need. These 3 cubs can be considered as our tribe's cubs. They were saved by you. I admit that Ling Jing is very beautiful and excellent, even comparable to Qing Cheng. I also admit that if I hadn't met Qing Cheng, I would have certainly fallen in love with Ling Jing, but I cannot have feelings for her. The important thing is that he is currently on good terms with the Blood Shadow Leopard and the Golden-Haired Divine Mouse. And the 3 beasts are holding a grand feast to celebrate over the corpse of the golden-eyed violent ape. But what surprised the butcher was that under the swift strike of Dian Feng, his knife was actually shaken away. With sharp eyes, he saw that there was only a slight cut on Dian Feng's arm. I did not answer him, but instead released the Yin energy from my body. My surroundings were filled with a different kind of Yin energy than his, and I also drew out the Xuani sword in my hand, which was enveloped in purple heavenly thunder. This heavenly thunder is the nemesis of the ghost tribe and can completely obliterate his soul. Now, the 2 forces of Yin and Yang within Yun Santong have already been cultivated to the extreme, but he has been unable to completely merge the 2 powers. If he could consume this item, his cultivation would surely advance significantly. The author Guang Mingko said, regarding the secret method of the Eternal Life Palace. The secret method of merging bloodlines, I believe everyone has guessed what it is. It is already quite obvious. Well, if you don't agree, then forget it. Anyway, tomorrow I'll tell your grandfather. Saying this, I began to take off my clothes. Jiang Feng, have been struggling on this path for so long. Do you really think I have always relied on luck? Although sitting on the commentary stage, Tong Tian could still clearly feel the changes in the fat man. Seeing this scene, Tong Tian couldn't help but nod slightly. This is the fat man he remembers, a man who can truly embody that word crazy. He could not say this, because saying so would be equivalent to showing hostility towards Qin Shaoran, and the role he is playing now is that of a good person. And good people cannot show hostility towards Qin Shaoran. Just now, memories suddenly surfaced in Ling Zihuan's mind. He was not afraid, but lost and desperate, feeling secretly sad on this white, snowy mountain. After taking off his pants and clothes, he walked to the bathroom in just his underwear, reached for the doorknob, turned it, and the door opened. After a while, Su Changbei hurriedly walked down, and upon seeing Mu Jun sitting nearby drinking tea, he quickly approached. Li Ronghua did not know that Princess Minghui both admired him and felt sorry for him, but he still took his leave. In their tone, there was not a trace of respect for Yin Qixia. Instead, there was murderous intent, clearly because they had learned about Yin Qixia's significant decline in strength. In this direction, Luo Hua seemed to sense something and gradually calmed the killing intent around her, saying to Zhuang Fulu and Xue Lianhuan, "You should take care of yourselves." After finishing, she looked towards the direction where Lao Songxin and the others were, and said to Su Lai and Lu Hua, "They are ahead. Let's chase." Taking the lead, she displayed her lightness skills and headed outside the village. Pei Chinkoan laughed heartily, cracking the whip, startling the horses into a slow run. Yang Huan, exhausted after a night, felt his whole body sore and weak. He casually drank some water, leaned against the carriage, and closed his eyes to rest. The short and chubby boss saw that Yang Huan had finally listened to his words and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a sigh of relief, nodding seriously. Because she realized that ever since they officially met that time, Su Yu appeared in front of her more and more frequently, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Wanbai did not want to have too much contact with him. She was afraid of Lu Zimo. The power of the martial god domain is undoubtedly immense, vast and boundless, with many talented individuals. It is said that its range is 30 times that of the Eastern Domain, with countless prodigies emerging. And Kunlun Sacred Mountain is also within the martial god domain, so its ranking as the #1 among the 3 domains is not just talk. Chapter 189, Framing a Crime. Yin Yang collected nightmare bones along the way, while also framing others. After all, the system has already stated that various tribes are secretly competing for nightmare bones, so the Golden Lion tribe in Central City must also be fighting for them. The Golden Lion tribe has ambitious and vicious intentions, having caused the deaths of so many orcs on the Beast World continent. Isn't it reasonable to frame them? To some extent, she is also seeking justice for the orcs of the Beast World continent, right? Following Ichio's instructions, they arrived at a place with nightmare bones. Princess Minghui nearly spat out her tea, choking and looking incredulously at Song Yanzhao on the stage. Kakashi, Aikir, are you both ready? Asked the third Hokage, watching Hinata, Aikir, and Kakashi approach. After a brief examination of Rock Lee's body, a medical ninja showed a look of surprise. Suyu arrived hurriedly at the GD Inn, wearing a blue cloak, ignoring the greetings from friends on the first floor, and went straight up to the second floor, pushing open the door to the innermost guest room on that floor. Guchiyu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. This was a critical moment for the two clans to ally. He needed to eliminate any potential issues at their inception. The three of them were wrapped in white bandages, with not a single gap left, even their entire heads, including vital areas like eyes and nose, tightly bound, looking like three white dumplings wrapped in human form, appearing extremely eerie. Perhaps it was the rampant goo worms all over her body that made her clearly understand that she indeed had feelings for Wei Qing. Among them, the most important Gue Xian sword needed to wait for Chu Xian to return. Not only because it required the Zhou Tian star sword formation for honing, but also because with Chu Xian's sword energy added, it would make the connection with this magical tool much more harmonious, greatly shortening the refining time. Bai Feng wasn't happy at all about his breakthrough. He had long observed everyone's cultivation for some hidden reason, only to find he was the fifth to reach level 8. However, upon reflection, this wasn't the first time she had surprised him. Just looking at her appearance, one would never guess she had the guts to suddenly stab Captain Roma and the determination and courage to fight him underwater, risking her life. Under this, the entire spirit gathering array officially operated, with countless vast spiritual energies pouring into the teleportation array, making the invisible void forbidden techniques wash away with an overwhelming spatial aura. The sounds filled with killing intent came through, causing Master Ding's expression to change constantly. Although he was a cultivator, he was simultaneously bearing the wrath of so many family heads, and the outcome was likely dire. Moreover, the southeastern region could no longer become his cash cow in the future. A vague, indistinct, low voice echoed, trembling with a mix of embarrassment and an indescribable feeling, making the room suddenly quiet to the extreme at that moment. Besides the breathing of the two, only the howling wind from outside could be heard, like the wails of ghosts and wolves, occasionally coming through the window. Almost simultaneously, 6 distinctly different energy fluctuations enveloped the entire world. The correspondence was logical. However, there was always a strange feeling in the air, something indescribable. Perhaps it was because her voice was low, like the deep blue sea, melancholic in its depths. It was unclear how long had passed. The slaughter continued, seemingly tireless, with screams echoing, people falling, and the sounds of metal clashing ringing out, blending with the rolling thunder, as if a symphony of death was being played. And Shi Tian was also preparing to compress his divine sea further, waiting for the right moment to ignite it with divine consciousness fire, which would seal the leaks in his body. Chapter 190. He was not someone who could be dismissed at will. Yin Yang turned back, staring at a patch of bushes. A small fox with clear eyes slowly walked out. Yin Yang squinted his eyes and said nothing. The little fox twitched its triangular ears and then shook its fluffy big tail, cautiously approaching Yin Yang. It was a beautiful wild fox. Yin Yang curled his lips, otherwise, he would slaughter this fox and make a fox fur scarf for me. Just think, you have long coveted the Liu family's wealth. As soon as the words came out, Liu Shuang flashed a hint of abnormality, then quickly suppressed her anger and sat down. You're awake? Helan Yao turned her head in surprise. Previously, Long Xiaoyan had been unconscious, and although she knew it was normal, she couldn't help but worry. How can I see him and talk to him alone? The queen took a deep breath, as if she had made a significant decision, and asked. Mao Lian remained silent. She knew that what he said would happen. Even if the emperor believed her in the end, if others didn't, he couldn't protect her. The best approach was indeed, as King Qing said, to meddle less in other people's affairs. Zhuang carefully surveyed the surroundings, then took a sip of tea beside her, waiting for Huating to arrive. Helan Yao swaggered in, deliberately kicking over a chair, and then sat arrogantly in the central big chair with her legs crossed. Then mother, if Gu Lianli also has intentions toward the 13th brother. What do you mean? Suru Hui asked cautiously. The queen said, The imperial concubine need not be polite. I will stay in Lingxiang Garden. She wanted to live with Mao Liyan to have some conversations. Lan Yao had long been on guard against the white tiger and would not let it succeed, deftly dodging its attack. Lan Yao's inner strength transformed into a fiery long whip, and she swung it at the white tiger, who had just turned its head. The white tiger, furious, used its inner strength to attack Lan Yao. As the newly appointed human emperor, Ying Shui commanded, and the hundreds of descendants of the Xianyuan sacred clan, who had been prepared to enter the ancestral hall for baptism, hurried over. To be honest, I just placed an order in Hamburg, Germany, to build a new yacht, which is currently under construction and will take at least 2 to 3 years. For now, I can only make do with what I have, Li Feng said proudly to everyone. You are getting bold enough to lecture me. He pinched her nose. The two had no time to speak and flew toward the back with pale faces. At this moment, their auras had weakened to a certain extent, and even a mid-stage Great Ascension cultivator could easily kill them. However, in the end, after thinking it over or perhaps having a sudden inspiration, I decided that the next moment I would spend the night at Huahua's place, which had unknowingly become my habit. After swallowing a peanut, Chu Yin controlled that aura to enter the fighting chi group. Moments later, he felt that the fighting chi in his body had increased a bit. It's all your fault. I originally thought you were a good person, but you turn out to be a pervert, a playboy, listening to Yu Feihong constantly scolding herself while tearing up. Li Feng couldn't help but feel speechless and could only hug the beauty to comfort her. Feng Yiming and Lu Gong exchanged glances, then nodded and looked at Zhou Jiao. Wanted to hear what he had to say. Today was the finals of the Honor of Kings College League, held in the country's top university for esports, attracting significant attention from media and esports professionals. Just the seating for media and guests had 2 full rows empty. Zhao Yao pondered for a moment and chose to extend the illusion. After all, this skill could greatly increase his combat power. While the illusion rebound only targeted illusions and had too narrow an application range. Moreover, he already had a repulsion field to guard against illusions. Chapter 191. You are very noisy. After hearing Yun Yang's words, Qi Hua leaned closer. How about this? If you kiss me, I'll tell you everything? Yin Yang stared at him with a displeased look, almost unable to resist slapping him again. Kiwa surrendered. Fine. If you don't want to kiss, then don't kiss. Yang Yang wanted to know something, so just ask directly. I want to know. As soon as Yin Yang opened her mouth, a shadow suddenly flashed before her eyes. When she lifted her head again, Qi Hua had already loosened. She wanted to call out, but as she opened her mouth, a fierce gust of wind surged into her throat, causing her tongue to hurt and instantly lose sensation. The powerful wind, sharp as a knife, rushed down her throat, making her cough repeatedly, causing immense pain. Yi Miaoqing made a decision, and after coming out from the side of concubine Yin, she went straight to Yi Qingqing's room. She found the seat that the aunt had mentioned, and, just as she said, the table was filled with empty beer bottles, some standing upright, and others turned upside down. Looking at Su sprawled over the table, he was originally a young and handsome chairman of a company, but now he lay here in such a dispirited, drunken state. For some reason, Han Ruifeng's heart ached a little. The car passed through the core, main road of Bincheng. The city was just as it always was, with just a few more buildings and landmarks. During Zhang Yuan's time in the Golden Sky region, his main research focus was on warship propulsion, and he had already gained quite a bit of insight. He planned to apply the propulsion technology from the Golden Sky region to his daytime angel mech. If those gray-clothed guards were wolves, then Zhang Yuan was a dragon. He had just run out of the wolf's den and into the dragon's lair. It would be hard for him to escape unharmed now. Su Jinlong's thin lenses flashed with a glimmer, as if he had pondered deeply before responding to her. After walking about 100 meters, the path grew narrower and the moisture in the air thickened. By the end, the road completely vanished, turning into warm, damp white sand. And the fog was so dense that one could only see a person a meter away. Sunan couldn't help but roll his eyes and looked around. He couldn't resist the urge to compose a poem. Seeing Qin Shao sulking and slightly turning his gaze away, Yi Qingcheng felt extremely guilty in her heart. I'm sorry. She apologized again. After leaving the in-residence, Gong Moyan glanced at the in-residence plaque and couldn't help but sneer. If it weren't for the fact that he was Shi Zhu's father, she would have long since dug out his eyeballs. Kai Jiang was surprised that General by AO of the Dragon Shao was only a first-rank official. He, Kai Jiang, had merely assisted in a city defense battle and was awarded the title of first-rank general, actually standing on equal footing with by AO. Suddenly, a sound of deflation came through, and the off-road vehicles had no choice but to stop. What? Letting the real one see your embarrassing state. Are you not happy? Gu Ying crossed his arms, raised his chin, and grinned as he spoke. No need for your help. Anyway, nothing has been decided for the program. I can slowly think of a show I can do myself. But you, I'm quite worried about. Su Yan's tone was like that of an older sister, without a hint of insincerity. Just now, Gao Hung buzzed around his ears like a fly, and he really wanted to swat away. The younger generation of martial artists are generally young and energetic, as long as they are confident enough in their cultivation. Most will participate in the Hidden Dragon ranking to prove their strength. However, this society is realistic and naturally will not directly impose the death penalty or life imprisonment. For now, the matter of Qin Sheng killing someone is set aside. I want to burn it if I want. This is our Xiao family's business. What does it have to do with you? If you don't take your things out of there now, I will burn everything. Xiao mother said coldly. It's all your fault for picking this place. What kind of chaotic people are inside? These shoes are ruined, so annoying. Zhong Xiaofei complained. When he Yuzhu went out, Su Demao came back, still holding a piece of paper wrapped in a white sheet. Chapter 192. Want to drag out and beat up to say that Qihua only peeked at her once. Yin Yang didn't believe it. All right, Qihua said sheepishly. I also saw your... My what? Yin Yang stared at him, her heart nearly jumping in her throat. Qihua averted his gaze. Just your spring dream. Yin Yang's mind buzzed, and her face turned bright red. Her spring dream. Yin Yang couldn't even remember if she had had a spring dream at that time. How much do you know about Crocodile's conspiracy? After walking for a while, Smoker asked Hanyu. After dealing with the Borsellino gang, Luffy and Ace quarreled because Luffy didn't want to lose his friends and refused to confess, while Sabo calmly analyzed the situation and returned to Dayton's home together. The entrance to the Demon Realm was a territory for cultivators within a year, and their purpose in entering the Demon Realm was to occupy the entrance and prepare for subsequent actions. At this moment, the entrance to the Demon Realm was the territory of the cultivators, and they advanced, occupying over 1,000 planets, while the Demon Realm retreated, its momentum low. Not only would he lose face in the military, but he would likely lose face in the cultivation world of the Great Xia Kingdom as well. The students in Dao robes at the entrance of the judo hall suddenly rushed at Yang Qingshan, punching and kicking, all using judo techniques. However, this passage sloped downward, with blue stone steps laid below, the angle looking to be at least 60 degrees, and it seemed endless. The illusory mirror. This is the supreme treasure of Bit Star besides the source crystal. Isn't it true that you are not human? How can you slander humanity like this? What exactly are you? Tian Xian gritted her teeth, enduring the immense mental pressure, trying hard to avoid slipping into madness. Yang Qingshan took a detour through the woods to the school gym, and before he arrived, Kairina called, and he hurried to answer. Actually, I don't want to fight you, but the people behind you. What you Yuli said again. Stop with the lyrics, get to the point. What exactly is going on? Yi Junyao said impatiently. Chun Fan muttered to himself, using his perspective eye to the fullest, but the space here was very deep in the mountain, and the perspective I couldn't see far. Everything around was chaotic. This is what they call a recluse, right? The reason she was willing to bring out her own matters was merely to fulfill her last bit of duty as a Nalda elf and an old minister of the Holy Spring Dynasty, right? There was nothing to be done. Compared to survival, a few years or even a decade of servitude contract was nothing. In the future, all the salt of the Great Qi will be monopolized by our family. Just as Duan Yining was feeling pleased, a loud explosion suddenly sounded from outside, as if he had heard a similar sound in Yi City before, which was the result of a Taoist's failed alchemy. So annoying, forget it. Let's go to that tree over there to avoid the rain. Jun Yao said, looking at the increasingly heavy rain. The great wisdom king's eyebrows twitched. His white eyebrows shot back to his temples. He stood on a scarlet robe, and a strange grayish color appeared in his eyes. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him, and in his madness, the red mist also began to churn, being absorbed into the body of the great wisdom king. Carrying such a large bouquet of flowers to the teacher's dormitory, he would definitely be noticed by many people. Gao Yuan ran to the supermarket to buy a box of chocolates, then asked for a big plastic bag to put the flowers in, and then stealthily walked towards the dormitory building. The two moved, their holy power surging, radiating dazzling light. With a mighty holy might, the waves of holy energy surged, sweeping towards them. She began to miss the Liu family, to think of her adoptive parents who treated her as their own, even Liu Tang, who ultimately caused her to be kicked out of the Liu family, became lovable. That smile, tinged with helpless compromise and indulgence, was very striking on his sharply defined face. The physical injuries had already healed, and Yi Fontian's wounds began to recover at a visibly rapid pace. The crowd grinned menacingly, surrounding Qing Hong and others in an instant. When Wan Hongchan saw this, she hurriedly wanted to step forward but was blocked by Huolin. Don't worry too much about others. As long as the two of us are happy, that's enough. What do we care about others matters? Xiaozhi said. It did not know that Yun Shi had already discovered it. It only waited for Yun Shi to get close to the imperial flowing juice, then silently attacked Yun Shi from behind, like a mantis catching a cicada. The of Yun Shi seems to have turned into a large training camp, where they compare and spar with each other in pairs. In terms of techniques, they're becoming increasingly tacit and familiar with each other. Ruan Meng is lying weakly on by Li Shouyu, with no strength at all, her head feeling even more muddled. I really want to rush out and question Ming Si about what he intends to do with me. Is it because my existence and the existence of my child hinders him from marrying a new wife? The lack of manpower in Chuyang Town is a serious issue, making it impossible to allocate enough people to mine the fire pattern mine. The disciples are seen forming hand signs, their eyes flashing with glimmers of brilliance. This is the secret technique of the Dark Hall, breaking illusions. This technique primarily targets mental probing, capable of discovering information that is usually hard to detect. Before the words could finish, the entire sky brightened, as if it were daytime, countless bolts of lightning revealing themselves in the clouds like fierce dragons, causing intense pain to the eyes. Even with hands covering their eyes, one could not withstand the damage inflicted by this terrifying momentum. Furthermore, there are areas that are densely packed like restrictions, almost making it impossible to see one's fingers in front of them, leading to disorientation and getting lost once one ventures deeper. After tidying myself up, there's nothing to pick on if I go out to play. All my clothes are quite suitable. On the cultivator's side, the low-level cultivators have all sorts of magical tools, a dazzling array. There are all kinds of things, but swords and blades are the majority. However, these magical tools are all sparkling and filled with spiritual energy, clearly surpassing those on the side of the sorcerers in terms of rank. Chapter 193. Observing from a wall, Yun Yang came back to her senses and met his enchanting gaze, her heart momentarily lost. This devilishly handsome man was truly good-looking. She almost got bewitched by his fox-like appearance. Yun Yang glanced at him. Where else can I go? Wherever there are nightmare bones, I will naturally go there. As for Chi Hua, this old fox, Yun Yang was not afraid. First, Chi Hua had no intention to harm them, and second, with the system around, he could just let the system transfer him if necessary. You haven't eaten, have you? The driver of the special car mentioned that there are many places to eat nearby, and even specifically recommended a breakfast shop that he said does a great job. Let's go together, Xiao Yunfei said with a smile, picking up Lu Qing's large backpack and suitcase with one hand. Who are you? The patroller stammered in shock, suddenly feeling a cold and sharp pain at his neck. Blood was flowing from his neck, and his hand instinctively went to his wound. Sticky liquid. He was really bleeding. If you find any works containing pornography, reactionary content, plagiarism, or other illegal content, please report it here. The 7-star pagoda is dedicated to the 7-star lanterns, which, to put it nicely, are just 7 large oil lamps worshipped by the people of Qi for years, never extinguished, because if they go out, bad things will happen. Of course, this is not something that Xian, the charlatan, said, but rather the founding master of the great Qi kingdom. My mother's health is much better now. I especially want to invite you, Brother Xiao, to our home for a visit, Zhang Lingling said gratefully. In a room with 2 beds, Du Han sat on one bed, while the other bed was left unmade, and it was obvious that Meng Fan had slept there. But if I do this, would Jing Chen be willing? Moreover, it seems to go against what his master taught about this path and that path. She sighed, but when pushed to the brink, she might have to use some different methods. Yi Rong nodded and waited for old lady Yi to go to the guest room before extending her hand for Dr. Ma to take her pulse. Shen Yun followed behind Yi Lusheng, glancing at the backs of Yulan and the others, feeling a sense of envy rising in her heart. By the way, is her father a doctor? Could it be that the poison in me is related to her father? Then why would her father poison me? Sheng Mo, he noticed Zhang Onping sneaking a smile and couldn't help but feel wary, thinking Zhang Onping had bad intentions. Instinctively, she took a step back toward her luggage, where she had hidden a dagger. She noticed Tang Ruishua, who was wearing a floral dress and looked particularly lovely, giving a thumbs up to Chinamo. The first part of the area was filled with several single beds, similar to hospital beds, and some resting chairs. As the spokesperson for Jiang Tiansheng, Big Shot B, who previously occasionally came out to oppose, has recently been unusually obedient. The troops are divided into 3 types, one with bows and arrows, one with long weapons, and one with good swimming skills holding short weapons. Cook the corn until it's soft, then add shredded salted meat. The aroma of rice mixed with meat makes it mouth-watering. Now the opportunity is right in front of Bai. If he doesn't even have a bit of adventurous spirit, how can he continue to rise? Of course, it's still the same conditions as before, recorded, promoted by Xiaoqing Entertainment, with final profits split 50-50. After about 20 minutes, Mrs. Su finished this project and was about to start the massage when she turned to take a look. At this moment, the fire spirit ginseng he obtained from the coastal market had completely turned blood red, crystal clear all over, looking like a piece of red jade. Jian Su was momentarily stunned, unaware of what was wrong with her, and subconsciously turned her head to look at herself in the mirror. Here, I want to say sorry to everyone. I originally promised to keep updating, but suddenly realized that summer vacation is almost over. Jiang Cheng had heard his father mention that this villa was built during the Qing dynasty, originally a residence for a bureaucrat. Later, as time passed, this villa was purchased by Jiang Cheng's great-grandfather during the Republic of China period and has been passed down to this day. Chapter 194. Lingxiao Tribe only when the two continents reconnect with a beastmen break through to the Golden Core realm. Learning this news from Qi Hua, Yin Yang was not overly surprised. Because this matter, the system had already informed him back in the Beast World continent. Yin Yang still remembers clearly that the system informed her of this matter on the day Qi Hua stole the nightmare bone from her. Qi Hua was always observing Yin Yang's expression and found that everything matched Xiao Ziru's standards, so she felt that she should marry such a hero. After Zhuang Yi and the other two sat down, the flight attendants immediately presented toiletries, pajamas, slippers, masks, and other items needed for the night flight. At that time, under the simultaneous activation of elemental powers by Yao Yu, Bing Wu, and Lai Yin, her spiritual blood power was triggered, allowing her mental strength to be restored. Thinking of this, Lung Lingyun tried to activate the elemental powers within her body: wood, fire, water, metal, and lightning. Bang, bang, bang. A rapid knocking sound came from the door. As soon as the door opened, Sherlock and Watson rushed in and slammed the door shut. Could it be that when I mentioned restoring spiritual power that day, Yin Luchun had already thought of the subsequent events? Which is why he got me this floating cloud mushroom tea. Levi S. suddenly felt like he had found a father, burying his face in Zhong Ming S. solid abs and comfortably falling asleep. Very good, this is more like it. Looking at AI, Mei, and the others kneeling down, Zhuang Yi said with satisfaction. From the letter, it seemed that Harry really liked his new school. The only thing he felt somewhat disappointed about was that the magic mirror could no longer show the outside scenery after entering Hogwarts. He said Jack couldn't understand this at all, as the entire magic mirror was not functioning well. Regal clearly had this intention when he brought it up, and upon hearing the words Bahate, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He tried to start the machine, but due to the cold weather, it wouldn't start after a long time. It seemed he needed to use hot water to increase the temperature. Old guy, don't you think you're meddling too much? You didn't steal my jade token, yet you went through so much effort to chase me here. Is it just for a piece of jade? Yao Mu-chan glared at the elder and let out a cold laugh. Upon entering, her first focus was still on Han Xiao. At this moment, she realized that the wooden tablet and that egg-sized relic were now only slightly taller than Han Zhao's head. Looking at the suspended position, it seemed to have flown up from Han Zhao's body. Huh, good. You have as much as I want. How about I give you this amount? If it exceeds low grade, I will increase the price separately. He gestured with his hand to him. Li Ren placed a hand on his shoulder and said, I'm not giving you orders right now. No need for that. By the way, you are one of the older ones among the team I brought out from the beggars. Today, your question is very good, proving that you are paying attention to the military formation. Li Ren looked at Wang Cheng with admiration. At this time, Zhao Junyu, stationed at the heart of the Celestial Giant, had gradually gotten used to the Celestial Giant's battle tactics. Yao Muchen's body was knocked back several dozen feet, his face pale, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and his body quickly reverted to its original form after the impact. Although these weapons, under the magical power of these beastly guards, were many times more powerful than ordinary weapons thrown on Earth for Han Xiao at this moment, they were merely like a grain of rice compared to a pearl. Along the way, there were the corpses of high-level cultivators from various sects and powerful demons, as well as some leftover treasures. You're tired from sawing wood. Look at those two things on you. They're also a burden. Yiming continued to tease. Grasping the hilt of the dagger, he pulled and thrust. The person twitched a few times before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Chapter 195. Rabbit Jade, pendant. The Lingxiao tribe is indeed accommodating, but they only embrace those orcs with good talent and outstanding abilities. Weak orcs are still looked down upon in the Lingxiao tribe. They preach the slogan of inclusiveness, accepting powerful orcs with the intention of expanding the tribe and creating a second central city. Moreover, in the 2 years since his return, he had also heard about the Lingxiao tribe defeating all nearby tribes, claiming victory. Damn it, it really lacks technical content. I disdainfully curled my lips, and, at that moment, the blood knife in my hand changed again. After capturing a ghost, the 5 red gemstones were stimulated, immediately upgrading the blood knife again, and the gemstones turned green. He told me today that his dad didn't come to pick me up, so I should remember to hurry. Bai Mu Shui anxiously started to scratch her hair. Fei Yihan's fingertips carried a temperature lower than his cheeks. This sensation caused Yen Lan to shudder, and her cheeks flushed with a layer of redness. His fingers lightly moved, sliding along the curve of her face to her pointed chin, lifting it with a flick of his index finger, gently kneading with both fingers. Hey, Li, what exactly are you doing in class? Are you trying to be a rogue? Lin Kuer whispered in Li's ear. It's already been a few years since I've become a father. Wan Yinliang laughed, as if no child's confirmation could evoke any feelings of kindness from deep within him. Well, then I'll trouble Uncle Lin, Bai, I said and hung up the phone, holding a cigarette, gazing at the faint moonlight in the darkness outside the window, chuckling. The capital will soon welcome a real storm of blood and gore. History has passed, and history continues to repeat itself. When Emperor Taizu heard this poem from Lady Hua Rui with a victorious smile, did he ever think that one day his sons and grandsons would face such a tragic fate? It's okay. Did you apply any cosmetics today? Or did you spray perfume? He couldn't see any difference in Lin Kuer compared to before. 2 days later, a shocking event occurred in the capital. The Ku King surrounded the capital with 30,000 troops stationed near the eastern Yu Pass, while the city defenders were all under the command of the Rui King, with both armies at the city wall. The other hand did not stop, desperately shaking in Nuaw from behind, and in Nuaw was easily awakened. Although the Triceratops is herbivorous, it certainly wouldn't allow strange animals to approach it. If I did that, it would surely provoke the anger of the Triceratops. Hearing the system's prompt sound, Fang Yin couldn't help but flick his snake tongue. 20,000 points of biological energy was already quite good, considering it was the most biological energy he had seen in this area. Qianjun's forehead had 3 black lines appearing as he was about to move forward to find his target to complete the task, but unexpectedly, a vine tripped him from nowhere. Looking down at the inquiry record, Diao Yifeng's cold sweat kept flowing down, cursing Gui Yongqiao in his heart. That bastard. I valued you so much. How could you say everything outside? After several court's verdicts, Jiamu and other innocent people were released, and Jiaxi, Jialian, and Baoyu were also freed. People gathered outside the prison, and Jiahuan and Tanshan were taken by Jiamin and the housekeeper Lin Yang to see Feng Jie at the manor that Shi Chun had arranged in advance. I have roamed every corner of the King's Canyon map, vowing to make Han Xin's name as the overlord of the jungle known as the undefeated myth of the King's Canyon. Jiang Kaiwei had been in touch with Yu about this matter, but had been unable to reach her. So he came home with Oz and Hao Tian to look for her. However, things are different now. Through his secret training, he has mastered the ice palm, which is enough to astonish the entire Ocean City. These 3 lively young people, although they seem vigorous now, with just one slap, could easily leave someone half dead or frozen to death. Chapter 196. Even your clan is keeping secrets. Qi Hua recalled that the demon and immortal continent had actually discovered that possessing nightmare bones could cross the ocean 60 to 70 years ago. At that time, the major tribes had not yet become so extreme as to insist on going to the Beast World continent. Many orcs were merely curious and wanted to explore another continent. Qi Hua stroked his chin, remembering that he was young at that time and was the first genius of his clan, and he had the same thought. But at that time, he was advised against it by the old priest of the Fox clan. Lu Jingji really knows how to joke. This is merely a precautionary measure to prevent too many people from coming in, setting a threshold of 100,000 in consumption. Just as Manager Zhu was about to finish speaking, he was interrupted by Kong Zhen. The act of sucking is the most primitive action of humans, and that night, Hu Qingdai felt her mouth was sore. When Lu Han arrived in front of the BMW, he directly opened the car door and got in. The person in the driver's seat was none other than Long Zhan, who looked at Lu Han with a confused expression in his eyes. The red-haired youth saw Lu Zhuai's glance at him before turning his head away, thinking that his red hair had scared him. He sneered and added Long Yuling as a friend, and they started playing games together. Li Huantian suddenly knelt down, fully aware of how she treated Li Dong. The head of the Holy Family, the Li family, understood as well. Although she did not appear angry on the surface, an anger was brewing inside her. Li Dong was also severely injured, and his body finally showed cracks. The previously powerful force had reached the limit of what this body could bear. And now, faced with terrifying power, his body, which was already at full capacity, finally could not withstand it. They were, after all, a powerful faction. Being lectured like this was humiliating, and if it weren't for the fear of the forces behind the other party, they might have already acted. However, Li Dong had indeed shown him through his actions. At this moment, Vice Dean Huolai was extremely frightened, as his wrong decision and stubbornness had led to so many deaths in the academy. If reported to the disciplinary office, Vice Dean Huolai would have a hard time escaping responsibility. The white-armored general slightly raised his gaze, looking at the person who was showing off, his expression indifferent. Without a word, he had schemed in every way to eliminate these people in order to obtain the spirit crystals and items collected by them. How could he let Lin Shun and the others leave easily? The most intense power in the dark explosion directly struck Ling Xiao without any deviation, utterly unavoidable. And the power of this move was no less than Ling Xiao's thunderflame roar. A few seconds later, the ice and snow cross shattered and collapsed, along with the huge puppet emitting black smoke and the red light in its eyes, completely extinguished. From 4 or 5 in the afternoon to 8 at night. The cold beauty said she was hungry and asked if I was still sad. At that moment, I had already recalled everything about Moon Mei-Ching and the times with the Scarf Girl, leaving behind wounds and reluctance in my heart. But I knew that if I thought any further, it would only hurt more. Long Mia kept bowing to fromthe, who found his form amusing and felt no aversion. And his expression softened a bit. I want to build a farm. You only need 1 pound for rent? Ling Zhao's expression was exaggerated. Thinking of Tang Meiyu, Ling Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had actually forgiven her long ago, but he knew she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Nor would she contact him again. Some people and things are destined to be mere passers-by or interludes in life. You should know better than I do. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even consider this cooperation, let alone agree to it. Luo Chenxi replied expressionlessly. Chapter 197. The Fur of my Tianhu clan. Yin Yang thought for a moment, and Chihua's words really made sense. Bringing him along is indeed the best solution. Otherwise, should we just do as Chihua suggested? Yin Yang agreed, and naturally, Mo Hin and the others had no objections. Yin Yang would leave early and return early, so they should pay attention to safety. All right. Yin Yang nodded and said, wait for us to come back. Chihua slightly curled the corners of his lips. He really liked the word we. This just meant that I hadn't passed my things over yet when a slightly spoiled voice came from the doorway, playful with a slightly elongated tone, smooth and pleasant. Very familiar. As Lu Yu looked over, a steady voice immediately rang out, and a figure appeared in front of Lu Yu in an instant. Yin Li clasped his hands behind his back, his brow deeply furrowed. Everything that had happened in the mountain city had long since reached the manor, and he knew the purpose of the visitors. What happened? Zhang Chong and the others were puzzled by Zhou Qiluo's excited expression. He left Li Qing without a hint of hesitation, just as he had easily left Yu Mengqing's side moments ago. Exactly the same. Now, from the perspective of others. With Lu Yi stepping forward to propose marriage for Lu Tuo to Shang Wanfeng, it indeed seemed to have the connotation of trying to climb the social ladder. Given Lu Tuo's current identity and status, it appeared somewhat like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Liu Tuo introspective. Feeling as if his heart and lungs were a massive stone on the vast earth, as a surprisingly heavy red sun rose in the sky, pouring an infinite power of sunlight onto Lu Tuo's heart. His heart blazed with a silver divine radiance, a symbol of strength, perhaps fueled by his inner frustration. His steps were quite large, and Chong Tinglu couldn't keep up, so he had no choice but to call for a stop. Therefore, Lu Bingley's ambition was to earn the respect of fellow officials. He truly was an invincible commander. The Lu family had been powerful for generations, and it was only right to have some privileges that allowed them to move freely outside the laws of the Ming dynasty, untouchable and at ease, combined with Zheng Baifa's wealth, living a life of extreme luxury. Since Gao Liang chose to follow him, Lu Yu had the responsibility to ensure his safety. Lu Yu quickly picked up 4 stones, infused them with true essence, and threw them at them. What? Did the night ghost find out? Hattori Q's expression changed slightly, but he quickly returned to calm. Xiao Tu then drove the Hummer, taking her back to the hospital. Along the way, everyone looked at her ashen face and the murderous expression that could kill, and no one dared to provoke her. Yin Li was already stunned, not knowing whether to cry, to make a fuss, or how to protect herself, just staring blankly at Qing Ming's cold, gleaming eyes. Fu Yunqi nodded and said, "Thank you." She knew that Su Rui stayed at least partly because of her and the child, feeling grateful in her heart. However, no matter how hard Lei Tian tried, he couldn't rush forward to rescue the wives from prison. At this moment, the Corpse Emperor, Tong Tian Sect Master, Iron Blood Demon King, Bull Demon King, Rainbow Demon Master, and Death Master, all the Demon Kings and Lords that Lei Tian had defeated before, laughed as they walked toward the prison. The turbulent presence of several senior experts was led by Xiao Li's grandfather, the old man Xiao Sa. Who are these people? Do I know them? At this time, someone coming to look for him must be with some purpose. This old eagle knew it well. On the 11th day of the 12th year, Tai Bai felt the same way. That day he originally planned to go out and buy some clothes. After all, it was the big discount day, although there was a lot of falsehood in it. But as long as you compared carefully, there were still some discounts. The sun-dispersing sword technique emitted a strong momentum aimed at Tong Tian's Sect Master. And the clever, circular sword aura forced Tong Tian's Sect Master to turn around to deal with it. Bai Zhan was also a smart person, while Long Wei was gesturing. He remembered what Long Wei said about seizing the opportunity, so he hurriedly took off his black robe and threw on the ground. Chapter 198. Let's go retrieve it. Ling Mountain never intended to seize the Nightmare Bone, but if they insisted on dragging Ling Mountain into the water, then they shouldn't blame them for being ruthless. Turn around and let Ling Mountain take action. They must cause a huge uproar. Let's go. Take the Nightmare Bone. They have already framed their clan. So shouldn't he make it a reality? Now, if he doesn't grab the Nightmare Bone, he wouldn't be able to live up to the big hat that the Golden Lion clan has put on him. Years of not asking about the world. The outside world's beastmen slaughtering 400,000 surrendered soldiers. Bai Qi was not a true killing god. A butcher. He had feelings, but for his own ideals. And more so to protect his loved ones in that chaotic world, he ultimately chose to wield that ruthless sword. Also, gather all the subordinates of the master to search for the young master. Hong Ruo rubbed her brow, worried to death. Ming Lu decided that when the time comes, he must carefully investigate Ming Shifeng. Otherwise, why has Ming Yao been protecting him so closely recently? Recalling various things from before, Xiao Jingyan felt he should calm down and sort out his thoughts. He shone brightly on the program, and the three mentors treated him well, praising and encouraging him. Their relationship was like that of teacher and student, like friends. How could Xiao Yi verbally attack the three mentors? With the help of the maid, she finally changed her clothes, but Zihan absolutely refused to wear that hairpin or those flower pot shoes. Zihan bit her lip, fed Ziyao a pill, and tears fell as she looked at the still, unconscious Ziyao. While speaking, he patted the solid coffin twice. The muffled sound clearly indicated that a corpse was already lying inside. Hua Lingyu helplessly called someone to clean up the mess, then slowly walked out to find his beauty. However, this crane is also quite rare, willing to shatter itself to save this old man. It's rare, in the Hao Yin Divine Bracelet. The three-headed fire flood dragon also praised Tijan. Jimena, don't know how to continue. Could it be that I really have to swear? You should know that it's still thundering outside. If I really swear, who knows if a bolt of lightning will strike down. Seeing that Lei Gel couldn't win, the golden giant python wasn't just standing by quietly. When Lei Gel pulled away from his brother, the golden giant python sprang into action. Various cannons hit his brother. Lin felt that such a setup was very normal. If she wasn't mistaken, according to the original intention of the game designer, since the game was launched for testing, the public task should still be incomplete. Li Shui tried to call Yen Lu. She originally thought Yen Lu would refuse, and she had prepared a speech. But to her surprise, Yen Lu came without saying much. Okay, call me when you arrive, and I'll pick you up. Don't tire yourself out too much. Su Huinan hugged her with some concern. Due to the ribbons of Polaris everywhere, it seemed that the magpie had gained the upper hand. Ling Yin would never expect that magpie's situation would be so dangerous, and after struggling internally, she still followed Magpie's advice and would not intervene for the time being. It was unclear whether it was from anger or from drinking, but old Guan was now red-faced and thick-necked. The students of Hogwarts and the other three schools all applauded, watching the warriors rise and leave the hall. Zhuo Weiming made way for Yen Lu. After Yen Lu sat down, he started to operate the printer, initially a bit clumsy, but gradually becoming skilled, printing out 30 copies, then binding them all together with Zhuo Weiming, completing 31 copies. The same words had completely different effects. Tong Yao had reason to suspect that Lin Chu Dai was not putting in effort, whether he was really sincere. She said that Shangguan Sun had always intended to seek cooperation between the two companies, but she had never agreed. With a shake of his head, Zhu Zihong's eyes flashed with a hint of struggle as he glanced at the black shadow not far away, then gradually calmed down. Chapter 199. Beastmen are coming to search. Time was tight. Yin Yang didn't hesitate for a second and jumped onto the fox's back, resting her whole body against the fox and hugging its neck. After transforming into a fox, Chi Hua pushed off with its hind legs, leaving the spot in the blink of an eye, as if it were a phantom. With Yin Yang's guidance, Chi Hua quickly found the beastmen who had stolen the nightmare bone. The surroundings were very quiet, clearly a carefully planned escape route, which conveniently aided Chi Hua. A blazing fire shot directly at Ling Girl. The person's name was Jin Baiwan, a very famous wealthy merchant from the East Wilderness, usually dealing in jewelry, but the jewels were made from various crystal spiritual materials and were very popular among nobility. Xian Lun couldn't help but soften her voice. Fong Nanyu's eyes flashed with an imperceptible gleam, and after a moment of silence, it seemed she was considering. Meanwhile, the people nearby were completely confused, not knowing what they were talking about. Once the person who lifted him left, Han Xiao jumped up and asked Lin, "Are Mom and Dad okay?" Gu Huilin had long called his parents Mom and Dad along with him. Di Yating cared about this child. She knew that. But no one knew just how much he cared. However, just after taking a few steps, he once again felt the cold air behind him, making him shiver. Bang! At the moment the two swords clashed, Li Yi's body involuntarily wanted to retreat, and he spewed out a mouthful of blood without holding back. Xie Yi, Awana Lin. She was already confused, her mind filled only with the thought of merging the long-awaited split of Han Xiao with her. And upon hearing this, she had already started a babble. Moreover, talents like Abai's could be a waste to stay here. If they go out, relying not on talent, but on looks and figure, they could easily thrive. Irue was extremely anxious. Seeing the bully getting closer and closer, she eagerly looked around, hoping that Injan could come to her aid. Master said this, I would misunderstand. Ling Tianlai suddenly raised his eyelashes to look at him, the brightness in his eyes sparkling like the evening star, causing Di Zai's figure to pause. Under the powerful pressure of the golden vertical pupils, the bones inside Ning Ye's body made cracking sounds, as if bearing a weight of 10,000 pounds, ready to be crushed into a pile of meat paste at any moment. With money, Zhao Xian could have the Ministry of War produce the divine armed crossbows in large quantities, and allow his students like Li Qing to research new types of gunpowder weapons day and night. Brother Xiongji, rest assured, I will certainly show mercy in the next round and will never harm Brother Ying's younger siblings. Long Xing said with a smirk, his words hiding a sharp edge. Then this astonishing great formation was left behind by the ancient sage who led the human race's ancestors out of the Dark Ages and ultimately succeeded in slashing the heavens with a sword. The expedition targeting the Caribbean ended in failure, and the two leaders of the privateer ships also died during this expedition. When the White Wolf was still around, they would directly offer food to the White Wolf, partly because the White Wolf helped them obtain food, and partly because the White Wolf was the embodiment of the fire god in their hearts. I must advise Brother Long, my news will undoubtedly be a great opportunity for you. This information is worth decades of hard work for you. If you miss it, you will surely regret it. Deegan noticed Long Xing's hesitation and added fuel to the fire, saying, Dongming also had a strange expression, as he realized that sometimes his senior brother was very serious, but at other times his lack of seriousness could be quite amusing. Sharon, who was forced to sing for a living, was a bit stunned by the audience's enthusiastic reaction. In this situation, it was absolutely impossible for Nanqi to win in a drawn-out war with its national strength. Seeing Chun Mo's strange, smiling face, the old man was mumbling incoherently, but his chest cavity had no air left, making it impossible for him to move or speak, and without needing to think, Chun Mo knew this was Zhu Chongling, the head of the Zhu family from Zhuwu Lianhuan Manor. Chapter 200. The Grand Elder's Heart Attack. The fox was rustling in her bed, even using its furry head to nuzzle her neck, as if it were a regular pet being affectionate. Yin Yang couldn't help but sigh. It would be great if he were truly a pet. If he could raise such a beautiful pet, Yin Yang would be willing. After a while, there was a knock on the door outside. Open the door. We are the patrol team of the tribe. There's a group of thieves in our tribe tonight. However, Zhu had already set his sights on it and did not care about the attitudes of other competitors. He went directly to that game company to negotiate the agency matters without any reservations. Oh, Long Wuming was taken aback when he heard Wang Chong say this. He had just said it casually and didn't expect to hit the nail on the head. As for the potion formula, that was even less of a problem. This potion was derived from genetically modified water created by Sun Xiaoye. If it could be cracked so easily, then the research level of genetically modified organisms on Earth would not be at its current stage. These people represented the 6 factions. Relatively speaking, his identity was a bit awkward. He was the adopted son of the Leaf family, which was not as important as the suddenly emerged Li Mean. Mr. Mike, shouldn't we tell the boss this good news? Weiss asked Mike Dyson, looking at the registration users about to break 13,000. Zhu Jun was not a good person. Although he didn't know how to make black powder and mercury fulminate, he still had some basic chemical knowledge and could see the potential of black powder. Just this point alone was not something that 2,000 or 3,000 Dutch guilders could replace. In the end, Wei Xiaoyun's evaluation of Chen Pengchong was that he was a gentleman. Although Helian Rong did not think there was any praise in this statement, Wei Dongxue was indeed more suitable for a gentleman to match, so he added points. After preparing the bamboo mats, Zhu Jun gave the craftsman a few taels of silver without any extra rewards, only saying, "This skill is enough as a reward." A few craftsmen immediately sensed a business opportunity after leaving the palace. Within 3 days, Haidu opened a bamboo mat workshop. This must be God's will. So, not only will I not punish you, but I also decide to fulfill your wish and send you to Mr. Liang's side, allowing you 2 lovers to live happily together. Looking at the indifferent Shi Yuru, Xia suddenly threw a heavy bomb. What should we do? Should we explore here? Since it's more dangerous here, let's leave. Lu Meigui was stunned and said in shock, "Haha, Ji Chongkong, you must keep your word." Many young masters of the demon clan laughed. Lord Rong became anxious upon hearing this. He had just won a victory today and absolutely did not want to sleep by himself. He didn't even bother to take off his apron or wash his hands and chased after her directly. One day, Nan Wuxin was the first to jump onto the back of the snow eagle, while Jiang Etian blocked and Shi's shoulder jumped up with Yin Yin. "It's the princess's scarf." Xing'er moved her right hand, tightly holding onto the silk scarf, which was the one Princess Rui often covered her face with. "Since there is no grace of nurturing and no father-son relationship, why do you speak to me in a commanding tone? You want to be my parents, but you don't have that qualification." With a slight smile, Ming Emo said teasingly, his gaze turning cold. The black-clad man changed his expression. Just as he was about to turn and attack Yifeng had already preemptively struck, a sword finger jabbed at the back of his head. The black-clad man rolled his eyes and died on the spot, collapsing to the ground. Seeing him like this, Chu Yun sneered coldly in her heart, then followed the coffee shop manager to the waiter. She walked around to face the waiter and glanced at the name tag on the waiter's chest. Chapter 201. You will feel disappointed, right? The elder clearly knows whether he values those orcs who want to steal the nightmare bones. If he really valued them, would he send assassins among them? Once exposed, would he let the assassins kill them? The tribe leader silently snorted. If it weren't for the fact that the elder was one of the few orcs in the Purple Dan realm, he wouldn't know how to act like a grandson here. It is only the Chihua of Ling Mountain, the only Golden Dan realm orc in the Demon Fairy continent, that can make the elder suffer. It seems that the elder's trip to Ling Mountain did not go smoothly. The tribe leader is also very clear about how much the elder hates Ling Mountain. Otherwise, how could the orcs sent to steal the nightmare bones all frame Ling Mountain? Isn't it just because they hate Ling Mountain for being aloof, not caring about worldly affairs, and having a Golden Dan realm orc backing them? If Chihua finds out, I wonder if they will cause trouble for their central city. They definitely will, right? Although Chihua has not cared about external matters for many years, anyone would be angry if someone pushed their nose in their face. The tribe leader has mentioned more than once not to involve Ling Mountain, but the elder insists on this, and he has no strength to refute. Although he is the tribe leader, he has no face in front of the elder. If only the elder were clear-headed and could think for the tribe, he wouldn't mind. But every word and action of his always carries selfish motives. The Lingxiao tribe has become bold in recent years. They dare to snatch everything from us. Could it be that the Lingxiao tribe already knew someone would go to steal the nightmare bones, so they deliberately set us up? The elder began to engage in conspiracy theories again. You are right. The tribe leader lowered his gaze, standing in front of the elder, letting the elder vent his anger as he pleased, just letting it go in one ear and out the other, as long as he agreed with the elder. Find someone to investigate, to see if the Lingxiao tribe is playing tricks. The elder's eyes were sharp, staring at the tribe leader's face full of obedience, and his anger slightly subsided. Is there any news from the seaside? Have you caught the orcs from the Beast World continent? The tribe leader just relaxed a bit and then brought it up again. Not yet. They might have already died in the sea. Impossible. The elder glared at him. How could you be so foolish? The prophecy given by the old priest cannot be false. He died because of the prophecy. If the old priest hadn't died, our Golden Lion tribe would definitely be able to advance further. The current priests are all too useless. Yes, you're right. The tribe leader nodded, but he thought little of it. The old priest was constantly exploited by the elder, and because of too many prophecies, he was already exhausted. In his view, the old priest was forced to death by the elder. Exactly. You only know how to say yes. Can't you use your brain to think? The tribe leader lowered his head, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. He never mentioned any opinions, did he? Whenever he mentions something that doesn't align with his slightest intention, the elder will scold him harshly, even publicly berating him in front of other tribesmen. Without caring about his face at all, if it's wrong to say, it's also wrong to remain silent, so it's better not to say anything. It's the boy who is foolish, the tribe leader said with frustration, not knowing what good opinions the elder had. Wait a little longer. If we still haven't found their traces, then it must be that the Sea tribe didn't put in any effort, and they escaped. The elder frowned, immediately released the news. After 3 months, kill the orcs we captured. I don't believe that knowing their orcs from the continent are going to die. They will remain indifferent. Yes, elder. Xian Dan. The limited edition Xian Dan is on sale today. Hurry up. If you're late, you won't be able to get it. It sells out on the first day of every sale. We need to hurry. If I can't grab it again, my female master will get angry. Yin Yang was walking down the street and saw many orcs rushing in that direction. Should we go take a look? Qing Ling asked. We can also buy that magical elixir for you. I'm curious. What kind of elixir is so amazing? Yin Yang shook her head. No need. Why would I be a fool to pay the price of a white Dan realm monster core? If you really want it, can't you just exchange it in the system? The system is much more reliable. The host want a beauty pill? It requires 1,000 points and can make your skin more delicate and fair. Hearing the system's words, Yin Yang pressed her lips together. Isn't the system the one treating her like a fool? She is naturally beautiful. Does she really need a beauty pill? If her skin gets any whiter, won't she just look like a ghost? Yin Yang looked up at the distant shops, where a crowd was bustling at the entrance. Quite lively. She wanted to inquire about some news, but aside from the search that night, not much had circulated about what happened that evening. However, the Lingxiao tribe believed that there were still spies within the tribe, and the guards had significantly strengthened their checks, scrutinizing everyone who came in and out. If you want to know anything, I can help you investigate, Zhuo Guang said softly. As long as we find the person responsible for investigating the disappearance of the Nightmare Bone, I can probe into their memories. Finally finding a chance to showcase his abilities, Zhuo Guang eagerly volunteered. Forget it, it's not that important. Yin Yang shook her head. It didn't need to take risks. It wasn't her to worry about. No matter how they searched, they wouldn't find anything on her. The Lingxiao tribe probably suspected Ling Mountain or Central City. Zhuo Guang nodded and continued walking forward. Suddenly, his gaze focused on a certain spot, and his footsteps came to a halt. What's wrong? Yin Yang looked at him in confusion. Did you discover something? Zhuo Guang nodded. I think I saw someone from our tribe. Yin Yang was taken aback. Same clan? Does that mean they encountered the Sea tribe from the Beast World continent? Yang, I'm going to check it out. I'll be back soon. Zhuo Guang followed a figure and quickly chased after it. However, after turning a corner, the beast man he was chasing disappeared. Zhuo Guang frowned, annoyed that his strength had not yet recovered, and he lost track of a person. After searching around and finding nothing, he decided to head back. Forget it. Maybe he misjudged. He sighed and left the alley. Not long after Zhuo Guang turned to leave, 2 beastmen came out of a house. Sir, do you know that person? One beastman asked. The other beastman nodded. Yes, we know him. Then why don't you go meet him? Why are you hiding here? He asked in confusion. The beastman smiled wryly. He wouldn't want to know what I'm doing. Zhuo Guang would definitely be disappointed if he knew what they were up to. There was nothing he could do. They could only take their own revenge on the Demon Fairy continent. Besides, their little revenge wouldn't make much difference to the entire Demon Fairy continent anyway. Chapter 202. Buy me a fairy face pill. Zhuo Guang initially thought he would meet the beastmen of the Sea tribe, but instead he encountered trouble first. It turned out that having an outstanding appearance could attract quite a bit of trouble, and this applied to males as well. Zhuo Guang was stopped as he walked back. It was a beastman of the White Dan realm. Zhuo Guang pursed his lips. If this were the Beast World continent, he wouldn't have cared at all. However, he was now in the Demon Fairy continent and still at the purple rank. What do you want? My female master wants to see you. Please come with me. The beastman said, his words polite, but his attitude very firm, as if he would forcibly drag Zhuo Guang away if he didn't comply. Zhuo Guang frowned slightly. I already have a female master. Please let me pass. The beastman did not relent, instead sizing Zhuo Guang up. You don't have a female master. There's no female scent on you. Besides the beast mark, the female scent was one of the ways to determine if a male had a female partner. A beastman who had bonded with a female would have a very different scent from one who had not. although Zhuo Guang had the scent of other females on him. It was not strong. Thus, the Beastman concluded that even if Zhuo Guang had a female he liked, he certainly had not bonded with her. Since that was the case, he would invite Zhuo Guang to go with him. "I want to go. I have a female I like." Zhuo Guang tried to bypass him, but was stopped again. "My female master has taken a liking to you. It's your honor. My female master is a noble from the Yao Rabbit tribe. As long as you agree to be her beast husband, you will never lack cultivation resources." "I don't care. Step aside." Zhuo Guang's face darkened. Who would have thought that one day he would be treated as a gigolo in a foreign land? This was truly the greatest humiliation of his life. "My female master asked you to go, just go." "Huh? Who is your female master? Is she going to forcefully take a male in the street?" Zhuo Guang heard a familiar voice and looked up. It was Yi Qi. Behind Yi Qi were Yun Yang and Mo Hen and the others. "I heard that the Lingxiao tribe is a very good tribe, very tolerant and friendly to outsiders. I didn't expect there would still be cases of forcibly taking males." Jing Li stepped forward like a smiling tiger, leisurely asking, "Is it just your Yao Rabbit tribe that is like this? Or is the entire Lingxiao tribe the same? If the whole tribe thinks they can do whatever they want just because they're strong, then the Lingxiao tribe is not much different, right? Although we come from a small place, we know what mutual consent means. It seems everyone will have to be more careful when going out in the future, or they might just be kidnapped without realizing it. We certainly wouldn't dare to join such a tribe." Jing Li mocked with a smile, and his words drew the attention of the surrounding beastmen, who looked over and sized up the beastman, trying to force Zhuo Guang. "Who is he? He looks a bit familiar. Who else could it be?" "He is the famous beast husband of the noble female Lan Lu from the Yao Rabbit tribe. A few days ago, he was the one who snatched a male from another place. Isn't Lan Lu the female with 2 or 3 dozen beast husbands? Not just 2 or 3 dozen. It's almost double now. Speaking of Lan Lu, she is quite something. She is known for her beauty in the Lingxiao tribe. When she encounters an extremely good-looking male, she can't help but snatch him back. I think it's all her fault for ruining our tribe's reputation. Now, every tribe within 100 miles has heard of Lan Lu's name. I heard that Lan Lu used to be quite fertile. Other females give birth once or twice a year, but she can give birth several times a year. Because of this, she has been spoiled by the tribe. In the beast world, females who can give birth are always treated preferentially. Moreover, Lan Lu is particularly fertile, and the offspring she produces are quite talented. By now, she has already given birth to more than a dozen cubs. However, it seems she hasn't given birth in more than a year. TCH, maybe she has too many beast husbands, partying every night, ruining her health, and can't give birth anymore." The beastmen heard the slanderous remarks, their expressions darkening. "Stop talking nonsense here. Get lost. I won't be polite." The beastman took a deep breath, glared fiercely at Zhuo Guang and Jing Li, and turned to leave. "You all wait for me." He didn't dare to make too much noise. Otherwise, if the tribe investigated, his female master would definitely be fine, but he might not be. The beastman returned to his female master's side trembling, only to receive a slap. "Are you useless? I gave you a chance to show off, and you couldn't even handle such a small matter. Don't even think about entering my room in the future." The beastman gritted his teeth and looked up, meeting his female master's fair face and angry eyes. She seemed obedient, but in reality, she had been spoiled by her kin and was quite dark-hearted. Beside the female master were her other beast husbands, who looked on with glee. "Female master, that male already has a master." The beastman did not mention that Zhuo Guang had not formally bonded with anyone. After all, the female master was only interested in him from a distance and had not confirmed whether he had a female master. To avoid trouble and eliminate a competitor, he chose to lie. If that male really became Lan Lu's beast husband, he would definitely be the one in trouble. The other party would surely retaliate because of the trouble he caused today. Am I blind? Didn't I see? Lan Lu gritted her teeth in frustration. Seeing a beast man with such a good appearance, she felt he was almost hers, but it turned out he had a master. Lan Lu was extremely upset. She pinched the hand of the beast man beside her hard enough to draw blood, but the beast man dared not make a sound. Who is that female? Lan Lu was so jealous she could explode. Why did that female have so many handsome males around her? Lan Lu glanced at her several beast husbands beside her, feeling they were somewhat lacking. With Yin Yang as a comparison, Lan Lu instantly lost interest in her new suitors. I wonder if they're all from outside her tribe. From outside? Lan Lu's eyes flickered. The orc sensed her contemplative gaze and felt an ominous premonition rising in his heart. He reminded her, "Mistress, the clan leader wants you to be more low-key." Not long ago, Lan Lu caused some trouble, and the Yao Rabbit clan had a hard time suppressing it. If it weren't for the fact that Lan Lu has been giving birth to litters over the past few years, she would have been punished by the clan long ago. However, in the past year, Lan Lu has not given birth to any offspring, which has led to some discontent among the Yao Rabbit clan. Let me be low-key. If you have the ability, just expel me from the clan. A cold disdain flashed in Lan Lu's eyes. The beast husband opened his mouth, but said nothing more. Oomph. Lan Lu sneered, go buy me some immortal beauty pills. Let the Yao Rabbit clan pay in spirit stones. Chapter 203. Let go of my mistress after returning to their rented house. Zhuo Guang gratefully said, thank you. If you hadn't come, I might have really been snatched away by another female. Zhuo Guang sighed. Then, he walked over to Yun Yang, his eyes fixed on her. Yun Yang, low up. Without a bonded beast mark, I don't even dare to go out. So, are you really not considering giving me a title? Jingli also looked at Yun Yang with eager eyes. He wanted a title too. If we're talking about the order of things, shouldn't it be him first? Yun Yang's gaze turned to Mo Hen and the others. If Yang Yang likes it, we have no objections, Mo Hen said. Yun Yang nodded under the eager gazes of Jing Li and Zhuo Guang. All right. Jing Li and Zhuo Guang's faces were filled with joy. What about me? The fox stared at Yun Yang with a lingering gaze. You? Just stay over there where it's cool. Yun Yang doesn't pamper him. You can accept this tiger and this fish, so why can't I accept it? One thing is one thing. I accept them for who they are, but you are you. Why? Just because I once deceived you? Yun Yang did not deny it either. I think no one likes to be deceived, right? Chi Hua had to deceive herself. But even if it was unavoidable, it was still a deception. So, how could she easily accept an orc who had deceived her? However, her refusal to accept Chi Hua ultimately stemmed from the fact that they had spent too little time together. Chi Hua's attitude towards her was somewhat ambiguous, and there were too many complex thoughts involved. Saying that Chi Hua didn't care about Yin Gu, didn't want to see the two continents connected, and didn't want the treasures of the seabed, Yin Yang didn't believe it. Chi Hua was just an old fox. She couldn't see through him and wasn't sure if he genuinely liked her, was just acting on a whim, or wanted to use her. Chi Hua's gaze was slightly cool, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Yang Yang, is he angry? Fu He asked softly. If he's angry, then let him be. It's best if he quickly returns to his spirit mountain. Yin Yang thought, maybe they are not on the same side after all. It's possible that Chi Hua just wants to wait until he finishes collecting and purifying the nightmare bones, then forces him to hand them over. Although it's difficult to speculate, Chi Hua's credibility with him can only be described as average. Chi Hua hadn't gone too far. He was just feeling a bit angry and wanted to get some fresh air. As long as Yin Yang called out to him, he promised he would come back immediately. But after hearing Yin Yang's words, Chi Hua was truly infuriated. This ungrateful little thing. He had helped her so much in the past few days, and she just wanted him to leave? Fine, if that's how it is, then let him leave. This time, Chi Hua really disappeared without a trace. However, he didn't leave the Ling Xiao tribe. He quietly went to find the people planted by Ling Shan in the Ling Xiao tribe and hosted them well. As night fell, Yun Yang Yenet, Yang Yang, that fox still hasn't returned. It can't be that he really left, right? Bai Zhu glanced outside the door. If he left, then let him leave, Yun Yang said. Let's have a good rest tonight and leave the Ling Xiao tribe tomorrow. But what if the nightmare bones are with Ling Shan? And that fox, when he returns to Ling Shan, deliberately doesn't hide the nightmare bones? What should we do then? Bai Zhu scratched his head. He was a beast man of the Golden Core realm. If he was unwilling to give them, they probably couldn't force him. Yin Yang waved his hand and said no. He will definitely give it to us. He probably still has to rely on us to gather the nightmare bones to connect the two continents. If the two continents are not connected, the beast power and demon power will not merge, and Chi Hua will be stuck at the Golden Core realm for a lifetime. When Chi Hua came to the Beast World continent, wasn't it to find out how to break through the Golden Core realm? Bai Zhu nodded, agreeing that Yin Yang made a good point. Host, a detection has found that there are beast men approaching. The cloud-like eyes flickered slightly. What kind of orc? 4 White Dan realm orcs and 1 Red Dan realm orc. Yin Yang's heart skipped a beat. What's going on? Quickly give me the sleep charm. Yin Yang still didn't understand what was happening. They didn't have time to think too much and could only quickly exchange for the sleeping talismans. Then inform Mo Hen about the situation and light the talismans. As soon as the sleeping talismans were lit, 5 male orcs rushed into their room and, without saying a word, injured the first one in line, Jing Li. Their strength hadn't recovered yet, and if a fight broke out, it would be hard for them to gain the upper hand. However, after lighting the sleeping talismans in the room, the 5 male orcs who had barged in quickly fell unconscious after a brief exchange of blows with Mo Hen and the others, without even getting serious. It's him. Zhuo Guang's expression changed slightly. Among the 5 unconscious male orcs, one was the person who had stopped him on the street today. So that female, unable to snatch a beast husband, Sent someone for revenge? Qing Ling frowned. I'm sorry, Yang. Ichou said you trouble. Zhuo Guang sighed with guilt. Is it his fault for being too good-looking? Clearly, that female is the shameless one. All right, it's not your fault anyway. Yin Yang looked at the unconscious orcs on the ground. But we can't stay here any longer. Let's leave the Ling Xiao tribe directly now. Knowing that the female might continue her revenge, leaving now is the best option. Yang is right. In that case, let's go now. They didn't need to pack their things since all their belongings were in her space. As soon as Yin Yang and the others stepped out, a gust of wind blew by. In the blink of an eye, an orc with half-white hair stood in front of them, his face marked with many scars resembling centipedes. He let out a sneer, initially thinking it was a big deal to let him take action, but now it seemed like they were quite capable after all. The orc was extremely fast, saying little before directly attacking the beast man next to Yin Yang. Yin Yang was taken aback, and in an instant, she saw his beast pattern, Jinan realm. Moreover, the beast pattern was tinged with a hint of purple, clearly indicating that he was on the verge of breaking through to the Zidane realm. The difference in strength was too great. Mo Hen and the others were instantly overwhelmed by the old beastman's pressure. Mo Hen spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. As soon as Mo Hen and Yin Yang spoke, the old beastman stood right in front of her and knocked her out. Let go of my female master. Don't worry, we won't take her life. We will return your female master to you soon. The old beastman glanced at them and directly used his pressure to knock them unconscious. He sneered and quickly took Yin Yang away. As for the unconscious beastmen in the room, they were not within his concern, even if they died. It had nothing to do with him. Yin Yang was carried away while in a coma, and the system contemplated whether to trigger the spatial power within Yin Yang once more to teleport him away. But soon, the system detected something and decided to leave it alone for now. Using the spatial power again would be quite costly, and unless it was absolutely necessary, the system planned to conserve energy first. Chapter 204. Just a fruit of love. After Chi Hua finished checking on the orc he had placed in the Ling Xiao tribe, he thought for a moment before returning to the house rented by Yin Yang. Forget it. He was a male. There was no need to fuss too much. Perhaps Yin Yang had said that on purpose to drive him away. He was determined not to let Yin Yang succeed. However, when Chi Hua returned to the vicinity of the house, he noticed something was off. Chi Hua's expression changed, and when he rushed back, he saw Mo Hen and the others had all collapsed outside the courtyard. How long had he been gone? Was there an incident? Where is Yin Yang? Where is Yin Yang? He looked into the room, where a few orcs had fallen. One of them was the orc that had stopped Zhuo Guang today, right? Could it be that female? Chi Hua furrowed his brows and quickly shook Missouri Hen awake. What happened? Mo Hen's chest ached. Hurry and save Yang Yang. She has been taken away. An orc of the Qing Dan realm broke in and took Yang Yang away. The ones in the room are probably in cahoots from the Yao Tu tribe. Mo Hen clenched his fists, hating that he only had purple rank strength now and could do nothing. Chi Hua's expression was cold. Don't worry. I will bring Yin Yang back. Damn it. He shouldn't have left in a fit of anger. If Yin Yang loses a single hair, he will destroy the Yao rabbit clan. Chi Hua narrowed his eyes, and an unusual flame shot into the room, instantly burning several beastmen to death. Perhaps the beastmen of the Qing Dan realm were overly confident, as he directly took Yin Yang away without hiding his aura at all. Chi Hua sniffed the residual aura of Yin Yang in the air and immediately pursued them. At this moment, Yin Yang had already been brought to the wasteland outside the Ling Xiao tribe. Thanks to you. I only did this because you're the AMU of my cub. Yin Yang faintly heard the 2 lines of dialogue. When she opened her eyes, she saw a female with eyes full of malice. Behind her stood the orc from the Qing Dan realm who had tied her up. Who are you? Why did you kidnap me? Because you took away the male I like. Lan Lu said with a malicious smile. So, I want to give you a big gift. She turned around, and her several beast husbands brought along 7 or 8 scruffy orcs. Is that the female who wants to take Zhuo Guang? A bad premonition rose in Yin Yang's heart. Yin Yang felt a wave of dryness in her mouth and throat. She didn't know why, but her chest seemed to gradually ignite, as if it had been set on fire. Yin Yang's cold gaze fixed on Lan Lu. What have you done to me? Oh, nothing much. Just fed you a love fruit while you were still unconscious. Lan Lu smirked. Don't you feel like you're burning with desire? After eating the love fruit, not wanting a male is simply impossible. Without a male's help, it would be worse than death. Wasn't that how she ended up with those old, ugly males in the first place? Lan Lu was filled with hatred. She dug her nails into her flesh. Don't worry. I've already found the males to help you relieve your needs. I've carefully selected wandering beastmen for you. These beastmen are all half-beasts who have lost their beast marks and are barely surviving. and none of them are anything but ugly. Just look at them. They're repulsive. Lan Lu stepped back a few paces, letting her beast husband push the half-beast forward. Why should a female make things difficult for another female? We don't have any grudges, do we? You're only targeting me because of a male? Yin Yang really couldn't understand. Just because Zhuo Guang rejected her, she wanted to take revenge on herself? Her revenge was to find a stray beast man to ruin herself? This female was simply too obsessive. This reason was already enough. I can't stand to see you all living well. The things I want must be obtained. They all owe me this. Lan Lu's eyes were filled with hatred. Everyone, go for it. As long as you don't kill, do whatever you want. Yin Yang suppressed the fire in her heart, staring at the filthy orc that was trying to get closer. If you dare to come any closer, I'll kill you. The orc hesitated for a moment. With me and my beast husband here, she can't hurt you. Lan Lu had no intention of leaving either. Besides, she had eaten the love fruit and would soon be unable to hold on. The orc looked at Yin Yang's beautiful face, swallowed hard, and felt a mix of desire. Once this village is gone, there won't be another shop like it. Even if they died after today, it would be worth it to sleep with such a beautiful female. Seeing the orc still approaching, Yin Yang quickly called for the system. Please wait a moment. Host. Someone will come to rescue you soon. Who? Suddenly, the orc behind Lan Lu, who was in the Qiandan realm, spat out blood. Lan Lu was startled and turned around in fear. Qihua appeared behind Lan Lu like a ghost and kicked her several meters away. You are the Qiandan realm orc. Lan Lu looked at Qihua in terror. But before she could finish her sentence, Qihua smashed her head with a palm. Lan Lu, who had just managed to get up, saw the Qiandan realm orc bleeding from all 7 orifices, and her pale face turned even whiter. Lan Lu's beast husband was also so scared that he lost his wits, caring nothing for his female master and directly fleeing for his life. It's none of our business. We were captured by them too, those wandering orcs, who had originally thought about dying under the peony flowers and being a handsome ghost, now had only one thought in their minds: to escape quickly. However, how could Qihua let them leave just like that? Whether it was Lan Lu's beast husband or those wandering orcs, Qihua spared none of them. They all had to die. Qihua, with a face full of ferocity, had completely lost his usual elegant demeanor. Lan Lu trembled in fear as she looked at the ground covered in bright red blood and the gruesome corpses, her eyes vacant. Ignoring the pain in her body, she desperately crawled away. Where do you think you're going? Qihua, with blood splattered on his face and an imposing aura, frightened Lan Lu into not daring to move. You were so lucky to be reincarnated as a female. If it weren't for the beast world rule against killing females, I would have killed you too. Yes, I'm a female. You absolutely cannot kill me, or else you will definitely face retribution. Lan Lu's voice trembled. Let me go. If you kill me, you'll also lose your own life. It's not worth it. I swear to the beast god, I will never speak of what happened today. Please spare me. I didn't mean to. Qihua and Yin Yang's expressions were somewhat dazed, as if certain desires in their hearts were clamoring. Qihua turned to look, and Yin Yang's face was terrifyingly red. What did you do to Yang Yang? Qihua grabbed Lan Lu by the neck. Cough, it's just a love fruit. Qihua suddenly thought of those wandering orcs, and his expression became even uglier. He was extremely grateful he arrived in time. If he had been even a moment later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lan Lu covered her face, blood oozing out between her fingers. My face. The pain on her face made her feel both startled and afraid. She could sense a deep bloodstain had appeared on her face, as if it could expose her bones with just a little more depth. This is just a small lesson for you. If it weren't for Yin Yang's condition being off, Qihua would have definitely carved hundreds of cuts on her to vent his anger. Qihua immediately took Yin Yang away. Lan Lu's face was filled with rage as she pounded the ground, moaning in pain. That male, he could instantly kill a Qiandan realm orc. How strong must he be? Life is so unfair. Why does she get to meet so many excellent beast husbands? And what about me? What kind of beast husbands do I have around me? Lan Lu looked at the already dead Qiandan realm orc, feeling both fear and relief. It's better they're dead. If others die too, that would be even better. Tears shimmered in Lan Lu's eyes as she stumbled away. Meanwhile, Yin Yang felt as if she was being burned by fire, her whole body unusually hot. Sensing Qihua's aura, she instinctively leaned closer, trying to find some relief. Qihua swallowed hard. Yang, wake up a beat. He couldn't guarantee he could remain indifferent. I'm so hot. Yin Yang felt as if her brain was about to turn into mush. Seeing Qihua's face so close, she wanted to lean in. Help me. Her lips suddenly pressed against Qihua's chin, and her hands began to wander restlessly over his chest. Chihua felt Yun Yang's soft lips, his Adam's apple bobbing, and his gaze deepened. Do you know what you're doing? Chihua restrained himself, and, seeing a river nearby, jumped in with her. He wanted to take advantage of the situation, but he was afraid that if Yun Yang woke up and didn't recognize anything, he would lose everything. The cool water stimulated Yun Yang, and she briefly regained some clarity. System? The system showed no response, playing dead again. Was this system doing it on purpose? Yun Yang endured the heat and lowered her head to find that she had already stripped the upper half of Chihua's clothes, and she had also pulled down half of her own clothes. She felt a bit embarrassed and angry. The desire that had just been suppressed surged all over her body again. Was that broken love fruit so powerful? Yun Yang started to Wang's neck, both hungry and thirsty, the desire in his heart constantly amplifying. Chihua, his blood must be very sweet, right? I want a drink. Are you okay? Just hang in there for a bit longer. I'll take you back soon. Hiss. Chihua felt a pain in his neck and leaned back to dodge. Between Yun Yang's lips, stained with crimson blood, Chihua's breath hitched. Yun Yang's lips, adorned with droplets of blood, desperately beckoned him to taste. As a golden core realm beastman, Chihua's blood was rich in demonic power, fueling Yun Yang's desire for him even more. Yun Yang's tongue licked the blood beads from the corners of her lips, and she leaned closer to him, still yearning for more. Chihua blocked Yun Yang, asking, "Are you still conscious? Do you still know who I am?" Yun Yang, feeling restless all over, replied, "I'm so hot, so thirsty. Help me." Chihua, feeling parched himself, hesitated as he looked at Yun Yang's dazed expression. "Are you sure? Just tell me if you want to or not. If you don't want to, then stay away from me." He didn't realize he was a walking temptation, did he? Who says I don't want to? I'm just afraid you won't recognize me after you've had your fill. Chihua lifted Yun Yang's chin, his gaze burning as he leaned down to kiss her lips. There's no reason to turn down a fat sheep that's right in front of you, right? Regardless of whether Yun Yang wanted to be with him because she ate the love fruit or if she genuinely had feelings for him, Chihua was determined not to allow her to have regrets. Yun Yang was kissed to the point of being dazed, her rationality gradually fading. No, not here. They're still in the water. Chihua's voice was hoarse. So where do you want to go? There was really no good place for them to go. He needed to send Yun Yang back, but she might not be able to hold on, and he also couldn't bear to part with her. If they went back, this fat sheep might not necessarily fall into his hands. Yun Yang bit into Chihua's shoulder. "Get on shore." Chihua tightly hugged Yun Yang as they reached the shore. In the next moment, Yun Yang moved her mobile cabin from her space. Chihua was once again shocked by Yun Yang. How many secrets does she still have that he doesn't know about? But now is not the time to think about that. He held Yun Yang and entered the cabin. As the door closed, Chihua tore Yun Yang's clothes into shreds. At that moment, the beast mark that was hidden by the clothes was revealed. Seeing those beast marks that did not belong to him, Chihua felt a surge of jealousy. However, in the next moment, he saw a fox beast mark on her fair skin. Isn't this his own beast mark? Chihua looked down and discovered that he also had a blood clan mark that belonged solely to Yun Yang on his chest. But he was currently feeling hot all over and didn't notice anything. He was somewhat confused. He hadn't bonded with Yun Yang, and he was certain that this beast mark wasn't there this morning. So, where did it come from? Chihua Yun Yang displayed a hint of charm on her face, her delicate voice carrying a sense of urgency as she wondered why he had stopped at such a critical moment. Yang had many cigarettes. Chihua licked his slightly dry lips, his hands eagerly igniting passion on her body. What was this beast mark all about? Yin Yang's eyes, stained with the color of jade, suddenly caught sight of the beast mark on Chihua's chest, and she suddenly remembered that she had just drunk his blood. Yes, it's because I drank your blood. Yun Yang trembled slightly as he was touched in sensitive areas. Blood? This is the unique way of the Blood Clan's contract partners. I accidentally bit you just now and drank your blood, so we formed a contract. Does that mean I've already become Yun Yang's beast husband? Then what is he still holding back for? With the beast mark, isn't he already certified to take on the role? Hurry up, Yun Yang actively offers his kiss. Are you still a man? Chihua's eyes deepened. He had glimpsed Yun Yang's dreams and understood what Yun Yang meant by that. Of course he is. How could he not be? The night was thick, and the room was filled with soft complaints, with two figures entangled on a large bed. That's enough. Yun Yang's voice was hoarse. How could Chihua, who was experiencing love for the first time, have enough? He had been abstinent for nearly 100 years, not knowing what satisfaction meant. So, of course, it wasn't enough. You dead fox. Were you a dog in your past life? Still having the energy to scold me means you're not tired. Shall we go for another round? When the sky gradually brightened, Chihua returned with the weary Yunyang, stepping into the first rays of morning sunlight. Mo Hin and the others remained expressionless. They had beast marks, and every time there was a passionate moment on the bed, they could sense it through the faintly warming beast marks. They couldn't possibly ignore it. Yunyang has a system on her. If something were to happen to her, the system would not sit idly by. Therefore, the only possible partner for Yunyang is the old fox, Chihua. The most resentful ones are probably Jing Li and Zhuguang. They finally waited for Yunyang to speak up, but before they could even officially acknowledge their relationship, Chihua jumped in first. When Mo Hin saw the numerous marks on Yunyang's body, he frowned deeply and said stiffly, "Give her to me." Mo Hin took Yunyang from Chihua's arms and brought her inside to rest. What exactly happened? Mingji asked. Chihua briefly explained what had occurred. Qing Ling gritted her teeth and said, "So you took advantage of Yunyang being fed the love fruit to exploit her vulnerability?" Chihua smirked. "I didn't." Yunyang willingly said so herself. "Oh, before this, I actually wanted to bring Yunyang back, but she drank my blood." Jing Li still didn't know that Yunyang consuming the blood of male beastmen would automatically bond her with them, leaving them a bit confused. What does blood have to do with it? However, Mo Hin and the others were aware of the situation and could only keep quiet, reluctantly accepting this sudden turn of events. On the bright side, Chihua is a golden core realm beastman. With him around, they wouldn't have to worry too much about Yunyang's safety on their journey through the demon immortal continent. Just thinking about what happened last night left them feeling helpless. Currently, their strength is still too low. If they were just wandering around the demon immortal continent, it would be fine. But what they need to do is collect the nightmare bones from across the continent. The enemies they'll face in the future won't be ordinary beastmen. Therefore, their opponents could be beastmen in the Qingdan realm, the Zidan realm, or even an entire tribe. The unexpected events of last night dealt them a heavy blow, and their minds were no longer preoccupied with jealousy. The most pressing matter is still to improve their own strength. If this continues, they will only become more passive. They can't always rely on Chihua to protect Yunyang. Suddenly, Chihua turned to look outside. Some beastmen are coming. Beastmen in the Zidan realm. Chihua murmured. They were startled. What should we do? Chihua said he had killed a beastman in the Qingdan realm outside the tribe, and it might be the Yao Tu tribe coming for revenge. What are you afraid of? Aren't I here? Kiwa chuckled. Just right. I still need to settle accounts with the Yao Tu tribe. They intended to harm my female master. They must pay a price. Only Chihua could say such things. He swaggered outside without fear of who the visitors were. The elder of the Yao Tu tribe sensed something and was taken aback. That Qingdan realm beastman wasn't even considered one of their tribe's members. He barely qualified as Lan Lu's mate. Because Lan Lu had given birth to his offspring, he could barely do some tasks for the tribe. Lan Lu returned to the tribe, trembling and disfigured. That Qingdan realm beastman was dead. Moreover, many of the beastmen who accompanied Lan Lu had also died. When asked about the murderer, Lan Lu refused to speak. But if she didn't say anything, the tribe would investigate. They couldn't ignore the powerful beastman who could kill a Qingdan realm member, especially since it was Lan Lu who provoked him. Who knows? This beastman might be related to the nightmare bones they lost. So they inquired with the knowledgeable mate of Lan Lu, and only then did they learn what Lan Lu had done. Lan Lu tried to deal with the female she was jealous of, but ended up hitting a brick wall. The elder of the Yao Tu tribe stood outside, staring incredulously at the room where Yunyang was. He seemed to have just sensed the aura of a golden core realm. He suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Was it his illusion? It couldn't be the golden core elder Chihua from Lingshan, right? Just as he hesitated, the door to the courtyard opened. Isn't it the elder of the Yao Tu tribe? Why don't you come in? Chihua smiled at him, but his eyes seemed to be coated with frost. The elder of the Yao Tu tribe opened his mouth and involuntarily took a step back. It really is the elder of the Tianhu tribe, Chihua. Although they had only met a few times, no one could forget the most talented individual in the demon immortal continent. Elder Kiwa. He clasped his fists and slowly bowed, breaking into a cold sweat. When did you arrive? Why didn't you inform us? We would have welcomed you. Chihua casually replied. I was planning to wander around with my female master and didn't want to disturb anyone. The elder of the Yao Tu tribe's head was buzzing. Since when did Chihua have a female master? You have a female master now? The elder of the Yao Tu tribe blurted out. Chihua stared at him. What's wrong? Can't I have a female master? However, before meeting Yunyang, he had never desperately wanted a partner. Your female master is. The elder of the Yao Tu tribe couldn't even imagine what kind of female could match the first genius of the demon immortal continent? What kind of female would be worthy of our first genius of the demon immortal continent? Cold light burst from Chi Hua's eyes. You must have some guesses in your heart about who my female master is, right? The elder couldn't help but swallow hard. Chi Hua's female master couldn't possibly be the one who stole Lan Lu's chosen male, the female whom Lan Lu hated, right? Just thinking of this possibility made the elder feel breathless. I was playing with my female master in the Ling Xiao tribe, but I ended up being hated. I just left for a moment, and your tribe's female beat up my female master's mate and took her away. She fed my female master the love fruit and even sought out a stray beast man, intending to let that stray beast man abuse my female master. Chi Hua sneered. If I hadn't arrived in time, my female master would have suffered even more grievances. Calling her female master repeatedly made the elder of the Yao Tu tribe panic. Lan Lu, how could you cause such a huge mess? So, after I killed a few beastmen, you thought to come find me for trouble? I haven't even settled accounts with you yet. The elder of the Yao Tu tribe wiped the sweat from his forehead. Elder Kiwa, it's all because our tribe's females were ignorant. I apologize to you on their behalf. How about you and your partner come to our Yao Tu tribe as guests? We will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. He felt somewhat aggrieved. The biggest loss was their Yao Tu tribe, but they still had to apologize to Chi Hua. Of course, once my female master has rested well, I will naturally seek compensation from your Yao Tu tribe. Chapter 207. I'm not wrong now, get lost. Don't be an eyesore here. Chi Hua slammed the door, rejecting the elder of the Yao Tu tribe outside. The elder took a deep breath, wishing he could go back and strangle Lan Lu right now. He had been an elder for so many years and hadn't been snubbed like this in a long time. Yet because of Lan Lu, he had to lower his voice and apologize to Chi Hua. With a dark face, he returned to the Yao Tu tribe and explained the situation to the tribe leader, then coldly said, "You deal with this matter. I'm not going to handle it." The tribe leader, also having received a cold shoulder, had a similarly ugly expression and could only vent his anger on others. After Chi Hua closed the door, he raised an eyebrow, feeling accomplished. And Mo Hen sighed in his heart. In the beast world, once one's strength reached a certain level, everything became easy. Yang Yang woke up and helped Fu He walk out of the house. He poured a glass of water and returned to Yin Yang's room. "Yin Yang, drink some water." "Thank you, Fu He," Yin Yang said, her voice a bit hoarse. And Mo Hen cast a reproachful glance at Chi Hua. "You went too far." Kiwa, feeling guilty, touched his nose and coughed. "Sorry, I'll be more careful next time." Yin Yang glared at Chi Hua. "You can't sleep in my bed this month." Chi Hua remained silent. How could he expect a meat-eating male to continue living a vegetarian life? Impossible. By the way, Yang Yang, the orc from the Yao Rabbit clan, came to apologize just now. Chi Hua changed the subject and briefly recounted what had just happened. Yin Yang slightly pursed her lips. An apology? She didn't think the other party was here to apologize. It was more likely they were here to seek revenge. It was just that seeing Chi Hua made it turn into an apology, right? When did Yang Yang want to go to the Yao Rabbit tribe to demand compensation? What do you want? I'll go tell them. With Chi Hua's strength there, even if the Yao Rabbit clan was unwilling, they would have to hold back. Tomorrow then. Yin Yang looked at them. "What do you think we should ask for?" "Spirit stones and beast cores," Ming Ji said. "What we need more now is to enhance our strength. Besides that, what valuable things could the Yao Rabbit tribe possibly have for them to consider?" Yin Yang nodded, agreeing. "That makes sense. Let's directly ask for spirit stones and beast cores then. After all, the only thing I cared about, the nightmare bone, has already been collected. If it weren't for this unexpected incident, I was planning to leave the Ling Xiao tribe." "All right, no problem. Yang Yang, are you hungry? You can drink some of our blood," Baizhu said. Yin Yang nodded and said, "Okay, but..." She turned her gaze to Jing Li and Zhuo Guang, who were standing at the back. "I want to drink from Jing Li and Zhuo Guang." Baizhu was taken aback for a moment, but then quickly understood. All right. Jing Li still didn't grasp what this meant, thinking Yin Yang simply wanted to drink their blood, and immediately offered her hand. "Drink as much as you want," Jing Li said with a smile. "I have plenty of blood." Meanwhile, Zhuo Guang's eyes lit up. In fact, he had seen Baiju's past and knew that Yin Yang had a unique way of forming bonds. By saying this, Yin Yang was giving them a title. How wonderful. They wouldn't have to worry about being coveted when going out in the future. Yin Yang bared her sharp teeth and bit into Jing Li's arm, taking a big gulp of blood. It was sweet. Then, she bit into Zhuo Guang's arm, perhaps because he was from the Sea tribe. Yin Yang felt that his blood had a hint of sea salt flavor, which was quite peculiar. Suddenly, Jing Li felt a slight heat in his chest. Looking down, he discovered a beast mark on his chest. He looked at Yin Yang in disbelief. Did he bond with Yang Yang? It was a mate beast mark. He could feel the bond within. I don't drink the blood of any beastman other than my mate, because drinking it would automatically lead to bonding. So that is how it is. Jing Li couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth any longer. This just meant that Yang Yang had already accepted them. The next day, their group went to the Yao Rabbit tribe. We want. As long as it's reasonable, we can compensate. The leader of the Yao Rabbit tribe spoke sincerely, then discreetly assessed Yun Yang beside Chi Hua. To take a golden core beastman as a mate could be said to make her the first female of their beast world. Bring that female out and publicly apologize to my female master. Also, use your tribe spirit stones and demon cores as compensation to soothe the shock. It is appropriate for Lan Lu to apologize, but how much do you want? The leader of the Yao Rabbit tribe pondered. Chi Hua smiled and looked at the leader of the Yao Rabbit tribe. Then we need to see your tribe's sincerity. The leader of the Yao Rabbit tribe's face stiffened. He knew Chi Hua was not easy to fool. It was indeed difficult to gauge how much to give. If he was unsatisfied, Chi Hua would definitely not let it go. Regarding the compensation Chi Hua demanded, the Yao Rabbit tribe did not dare to refute. They had first offended Yin Yang, and no one in the Yao Rabbit tribe was stronger than Chi Hua. They had no choice but to swallow this loss. The leader of the Yao Rabbit tribe gritted his teeth. We need to discuss this. Go ahead. Chi Hua sat in a chair, leisurely sipping tea. Soon after, the leader of the Yao Rabbit tribe concluded their discussions and reported a figure to Chi Hua. This is already half of our Yao Rabbit tribe's warehouse. Saying half is certainly a bit exaggerated, but it's already a third. All right, Chi Hua frowned, reluctantly agreeing. Seeing Chi Hua's reluctant expression, the leader of the Yao Rabbit tribe almost ground his teeth. He ordered the beastmen to open the warehouse, bringing out spirit stones and demon cores, while also calling the culprit Lan Lu. If it weren't for Lan Lu being able to give birth, with a bunch of mates and several seeking to have children from the Qingdan realm, he really wanted to throw her out of the tribe to fend for herself. Lan Lu was pushed into the hall, and upon seeing Chi Hua's face, she trembled instantly. The leader looked at her coldly, quickly apologized to Lord Chi Hua's female master. Lan Lu bit her lip. I'm sorry. It's all my greed. It's my jealousy towards you. I apologize to you here. Yin Yang did not speak. Apologizing was one thing, but forgiving herself was another. What Lan Lu did could not be brushed aside with a light apology. It was impossible for her to forgive herself. Seeing that Yun Yang remained silent, the clan leader said, Rest assured, we will keep a close watch on Lan Lu from now on and send her directly to the female cave. She won't be allowed to go out again. After all, the clan values her ability to bear offspring. Everything else is unimportant. Moreover, Lan Lu hasn't given birth to any young this year. Who knows if it's because she's had too many and her body is damaged. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, Lan Lu's mind buzzed. No, you can't send me to the female cave. I've given birth to so many young. You can't just cast me aside like this. Lan Lu's voice was sharp. I did nothing wrong. Don't be stubborn. The clan leader reprimanded. Chapter 208. You suspect me don't think I don't know how many females you've harmed in private. The clan leader glared at Lan Lu. If it weren't for the fact that you've given birth to so many young, our clan would have expelled you long ago. How can we keep cleaning up your mess time and again? What have we done to wrong you? We provide you with good food and drink, fulfilling all your desires. Yet you have become increasingly greedy. You have wronged me in every way. Lan Lu clenched her fists tightly, glaring at the clan leader as if she were ready to smash something. Huh, you think I wanted to give birth because of that? I wish I couldn't give birth at all. She screamed hysterically. What have I done wrong? Even if I have, you forced me into it. You owe me. It's all because of you. Seeing that I can bear young, you forced me to give birth one after another. Her face flushed. She shouted hoarsely, her gaze gradually becoming hollow. You didn't care about my will at all. You fed me with love fruits and forced me to have children with an old and ugly male. Just because they are strong and can bring benefits to the tribe. The tribe can sell me off, treat me like a breeding tool. How can you not pity me? The thought of those old and ugly males on top of her every day made her feel nauseous. You help me clean up the mess? Ha ha. Isn't that just your guilt from forcing me? You forced me to bear young with those so-called strong ones. What's wrong with me finding a few good-looking males myself? Lan Lu sneered, stepping hard on the clan leader's face. If I'm not living well, why should you be able to live well? Just because I'm jealous of you. So what? Lan Lu looked at Yun Yang with bloodshot eyes. If you were me, treated as a breeding tool, you might not be any better than I am. Yun Yang purset her lips. You hate them, loathe them, so your sharp blade should be directed at those orcs who persecute you, not at innocent females one by one. Lan Lu is pitiful, yet also despicable. What she has done does not deserve sympathy. instead of seeking revenge on those who truly persecute you. You choose self-deception and bully females who are even weaker than you. Ultimately, it is your cowardice and incompetence. Lan Lu's complexion was slightly pale. You have never experienced everything I've gone through, so how can you understand my suffering? Yin Yang nodded. Yes, I indeed have not experienced everything you have, so I cannot judge. But my life creed is that if others respect me a little, I will return threefold. However, if someone dares to deceive me, I will destroy them no matter what it takes. Persecuting the weak and innocent only shows one's own incompetence. Lan Lu stared blankly at Yin Yang, feeling a faint envy. Yes, she was indeed weak. Lan Lu trembled all over, suddenly rushing in front of the leader of the Yao Rabbit tribe, pulling out a sharp knife and stabbing it into his chest with lightning speed. The leader did not expect Lan Lu to suddenly attack him, completely forgetting that Lan Lu was a female. In a fit of rage, he slapped Lan Lu hard. Lan Lu was just an ordinary female, although she had cultivated. Her strength was weak. With a single slap, she was sent flying, crashing into a pillar behind her and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, a dark cloud gathered in the sky, followed by a bolt of purple lightning. Boom! The leader was struck directly, his body charred black, kneeling on the ground with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Originally, he was at the Qing Dan stage of cultivation, but the heavenly punishment directly stripped away a large portion of his power. He fell from the Qing Dan stage to the Bai Dan stage. The leader trembled with rage and ordered, "Drag her away. Get the shaman to heal her. Lan Lu cannot die like this. If she dies, I will continue to be punished and will have to accompany her in death." Ha ha ha. Spitting, Lan Lu's eyes were filled with madness as she spat blood on the leader. After a while, Lan Lu gradually calmed down, completely shedding her previous attitude of blaming the heavens and complaining about fate. She realized she needed to take revenge on these hypocritical beings. She had not completely lost. She still had leverage. Lan Lu was dragged away, tears sparkling in her eyes. Crazy, the leader cursed, feeling anxious. At this moment, the leader still did not know that in the future, Lan Lu would turn the Yao Rabbit tribe upside down. For now, he was worried about himself. His strength had declined, and the position of leader that he had worked so hard to obtain was likely to be lost. Thinking of this, he hated Lan Lu even more. People's joys and sorrows do not connect. Qihua just watched this farce as if it were a show. The matter was over, and Qihua did not want to stay any longer. "Mistress, let us go." Qihua gave a glance to Mo Hen and the others, and they swaggered out of the Yao Rabbit tribe, carrying compensation. Wait, uninvited guests from the Yao Rabbit tribe arrived. The leaders of the Flower Leopard and Rock Goat tribes, having heard of the events in the Yao Rabbit tribe, immediately rushed over. As soon as they entered, they saw Qihua, and their expressions changed slightly. It really is Qihua. After meeting Qihua's gaze, they were at a loss for words. "What brings you here?" Qihua glared at them. Having not been active in the outside world for many years, these people had become bolder, feeling they could casually offend him, not placing him in their eyes. The leader of the Flower Leopard tribe moved his lips. "Lord Qihua, please sit down first. I have something to consult you about. Get to the point. Don't beat around the bush." Qihua interrupted. "I don't have time to waste with you." The leader of the Flower Leopard tribe awkwardly said, "Well, I heard that Lord Qihua has been in our tribe for quite some time. I wonder if you know that our tribe has lost the Nightmare Bone?" Qihua sneered. "What does your tribe losing the Nightmare Bone have to do with us? Or do you suspect that I stole it? It's just a coincidence. The day you arrived at our tribe, the Nightmare Bone went missing. We just want to ask if you know any clues." "I don't know." Qihua snorted coldly. "If I wanted it, would I need to sneak around? Besides, if I really stole it, how could I still be here in your tribe? If you suspect me, just say it outright. If you want to search, feel free. If you find it, you can do whatever you want." The Nightmare Bone was in his space. They wouldn't be able to find it no matter how they searched. But if you can't find it, it's just a waste of our time. You should at least offer some compensation. The Yao Rabbit tribe had already paid half of their fortune. Qihua glanced at them. The leader of the Yao Rabbit tribe felt a tightness in his chest. Our Yao Rabbit tribe does not suspect Lord Qihua. If they kept compensating, their tribe would truly lose more than half of their treasury. Chapter 209. Spirit Mountain. The leader of the Rock Goat tribe hesitated, secretly glancing at the leader of the Flower Leopard tribe. To be honest, he did not want to offend Qihua. What they found nothing and offended Qihua. The leader of the Flower Leopard tribe was also a bit hesitant. "TCH, if you dare not gamble, then step aside. We are leaving." He was mild, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. The Flower Leopard tribe looked at the provocation in Qihua's eyes and gritted their teeth. If there's nothing, Then I and the Rock Goat tribe will each give you a box of spirit stones. Only one box. That's too little. Chi-Hua shook his head, refusing. 3 boxes, he said through gritted teeth. Chi-Hua raised an eyebrow, hesitating. So, generous? Or should I say forget it? I'm afraid you might backtrack. Absolutely no regrets. The more Chi-Hua hesitated, the more he wanted to investigate. His instincts were sharper than most. Relying on this talent, he had avoided countless dangers and gained many benefits. He had always trusted his intuition. Then go ahead and check. Feel free to search. I will be waiting right here. By the way, hurry and prepare the spirit stones. The leader of the Rock Goat tribe's brows twitched. Wait. I believe in Lord Chi-Hua. Our Rock Goat tribe does not want to search. The leader of the Flower Leopard tribe glared at him. It was originally the leader of the Rock Goat tribe who averted his gaze. When they had discussed matters among the 3 tribes, they all agreed it was the Golden Lion tribe's doing, and even the leader of the Flower Leopard tribe believed so. However, upon learning that Chi-Hua was in their Lingxiao tribe, the leader of the Flower Leopard tribe immediately changed his tune and insisted on dragging him along. In fact, upon careful thought, Chi-Hua was not a light-based ability user. If he were to steal the Nightmare Bone, he would definitely need light-based ability users. With so many Nightmare Bones, it would require several light-based ability users. Although the Priest of Spirit Mountain was outstanding, their numbers were limited, and they did not meddle in external affairs. They were truly reclusive individuals. He had not heard of any priests from Spirit Mountain coming down the mountain. To say that a group of ability users was assisting both inside and outside, and that there were many light-based ability users, was unlikely, right? Their tribe was under tight defense every day. If there really were, their large tribe would not have discovered anything. Instead, they had discovered suspected orcs sent by the Golden Lion tribe during their search these past few days. The central city was large and attracted the most light-based ability users. Only the central city would have that kind of power, right? The leader of the Rock Goat tribe then shifted his gaze to Ming Ji. He was a light-based ability user with decent talent, but relying on him, it was impossible to suppress so much nightmare chi. Chi-Hua was right. If they were the ones who stole it, why didn't they leave immediately on the day the Nightmare Bone was stolen? All right, if we find it, it will directly belong to our tribe. The leader of the Flower Leopard tribe had a very strong intuition that the loss of the Nightmare Bone was related to Chi-Hua. With such great power, to seize the Nightmare Bones from 3 tribes at once, he was no ordinary ability user. His first instinct was to suspect the Golden Lion clan, but now he leaned more towards Chi-Hua. The Flower Leopard clan took a deep breath and said, just in time, our clan has obtained a Nightmare Bone. We will send our priest to search with a Nightmare Bone. Searching with a Nightmare Bone would yield a reaction when close to another Nightmare Bone, making the search much easier. The Mountain Goat clan leader looked at him in surprise, but said nothing. As a result, when the priest searched again, not even a trace of Nightmare Chi was found. All right, can we leave now? Chi-Hua instructed Mo Hin and the others to carry away the compensation from the Yao Rabbit clan, then smiled and said, remember to send us 3 boxes of spirit stones. The Flower Leopard clan leader gritted his teeth and replied, fine, we will send them. However, we will have the priest take the Nightmare Bone to search. Until a complete search is conducted, we cannot allow anyone to leave the tribe. Whatever. Chi-Hua waved his hand and left the Yao Rabbit clan with Yun Yang. In the following days, the Flower Leopard clan leader kept sending people to secretly monitor Chi-Hua, but still found nothing. His actions, however, sparked discontent among many clan members, as they were undoubtedly offending a Golden Core Beastman. In the end, they unanimously decided to remove the leader and elect a new one. The dismissed clan leader had no one to confide in. His instincts couldn't be wrong. The loss of the Nightmare Bone was definitely related to Chi-Hua, but no one believed him. After being removed from leadership, he continued to keep an eye on Chi-Hua's movements. Later, it was proven that he was right. The loss of the Nightmare Bone was indeed related to Chi-Hua. Meanwhile, while the Flower Leopard clan was conducting their search, Yun Yang and the others stayed in their rented house to increase their strength. With spirit stones and demon cores, plus Yun Yang's ability to absorb their excess energy, they broke through in just a few days. The spirit stones and demon cores compensated by the Yao Rabbit and Flower Leopard clans were all squandered within days. Fortunately, the results were excellent. Fu He, Ming Ji, Jingli, and Zhuoguang restored their white core strength. Mo Hen, Yiji, Baizu, and Qing Ling restored their purple rank strength, and they faintly showed signs of a breakthrough. All right, let's set off. It was time for them to leave for the next location. On the day they left the Lu Shao tribe, they saw a familiar little beast man again. Little AI. Little AI looked at Yun Yang timidly and asked, are you leaving? Yes, Ripley Yun Yang. Little AI bit her lip and said, "Sister, I'm sorry." Yin Yang looked at Xiao AI in confusion, wondering why she said that. "My AMU is Lan Lu. I've heard all about it." Yin Yang was taken aback. "Are you trying to apologize to me on behalf of your aunt?" Little AI nodded timidly. "There's no need to apologize for her." Yin Yang patted his head. "She is her, and you are you, so there's no need to feel guilty about it. I'm leaving now. Let this be a gift for you." Yin Yang took out a blue crystal and carefully held on to it, saying goodbye. Xiao AI cradled the blue crystal, his eyes slightly red. He was the first cub of Lan Lu. These days, MU had been locked up, and the little beastmen in the tribe had quietly distanced themselves from him, even secretly cursing him. But this sister said he didn't need to feel guilty. Xiao AI held the blue crystal, revealing a faint smile, and softly murmured, "Thank you, sister." Rumbling, a series of muffled thunder sounded in the sky. Yin Yang looked at the dark clouds in the sky and said softly, "The rainy season is coming soon. In today's Beast World continent, the snow season should be coming to an end, right? It's another warm season. I wonder how the civilized village is doing. Yang Yang, do you want to go to our Spirit Mountain? We also have nightmare bones at Spirit Mountain. Come back with me to Spirit Mountain, and I can get them to give you all the nightmare bones." Yin Yang thought for a moment and said, "All right." She had already decided that after collecting all the nightmare bones from Ling Mountain, she would head to Central City. After obtaining the nightmare bones from Central City, she would have collected more than half of them, leaving only some scattered ones. Chapter 210, next door at that time, Yin Yang could easily use the nightmare bones in her possession to attract the remaining scattered ones, without needing to run around and collect them bit by bit. "Let's go. Set off." Chi Hua said contentedly. "When we get to Ling Mountain, can you hold a mate ceremony for me?" The mate ceremony was like a wedding. Male beasts in the beast world could not refuse it, hoping to gain the approval of the beast god. Okay, they headed south towards Ling Mountain. During this time, many tribes gradually discovered the golden lion fur left behind by Yin Yang. The golden lion tribe is too arrogant. I heard that the Lu Xiao tribe lost all their nightmare bones overnight. Who else but the golden lion tribe in Central City has that ability? But I heard it's Ling Mountain. Some tribes that lost their nightmare bones found fox fur. Isn't Ling Mountain supposed to be uninvolved in everything? It shouldn't be Ling Mountain's doing, right? I even heard rumors that there are traitors in Ling Mountain helping outsiders frame them. This was said by a member of the Ling Mountain tribe, and it was personally investigated by their elder Chi Hua. The Red Fox of Ling Mountain is a golden core realm beastman. If he really wanted the nightmare bones, he could just snatch them without anyone daring to speak up. Why would he need to be sneaky? On the contrary, the Golden Lion tribe is acting arrogantly and secretly. They talk grandly, but who knows how many shady things they've done behind the scenes. Exactly. I trust Ling Mountain more. The Golden Lion tribe is just a bunch of petty beastmen. In no time, the reputation of the Golden Lion tribe continued to decline. Naturally, these words were intentionally spread by Chi Hua to the beastmen of Ling Mountain. What's wrong with Central City repeatedly trying to frame Ling Mountain and teaching them a lesson? That is not unreasonable, is it? After hearing these rumors, the elder of the Golden Lion tribe was so angry that his nose almost crooked. It's clearly the Lu Xiao tribe acting out a play, but they want to bite back. The leader of the Golden Lion tribe remained silent. I heard that at that time. Chi Hua from Ling Mountain was also present. Perhaps the Lu Xiao tribe was not lying, and they did lose their nightmare bones, and it was Chi Hua who stole them. The elder frowned. Impossible. If Ling Mountain really wanted to compete with us, the beastmen we bribed in Ling Mountain wouldn't have no news at all. I've known Chi Hua for so many years. He hates trouble and would never go personally to snatch the nightmare bones. If he really wanted them, he would just wait until he finished collecting and enjoy the results. He is just a cunning fox. So, we only need to be cautious of him at the last moment. The elder was arrogant, but he indeed understood Chi Hua, whom he had always regarded as his greatest rival. Chi Hua used to think this way, but now things were different. Yin Yang wants it, and he will naturally satisfy Yin Yang. Although it's a bit troublesome, it doesn't matter. The clan leader thought for a moment, and surprisingly did not refute him in his heart. I heard that Chi Hua has a female partner now? The elder asked. The clan leader nodded. Yes. Have you found out who his female partner is? No. The clan leader looked at him coldly. Since you haven't, why aren't you going to investigate quickly? You can't even handle such a small matter. The clan leader lowered his eyes. It's in the area of Ling Mountain, on the eastern side of the monster fairy continent. There, the vegetation is lush and the species are abundant. The range of Ling Mountain is not just a specific mountain, but a whole area of mountains. After a month of walking and stopping, they finally arrived at the range of Ling Mountain. The beastmen of Ling Mountain were all surprised when they learned that Chi Hua had a partner. Upon seeing Chi Hua, Many beastmen quietly peeked out, curiously looking at Yun Yang beside Chi Hua. So this is their lord Chi Hua's partner? Really beautiful. So Chi Hua likes this kind of beast, man. It's just ahead. Chi Hua hugged Yun Yang and glanced at Mo Hen and the others. I will take Yang Yang ahead. You all follow? If you get lost, ask the nearby beastmen for directions. Chi Hua took Yun Yang and disappeared in an instant, leaving Mo Hen and the 8 silently chasing after them. They decided that once they found Yang Yang, they would definitely take turns speaking ill of Chi Hua. Let Yang Yang kick him out. They traveled through the night for 2 days and finally arrived at the Tianhu tribe, where Chi Hua was located. You're the beast husband of Yun Yang, right? I am the clan leader of the Tianhu tribe, here to welcome you. We have already prepared a place for you to stay. The clan leader of the Chi-Hu tribe smiled, looking very amiable, but his eyes revealed the shrewdness belonging to an old fox. Greetings, clan leader. May I ask where our female partner is? Please take us directly to her, Mo Hen said. The clan leader smiled and said, Yun Yang is in the elder's courtyard. Don't worry, your residence is right next to the elder. Mo Hen nodded, then please take us there. Follow me. The clan leader didn't put on airs and personally led them there. After walking a long way along the mountain path, the clan leader pointed to a small courtyard halfway up the mountain. This is your residence. However, Mo Hen learned through the bee seal that Yun Yang was not nearby. Didn't you say my female partner was next door? Where is she? The clan leader stroked his long white beard and smiled. Oh, they're on the next mountain. Look, it's right there. The clan leader pointed to the adjacent high mountain, where a beautiful courtyard was built halfway up. Mo Hen pressed his lips together. It really is next door. Foxes are indeed cunning by nature. Please forgive us. Our elder loves peace and lives alone on a mountain, and others generally should not disturb him. You can stay at ease. We will send someone to look for the elder shortly. Facing the clan leader of the Tianhu tribe, although they felt a bit dissatisfied in their hearts, they also showed respect. Thank you very much. You're welcome. The clan leader chuckled. There is food prepared inside. You can rest more. Also, the mountains behind are wild mountains with many wild beasts and fallen beasts, if needed. You can go there yourself. In fact, the elder's courtyard is also quite large. But the elder doesn't want to deal with human affairs and still has to let him handle it. The clan leader was quite annoyed as well. On the next mountain, Yin Yang turned over and kicked Chi Hua off the bed. You dog. Chi Hua climbed back on a bed. Why did you kick me, Yang? You know what you did. Chi Hua innocently blinked. I didn't. Yang said she was tired, so I let you sleep. Absolutely did not move. However, Chi Hua developed a new way of playing when Yun Yang didn't allow her on the bed. Since bonding with Yun Yang, the system no longer blocked Chi Hua from entering dreams. Therefore, Chi Hua learned a fun little trick, dream making. In dreams, she could do whatever she wanted with Yun Yang. Chapter 211. I think I've seen it before. Whenever Yun Yang thinks about the shy and embarrassing things she did with Chi Hua in her dreams, she wants to throw this old fox out. The key is that their strengths are too different. Chi Hua can easily bring her into a dream, and the sensations in the dream are no different from real love. Does Yang Yang not like it? Chi Hua give her a kiss. And isn't she very passionate in the dream? Yin Yang's face turned red, and she gritted her teeth and said, I don't like it, but I really like it. Chi Hua curled her lips. In the dream of creation, I can take Yin Yang to do all sorts of poses and to various scenes. If you enter my dream again without my permission, don't think about getting close to me in the future. I want to listen to you. How close can I get? Negative distance? Chi Hua leaned in and laughed in her ear. Yin Yang swung her hand, and, as expected, she hit nothing. Yin Yang is so fierce. Chi Hua went around to Yin Yang's back, her slender fingers rubbing against Yin Yang's neck. Yin Yang turned back, sharp teeth biting into his arm and fiercely sucking a mouthful of blood. The blood was rich in energy, and after Yin Yang took a big gulp, he felt a distinct sense of fullness. However, this amount of energy was nothing significant for Chi Hua. He had been cultivating for many years and had remained at the golden core stage for quite a long time. He had accumulated a lot of demon power. Yet his cultivation had not increased at all. Giving this energy to Yun Yang as sustenance was just making full use of it. Have Mo Hen and the others arrived? Chi Hua smirked. They were already here. They arrived in less than 2 days, and he hadn't had enough of his time alone with Yang Yang. Tomorrow night would be the full moon night, and he had already asked the clan leader to prepare for the bonding ceremony. If they could delay a bit, the ceremony would be just for him and Yang Yang. Once they arrived, that winged tiger and that sea fish would have to join in. So shall we go find them? All right. Chi Hua clicked his tongue, but first, give me a kiss. Yin Yang cupped his face and kissed him. Is this good enough? Not good. Chi Hua pulled Yin Yang to do some morning exercises. Yin Yang woke up again, and it was already noon. According to Chi-Hua, Mo Hen and the others had already come by, but she had fallen asleep, so they went to the back mountain to hunt the fallen beasts. Then let's go hunt the fallen beast too. Yin-Yang hadn't exercised her muscles and bones for a while, and she was ready to go to the back and kill a few fallen beasts to practice and see how much her cultivation had improved recently. Ever since she became a partner with Chi-Hua, Yin-Yang's strength had increased significantly, except for not being able to defeat Chi-Hua. She could almost take on 2 opponents when with Mo Hen and the others. Great! Chi-Hua was satisfied on the bed and was very obedient to Yin-Yang. Chi-Hua carried Yin-Yang to the back mountain, but did not go to find Mo Hen. Yin-Yang only mentioned that she wanted to hunt fallen beasts, not that she needed to find other beast husbands. As a fox, Chi-Hua loved to take advantage of situations. Your strength is different from theirs. So of course you need to find fallen beasts of different strengths to practice. Otherwise, how can you improve? Chi-Hua had already found an excuse. Look, there's a fallen beast at the White Dan level over there. All right, after we kill that White Dan fallen beast, we'll go find them. The clouded red eyes narrowed slightly, transforming into a pair of wings that flew out, pretending not to notice Chi-Hua's little thoughts. She took out the bow that the system had originally given her, focused her energy, and shot an arrow. Whoosh! A light arrow shot out, hitting the White Danjing fallen beast squarely. Roar! The fallen beast let out a roar, its voice echoing through the mountains and forests, scaring away many nearby birds and beasts. Yin-Yang charged forward, engaging the fallen beast in a one-on-one battle. Meanwhile, Chi-Hua stood behind, watching Yin-Yang intently, his eyes filled with pride and admiration. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned to look back, only to see a familiar face. The High Priest? Among the few whom Chi-Hua respected in the Spirit Mountain, treating them like elders, the High Priest was one of them. The High Priest of their Tianhu tribe was about 10 years older than Chi-Hua and possessed extraordinary talent as a beastman. After the 2 continents were separated, all their cultivation became useless, so he had to start over. At that time, he had already reached adulthood and began cultivating anew, eventually achieving the Purple Dan realm. Had it not been for the events a century ago, he estimated he would have already become a Golden Dan realm beastman. Is she your female master? The High Priest, with his head of white hair, looked quite old. The High Priest's abilities were among the strongest on the Demon Immortal continent, but each time he used his priestly powers, he aged a little more. Although he rarely used his abilities, he still ended up looking like he did now. If he couldn't break through within the next 10 years, then his lifespan would reach its end. Yes, she is my female master. What do you think? Not bad, right? Chi-Hua interacted with the High Priest as if they were old friends who had known each other for years. The High Priest nodded. Your judgment has always been quite good. Of course. In fact, I have speculated about your marriage fate more than once, almost every 10 years. The last time was before you went to the Beast World continent. He said with a smile. At that time, my prediction was still the same, solitary old age. Chi-Hua raised an eyebrow. Your divination is inaccurate. The High Priest shook his head. It's not that my prediction is inaccurate, but your female master is inherently a unique existence. I cannot see her past or future as if she does not belong to this world. Chi-Hua recalled the tall buildings he had seen in Yin-Yang's dreams and fell silent. This old fox was quite accurate. Yin-Yang was indeed a unique existence. He glanced several times at the bow in Yin-Yang's hand and slowly said, I feel like I've seen that bow before. Chi-Hua looked at him in surprise. Where have you seen it? I had never seen this bow before knowing Yin-Yang. Yet he claimed he had seen it. The High Priest glanced at Chi-Hua from the album. I haven't seen it in person either. What album? How come I don't know about this? Chi-Hua asked. It's normal that you haven't seen it. It was left by my grandfather, he said casually. I actually don't know what it is. I just kept it as my grandfather's relic. The High Priest's grandfather was also a priest of the Tianhu tribe, but he had passed away many years ago. After his death, the High Priest took over his position. Not to mention me, even my grandfather himself forgot what he had drawn, and when he drew it, the High Priest pondered, I guess it might be related to the events a century ago. He even suggested that it might be connected to the beast god who had vanished for many years. Chi-Hua pursed his lips. The events from a century ago were only recorded in fragments, and most beastmen had their memories of that time erased. Chapter 212, The High Priest. Even their inherited memories had issues. I want to talk to your female master, the High Priest said. Sure. I'll ask Yang if she is willing to chat with you. In fact, Chi-Hua was also curious. The High Priest slowly closed his eyes, leaning against a tree trunk, calm and composed. After Yin-Yang dealt with the White Dan Mirror Beast, he turned to look at the position where Chi-Hua was, and then saw the old man next to Chi-Hua. What's wrong, Chi-Hua? Chi-Hua walked to Yin-Yang's side. Yun Yang looked at the dead, corrupted beast and asked, "Can you help me take out the demon core? I really don't want to get my hands dirty." "Okay." Kiwa nodded. He recalled that along the way, every corrupted beast killed by Yun Yang had its demon core extracted by the beast husband. Yun Yang glanced at the old man in the distance and asked, "Who is he?" At that moment, the other party just happened to look over, and those eyes seemed to be able to see through one's heart. The old man smiled slightly at Yun Yang, showing a friendly demeanor. Yun Yang also nodded gently. The high priest of the Tianhu clan said he wanted to talk to you. "Talk to me?" Yun Yang asked in confusion. "What does he want to talk about?" Chi Hua took the opportunity to burn the corpse of the night beast until only a demon core remained, which he handed to Yun Yang. "I want to talk about the bow in your hand." He focused his gaze on the ancient and mysterious bow in Yun Yang's hand. He had only heard Yun Yang mention that the bow was given by the system. The system is a product of super civilization, even more advanced than the technology of the world Yun Yang once belonged to. Chi Hua did not quite understand this. The high priest said he had seen a bow exactly like the one in your hand in an illustrated book. Chi Hua looked at Yun Yang with a complicated expression, not understanding what the connection between Yun Yang's system and their beast world was. Yun Yang was a bit surprised. "Really?" Chi Hua shrugged. One hand restlessly wrapped around Yun Yang's waist, touching here and there for a while. "I don't know, I've never seen it." Yun Yang slapped Chi Hua's hand with a bang. "Don't move." "Oh." Chi Hua stopped moving Yun Yang's waist and just held her hand, walking with her as if they were shopping in the forest. "Are you curious about that picture? Let's go take a look together." By taking Yun Yang away, they wouldn't need to search for others anymore. "I think we should find Mo Hen and the others first, and then go with them later." As for that picture, she wasn't in a hurry. It wouldn't run away just sitting there, and even if it did run away, the system within her body wouldn't escape. She could always ask the system, although the system probably wouldn't respond right away. "Tihua, Yun Yang." A sea eagle flew down from the sky, and upon seeing Yun Yang, it immediately swooped down. Qing Ling sensed that Yun Yang was nearby through the beast mark, so he rushed over immediately. "Yun Yang, I killed 2 purple tear fallen beasts. Here's a purple crystal. Take it." Qing Ling transformed into human form and handed the purple crystal to Yun Yang. "How'd you get hurt?" Yun Yang looked at the blood mark on his face with a bit of heartache. "Does it hurt?" Qing Ling leaned his face closer to Yun Yang. "It hurts a little. Why don't you blow on it for me?" Chi Hua shot a glance, thinking he was being pretentious. "Stop being silly." Yun Yang skillfully transformed her spiritual power into light energy to heal Qing Ling's wound. The wound on Qing Ling's face healed rapidly at a visible speed, leaving only a shallow pink scar. The bodies of beastmen are strong, and as long as the injury isn't too severe, they generally won't leave scars. Qing Ling's wound would completely heal after some time. Shortly after Qing Ling arrived, Mo Hen and the others followed closely behind. "All right, let's go back." Yun Yang followed the high priest directly back to his residence. The high priest took out the album he had hidden and handed it to Yun Yang. Yun Yang took a closer look and found it indeed very similar. However, the person holding the bow in the picture was not her, but a female. Who is this female? According to rumors, she is the messenger sent by the beast god. The high priest said that at that time, the conflict between the 2 continents was extremely fierce, with cries of sorrow everywhere. It was during this time that a female appeared, whose cultivation level provoked the wrath of the demigod realm, making her the most powerful individual aside from the beast god. She single-handedly repelled the orcs invading the beast world continent with just a bow and arrow, forcing all the orcs from both continents to retreat back to their own. After that, there were no further records. No one had seen that demigod female orc again. The orcs from both continents had their memories wiped clean, even forgetting that there was another continent. Recently, they were unclear about what had actually happened. So, is this bow the one belonging to that demigod female orc from back then? Yun Yang gazed at the bow in her hand, lost in thought. What connection does the system have with that demigod female orc or the beast god? And how did she obtain this bow? In Yun Yang's small head, there were big questions. The high priest looked at Yun Yang and asked, "Are you the messenger sent by the beast god?" Yun Yang was taken aback for a moment. "Are you talking about me?" She didn't know, and since she didn't even know who the system was, how could she know if she had any connection to the beast god? The high priest looked at her and, after confirming that Yun Yang had not spoken, nodded silently. "I heard from Chi Hua that you need the nightmare bone and that you can completely purify it?" Yun Yang nodded. "Yes, that's right." The high priest slightly pursed his lips and continued, "We can hand over the nightmare bones of Ling Mountain to you, but I have one condition." "Please go ahead." "High priest, I want to see you purify the nightmare bones. Of course, I won't reveal this secret of yours to anyone." Yin Yang thought for a moment, then nodded. "All right, no problem. Since the only request from the high priest is this, I can agree. After all, as long as the system doesn't allow it, no one can reveal this secret. Yin Yang has always believed that the system has a great connection with the beast god here. She used to think that the system was sent by the beast god. However, considering everything that the system has shown, she suddenly had a greater idea. A god-level bow, a demigod female, and a missing beast god. High priest, may I ask, do you know whether the beast god is female or male? The high priest said solemnly. After the two continents were separated, the beast god has not appeared again. Those of us with outstanding abilities among the priests can express our wishes to the beast god. If the wishes can be fulfilled, the beast god will bestow divine light. But the beast god never personally appears. So, they truly do not know what the beast god looks like. Yin Yang nodded, with countless ambushes swirling in his mind. It seemed that the more questions he had in his heart, the more he needed to rely on the system for answers. What would the system tell him? System? I'm here. Do you need anything, host? Chapter 213. Fun things. Hearing the system's mechanical response, Yin Yang had already lost hope. The system existed in his sea of consciousness, and it was the most aware of his thoughts. When the system didn't want to answer his questions, its most common tactic was to play dumb. And this time was no exception. It's nothing. All right, host, feel free to call me if you need anything. System, don't you think your self-awareness is a bit strong? Do you even remember what you're called? In Yin Yang's impression, although the system always referred to him as the host, it had never referred to itself by name. Except for when he first crossed over, during the system's self-introduction as Generation System 001, it seemed that every subsequent self-reference was simply I. Could the system possibly be a fake system? The system was silent for a moment and said, Host, who I am isn't important. What matters is that I can take you home. Isn't that enough? Yin Yang sighed. Yes, it doesn't really matter who the system is. What matters is that the system can take me back. If you don't want to say, then I won't ask. Just remember your promise. The high priest took back the album and led Yin Yang to the forbidden area of their spirit mountain, where the nightmare bones were hidden. Although Spirit Mountain would not take nightmare bones from other tribes, they would naturally collect the nightmare bones they encountered. Over the years, they had gathered more than 30 pieces of nightmare bones. Sometimes luck is just that strong. Things that are not pursued naturally come to them. The nightmare bones in Spirit Mountain were the most collected outside of the central city. It seemed like there were many, but they had actually been collected over several decades. Chihua said, then I'll start. Yin Yang picked up a piece of nightmare bone with his bare hands, and then had the system purify it. The high priest looked at the faint golden light emanating from Yin Yang, and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe, further confirming Yin Yang's identity as the beast god messenger. After Yin Yang purified several pieces of nightmare bones, she stopped to rest. The high priest, being extremely accommodating, directly sent people to bring several boxes of spirit stones as supplies and place them in front of Yin Yang. Thank you. Yin Yang was not polite and absorbed the energy from the spirit stones while purifying the nightmare bones. As long as Yin Yang kept working, the high priest would continue to provide spirit stones. Do you have so many spirit stones here? Jingli looked at Chihua in surprise. This was already the 15th box of spirit stones. The red fox glanced at Jingli and said, Guess why we call this place Spirit Mountain? Jingli thought of something and looked at him in feigned astonishment. You produce spirit stones in abundance here? Chihua said nothing, just accepted it. Indeed, there were quite a few spiritual veins in their Spirit Mountain, but many of these veins could not be developed. Once disturbed, the mountains would collapse. On the contrary, if these veins were left untouched, the spiritual energy of the mountain range would become even denser. The trees in the forest absorb the underground spiritual energy and then return it to the ground, benefiting the forest. It's obvious which is better, exhausting it all at once or using it in a long-term cycle. However, the secrets beneath Spirit Mountain were known to very few. Otherwise, even if Spirit Mountain was powerful, the central city would send people to seize it. With a continuous supply of spirit stones, Yin Yang was able to purify all the nightmare bones in just one day. Although the nightmare bones were all purified by the system's purification pills, the system borrowed her own body. After purifying the nightmare bones, Yin Yang felt completely exhausted. She collected all the nightmare bones, her face showing signs of fatigue. All right, the nightmare bones are all purified. Imohen looked at her with concern. It's not too late to purify these nightmare bones slowly later. There's no need to do it all at once. You mustn't neglect your own body like this again. Yin Yang nodded and said, Okay, I understand. I'm tired too, so I'll take Yin Yang to rest first. Chihua directly picked up Yin Yang and a princess Carrie and instantly disappeared from sight. Imohen. Chihua took Yin Yang back to his small courtyard to rest, and they rested for an entire day. After Yin Yang finished resting, It was time for Chihua to have the clan leader conduct the bonding ceremony. The ceremony went very smoothly. Unsurprisingly, Yunyang received the blessing of the beast god once again. Yunyang wants to say it's a coincidence that no one would believe, because even he himself doesn't believe it. The high priest looked at the beast god descending with divine light, and his eyes became slightly moist. He has been a priest for decades, and every year he tries to convey his wishes to the beast god. Yet, despite being regarded as one of the most talented priests in the Demon Fairy continent, he has failed every time without exception. This is the first time he has seen the beast god bestow divine light. Beast god? The high priest looked at Yunyang on the platform, feeling determined in his heart. Chihua's mate must be sent by the beast god. In the past, the high priest had prophesied about this moment, vaguely seeing the devastation of the two continents 100 years ago, even more terrifying than the situation 100 years ago. 100 years ago, the beast god personally sent messengers to save the two continents, and what he foresaw was a thick black mist enveloping the two continents, towering waves drowning the lands on both sides, and bright red blood staining the entire beast world. The beastmen were either like walking corpses or filled with a killing aura like demons. However, just yesterday, after Yunyang purified the nightmarish bones of their spirit mountain, the high priest saw that the terrifying appearance was gone. Conflicts are always inevitable, but they're definitely not destructive. Chihua felt the blessing of the beast god, and at that moment, every part of his body felt incredibly comfortable. Yunyang has so many little secrets. It seems like they can never be fully uncovered. With the blessing bestowed by the beast god, everything seems to go much smoother. Chihua thought that all these years he had been accumulating energy, waiting for the two continents to connect, and he believed he would become much stronger. After the bonding ceremony, Chihua once again took Yunyang away. This is too arrogant. Isn't this breaking our agreement? Qingling gritted his teeth and said, it was agreed to go in order, but now the Tianhu clan has arrived, and Chihua occupies Yunyang every day. Don't worry, we'll be leaving in a couple of days, and Mo Hen said. Yunyang won't indulge him. Even if he is a golden core beastman, Yunyang won't always rely on him. At this moment, Yunyang has already been taken back to the room. Kiwa. Yunyang glared at him. The last night, I will definitely behave in the future. Tonight is the bonding night. How can he let Yunyang go? Yunyang, I had someone make something fun, and I want to show you tonight, Chihua said with a smile as he led Yunyang into the room. Yunyang entered the bedroom, and upon seeing what Chihua had made, his expression changed slightly. A rocking chair? If you come into my dreams again, I will strangle you. Yunyang's face turned bright red. Chapter 214, Lin Sheng Chai. The sea eagle soared in the sky, flipped over, and dove down to catch a wild rabbit on the ground, then threw the rabbit forcefully. The rabbit, terrified, kicked its legs, but in the next second, it was bitten by the massive sea eagle, becoming a small snack in its belly. Finally leaving Ling Mountain, Qingling couldn't be happier. They were headed to the last destination, Central City. Once the matters in Central City were settled, the nightmare bones would be almost fully collected, and they could return to the Beast World continent. Just thinking about it excited Qingling. Yunyang sat on the fluffy back of Baizhu, glancing back at the distant mountains and forests. She yawned, laid down directly, and looked up at the slightly thick dark clouds in the sky, as well as the lively Qingling soaring in the air. Baizhu moved slowly. Lying on the back of the white wolf felt like lying on a rocking bed. Thinking of the word rocking, Yunyang was reminded of Chihua's mischievous antics. Ever since that night of the bonding ceremony, Yunyang had run off overnight to find Mo Hen and the others on the neighboring mountain. However, when they heard about this new way of playing, they decided to have one of their own while she was asleep. They even shamelessly pleaded with her to let them into her space. They were eager to try this new experience. Her beast husbands had all learned to be mischievous. Yunyang shook his head, shaking off the colorful things in his mind. Baizhu sensed Yunyang's movements and asked, "What's wrong, Yang? Nothing, I want to sleep. Call me when we reach the rest point." "Okay, Yang." They traveled for half a day and arrived at a small tribe to rest. The orcs inside welcomed them warmly. Yunyang was holding a small fox, as if she had raised it as a pet. The fox was snuggling in Yunyang's arms, its tiny barbed tongue licking the back of her ear. Chihua didn't want to reveal her identity yet, and also wanted to stay close to Yunyang. Yunyang ruthlessly slapped the fox's butt for a lifetime. "If you move again, I'll throw you out." The red fox, who was slapped on the butt for the first time in its life, let out a howl and obediently rubbed its fluffy head against Yunyang's face. "This female master's pet is really beautiful. I heard that the females in Central City also love to keep pets," the orc said cheerfully. "Is that so? I heard that Central City is very prosperous. We've never been there before, and we just happened to be going to Central City to have a look. The orc nodded, saying that Central City is indeed very prosperous. He had only been there when he was young. Then he added seriously, but I don't recommend you go to Central City right now. Yin Yang was taken aback. Why? You may not know yet, but Central City is preparing to handle a batch of orcs coming from another continent next month. Zhuang Guang's pupils suddenly contracted. Orcs from another continent? Aren't these the orcs from their Beast World Continent's Sea Tribe? Central City must be on high alert now. And if you go, you will definitely be targeted. If you're not careful, you'll be treated as an accomplice. An orc sighed and said, Central City has dealt with a batch of orcs from the opposite continent before. I happened to go there at that time. He shook his head, recalling how he was interrogated as soon as he entered the city. That fierce appearance still sent chills down his spine. Since then, he hadn't gone back to Central City. Although his tribe was a bit small, it was still quite good. In fact, Central City wasn't that great. Some orcs, if they accidentally offended a few major orc tribes in Central City, would be treated as orcs from another continent altogether. They really don't reason well. I suggest waiting until Central City has dealt with those orcs before going. Thank you, we will consider it. Yin Yang thanked the middle-aged orc and entered the house, glancing at the distracted Zhuo Guang, poking him. Zhuo Guang came back to his senses, his shimmering eyes looking at Yin Yang as he smiled. Yang Yang. If you don't want to smile, then don't. There are no others here. Zhuo Guang lowered his gaze. Yang Yang, I want to go to the Central City. Of course we're going. Yin Yang glared at him. We were supposed to go to the Central City anyway. I want to save my people. Zhuo Guang was unable to accept, knowing his kin were in trouble and doing nothing. When he came here, he had already made up his mind to bring his kin from the monster immortal continent back. We'll go together. Yin Yang held his hand. Don't forget, we are also a part of the Beast World continent. Thang Yu, Yang Yang. After spending a night in this tribe, they hurried towards the Central City. In less than a month, they arrived at a tribe near the Central City. It wasn't far from the Central City. It only took a day to get there. They stayed there to gather information about the Central City. Knock knock. In the evening, the house where Yin Yang stayed was knocked on. Who? And Mo Hen frowned as he opened the door, seeing a stranger orc standing at the entrance. I'm looking for young Master Zhuo Guang. The orc glanced back cautiously, afraid someone might pass by and discover him. Hearing this title, Mo Hen immediately understood. This orc in front of him was probably from the Beast World continent. Gumin. Mo Hen moved aside to let him in. The orc nodded and walked in immediately. Old Geo looking for you. Mo Hen called out for Zhuo Guang as he entered. Now, Chi Hua was considered old 7, Jing Li was old 8, and Zhuo Guang was old 9 among them. Although Chi Hua was unhappy about being ranked 7th as a Golden Core Realm Orc, he had to accept it under Yin Yang's suppression. There was no reason to make an exception just because Chi Hua was strong and older. Zhuo Guang initially didn't understand who would call him so late at night. But when he stepped out and saw the orc's face, he was instantly stunned. Lin Sheng, is that you? The orc in front of him was the companion who came to the monster immortal continent with his uncle. The orc across from him had red eyes. It's me. I heard that young master came to the monster immortal continent, and I've always wanted to meet you. Young master, I finally see you. Lin Sheng, I only ask you, do you know how my uncle died? Zhuo Guang's eyes turned red as he looked at him. Lin Yu opened his mouth. Ah Qing, it's all because of us. We were too aggressive back then. At that time, the Central City deliberately released news to lure them into a trap. In the end, it was Zhuo Qing who reluctantly intercepted them, which minimized the losses. After that, they had always wanted to take revenge on the Central City, so they carefully planned and dealt a heavy blow to the Central City. We never thought we could survive after that. It was Ah Qing. Ah Qing had originally infiltrated the Central City and was supposed to be the safest one. But for our sake, he brought the trouble to himself. Chapter 215. There's a daughter. Zhuo Qing exchanged his life for all of theirs. Over the years, they had been living in guilt. If they had been a little more careful, perhaps it wouldn't have turned out this way. They were too aggressive. Young master, it's all our fault. We caused his death. Lin Sheng knelt on the ground with a thud, covering his face with his hands, unable to face Zhuo Guang. But you can't blame yourselves, Zhuo Guang said hoarsely. This was Uncle's choice. You can't blame yourselves. Get up, Zhuo Guang lowered his gaze. If we're to blame, we should blame the orcs of the Central City. If it weren't for the orcs of the monster immortal continent being so ambitious, how would they have left their homes to come here? By the way, young master Zhuo Guang, there's something else I need to tell you. What is it? Ah Qing seems to have a daughter. Zhuo Guang's eyes widened. What did you say? Say it again. Ah Qing may have a daughter. She's only 2 years old now. Lin Sheng murmured, I won't mistake it. Lin Sheng continued. I only saw that child recently. Although she's very small, she's exceptionally cute and looks a lot like Ah Qing. She also resembles you, young master. Zhuo Guang said excitedly. Tell me more. In order to infiltrate the central city, Ah Qing bonded with a female from the central city, Lin Sheng explained. After Ah Qing's death, we didn't pay attention to that female. Until recently, when we went to the central city to gather information, we almost got discovered. It was that female orc who actively helped us cover up. It was on that day that I saw that little female cub. Although she didn't admit that the cub was Ah Qing's child, just looking at the cub's eyes made me feel it was. Zhuo Guang's eyes deepened. I will find out. In the next few days, I will look for opportunities to enter the central city and see that child. If it's Uncle's child, he will be able to tell with just one glance. No, it's too dangerous to enter the central city. Young master, did you come here after hearing the news from the central city? Zhuo Guang nodded yes. But don't worry, I won't be reckless. I will definitely rescue them. No, young master, you can't go. The whole city in the central city is on alert this time. If they discover any suspicious activity, they will capture and interrogate people. If anyone is to go, it should be us. Lin Sheng frowned. After hearing the news, many orcs who had been traveling outside had gathered and were discussing how to act, even if they couldn't rescue anyone. They wanted to make things difficult for the central city. They were expendable. If Shuo Qing hadn't saved them back then, they would have been dead long ago. Now, they couldn't let Zhuo Guang take any risks. How could they face Shuo Qing then? You don't have to worry. I will be fine. With me here, would it go wrong? At some point, Qi Hua had already leaned against the side, not knowing how long he had been watching them. Lin Sheng looked at Qi Hua in surprise, unable to discern his cultivation level. Who are you? Lin Sheng looked at him nervously. Qi Hua lazily lifted his gaze. Why don't you guess? Lin Sheng, you don't need to worry. This is my female master's beast husband, Qi Hua. Young master, who is he? Lin Sheng felt that this name sounded somewhat familiar. Could he be an orc from the monster immortal continent? Lin Sheng looked at Qi Hua with a wary gaze. Yes, I am an orc from the monster immortal continent, Qi Hua said with a smile. Don't worry, Qi Hua is one of us. He won't spill our secrets. Lin Sheng felt like he was facing an enemy and stared intently at Qi Hua. Young master, you should be careful. He might betray us. It's hard to say. He could easily inform the central city of your identity, allowing the orcs of the central city to capture and deal with all of you. And at that time, he could not only monopolize the female master, but also gain a fortune from the central city. Qi Hua raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled. That's a good idea. Why didn't I think of that? Young master, we should take the initiative. Otherwise, they will definitely betray us. Lin Sheng coldly glanced at Qi Hua. Anzai, Lao Qi. Don't scare him. Mo Hen gently reprimanded. You don't have to worry. He won't do that. Mo Hen reassured Lin Sheng. No, there's not a single trustworthy person from the demon immortal continent. Don't let him deceive you. Lin Sheng completely distrusted Qi Hua. If you speak up for him, doesn't that mean I'm on his side? Yes, I've been deceived by him. Qi Hua replied while stoking the fire, as if afraid Lin Sheng's hostility wasn't strong enough. Qihua, Yun Yang, who was inside the house, heard their conversation and hurried out, fearing they might start fighting. Yin Yang said with confidence, Don't worry. He is my beast husband now and won't betray me. Besides, if he really wanted to do something to us, he wouldn't need to trick us in such a roundabout way. Qi Hua is a golden core realm beast man. If Qi Hua really wanted to do something, he could silently kill them without a sound. Golden core realm beast man? Lin Sheng felt as if he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. The male beast man across from him was a golden core realm. As far as he knew, there was only one golden core realm beast man in the demon immortal continent. And who was that? Lin Sheng suddenly thought of something incredible and looked at Qi Hua in disbelief. The only golden core realm beast man in the demon immortal continent belonged to the Ling Mountain Celestial Fox clan, and it seemed to be named Qi Hua. Is that him? Lin Sheng looked at Qi Hua in disbelief, then looked at Yun Yang with the same astonishment. He wanted to say something more, but when he met Qi Hua's intimidating gaze, he couldn't say anything at all. How foolish would it be to question a golden core realm beast man? All right, I understand. Lin Sheng nodded. Since the young master insists on going to the central city, I won't stop you. Young master, please be careful. If you need anything, just find us. We also have people in the central city. If you need, you can contact him once you safely enter. I also asked him to help inquire about a Qing's daughter. It's just that the central city is under martial law now, and they can't get in, so they can't make contact. Zhuo Guang nodded, I understand. Which clan does that female beast man belong to? The Fierce Falcon clan. The Fierce Falcon clan is the one that Achio mentioned before, right? Zhuo Guang's eyes deepened. I understand. And who is the beast man that infiltrated the central city? And Zhuo Guang murmured. And this person, Zhuo Guang also knew him. He was a beast man from the White Eagle clan. The White Eagle clan lives on the cliffs adjacent to their Sea clan and has a good relationship with them. Chapter 216. Entering the Central City area previously, Zhuge Guang had seen a beastman similar to him in the Lingxiao tribe. Now, since he was in the Central City, should he have made a mistake? Where is he? Zhuge Guang asked. Lin Sheng was about to blur out a location, but suddenly stopped and instead mentioned another place. Zhuge Guang's eyes flickered as he tried to meet Lin Sheng's gaze. Lin Sheng lowered his eyes, not daring to look Zhuge Guang in the eye. At that moment, Zhuge Guang was sure that Lin Sheng was hiding something from him. Or rather, it wasn't just Lin Sheng. All right, I understand. Zhuge Guang didn't delve deeper for now. At this moment, they had another important matter to consider: how to sneak into the Central City. The Central City was heavily guarded. Even a stranger's face would be questioned multiple times. Even if they managed to sneak in, they would likely attract suspicion quickly. Since sneaking in wasn't feasible, let's go in openly, Chi Hua said. With me here, the Central City won't dare to make things difficult for you. If we hesitate any longer, the food will get cold. He didn't mind the beast man being caught by the Central City. He just wanted to show off in front of Yin Yang a bit more. Once we enter the Central City, I can help you rescue people. Yin Yang pondered for a moment, then nodded. Let's go with what Chi Hua said. I hope we can resolve this quickly. It's been half a year since I came to the Demon Immortal Continent. Also, once the Nightmare Bones are gathered, the system should inform me of everything, right? Tomorrow, we will enter the Central City. Yin Yang made up his mind and rushed to Central City the next day, revealing his identity at the city gate. The arrival of Chi Hua attracted a lot of attention. The heads or elders of several major families in Central City came to welcome Chi Hua, some even bringing their young descendants. Chi Hua had not been involved in worldly affairs for many years, and his appearance sparked numerous suspicions. Don't be nervous, I'm just taking my partner for a stroll. The orc from Central City smiled, but only they knew whether they believed it or not. Regardless of Chi Hua's true intentions in Central City, they had to respond cautiously. As the only golden core orc in the Demon Immortal Continent, just a slight move from him could bring disaster to half the city. They had never seen Chi Hua take action and did not know his strength. Despite there being 5 golden core orcs in Central City, they still did not dare to let their guard down. However, they couldn't help but focus their attention on Yin Yang. If they could find a way to approach Chi Hua's partner, it might be a breakthrough. What does Elder Chi Hua need? They inquired. Qi Weiyun. Just arrange a place for us to stay, and then have someone show us around Central City. The clan leaders and elders of Central City exchanged glances, eager to recommend themselves. Seeing that they were about to start arguing, Chi Hua slowly said, "You can take turns sending someone. We will probably stay for a while." The major beast clans then discussed and managed to reach a consensus, quickly arranging a large courtyard for Chi Hua. Yin Yang couldn't help but admire the popularity of Chi Hua. By the way, I don't like being disturbed, so if you don't have anything to do, don't wander near my yard. Chi Hua smiled and said, "If I find any orc deliberately getting close, I will only treat him as an orc with ulterior motives. If any orc from your Central City gets hurt, don't blame me for not reminding you." The leaders of the major orc clans laughed awkwardly, saying they would definitely not disturb him. Initially, they planned to send someone to scout around, but now it seemed that wouldn't work. Nevertheless, they would still keep someone nearby, just at a distance. They needed to ensure that every move Chi Hua made was within their knowledge. All right, that's it for today. My mate is tired and needs to rest. Chi Hua urged them to leave without hesitation, but they dared not voice any complaints. The leader of the Golden Lion clan did not leave. Instead, he said to Chi Hua, "Our elder has always wanted to invite Elder Chi Hua as a guest. I wonder if you have time?" Since he didn't leave, the other clans also lingered, hoping to gather more information. "I don't know, but right now I don't. I need to accompany my mate." After hearing Chi Hua's words, the other clans felt relieved. As long as Chi Hua didn't treat any clan well, they were satisfied. "I've never heard that you have a mate. I wonder which clan your mate belongs to?" Chi Hua shot him a cold glance. "What? Do you want to find out and then compete with me for a mate?" "Of course not." The leader of the Golden Lion clan broke out in a cold sweat. "We're just curious. Is my mate someone you can be curious about?" "Get lost." With a wave of pressure, Chi Hua sent the major clans away in a hurry. After getting far enough away, someone said, "Elder Chi Hua is a bit too arrogant. We are at least the leaders and elders of the top clans. Yet he is so unapproachable. He has the capital to be arrogant." "Do you?" A beast man laughed. "To be fair, Elder Chi Hua has been quite good-tempered. Think about our clan's elder. His temper might not be as good as Elder Chi Hua's." He then looked at the leader of the Golden Lion clan. Anyone who is concerned about his mate would be angry, right? This was true. The elders in their tribe who were at the Purple Dan level had to be catered to and endure their tempers. The mate is the reverse scale of their male beastmen, and anyone could see the intention of the leader of the Golden Lion clan. let alone Elder Chihua. It was normal for him to be angry. And they were just caught in the crossfire. They secretly glanced at the leader of the Golden Lion clan, blaming him for provoking Chihua. They were about to leave, but he insisted on asking so many questions. They hypocritically said their goodbyes and returned to their respective homes. At this time, news of Chihuahua's arrival in the central city had spread, and everyone was very curious about this top genius of their continent. They heard he was out touring the central city with his mate. That lord has a mate? Yes. I happened to see that lord and his mate near the city gate today. Who knows, we might see Lord Chihua in the city these days. To them, Chihua was like a high mountain covered in snow, unreachable, and they admired him greatly. The elders of their tribe at the Purple Dam level all looked like old men, but Chihua appeared like a young beast man in his 20s. Who wouldn't envy that? The topic of public discussion, Chihua was currently roasting chestnuts for Yunyang, and these chestnuts were picked on their way to the central city. With a crack, a sliced chestnut burst open, revealing its golden yellow flesh. And just the smell was incredibly sweet. Yunyang, want to add some chestnuts? Chihua personally fed Yunyang the chestnuts. Chapter 217. Gathering information. Yunyang ate without any hesitation. The chestnuts in the beast world were much larger than any chestnuts Yunyang had seen before, about the size of half her fist. Moreover, they were also very soft, glutinous, and sweet. Yunyang finished a few chestnuts and continued to have Chihua roast more for her. All right, Chihua continued to roast the chestnuts. If the outside world's beastmen knew that Chihuahua's powerful demon energy was spent on wild chestnuts, they might be shocked. Zhuoguang, did you have any gains today? For example, the imprisoned beastmen and your uncle. Zhuoguang's eyes can see others past. So perhaps there is something to gain? No. Zhuoguang shook his head. Their cultivation is much higher than mine. If I forcefully probe their past memories, I'm afraid I would be discovered. As for the beastmen they brought with them, they also seemed to be unaware. I initially thought that since they brought some juniors, I could see something from them, but unfortunately, their memories were of no use. Yunyang chewed on the sweet chestnuts and comforted, "It's okay, we'll be in Central City these days, and we'll surely find some clues." Zhuoguang nodded, "We will." His eyes sparkled as he smiled and said, "However, I did see something trivial. Do you want to hear it, Yunyang?" Yunyang paused while chewing on the chestnut. "Is it gossip? Tell me more." Seeing that Yunyang was interested, Zhuoguang picked out some interesting stories to share. If he could make Yunyang laugh, then the memories he had seen wouldn't be in vain. The next day, the Golden Lion clan sent a few beastmen to take them around the central city for fun. The beastmen were extremely enthusiastic, whether towards Chihua, Yunyang, or the beast husband beside Yunyang. They constantly sought topics to try to get closer to Yunyang, hoping to extract some information. However, Imohen and the others were tight-lipped, only laughing or playing dumb. The beastmen were very warm, as if they were their own brothers. But Yunyang and Imohen wouldn't be swayed by these flattering words, nor would they forget that these beastmen were from the demon immortal continent. The demon immortal continent stood opposed to them. Seeing these beastmen made them feel displeased. How could they believe that the other side had a good nature just because these beastmen were smiling? These beastmen kept smiling at them, but it was only because of Chihua, the renowned Golden Core beastman. Imohen and the others had some self-awareness. Moreover, there was one point that was most important. These beastmen were secretly throwing flirtatious glances at their female master. Did they think they were blind? Just because of this, they couldn't possibly show any good face to these beastmen. Out of fear and suspicion, they didn't inquire much about the Golden Lion clan. After a full day of shopping, Yunyang returned to the courtyard and let out a sigh of relief, lying straight on the comfortable big bed. She was exhausted. Today, she pretended to be a female who loved shopping, touching this and that, and bought a whole bunch of things. Moreover, because of Chihua and the beastmen from the Golden Lion clan, wherever they went, it was very lively. One after another, they rushed to see the famous Golden Core beastman. However, the Golden Lion clan, wanting to showcase their generosity, would take the initiative to pay the bill. Yunyang Tog, why not take advantage of a good deal? You turtle bastard. Moreover, it's a bargain in Central City. Consider it an early collection of some interest. When Imohen and the others returned, they also had a large pile of items in their hands. Yunyang quickly set the things aside and went to find Yunyang to talk. He had been holding in for a day and couldn't wait to say to Yunyang, "I know." Yunyang immediately perked up, getting out of bed. "What did you see from their memories? I know where our companions are being held." Zhuoguang couldn't help but get excited. Among the orcs responsible for hosting them today, they were all from the younger generation and held some status, being the sons and grandsons of chieftains and elders. Their cultivation levels weren't particularly high either. With just a little effort, Zhuo Guang successfully found out where the orcs from their continent were being imprisoned. Yin Yang let out a breath. Good. It was worth their long day of wandering. What about the news on the Nightmare Bone? Did you find anything? To this, Zhuo Guang shook his head, saying he and T found anything. Yin Yang was not surprised. In their eyes, the Nightmare Bone was probably the most important thing. So how could it be easily revealed to others? It's okay, I have the system. Even if I can't find out any news about the Nightmare Bone, I can still use the system to locate its position. However, while they might know the exact location of the Nightmare Bone, they wouldn't know how to get in. It would definitely be heavily guarded, making it impossible for them to break in easily. Tomorrow, let's go out and stroll around with the fierce Falcon tribe and gather more information about your little uncle. By the way, Yin Yang added, do you want to go find that in he? Zhuo Guang narrowed his eyes. Actually, I think I saw him today. Yin Yang looked at him in surprise. You saw him when? In a shop. There were so many people around, he just took a quick glance and wasn't really sure if it was him. But after he glanced over, that orc hurriedly turned away and disappeared into the crowd. It seemed like he was deliberately avoiding me. So, I became even more suspicious that it wasn't he. It seemed like it was him. Zhuo Guang had found something and handed a beautifully crafted wooden box to Yin Yang. Yin Yang looked at the item in his hand and recalled something. Is this the immortal face pill? Yin Yang had some impression of it, because this thing was particularly expensive. A small box required a monster pill from the White Dan realm, and he had also heard about it when he was in the Lingxiao tribe. Yin Yang originally didn't want it, but the orc from the Golden Lion tribe insisted on buying it for her, so she just let it be. Thinking that since this thing is so valuable, it would be better for her to take it back and let the system analyze it. Who knows? She might find out how it was made. Jingli became a bit excited and said, Yang, didn't you say your system can analyze many things? How about trying to analyze this? He stroked his chin, thinking that if it actually works, maybe we could sell it when we get back. Jingli was like a natural businessman, not only having good luck with money, but also possessing a strong commercial acumen. Yin Yang nodded, I think so too. Jingli chuckled. We really are partners, connected in thought. Ichi glanced at him and muttered, what a shameless guy. Yin Yang glanced at Yiki, and he instantly shut his mouth. It wasn't that he was scared, but rather that it just happened to be his turn to sleep with Yang tonight. If he angered her, wouldn't he have to sleep on the floor? That wouldn't do. Chapter 218. Qing'er Yin Yang opened the box and found a few small pills that were slightly purple. She picked up a fairy beauty pill and let the system analyze it. Ding. Host has come into contact with the purple Poo Dan. She heard the system introduce the purple Poo Dan, also known as the fairy beauty pill, in her mind. Yin Yang's eyes widened slightly, filled with disbelief. Yang, what's wrong? Jingli looked at her curiously, wondering if there was something strange about this thing. Yin Yang shook his head, then nodded. Cough is a bit strange. The problem is not too big, but it's not too small either. Yin Yang put the purple peony back. This thing is indeed a good item for beauty and skincare. It's just that, Yin Yang said with difficulty. It's this thing, the contraceptive effect is quite good. Taking one can last for a month. This thing is a bit harmful. After taking it, the skin condition improves a lot, but once you stop using it, the rebound will be even more severe. However, as long as you stop the medication for a year and a half, fertility will gradually recover. The aftereffects are actually not strong. In the beast world, the mission of females to reproduce is quite important, so for them, it is indeed significant. Is there really such a medicine? Jingli found it novel. At the same time, he felt a bit regretful. If other beastmen knew about such aftereffects, it probably wouldn't be very popular. He felt he had lost a fortune. You said, does the beastman selling this medicine know about the aftereffects? If he knows, that would be interesting. Jingli asked in confusion. You just said you saw he in the store. Your husband, could it be that he just came out? Is he trying to take revenge on the central city through this? It turned out that way. Zhuo Guang suddenly realized they were hiding this from me. Is this it? Causing others to be unable to reproduce is indeed a rather sinister tactic. If there were beastmen on my continent deliberately selling such drugs, I would definitely be furious. But if the target is the beastmen of the Demon Fairy continent, and if it really isn't he doing this, he has no right to say anything. Zhuo Guang knows very well that whether it's a Qiu, Lin Sheng, or an he, they all hate the beastmen of the Demon Fairy continent. Not to mention them, he himself also hates them for causing the death of his uncle. He feels pleased that they are suffering, but he doesn't want he and the others to get their hands dirty. A box of pills costs a demon core of the White Dan realm, which is not something an average person can afford. And Mo Hen said, if it really is them, perhaps they are deliberately selling this medicine to the central city. Zhuo Guang nodded. I know that people's hearts are biased. Compared to sympathizing with those beastmen, he is more worried about whether he and the others will be okay. What if it gets exposed? In a few days, after I find out about my uncle's situation, I will go look for him and ask him clearly. Yun Young no det. Having no objections, all right. Anyway, they won't be leaving Central City anytime soon. But when you meet, make sure to discuss it thoroughly. It would be best to gather all the Beastmen from the Beast World continent. Once we rescue the imprisoned Beastmen, we should find a way to send them back. Staying in the is really too dangerous. Zhuo Guang felt a bit bitter inside, all right. The next morning, the Beastmen from the arrived, warmly taking them to explore other places. Yin Yang said she likes to hear interesting things, so they all started talking at once. Yin Yang was very happy to support, and your tribe seems quite interesting. Upon hearing this, a Beastman laughed and said, "Why not come to our fierce falcon tribe and take a look?" Yin Yang was taken aback for a moment, hesitated, and said, "Is this okay? What would be wrong with it?" Seeing an opportunity, they immediately said, "Our clan is very welcoming. To invite a Gold Core Beastman home as a guest is such an honor. How could we possibly disagree? If the clan leader finds out, they would surely praise us for being capable. Who knows, we might even get more good things from them. Hey, what the Golden Lion clan couldn't accomplish, we managed to do. This is something to be proud of. Our fierce Falcon clan has finally gained an upper hand in front of the Golden Lion clan. Although the major beast clans in Central City seem to be harmonious, there are actually many hidden conflicts. Everyone wants to be the most powerful and influential family in Central City. Thus, Yin Yang smoothly agreed and was invited back by the fierce Falcon clan. He was then warmly received. They wandered around the living area of the fierce Falcon clan, carefully observing their young ones. "King Ya, slow down a bit." Yin Yang heard a sound and bumped into a small female at the corner. She reacted quickly and immediately caught the little female to prevent her from falling. The little female was only as tall as her knee, with a chubby little face that looked very cute. "Who are you?" A pair of bright blue eyes sparkled as they looked at Yin Yang, evoking a surge of affection in her heart. In an instant, Yin Yang suddenly felt that this little one resembled Zhuo Lu in some way. Yin Yang was taken aback and quietly glanced at Zhuo Guang. Although her emotions were well hidden, she still caught a glimpse of the joy and complexity that flashed in Zhuo Guang's eyes. Wow, has this been found already? When fate comes, it can't be stopped. Shortly after, the small female beastman AMU rushed over, relieved to see that the cub was fine. "Chinger, I told you not to run around." The female beastman raised her eyes, gratefully looking at Yin Yang, and suddenly turned her head to see Zhuo Guang. She suddenly felt that this male beastman looked somewhat familiar. When she met Zhuo Guang's gaze, she was momentarily stunned, lost in thought for a brief moment. This beastman resembled him a bit. Yin Yang didn't know if this resembled her little uncle, but since they were family, they should have some similarities. She blocked the gaze of the female orc, fearing that she would recognize Zhuo Guang's identity. "Is this your little cub? So cute." The female orc forced a smile upon hearing Yin Yang's voice, playfully teasing the female master. Behind the female orc, another male ran over. Upon seeing him, the little cub's eyes lit up, and hugging the other's leg, he laughed, "Dad, Dad." Yin Yang carefully observed the orc, whose eyes were also blue, just like the little cub's. Could he really be the biological father of the little cub? Did Zhuo Guang make a mistake? That shouldn't be the case. Yin Yang was momentarily confused. "I came to your tribe as a guest. My name is Yin Yang." Yin Yang touched her hand with one hand and gently asked, "What is your cub's name?" Chinger. This is the biological father of my cub." The female orc instinctively withdrew her hand. "I remember I have something to do, so I'll take Chinger with me." Chapter 219. Unsuccessful progress. The male orc also couldn't understand why his female master suddenly acted this way. She was usually polite to everyone and wouldn't leave in a hurry. But he didn't ask further and followed along, holding Chinger. Yin Yang looked at the back of the female and felt puzzled. If she wasn't mistaken, it seemed that the female was intentionally informing her that the male was Chinger's biological father. If Chinger was indeed the daughter of Uncle Zhuo Guang, did that mean the female had likely recognized Zhuo Guang? Had she already guessed Zhuo Guang's identity and deliberately revealed to him who Chinger's biological father was? Yin Yang continued to be led around by the orc, and then quietly moved to Zhuo Guang's side, gently tapping his finger. Zhuo Guang slightly nodded, mouthing the word yes. Yin Yang took a deep breath, and it really was. Then, Zhuo Guang whispered in her ear, just like partners sharing secrets. In fact, Zhuo Guang was saying that he wanted to meet that female. Yin Yang felt a bit embarrassed. It wasn't that easy, was it? That female didn't even reveal their identities, which was already quite good. However, recalling Lin Sheng's earlier words, since she could help Lin Sheng hide her identity, she probably wouldn't disclose their matters, right? Yin Yang muttered to herself. Having achieved their goal for today, they casually wandered around before heading back. The Fierce Falcon clan was also quite considerate and didn't insist on keeping them longer. They gave them some gifts and then sent them back. Seeing Zhuo Guang's indifferent demeanor, Yin Yang said, "It's not easy to strike up a conversation with them. The female beastman seems very unwilling to engage with us and is avoiding us." Zhuo Guang's eyes dimmed slightly. "Yeah, but once we leave their settlement, it might be even harder to see her, right?" Zhuo Guang frowned. "You don't need to worry about that." Yin Yang smiled. "I was cautious. I intentionally bumped into her while talking and had the system mark her. Wherever she goes, I can know through the system." Zhuo Guang's eyes lit up with surprise. "Yang Yang, thank you." "You're welcome." Yin Yang pondered for a moment and then asked, "If you really see her, see Qing'er, what do you want to do?" "Qing'er is not only your uncle's daughter, but also the cub she gave birth to and cherished for 2 years. She has her AMU to love her, and it's unlikely that Zhuo Guang can take Qing'er away, right?" Zhuo Guang's eyes darkened. Yin Yang was right. He had no right to take Qing'er away. Zhuo Guang pressed his lips together. From the memories he had seen, he clearly knew that it was his uncle who had first used that female. In the end, when he was ready to sacrifice himself to save others, he confessed his identity to his female master. Before the female master could react, he left without looking back. His uncle's female master was sad to know that his uncle had died. Moreover, after his uncle's identity was exposed, she had to face questioning from the clan, feeling both love and hate for him. When the cub was still in AMU's belly, the father could confirm through bloodline power whether it was his cub. After the female beastman discovered she was pregnant, none of the beastmen around her sensed the situation of the cub in her belly. So she eventually deduced that it was her uncle's cub. To protect her cub, she could only discuss it with another beastman from the Sea Demon clan. The Sea Demon clan from the Fairy Immortal continent is somewhat similar to the Merman clan from the Beast World continent. But if the cub in her belly is a female without beast form, it would likely be exposed when born. The Sea Demon beastman would be happy to have a daughter for free. One can only say that Qing'er is truly lucky. If she is willing, I will take Qing'er back with me. If she is unwilling, then she can stay here. Zhuo Guang slightly pursed his lips, hoping that if the two continents reconnect in the future, they might meet again. He only hoped that his uncle's female master would not reject them and would allow Qing'er to acknowledge them. Yin Yang nodded slightly, thinking that this was also good. She just didn't know if she would be willing to meet me in person and have a chat. Zhuo Guang's expression was slightly serious. Seeing her rejection, it seemed she was not willing to meet him. "Don't rush it. Just knowing that your uncle has a daughter is enough for now. We can talk about the rest later. There is plenty of time," Yin Yang said. "I will pay more attention to her movements these days and try to meet her when there is a chance." Yin Yang learned the specific location of the nightmare bones from the system. At night, she had Qihua sneakily take her to scout the area. However, that place was heavily guarded and difficult to approach. Every day, 2 Purple Dan Realm beastmen from different tribes stood watch there. Another important thing is that the major beast tribes are not united. In addition to the area guarded by the 2 Purple Dan Realm beastmen, the major families have secretly hidden several pieces of nightmare bones. The Golden Lion tribe has even more, holding more than 10 pieces of nightmare bones. It can only be said that the nightmare bones jointly guarded by the central city only account for half of the total amount. Yin Yang has to visit several places. The entrances to each place are extremely hidden and difficult to find. They can only interact with a few major beast clans to let Zhuo Guang secretly investigate the locations of the nightmare bones in other places. The progress on the nightmare bones is not going smoothly, and Zhuo Guang's uncle's female leader is also facing difficulties. That female orc stays at home every day and goes nowhere. And every day Zhuo Guang asks, he receives nothing but disappointment. Does he really not get to see Qing? "I do have a method," Qihua slowly spoke. Yin Yang's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "What method?" Qihua smiled, but remained silent. "If you won't say it, I'll ask the system. It should have a way." Yin Yang was clamoring, saying that at most he would just be cheated out of some points, or demon pills, or spirit stones. Look at him showing off. "System, can that be called cheating? It's clearly a fair and just transaction. It's just a matter of mutual consent." Qihua, having failed to show off, could only say, "I can enter dreams. I can spend some effort to enter that female's dream and then invite her out. Of course, if she still doesn't want to, then I have no way to do anything." Yin Yang nodded, saying it was a good idea. "If not, let's do it your way for now. If it doesn't work, we can think of something else. At worst, I'll sneak over to her house at night and talk to her in person." Qihua wrapped his arm around Yin Yang's waist and leaned in close to her ear, whispering, "If I help Yang Yang, can I get some benefits?" "What do you want?" Yin Yang looked at him suspiciously. "Besides wanting Yang Yang, what else could I want?" "Not tonight. I know, I won't break the rules." Qihua chuckled. "When it's my turn." Qihua quietly whispered to Yin Yang, making her ears turn red. Chapter 220. A private talk. Chi Hua entered the female's dream and then told her the meeting place. After that, Yin Yang kept an eye on the female's movements. They had already wandered around Central City enough, so they decided to explore outside the city, looking for a place to hunt fallen beasts to improve their strength, without having the beast tribes from Central City accompany them. However, even so, they would still send beasts to keep watch at a distance. The major beast tribes were actually still skeptical. Did Chi Hua really come to take the female lord for a stroll? But Chi Hua and the others didn't mention anything. They were just having fun and didn't inquire about the matters in Central City at all. They waited outside the city for 2 days without any news. Just when Yin Yang thought that the female still wanted to avoid them and wouldn't come, she finally left the city on the morning of the 3rd day. Let's go. Hurry and find her. Yin Yang and Zhuo Guang hurried in the direction indicated by the system. Ever since Ying Fei had that dream, she had been restless. After hesitating for a long time, she decided to go. Upon arriving at the agreed location, she looked around and saw no one else. Mistress, could it be just a dream of yours? The Sea Monster Clan Beastman held Qing Air, feeling it was a bit rash to bring her outside the tribe, just because of a dream. Although there were many, what if they encountered a demon beast? Ying Fei touched King Urs Shubifas. It shouldn't be, right? Ever since she saw that beastman who somewhat resembled Zhuo Qing, she had inquired about Yin Yang and his group. She also remembered Chi Hua's appearance. That night, she dreamed of Chi Hua, who told her about Zhuo Guang wanting to meet her here. She thought it was just her daydreaming at night, but she had dreamed of Chi Hua for 3 consecutive nights, urging her to come here. So, it should not be just a dream. Perhaps Chi Hua had some method to enter her dreams. After all, Chi Hua was a golden core beastman, and having some unique abilities was not surprising. After waiting for a while, she suddenly sensed a slight sound behind her. Ying Fei's beastman became alert, fearing there might be fallen beasts around. Sorry, we were slaying fallen beasts on the other side and arrived a bit late. Yin Yang emerged from a patch of bushes about 2 meters high. Not wanting to raise suspicion, Yin Yang brought Zhuo Guang along and secretly hid Mo Hen and Yi Qi, resembling black jade bracelets on his wrists. As for Chi Hua, being a golden core beastman, he was too conspicuous. If their beastmen secretly discovered that Chi Hua had suddenly disappeared, they would definitely become suspicious. What do you want from me? Ying Fei frowned and said, I didn't expose your identities, so what do you want with me? We mean no harm. Zhuo Guang's gaze fell on Qing Er's face. I just want to talk to you about Qing Er. She's the cub of my uncle Zhuo Qing, right? Ying Fei did not refute Zhuo Guang's words, but said in a deep voice, I warn you, Qing Er is my daughter, and I will not hand her over to you. Don't worry, I won't snatch Qing Er from you. I just want to meet her. Zhuo Guang's gaze towards Qing Er became even gentler. Let us talk privately first. Ying Fei hesitated for a moment and did not directly agree. What do you want to talk about? Qing Er needs to accept her inheritance memories, right? When beastmen reach a certain age, they will unlock their inheritance memories. Some can unlock them slowly on their own, but it's better with the help of blood relatives. It might even unlock more powerful racial abilities. Although Qing Er is just over 2 years old, starting early is not a problem. It's better to do it sooner than later. Considering King Er's future. Ying Fei ultimately nodded in agreement. She held Qing Er in her arms and then asked the other beastmen to step back a bit. Yin Yang gave Zhuo Guang a glance and moved a bit further away. Zhuo Guang touched Qing Er's face, smiled slightly, and said, Thank you for being willing to keep my uncle's cub, and also, thank you for helping us conceal our identities. Ying Fei turned her gaze away, thinking, Qing Er is also my cub. How could I bear to abandon her? As for you all, I just fear the trouble. It's better to have less to deal with. Don't get carried away. Zhuo Guang sighed, no matter what, thank you. He knew that Ying Fei still held some resentment towards his uncle. Enough of the nonsense. Help my Qing Er awaken her inheritance memories. Ying Fei said impatiently. Zhuo Guang nodded, all right. His gaze never left Qing Er. Can I hold her? Ying Fei pursed her lips and handed Qing Er to him. Qing Er looked at Zhuo Guang curiously, completely unafraid. Qing Er, I am your brother. Brother? Qing Er's voice was soft and sweet, her beautiful blue eyes blinking. Zhuo Guang's heart softened. He wondered if he would have a daughter in the future. Would she be like Qing Er? Zhuo Guang hugged her and extended a hand, biting his own index finger to draw a drop of blood, which he placed between Qing Er's brows. The bright red dot on Qing Er's face looked like an additional beauty mark. Then, that drop of blood slowly merged into Qing Er's body. Zhuo Guang's eyes faintly shimmered with golden light, as if his pupils were naturally gilded. He and Qing Er locked eyes, and an invisible aura formed between the siblings. After a long while, a hint of golden light also flashed in Qing Er's pupils. Zhuo Guang's eyes revealed a trace of surprise and joy. If he guessed correctly, Qing Er would awaken a racial talent similar to his own, a talent that was rare even among the entire Merman clan. Even his uncle did not possess this talent. This meant that Qing Er's talent was even better than that of his uncle. Zhuo Guang returned Qing Er to Ying Fei and carefully instructed from now on. Her inheritance memories will gradually awaken. The racial talent she awakens will likely be similar to mine, allowing her to explore the memories of others. Ying Fei looked at him in surprise. What about seeing memories of her own? Ying Fei, feeling some apprehension, did not look directly into Zhuo Guang's eyes anymore. Having this talent requires additional guidance. We can't let her misuse it. It's best if others don't know about it, or it could easily bring disaster. Upon hearing this, Ying Fei instantly understood Zhuo Guang's meaning. If the people in the clan found out that Qing Er had such a talent, they would likely exploit her to the fullest. Moreover, the use of this talent is not undetectable. Zhuo Guang said, if the power difference is too great, they will sense it. So, it needs to be used with caution, especially in the Demon Immortal continent. We will always return to the Beast World continent. If Qing Er can also be nurtured in our clan, it will be better for her. Ying Fei lowered her gaze, unwilling to let her cub leave. Zhuo Guang moved his lips. If the two continents are connected, can you take Qing Er to the Beast World continent? Ying Fei, holding Qing Er, said, let's see. If they were connected and the two continents coexisted harmoniously, if Qing Er needed the teachings of their Merman clan, she might take Qing Er along. Chapter 2:21, Carelessness. Qi Hua successfully figured out all the circumstances through the dream entry. With the help of Qi Hua and the system, Yin Yang successfully obtained the nightmare bones that were hidden by several major beast clans. Now, only the nightmare bones guarded by these clans remained. They planned to rescue the orcs of the Beast World continent first, and then take the nightmare bones. By then, they would surely find out it was us. Yin Yang said, let them find out, Qi Hua said indifferently. But Yin Yang hesitated and said, they will definitely retaliate against Ling Mountain. They could leave without a trace. But what about afterwards? What if Ling Mountain gets implicated because of them? Qi Hua frowned slightly. Although Ling Mountain was powerful and could rival Central City when united, he still did not want to disrupt its rare tranquility. It would be great if they could collect the nightmare bones and reach the seaside directly. Yin Yang sighed. The system said it needs to send the purified nightmare bones to the seabed. It would take at least more than a month to get from here to the seaside. Even for Qi Hua, a Golden Core Realm Beastman, it would take about half a month. System, is there any way? The system hesitated for a moment and said, yes. But the cost is very high. What cost? You tell me. All of your cultivation, and it can only transfer one person. After Yin Yang relayed everything from the system, he immediately faced strong opposition. No way, this is simply too dangerous. Losing all cultivation and with them not around, what will we do if we encounter danger? Qi Hua's face was serious as he turned around and walked away without saying a word. Where are you going? Yin Yang felt a bad premonition and immediately grabbed him. I'm going to kill those old fellows in the Purple Dan realm, Qi Hua said. Once they're all dead, you won't have to take any more risks. Yin Yang's heart skipped a beat. Don't mess around. I've made my decision, and you all need to respect it. There's no room for negotiation on this matter. Yin Yang said with rare assertiveness. They all wore serious expressions and remained silent. All right, I have a system. It won't abandon me, even if I encounter danger. The system will definitely protect me. Mo Hen looked at Yin Yang and suddenly said softly, the task the system gave you is to eliminate the source of the nightmare energy. Once you've purified the nightmare bones, will you leave this world on your own and then abandon us? Yin Yang was suddenly stunned. Yes, once the nightmare bone purification was completed, her task would be finished and she could go back. Is that really what you think? Mo Hen stared at Yin Yang, his eyes filled with deep resentment. The other 8 also fixed their solemn gazes on Yin Yang. Yin Yang came to her senses and waved her hands repeatedly. No, absolutely not. How could I possibly leave you behind and go back? Then why was Yang Yang lost in thought? Fu He looked at Yin Yang with a pitiful expression. Bai Zhu, is our female master going to abandon us? Ye ji need it, Daring. I'll die for you right now to liven things up. I already said no. I am your female master, and we will definitely take responsibility for you. You all believe me, right? Yin Yang surrenders. I can swear it. I swear to the beast god that I will never abandon you. Okay? Ming Ji smiled slightly, saying that Yang Yang is not one of us in the beast world. Who knows if swearing to the beast god is even useful? The clouds were chaotic, tangled in the wind. So will you need to believe me? The 9 beast tamers fell silent again. I believe in Yang Yang, and Mo Hen sighed. After Yang Yang purified the nightmare bones. Find a safe place to stay and wait for us to find you. No matter where you are, we will find you. After the discussion was concluded, they began to plan their actions. Zhuo Guang, and then he talked for a whole night and finally confirmed a plan of cooperation from the inside and outside. At the same time, he discussed the matter of the immortal appearance pill with He. Zhuo Guang then learned that other beastmen from the beast world who had come here were also aware of the immortal appearance pill. Rest assured, we want to sell it. We initially just wanted to take revenge on those beastmen who harmed us, and he said, we are going home. However, and he did not tell Zhuo Guang. It was just them who knew about the immortal appearance pill. Some beastmen from the demon immortal continent also knew. With just them, how could it be so easy to open a shop in the central city? There is no shortage of those who wanted the benefits of the central city or were greedy. Did those people not know the downsides of the immortal appearance pill? Of course they knew. Anyway, they were going home, and in a few years, when the beastmen from the demon immortal continent noticed it, it wouldn't matter much to them. Just a small revenge. However, plans are always inferior to changes. They rescued the imprisoned beastmen, but there was a traitor among them. Although Zhuo Guang discovered it in time, the traitor still sent out a signal when exposed. A flash of malice crossed in his eyes, and in anger and pain. He transformed his claws and slashed the traitor's throat. The traitor clutched his throat. I just wanted to protect my cubs. Zhuo Guang pressed his lips together. In the memories he saw, he learned that the traitor had a female cub in the demon immortal continent. After being captured, the female master erased his beast mark. He survived the ordeal, but became a half-beastman. The people who imprisoned him sent his female master and cub last month, swearing to the beast god that as long as he could signal when someone came to save them, they could reunite as a family. Otherwise, his female master and cub would be thrown into the forest to fend for themselves, left to be killed by fallen beasts. He was also very conflicted, which is why he sent the signal after leaving the city. What to do? Lin Sheng's face was pale. Let us go. Zhuo Guang gritted his teeth. It was their carelessness. Yin Yang gave them talismans to hide their presence and pills that can temporarily change their appearance. I will go with Qi Hua to get the nightmare bone. You all hurry and leave. System, can you help me erase the effect of the transformation stone? Yes. Yin Yang immediately had Qi Hua taken back to Central City. Among the transformation stones, one of them contained the fur of the Golden Lion clan, which was mixed in with Yin Yang. After the incident with the Night Bone, several beast clans exploded in outrage. They immediately went to confront the Golden Lion clan. It must be someone deliberately framing us. How could we possibly steal your Night Bone? They were making a huge fuss, almost ready to come to blows. Finally, someone hit the nail on the head. If it really wasn't them, could it be that someone was intentionally planting suspicion? Seizing the opportunity to steal the Night Bone, they exchanged glances, realizing that the orcs from the Beast World continent that had been imprisoned had been taken away, and they had already sent many people out. Now, several beast clans had come to stir up trouble. Hurry and check it out. The orcs of the Golden Lion clan immediately went to inspect their clan's Night Bone. It was gone. Let's go. They quickly rushed to the place, jointly guarded by several beast clans. Chapter 222. I am not a system. The orcs in Central City reacted quickly. As soon as Yin Yang finished collecting the Night Bone, they arrived. Qi Hua's eyes deepened, and he quickly said, I have my own way to get out. Yin Yang received a prompt from the system, feeling a tightness in her heart. Be careful. I'm leaving. The system absorbed all of Yin Yang's primal energy and instantly transported her to the sea, directly above that black trench. Yin Yang was startled. Then she realized that she had not sunk into the water, but was floating directly on the surface of the sea. She quickly took out a small boat from her space and stood on it. Yin Yang unconsciously touched her abdomen. She could clearly feel that the Yuan Dan she had painstakingly cultivated was gone, and the energy in her body had vanished. The feeling of losing her strength was quite unpleasant. She sat cross-legged on the boat, looking around at her surroundings. Amidst the turbulent waves, only her spot remained the calmest. Yin Yang took out all the nightmare bones from the space, and they piled up on the ship, emitting a buzzing vibration. She picked up a piece of unpurified nightmare bone, and the system immediately began to purify it. Yin Yang wondered if the system could really purify so many nightmare bones with enough energy. Just then, a fallen beast recklessly charged into the Black Sea and was quickly swept into the depths by the waves. As Yin Yang marveled at the power of the sea, a spray of waves brought a purple gold demon core onto her boat. Yin Yang is a bit confused. Host, pick it up. Yin Yang was surprised. System, is this you? Using the peculiarities of this sea to kill the nearby fallen beasts, and using the demon cores from the fallen beasts to replenish energy, the system did not respond. which was equivalent to a tacit acknowledgement. Yin Yang picked up the demon core, and after the system absorbed the energy from the demon core, it continued to purify. When the energy of the demon core was exhausted, the system repeated its old tricks. Occasionally, the system kindly gifted Yin Yang a core. Yin Yang Yaned, failing ex-Haustet. Although she didn't need to exert herself, the system's use of her body to purify the nightmare bone made her feel tired. Whoosh! The remaining small portions of nightmare bone from the demon immortal continent were summoned by the nightmare bone in Yin Yang's hand, flying to her one after another. Yin Yang quietly stayed on the boat, alone with no one around, occasionally exchanging a few words with the system. She yawned, leaned against the side of the boat, and fell asleep draped in a fox fur coat. Faintly, it seemed she had a dream. She dreamed of a prosperous land. This place was familiar to her. It was the beast world, overlapping with many places she had traveled through. But this beast world was much more prosperous than what she currently saw. Various charms and elixirs were present, and the beastmen seemed capable of anything. However, the scene shifted, and two continents were fighting over resources. The demon and immortal continent was on the verge of invading the beast world continent. Both continents were filled with sorrow, and resentment was continuously growing, gradually affecting people's minds. Due to various reasons intertwined, a terrifying nightmare energy ultimately formed. In the end, Yin Yang dreamed of an elder from the Golden Lion clan collecting nightmare bones. After gathering over 100 nightmare bones, he found it difficult to control the arising nightmare energy and was instead dominated by it. The elder was enveloped in black gas, greatly enhancing his power, making him invincible. He threw all the unpurified nightmare bones into the deep sea. After the nightmare bones sank to the seabed, the entire area seemed to boil, with waves crashing violently. Then, the nightmare bones formed the shape of a person and surged out from the seabed. Countless nightmare energies were released, polluting a vast area of the sea. And where the ribcage of the skeleton was supposed to be empty, a beating heart had mysteriously appeared. That heart, originally bright red, gradually turned black under the pollution of nightmare energy. Subsequently, the skeleton was no longer just a mere skeleton. Flesh and skin gradually sprouted on its surface. Ultimately, it transformed into a female beastman. In her dream, Yin Yang saw the female wave her hand, overturning a vast sea area, causing countless lives to disappear. Afterwards, the two continents were filled with suffering, turning into a hellish realm. Yin Yang felt a few drops of cold sweat on her forehead. Suddenly waking up, she sat on the deck of the boat, gazing at the twinkling stars in the sky, and softly asked the system. That dream, the first two parts, was it from the beast world in the past? And the last part of the dream, is it a prophecy? If the nightmare bone is not purified and is instead gathered by greedy orcs, will the events in my dream happen? The system was silent for a moment. Yes, if the system cannot find a suitable host, the effort to eliminate the nightmare energy will be in vain, and the beast world may not last another 100 years. Beneath the sea, what exactly is down there? Yin Yang looked towards the dark, murky waters. Is it the heart from my dream? Do you have any other questions? The system replied, sounding very much like it would answer any inquiry. Yin Yang let out a sigh. Her task was considered complete, so the system was planning to reveal everything to her. Right? Who exactly are you? Are you really the system? What is your relationship with the beast god? And what about that heart at the bottom of the sea? You guessed correctly, I am not the system. At this moment, the system finally stopped pretending, and even the voice was no longer mechanical. Instead, it was a gentle and mysterious feminine voice. It's similar to what you guessed, but I am merely a remnant soul of the beast god. The so-called system is just something he fabricated based on certain thoughts in your mind. The beast god has long since fallen. He sighed. The beastmen of the demon fairy continent believe that the treasure at the bottom of the sea is a divine pill of semi-divine realm, but that is not the case. What lies at the bottom of the sea is not a divine pill, but the heart you dreamt of. That heart is the heart of the beast god. Everything that Yin Yang dreams of is not just a dream, but also everything he has witnessed with his own eyes and the future he foresees. The nightmare energy breeds, causing suffering to living beings, and the beast god cannot sit idly by. However, deities cannot descend directly to the mortal realm. They can only manifest a clone to enter the beast realm. This clone possesses divine bones and cultivation bestowed by the beast god, and with its own strength, it blocked the rapid onslaught of the demon and immortal continent, allowing the orcs on both sides to return to their own continent. But the nightmare energy is hard to dissipate, and the resentment of the orcs from both continents continuously nourishes the nightmare energy, forcing the beast god to make a significant decision. He sacrificed half of his cultivation to purify their resentment, altered the memories of all orcs, took away most of their cultivation, and carved out a trench to separate the two continents, with the heart of the beast god to guard. The beast god's clone, having absorbed and purified a large amount of nightmare energy, became tainted with it in the divine bones. Originally, with the nightmare bones present, after a few decades, when the heart of the beast god was reclaimed, the beast god could return. However, the polluted divine bones could no longer return to the deity. Without divine bones and heart, the beast god was left with only his soul. Chapter 223. Infant the divine bones turned into nightmare bones, and the nightmare energy attached to them continuously generated a large amount of nightmare energy. He could only scatter the nightmare bones. After the nightmare bones were dispersed, the rate of nightmare energy generation slowed significantly, buying him a lot of time. However, he tried many methods, but to no avail. One careless mistake could pollute his soul, ultimately leaving him with only a remnant soul. With no other options, he could only drift through many small worlds, hoping to find a suitable vessel to assist him. In the 3,000 worlds, there are very few worlds with spiritual energy, and even fewer with deities. Yin Yang has become the host with demigod bloodline that he has struggled to find. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. We both have our needs. Once the nightmare bone purification is complete, please just send me back. Of course, I will keep my promise. After the nightmare bone is purified and I obtain the beast god's heart, can you be resurrected and become the beast god again? He was silent for a long time before answering. No. If he were a complete, divine soul, it would naturally be possible to restore the identity of the beast god. But now, he is merely a remnant soul, even if he regains the beast god as heart. At most, he can condense a new physical body and then start cultivating again. After that, he will lose his memories and become an ordinary beast man, living out his life. Beneath the deep sea, there is something even more valuable than the beast god as heart. If you want it, I can give it to you. What is it? What could be more important than the heart of the beast god? The divine spark of the beast god. I have stayed in your body for so long, your aura has somewhat become similar to mine. If you desire it, it's not impossible for you to gain the recognition of the divine spark. In this way, you can become the new beast god. Yin Yang naturally understood his words. No, I feel I'm not suitable. Right now, I am just an ordinary blood clan without any cultivation. Besides, what is so good about being a god? I just want to live freely and comfortably. This divinity should be left for you. You are the true master of the divinity. Once the divinity leaves its original body for 100 years, it will no longer recognize a new master. So, even if Yin Yang doesn't want it, he cannot become the beast god again. If Yin Yang doesn't want it, he will destroy the divinity and then utilize its final power. He plans to use the power of the divinity to stabilize the rules of the beast god. Once he is reborn, the beast god will truly disappear, and the rules he established will also completely vanish. The only thing he can do is this. He has no regrets about the beast world. From the moment of rebirth, he will start living anew and be himself again. He thinks perhaps Yin Yang is right. Everyone has their own pursuits. He should let go of everything. After a long while, he spoke again. Are you sure you really want to go home? Different time and space have different flows of time. You have been here for less than 5 years, and perhaps in your original world, everything has changed, and it is no longer what you are familiar with. That is also my home. I will not give up my home just like that. He knew Yin Yang was determined to go home, so he did not persuade him any further. All right, I will give you the stone of time and space. As a token of gratitude, I will also leave everything in the marketplace to you. How you want to deal with it is up to you. The items in the marketplace are products from before the wars 100 years ago. He took them all at once to allow the world to have a bit more peace. Good. In less than 3 days, all the nightmare bones were purified. Yin Yang let out a sigh of relief. This time, she had truly completed her task. Yin Yang threw all the purified divine bones into the deep sea. Suddenly, a vortex formed on the surface of the sea, and the waves around it kept rolling. Yin Yang saw a golden light that was getting brighter and brighter, as if something was slowly coming up from the bottom of the sea. Yin Yang squinted as the golden light in front of him pierced his eyes. A beating heart rose from the seabed, surrounded by countless pure, white divine bones. Gradually, the divine bones began to disappear, turning into specks of white light that merged into the heart of the beast god. The heart of the beast god also started to change, slowly taking on the appearance of an infant, which fell into Yun Yang's hands. The infant's appearance was very cute, but its eyes were vacant, lacking a soul within. The system flew out from Yun Yang's body, resembling a golden light orb. The golden light orb did not immediately enter the infant's body. Instead, it transformed into its original form, projecting onto the sky of the beast world. It had long golden hair and exuded a sense of holiness. It looked down at Yun Yang and smiled gently. Yun Yang almost lost herself in his smile. Then, the sea surface shook violently, and an even more dazzling light surged into the sky, spreading out in all directions. The sky of the beast realm was filled with golden clouds. That was the divine essence transformed into the laws of heaven and earth. As long as the spiritual energy remained, the formed laws of heaven and earth would exist. The trench did not disappear, but it seemed to have changed a lot. She could sense that the auras on both sides seemed to begin to converge, forming the spiritual energy that originally belonged to the beast realm. In front of Yin Yang, a golden barrier suddenly appeared. At that moment, Yin Yang seemed to hear his gentle yet imposing voice. Within 3 years, the beast realm continent and the demon fairy continent must not cross boundaries. Another cluster of golden light entered Yun Yang's body. She could feel that a golden Yuan Dan had suddenly formed within her. Did he bestow a small part of his divine power to her? The projection in the sky disappeared, transforming again into a pale golden light that swiftly entered the body of the infant in Yun Yang's hands. The infant's eyes instantly radiated brilliance, and its jade-like white arms were waving. Meanwhile, in Yun Yang's ears, his last voice echoed, "Please you." Yin Yang had not yet reacted when she felt a wave of dizziness, and she instinctively hugged the baby tightly. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself on a golden beach by the sea. She was holding the system that had been reborn as a newborn, her mind in a daze. Yang, Mo Hen joyfully rushed to Yun Yang's side. Yin Yang raised her eyes and suddenly noticed that there were quite a few more people around her. Zhua Guang looked around in a daze and exclaimed, We have returned to the beast world continent. This familiar place was none other than the sea area near his home. We are back. Fu He, filled with joy, wanted to grab Yun Yang's hand, but suddenly noticed the baby in her arms. He blurted out, Yang, when did you give birth to a baby? No, this isn't mine. I don't have that ability. She glanced around and suddenly froze. Where's the fox? Goodness, Chi Hua is missing. For those who enjoy the Beast World Arena, the Blood Queen becomes the strongest female. Please bookmark. Zayakez, Beast World Arena. The Blood Queen becomes the strongest female, Chapter 224, Breach Defense. On that day, both the Beastmen of the Beast World continent and the Demon Fairy continent saw figures appearing in the sky. They all said that the Beast God had returned. They heard the voice of the Beast God. Subsequently, all the Beastmen in the foreign continent returned to their original continent. A golden barrier appeared in the sea between the two continents. This barrier directly blocked them, preventing them from crossing the border at least for the next 3 years. There were also rumors that the Beast God had sent a divine messenger who took away the Nightmare Bone and eliminated all the nightmare energy. In the eyes of ordinary beastmen on the Demon Fairy continent, the Nightmare Bone was a dangerous thing, and only certain beastmen from large tribes wanted to use it to achieve their desires. Without the Nightmare Bone, most beastmen breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the only golden core beastman on the Demon Fairy continent, Chi Hua, was rumored to be the Beast God's husband. In the Lingxiao tribe, the former elder of the Yao Rabbit clan sneered. Isn't the loss of the Nightmare Bone related to Chi Hua? However, he was already struggling to save himself. Lan Lu also seemed to have gone mad, uniting many females in the tribe to demand joint governance of the clan. Lan Lu and these females were accompanied by many strong fighters, making it difficult for them to refuse. Then, this group of females became increasingly demanding, insisting that they had the right to make decisions about their matters. The elders in the tribe were displeased and threw this matter to him, asking him to stop these females from causing trouble. How could he stop them? The former tribe leader lamented. Ling Mountain was also in despair. The leader of the Tianhu tribe looked at Chi Hua, whose face was extremely foul and who often had a short temper, and sighed deeply. Chi Hua had finally found a partner, only to have Yun Yang sent back to the Beast World continent as soon as the Nightmare Bone was eliminated. If it weren't for the fact that he could still feel Yun Yang's presence through the Beast Seal, he would have suspected that she was going to abandon him and return to her own world. But 3 years. He wouldn't see Yun Yang for 3 years. Who knows if during these 3 years, she would stop liking him? What if she had even given birth to a child? The thought of all the bad possibilities made Chi Hua want to explode with anger. Of course, one can't always vent their anger inward. Ultimately, it should be directed toward those who already annoy them, to achieve an effect greater than the sum of its parts. So, Central City became a good place for him to vent his anger. Coincidentally, some beastmen in Central City also hated Chi Hua, always causing trouble for Ling Mountain. However, as the only Golden Core beastman, they couldn't do anything to him and could only make small troubles, not daring to go too far. So Chi Hua used this as an excuse to create all sorts of trouble for them. When the people of Central City accused him of stealing the Nightmare Bone, Chi Hua did not deny it. He instead spread the rumor that Yun Yang was the divine messenger who purified the Nightmare Bone for the Beast God, while some people in Central City were trying to use the Nightmare Bone for personal gain. This was the truth. Most beastmen on the Demon Fairy continent were reasonable and naturally leaned toward Ling Mountain. Time flew by, and the 3-year period was approaching. Chi Hua waited by the barrier, ready to set off to the Beast World continent to find Yun Yang as soon as it disappeared. After 3 agonizing years, when Chi Hua saw the barrier vanish, he immediately had 2 beastmen from the Spirit Fox clan sail for him. There was no way. As a fire type, Chi Hua couldn't exert much power on the sea. He could only find a water-type beastman to take turns using their abilities to quickly send him across the ocean. About half a month later, Chi Hua finally reached the coast of the Beast World continent. I'm finally here. We are finally free. The 2 beastmen were black-eyed and muttering quietly. God knows how exhausted they were from the journey these days. If it weren't for their fear of refusing the Elder and the generous reward offered, they absolutely wouldn't have agreed. All right, you all take care. I'm going to find my female master. Chi Hua heard their complaints, but pretended not to hear. The most important thing now was to find Yun Yang. He could sense that Yun Yang was nearby, not too far from him. Doesn't this prove that Yang Yang had been waiting for him by the sea all along? He transformed into a red fox and dashed away. When he reached the vicinity of Yun Yang, Chi Hua slowed down. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. It was his female master whom he had been thinking about for 3 years. Wait, Chi Hua's gaze shifted to the small, wobbly baby next to Yun Yang, who was only half her height. His expression cracked. Did Yang Yang really have a baby? Chi Hua stood frozen in disbelief, staring at the scene. Kiwa. Yun Yang looked up and saw Chi Hua standing blankly on the opposite side. You're here? Chi Hua opened her mouth and pointed at the exquisitely carved doll next to her. Who is she? Yun Yang hadn't spoken yet when the girl pouted and said, AMU. Is he my 7th daddy? Chi Hua was completely taken aback. Yang Yang, whose child is this? Who is luckier than oneself? How could Yang Yang have given birth to a child for him first? Yin Yang could tell a glance that Chi Hua probably thought this little one was her own. Let's go first. I'll explain to you later. Chi Hua pouted. AMU. Does 7 Grandpa not like Shishi? Shishi blinked her golden eyes and tugged at Yun Yang's dress. Yin Yang glanced at Chi Hua. Chi Hua said sadly, how could that be? I really like him. If he had a child, he would like it even more. Shishi chuckled and, being friendly, rushed towards Chi Hua. Hugging his leg, 7 Grandpa. Chi Hua's heart softened. Oh, you're called Shishi? Yes. I'm Shishi. My full name is Yunyu. My mom says I'm a treasure. Shishi looked up at Chi Hua and said, 7 Grandpa. You're so beautiful, the most handsome. Chi Hua felt overjoyed and picked Shishi up. Ha! No matter whose child she is, in her eyes, I'm the best. Good Shishi. Chi Hua quickly took out a treasure for her. This is a gift for you as a meeting present. Shishi's eyes lit up. Thank you, 7 Grandpa. You're my favorite. Yin Yang glanced at Cece and was almost fooled by her well-behaved and cute appearance. Ha! Just a few days ago, she said her favorite was Baiju. This morning, she said her favorite was herself. She's so clever, knowing how to speak to people and how to speak to ghosts, always managing to charm people into a state of bliss. The treasures in Cece's hands are all coaxed back by her mouth. Moreover, once they are in her hands, they are nearly impossible to get out again. If you want her to take them out again, you have to exchange them for something even more precious, truly worthy of being the reincarnation of a system. Enjoying the Beast World Shura field, the Blood Queen becomes the strongest female. Please collect Zayakez Beast World Shura field. The Blood Queen becomes the strongest female. Chapter 225, Going Home. Upon returning home, Yin Yang finally told Chi Hua about Cece's origins. Chi Hua looked at Cece in shock. Isn't she Yang Yang's child? Does the 7th Grandpa think I'm amazing? Cece pouted proudly. She doesn't have the memories of being a beast god or a system, but from the moment she was reincarnated, she had memories. She had seen several shocked expressions similar to her father's. She also knew her origins. Yin Yang had never hidden it from her. Yes, Cece is indeed amazing. Cece is even more amazing. Cece giggled. I can command little things to spin around and sing. She pointed her finger to show off to Chihua. Cece is considered the reincarnation of the beast god, more powerful than all the other cubs, and not just in a general sense. After all, which cub is born with supernatural abilities and can cultivate? At just 3 years old, she is already comparable to a Baidan-level beastman. She is not afraid of falling beasts. Even they have to bow submissively in front of her. In the beast world, she is simply the darling of this world. Chihua nodded and asked, so, does Yang Yang plan to take her along? This going refers to returning to the world where Yin Yang used to be. She already calls me Mu. How could I leave her behind? Yin Yang has been with Shi for 3 years. Before that, she had also been with the system for nearly 5 years. And she couldn't bear to part with Shi. Moreover, this was also the system's hope. Before sending her back to the beast world, it was the last moment before the system disappeared that she heard, please take me with you. I want to see a different world. From the moment of her reincarnation, the beast world was no longer his responsibility. She wanted to live her own life, to go to a different world and see different scenery. So when are you planning to leave? Chihua asked again. In a little while. I still have some things to finalize. Now there are no so-called system tasks. But after staying in the beast world for so long, and with the system giving her so much in the end, she naturally wanted to give back a little. At the very least, she wanted to ensure that the beast world had the ability to protect itself. Among the things the system left her were many records of the more prosperous culture of the beast world from 100 years ago. Yin Yang thought that the system should have anticipated returning these civilizations to the beast world long ago. She remembered that the system once said, please, host, spread the civilization of the beast world. Teach writing and skills. Moreover, Yin Yang was not technically a person from the beast world, but the system sent her back to the beast world and left Chihua on the demon fairy continent, perhaps wanting to keep her around for a few more years. Yin Yang does not believe that the system truly lacks the ability to bring Chihua to the beast world continent. However, Yin Yang also does not care whether the system is intentionally playing tricks on her. Even if the system did not allow her to stay, it would still leave behind a period of time to resolve everything in the beast world. In the final 3 years of separation between the two continents, Yin Yang accomplished many things. Perhaps the overall strength of the beast world continent is somewhat weaker than that of the demon fairy continent. But with what the system left behind, if the demon fairy continent really decides to attack, the beast world continent will also have the ability to protect their own homeland. Yin Yang wanted to stay a bit longer, also giving Qingling and the others a chance to say goodbye, since they had already decided to leave with her. She naturally didn't want them to have too many regrets. The beast world was gradually entering a new seasonal cycle, and in the new year, it was anything but peaceful. The first to bear the brunt was the sea tribe of the beast world, as the first line of defense against the beastmen from the demon immortal continent. They were of utmost importance. Fortunately, over the years, Yin Yang had established a new, vast civilization city by the sea, where countless beastmen worked together to resist the demon immortal continent. The ruined faction that Yin Yang had studied for a long time came into play. 3 years ago, the aura of the two continents had already begun to merge. Yin Yang gathered the materials to create the talismans, using spiritual energy to draw the symbols, and handed them over to the orcs of the beast world continent. With the talismans and various weapons, they fought evenly with the demon and immortal continent. Both sides suffered casualties, but at least they didn't fight to the death. The nightmare bones were gone, and the so-called divine elixirs from the seabed were also gone. The schemes of certain individuals from the demon and immortal continent had actually been largely thwarted, with both continents being of equal strength. The last bit of delusion was also gone. Ordinary orcs from the demon and immortal continent didn't really want to fight. Thus, they gradually developed a tendency to coexist peacefully. During this period, Qingling saw her family. Fu He visited the Meng Tu tribe. Mingji went to the northern lands, and Jingli returned to Beast King City, which had been renamed Civilization City. As for Zhuoguang, he also met Ing Fei and Qing Er, who had come to the Beast World continent. They had few regrets left during their time in the Beast World. Let's prepare to leave the Beast World, Yin Yang said. Okay, they were indeed a bit reluctant to leave the Beast World, but they were even more eager to see the world beyond. For Yin Yang, and for themselves. In the Beast World, most orcs had a tribal mentality and felt some attachment to their tribes, but the majority were born with a passion for challenge and adventure, wanting to step out and see the world. They had already bid farewell to their family and friends, and deep down, they had no regrets. Leaving here to live in a new world sounded exhilarating to them, stirring their beastly blood. Yin Yang held Shishi with one hand, and took out the time and space stone from her space with the other. It had been many years since she left her world, and Yin-Yang really didn't know what the world had become now. There's a feeling called homesickness that brings anxiety. When she was truly ready to return to her own world, Yin-Yang began to feel timid. She was afraid that the little darlings of the Blood Clan would no longer remember her. Yin-Yang remembers what the system said, that the flow of time is different in different worlds. In her world, perhaps only a few months, years, or even hundreds of years have passed since she disappeared. Yang might have seen a hint of anxiety in Yin-Yang's eyes, so Imohen held Yin-Yang's hand and said, "We will always be by your side." Yin-Yang smiled, We held hands and left together. The 9 people frowned in unison after hearing this. TSK, who wants to hold hands with them? Montaken, Fotonatali. He was quick and held Yin-Yang's hand first. Hurry up. Remember to hold on tight. In case it loosens halfway, you might just end up in another world. I don't have any extra time-space stones to bring you back. As Yin-Yang finished speaking, the 9 people immediately held hands tightly with the person next to them while expressing their disdain, forming a circle. Yin-Yang then reached out to hold the time stone, using her time and space power to activate it. She recalled the appearance of her world in her mind and silently chanted, "Blue Star." She wanted to return to Blue Star. In the next moment, the 11 of them disappeared from the Beast World continent. Chapter 226, Extra 1. Yin-Yang felt a wave of dizziness, and after an unknown amount of time, she found herself on a deserted island. She looked down and saw that she was still tightly holding on to Cece, but on her other side, Imohen was not by her side. Yin-Yang was startled. He quickly looked around and found that besides Cece, everyone else was missing. Oh no, he got separated from Imohen and the others. Yin-Yang felt a bit confused and immediately used the beast seal to sense their locations. The good news was that he could still sense them. They were all in the same world. The bad news was that they were spread out in different places, quite far from him. Yin-Yang looked around, feeling a bit lost. In this area, there was an aura she despised, and she could also sense the spiritual energy. Yin-Yang felt a little anxious. Was she back on Blue Star? If not, what should she do? If she was, what exactly had happened to Blue Star? She had once heard the system say that in a world with thin spiritual energy, if the spiritual energy revived, it was very likely that something significant had occurred in that world. In order to save itself, the small world would revive its spiritual energy. AMU Zixala held Yin-Yang's hand tightly, warning that there were bad things in the sea. Yin-Yang frowned. Suddenly, a huge octopus tentacle emerged from the sea, rushing towards Yin-Yang and the others. Just as Yin-Yang was about to take Shishi and fly away, a laser shot towards the octopus tentacle. The tentacle was severed and fell into the sea, where a group of fish with fangs rushed over. Yin-Yang smelled a strong scent of blood and turned her eyes away in disgust, then looked towards the direction from which the laser was coming. In the distance, several people were wearing black and silver armor, donning protective helmets and goggles, each holding weapons. They looked like a patrolling guard. "Ma'am, this place is very dangerous. What are you doing here? And with a child?" Upon hearing the familiar language, Yin-Yang instantly breathed a sigh of relief. It was the language of Huagua, so it seemed she and T ended up on another planet. "Ma'am, who are you?" Yin-Yang hesitated for a moment and cautiously asked, "Do you know about the Blood Clan?" Yin-Yang thought that if the spiritual energy of the blue planet revived, then supernatural abilities should also correspondingly appear. As a special race, the Blood Clan remains unknown during peaceful times, but during special moments, they might come into the public eye. Surely, the Blood Clan would manage to make a name for themselves, right? The few people across from her put down their weapons and looked at Yin-Yang in shock. "You are a member of the Blood Clan?" They exchanged glances, recalling that it was said the Blood Clan could not appear under the sun. The Blood Clan they knew would have to carry an umbrella if they appeared during the day. However, they had heard that the purer the bloodline of a Blood Clan member, the less they feared the sunlight. Perhaps at that moment, their gazes towards Yin-Yang became even more respectful. Yin-Yang secretly relaxed. Knowing about the Blood Clan was enough. Yin-Yang looked at them calmly and asked, "Can you take me to meet the council member of the Blood Clan? There are some things that are not very convenient to discuss with you. It seems to be confidential." They exchanged glances, straightened their chests, and said, "We have a deputy commander in our base who is from the Blood Clan. We could take you to meet him." Yin-Yang made a sound, picked up Shishi, and said, "Let's go." They touched a button at their waist, and their armor contracted and transformed into a box hanging at their waist. Immediately after, they suddenly transformed into tiger beasts. Yin-Yang was secretly shocked. When did Blue Star become another beast world? What exactly happened during the years she was away? Yin-Yang appeared calm on the surface, but was already confused inside. "Please follow us." They jogged toward a certain place. Yin Yang quickly sprouted black, feathered wings and immediately followed them. A few tiger beasts noticed this and accelerated their speed. They ran very fast, but Yin Yang could easily keep up. Thus, they became more convinced that this unfamiliar lady must be an important figure. After a while, they arrived at a base. Surrounding the base was a protective shield, the technology of which was unknown. What exactly happened on Blue Star? Yin Yang was confused, but all the doubts could only be asked after seeing his own people. Yin Yang held Shishi and entered the base. The guard invited her to sit down and poured her a cup of warm water. Please wait a moment. We need to inform the deputy commander first. Yin Yang nodded. Of course, you all go ahead. Cece looked around, feeling an unusual sense of novelty. This world was indeed very different from the beast world, not to mention anything else. The technology was far superior. Cece opened her mouth, thought of something, and softly called out, Mommy. In the last few years in the beast world, Yin Yang had taught her beast husband and Cece the Mandarin language, all for the purpose of helping them better adapt to their new life on Blue Star. Yin Yang thought of the beast tamers spread across different places and felt grateful that he had taught them the language. What's wrong? I'm a bit hungry. Cece covered her mouth and laughed. Yin Yang pinched Cece's nose and said, Okay, I'll get you something to eat in a bit. She did have food in her space, but it wasn't appropriate for her to take it out in public here. Yin Yang sat here, but could keenly sense that there were surveillance cameras present. She sat on the chair, shaking her legs, unusually quiet and not running around. Perhaps she felt uncomfortable facing such a strange environment. After a while, Yin Yang heard a steady sound of footsteps. Yin Yang looked up and instantly saw a familiar face. Xiaohua. Yin Yang stared in surprise at the person across from him, whose fair skin and red eyes revealed a deep bloodline. Yin Yang looked at Yin Yang in surprise, and her eyes couldn't help but turn red. Sister Yang? Yin Yang has become the highest-ranking member in the Blood Clan, but she doesn't like her kin calling her things like aunt or ancestor. She prefers them to call her sister. Some clan members are too afraid to do so, so they refer to her as Your Majesty. Yin Yang couldn't believe his eyes, staring blankly at Yin Yang. Is it really you? They didn't know how long they searched for His Highness back then, but they couldn't find any traces. Later on, Blue Star encountered trouble. Yin Yang nodded, Yes, it's me. I'm back. Let's find a place to talk properly. Yin Yang nodded immediately and said, Okay. Sister, follow me. To my office. Yin Yang took Yin Yang to his office, and along the way, he quietly wiped the corners of his eyes with his hand. Could this uncle be crying? Sibilus whispered, Du ging et Yin Yang's sleefe. Yin Yang smiled lichtly. Indeed, Xiaohua was the one who cried the most in their clan. She really didn't expect that Yin Yang would become a general. Yin Yang hurriedly closed the office door. In his excitement, he had forgotten that Shishi was still beside Yin Yang. He looked at Yin Yang in shock and said, Your Highness, you have a daughter? Then he nodded again, realizing, well, it's not surprising. You've been missing for over 100 years, so having a child is understandable. Chapter 227. Extra 2 changes. Yin Yang widened her eyes. What did you say? More than 100 years? She had only spent 7 or 8 years in the beast world. Although a year in the beast world had 24 months, when converted to Blue Star's time, she should have only been gone for a little over 10 to 20 years. Unexpectedly, more than 100 years had passed on Blue Star. Yin Yang nodded and said, Yes, Your Highness, where have you been all these years? Why have we been unable to find you? If I said that after I fell off the cliff, I went to another world, would you believe it? Yin Yang was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, I believe in whatever Your Highness says. After all, she is our queen. If I don't believe in her, who else should I trust? Yin Yang nodded with satisfaction and briefly talked to Yin Yang about her experience in the beast world. After listening, Yin Yang was shocked and said, So you suddenly have 9 husbands? Yin Yang couldn't help but admire his queen. Either don't want any, or want several more. That being said, did you get separated from them? It's okay. I will issue a task to help you find them safely. All right. Yin Yang looked at Yin Yang with relief. Our little fire has grown up, no longer that crybaby from before. Yin Yang's face couldn't help but blush a little. Xiaohua, tell me, what exactly has happened on Blue Star over the years? And how has the werewolf clan been during this time? What about that traitor? Yin Yang took out some food from space to give to Shishi, so she would obediently eat on the side. Yin Yang recalled, and, thinking of something infuriating, gritted his teeth and said, The werewolf clan is doing very well. Back when you went missing, they made things difficult for us in every way possible. They even killed quite a few of our clansmen. As for that traitor, now she is the Wolf King's concubine. Yin Yang scoffed. If it weren't for the protective alliance for women on Blue Star, she would have long been abandoned and even killed by the werewolf clan. The fact that she didn't die made Yun-Yang sneer. Being with the werewolves was a sign of her good luck. However, it didn't matter. She wasn't worried about not finding someone to take revenge on. And also, let's talk about Blue Star. Yun-Yin sighed. A few years after your disappearance, Blue Star encountered a disaster. Ing Island lost all moral integrity and discharged nuclear-polluted water, leading to a large number of marine biological mutations in the nearby seas. As a result, retribution came. Mutated creatures invaded, and countless people died on Ing Island. The worst part was that the mutated creatures destroyed the nuclear power station, releasing massive amounts of nuclear radiation. Ing Island was completely devastated, and we suffered along with it. Not only did radiation sickness spike globally, but various viruses also mutated, causing nearly half of humanity to perish. In their despair, some people began to awaken their abilities, and the world regained spiritual energy. Special races like vampires and werewolves gained abilities first and survived. The remaining survivors, although they developed some resistance to viruses, still lived in great difficulty, afraid to step outside for fear of being infected by the nuclear radiation. Later, genetic scientists had no choice but to use genetic modification technology, combining the genes of plants and animals that had successfully resisted viruses and radiation with human genes. Thus, there emerged the mutated humans with stronger resistance to viruses and radiation. Some could transform into beast forms, while others could partially transform their limbs into plants, gaining self-protection abilities and helping to deal with the mutated plants and animals outside. During this process, Blue Star experienced a long period of chaos, and some people were not killed by mutated plants and viruses, but rather by the darkness of humanity. After decades of governance, Blue Star gradually stabilized and established a new order. Today, Blue Star has a unified new calendar, and it is now the 67th year of the apocalypse. However, it is uncertain whether due to the disaster or genetic changes in recent years, fewer and fewer newborns have been born. Even with the help of technology, the situation has only slightly improved. Especially, girls have become the most scarce newborns. They discovered that technology could cultivate infants without the need for a mother's womb. However, they also found that this method struggled to produce a healthy baby girl. The baby girls cultivated through technology were either born weak or died shortly after birth. After many years of attempts, they had to admit that baby girls could only be nurtured by human bodies and only by female bodies. Consequently, over the years, the ratio of males to females has fallen to 15-1. Yin said helplessly. 20 years ago, Blue Star implemented a new policy allowing one woman to have multiple husbands, but not allowing one man to have multiple wives, with severe penalties for violators. Of course, it was just a surface rule. Some powerful individuals still secretly kept women on the side. Those who wanted to cheat would not be deterred by any heavy punishment. 10 years ago, Blue Star developed a matching system. Once women turned 18, they could start matching with potential partners. Typically, they could match with 5 to 10 individuals. Once a match was successful, they would become engaged. The male partner would stay at the female partner's home for 6 months. And if either party wanted to end the match after that period, they could dissolve the relationship and seek new partners. Of course, in a situation where women were scarce, it was usually the women who were dissatisfied, while men rarely took the initiative to end a relationship, as they never knew when they would have another match. With the matching system in place, the success rate indeed increased significantly. Women also had certain rights to refuse their matches, but they were required to find a partner before the age of 27. Otherwise, they would be forced into a match. Yin paused for a moment and said, "Of course, our blood clan can be the exception. The members of the blood clan are not many, and their value is much higher than that of childbirth. If someone in the blood clan is unwilling, they just need to pay taxes. After all, the fertility of the blood clan is inherently low, and it's useless to force it. It's not just the blood clan. As long as you have enough capital, you naturally have the ability to refuse. For example, some powerful female mutants. Your Highness doesn't need to worry." Yin smiled and said, "Once we find Your Highness's partner, we will directly register their identity and arrange it under Your Highness's household. I will arrange for someone to register a new identity for you and Cece shortly." "Good." Yin nodded. "So do you plan to return to our blood clan's territory, or do you want to stay here for a while?" Yin thought for a moment and said, "Let's stay here for now. I want to wait for them to come find me." Yin thought it shouldn't take too long. She could feel that although the 9 of them were separated from her, they were not particularly far away. Chapter 228 Extra 3 Mental Power Levels. Yin nodded and said, "Then we will keep your identity confidential for now, to avoid anyone disturbing your peace." Yin nodded with satisfaction, noting that the little crybaby from back then had really become more capable. That day, Yin Yang and Shi registered their identity information and obtained their own light brain systems. Shi curiously played with the light brain, tapping around on the virtual screen. "Mommy, let's play a game." Shi pointed at a game icon, saying that everyone online said it was very fun. Yin glanced over and quickly said in a gentle voice, "I'm afraid that's not possible. This game requires the use of a gaming pod, and children don't have strong enough mental capabilities to play. Moreover, it involves simulating the killing of mutated beasts and mutated plants, which is somewhat bloody. For the sake of children's mental health, I also don't recommend letting them play." Yin Yang said directly, "Don't treat her like an ordinary child. She has special abilities and can manipulate beasts in the beast world. Killing a beast is nothing, especially when it's virtual." Yin opened his mouth, but ultimately chose to close it. Since His Highness said there was no problem, then there definitely was no problem. He glanced at the eager Cici and nodded. "All right then, I'll take you to the usual training room. There are game pods inside, and this game is sometimes used for training as well, just with different training intensities set. I'll lower the system difficulty a bit in a moment." Half an hour later, Yin watched Cici dominate the game in the holographic simulation, stunned again and again. "It's so easy." Cici looked at Yin and said, "Uncle, can we increase the difficulty a bit more?" Yin hesitated to speak, and after playing for so long, Shi decided to take a break. "Later, I will have someone bring over the testing equipment to check the mental strength. If it reaches B level, next time Uncle will take you out to play." Shi responded with an O and then asked, "Uncle, what is your mental strength level?" "S level." Yin raised an eyebrow. Shi had no concept of S level and just nodded in a daze. Yin took Shi and Yin Yang out of the game pod and got the testing equipment. "Come on, put this on." The device looked like a helmet. Shi wiggled her hips as she sat in the chair, curiously putting on the equipment. A few minutes later, Yin Yang looked at the letters on the virtual screen, slightly raising an eyebrow, not too surprised. Yin widened his eyes, staring intently at that letter, rubbing his eyes hard, unable to believe what he was seeing. S rank, a 5 or 6-year-old child, and her mental strength is actually at the same level as his? This is just too outrageous. Looking at Cici, he felt like he had wasted hundreds of years of his life. Truly, comparing people makes one feel inferior. Yin Yang is not surprised at all. Before Shi's rebirth, she was a fragment of the beast god soul. Even if she is SSS grade, Yin Yang wouldn't find it strange. Shi's potential hasn't even been tapped yet. When she grows up, she might even surpass me. "Uncle, am I qualified? Can I play games now?" Yin looked at Cici with a complex expression and said, "Qualified." When he played virtual games with Cici, he had already guessed that Cici's mental power level was high, but he never expected it to be this high. This is not just qualified, it's simply incredible. Which child has an S-level mental power at just 5 or 6 years old? It's truly enviable. Even for gifted supernatural beings, having an A-level mental power by adulthood is already considered very high. However, since this is the child of Her Majesty the Queen, it's no problem. We're all family. You should be proud instead. "Your Highness, why don't you test it as well?" Yin handed the instrument to Yin Yang. "Okay, I'll give it a try." Yin Yang put it on and detected. Mental power level, not detected. Yin Yang was taken aback. "Is this instrument broken?" Yin also felt a hint of confusion, and then thought of something, making his expression even more complicated. He put on. Mental power level, S rank. Yin sighed. The instrument was not broken. He looked at Yin Yang and said, "Your Highness, it's just that your mental strength level is too high, and the instrument can't detect it." "Oh, so that's how it is. Then it's fine." She thought the instrument was broken. If that thing were broken, wouldn't she have to compensate? She was currently broke. "Your Highness, you really are calm," Yin said expressionlessly. "This instrument has never malfunctioned since its invention. I can't take it anymore. I've been scared too much today. I need to calm down. I've lived for over 1,000 years. Having strong mental strength is quite normal. Isn't it? What's there to be so surprised about? When you reach my age, you might be the same." Yin silently nodded, taking it as His Highness comforting himself. He knew that even if he lived for 1,000 years, he would still be inferior to His Highness. The Deputy General. Someone knocked on the door of Yin private office. Yin opened the door and asked seriously, "What's wrong?" General Li has returned and said that he found a large number of mutated plants and animals on an island. Now, he wants to take most of the weapons from the base to go to that island. Deputy Commander Avini disagrees with the general's decision, believing it is too hasty and needs proper planning and discussion. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. However, the general is unwilling, and now there's a conflict. Yin let out a cold laugh. "Aviani wants me to block Li He? The person who came to report chuckled awkwardly. Yes, Vice General Aviani said, you should go with him. Enough of that. Yin replied directly. Don't use me as a decoy. I don't have time to get involved right now. Let him figure it out himself. Yin closed the door directly, looking as if he didn't care about anything. He still had to entertain His Highness at home, so he had no time to argue with them. Yin Yang asked, what happened? Yin snorted, saying that the deputy commander of the base was unwilling and wanted to overthrow Li He to become the general. By the way, that Li He is from the werewolf clan. Yin said with a cold face. Werewolf clan? Yin Yang's fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest of the chair. Yin let out a somewhat frustrated HM. Our blood clan always suffers during the day, and the werewolf clan uses this to pressure us. The Blue Star formed an alliance during the disaster. This alliance still exists today and plays a good role. However, the upper echelons of the alliance always enjoy playing a game of mutual restraint. The werewolf clan and the blood clan are two powerful forces on Blue Star, and they're natural enemies. Although they coexist peacefully now, there are still many hidden conflicts. Therefore, the alliance deliberately wants to restrain the werewolf clan and the blood clan. When they first came to this base, they arranged for him to team up with Li He and an ambitious deputy. Yin had just told Yin Yang about some situations regarding Blue Star and the base when a commotion erupted outside. If you enjoy the Beast World Shura Field, Blood Clan Queen becomes the strongest female. Please save it. Zayakez, Beast World Shura Field. Blood Clan Queen becomes the strongest female. Chapter 229 Extra. 4 Li He Bang Bang Bang. The door of the Yin Yan's office was knocked again. Deputy General Yun. As soon as Yin heard it, he knew it was Avini. In fact, Yin had already gotten used to this. In the past, because he couldn't stand Li He would pay some attention to Avini. But over time, he realized that Avini was just making a scene. He couldn't stand Li He, but he also couldn't stand Yin himself. Avini seemed to thrive on being in the spotlight every day. So, Yin couldn't be bothered to get involved. And only occasionally would he trip Avini up when he couldn't stand Li He, just to make the fire burn a little brighter. Yin opened the door, a bit impatiently saying, what do you want to cause trouble with this time? Deputy Commander Avini, I'm busy right now. Why did they choose to disturb him at this moment? In the past, he had just been too lazy to deal with them. But if they really provoked him, not just Avini, but evenly he wouldn't let it go. After learning from His Highness about what happened back then, Yin could no longer suppress his irritable mood and wished he could kill the werewolf clan. Deputy Commander Yin, I'm also considering our base. The general wants to take so many weapons from the base. What if a beast attacks our base? There are still tens of thousands of residents behind our base. Li General, I know you have long wanted to leave here, complaining that we're too far from the capital and not prosperous enough. Avini sneered. Even if you want to achieve merit early and leave here sooner, you can't forget about the residents behind you, right? That island is so far from us. It can't harm us here, but if you take away the weapons and something goes wrong here, what will we do? Although this place has been cleaned multiple times, it's not like there's no danger at all. Avini glanced at Li He, only to find that Li He was staring intently at the inside of the door. Turning his head, he discovered a beautiful woman behind Yin. He looked back at Li He and found that his eyes were filled with apprehension. Avini was curious. What kind of person could make Li He so wary? Deputy Commander Yin, who is she? Avini looked Yin Yang up and down. Red eyes. Is she also of the Blood Clan? It shouldn't be. Isn't it said that the werewolf clan is the nemesis of the Blood Clan? How could Li He be afraid of a Blood Clan member? Does she have some special quality? Li He stared at Yin Yang, feeling an inexplicable fear from deep within. Yes, who is she? As a member of the werewolf clan, he knew very well that the woman behind Yin was indeed a Blood Clan member. However, if he wasn't afraid of Yin, why would he suddenly be afraid of a woman? Who is this person? If the Blood Clan really had such a person, how come he knew nothing about her? He had never seen this woman before. Yin Yang glanced at him and immediately knew that this werewolf tribe was no match for her. Unfortunately, they were on Blue Star. If it were in a beast world without technology, she would have definitely killed him by now. However, Li suddenly felt a chill run down his spine from that glance. He seemed to sense the killing intent from this woman. Li grew increasingly wary of Yin Yang. No, he needed to report this matter to the werewolf tribe as soon as possible. A figure from the Blood Clan had emerged that they needed to be cautious of, and they must take precautions. But this was precisely a woman. If they wanted to deal with her, the Protection Alliance would never agree. Yin directly blocked Yin Yang behind him, saying that he was one of our Blood Clan members who happened to come here and would temporarily stay at the base before leaving after a while. Li He's eyes flickered with emotion. Deputy Commander Yin, this is a military district. It's not appropriate for you to bring your own people here, is it? We shouldn't be harboring individuals of unknown identity. Yin Yin had sensed Li He's hostility before. This is my business and has nothing to do with you. How can it have nothing to do with me? Li He retorted, I am a general in this base. If someone enters our base, I cannot simply ignore it. Can I? Yin Yan's crimson eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant, he had already thought of hundreds of ways to kill Li He without giving the alliance a reason to speak. Aveni looked at the sharp glints in the eyes of the two men and felt a bit bewildered. Usually, the killing intent between them wasn't this heavy. So why did it suddenly become like this today? A flash of insight crossed Aveni's mind, and he quietly focused his gaze on Yun Yang. The only change might be this woman? Aveni pondered in his heart. If he could clarify the identity of the woman behind Yun Yan, would it become a good opportunity for his own promotion? Or perhaps, Aveni touched his face. He was quite good-looking. He wondered if the other party would be interested in him. After a quick contemplation, Aveni immediately stood up and positioned himself between the two. Deputy Yun, what we're discussing now is the matter of the island. Is there anything more important than this at the moment? Aveni still remembered the original intention of bringing Li He to find Yun Yan. Generally speaking, Yun Yan would stand on his side. Yun Yan glanced at him. Knowing what Aveni was thinking, he just wanted to stop Li Hel from achieving merit. Did he also want to take credit and replace Li Hel? Aveni's vice commander had a point. It would be better for General Li to have someone investigate the situation on the island before proceeding. Li Hel stared at Yun Yan, his eyes a bit cold. Since that was the case, why not let Vice Commander Yun go investigate? As a member of the Blood Clan, it was more suitable for Vice Commander Yun to gather information. If the situation is clear, I will consider letting you and Vice Commander Aveni lead the team to resolve it. How about that? Aveni glanced at Li Hel. Hadn't he always wanted to suppress Yun Yan and not let him shine? For the past 2 years, he had often assigned trivial tasks to Yun Yan, taking advantage of his higher rank. Since the island had many mutated plants and animals, and Li Hel was eager to rush in to achieve merit, shouldn't he not give Yun Yan a share of the credit? Moreover, he was even letting himself go on a mission with Yun Yan. Was the island a trap? Or was he trying to let himself compete with Yun Yan for credit, sabotaging him from behind? Aveni was momentarily at a loss. The sky was already getting dark. Why not let Vice Commander Yin set out with his team now? Li Hel suggested tentatively. Yun Yan's eyes flickered slightly, always feeling that Li He had ulterior motives. Deputy Commander Yin, you go ahead. I'll wait for you to come back at the base. Yun Yang Pateun, Yan's soldier. Yin suddenly understood. Li He wanted to drive him away to investigate the prince's situation. If he left, Li He would definitely approach the prince. If he didn't take on this task, Li He would probably suspect the prince's identity even more. Besides, even if he found out the truth, Li He would definitely make him go with Aveni to the island to deal with the foreign beasts and foreign plants, right? In the end, wouldn't it just be a thankless task? For those who enjoy the Beast World Shura Field, BloodClan Queen becomes the strongest female. Please bookmark Zayakez Beast World Shura Field. BloodClan Queen becomes the strongest female, Chapter 230 Extra 5 Monster. Yun Yan glanced back at Yin Yang, who immediately gave him a reassuring look. He relaxed his shoulders right away. He had been too anxious. After all, that was his highness, and he didn't need to worry at all. Yin Yan agreed. All right, I'll go. Since Li He wanted to send him away, he would go. However, would he really do as Li He wished? Yin Yan's eyes flashed. Li He pursed his thin lips. He could sense that Yun Yan had hesitated at first, and it was only after the woman behind Yun Yan spoke that he agreed. This woman seemed to have quite an influence over Yun Yan. Therefore, he needed to find out who this woman was. Once he figured it out, he could report to the werewolf clan. Perhaps, he could use this woman's information to curry favor with the werewolf clan. As long as they were willing, why would he need to risk his life to earn merits? If they spoke well of him, he could be promoted and transferred to the capital. After making up his mind, Li He naturally lost some interest in the island. Who would want to risk their life when there was a shortcut available? Yin Yan was on a mission, so Yin Yang temporarily stayed at the base with Shishi. She took Shishi to the cafeteria for a meal when a figure appeared in front of her. Without even needing to look up, she could smell the werewolf scent on Li He. Why are you alone with the child? Where's your husband? Yin Yang took a bite of ice cream and looked up and down at Li He, saying, Hasn't your werewolf clan taught you not to pry into a woman's privacy? Li He, with a slightly displeased expression, replied, I am the general of the base and should clarify the identity of stranger. How do I know if he might do something to our base? Yin Yang looked at Li He with great interest and asked, Is Li Jun still the leader of your werewolf clan? It was Li Jun who led the team to hunt her down back then. At that time, Li Jun was just an heir. You asked me what our leader is doing? Li He frowned and replied, Because you are not qualified to ask me. Yin Yang chuckled lightly, saying, Let's talk about it when Li Jun comes over. It seems Li Jun has quite a long life. He's still alive now. It's good that he's not dead. Otherwise, who would I hold accountable? Yun Yang scoffed. If I were to kill you right now. Li Jun wouldn't dare to say a word. Yun Yang was playing with a knife and fork, and the next moment, she thrust the knife directly in front of Li He. Li's hand was less than a centimeter from the knife. His pupils contracted, and he used all his strength to keep his hand from retreating beside the knife, trying not to show any sign of fear. In that instant, Li could feel that Yun Yang truly wanted to kill him. Madam, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Arrogant? Yun Yang chuklet, aktuali. I could be even more arrogant. If it weren't for my shishi still eating and fearing that the scene would be too bloody and scare my shishi, I wouldn't mind plunging a knife into your throat at all. Li's other hand, hidden under the table, unconsciously clenched into a fist. Mommy. Shishi looked up, curiously at Yun Yang. When did you become so considerate? You weren't afraid of scaring me when you made me dig out blood holes before? Cici, budinket. Mommy is clearly afraid that blood would splatter on you with this uncle sitting in front of you. Mommy is a neat freak. With 9 daddies around, no dirty things can touch her. In the past, when Mommy killed the fallen beast, she would even make herself dig out the beast crystals. However, the beast crystals she got were all for herself. Li's lips pressed into a thin line. What was this child talking about? What blood holes? What kind of parents would let a child be exposed to blood? Li looked at Yun Yang and shivered again. This woman couldn't possibly be so hungry that she would make her child fetch food for herself. Could she? This child was still smiling like some kind of monster. Yun Yang noticed the cold glint in Li Hi's eyes. She glanced at Cici, who had exposed her, and thought she was being quite disrespectful. My utensils are dirty. Go outside and get a new set for your mommy. No. Cici pouted, Mommy. Since Daddy isn't here, you can't keep bossing me around. Yun Yang smiled and said, If you don't go, I'll have your Uncle Yun not let you play games. As soon as she heard this, she immediately pouted and said, Okay. Mommy just wants to get rid of me. I'm not a 3-year-old anymore. No second chances. She jumped off the chair and ran away happily. Once she left, Yun Yang looked at Li He with a blank expression. She leaned back against the chair and said coldly, General Li, I really didn't like the look you just gave me. Li He frowned, and just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a wave of breathlessness. He looked at Yun Yang in panic, opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. He didn't even know why he couldn't move, as if someone was pressing him down onto the chair. What did you do to me? From Li's lip movements, Yun Yang could roughly guess what he was saying. General Li, I told you if I want to kill you, it would be very easy. So please do not appear in front of me and my daughter again. And especially do not look at my daughter with eyes like you're looking at a monster. If they're SA next time, I guarantee you will die very peacefully. Even if all the werewolves come, they won't be able to stop me from killing you. She still hadn't taken revenge on the werewolf clan. Collecting some interest first isn't a bad thing at all. Yun Yang moved her finger, and Li He, who had been struggling to the point of turning blue in the face, instantly seemed to come back to life, gasping for breath. Just now, he truly felt as if he were on the brink of death. Li looked at Yun Yang in terror and asked, Who are you? He was already an A-level ability user, so why did he have no power to resist at all? This woman was simply terrifyingly powerful. She might even be more fearsome than the leader of their werewolf clan. He shouldn't have provoked this woman. Ask me who I am. I already said. You don't have the qualifications. If you want to ask, go ask your leader. And by the way, tell him to clean his neck properly and wait for me. Li left the restaurant with a heavy expression, hurriedly. As soon as he left, Cici immediately returned with a new set of utensils in her hands. Mommy, here you go. Yun Yang took it but didn't use it. She had no mind to eat. Originally, she was just tasting the food. What she truly needed was fresh blood. Before Yun Yang left, he also prepared some blood packs for himself. But after getting used to the sweet blood of Mo Hen and the others, these blood packs were just a bit insufficient. He didn't know where Mo Hen and the others had gone or when they would come. Chapter 231 Extra 6 Li Zhu and Yun Yang had not yet waited for her husband, but she first encountered the leader of the werewolf clan, Li Jun. After Li left the restaurant, he immediately called Li Jun's personal assistant to discuss Yun Yang's situation. The assistant knew this was not a small matter and promptly handed the phone to Li Jun. What kind of woman is she? What's her name? Li rasped. I don't know her name. She's too arrogant and said I don't have the right to know her name. She's very beautiful and has a little girl with her. Li moved his lips and relayed Yun Yang's arrogant words to Li Jun. On the other end of the line, Li Jun frowned. Send me a photo. Li quickly nodded, not daring to approach Yun Yang. So he went to the monitoring room, found the footage of Yun Yang, and sent it to Li Jun. Far away in Kyoto, after watching the footage, Li Jun immediately stood up, his hands trembling. It's her. She is still alive. After disappearing for so many years, even the Blood Clan thought she was dead, and now she suddenly appeared in front of him, Impossible. He had personally searched for her and had never seen her. Li Jun took a few deep breaths and immediately called his assistant to prepare a private plane. How many people did he use back then to kill her? Over the years, he had finally suppressed the Blood Clan, and now the queen of the Blood Clan has returned. Li Jun's emotions were unsettled for a long time, and he took dozens of S-rank supernatural beings with him to the base where Li He was. He wanted to see for himself if Yun Yang was really not dead. He needed to find out what was going on. Now that he had finally led the Blood Clan to such a position on Blue Star, he could not allow any changes to occur. Li did not expect that after making a phone call, the leader of the werewolf clan would come to the base immediately. When he received a call from Li Jun's assistant, he was still in a daze. The leader actually came in person? He was taking that woman so seriously? Cold sweat suddenly broke out on Li He's back. Does this mean that the woman is someone even the leader fears? Realizing the danger Yun Yang posed, Li He suddenly felt extremely lucky that he had not angered her. Where is Yun Yang? As soon as Li Jun got off the private plane, he directly inquired about Yun Yang's whereabouts. Li He was dumbfounded for a moment. Yun Yang? But soon he reacted. The person the leader was talking about must be that woman. He really didn't know what her name was until now. She went out. Li He looked at the personnel behind Li Jun and couldn't help but take a deep breath. So many experts were here just for Yun Yang? The leader was so wary of her to this extent? Li swallowed hard. Sir, she took her daughter to play on the small island at the back. Li He quickly led the way for Li Jun. When they found Yun Yang, she was teasing crabs on the beach with Cece. However, the crab Cece was playing with was not an ordinary little sand crab, but a mutated species as tall as Cece herself. Its claws were as thick as the nearby coconut tree. At that moment, the giant crab was turned upside down, its white shell exposed, and its claws were scratching but could not get up. Meanwhile, Cece was poking the crab shell with a small stick, drooling as she said, "Mommy, this crab is so big, can we eat it?" Yun Yang, wearing a hat and sunglasses, yawned while sitting on a beach chair. How can one eat mutated crabs? Aren't they afraid of viruses and radiation? Ah, what a pity. Yun Yang was just about to suggest letting Cece give it a try, since her special constitution wouldn't be afraid of this little virus anyway, when she sensed the presence of a werewolf. A flash of disgust crossed her eyes as she took off her glasses and turned around. Oh, coming so soon? Did you clean your neck? Yun Yang laughed legally. Li Jun, you've changed, you've aged. The Li Jun of those days was so spirited. And now, you look like an old man in his 50s or 60s. However, living for so many years is not easy. Those with werewolf bloodlines naturally have a longer lifespan compared to ordinary humans, but compared to the eternal lifespan of vampires, it's still quite lacking. The longest-lived werewolf barely reaches 144 years. The reason Li Jun has survived through the calamity might be due to the current revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star, awakening his abilities. Li Jun clenched his fists, feeling unwilling. He has aged, while Yun Yang remains as young as ever. How unfair. It has been a long time since he last saw the Vampire Queen. It has already been 148 years since that day. He remembers it clearly, not a moment forgotten. He once thought this would be the glory of his life, killing the Vampire Queen whom his ancestors could not kill. But now, Yun Yang is standing right in front of him. Suddenly, his first half of life has become a joke. He sacrificed so many werewolves, sent so many to kill Yun Yang, dispatched countless werewolves to intercept the vampire reinforcements for Yun Yang. All in vain. Everything was in vain. The only pure-blood royal family has returned. How could this be? Li He's pupils constricted. Blood, the Vampire Queen? How could it be? Wasn't he had said that she had been surrounded and killed by the leader? This was something he had heard since he was a child. Didn't he expect it, right? I'm back again. Yun Yang, unafraid of the killing intent in Li Jun's eyes, spoke to him as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for many years. Yun Yang looked at Li Jun and the people behind him, amused. Li Jun was still the same Li Jun. Li Jun's face twisted for a moment, and he shouted, "Attack." He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the Alliance members were still unaware of Yun Yang's existence, and kill her first. By then, even if the Alliance was unhappy, there would be nothing they could do. As for the Blood Clan, he could suppress them once, and he could suppress them a second time. As long as Yun Yang was not around, they wouldn't be able to turn the tide. Dozens of experts behind Li Jun rushed forward, unleashing various supernatural powers towards Yun Yang. With a gaze from Yun Yang, the person leaping in midair seemed to freeze in place. Her supernatural ability is the power of space. During the Beast World era, when the system shattered the divine power, a portion of that strength entered her body. Upon returning to Blue Star, she was amazed to find that her supernatural ability had not diminished much. Along with her, she also did not regress in power. However, she was uncertain about Imohen and the others. As she absorbed the spiritual energy of Blue Star, her realm became increasingly stable. In fact, she even awakened the true power of her pure blood lineage. Yin Yang speculated that this might be due to the divine power within the shattered divine essence. This is also why she was not afraid of Li Jun's arrival at all. During her years in the beast world, she had already reached the transformation realm. Moreover, after returning to her original world, she came into contact with the spiritual energy of Blue Star, which was more compatible with her own, allowing her abilities to advance further. She could handle not just 10, but even 100, and they wouldn't harm her. Chapter 232 Extra 7 Contract Establishment. Li Jun was not frozen in time and space. He stared intently at Yun Yang, and the fear in his heart continued to spread. What on earth was happening? No matter how powerful Yun Yang is, it shouldn't be this overwhelming. What has she experienced during her disappearance of over 100 years? What has she gained? If Li Jun only had this thought, a chill ran through his heart. The most important thing now is still his own life. Li Jun, after many years, is this how you greet me with such a grand gift? If so, shouldn't I reciprocate? Li Jun took a step back and found that all the ability users he brought were suffocating, their faces gradually turning purple. No, Li Jun hurriedly stopped. Let them go. These are the people he painstakingly cultivated and gathered. If they die like this, won't the werewolf clan suffer huge losses? Li Jun, what qualifications do you have to talk to me now? Yin Yang looked at the person closest to her and directly snapped his neck. Yin Yang. Li Jun's face darkened. Yin Yang ignored him and killed another ability user. Baizhu. Just as Yin Yang was about to deal with the next one, Li Jun shouted out a name. Yun Yang Stopet. Not all blood families have a surname Yun. A very small number of female blood clans marry outside and willingly let their offspring take their father's surname. And Yin Yang respects their wishes. Baizhu is one of them. Like her mother, Baizhu is a love-struck person. To be with Li Jun, she even deceived him by saying that her mother was being chased by werewolves and came to her for help. Li Jun breathed a sigh of relief and reluctantly said, Baizhu is still alive. I'll send her back to you. How to deal with her is up to you. Baizhu is originally one of my blood clan. So isn't it only right for you to return her? Li Jun was momentarily speechless. Baizhu had been with him without any official status, just to humiliate the blood clan. Had he known it would turn out this way, he should have registered Baizhu under his name. Yun Yang, all of you are talents from the Blue Star. If you kill them all, the Alliance won't let you off. Even if you're powerful, you should consider the other blood clans, right? Li Jun looked coldly at Yun Yang. Half of them are still from Huagua. Would you kill them too? When it comes to dealing with enemies, Li Jun knows Yin Yang well. She still has strong feelings for Huagua. When foreign enemies appeared in Huagua in the past, she personally led the blood clan to provide support. She wouldn't be so ruthless. Otherwise, Yin Yang wouldn't have only killed 2 foreigners. Yin Yang chuckled softly. In a sense, Li Jun was not wrong. The blood clan is very powerful, but there aren't many living members left, and they have received considerable protection from Huagua. Whatever you want, as long as I can agree to it, I will. Your life is in Yun Yang's hands, and Li Jun had no choice but to lower his head. What if I want your life? She really wanted to kill Li Jun. Li Jun's face darkened. I have lived for so many years, I can die. But you need to think carefully about how much the werewolf clan has contributed to Huagua and how much technology we still possess. Li Jun clenched his fist. If I die, the werewolf clan will withdraw immediately. And the Alliance, the werewolf clan holds considerable weight there. Yin Yang, our grievances from back then are in the past. You killed so many of my werewolf clan members back then, yet you returned just fine. Yun Yang sneered at, what does it mean that she came back in good condition? If she can come back, that is her own ability, not because they showed mercy. Yin Yang, now the werewolf clan and the blood clan coexist peacefully. Do you really want the 2 clans to go to war? Li Jun let out a cold laugh, then lowered his gaze, showing weakness again. I'm sorry for you. I can apologize. Sure. Yin Yang waved her sleeve and released the remaining few ability users. Just as Li Jun breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt an invisible pressure behind him, forcing him to kneel down. His legs trembled as he gritted his teeth and stared at Yin Yang. Li Jun's legs went weak, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground. Li Jun gritted his teeth and glared at Yin Yang. He had lived a vigorous life for most of his years and had never felt such humiliation. What's wrong? Didn't you say you would apologize? Yin Yang held Shishi's hand, and since that was the case, you should show a little sincerity and kneel down to apologize in person. I also heard that while I was away, you took advantage of the situation to rob our blood clan, taking a lot of our territory and seizing our money. Yun Yang started coldly at Li Zun. The blood clan has a long lifespan. and their accumulated wealth is countless. Today, the werewolf clan has developed to its current state, but they owe half of that to the Blood Clan. I don't ask for much. Just return what you've taken, double it, and it's settled. No, Yin Yang chuckled. Then I'll just kill you, kill all of your werewolf clan. You dare? Li Juan's expression changed. Why wouldn't I dare? Yin Yang said, if you die, will anyone come to fight me for your dead? As long as I want, there is no one in this world who can deal with me. Back in his own territory, Yin Yang's strength was stronger than ever before. Yin Yang said thoughtfully, I will storm into your werewolf territory, and if anyone disobeys, I'll kill one. If 100 don't obey, I'll kill 100. There will always be someone who fears death. By then, all technology and wealth will be in my hands. Strength, to a certain extent, represents everything. Li Jun certainly understood the taste of power. He was very clear about it over the years. Faced with Li Jun, she didn't want to reason at all. I'll count down from 10, and if you don't agree, I'll kill you directly. Li Jun clenched his fists. 19-6. Li Jun's eyes widened. Who counts down like that? Yin Yang has not studied mathematics? 3. I promise you. Li Jun gritted his teeth and said, Yin Yang no det in satisfaction. In that case, let's make a pact. Yin Yang took out a specially made piece of paper from space. This was the paper she used to make spirit talismans in the past. By using the spirit talisman paper to establish a contract and applying spiritual power while writing, a contract recognized by heaven and earth would be formed. This wasn't something he could just go back on at will. Yin Yang took out special ink and swiftly wrote down a few lines. He also signed his name. With your supernatural ability, write down your name. Yin Yang smiled as he handed the pen to Li Jun. Li Jun was puzzled. With such a few lines of unorthodox text, a professional lawyer could defend it, and he could ignore this contract. However, Yin Yang's solemn vows and the strange way of creating the contract made him cautious. Chapter 233 Extra 8 Yin Jun. Yin Yang looked at Li Jun with a deep gaze. What's wrong? Do you want to die? Not happy? Back then, our two clans had already kept our distance from each other. It was you who first acted disgracefully against our blood clan, seizing our territory and wealth. Now, as the creditor, I'm back, and it's time for you to pay the price. Li Jun knew he had no other choice. No matter how glorious he once was, he was now in a dire situation. Although he didn't know what tricks Yin Yang was playing, he went along with it. The moment he signed his name, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately after, Li Jun felt something entering his spiritual sea, causing him great unease. What did you do? Didn't I say? We made a contract. Yin Yang said with a smile. By infusing spiritual power into the contract, if you violate it, your spiritual sea will explode. Li Jun pressed his lips together. How is that possible? He had never heard of such a thing. Yin Yang saw that he didn't believe it and said, if you don't believe me, you can try not to fulfill the contract. However, as soon as Li Jun had the thought of not fulfilling the contract, his spiritual sea began to hurt violently. Li Jun was startled and quickly dismissed that thought. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Is it really like this? How could it be? Spiritual power had only emerged for about 100 years, and he didn't know there was such a contract. How could Yin Yang know? How does Yin Yang know? Of course, it was inspired by the beast world. In a world where spiritual energy is revived, new world rules will naturally form. Just because they don't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Your Highness. When Yin Yang looked up, he found that it was someone from the Blood Clan who had arrived. Yin has not yet completed his mission and returned from that island, but the other Blood Clans have already learned about Yin Yang from Yin Yan. They initially want to come here to see Yin Yang and take him to Kyoto, but Yin Yang plans to stay at this base for a while until Mo Hen and the others find him. Therefore, to avoid drawing too much attention, they chose not to visit Yin Yang immediately. However, the Blood Clans, who are always keeping an eye on the Werewolf Clan, knew that Li Jun was making moves, seemingly heading to the base where Yin Yang was located, and they decided to disregard everything else. The Blood Clans, dressed in black hooded cloaks to shield themselves from the sunlight, hurried over. The moment they saw Yin Yang, the Blood Clans were extremely excited. Their prince has really returned. Your Highness, are you okay? The leader of the Blood Clan, Yin Jun, stood in front of Yin Yang, glaring at Li Jun with an unfriendly expression. When he saw the two corpses on the ground, Yin Jun's eyes flickered, and he felt a sense of relief. He knew those two were powerful experts by Li Jun's side, both S-level ability users, and he had a guess about who was responsible for their deaths. Who else could have such great power besides their prince? Yin Yang had just appeared for a day, and now the leader of the Werewolf Clan, Li Jun, had also shown up. He thought that if it weren't for an insider trader, it was probably because Yin Yang hadn't deliberately concealed anything that had attracted Li Jun. Now, Seeing the terrified other abilities behind Li Jun and the two corpses on the ground, he knew it was the latter. What can I do? Yin Yang chuckled lightly. Long time no see, Yin Jun. Previously, she had been lazy, and Yin Jun had always managed all affairs of the Blood Clan for her. Now that they met again, Yin Jun seemed even more composed. Your Highness. Yin Jun's eyes were slightly red, and he knew that his Highness would definitely not die. Here, this is for you. Yin Yang handed the contract in her hand to Yin Jun. The werewolf clan owes us. You go and collect it. Yin Jun looked at the contract in his hand, his eyes widening in disbelief. He couldn't help but wonder if the werewolf clan would really acknowledge such a simple contract. Just take it. They wouldn't dare to deny it. Yin Yang tugged at Yin Jun's sleeve and said, let's go back and talk. By the way, I'll let him know about the contract. We'll use this kind of contract in the future, so we don't have to worry about others going back on their word. Yin Yang had just taken a few steps when he heard a mournful voice. Mommy. Cece stood in place, puffing with anger as she looked at Yin Yang. All right. I've been ignored again. Yin Yang turned around and waved at Shi, pretending to be calm as she said, come here if I don't call you. Will you not come? Hey, this is her first time being a mom, and usually with Mo Hen and the others accompanying Shi, she doesn't have to worry at all. Now that Mo Hen and the others are not here, Yin Yang momentarily forgot that she needed to keep an eye on Yin Yu. Yin Jun knows that Yin Yang had a lovely daughter by her side, and now that they meet, she has a kind smile on her face. Are you Cece? Can Uncle give you a hug? Cece looks at this strange uncle and shakes her head. No, I'm not a little kid. She runs to Yin Yang's side and says, Mommy, you mustn't forget me next time. Okay. Yin Yang nods. Next time, there should be someone to look after her, so she won't have to worry about it herself. Yin Yang held Shi's hand, while the other Blood Clan members watched them, their eyes no longer on anyone else. Li Jun stared at their backs, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Since he couldn't take action against Yin Yang, he could target the child beside him instead. If he could capture that child, it would surely threaten Yin Yang. He must wash away today's humiliation with blood. His Highness Yin Jun looked at Yin Yang and asked, I heard you have traveled to another timeline? Yin Jun and Yin Yang returned to the base and had a private conversation. Meanwhile, Cece was accompanied by other Blood Clan members to play. Yes, she did spend a lot of energy to come back. Is it also a world full of spirit? Yin Jun only heard a rough idea from Yin Yan and is not clear about the situation. Yin Yang nodded. Yes, I learned quite a bit over there. Perhaps I can put it to use. For example, spirit talismans and contracts. Also, she collected many magical plants in the beast world. Who knows? I might try to find a suitable place to plant them. Yin Yang told Yin Jun some amazing things about the beast world. Yin Jun seemed to be deep in thought. If it really could be done, we could collaborate with the officials. Exclusivity is not good and not easy to maintain. Although Yin Yang is very strong now, Yin Jun does not want various forces to disturb Yin Yang. Their Majesty the Queen, just like before, should enjoy life well, and only come forward if necessary. If Her Majesty trusts me, then please leave this matter to me to handle. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yin Jun's eyes. Ever since the traitor Baizhu appeared, some secrets of the Blood Clan have been leaked by Baizhu, causing significant losses for their clan. Now that the prince has returned, the Blood Clan will make the Werewolf Clan pay the price. All right, then it will be up to you. Yin Yang smiled. She could finally relax and take it easy. Going home was so nice. Chapter 234 Extra 9 Chi Hua. The newborns of the Blood Clan were few and far between. Therefore, Shi's appearance made the dozen or so Blood Clan members laugh uncontrollably. Although she was not a member of the Blood Clan, it didn't stop her from being the beloved one. Wherever she went, they followed her closely, giving her anything fun they found. Suddenly, Shi sensed something and looked up in a certain direction. Finally, a familiar figure appeared before her. Shi immediately put down the small toy in her hand and rushed over. Grandpa Chi. The Blood Clan members looked up and saw Shi throw herself into Chi Hua's arms. Chi Hua directly picked Shi up and asked in the language of the beast world, Shi, where's your mom? Shi replied in Mandarin. Mommy is talking to Uncle. The smile on Chi Hua's face instantly disappeared. Talking to Uncle? What uncle? He had hurried day and night to find her, and it had barely been 2 days since he left Yin Yang. Yet a strange man appeared. It seemed to be a relative of Mommy's. Shi pointed to the dozen or so Blood Clan members behind her, saying they were uncles just like them. Chi Hua turned his head and saw dozens of blood-red eyes staring at him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. They were all Blood Clan members, and their strength was not low. Chi Hua could instantly judge this based on his experience. Moreover, he realized that he currently couldn't defeat these Blood Clan members. After coming to Blue Star, although the beast core within him hadn't disappeared, His strength had been sealed, leaving him with less than 20% of his power. To fully restore his strength, he needed to gradually integrate the spiritual energy of Blue Star and slightly transform his beast core according to the situation here. CC, is this your dad? A Blood Clan ability user asked. She shook her head, then nodded. This is my grandpa Chi. I have 9 daddies. The Blood Clan members exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with shock. 9. Did that mean the prince had 9 husbands? Truly impressive. However, the Blood Clan members began to scrutinize Chi Hua with critical eyes. He was indeed handsome, but his strength seemed a bit lacking. But then they thought, a bit of a lack in strength wasn't a big deal. He could improve in the future, as long as he didn't hold the prince back. If he dared to treat the prince poorly in any way, they would teach him a lesson on behalf of the prince. Hello, I am Chihua, Young's husband. Chihua also switched to the language of Blue Star. As a clever fox, learning a new language was not a difficult task for him. The Blood Clan members nodded and responded friendly, hello. Although they were not quite satisfied with Chihua's strength, he was the prince's husband, so they had to show him respect. Shi, let's go find your mommy. Chihua wanted to find Yunyang as soon as possible. He held Shishi in one arm, walking fast and steadily. Halfway there, he suddenly felt an unfriendly gaze. Chihua tilted his head slightly and saw Li Jun, who frowned slightly and asked, who is that? Shishi, resting on Chihua's shoulder, whispered, he's a bad guy. That bad guy wanted to bully mommy, but mommy fought him back. Chihua remembered Li Jun's face and then continued to look for Yunyang. Meanwhile, Li Jun was also observing Chihua, trying to find out who that person was. Li Jun didn't believe that Yunyang had no weaknesses. That child and that man could be used against her. Yunyang had just finished talking with Yunjin when Chihua arrived. Yang. Chihua quickly stuffed Cici into Yunjin's arms and then hugged Yunyang tightly. Cici and Yunjin exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of speechlessness in each other's eyes. Yang, I've finally found you. Do you know how panicked I was when I opened my eyes and found you missing? If it weren't for the beast-mark connection between us, I would have really gone crazy. I opened my eyes and didn't even know where I was. Everything around me was unfamiliar. As soon as I learned you were here, I rushed over immediately, not even daring to close my eyes. I'm so exhausted. Yunyang blinked her eyes. To be frank, she really couldn't tell how tired Chihua was. If Chihua were really that tired, she wouldn't be able to say so many things all at once. How could a fox be so talkative? All right, I get it. No, you don't. You're just annoying me and don't want me to talk. Chihua looked at her quietly. Yang was just a superficial girl, only capable of brushing her off. Yunyang nodded. Yes, you're not wrong. I'm indeed a bad girl. She had never denied this. If she weren't a bad girl, how could she have found 9 partners? If she were a bad girl, how could there be anything with Chihua? Chihua secretly ground his teeth. Yang was really quite honest. Seeing that Chihua was about to start talking again, Yunyang directly covered his lips with her mouth. Chihua's mood instantly improved. It's okay. He would comfort himself. Yang has feelings for him. With his mood lifted, Chihua turned his gaze to Yunjin. Yang, who is this? He looks good, but not as good as me. His strength is temporarily a bit stronger than mine. However, give me a few months, and I can defeat him. In short, Yang should not be interested in this person. My clan member, Yunjin. This is one of my husbands, named Chihua, a fox beast man. Yunyang introduced, hello. Yunjin greeted, hello. Chihua smiled and stepped forward to put his arm around Yunjin's shoulder. Hey, do you have a partner? Yunjin was somewhat confused by Chihua's familiarity. He had already had a partner long before Yunyang unexpectedly crossed over to the beast world. Like him, his partner was from the Blood Clan. Unfortunately, after all these years, they still had no children. Chihua nodded in understanding and started chatting with Yunjin. Using his cleverness as a fox, he found topics to discuss, starting from Yunyang, and they chatted happily. As Yunyang's beast husband, Yunjin could be said to have answered all Chihua's questions, quickly learning about various things from Blue Star. Yunjin also asked about the beast world, and for a moment, the two got along very well, to the point of calling each other brothers. When Chihua went to enter the identity information, Yunyang asked Yunjin about Chihua. Yunjin thought for a moment. No wonder he is the partner favored by His Highness. He is very smart. With high intelligence, he can naturally lead the conversation. Even with just a hint, he can make you take the initiative to talk. Your Highness, when we return to the capital, can I ask you for someone? Yunjin recognized Chihua's abilities. That's great, as long as he is willing. Upon meeting Yunjin for the first time, Chihua received a job. Chapter 235 Extra 10 Experiment. The second person to arrive at the base was Fu He. Moreover, it was Yunyin who encountered him. Yunyin went to the island for reconnaissance and encountered a dangerous island filled with threats. Your Highness, After I arrived at the island, I accidentally stumbled into an area with numerous mutated plants and got trapped there. After Yun returned, he said, if it weren't for running into fromthe, I might not have made it back. The mutated plants nowadays seem to have developed brains. They become smarter and learn to hide. If you don't observe carefully, you would really think those seemingly harmless plants are safe. Fromthe's abilities are amazing. He actually managed to calm down the ferocious mutated plants. Fromthe scratched his head and said it was okay. He just did what he could do. Since coming to Blue Star, his strength has actually declined a lot, but his affinity for plants hasn't decreased. It's precisely because of this that he can make the mutated plants obedient. If he had encountered a mutant beast with his current strength, he might not have been able to handle it. When I saw his eyes, they looked like those of a vampire, so I asked him about it. To my surprise, it was true. Moreover, he helped me find Yun. Yun nodded and said heavily, that island is very dangerous, and ordinary people absolutely cannot get close to it. I will file a report and resolve the issue as soon as possible. Yun let out a sound and didn't ask any further. After he returned to Yun's side, he quickly entered the identity information. Subsequently, Yun sent a special person to use the system to find Yun's other Beastmasters. The current system is already very powerful. As long as one is determined, they can find a person they want in less than a day. Thus, in less than 3 days, the remaining 7 people arrived one after another at the base. During this time, Yun also met the people from the Blue Star Alliance. After all, the leader of the werewolf clan and the manager of the vampire clan had come to the base, so it would be strange if they weren't noticed. Upon hearing about Yun's experiences, the people from the Alliance became very interested in some of the things mentioned by Yun. Yun is now being bothered by people from the Alliance every day. If it weren't for her strength, she believes many would have ill intentions. Your Highness, the White Pearl has been delivered. Yun's expression was not good. Yun realized something, looked up at him, and asked what happened to Baiju. She was stunned. Yes, stunned, and completely so, with no possibility of recovery at all. Yun slightly pursed her lips and said, let's go see. She went to meet Baiju and found that Baiju had become weak and frail. The Blood Clan is inherently pale, but Baiju's current paleness was ghastly. She was frighteningly white and frighteningly thin. Her eyes were bulging, her cheeks were sunken, and the veins in her arms looked like tree roots. There were also pinprick marks on her body. Yun said with a serious expression, I don't know what the werewolf clan did to her. Baiju betrayed the Blood Clan for Li Juan, and now she has become this way. I don't know whether to feel sorry for her or to say she deserves it. Since being sent here, Baiju has been in a dazed and foolish state, saying anything and not resisting at all. They want to clarify what exactly the werewolf clan did to her. But Baiju has long lost any perception of the outside world. You can manipulate her however you want, and she won't show any expression or reaction, as if she is turned into a wooden puppet. Our clan's doctor has already examined her and found that her brain has suffered trauma that cannot be healed. Even with today's advanced medical technology, science, and spiritual energy, some injuries are truly irreversible. Yun's expression was somewhat complicated. She had both hatred and confusion towards Baiju. How could a werewolf make her betray the Blood Clan? What was so good about Li Juan? His appearance? The Blood Clan had no shortage of good looks. Moreover, as a werewolf, his lifespan was only about 100 years. No matter how good-looking he was, he would eventually turn to dust. What about his abilities? Yun admitted that at that time, Li Juan was cunning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deceive Baiju so easily. However, there are many smart people in the Blood Clan, and Baiju shouldn't be so naive, right? Li Juan clearly has ulterior motives, and Baiju is really foolish to think she has found true love. Your Highness, what do you think Baiju should do? Yun frowned. Should I give it a try? Chihua stepped forward. You? Yun was taken aback. What method do you have? This is my business. Chihua looked at Yun. Young? All right, then you can give it a try. Yun thought about Chihua's ability to enter dreams and nodded. Who knows, it might work. Yun heard that His Highness had recognized Chihua's method, so he stopped speaking. Since Chihua was one of His Highness's companions, he must have his own exceptional qualities. Chihua stood in front of the dazed Baiju, staring into her eyes. After a while, Baiju tiredly closed her eyes. Chihua sat beside Yun, leaned against his shoulder, and slowly closed her eyes. Yun was a bit confused, not quite understanding what was happening. And if one didn't know better, they might think it was a deliberate attempt to take advantage of their prince. Chihua, who knows? After a while, the sleeping Baiju suddenly trembled all over, making a hissing sound from its throat. Yun looked at his prince in confusion, and then he saw his prince give him a look that asked him to wait. Yun then slowed his breathing, not daring to disturb him. A few minutes later, Chihua slowly woke up. How is it? What did you see? Yuanyang asked. Chihuahua's face was somewhat pale, and he frowned as he said, I saw some fragmented memories. Baiju's mind has suffered great damage, so there isn't much that can be seen. His expression grew serious as he continued. They treated this female as a test subject. Test subject? What kind of test subject? Do you know their purpose? Chihua recalled Baiju's unsettling dreams, feeling a wave of nausea. Those experiments are indeed quite disgusting. I saw the man I had seen before at the base in her memories. Chihua took a deep breath and said, he wants to study the longevity of the Blood Clan. As soon as he said this, Yuanyang understood. The werewolf clan had been enemies with the Blood Clan for so many years. How could they not be jealous and desire the Blood Clan's longevity? Yuanyang was not surprised that they wanted to crack the secret of the Blood Clan's immortality. They also secretly captured other members of the Blood Clan, Chihua said. Yuanyang and Yuanyang's expressions instantly turned serious. Were their Blood Clan members captured for experiments? Indeed, if it weren't for other Blood Clan members. Would Li Juan easily return Baizhu? Do you know where their experimental base is? Chihua shook his head, not knowing. He did not find the location of the experimental site in Baiju's dwindling memories. Chapter 236 Extra 11 However, if I can find the personnel related to the experiments and invade their memories, I might be able to find it. Yuanyang stared at him in a daze. Invasion of memories, what a powerful skill. Brother, are you interested in helping their Blood Clan interrogate prisoners? No, Chihua is already His Highness's partner, so he is one of their Blood Clan people. Helping them a little is not too much, right? Besides, he is also giving Chihua a chance. That voice, magnificent and clear, was like the most melodious and pleasant song in the world, yet it instantly dropped the pressure in the entire elevator to zero. Although Ma Zi thought so in his heart, he didn't ask out loud. He just quietly and happily watched the car disappear from his sight. Jin Yang and Bo Rui were somewhat far from Lin Shinshen. He seemed to be focused on accompanying his son riding a horse, but his gaze occasionally swept towards Lin Shinshan. In fact, she subconsciously didn't want to be alone with Yi Qing Cheng. If it were in the past, she would have jumped up with joy. The youthful vigor, the initial emotions and tremors had long been gradually erased under the immersion of time and life. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From a moment the sun god's radiance of life man struck Niger, only a second had passed. He couldn't help but think more. Wei Ro pulled by Lu Shi to the entrance of the cold palace, and since they were in the barrier, no one noticed them. It's great to take a step to the sky, but if you can't climb up and fall down, you might lose your head, which wouldn't be wonderful. If it weren't for the sudden changes in recent years, being exiled to America and realizing the warmth and coldness of the world, she would never have said such self-deprecating words. Murong Che's originally high spirits felt like they were doused with a bucket of cold water. Looking at the festive decorations, everything seemed glaring to him, and in a fit of anger, he ordered the servants to remove it all. Zhao Shirin chased all the way down and finally saw the trapped Yang Long and others, letting out a long sigh of relief before picking up a machete from the ground and charging towards the group surrounding Yang Long without hesitation. The footsteps behind him were getting closer, and the dark cliff loomed ahead. I immediately stopped, blocked in front, and chased from behind. What should I do? Qin Tian cursed under his breath. Damn it. You killed my Qinglong gang brothers. I want your life in return. The screams startled the villagers of Qingwu Town, and everyone came out of their houses. Lord City Master, please lead the way. We can't go fight that monster in the middle of the night, right? Ichuan was stunned for a while before suppressing the thought of returning to Boss City, weakly saying to Zhou Qing. As soon as he spoke, everyone quieted down. The surroundings fell silent, as if they were all waiting for my answer. A brief silence filled the entire passage, and everyone understood, bursting into hearty laughter. And the previously ambiguous atmosphere became lively. The claws reflected in the eyes were getting closer, as if they would pierce Ichuan's skull at any moment. And at that moment, Ichuan finally moved. Seeing Ichuan clutching his heart, remembering that the feather had pierced Ichuan's heart earlier, Zhou Qing thought he might have some after effects and forgot to be angry, quickly walked to Ichuan's side. As the deputy city lord of Tianyi City, if anything happened to Ichuan in Ba City, Zhou Qing wouldn't be able to explain herself. Fortunately, during the slowdown of the Japanese army's offensive, each position had reinforced its fortifications, so although the Japanese army intensified their attack, the defenders were still able to hold on. A few days later, the crisis appeared at the position of the 88th Division guarding Longtan. But even so, Lu Che was racking his brains for the uniqueness of Hua Xiubing. He really went all out. In just a few minutes, Lu Che's brain cells died in batches, and his head began to hurt. Chapter 237. Extra 12 a day. After Yunyang urged them to go out and find jobs, Zhuo Guang returned. Did you find a job? Zhuo Guang shook his head. No. Then did the job come looking for you? Zhuo Guang blinked innocently. Are you kidding me? Yunyang pinched his waist muscle. It hurts. Zhuo Guang pretended to shed a couple of tears. After getting to know Zhuo Guang, Yunyang realized that the person standing still, watching Zhuo Guang walk away, was filled with mixed emotions and hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to catch up. Xiao Rang's current roar of the Azure Dragon was many times stronger than before. If a Yuling practitioner from the Jade Pure realm heard it, they would be shaken to the core, if not killed outright. Finally, covering it with a festive cloth, the work was considered complete. The beautiful lady Zhong Qing was freshly out, just waiting for the groom to come and taste. Since the Wuchang uprising began, the rebel army had been engaged in fierce battles with the late Qing army in the Wuhan area, but due to insufficient strength, signs of defeat were already showing. What's going on? The old man looked around at the thunderclouds in astonishment, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Even if the thunder attribute could cause a resonance of lightning, wasn't the distance too far? Could such a distant reaction even take place? Not to mention this thing, in the hands of people from a world with scarce magical power, could not possibly supply such a terrifying amount of magical energy. The air raid shelter must still be nearby. It's just that no one discovered its exact location back then, leaving the treasure behind. Jin Bao was well fed every day, and his sensing ability improved. The group drove around in a 100-mile radius and finally found their target. In the upper seat, the four elders dared not speak. This result would surely disappoint Dan Master Zhang Dao. Just when Yiming was feeling a bit discouraged, suddenly a green light flashed ahead, as if something was there. When Yiming crouched down, remaining alert for over 10 minutes before slowly approaching. Startled, he quickly turned and leaped to escape from the overwhelming fireworks hidden in the dark, where no fireworks could reach. Sigh, if I could just be a little bit like the muses, maybe I could help everyone and not be a burden every day. At this age, Dullin Cage left a strong impression. Unlike the initial vigor he had upon arriving, he now seemed considerably more composed. Well, at least in terms of appearance. According to his setting, he was 30 years old at this time. Lu Shueshuan should have been careful. That shot didn't hit a vital organ, just causing continuous bleeding. After Wei Jinshan left, someone saved Lu Shueshuan. At that time, Lu Shueshuan was wearing a thick cotton coat. The bullet only penetrated 3 inches into his flesh. And after being treated by a foreign doctor, he narrowly escaped death. What does this old guy mean by calling? He must have come to ask since Yang Xiong has been brought back. Xiang Donglu thought this way as he answered the phone, wanting to dismiss Zhang Mao, but unexpectedly, Zhang Mao's words made him furious. Yi Chuan and Li Qianni led 2,000 men to defend the south gate, while Zhao Zhonghua and Sun Weimand took the remaining 2,000 to the north gate. Based on the situation here, Zhao Zhonghua and the others had retreated back to the tribe. After they flew over, there was an inexplicable long silence. Puni usually had nothing to express. Tiding hesitated to speak, while Zhu Jioyin looked at me in disbelief. I can't guarantee he won't get up at night and kill me. It's safer place the curved knife beside me. Suddenly, a strange feeling seeped into my mind, as if an extra part of my body had appeared. A seemingly ethereal, yet tangible grayish space suddenly leaped into view. A hint of anticipation appeared on his face, wondering how the contemporary hero in front of him would withstand the final blow launched by himself as the God King. The strong man was stunned, roared, and hurled his battle axe again, this time aiming at the nearest Morong-di. Meanwhile, Guang Hao was naturally searching for Wu Tianmei. Perhaps because both Wu Tianmei and Wu Qian shared the same surname, the two were particularly close. Wu Tianmei had been at the academy for quite a while, yet had always lived with Wu Qian. Wang Lang's expression was somewhat unpleasant. Matsuda was one thing, as they hadn't fought yet, but this Liu Yukai really had a poor memory. The magnificent cross collided with Kusanagi no Tsurugi, and at the crucial moment, the island nation's feng shui manifested. For some unknown reason, Kusanagi no Tsurugi, who should have been killed by the magnificent cross, vanished into thin air. Originally, based on the protection of the 18 celestial arrays, the demon god's forces hadn't gained any advantage for a while. At this time, several dozen miles to the north, a blazing sun emitted a golden light, illuminating a massive red rock as if it were burning. On the ruins at the top of the rock, 2 monks in gray robes stood still, and all that could be seen was ash and devastation. Song Wushuang was right. Though the 100 Flowers 3-sword technique was unpredictable and profound, it couldn't exert its proper power in Lu Hai's hands. He started to enjoy making friends more and more, especially liking to form brotherhoods, often leading to misunderstandings. The Lioli dragon horse moved freely. In this area, there were no spirit beasts, so it was very safe. In the end, it was Wang Yu who made the decision. Now, only Wang Yu could represent everyone to make a choice. July helplessly shot a glare at her master, obediently going down to see Geng Ge. Watching Xianyuan Ye's carriage gradually disappear, Shang Wanfeng's heart went with it. And only when the carriage was out of sight did she slowly turn and walk back into the house, with Yi Jingyang following behind her. I should take care of him. Jin Yunma actively pulled Mo Xiaojun and closed the door, taking out the clothes he originally wanted to buy for an I. The clothes were somewhat unisex, so it was no big deal for Xiaojun to wear them. That thing's sword energy indeed seemed to suppress him. Originally, he could regenerate in a second, but now it was noticeably slower. Once this matter reached the palace, the Defei was furious and gritted her teeth. Was it easy to cultivate a few outstanding beauties? After being sent to the Yongwang's residence, they were treated like rough servants, while other princesses enjoyed a good laugh. Ji Yin was startled and quickly helped Ru Yin pat her back, then asked Shiyu and Chiyu to call a doctor. Lian, you get out of my way. Su Meisheng entered the circle and spoke to General Lian beside him. He was already sweating profusely, struggling to hold on, afraid of losing face if he lost. Chapter 238. Extra 13 Yin Yang spat out a large pile of melon seeds on the ground, then leisurely said, all right, stop hitting, come back quickly. They immediately stopped. Zhuo Guang let out a sigh of relief and rubbed his aching face. As the eldest of the 9, he was the first to have a child, and they must be very jealous. It seems that they will come to him for sparring in the future. It really is a sweet burden. However, he was happy. Just thinking about Yun Yang's pregnancy made him feel at ease. Yun Yi shook his head, looking at Xianyuan Ying with a probing gaze. This man was sometimes cold and sometimes warm, sometimes domineering and sometimes tender. Which side was his true self? Hai also leaned over to listen, and to his surprise, the content was indeed explosive. The first sentence he heard almost made Hai Qing Tian kneel. At this moment, Xiaozhu was still only wearing inner garments. Although nothing could be seen, it felt as if he was not wearing anything, and he hurriedly pulled aside the bed curtain, only showing his head outside. However, he had never dared to admit it, and even ruthlessly returned Zeton for secretly passing his information to him. It sounds terrible. I finally heard someone sing worse than Vizzy, Beerus said impatiently, looking at Satan, who was still singing loudly. Clearly, she had not been with Jin Xinyan for long, but she always felt like they had been together for a long time. Of course, one could not rule out the possibility that Shimizu Ishiki was using his position to create obstacles for himself. The army had money, and the Ming dynasty would have greater deterrence against the Japanese pirates, Korea, Japan, and Western countries, allowing for territorial expansion and plunder of more resources. Not to mention the military advisor. Even the elder, Eagle Elder, and all the officials were stunned. The strength of the purple-robed figure was evident to all, and this blow left everyone panicked, especially since they had just engaged in 2 rounds of fighting, and most had lost the strength to continue. He had to hurry to reattach the severed finger while the cells were still alive. With Konoha's current medical technology, it shouldn't be a problem. Upon hearing this, Ansia immediately widened her eyes. This girl was indeed a troublesome character. How could she be even more reckless than her brother now? She had never intended to take Hua Ran's life. Having fallen into Yin Xinyan's hands for so long, Hua Ran did not know how much torture he had endured. And that was enough of a price. How could that be? Anyway, I'm heading to work anyway. I could drop you off. Inzai said. Among the 5, only the elderly photographer, who looked aged, was calmly fiddling with his camera equipment. The other 4, regardless of their expressions, had a hint of tension in their eyes. After all, the people of Nightbright City always did things cleanly and did not want to leave information for others. Leaving information could cause unnecessary trouble. Let's talk about who made it difficult for my friend. How about it? Do you think this topic can continue? Inzai asked leisurely, as if he did not care about the outcome of this conversation. In the midst of busyness, she did not forget to glance at Gu Jinji. Seeing him gripping the car door with his body slightly swaying and his handsome face extremely pale. On the day the body of the king of Yin returned, the people paid their respects, sending him off for 10 miles, and the cries could be said to be deafening. At that time, the Jade King Yu Qingyu was also a close friend of the king of Yin, personally leading the people of the Jade King's mansion to send him off. Miss, please speak. Gu Chanxi's usual aloofness and clear, elegant voice did not change at all due to the prince's abduction. Why did you all become like this? Where is Arthur? Shangwan Xiu had doubts in his heart, so he did not waste time and asked directly. However, Granny Hu said, "This old servant has no family. What is there to return to the Marquis's residence for? I will stay here to accompany the master. This place is good, quiet. If I leave, what will the master do?" Yi Qingcheng immediately understood. It was that she had disguised herself as Yun Shi to leave the house, and it had been discovered by Mo Yoshuan. This way, the president would not be put in a difficult position. The president was such a good person. How could he be put in a difficult situation? Seeing that the night traveler had already entered the house, she immediately floated out from the shadows of the backyard, taking a few steps to fly to the brightly lit room outside, pressing herself against the back wall of the room to eavesdrop. Since the opening of the Huaxia National Server, the overall game style has been primarily martial arts, with PK skills and effects being either graceful and handsome or elegant and full of ancient charm. Suddenly, the appearance of such an unreasonable and technologically advanced giant. The Longman Iron Ship left nearly 10,000 players from the northern border dumbfounded and at a loss. After the words fell, Mo Yoshuan unexpectedly tightened his grip around her waist, causing Yi Qingcheng to lean forward, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Then, he locked her in the room, not allowing her to see her cousin for several months. Moreover, her mother would even grow to dislike her cousin more because of this. Zhang Liqin was furious, feeling that no matter how polite and reasonable she was, it was useless when faced with such a family. "You don't have to explain for her," Prime Minister Song said angrily. He knew what kind of temperament Yao Shi had, didn't he? He knew she didn't like his eldest son, and what made him angry was that Yao Shi was unwilling to even give a little face. He was a boy about 12 or 13 years old, quite tall, but thin as a reed, and his clothes hung loosely on him. What was his name again? Ajio couldn't remember for a moment. It was not until the afternoon that Lu Mei returned to her villa, but strangely, Su Man also returned with Lu Mei. At the dinner table, Yuan Shuai inquired about the reason, but Su Man used the excuse of protecting Lu Mei to request to stay with her for a while longer. "I heard there will be a Shenyuan Dan for sale this year." Tang Xi shared what he knew. It was not consolation, but a promise. His voice was soft yet firm, expressing his persistence with the most ordinary sentences and emotions. Synopsis: the Blood Clan Queen Yunyang fell off a cliff and directly crossed into the Beast Era, and even contracted a shopping mall system. To return to her original Blue Star, she can only complete tasks to accumulate points to exchange for time-space stones.